How should one evaluate the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One? Thank you for the invitation. I find myself in the Marvel Universe, where anonymity is prudent. Master Ancient One is truly gracious. She first offered me an endless cup of tea, which, I must say, is exceptionally delightful. Then, she remarked that I harbored dark energy within me. Before I knew it, she made her move. Chapter 1. What to do if captured by the Ancient One while sneaking in. I was quite foolish, truly. I knew full well that the Ancient One, a formidable deity in the Marvel realm, was vigilant, yet I dared to traverse into her domain. Lucci found himself in an elegantly antiquated hall, seated and awkwardly sipping from his seemingly infinite cup of tea. Before him sat the illustrious Supreme Sorceress of Marvel, the bald Ancient One. With her eyes closed, she appeared oblivious to his presence. Were it not for the Eye of Agamotto prominently displayed upon her chest, he might have attempted an escape. Gazing at the time stone revealed within the Eye of Agamotto, an audacious thought struck Lucci. If he were to seize the stone, could he not use it to flee? However, the table between him and the Ancient One quickly dissuaded him from this grand folly. Recalling the circumstances that led him to the Marvel Universe, Lucci could not help but chastise himself. He had been working late, and during a brief respite, he had picked up his phone to engage in a mindless idle game. As a mere wage slave, his time was scant, and he could scarcely indulge in anything of quality. When he saw an advertisement promising double rewards for idle play, he resolutely refrained from clicking it. What a farce! With only a sliver of free time, why on earth should he waste it on advertisements? As he pondered the rewards he had accrued, Lucci meticulously strategized how to allocate his points for maximal gain, ultimately mindlessly opting to invest in the highest tier of the dark realm. Upon investing an astronomical amount into this dark domain, he found himself truly immersed within it. Upon entering a void of darkness, Lucci was momentarily bewildered, only to be presented with an idle system that randomly offered him several worlds to choose from. Of the options presented, only the Marvel Universe was somewhat familiar to him. The others, such as Starry Eyes, Watch Over Bud, and the legendary Sea of Observation, were utterly foreign. Thus, it was only natural that he chose Marvel, seamlessly arriving in its universe, soaring toward Earth, and being invited by the Ancient One for tea. Had he selected another universe, he would not have found himself in this one, Lucci silently lamented. Observing the Ancient One, who was evidently using the Eye of Agamotto to scrutinize the fabric of time and space, Lucci dared not make a single move. After all, who reigns supreme in the Marvel Universe? It is none other than the bald sorcerer. Before him sat the embodiment of power, and in comparison, others were but mere shadows. As Lucci remained silent, he suppressed the urge to relieve himself, and instead opened the system to assess his situation. The Dark System, despite its impressive name, was rather unimpressive in function, akin to the idle game he had played. This was not the sophisticated system that allows one to lie back while the game progresses. Rather, it mirrored the interface of the idle game he was familiar with. With only 10 points of dark energy at his disposal, Lucci gazed at the sole option available for investment, a ninja with crimson eyes. He found the apparition vaguely familiar, though he could not place it, suspecting it to be from some anime he had long since forgotten. Upon clicking to invest 1 point, his dark energy diminished to 0, while the ninja's energy increased to 10.1 points, and the uppermost dark energy tally transformed to 0.1 per minute. Suddenly, an additional value appeared, remaining dark energy available for extraction, 1,000. So, there were limitations to extraction. What a wretched idle system. Lucci, in a fit of frustration, flung his teacup, which shattered upon the floor, the sound reverberating through the quiet tea room. In that moment, he froze, having forgotten the presence of the esteemed sorceress before him. He felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. Would she believe he was disrespecting her? Would he meet an untimely end? No. He had only just escaped the drudgery of his previous life. He had yet to truly savor it. At the very least, allow him to watch some anime. The Ancient One regarded him quietly for a moment, and a dark mark suddenly appeared upon her forehead. Lucci recognized that the Ancient One, to sustain her life and power, feigned a battle against Dormammu while clandestinely absorbing dark energy. However, he dared not discuss this matter, for the depths of it were far too intricate for him to navigate. Truth be told, he had only ever focused on the special effects during movies. Who truly pays attention to the plot behind the scenes? As he observed the Ancient One manifest the dark mark, Lucci felt a rising panic. It seemed as though the sorceress might be inclined to eliminate him to silence him. The Ancient One gazed at Lucci, her expression unchanging, and recalled the future she had observed moments ago. Could this individual truly possess the power to vanquish Dormammu? Though her mind was rife with thoughts, Her demeanor remained composed. Dormammu was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, yet this person might hold the potential to defeat him. Utilizing dark energy to cast spells, she discerned that the individual before her indeed possessed a modicum of dark energy purer, even than Dormammu's, leading her to consider the possibility. Lifting her teacup, she gestured toward Lu Qi. He initially feared that she intended to impose a challenge upon him, but to his astonishment, the previously shattered cup had mysteriously reassembled before him. Taking a sip, he found it still offered endless refills. The familiar flavor eased his anxiety. It appeared the sorceress would not hold his earlier indiscretion against him. "You harbor dark energy within you," the Ancient One remarked suddenly, sipping her tea. Lu Qi, caught in a moment of intense drinking, promptly sputtered. He had only just arrived in the Marvel Universe. How could he possibly be entangled with Dormammu? The Ancient One, outwardly intolerant of even the slightest hint of dark energy, was indeed preparing to frame him, eliminate him, and erase all traces of his existence. It seemed he had utterly forgotten the unit values within the system, akin to how one might forget the currency in an idle game. "Do not panic, I shall not eliminate you," the Ancient One continued. Goodness, has she mastered mind reading? Lu Qi's expression tightened as he recalled their earlier conversation. The Ancient One recalled a timeline in which Lu Qi had candidly divulged his thoughts, and a hint of exasperation flickered across her features. "I shall not dwell on your earlier musings, nor do I possess mind-reading abilities." "How can you say you lack such powers?" Lu Qi thought, now too apprehensive to entertain any thoughts. His mind went blank as he attempted to transcend into the multiverse. "You cannot perceive the multiverse in this manner, however. I can assist you, provided you first attend to your physiological needs. Otherwise, an awkward situation may arise." The Ancient One waved her hand, conjuring a circle that crackled with electricity, revealing a portal leading directly to a restroom. At that moment, Lu Qi felt an overwhelming sense of wealth and opportunity, hastening to resolve his pressing need. The Ancient One retracted the portal and, after a few moments, reopened it. Upon exiting the restroom, Lu Qi noticed the electrical portal had vanished, and for a moment, he thought he had been spared. Just as he prepared to make a strategic retreat, the portal suddenly reappeared. With a grimace, Lu Qi returned to the tea room, though he no longer felt the same urgency as before. With the sage time granted by his release, Lu Qi took the opportunity to thoroughly assess his current situation. He deduced that the Ancient One indeed did not harbor any intentions to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would not have been afforded an endless supply of refreshments. Feeling secure, Lu Qi's thoughts began to drift freely. Observing the portal crackling with electric sparks, he marveled at the convenience of this magic, particularly in terms of restroom accessibility. Upon returning to the tea room, feeling refreshed, Lu Qi was startled as the Ancient One appeared before him in an instant, striking his chest with a palm. A sudden lightness enveloped him, and to his astonishment, Lu Qi found himself gazing at the back of his own head. "Wait, why am I floating?" As he noticed himself gradually lifting off the ground, Lu Qi recalled the Ancient One's costly palm strike. It seemed he had merely been nudged. He watched as his body remained seated on a chair that had mysteriously appeared, his mind momentarily adrift. "Safe travels," the Ancient One murmured, observing Lu Qi suspended in midair. Suddenly, Lu Qi felt a force pulling him sideways, transporting him to an extraordinary realm. Meanwhile, the Ancient One returned to the tea table, recognizing the potential within this individual to defeat Dormammu, and deciding to exploit it. Recalling the interrogation he had witnessed on the timeline, the Ancient One discerned that Lu Qi bore no ill intentions. With proper guidance, he could be steered away from darkness. Emerging from an unforgettable journey, Lu Qi felt as though his very essence had been reshaped. When he regained his senses, he was back in the tea room, returned to his own body. Sipping some tea to steady his nerves, Lu Qi glanced at the Ancient One. "How was your journey?" the Ancient One inquired. "It was quite exhilarating, though a bit overwhelming," Lu Qi replied candidly, reflecting on the peculiar sensation of having hands sprout from his entire body. He struggled to recall the specifics of the experience, certain scenes eluding his comprehension. No wonder the Ancient One regarded Stephen as the finest supreme sorcerer. Stephen's ability to maintain his consciousness in such an environment clearly highlighted his innate talent in this domain. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. "Next time, I shall exercise caution regarding Stephen." "So, I am merely a guinea pig," Lu Qi silently lamented, though his expression remained impassive. "Returning to our previous discussion, you possess dark energy," the Ancient One deftly redirected the conversation. "I do not wish for this," Lu Qi responded, his tone tinged with frustration. "I have no idea why I carry dark energy. I have only just arrived in this world and have barely had the chance to observe it." Lu Qi found it rather peculiar surely. He could not have attracted Dormammu's attention so quickly upon entering this universe. Speaking of dark energy, it seemed oddly familiar. Why does it seem familiar? Momentarily bewildered, Lu Qi hastily accessed the system, his gaze falling upon the currency available. Dark energy. Goodness, I nearly thought I was about to inherit a burden, only to discover it is my own. The troubling part is that I have yet to benefit from it. This is quite the loss. The Ancient One observed Lu Qi's face shift through a spectrum of emotions, calmly sipping his tea. Lu Qi was at a loss for what to do. To present himself before the Ancient One with such a system would be akin to illuminating a restruminant act of folly. So, esteemed one, how do you intend to manage my situation? Lu Qi inquired, gazing at the Ancient One with innocence. If it weren't for the endless supply of tea, he might have offered the Ancient One some water. Dark energy is exceedingly perilous, yet it appears you are not susceptible to its influence, the Ancient One remarked, concealing the dark mark upon his forehead. Lu Qi had not looked in a mirror since his arrival, unaware of any changes. Hearing the Ancient One's words provided him with some semblance of reassurance. Contemplating the need to find a mirror later, the Ancient One continued, "You must remain here for a few days to observe." What choice did Lu Qi have but to acquiesce to the Ancient One's directives? Noticing Lu Qi's lack of objections, the Ancient One waved his hand, causing the space to shimmer and shatter like glass. "Ah, so I have been within a mirror realm all along." Lu Qi was taken aback indeed. The Ancient One was unparalleled, and he had not realized he had entered a mirrored space. "I shall have Mordo escort you to your chamber. In the coming days, I hope you will have a pleasant experience at Kamar-Taj," the Ancient One stated, clapping his hands as a robust figure entered the tea room. Observing the Ancient One's demeanor of dismissal, Lu Qi obediently followed Mordo out. Chapter 2. Above Dormammu, departing the tea room alongside Mordo, Lu Qi felt an immense sense of relief in the absence of the elder's scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, he had nearly believed he was on the brink of demise. "Master Gu, I hold a unique regard for you," Mordo remarked, slowing his pace to match Lu Qi's, his eyes reflecting an unusual intensity. Lu Qi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could it be anything less than special when both he and Gu I were burdened with dark energy? "We all sought knowledge independently, yet your circumstance is different. You were personally brought back by Master Gu I," Mordo continued, recalling how Gu I had abruptly left a session of instruction between two sorcerers to escort Lu Qi. The embarrassment deepened for Lu Qi. Could one truly call it being brought back? He had been captured. "Perhaps your aptitude for magic is exceedingly high," Mordo suggested slowly. Lu Qi reflected on his recent journey through the multiverse, realizing he had scarcely retained any other memories. "I do not share that sentiment," Lu Qi interjected, his discomfort growing palpable. Observing Lu Qi's demeanor, Mordo shrugged. "It appears you are held in considerable esteem by the Supreme Sorcerer. The Supreme Sorcerer is a person of great wisdom. He must have recognized your talents," Mordo continued, still an ardent admirer of Gu I, who to him was akin to a divine being, with a system in place and dark energy coursing through him. Lu Qi found himself perplexed by the notion of being invited for tea upon his arrival in this new realm, leaving him to ponder his own talents with a sense of despair. "Would you care to try your hand at magic?" Mordo inquired, observing Lu Qi's expression. This piqued Lu Qi's interest. Recalling the portal he had witnessed earlier, he found himself intrigued. Mastering such a skill would certainly alleviate the worry of being late for the restroom. Noticing Lu Qi's newfound responsiveness, Mordo eagerly stated, "Then allow me to show you to your quarters." Upon entering a dimly lit room, Lu Qi felt as if he had stepped into a prison cell. "Do you not have electric bulbs here?" Lu Qi questioned, surveying the dark ambience. It was so gloomy that even during the day, drawing the curtains was unnecessary. Turning back to Mordo, he nearly lost sight of him. Mordo shrugged and explained, "Maintaining the daily lives of sorcerers incurs considerable expense, and Kamar-Taj possesses few worldly assets." Finally locating Mordo, Lu Qi accepted the small card he offered, holding it up to the light streaming through the small window. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Where was his phone? Mordo, noticing Lu Qi's sudden stillness, chuckled and clarified, "This is a password. We are not primitive beings." "That is not my concern," Lu Qi replied with a wry smile. "I do not have a phone." "What manner of primitive being are you?" Mordo exclaimed in shock. After settling in, Lu Qi accompanied Mordo to the training grounds of the sorcerers. Mordo brandished a floating ring on his hand, stating, Shall we attempt the portal first? Beginners often find it quite enjoyable. With a sweeping motion, he conjured a doorway of crackling electricity. Convenient, easy to learn, and useful, yet primarily remarkable for its visual effects. This magic is particularly favored by many beginners. Modu stepped through the portal and appeared behind Lu Qi. Receiving the floating ring from Modu, Lu Qi envisioned an uninhabited spot in the square before him and extended his hand to draw. Contrary to his expectations, the portal did not materialize. Instead, a surge of dark energy erupted from within Lu Qi, enveloping him and burying him underground, only to re-emerge in a shadow at his intended destination. Huff, huff. It felt as if he had just surfaced from suffocation. Turning to Modu, he exclaimed, "You didn't mention that this magic teleports directly." With his eyes closed, Lu Qi was oblivious to how he had arrived there, but the other mages in the square were fully aware. Observing the astonishment in Modu's eyes, Lu Qi boasted, "I can't believe I truly am a genius, succeeding on my first attempt." However, as he noticed the other mages silently drawing their weapons, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Were they about to gang up on him out of envy for his talent? Slowly retreating to the wall, he watched as the mages approached with palpable tension. "Oh no, you're serious." The atmosphere felt increasingly ominous, especially as Modu approached him wielding a whip. Was this truly a game? Glancing at the floating ring on his hand, Lu Qi resolved to draw again, aiming to flee to Ancient One for protection. This time, he kept his eyes open and discovered a layer of dark energy enveloping him before he melded into the shadows, reappearing in another shadow across the small square. He took a deep breath. So that was it. As he had traversed through the shadows, he realized there was no air within, explaining the suffocating sensation he experienced earlier. Yet now, the pressing concern was what to do about the exposure of the dark energy he bore. As the mages drew closer, Lu Qi felt increasingly anxious, knowing that Marvel mages were notoriously formidable in close combat. While mages from other realms could be kept at bay, in this world, even assassins dared not confront mages. In the films, the only ones capable of inflicting harm upon these melee mages were other melee mages. "Great One, please save me," Lu Qi shouted, hoping to capture the attention of Ancient One. However, no response came. Instead, a shadow surged in front of him, and a shadow soldier emerged from the depths. Oh no, a shadow legion. Lu Qi recalled this from his childhood memories. Ninja soldiers? He remembered the ninja units he had acquired in his system and opened the interface, noticing that the first icon had changed from 1 to 01. As he watched the imposing figures approach, the slender silhouette of a ninja soldier felt woefully inadequate. Checking his remaining energy, he noted it was only 59. Wait, no, it had transformed into 1359. This is disastrous. This idle system is utterly useless. I need to request a new one. The mages before him could be considered elite foes in the Marvel Universe. How could a mere ordinary ninja soldier possibly stand a chance against them? Lu Qi endeavored to stealthily re-enter the Shadow Realm, and to his delight, he succeeded. Holding his breath, he sprinted backward. However, after only a few steps, he was forcibly returned to the ground, and the remaining energy in the system dwindled to 059. Curse system. Lu Qi dared not linger, running forward while calling for assistance from his allies. Sensing the presence of a ninja soldier being compromised, he turned back to see a multitude of mages leaping over the walls in pursuit. The square to which Modu had brought Lu Qi was indeed a gathering place for elite mages, and the fact that Lu Qi had managed to cover some distance indicated he was running at an impressive speed. Observing that the number of ninja soldiers had not diminished to 0, Lu Qi attempted to summon them once more. After approximately 5 seconds, a ninja soldier finally materialized. "Quick, take me away," Lu Qi exclaimed as he leaped onto the ninja soldier's back. The soldier's crimson eyes widened, seemingly straining, yet he gallantly carried Lu Qi away. "Where's the boss?" Lu Qi pondered, fully aware he was within the enemy's territory and could not escape, placing his hopes on the emergence of a formidable ally. Thus, the ninja soldier navigated through the increasingly numerous mages, while Lu Qi, embodying the essence of a clumsy teammate, continuously shouted warnings. Fortunately, the ninja soldier possessed boundless stamina. Otherwise, they would have been captured by the throngs of powerful adversaries long ago. Before long, Lu Qi found himself hidden behind a visibly fatigued ninja soldier, cornered against a wall. The previous soldier had already sacrificed himself, and this one was newly summoned. Although masked, it was uncertain if they were the same entity. Observing the energy he had depleted, which prevented him from retreating into the shadow realm for respite, Lu Qi felt a thrilling rush from the day's events. Yet, through his relentless efforts, a yellow figure emerged from the mirror space, positioning itself before Lu Qi. From the crowd, a mage shouted, "Supreme Mage, that individual behind you harbors dark energy. He is a follower of the Dark Lord." Lu Qi glanced at the mage who had spoken, incredulously recognizing him as Caecilius. "Goodness, you haven't betrayed us yet." As the Ancient One removed his hood, revealing his bald head, he commanded the crowd's attention. "Though this individual bears dark energy, he is not a follower of Dormammu. Rather, he is an alternative Dormammu." "Oh dear, is the boss attempting to do me?" Lu Qi felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized he was being branded as an enemy in front of everyone. Observing the crowd's heightened agitation, the Ancient One continued, "He possesses the potential to be like Dormammu, yet he is not Dormammu. Boss, not only are you speaking in riddles, but you're also leaving us in confusion." Lu Qi watched as the Ancient One's elaborate speech left everyone bewildered, tears welling in his eyes. This was a stroke of luck. His boss was defending him, ensuring his survival. He is akin to Dormammu, for he can wield the power of darkness, rather than being controlled by it. Ancient One sent the ninja soldiers back to mine and continued, "He is unlike Dormammu, for he can directly harness the purest energy without resorting to the malevolent dark magic. He is a purer master of darkness than Dormammu, or rather, the true master of darkness." Lu Qi listened to Ancient One's words, positioning himself above Dormammu, glancing at his 59, now it's 60, realizing how formidable he truly was. "But you have said that the power of darkness is the most sinister force. He is the master of darkness. Should we not eliminate him to prevent future harm to Earth?" Caecilius exclaimed. "You traitor, I have tasked you to purge evil on my behalf." Lu Qi glared fiercely at Caecilius. Yet Caecilius remained indifferent, awaiting Ancient One's response. Pure power is neither good nor evil, much like how a weapon in your hands can safeguard the world, while in the hands of a villain, it can bring about destruction. Ancient One maintained her sage demeanor, rendering her words all the more convincing. Moreover, his power emanates from the dark dimension. The stronger he becomes, the weaker Dormammu will be. Ancient One laid down her final argument, completely dispelling the notion of vanquishing evil among the group. Furthermore, as long as he is devoted to goodness, the dark power will pose no threat. Once we eliminate Dormammu, allowing the dark power to become pure, we too can harness this power to grow even stronger, perhaps even casting spells without cost. The spells of Kamar-Taj, in principle, involve an exchange of one's own possessions for extraordinary powers from various dimensions, which is why the sorcerers have a habit of physically training to enhance their resources. If no cost is required, they would be akin to true sorcerers, much like Doctor Strange showcased in the Endgame. What is Endgame? After being persuaded, the sorcerers regarded Lu Qi with newfound respect, seemingly eager for him to confront Dormammu and illuminate the dark world. In an instant, Lu Qi transformed from a target of disdain to a cherished entity in need of careful nurturing, feeling somewhat bewildered as Ancient One pulled him into the mirror dimension. Watching the sorcerers gradually disperse outside, Lu Qi curiously asked Ancient One, "Why reveal to them that I can control dark energy?" Chapter 3, click the ad to accelerate for 1 hour. "I do not have much time left," Ancient One quietly stated, as if it were a matter unrelated to herself. "How can that be? Have you not been absorbing dark energy all this while?" Lu Qi exclaimed in shock. In the original world, everyone spoke of the Supreme Sorcerer dying from exorbitant special effects. Yet no one mentioned that Ancient One might perish from old age. Though I have been absorbing dark energy, Dormammu is not oblivious to it. Ancient One revealed the dark mark upon her forehead. However, he has allowed me to siphon energy because the dark energy he has transformed possesses the power to enchant and locate worlds. I have been resisting the alluring nature of dark energy, but I am nearing my limit. Ancient One continued, "Moreover, Dormammu's dark energy possesses the ability to locate. If I allow it to consume me further, Dormammu could pinpoint Earth and drag it into the dark dimension." It was then that Lu Qi comprehended why the Ancient One had chosen to face death immediately after finding a successor. Otherwise, it would indeed be a source of great ridicule. The Supreme Sorcerer, who had kept Dormammu and his legion of demonic entities at bay from Earth, was slain by an elite foe. How embarrassing for the demons. Reflecting on his own potential, which exceeded even Dormammu's, Lu Qi proposed to the Ancient One, "Would you care to absorb my dark energy? You remarked that my dark energy is notably pure. Did you not?" The Ancient One fixed him with a steady gaze. "Shall we test it?" Approaching the Ancient One, Lu Qi inquired, "What must be done?" The Ancient One raised her hand above Lu Qi's head, closing her eyes to attune to his essence. And a magical array materialized in her palm. Just as Lu Qi pondered whether the electric spark might ignite his hair, he received a notification from the system. "The Ancient One wishes to form a contract with you, exchanging her expertise in portal magic for your dark energy. Yes or no?" It appeared the system was more than merely a mining and idle system. Lu Qi clicked yes, and a wealth of knowledge regarding portals flooded his mind, while his recently replenished energy plummeted to zero. "Your dark energy is indeed refined, yet the quantity is insufficient," the Ancient One remarked after finalizing the contract, acquiring the rights to Lu Qi's dark energy, which consequently left Lu Qi's reserves at naught. Sighing, Lu Qi said, "I have no choice. I have only just acquired this ability, and the time is too brief." Glancing at the remaining dark energy section, he mused that since the Ancient One desired energy, perhaps he could lend her the Time Stone for a while. The Ancient One had not anticipated that the dark energy from the dark dimension would strengthen in tandem with the passage of time in the main world. Considering that dark energy allows one to transcend time, existing on a level comparable to it, she actively summoned the Time Stone and handed it to Lu Qi. Holding the Time Stone, Lu Qi was prompted by the system. "Would you like to watch an advertisement to accelerate the game?" Astonished, he clicked yes, and then ad space available for rent. This was unprecedented. After enduring a full minute of advertising, Lu Qi finally received his reward. He had effectively accelerated time by 1 hour, earning 6 points of dark energy, which, when combined with his previous amount, brought his total to 12 points. Observing the advertisement count in the upper left corner, now at 23, Lu Qi attempted to return the Time Stone to the Supreme Sorcerer. Discovering that the advertisement persisted, he breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a tinge of regret as he gazed at the Time Stone. When he held the Time Stone, Lu Qi realized he could not manipulate time with it, which cast a shadow over his spirits. "Once, the Time Stone lay in my grasp, yet I was unable to wield its power. It felt akin to a wedding night spent in drunken stupor, slumbering on the floor and accomplishing naught. This is a lamentable tale," and Lu Qi endeavored to force it from his memory. "You seem unable to utilize the Time Stone?" The Ancient One regarded Lu Qi with a curious expression, astonished that he had returned it to her so readily. As a traveler from another world, Lu Qi had felt an immediate resonance upon entering this realm, even discovering numerous supplementary timelines. However, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently absorbed a dark energy that tethered him to this world, causing most of the timelines to vanish. The Ancient One could sense that entities beyond the time stream were attempting to locate Lu Qi, but as he became entwined with this realm, they ultimately relinquished their search in frustration. Nonetheless, the fact that Lu Qi could not wield the Time Stone genuinely surprised her. He silently acknowledged this reality, recalling how his pure dark energy had suppressed the Time Stone upon contact, momentarily granting him a sense of control over it. Yet in the next instant, the nearly infinite power within the Time Stone had overwhelmed his dark energy, rendering it indifferent to him in a fit of pique. "Could you grant me but one more glance?" Lu Qi gazed at the Time Stone, yearning for a response. Observing the longing in Lu Qi's eyes, the Ancient One quietly returned the Time Stone to its place. "It appears your abilities have undergone a transformation," she remarked, redirecting his attention to the system interface. Lu Qi noted his energy had reached 12 points and proceeded to purchase another ninja unit. The limit was reduced to 19, while the acceleration time decreased to 0.2 minutes, with the cost per ninja rising to 102. With a few accelerations remaining, Lu Qi continued his endeavors. An additional acceleration yielded 12 points, raising his limit to 139. He purchased another unit, bringing the limit to 37 and the speed to 0.3 minutes. Another acceleration added 16 points, totaling 197, and he acquired yet another ninja, raising the limit to 94 and the speed to 0.4 minutes. In this manner, he summoned 4 ninja units, feeling a profound sense of security as they materialized before him. Even within the mirrored space, glancing at the limit of 94, he mused that in 3 minutes he could purchase yet another unit. Ah, this is certainly progress. With a day of development, I could assemble a force of 100. Though perhaps not quite that many, it would still be a substantial number. Satisfied, Lu Qi nearly forgot the presence of the Ancient One, only to notice her with closed eyes, attuned to some unseen sensation. After a brief pause, he commanded the 4 ninja units to leap about, encouraging them to engage in practice. They wasted no time, sparring with one another, and Lu Qi was astounded by their agility, unable to fathom how the group of mages could so swiftly eliminate the small ninja units. A melee ensued, and he felt a pang of sympathy for the lone ninja. At such a tender age, it bore wounds it should never have endured. Considering the robust, elite mages, he surmised that even a 100-strong unit would struggle against them, and if spells were involved, he would require a force of 1,000 to stand chance. A few minutes later, Lu Qi purchased another ninja soldier, realizing that he would have to wait for over 20 minutes to acquire another one. He considered stepping outside to find a clock to set a timer. However, despite his experience with Ancient One's teleportation portal, without the suspended ring, Lu Qi found himself at a loss. Finally, Ancient One opened her eyes, gazing at Lu Qi in astonishment. Earlier, she had been concerned as she observed the fluctuations of his energy, yet she discovered that her own energy was multiplying exponentially every second. Although it was still insufficient, it was adequate to slightly prolong her existence. Indeed, the minimal energy Lu Qi possessed was akin to a universe at his fingertips for Ancient One. In contrast to Dormammu's energy, it was pure and capable of continuous supply. With a swift motion, Ancient One opened a teleportation portal and tossed a suspended ring to Lu Qi, declaring her intention to seclude herself in order to expel Dormammu's energy from this world. Before unceremoniously ushering him out, Lu Qi had initially believed that his current energy supply would suffice for Ancient One. Yet as he stood still, staring at the system panel for over a minute, it remained stubbornly at 0, seemingly mocking his ignorance. Do you know nothing of the Great Ones? He donned the suspended ring and traced a circle with one hand, returning to the plaza where he had previously been. He found numerous mages training there, but upon his arrival, they regarded him with predatory gazes. Summoning his ninja soldiers for confidence, Lu Qi sought out Modu. Look at you, who was chasing me just moments ago. Now it is my turn to pursue you. With the threat that his ninja soldiers would slow down his own growth if Modu did not cooperate, Lu Qi commanded them to engage in a collective assault. This encounter revealed the true prowess of Modu, the elite mage. Lu Qi's ninja soldiers were no match for him. Had it not been for the chaotic brawl, Modu could have dispatched them with ease. However, the infinite stamina and respawning ability of the ninja soldiers proved to be a significant annoyance for Modu. Realizing that their opponent was formidable, the ninja soldiers resorted to a strategy of trading blows, determined to leave their mark on him. By the end of the skirmish, Modu lay on the ground, panting, adopting a demeanor of surrender. You're not up to par, my young friend. Lu Qi shook his head, snatched a clock, and stealthily returned to his room. Chapter 4. First encounter with the super anti-hero. As dawn broke, Lu Qi emerged from his room, stifling yawns. The previous night, in order to ensure timely purchases of ninja soldiers, he had continuously set alarms, waking at intervals to make his acquisitions. He reminisced about the days spent in an internet CF, pulling all-nighters yet still managing to attend class the next day, feeling invigorated. Feeling old, Lu Qi muttered, stretching his back as he ambled out like a senior citizen. He on his way to the dining hall, where he grabbed 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. Is there really not even a bit of pickled vegetables? He complained as he exited the cafeteria. Are you dissatisfied with our provisions? A figure clad in yellow appeared before him. It was Ancient One, standing there with an air of authority. It's acceptable. For breakfast, it is certainly adequate. Lu Qi earnestly provided his evaluation. Of course, it would be even better if we could have some sour long beans. We nodded seriously. Then I will have someone procure some from Hong Kong. Lu Qi, still yawning, nearly dislocated his jaw upon hearing this. What is wrong with you today? Although the tone remained unchanged, Lu Qi sensed an inexplicable shift in Gu Yi today. Have you been possessed by Murphy? Lu Qi cautiously took 2 steps back as nearly 30 ninja soldiers materialized around them, garnering the attention of several mages. Gu Yi shook his head in exasperation, and with a flash of his hand, The surrounding ninja soldiers were promptly sent back to the Shadow Realm. I completely purged Dormammu's powers yesterday. I no longer need to suppress the side effects of that energy, allowing my mind to relax slightly. Gu-E placed one hand on his waist, gathering dark energy. Moreover, the energy you are currently supplying is sufficient for my daily needs. Lu Qi opened the system to check, and indeed, his energy was fully restored. Observing that he had 31 ninja soldiers, each capable of restoring 0.1 energy per second, he realized this amounted to a total recovery of 3.1 energy per second. Lu Qi attempted to use the shadow stealth he named last night to move forward a short distance, consuming a bit of energy, and discovered that the recovery rate was precisely 0.1, indicating that Gu-E consumed 3 energy per second. In an hour, that would be 10,800 points. In a day, goodness, the magnitude was terrifying. He anticipated that Gu-E required such an immense amount to sustain life for a day. He could only imagine the staggering energy consumption during a battle. Lu Qi estimated that he would need at least 1,000 ninja soldiers to support Gu-E in unleashing his full potential in combat. Contemplating this figure, Lu Qi felt a pang of distress. I came here to discuss another matter. You must leave this place. Lu Qi, is it that simple to escape? Wasn't he supposed to observe for a few days? Previously, I brought you here to ascertain that you posed no threat to this world. Yesterday, I casually checked the timeline and found that you had not engaged in any peculiar activities. Thus, you are free to go. Gu-E continued to course you. Being from another world, understand our timeline. I will guide Stephen to this place to succeed as the Sorcerer Supreme, and you will influence his studies. Quite the turn of events. It seemed like a case of using one's resources and then discarding them. However, it was unexpected that Gu-E, having secured a stable and harmless source of dark energy, would consider retirement. One could only wonder what form this retirement would take. Hopefully, it wouldn't lead to any sacrificial outcomes. After speaking, Gu-E vanished, and Lu Qi found himself transported to the teleportation point of Kamar-Taj. At the teleportation hub of Kamar-Taj, 3 portals stand, each leading to the sanctuaries located in Hong Kong, London, and New York, facilitating rapid assistance to the various temples. Akin to Asgard's Rainbow Bridge. Yet, in the films, the inhabitants of Kamar-Taj invariably arrive only after events have transpired, reminiscent of the armies within the Marvel Universe. Gazing at the 3 portals, Lu Qi unhesitatingly chose New York. After all, New York serves as the epicenter of the Marvel Universe, where countless superheroes combat supervillains, and numerous plot lines unfold in this very locale. Contemplating the visage of the Ancient One, it indeed resonates more closely with the cinematic portrayal. Thus, this must be the Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, one wonders where the narrative stands at present. Let us hope that upon exiting, he does not encounter Chitauri piloting vehicles in a reckless display. Stepping through the portal, Lu Qi arrived at the New York sanctuary. Exiting the portal room, he was immediately greeted by rows of various artifacts. As he searched, he discovered the levitating cloak of a future Doctor Strange. Yet the cloak exhibited no inclination to respond. Lu Qi tapped the glass, attempting to provoke a reaction from the cloak within, when a voice emanated from behind him. It does not favor you. Hence you shall not receive its blessing. Mage Daniel observed him from behind, his cautious demeanor suggesting that Lu Qi was some formidable beast. Embarrassed by his impulsive actions, Lu Qi awkwardly wiped the glass and feigned nonchalance. Daniel, unperturbed, surveyed the surrounding artifacts, explaining, "Artifacts choose their masters. Only the chosen may claim them." Approaching Lu Qi, he regarded the levitating cloak, which surprisingly acknowledged him, as one corner of the cloak brushed against the glass. Remarkable, it mimicked my movement. Observing the spot the cloak rubbed against, Lu Qi noted it was precisely where he had just touched. Daniel chuckled, pleased by the cloak's apparent acknowledgement, and resolved to clean it thoroughly next time. Shaking his head, Lu Qi remarked, "It seems I am not destined to bond with it. I shall venture outside for a while." Exiting the sanctuary, he glanced at the nearby door plate. 177 Bleecker Street, Manhattan, New York. Committing this location to memory, he resolved not to lose his way back to Kamar-Taj. Lu Qi strolled towards Bleecker Street. Upon stepping out, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him, and observing the throngs of people, he felt as though he had just traversed through time from an archaic era. Dispelling the illusions in his mind, Lu Qi meandered along the street. New York truly thrived in its vibrancy. the streets teemed with people, most of whom appeared engrossed in phone conversations, giving Lu Qi the impression that they were all remarkably successful professionals. Oddly, there seemed to be no aliens or superpowered beings engaging in battles. Was this still the Marvel Universe? After wandering for an indeterminate duration, Lu Qi encountered no peculiar occurrences, leaving him somewhat disheartened. As Lu Qi gazed at the films, he found himself believing that New York was perpetually besieged by extraterrestrial invasions and nefarious villains. As he wandered, he lost track of his whereabouts. The streets became increasingly desolate, populated solely by gangsters adorned with peculiar tattoos, brandishing knives in their hands. Observing a wall emblazoned with a graffiti proclaiming "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen," Lu Qi pondered whether this was indeed the most chaotic district of New York. The gangsters around him seemed preoccupied with their own affairs, showing no inclination to provoke a conflict or brandish weapons unexpectedly, which left Lu Qi profoundly disillusioned. He had anticipated a pandemonium in Hell's Kitchen. Wasn't he had said that several bodies were hauled away daily from this infamous locale? Surveying the unusually tranquil surroundings, he shook his head in disbelief. Just then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, shattering the silence of the street. A group of individuals, emerging from nowhere, sprinted toward a particular direction, armed with an array of firearms. An exhilarating spectacle was unfolding, and Lu Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he made his way to a narrow alley, where several ninja warriors appeared, forming a human palanquin. He took his place upon it, as the ninjas deftly scaled the walls, ascending toward the rooftop. After all, the higher the vantage point, the better the view for watching the unfolding drama. As he observed the ninjas lifting him, Lu Qi couldn't help but liken them to a band of pirated Spider-Men. Equipped with web shooters, they might even transform into a budget version of the beloved superhero. He set aside thoughts of outfitting the ninjas, for the primary focus was to revel in the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lu Qi positioned himself at the edge, eager to witness the impending showdown below. It appeared to be a turf war between two rival gangs, engaging in a chaotic shootout devoid of any tactical finesse. The initial exchange involved mere handguns, but as the skirmish escalated, more formidable weaponry emerged. Assault rifles and shotguns soon made their presence felt. By the climax of the confrontation, even rockets were unleashed. Observing the box from which the munitions were drawn, Lu Qi felt a surge of anticipation. Stark's creations were undoubtedly extraordinary. It remained a mystery how the combatants below had come to wield such formidable armaments. One individual armed a rocket launcher and aimed it at a densely populated area of adversaries. The rocket, trailing a plume of white smoke, accurately struck its target, unleashing a barrage of steel projectiles that erupted outward. Witnessing individuals transform into bloodied figures under the relatively subdued sound of the rocket's detonation, Lu Qi inhaled sharply, unable to suppress his admiration for Stark's ingenuity. This weapon, if employed in a stealthy ambush, would incapacitate foes before they even had a chance to react, a devastating strike that could reverberate across the battlefield. Marveling at the abundance of advanced weaponry, he observed that the outcome of the confrontation was becoming increasingly apparent, prompting him to retreat. While he relished the spectacle, he had no desire to become embroiled in the chaos. Just as he began to withdraw, the rooftop door swung open, and a burly man carrying an anti-material sniper rifle appeared. "By heavens, the Punisher!" Lu Qi exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the man's attire. Frank had been orchestrating the emergence of a considerable criminal organization over the past few days. However, his investigations revealed that the members of this gang were remarkably cautious, with their leader perpetually shrouded in secrecy. Thus, he incited a rival gang to assault this one, hoping to force the leader into the open. Having just spotted the gang leader from his concealed position, he readied his sniper rifle to eliminate the scoundrel. To his dismay, he discovered someone already present, who had even called out his codename. An ambush. Frank's immediate thought was uncertainty over which gangs sought to eliminate him to establish dominance. As for vengeance, he scoffed. Each time he dealt with a gang, he annihilated every member, leaving no room for retribution. His mind raced with thoughts, yet his hands remained steady. Raising his suppressed firearm, he unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Lu Qi. However, Lu Qi was no ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the Punisher's direct assault, he swiftly reacted. Despite the Punisher's formidable attack being somewhat overwhelming, Lu Chi was, after all, above the realm of mere mortals. A cadre of shadowy ninjas materialized before him, deftly slicing through the bullets, yet they did not advance. Instead, they stood guard before Lu Chi. "Ninja, are you from the hand?" The Punisher called out from behind cover, his voice booming. Lu Chi, glancing at the shadowy figures surrounding him, was taken aback by the misidentification as members of the hand. Nevertheless, given that both factions were comprised of ninjas, it was indeed easy to confuse them. Understanding that the Punisher was not one to be trifled with, Lu Chi opted to utter a dismissive remark before making his escape. After all, the Punisher was not his idol. He had merely watched the Avengers films out of curiosity, without any inclination to idolize superheroes. How unfortunate, Lu Chi muttered, shaking his head. He had not anticipated encountering such an anti-hero during his outing. Yet it was evident that New York retained its formidable reputation, truly deserving of its title as the center of the universe. Apologizing for his earlier remarks, he decided to vacate Hell's Kitchen and made his way toward a more populated area. Tupdesing, Jimbing, Isa, Akiena, and the Shadow Legion following the directions to Manhattan and New York. Lu Chi was perplexed by the absence of Stark Tower. He had initially intended a visit and check in there. Upon reflecting on the storyline, he recalled that Stark Tower did not actually appear in Iron Man 1. Rather, its debut was in the Avengers, where Stark's armor construction in the water was quite memorable. Disappointed, he left the area, contemplating the necessity of acquiring some funds to establish himself in this new environment. After all, having been discarded by the Ancient One without a penny and with his identity unresolved, he was still considered a rogue in the Marvel Universe. Should he be discovered, there was a possibility of being repatriated, assuming they possessed the means. As he walked, Lu Chi pondered where to procure money. Considering his substantial number of ninja soldiers and deciding it might be prudent to engage in manual labor, recalling that the labor costs in this region were quite high. However, Lu Chi ultimately refrained from seeking a place to engage in menial labor, for it seemed beneath the dignity of an individual endowed with extraordinary powers. Moreover, he harbored a fear of being mistaken for a mutant, as such beings were still not embraced by the general populace in this world. Alternatively, he pondered whether he might venture into Hell's Kitchen to confront the gangs there. Lu Chi recalled that many superheroes frequented the Hell's Kitchen dungeons, which promised substantial prestige, experience points, and wealth. Paul observed the sparse crowd on the streets. The acquaintances with whom he once shared jovial conversations had vanished, and even he had been commanded by the gang leader to avoid causing trouble. This was all due to the emergence of a shadowy faction known as the Shadow Legion, which had been robbing various gangs in Hell's Kitchen, plundering their finances. Strangely, they never seized the most valuable items, such as laundry detergent, opting instead to set them ablaze, only taking the cash and leaving behind even firearms, which had led to an increase in scavengers in Hell's Kitchen. Rumors circulated that the Shadow Legion might be composed of mutants, as the gang members' corpses were found severed by sharp instruments, with some even discovered against walls, having been fatally stabbed from behind. What nonsense regarding mutants. They were merely a collection of genetic refuse, inferior products of mutation. Paul's high school education informed him that mutants were genetically distinct from ordinary humans, yet he remained ignorant of the specifics. But who cared? Everyone feared the bizarre abilities of these mutants. Paul placed his hand on the gun concealed in his jacket, spitting in disdain. What did it matter what superpowers they possessed? Should any mutant dare to show themselves, he would not hesitate to eliminate them with a single shot. As he pushed open the door to his gang's hideout, Paul entered, only to find an unsettling silence enveloping the base. A pair of crimson eyes emerged from the shadows behind him, a glint of cold steel arcing toward Paul's neck. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Lu Chi sat engrossed in a handheld gaming device, grateful for the advanced technology of the Marvel Universe. Although the mobile phone had yet to evolve into a smartphone, handheld consoles were still prevalent. A multitude of red eyes appeared in his shadow, prompting Lu Chi to rise and depart from the area. Coulson received word and arrived at the Bloodhand Gang's base, now cordoned off with yellow tape warning others to keep out. Yet, it was evident that someone had breached this barrier, for the interior bore the marks of repeated pillaging. Coulson stepped inside. Upon entering the base, his gaze fell upon a headless corpse. With no one willing to pay for cleanup, the bodies remained untouched. Even the police, upon arriving, merely conducted a cursory investigation before retreating from this perilous neighborhood. As a top-tier agent, Coulson was unperturbed by the presence of a mere decapitated body. For them, witnessing someone being reduced to pulp was hardly a deterrent to continuing their work. Coulson surveyed the entrance. A man had just entered the base when he was swiftly dispatched by a sharp blade from behind. After surveying both sides of the door, Coulson was convinced that it was impossible for anyone to be concealed behind it without being discovered by those who entered. Could it be the work of an acquaintance? Unlikely, considering that this individual's associates were all lying inside. Coulson had reached a conclusion, yet refrained from making a definitive statement, opting instead to venture deeper into the area. Within these inner regions, everything had been completely ransacked, leaving not even a single shell behind. Coulson felt a throbbing headache. Their influence in Hell's Kitchen was still too feeble compared to other areas, and by the time they received word, it was already too late. Gazing at the chaos before him, Coulson sighed and began his examination anew. After a while, he organized his findings. The laundry within the warehouse had been incinerated, and not a single coin remained on the scene, leading one to suspect that the perpetrator possessed an extraordinary knack for detecting wealth despite being impoverished. The deceased had all succumbed to fatal wounds inflicted by sharp instruments, and some bore marks from darts. Yet curiously, no such projectiles were found on the premises. Interviews with nearby individuals revealed that there had been little commotion at the time of the incident, as if everyone inside had been slain in one fell swoop. Recently, the gangs in Hell's Kitchen had been remarkably discreet, with nearly all personnel remaining at their respective bases. Counting the bodies on site revealed over 100, most clustered together, while others were discovered in exceedingly concealed locations. According to investigations, these individuals had perished within a time frame of no more than an hour. The more Coulson pondered, the more his head ached. For the murderer to fulfill such conditions implied that they must have managed to bring numerous individuals into this stronghold, seemingly possessing a supernatural ability to locate all adversaries, eliminating everyone within an hour without alerting anyone. No shots fired. Recalling the corpse at the entrance, Coulson concluded that the assailant was likely a mutant. However, if the perpetrator were indeed a mutant, the implications became far more complex, involving figures such as the seemingly innocuous bald professor capable of annihilating the entire world, and a formidable iron-headed individual who could obliterate modern technology. The thought of these extraordinary figures intensified Coulson's headache as he contemplated how to report to the bald leader. Just then, a figure slipped through the door. "Do you wish to know who orchestrated all of this?" the individual inquired. Deep within Hell's Kitchen, a giant stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the nearby streets. King was quite troubled. A new force named the Shadow Legion had suddenly emerged in his territory, ruthlessly annihilating one gang after another without a shred of rationale. Strangely, they ignored the most valuable assets, opting instead for mundane possessions, an utterly bizarre behavior. Yet their actions did not resemble those of his old rivals with whom he had a tumultuous history. Thus, a new adversary had arisen in Hell's Kitchen, one markedly different from previous foes. This enemy was exceptionally powerful and efficient, inflicting significant losses upon him in a remarkably brief span of time. Yet, the formidable authority of the crime lord is not to be trifled with. Naturally, Jean Bing had prepared an array of gifts for the other party, but first, it was essential to ascertain their identity. In matters of investigation, who could be more adept than that bureau? After all, they are the professionals. Jean Bing crushed the tempered glass cup in his hand, allowing the shards to cascade to the floor, and with his unscathed hand, he retrieved a phone. "Have you relayed what you were told by the Bureau of Homeland Strategy?" Phil Coulson emerged from the gang's base, surprised to discover a new force in Hell's Kitchen. Combining this with previously uncovered intelligence, he sensed potential for intrigue and hastily departed in his cherished vehicle. Lu Chi returned to his modest apartment, exchanging amicable greetings with neighbors above and below before entering his own abode. One by one, his ninja soldiers materialized from the shadows, clutching varying amounts of wealth. They deposited the riches in a small room that had accumulated a considerable sum. Yet Lu Chi remained unsatisfied, still possessing a hint of hoarding tendencies. At that moment, Lu Chi was oblivious to the fact that he had insulted Jean Bing's dignity, nor was he aware that Jean Bing had divulged some of his traces to the SHIELD. He merely knew that he had obliterated yet another nefarious gang, feeling an inner tranquility as a result. Initially, Lu Chi was not so cold-blooded. He simply commanded the ninja soldiers to incapacitate the gang members and seize their wealth. However, one fateful day, he stumbled upon a basement housing hundreds of women. many of whom were scantily clad and included minors, with corpses littered in the corners, flies buzzing about, and maggots breeding. The horrifying scene ignited a fierce wrath within Lu Qi, prompting him to order the annihilation of the entire gang. This brutal approach became his modus operandi thereafter. Reflecting on his increasingly anti-heroic style, Lu Qi couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, yet he understood that some individuals deserve their fate. To paraphrase a famous adage, forgiving them is the responsibility of the divine, while my duty is to ensure they meet their maker promptly. Embracing this philosophy, Lu Qi claimed the lives of no less than 1,000 in Hell's Kitchen, although 999 of those were executed by his ninja soldiers. Only the gang leader, who continued to threaten the women and Lu Qi himself in his final moments, met his demise at Lu Qi's own hands. Thus, Hell's Kitchen truly bore witness to the emergence of a devil. The devil, satisfied, surveyed his modest treasure trove before ordering takeout, the delivery fee rivaling that of the meal itself, simply due to the notorious nature of Hell's Kitchen, which demanded added cost. He had previously alerted the authorities to cleanse the site, subsequently ensuring that the women had not been sold back to other gangs by the police, before turning his attention elsewhere. This was no exaggeration. During one of his gang purges, he inadvertently acquired incriminating evidence against the New York Vermin, which he submitted to the police, only to find it had been sold back to a rival gang, necessitating his verification of the truth. As the system powered up, after numerous days of mining, Lu Qi had amassed a total of 74 ninja warriors under his command. However, the energy available for mining had plummeted to zero, resulting in a stagnation of his energy capacity, and he had not procured any new ninja warriors for some time. After deducting the 3 energy points consumed per second by Gu E, Lu Qi currently enjoyed a recovery rate of 44 energy points per second. Although his upper limit barely exceeded 10 points, it was sufficient for him to progress slowly through the shadow world. As long as he maintained a pace of 44 meters per second in the shadow world, he could sustain a balance between energy recovery and consumption. This meant that Lu Qi could advance at an impressive speed of 184 kilometers per hour, a pace he found quite satisfactory. Nevertheless, the primary concern remained finding a method to continue mining. Chapter 6. The village chief of a novice village, Lu Qi, observed the system, which remained unresponsive after being thoroughly depleted of energy. He had previously engaged with autoplay games that transitioned seamlessly from one objective to the next upon completion. Yet, once his energy was exhausted, the system simply ceased to react. After pondering for some time, unsure of what to do next, Lu Qi decided to draw a portal back to Kamar-Taj. Upon arriving outside Gu Yi's tea room, he fortuitously witnessed a wizard seeking to resign from his post. Most of these wizards arrived with their own aspirations. Upon achieving their goals, they would depart. Panburn, are you certain you wish to leave? Gu Yi inquired, casting a glance at Lu Qi, signaling him to wait a moment before addressing the individual before him. Panburn nodded. Supreme Sorcerer, I have restored my physical form. Yet my talents do not permit me to pursue further magical studies. Gu Yi acknowledged him with a nod. Very well. If this is your desire, then go. Panburn performed a respectful bow before taking his leave. That name, Panburn, seems rather familiar, Lu Qi remarked after Panburn had exited. The name had struck a chord with him, perhaps as a minor character from a film. 78. Complete spinal cord damage, paralysis below the chest, and paralysis of both hands. Gu Yi mimicked a certain tone. Oh, it is that individual, Lu Qi recalled, astonished that Gu Yi was now capable of jest. What do your disciples think of the changes in you? Lu Qi followed Gu Yi into the tea room. Most are struggling to adapt. For instance, Mordo believes I have encountered a mishap in my magical practices, Gu Yi replied, pouring himself a cup of tea. You are here seeking ways to continue your growth. Are you not? The ability to observe time is indeed convenient, Lu Qi expressed enviously. If he could observe time, why would he need to contend with the mafia? He could simply indulge in a scratch-off lottery instead, though perhaps the lottery was best left aside. Yet time can sometimes deceive you, cannot it? Gu Yi sipped his tea, conjuring a portal to retrieve a thick tome, which he handed to Lu Qi. Clearly, time has not deceived me regarding your purpose for being here. Lu Qi accepted the book, and the system triggered an automatic response. Upon discovering the dark dimensions, one is prompted to decide whether to absorb the dark energy. Your growth hinges upon the assimilation of dark energy from other dark dimensions, thus necessitating the coordinates of these realms for your continued evolution. explained the Ancient One to Lu Qi. That tome contains the coordinates of several relatively weaker dark dimensions. You may seize their dark energy through it. Lu Qi recalled that the dark dimensions were originally a unified entity, later fractured, with Dormammu claiming the largest portion. Could it be that Dormammu is intent on conquering Earth merely for your books, allowing him to consolidate all dark dimensions? Lu Qi remarked, jesting as he perused the coordinates. Perhaps, Dormammu has become one with the dark dimensions, and only by their continued growth can he augment his own power, responded the Ancient One, pouring Lu Qi a cup of tea. Ouch, this is rather hot. If Dormammu's followers were to discover this, they would undoubtedly come to seize it, Lu Qi mused. Though he had no intention of relinquishing the book, the system could only mine one dimension at a time, so after exhausting one, he would need to utilize this book to locate others. Thus he resolved to safeguard it. He gestured for a ninja to personally carry the tome into the shadow world, a task the Ancient One did not oppose. Most of the book consists of fragments of unclaimed dark dimensions, yet many already possess masters. Should you recklessly seize their dark energy, you might find yourself in conflict with them. Lu Qi surveyed the rows of coordinates, glancing at the Ancient One before casually selecting one, with the esteemed figure beside him, as long as it wasn't someone of Dormammu's caliber. Wasn't it simply a matter of defeating each one that appeared? Remaining dark energy available for extraction, 10,324. Observing his capacity to further ascend. Lu Qi savored a sip of tea. By the way, when do you plan to summon Stephen here? And when will you retire? The Ancient One cast him a sidelong glance. Rest assured, I shall not abdicate through death again. As for retirement, it depends on when Stephen encounters an unforeseen event. Once I do retire, I wish to catch up with some old friends and then seek further knowledge in another magical sanctuary. Lu Qi nodded. Although many claimed that the Ancient One soul had pursued the Eternal One after death, in the realm of the material, the Ancient One was indeed deceased. Had the esteemed figure not perished, facing Thanos might have been less daunting, though first, they would need to confine Star-Lord. Prior to his own traversal, Lu Qi had witnessed the Infinity War but had only seen Thanos successfully snap his fingers, unaware of how the Avengers would ultimately turn the tide. He resolved that, when the time came, he would not be absent. He did not wish for his life to be determined by the whims of others. At that moment, he would ensure the ninja knocked Star-Lord unconscious and whisked him away to prevent any further cinematic interruptions. After obtaining the coordinates, Lu Qi departed to engage in friendly sparring with Modu. 74 ninja soldiers swiftly overwhelmed Modu, who, despite being able to fend off a blow or two with magic, ultimately faced a severe beating. Observing the growth of his target, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction before returning to his humble abode. However, upon passing through the portal, he discovered a Mediterranean gentleman seated on his favorite sofa, engrossed in his beloved game. Who would have thought that the renowned agent would indulge in my game? Lu Qi silently appeared beside Coulson, who maintained a stoic expression while internally grappling with tumultuous thoughts. What had just transpired? A portal? What kind of advanced technology was at play, and what lay beyond that door? Coulson paused his chaotic gameplay, reluctant to let Lu Qi, with his impressive performance, seize the controller. Yet, he soon found himself being mercilessly eliminated, much to the bewilderment of his teammates. I helped you score a few kills, Coulson said amiably. Lu Qi glanced at him, recognizing him as the village chief of the Marvel newbie village, the first encounter for countless travelers. Unfortunately for him, his luck had run out, interrupted by the Ancient One. Sensing the warmth radiating from Coulson, Lu Qi felt his earlier irritation dissipate. Initially furious at the intrusion into his home, he now found himself calmed. He handed over the controller, and Coulson smiled as he accepted it, inadvertently pressing a button on his cuff. Amidst the mayhem of the game and the cheers from his teammates, Coulson suddenly remarked, "So you are indeed a member of the illustrious Shadow Legion. Are you their leader?" "The Shadow Legion consists solely of myself, so I must indeed be the leader," Lu Qi replied, glancing at the game screen, marveling at the agent's versatility. Perhaps he could persuade Fury to assign a few agents to assist him in climbing the ranks. Coulson momentarily paused, only to be shot dead by an opponent, dismissing the chaos around him as he silently noted the player's identity, intending to investigate later. Lu Qi felt a wave of disappointment as his score plummeted from 30 to 1. A ninja soldier stealthily appeared behind Coulson, brandishing a gleaming katana at his neck. "Oh, and who might this individual be?" Coulson inquired, eyeing the silently materializing ninja, already forming a hypothesis in his mind. My subordinate, and by the way, they're the Shadow Legion, Lu Qi introduced proudly. One by one, the ninja soldiers emerged from the shadows, swiftly filling the cramped room. Indeed, it seems you're the only one, Coulson remarked without changing his demeanor, even managing a jest. So, why do you send them to take lives? I am somewhat of a rogue, newly arrived, without funds or a place to stay, Lu Qi replied with a resigned shrug. As you just witnessed, a certain someone refused to let me reside there and send me back. Oh, would you like us to assist you in obtaining identification? Coulson disregarded the words that trailed behind him. It was evident that they concealed a trap, and inquiring further could very well lead to assassination at the hands of someone wielding portal technology. Lu Qi nodded, anticipating this very statement. Currently residing in Hell's Kitchen, he found no need for identification. As long as one paid on time, the inhabitants cared little for one's identity. Moreover, lacking identification meant he had no personal accounts, and he was still ordering takeout using the phone of some unfortunate soul with payment on delivery. Very well, how much will it cost? Let it not be exorbitant, he said. A ninja opened a small room, revealing a cascade of cash, predominantly in small denominations. A coin rolled to Coulson's feet, prompting him to set down the controller. At that moment, the game concluded and over 100 kills were attributed to him, inciting a flurry of curses on the public screen. Coulson rose, declaring, I shall return to procure your identification. As Coulson departed his abode, Lu Qi remained motionless, even allowing the ninja to clear a path for him. Watching the ninja retreat into the shadows, Coulson silently cursed the absence of the Special Operations team. He opened the door and descended the stairs, only to discover a series of elite-equipped individuals sprawled across the steps. Upon turning, he found Lu Qi standing at the door, pairs of crimson eyes emerging from the shadows behind him. Returning to the living room, Lu Qi felt no trepidation at the prospect of S.H.I.E.L.D. knocking at his door, for he had merely instructed the ninja to render the agents unconscious, sparing their lives. If S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed any wit, they would surely recognize the friendly signal he had emitted and would promptly deliver the identification he sought. Grasping the controller again, he prepared to resume his game, only to find the screen displaying a message. Your performance fluctuations have been detected. Your account has been suspended. Damn it. You mean to say he did not kill anyone, merely incapacitated them? Coulson was reporting this encounter to Fury, whose eyes sparkled with cunning, akin to a wily fox calculating its next move. This time, you have been used as pawns. Soon, the true victim will emerge to confront Lu Qi. You may assist him as a favor, and in the process, arrange for him to receive an S.H.I.E.L.D. consultant identification, which would suffice as a form of ID. At this moment, Lu Qi was anxiously awaiting the outcome of his appeal, for without it, gaming was impossible. He had converted all the resources mined during this period into ninja units, now totaling nearly 90. According to the typical mechanics of idle games, unlocking the next unit type would occur after reaching 100, enhancing the ninjas exponentially. With his spirits lifted, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped him. Turning to gaze out the window, he saw a rocket projectile hurtling toward him. Chapter 7. Security Consultant. Upon realizing a rocket was inbound, dark energy enveloped Lu Qi, drawing him into the Shadow Realm. The rocket detonated in his modest apartment, obliterating everything within. Lu Qi instructed his ninja soldiers to venture forth and ascertain the situation, intending to inspect the condition of his humble abode once all was confirmed safe. Upon returning to the material realm, however, he was met with the disheartening sight of his domicile utterly devastated. A peculiar odor permeated the air, and turning his gaze, he discovered that his vault had been reduced to mere ashes. Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. His precious treasury. An overwhelming surge of anger welled up within him as a legion of ninja soldiers materialized behind him, their crimson eyes gleaming with a menacing light. It was nighttime, and a throng of ruffians brandished an array of military firearms, with 2 armored vehicles stationed nearby. With a piercing command, the leader ordered the assailants to charge, instructing them to drag forth the enemy's corpses and hang the fallen from the gates of Hell's Kitchen, a display meant to assert the inviolable authority of the underworld sovereign. Yet, the ninja soldiers stealthily emerged from the shadows behind these marauders, their bodies swiftly cleaving through flesh with their keen blades, causing numerous assailants to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Enemies, one of the ruffians shouted, alarmed by the sight of his fallen comrades, and began firing indiscriminately at the ninjas who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The ninjas wielded their katana with precision, parrying bullets with deft movements. However, the sheer volume of gunfire proved too overwhelming, and soon they were gunned down. Just as one ruffian exhaled a sigh of relief, he was met with the chilling realization that the ninjas had vanished, only to be pierced by a katana that emerged from the darkness. Ninjas appeared seemingly from thin air, launching a barrage of shurikens that felled several more assailants, while their blades emerged from the shadows, reaping the lives of yet more enemies. The leader, though astounded by the presence of these grim reapers, fought to maintain his composure. They are but mutants, he reassured himself, and turned to command the armored vehicles to open fire, only to find two ninjas standing atop one of them, one clad in a shirt. The armored vehicle remained eerily still, for the ninjas could infiltrate its confines through the smallest of openings, where the occupants were no more formidable than those outside. And in the cramped quarters, they could be dispatched without uttering a sound. With a powerful thrust, the armored vehicle began to sink slowly, dragged into the shadow realm, where it would transform into dark energy, albeit in meager quantities, insufficient even to amount to a single point of dark energy. As the armored vehicle vanished from beneath him, Lu Chi, accompanied by two ninja soldiers, found himself on solid ground once more. "Might I inquire as to who sent you?" Lu Chi addressed the leader with a tone of cordiality. "The underworld sovereign will not spare you," the leader retorted defiantly, before drawing a weapon and firing a shot into his own temple, realizing that should he fall into enemy hands, his family would surely face annihilation. He deemed it better to take his own life, thus granting them a chance at survival. Lu Chi did not intervene, but contemplated the implications. So it is that individual. Have I inadvertently disrupted his business?" With a resigned shake of his head, Lu Chi acknowledged the predicament. Nevertheless, he had accounts to settle. He cast his gaze toward the towering edifice of Hell's Kitchen. It was time to seek him out. Turning back, Lu Chi noted that the ninja soldiers had concluded their skirmish. As Lu Chi ventured into the shadowy realm, he made his way towards the grand edifice. Jinbing, observing the intelligence relayed by his subordinates, fell into contemplation. "Mutants, you say? Not entirely unexpected. However, it presents a conundrum. Some measures must be taken." Upon reaching the base of the building, which Jinbing had erected to assert his supremacy, his asset even in his absence, Lu Chi mused. "Let's collect a bit of interest first." Suddenly, a cadre of ninjas appeared behind him, rushing towards the structure. In an instant, the first floor erupted violently, claiming the lives of dozens of ninja soldiers. "Ah, how extravagant," Lu Chi remarked, shaking his head. These ninja soldiers could be resurrected, rendering this loss inconsequential. Sensing a disturbance above, Lu Chi glanced upwards, only to witness two figures plummeting from the sky. "Suicide?" He raised an eyebrow and stepped aside, wary of potential blood splatter. Yet, upon landing, the duo seemed untouched, one sporting a frog-like tongue, while the other bore warty skin reminiscent of a toad. Disgusted, Lu Chi averted his gaze. So, they were mutants. A group of ninja soldiers charged at the two mutants. One mutant unleashed its tongue, striking a ninja soldier and shattering the katana before penetrating the soldier's body. The frog mutant, elated, attempted to drag the soldier closer for the kill, only to discover the ninja vanished into shadows. At that moment, other ninjas launched a flurry of shurikens. The toad mutant inhaled deeply and, with a forceful exhale, released a stream of venom that corroded the incoming projectiles effortlessly. Intriguing, Lu Chi observed as he gazed at the pits eroded by the venom at his feet, commanding the ninja soldiers to continue their assault. Obeying, the soldiers advanced relentlessly, striking the mutants with their blades. Clearly, the frog's physique was not as resilient as its tongue, and it quickly succumbed to bloodshed. Witnessing the gruesome fate of its companion, the toad attempted to retaliate, but was swiftly subdued by a throng of ninja soldiers. "How could Jinbing be so foolish as to send you imbeciles to your demise?" Lu Chi sighed, a tinge of disappointment in his tone. For these mutants lacked formidable abilities and revealed glaring vulnerabilities. Just as he shook his head, a translucent shadow materialized behind him, with arms resembling those of a mantis poised to sever Lu Chi's neck. A ninja soldier intervened, only to be cleaved in half, along with his weapon. The mantis blade continued its relentless arc towards Lu Qi, but a hand imbued with dark energy seized the weapon, and Lu Qi met the astonished gaze of the assailant. I am no fragile mage. In fact, those mages are not fragile either. He uttered a cryptic remark, and two ninja blades pierced the mantis figure's body. With the frog and toad dispatched, the ninja soldiers found themselves devoid of opposition. Let us see what further tactics remain, Lu Qi commanded, urging the soldiers to persist in their assault on the imposing structure. Yet, to his dismay, the building harbored little more than the two mutants, devoid of any additional stratagems. In a bloodbath that eradicated the gang within, under the gaze of several innocent clerks, a series of ninjas stealthily infiltrated the shadows, vanishing into obscurity, and absconding with a portion of cash. Lu Qi turned around and noticed a vehicle parked not far off, with Coulson standing beside it. Approaching him, Lu Qi inquired, "Have my identification documents been processed?" Coulson produced a document and handed it to Lu Qi, his eyes deliberately avoiding the chaotic building. "Originally, the director intended for us to offer you some assistance, but it is evident that you require none," Coulson remarked casually. "Assistance could still be beneficial. If you do not mind, I could help you eliminate Jean Bing." Coulson shook his head. "We will provide you with the locations of all his hideouts. Jean Bing is entangled in numerous interests. We do not endorse your assassination of him, yet we shall not hinder you." Lu Qi nodded, grasping the stance of S.H.E.L.D. Upon opening his identification, he discovered his photograph on a work badge. "Could you elucidate why I am designated as a security consultant for this agency?" Lu Qi feigned ignorance. "Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics," Coulson articulated fluently, continuing, "Our badges serve as identification and offer significant discounts on certain transactions. Does that include a full-service package?" Lu Qi queried with curiosity. Coulson maintained an awkward yet polite smile, shaking his head. Disappointed, Lu Qi accepted the explanation and departed with his identification in hand, intending to find a hotel for the night. After he killed at least 100 individuals in that building, you tell me you believe he is safe? Fury, with his eyes closed, sat in his executive chair, making his head resemble a boiled egg. Coulson revealed his investigative findings. His neighbors all describe him as quite polite. He recalled the scene of himself, armed and accompanied by a special operations team, interviewing Lu Qi's neighbors, speaking softly. Fury accepted the report. Do we, as an agency, also subscribe to such evidence? Observing the accounts that clearly extended beyond mere neighbor testimonies, Fury pondered slowly. He had only eliminated the gang members, without harming the clerks, and upon reviewing the websites linked to the address, he discovered they were either for food delivery or gaming, leaving Fury contemplative. Are today's reclusive men truly this absurd? Gazing at the charred remains of a small vault, Fury began to comprehend Lu Qi's fury. From the evidence presented, one could deduce that Lu Qi, who had taken the lives of no fewer than 1,000 individuals, might not be classified as a virtuous individual, yet he was certainly not malicious. The conclusion is provisional. We must monitor him closely, ensuring he undergoes a testing and archival process in a few days. I sense we could leverage this individual. This file shall be sealed with a level 7 access restriction. Fury finalized the decision. Recognizing that Lu Qi possessed a moral compass strikingly similar to that of the general populace, shared values, and ordinary interests, yet wielded formidable and controllable power. Such individuals are precisely what S.H.I.E.L.D. favors. Fury's eyes glimmered with intensity. His credentials were not easily acquired. Chapter 8. Mutual understanding. Not only can he summon ninjas, but he also possesses formidable strength. Jean Bing observed the video sent by his subordinates. Watching the two mutants he had used as bait being ruthlessly beaten, his demeanor remaining utterly unperturbed. However, upon witnessing the Mantis Man's dual sides being thwarted, a flicker of expression crossed his face. His prowess far exceeds my expectations. Jean Bing switched off the video and glanced at Hawkeye, who was engaged in a game of cards in a corner of the room. Go meet him. If his abilities are commendable, consider recruiting him. If he refuses, eliminate him. Jean Bing held unwavering confidence in his top assassin, a sentiment shared by Hawkeye. With a flick of his wrist, Hawkeye sent a card flying, which circled the room before embedding itself in the bullseye beside the door. Lon chose to take his own life to safeguard my secrets. I am genuinely moved. Let's send his family to join him." As if recalling the matter casually, Jean Bing continued. Hawkeye hastened his departure, eager to ensure no one else seized the opportunity before him. Lucci arrived at a hotel, utilizing SHIELD credentials to secure a room, benefiting from a delightful 30% discount. "I never imagined this card could yield such results," he mused, reflecting on the information that appeared on the computer screen when he swiped it, along with the generous discount, which left him quite satisfied. Working is still working. With no pressing tasks at hand, earning some wages alleviated the need to constantly venture out to rob gangsters. He remained cautious of Hydra, yet felt unperturbed, knowing he could always retreat to the shadow world if danger loomed. Upon opening the system, Lucci discovered he now possessed over 300 energy points. Indeed, the further one advanced in the idle game, the more formidable the values became. He purchased several ninja soldiers, amassing their ranks to 100, and realized he could undertake a personal enhancement. What would he enhance? The ninja soldiers, of course. Lucci felt a twinge of confusion, but he understood that without this enhancement, he could neither continue acquiring ninja soldiers nor unlock the next project, igniting a sense of urgency within him. Very well. If it's a waste, then so be it. Enhancing myself is not a loss. Observing the mining speed, Lucci decided to postpone further purchases until the following day. As he drifted into slumber, time seemed to accelerate, and it felt as though he had closed his eyes only to awaken the next day. After lingering in bed for a while, Lucci recalled the events of the previous night. He opened the system to undergo a body enhancement, a tingling sensation flooding over him, prompting him to recline once more. Following the exhilarating sensation, Lucci received a system notification. Host's physical enhancement successful. Project strength will be based on the host's improved attributes. Does the physical prowess of the ninja soldiers depend on me? Lucci queried as he accessed the system. At present, one ninja soldier's mining speed was set at 1 per second, and a new project had been unlocked, the Blade Soldier. The stabbing Blade Soldiers are a type of warrior summoned by the demon Reizu. Their limbs are sharp and conical, allowing for nimble movements and formidable prowess in one-on-one combat. Moreover, the old man's energy spell proves ineffective against this particular breed of soldier. Each soldier in this legion possesses the strength to rival multiple individuals from the Jackie Chan faction. Had it not been for the timely arrival of True's new magic, which obliterated them, Jackie Chan and his companions might have met their end right then and there. The summoning requirement for a stabbing blade soldier is a ninja soldier who can expend energy to call forth one, which amounts to nearly 100 energy points each. Lucci attempted to purchase a stabbing blade soldier and successfully summon one. Dressed in a black mask and garb, the soldier's face bore red, letter-shaped eyes, and his fingers were exceedingly sharp, rivaling the katana of a ninja soldier. His feet were conical, capable of piercing walls with minimal effort, allowing him to traverse walls as if they were flat ground. You may wonder how Lucci discerned the specific attributes of the stabbing blade soldier. This knowledge was gleaned from a duel between a ninja soldier and a stabbing blade soldier. The conclusion drawn was that a single ninja soldier could merely match a stabbing blade soldier, and to vanquish one, several ninja soldiers would have to fall. The ninja soldiers themselves had also significantly improved, their physical attributes doubling, with heightened agility and reflexes. If Lucci's physical prowess were to someday rival that of Captain America, it would be akin to possessing a superhuman squad. Pleased with his two newly acquired soldiers, Lucci gazed at his remaining energy points, which exceeded 400. He decided to purchase 3 more stabbing blade soldiers, adjusting the number of ninja soldiers to maintain a whole number. With around 30 energy points left, Lucci opted not to expend them, as he could directly utilize energy for attacks. The more energy he conserved, the more potent his explosive attacks would be. Watching the stabbing blade soldier's mine at a rate of 1 point per minute, Lucci felt immense satisfaction. His mining squad was growing increasingly formidable. Suddenly, he noticed various holes created by infighting within the Shadow Legion, causing his expression to sour. This would undoubtedly incur significant expenses, prompting him to pay a visit to Jean Bing, resolving that his future routine would consist of eating, sleeping, and hunting for Jean Bing. Lucci departed the hotel and covered the repair costs. After Lucci left, a team of SHIELD agents arrived at his room. Observing the traces left behind, the agents remained stoic as they began to analyze the various marks. Uncertain of what had transpired, Lu Qi intended to contact Coulson for information regarding Jean Bing's hideouts, only to find that Coulson had called him first. Glancing at the phone number, Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, searching for NES, HLD agents who might be monitoring him, but he saw no unusual figures. After all, they were professionals, while he considered himself an unremarkable ordinary person. Despite his displeasure, Lu Qi answered the call, only to find Coulson standing directly behind him, a fact he had previously overlooked. Reminding himself not to underestimate these agents, Lu Qi addressed Coulson. "Do you agents have reimbursement? Why call when you're this close?" Coulson chuckled. "Indeed, we have subsidies that allow for free calls. As our security consultant, you naturally enjoy this privilege." After a brief pause, he added, "However, I would first recommend you obtain a phone card using your work ID before activating your privileges. Otherwise, it could lead to complications if the owner of the number retrieves it." Lu Qi glanced at the unfortunate phone in his hand and shrugged, tossing it into the trash. Coulson, seemingly anticipating this, produced another phone and handed it to Lu Qi, feeling as though his thoughts had been laid bare. Lu Qi was quite displeased, but accepted the phone nonetheless. After all, one should not refuse a free offering. As he followed Coulson into the vehicle, Lu Qi inquired, "What is it that you need me for? Am I already being sent on field duty just after my first day?" Coulson kept his gaze fixed ahead, driving as he replied, "First, we need to conduct a quality assessment. Otherwise, it will be challenging to assign you tasks. As a security consultant, you will find that most of your time does not involve field work. You merely need to complete certain high-risk assignments," he continued. "After all, that's the essence of being a security consultant," Lu Qi remarked nonchalantly. Coulson drove Lu Qi to the Trident headquarters. As they approached, Lu Qi observed the surroundings while accompanying Coulson into the facility. In his previous life, he had always been intrigued by such secret strongholds, curious if they were filled with extraterrestrial artifacts and superhumans. However, to his disappointment, the scene was quite similar to that of an ordinary office, with clerks bustling about in various rooms handling paperwork, and only the occasional passage of special agents lent an air of distinction to the place. Upon entering a particular room with Coulson, Lu Qi noticed several individuals in lab coats engaged in discussions. Coulson gestured towards Lu Qi, indicating that he was the focus of the day. The professionals, exhibiting a high degree of expertise, directed Lu Qi to a track. "Let us begin with a test of your 100-meter speed," one of the lab-coated individuals stated, retrieving some of Lu Qi's records, which contained information about his abilities. Based on this, they determined what needed to be tested. After some standard assessments, it was concluded that Lu Qi's physical condition was on par with that of 2 ordinary individuals and 1 agent. The lab-coated individuals then instructed Lu Qi to summon a ninja soldier. Upon summoning the ninja soldier, the professionals approached with curiosity. After discussing the method of summoning, they conducted various tests on the ninja soldier's capabilities. Some were dissatisfied with the superficial nature of these tests, and, after inquiring, they learned that the ninja soldier possessed infinite stamina and the ability to resurrect. Without hesitation, one of the lab-coated individuals drew a rifle and began firing at the ninja soldier. Watching the lab-coated individual indiscriminately shoot, Lu Qi silently summoned 2 ninja soldiers to shield himself, wary that the person might lose control and accidentally hit him. The ninja soldiers skillfully deflected the bullets with their katanas, enduring the gunfire until they were ultimately taken down, which left Lu Qi quite satisfied. Last night, these ninja soldiers had struggled to defend against gunfire, managing to block only the first few shots, but now they were able to withstand for much longer. Much to Lu Qi's delight, the white coats engaged in deliberation for a while, observing the presence of several ninja soldiers beside Lu Qi, establishing a baseline assessment for the summoning entity. After reviewing Lu Qi's profile, one of the researchers adjusted his glasses, signaling Lu Qi to summon the second type of entity. Lu Qi furrowed his brow. He had yet to showcase the bladed soldier. Coulson, witnessing the situation, stepped forward to suggest that testing was unnecessary. Yet Lu Qi was already aware of the circumstances, stemming from the room he had vacated earlier that morning. Though displeased, Lu Qi proceeded to summon the bladed soldier. The new summoning sparked further discussion among the white coats. Coulson's eyes gleamed as he glanced at the camera in the corner of the room, indicating the completion of this impromptu task. As Lu Qi observed the bladed soldier undergo various tests, his irritation grew. When the researchers concluded their evaluation and signaled for him to leave, Lu Qi suddenly stepped forward. "It seems there is still one ability of mine that you have yet to test," Lu Qi stated calmly, his expression inscrutable. Coulson noted a change in Lu Qi's demeanor and wished to interject to diffuse the tension, but a multitude of ninja soldiers and bladed soldiers materialized within the testing chamber, effectively blocking him. Hundreds of shadow ninjas partitioned the testing room, isolating Lu Qi and the white coats on one side, with Coulson on the other. Coulson pressed the button on his cuff, anxiously watching Lu Qi. If Lu Qi were to lash out in anger and harm a few researchers, his internal evaluation would plummet. An S-H-I-E-L-D would undoubtedly confront him. However, this was S-H-I-E-L-D's headquarters should a conflict arise, given Lu Qi's strength. It would undoubtedly result in chaos. Coupled with Lu Qi's unknown capabilities, S-H-I-E-L-D could potentially find itself severely weakened. Lu Qi took the information from the researcher's hands, reviewing his abilities and summoning list. "Indeed, it appears to be absent," he remarked, tossing the document aside as he approached the strength testing apparatus. Previously, his strength had been measured at nearly 100 kilograms. Now, as he walked, a dark energy coalesced in his hand. After gathering over 100 units of this dark energy, Lu Qi unleashed a punch devoid of finesse, directly striking the testing apparatus and sending it flying. Turning to face Coulson, Lu Qi noted a discernible change in his expression. He slipped in the shadow realm, positioning himself behind Coulson. "What do you think? Can we collaborate effectively now?" he queried, before striding toward the exit. The ninja soldiers vanished into the shadows, and upon opening the door, Lu Qi encountered a contingent of fully armed agents, regarding him with caution. Maintaining his composure, he continued onward, exiting the Trident Tower. Upon glancing back, he spotted Fury standing by the window, locking eyes with him. Noticing Alexander Pierce observing him from another window, Lu Qi offered a sardonic smile before vanishing into the shadow realm. Chapter 9. The Whisper of Death. After arranging the next operatives, Coulson entered Fury's office. Devoid of any suspicion that their chief operative might have witnessed the earlier events, and awaited Fury's judgment in silence. Expecting a furious outburst, he was taken aback when Fury calmly stated, "No need to assign additional agents to monitor him." Lowering his gaze, Fury resumed his paperwork. Sometimes, a commotion could prove more beneficial than a prolonged period of tranquility. This uproar not only provided S-H-I-E-L-D with valuable information regarding Lu Qi's abilities, but also allowed them to retract the surveillance agents. Furthermore, it would lead Lu Qi to believe his protests had been effective, thereby leveling the perceived power dynamics between him and S-H-I-E-L-D. This, in turn, would facilitate a broader range of negotiations. After all, no one relishes conducting business with those possessing drastically differing strengths. Larger entities risk being consumed, while smaller ones offer little promise. How could the king of agents commit such a senseless blunder? Meanwhile, Lu Qi pressed onward through the shadowy underworld, regretting the sudden eruption of events. Nonetheless, there were no grave consequences. His power evolved rapidly, rendering today's assessments obsolete in no time. Moreover, such an outburst would signal to S-H-I-E-L-D that he was not to be trifled with, thus preventing them from coercing him into undesirable actions in the future. Entangling oneself with a colossal organization like S-H-I-E-L-D is utterly exhausting. Lu Qi lamented. Emerging from a narrow alley onto the street, he found himself inadvertently back in Hell's Kitchen. Initially intending to seek out Coulson for the location of Kingpin's base to pass the time, he was instead met with this chaotic turn of events, leaving him quite disheartened. Therefore, he resolved to return to Hell's Kitchen and engage with a couple of gangs for diversion. Upon his return, gazing at the tranquil streets of Hell's Kitchen, Lu Qi pondered where to seek entertainment. Suddenly, a beam of laser light illuminated him, suspecting a sniper. He instinctively plunged into the shadow world. Reappearing on a rooftop, Lu Qi scrutinized the individual wielding the laser. Initially assuming they were A-S-H-I-E-L-D operative, he soon realized it was Punisher. Their first encounter could hardly be deemed pleasant, and Lu Qi was uncertain of Punisher's intentions. "I've heard you're causing trouble for Kingpin," Punisher remarked, retracting the laser and not appearing particularly surprised by Lu Chi's sudden arrival behind him. Indeed, that scoundrel incinerated my little treasury, and I seek compensation. Lu Chi replied quietly, settling against the wall. It was no surprise that Punisher was aware of his conflict with Kingpin. After all, he had directly confronted Kingpin the previous night without a mask, and it was likely that the gangs in Hell's Kitchen were now aware of his true identity as part of the Shadow Legion. The reason behind Punisher's visit became crystal clear. Having witnessed the gang's brutal enforcement of vigilante justice, he had lost his family to their wrath and narrowly escaped death himself. This had set him on a path of vengeance against the gangs, and it was only natural that he would harbor animosity towards Kingpin, the kingpin of the underworld. Care for partnership? Tonight, Jean Bing is set to receive a substantial shipment of laundry detergent, a delivery that will surely evoke some distress for him. Uncle F.A. provided an overview of tonight's business. Should the collaboration prove fruitful, they might consider joining forces against Jean Bing in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chi agreed. Uncle fatosid Lucia mask. Put this on. You are now a celebrity in Hell's Kitchen. Lu Chi accepted the mask. Though he found it rather conspicuous, he wore it nonetheless. While the mask drew attention, Lu Chi's reputation was likely more intimidating. Following Uncle F.A., they arrived at one of his safe houses, where Lu Chi was astonished by the array of weaponry on display. For an ordinary person like Uncle F.A., equipping oneself was essential to combat evil, but Lu Chi felt no such need. With a mere punch infused with shadow energy, he could deliver a blow akin to a tank's main cannon. Unless he had access to missiles, direct confrontation seemed preferable. However, the young lad had little interest in Gundams, heavy machinery, or artillery. Instead, he was captivated by a famously renowned Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. Would you like to give it a try? Uncle F.A. inquired, sensing Lu Chi's fervent gaze. Lu Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached and lifted the Barrett, cradling it in his arms and reveling in its weight. Uncle F.A. escorted Lu Chi to a shooting range, where Lu Chi assumed an unorthodox position, peering through the scope. After a moment of aiming, he squeezed the trigger. A thunderous shot echoed, causing the surrounding floor to tremble, and a shockwave erupted from the muzzle. As Lu Chi pressed the trigger, he felt a tremendous force jolt through his shoulder, leaving it somewhat sore. He glanced at his target, only to find it unscathed, while a sizable hole marred the adjacent wall. Missing the target left Lu Chi feeling somewhat embarrassed. The power is quite impressive, he remarked, albeit disappointed in his accuracy. Uncle F.A., holding a lightweight sniper rifle, stood poised, effortlessly firing shot after shot. Observing the targets on the opposite side, Lu Chi noted they were all struck at their centers. Impressive indeed. A testament to Uncle F.A.'s prowess as a formidable adversary who had vanquished countless gangs despite his ordinary stature. Lu Chi mused, then resumed his shooting, and the duo spent the afternoon honing their skills at the range. It is often said that shared experiences, bearing arms together, sharing a roof, and navigating the murky waters of life, forged the four pillars of camaraderie among men. After a day of wielding firearms, Lu Chi and Uncle F.A. had established a solid rapport, and they were soon to embark on a second venture of brotherhood. As dusk settled, Uncle F.A. led Lu Chi to a concealed spot by the harbor. With a pair of binoculars in hand, he surveyed the distant personnel. Several teams patrolled the perimeter, with numerous individuals armed with sniper rifles stationed at elevated positions. Jean Bing has quite the connections, managing to secure such a cache of military-grade sniper rifles, Lu Chi remarked. Also wielding a pair of binoculars, his curiosity piqued. Jean Bing's criminal empire is vast, yet few ordinary people are aware of it, thanks to those parasites who shield him, a wretched bunch indeed. The Punisher scolded for a moment before continuing his reconnaissance. Let's deliberate on our strategy. How shall we proceed? Lu Chi inquired with curiosity, eager to understand the task at hand. The Punisher glanced at him, adapt to the circumstances. The guard for this business are weaker than those you dispatched last night. Simply charge in. I will support you from the rear and eliminate any who attempt to flee. Lu Chi shrugged, indifferent to whether the Punisher noticed his nonchalance. Truthfully, having experienced grander spectacles, he found this arrangement somewhat trivial. As night fell, the Punisher signaled to Lu Chi that it was time to commence their operation. Lu Chi nodded, and one by one, the ninja soldiers materialized from the shadows, seamlessly infiltrating the harbor under the cover of darkness. To ensure a splendid opening act in collaboration with the Punisher, Liu Qi had procured nearly 50 ninja soldiers, reducing his own limits to mere dozens. As he observed the silent infiltration of the ninja soldiers into the harbor, the Punisher raised an eyebrow. Through his binoculars, he witnessed the ninjas executing a flawless coordination, swiftly dispatching patrol teams and encircling the harbor's interior. The individuals within soon sensed something amiss and began to shout. The sound of gunfire erupted, shattering the stillness of the night. "I'll venture inside to see if there's anything entertaining. You stay here," Liu Qi remarked to the Punisher before slipping away into the shadows. In the cloak of night, a shadow would arouse no suspicion. Navigating unobstructed to the harbor's interior, Liu Qi observed the chaos as individuals frantically attacked the elusive ninja soldiers. He infiltrated the enemy ranks and unleashed the blade soldiers. More agile than the ninja soldiers, the blade soldiers possessed razor-sharp limbs. With a piercing rush through the air, they plunged into the crowd, their lethal hands slicing through foes with ease. In terms of lethality, the blade soldiers surpassed the ninja soldiers in both speed and destruction, but they left behind a trail of sharp, gaping holes. However, Liu Qi paid little mind. He deemed it sufficient for the ninjas to handle the stealthy maneuvers. With the addition of the blade soldiers, the enemy was swiftly annihilated. Upon reaching the warehouse, Liu Qi gazed at the containers with excitement, instructing the ninja soldiers to open them. Yet, the moment the containers were unsealed, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The Punisher, witnessing the harbor fall silent, realized the battle had concluded and was eager to inspect the spoils. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the harbor, flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the night. "What is happening?" The Punisher cursed under his breath, noticing numerous vehicles surrounding the harbor, encircling it with a throng of people. "Damn it, we've been deceived. This is a trap targeting you. Liu Qi, are you all right?" The Punisher attempted to call out to Liu Qi through his earpiece. "Stop shouting. I'm right next to you." Liu Qi had unexpectedly appeared beside the Punisher. "Your elusive ability is truly enviable," Uncle F.A. remarked, momentarily taken aback. His tone laced with admiration. Such a skill, marked by its swift and shadowy essence, seemed like a boon for a solitary soul like him. Yet regrettably, it was not within his grasp. Liu Qi chuckled softly, surveying the adversaries before him. As the dark energy coursing through him intensified, so too did his perception of impending danger. A powerful instinct had urged him to retreat into the realm of shadows the moment the ninja commenced their task of opening the container. It must be said, Liu Qi had yet to encounter a nemesis capable of countering his shadowy stealth, a technique that had saved his life on numerous occasions. As he gazed upon the foes encircling the port, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. One by one, the ninjas emerged. Yet Liu Qi exhibited no inclination to conceal himself. Observing Liu Qi's transformation, Uncle F.A. unsheathed his rifle, inquiring, "What is your strategy?" With a smile, Liu Qi commanded the ninjas to charge forth. The assailants gradually approached the port, witnessing the inferno raging within, convinced that none could possibly survive. However, as the assailants scrutinized the interior, a flurry of shurikens suddenly appeared from behind, incapacitating a multitude. The assailants swiftly redirected their weapons, only to find a cadre of ninjas, reminiscent of cinematic legends, materializing from the shadows. Bullets whizzed through the air, but astonishingly, the ninjas coordinated their movements, using their katana to deflect the barrage of bullets. The assailants' eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a scene from a movie? Could one truly cleave bullets with a blade? My goodness, had time regressed? Shurikens sliced through the night sky, toppling wave after wave of assailants. As the foes in armored vehicles regained their composure, they retaliated with heavy machine guns, unleashing a storm of bullets that obliterated any who dared to stand in their path. Yet, before the assailants could revel in their apparent triumph over the ninjas, another wave of them emerged from the darkness. "Fools, do you comprehend the essence of a shadow legion?" Liu Qi proclaimed from his vantage point atop a hill. As ninjas materialized beside him, advancing relentlessly, the assailants, seemingly in the ascendancy, were oblivious to the fact that his side had sustained no losses. Uncle Ifa, invigorated by the prowess of his companion, bore a bloodthirsty smile. This felt akin to a battlefield. No, this was a battlefield. Immersed in the fray. Uncle F.A. felt a decade younger, his weapon whispering the grim tidings of death as it picked off the enemies manning the machine guns atop the armored vehicles. With Uncle F.A. neutralizing the heavy firepower, the Shadow Legion drew ever closer to the assailants' ranks. Range combat was not the forte of the Shadow Legion. Close quarters, however, was the ninja's domain. As the first ninja breached the enemy lines, the outcome of the battle became inevitable. The long blade in the ninja's grasp sliced through the air, cleaving the adversaries before him, the crimson hue blooming under the illumination of the flames. Chapter 10 caught passing notes as the first ninja soldier charged into the enemy ranks and dispatched 3 assailants. An increasing number of ninja soldiers breached the front lines, annihilating their adversaries. "It is over," Lu Chi remarked quietly, observing the complete eradication of the enemy by the ninja soldiers. "It seems we have no spoils of war. Unless you desire their firearms, or perhaps a few coins if fortune favors us," Lu Chi said, casting his gaze upon the grim scene below while instructing the ninja soldiers to swiftly search the corpses. "Never mind. I prefer to rely on my own." The Punisher replied nonchalantly, "Your prowess exceeds my expectations. I initially believed your skills were only advantageous for infiltration or assassination missions, but I did not anticipate such strength in direct combat." The Punisher recalled witnessing several ninja soldiers collaborating to deflect incoming bullets, standing resolute amidst a hail of gunfire. He had encountered a few individuals with physical bulletproof capabilities, yet he had never before seen anyone slice through bullets with weaponry. There is much more you remain unaware of," Deadpool quipped. "Indeed, there is much more you have yet to discover," Lu Chi jested, instructing the ninja soldiers to take a few firearms and some ammunition before departing the scene. After parting ways with the Punisher outside the city, Lu Chi arrived at a lavish hotel in the bustling heart of New York. Following his check-in, he activated the advertisement acceleration for the day, observing the remaining dark energy as he increased the number of ninja soldiers to 200, having underestimated their capabilities. He had initially thought it was impressive for the ninja soldiers to withstand fire from nearly 10 rifles, but he was astonished to see them forge a path through a barrage of bullets when united. However, with such clear divisions of labor, how were these warriors communicating? In the anime, Lu Chi had never witnessed them speaking. They mostly seemed to understand one another through mere glances. Summoning a few ninja soldiers, Lu Chi inquired about this matter. The soldiers stared at each other in confusion for a considerable time, and unable to bear the silence any longer. Lu Chi sent them back to the Shadow Realm. Shaking his head, Lu Chi began to play video games in the hotel. The previous day, Carlson had temporarily suspended his account, but today it had been unlocked, allowing him to continue playing. After a while of being overwhelmed in the game, Lu Chi had a sudden epiphany. He summoned a ninja soldier and taught him the controls of the game. To his astonishment, the ninja soldier exhibited extraordinary coordination, with each finger on the controller performing its role as if possessing its own consciousness, mastering the joystick with the precision of a keyboard and mouse. Moreover, the soldier's physical attributes and cognitive reactions mirrored Lu Chi's own, combined with nimble fingers, achieving scores surpassing even Carlson's. Yet, why was he still being overwhelmed? Pleased with the ninja soldier's performance, Lu Chi contemplated the potential earnings from offering their services as game boosters. After a restful slumber, Lu Chi awoke to find the ninja soldier still diligently playing on his behalf. As the ninja soldiers retreated, Lu Chi opened his battle record, reveling in his impressive kill count, and snapped a screenshot to share on his newly registered social network. Carlson liked the post. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chi noticed someone had liked his post as well. Upon checking, he discovered it was Carlson. Lu Chi replied, "Receiving a taxpayer's salary. Shouldn't you be out there serving the taxpayers?" Carlson responded with a sweating emoji and ceased further replies. I caught you slacking off." Lu Chi stretched lazily before the floor-to-ceiling window, welcoming the morning sun. Suddenly, a dart pierced the tempered glass before him, embedding itself into the wall behind. Lu Chi turned in astonishment. This was the 20th floor. What dart could reach this height? He noticed a note attached to the dart, which read Bullseye. That fellow. Lu Chi recalled the visage of Bullseye, a bald man with a target-like mark on his head. Bullseye possessed exceptional throwing skills. Even a paperclip could be lethal in his hands. And he was the premier expert under Kingpin. However, despite Bullseye's formidable reputation, he was not invincible. His assassination techniques were indeed masterful. Yet Lu Chi resolved to have a few ninja soldiers concealed in the shadows today to capture S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents, better to err on the side of caution. The note contained some coercive and enticing rhetoric attempting to lure him into joining Kingpin, which Lu Chi promptly discarded. Nonsense. 10 years had passed, and this year Tony would be apprehended. The era of superheroes was upon them. To defect now would be akin to investing in a failing business only to have one's phone explode moments later. Ignoring the flimsy note, Lu Chi prepared to venture out for some amusement. He messaged Carlson, requesting the locations of a few Kingpin hideouts to explore. Carlson quickly responded with several addresses, all located in different cities. Having never visited those places, and with the portal unable to reach them, he would need to stealthily travel for several hours, which seemed too laborious. Hence, Lu Chi decided to seek entertainment nearby and see if any heroic rescue scenarios might unfold. So why is it you? Lu Chi tossed aside an unconscious thug, eyeing the woman before him who feigned distress. He was there to play the hero, not to rescue petty criminals. Natasha, dressed fashionably like an urban beauty, appeared pitiful. Yet Lu Chi, knowing the narrative, remained indifferent and remarked, "What brought you here? Egghead? Who is Egghead?" Natasha continued her charade, pondering when her cover might have been blown. Lu Chi sighed, uninterested in continuing the game with S-H-L-D. Madame Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow. Spare us the act. Very well, I shall cease the pretense. I must admit, the nickname Egghead is quite fitting, Natasha sighed, preparing to return and have a serious discussion with her intelligence personnel. Indeed, the last time I departed, he was observing me from above your building. From that angle, he resembled a boiled egg, Lu Chi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Natasha did not echo his sentiment. Yet the two inexplicably delved into a discussion about the peculiar appearance of the boiled egg, causing concern among the intelligence personnel monitoring them, who feared for their safety. Upon receiving word from the Shadow Ninja that no other agents were nearby, Lu Chi curiously inquired, "Why have you come alone?" Natasha, not suspecting Lu Chi of any deceit, replied straightforwardly, "The boiled egg instructed us to cease surveillance on you. All agents in your vicinity have been withdrawn. However, I discovered this." As she expressed admiration for Natasha's adeptness, Lu Chi watched as she dragged a figure from the shadows. "Goodness, it's Bullseye," he exclaimed, surprised to see the very individual who had just slipped him a note now caught red-handed. "You know him?" Natasha asked, puzzled. How is it that he seemed to know everything? Hadn't the intelligence division claimed he was oblivious to all matters? What did he truly know or remain ignorant of? Growing increasingly perplexed, Natasha sighed and gave Bullseye, who lay on the ground, a kick. "Fury sent me to find you today, and I discovered this fellow throwing a dart your way, so I decided to subdue him and bring him along. As a future member of the Avengers, Natasha's prowess was undeniable, surpassing that of many superheroes, making the capture of Bullseye not particularly astonishing. "Since you're here, what about a token of our meeting?" Lu Chi queried, pulling out his phone to take a selfie with Bullseye, which he promptly sent to the Punisher. Receiving a message indicating imminent arrival, he turned to Natasha and asked, "Is there anything you require of me? After all, reciprocity is in order." In truth, Lu Chi sought merely to alleviate his boredom. "Fury tasked me with attempting to entice you into working for us. Although the original plan has faltered, the outcome remains favorable, as you are now willing to assist," Natasha explained, leaving Lu Chi with her contact number and a flirtatious glance before departing. "I will reach out should a task arise. At present, Carlson is preoccupied with more urgent matters." Lu Chi saved the number under the name Natalie and awaited the Punisher's arrival in the alley. Chapter 11. Jean Bing softening before long. The Punisher arrived in the alley and nodded at the sight of Bullseye lying on the ground. "Indeed, it is he. How did you manage to capture this fellow?" "A welcoming gift from the Department of Homeland Security," Lu Chi replied. The Punisher and Fury were acquainted, alleviating concerns about any potential information leaks that might prompt Carlson to seek retribution. "It is only natural that you attracted their attention. However, they are not particularly amiable," the Punisher remarked. "Their position on our matter is rather awkward." Neither endorsing nor obstructing, Lu Chi interjected, completing the thought. The Punisher cast a surprised glance at Lu Chi. "It seems you have quite a rapport with them. If creating a minor disturbance at their headquarters counts." Lu Chi summoned a ninja soldier to carry the target, following the Punisher. "Their leader is quite astute. Every move you make could very well be anticipated within his strategy." The Punisher remarked as he entered an off-road vehicle. Indeed, Lucci pondered after the incident at SHIELD headquarters. He had contemplated why they would bring their covert investigations into the open. He had concluded that he was expected in this scenario. However, Lucci had decided to embrace a reckless abandon, knowing his strength was evolving rapidly. Soon he would summon thousands of ninja soldiers, dismantling SHIELD with ease. The tactical minds were inherently devious, and so Lucci resolved to upend the table. Yet, for now, he could not afford such recklessness. He needed to steady the table and prevent it from collapsing. The Punisher drove to a secluded cabin on the outskirts and dragged the target inside. Lucci chose to avert his gaze from the unsightly scenes within, remaining outside. After several hours, he glanced at his nearly depleted phone battery and sighed, contemplating whether to ask the Punisher for the car keys to recharge it. Just then, the Punisher emerged from the cabin, hoisting the barely conscious target. The target truly possessed the most outrageous throwing skills. Everything else was manageable. Lucci wondered why, in films, those superheroes, after much effort to defeat the target, did not simply incapacitate his hands, thus diminishing his combat capabilities significantly. Reality, however, was different. Lucci observed the target's deformed hands from the blows and nodded in agreement. It seemed these superheroes were not as dim-witted in reality. The Punisher suggested using the target to set a trap, hoping to lure out Kingpin, to which Lucci concurred. He was not like those superheroes, who would engage in a drawn-out battle for years. He believed in avenging grievances promptly. It had nearly been 3 days, and he was growing increasingly anxious. He was eager for Kingpin's demise. After parading the target around the streets, the Punisher brought Lucci to a factory, suspending the target high above as they began their wait. As they idled, Lucci began scrolling through his phone, suddenly receiving a notification. The annual Pinnacle Award would be presented tomorrow in Las Vegas. It seems I must resolve this matter today. At the very least, I need to inflict some pain on Kingpin to deter him from provoking me, Lucci informed the Punisher. According to the film's plot, Tony would present a new weapon in Afghanistan the day after receiving the award, and he would be ambushed while riding his joyful steed. This meant that if Lucci wished to witness the unfolding events and make his mark, he needed to act tomorrow. The Punisher found it curious why Lucci expressed such urgency, but then a ninja appeared before them. Someone was approaching. The Punisher ascended to a higher vantage point to observe stealthily, noting a large group charging directly at the factory. While Lucci received word from the ambushed ninjas that a small squad was sneaking around the rear, their appearances quite peculiar. Lucci pondered for a moment and decided to assemble 10 blade soldiers to eliminate the mutant squad that had stealthily approached from behind. With over 100 remaining ninjas, he advanced cautiously, observing the wave of cannon fodder rushing towards them. With a flick of his hand, a contingent of ninjas silently enveloped the adversary. The opposing forces numbered approximately 200, their personnel and equipment far superior to those previously encountered, including 5 armored vehicles and numerous heavy weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Sensing the formidable strength of this wave, Lucci concluded that a direct confrontation would likely prolong the battle unnecessarily, prompting him to take action himself. He stealthily approached an armored vehicle and intensified the consumption of dark energy, pulling the vehicle into the realm of darkness. Devoid of any special energy, the armored vehicle was swiftly corroded by the dark energy, disintegrating into mere wisps of shadow. The sudden disappearance of the vehicle threw the enemy into disarray, scattering their formation as they searched for the unseen foe. Yet, within the shadow realm, Lucci appeared as nothing more than a fleeting silhouette, carefully concealed, leaving no room for suspicion. He quietly dispatched 2 more armored vehicles, leaving only 2 remaining. Lucci contemplated employing the same tactic yet again, but the last 2 armored vehicles seemed to have received orders, resolutely charging towards the factory, with the surrounding thugs brandishing their weapons and following suit. Frustrated, Lucci attempted to catch up to the 2 armored vehicles, but their erratic maneuvers thwarted his efforts to pull them into the dark realm. Instead, he signaled the surrounding ninjas to commence their assault and took his position within the factory, biding his time. After all, this was their target. He prepared to unleash his fury the moment the armored vehicles entered. The sudden attack by the ninjas inflicted heavy casualties on the thugs in the center. Yet some fortunate survivors quickly organized a counteroffensive. Utilizing Stark Industries' weaponry, they sent a large number of shadow ninjas back into the Dark Realm, but their ammunition was limited, and it was only a matter of time before they would be overwhelmed. As the two armored vehicles burst into the factory, Lu Qi emerged from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch that crushed one vehicle. The other vehicle barreled towards him, prompting Lu Qi to gather all his remaining energy, conjuring a dark shield before him. With a resounding crash, the armored vehicle collided with the black shield, causing it to dissipate, yet halting the vehicle's advance. Several ninjas appeared at Lu Qi's side, leaping onto the armored vehicle and plunging their katana into its body, crippling the engine. It was done. After a prolonged absence from physical exertion, Lu Qi relished the sensation of his fists connecting with flesh, albeit noting that his earlier scarcity of dark energy limited the force he could exert. With thoughts of accumulating more energy for future chaos, he felt a surge of exhilaration. While awaiting the ninjas to open their rations, several blade soldiers returned with reports. It seemed that the mutant squad trailing behind was of the same caliber as those few wretched creatures from that day. Lu Qi instructed them to provide support in the ongoing battle ahead. After opening the can, Lu Qi intended to venture to the front lines, only to be interrupted by the sound of the radio within the vehicle. "Is this Mr. Lu Qi?" he heard through the intercom. After a moment's reflection, Lu Qi responded, "Yes, it's me. What is it?" There was a brief silence before a different voice emerged. "Hello, Mr. Lu Qi. This is Jin Bing." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Mr. Jin Bing? I hope you're not attempting to recruit me again." "No, I believe we can call a truce." Listening to Jin Bing's robust voice, Lu Qi initially anticipated a hostile remark, only to find him capitulating. "I will compensate you with $5 million and will not trouble you again. I hope there will be no further animosity between us." "Oh, is that so? Quite generous of you. What about the target? How much do you intend to offer for him?" Lu Qi mused that he had no desire to engage in petty squabbles with this individual and would rather save his energies for later pursuits, such as leveling up with the little spiders. The target? His mission has failed, thus he is of no further use. How cold-hearted, truly befitting a king of the underworld. "Your skills are not to be underestimated either, Shadow Legion." After a mutual exchange of flattery, Lu Qi ended the radio call. "What did Jin Bing say to you?" The Punisher inquired after the battle was swiftly concluded with the arrival of the Shadow Soldiers, already at Lu Qi's side. "He has decided not to wage war against me, compensating my little treasury, and wishes to avoid further conflict." The Punisher appeared unfazed. "Jin Bing is a clever man. Your strength has been steadily increasing. Not knowing your limits, he naturally hesitates to continue the fight." Lu Qi chuckled. His limits? Only when he could bring Dormammu to his knees might such a challenge arise. "So be it. It seems we cannot collaborate frequently in the future, but should any urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. You may dispose of the target as you see fit." With that, Lu Qi left the Punisher behind. As he walked, Lu Qi glanced at the text message from Jin Bing requesting his bank account information. "Damn, I haven't even applied for a bank card yet." Chapter 12. A chance encounter with Tony Stark. Lu Qi visited a bank to obtain a bank card. Exiting the establishment, he promptly sent the card number to Jin Bing. "I can't believe this thing can also procure a bank card." He glanced at the work ID in his hand, marveling at its versatility. It seemed to serve every purpose. He couldn't help but consider testing its efficacy in securing discounts at various establishments. Upon receiving a notification of the $5 million credited to his account, Lu Qi felt as though he could finally relax for the remainder of his life. Looking at the work ID, he considered discarding it but ultimately decided to hold on to it. Afterward, he headed to the airport and boarded a flight to the gambling city, searching for the venue of the upcoming award ceremony. In search of a luxurious hotel nearby, Lu Qi intended to book a room there. Given Tony's ostentatious nature, he undoubtedly preferred to stay at the finest establishment. Standing in the room, Lu Qi beheld the awards ceremony being set up. Yet he was aware that Tony would not make an appearance there. Turning his gaze towards an entertainment center on the other side, he speculated that the cinematic version of Tony would likely be found there. Observing the twilight, he decided to venture out for a stroll. The nightlife in the gambling city felt even more vibrant than in the Big Apple, as Lu Qi wandered the streets filled with leisurely pedestrians, including those who had gambled away everything. Despite the pervasive presence of casinos, the orderliness was surprisingly commendable, perhaps due to the impending annual Pinnacle Award ceremony. After meandering for a while, Lu Qi stumbled upon a shop selling cameras. Intrigued, he decided to purchase a digital camera. With ample time on his hands, he thought it would be enjoyable to capture photographs and update his blog daily. He envisioned posting the sordid histories of superheroes, anticipating a flurry of comments from them on his blog, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. Thus, the renowned collector of Marvel's infamous tales emerged. Armed with the camera, Lucci took several photos in the gambling city, familiarizing himself with its operation before gradually making his way back to the hotel. From a distance, he spotted Tony Stark alongside his bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Tony was engaged in casual conversation with Happy, while the other bodyguards were either handling luggage or checking in. Finding the scene amusing, Lucci snapped a picture, marking the first, or rather, the third, quasi-superhero he had encountered in this world. As Tony debated with Happy over which of two women they had just passed was more attractive, he suddenly noticed Lucci taking photos. Rather than expressing anger, Tony relished the attention, striking a pose and calling out, "Say cheese." Lucci pressed the shutter, capturing the moment of Tony alongside the still bickering Happy. "All right, kid, hand over the camera. Let me see how it turned out. If it's not flattering, you'd better delete it," Tony said, disregarding Happy's incessant chatter as he approached Lucci. "Is this for what was it, right? My right to publicity?" Lucci chuckled at Tony's lack of formality, handing over the camera. "As you wish, Mr. Stark." Tony awaited Happy to take the camera from Lucci, eager for a glimpse at the captured images. "Well, it seems you're not a professional paparazzo. Otherwise, your photography skills wouldn't be so lacking," Tony remarked. "Unfortunately, I only acquired this camera a mere 2 hours ago, and my decision to start taking photos was made just a few moments prior," Lucci replied, crossing his arms as he observed Happy interjecting between him and Tony. Although Happy often exhibits eccentric behavior, it must be acknowledged that he has indeed safeguarded Tony on numerous occasions, serving as a steadfast friend. But why does this hefty fellow occupy such a prominent place in the photograph? Is it merely due to his size? Tony remarked while assessing his own picture. "I assumed you two shared a close bond and intended to embellish this photograph with some witty commentary for my blog." "Ah, a splendid idea. The untold tale of the genius inventor Tony Stark and his bodyguard Happy? I must say, this concept is truly brilliant. It could propel your blog to garner hundreds of thousands of followers overnight, not to mention a cease and desist letter from Stark Industries' legal team," Lucci retorted with a chuckle. "If the story of Hatchie, the loyal dog, leads the public to misconstrue your relationship, then you might as well dismiss Mr. Happy." "Why the sudden urge to dismiss me?" Happy inquired, perplexed. "Silence, Happy, you truly embarrass me," Tony Stark instructed, reclaiming the camera from Happy and continuing, "The story of Hatchie is indeed commendable. Should you post it, do remember to tag me, as I would relish the chance to see you amidst the throngs of millions each day. Should I remember your name? Even if you might forget it in half an hour, yet there remains a slim chance it might linger in your memory," Happy suggested. "Nay, I wager I shall forget this trivial information within 10 minutes, and frankly, I have no inclination to retain it," Tony responded. "However, I believe you will remember my name for at least a month hence." Lucci brushed past Tony as he entered the hotel. "What an odd individual," Happy remarked, raising his hands in exasperation. "Indeed, quite peculiar. Witnessing the genius Tony Stark refusing to autograph, although I wouldn't grant him one even if he asked, for I possess no pen." Upon seeing the bodyguard exit the room, he added, "Of course, even if I had a pen, I would not bestow an autograph upon a man." Upon returning to his room, Lucci noted that all the photographs remained intact, smiled, and uploaded a scenic shot to his blog, accompanied by a tweet, "First day of photography." Chapter 13. Upgrade and encounter with Jean shortly after Lucci uploaded the photograph. "Coulson liked it. May I inquire about your working hours? This way, I can ascertain whether you are slacking off." He sent a message to Coulson, disregarding any potential response, and utilized his thrice-daily advertising boosts. Observing the remaining energy, Lucci acquired his 250th Ninja Soldier, enabling him to enhance his physical attributes once more, albeit requiring 5,000 energy points. Noticing the current energy accumulation rate of 35 points per minute, along with the residual energy, he deduced that he would need to wait approximately 2 hours and decided to indulge in some gaming. Summoning a ninja to assist him, Lucci relished the gaming experience. Although the majority of the time was spent in the monochromatic realm of black and white television, and even the ninja found himself outmaneuvered, resulting in 2 lost rounds. Lucci still relished the experience, for he had achieved a notable increase in his kill count. half a unit more than before. A significant portion of his victories was marked by absolute annihilation of his opponents. With a sense of contentment regarding his accumulated energy, Lu Qi reclined on his bed, settling into the most comfortable position. He initiated an upgrade, and once again, that familiar sensation washed over him, rendering his body momentarily devoid of strength. After a brief interlude, the enhancement was complete. Lu Qi sat up and surveyed the items within his room. Approaching the coffee table, he effortlessly lifted the marble surface with both hands. Is this the power of quadrupled strength? It feels as if energy is surging through me. Lu Qi marveled at the elevated marble tabletop, only to be struck by an unexpected realization. He could not lower it back down, summoning 2 ninjas to assist in placing the marble table back in position. Lu Qi ventured outside, eager to find a location to test his Shadow Legion. Upon entering the elevator, Lu Qi was greeted by a cluster of sharply dressed men. A closer inspection revealed Tony, ensconced in their midst. Observing Tony's predicament, flanked by an entourage of masculine figures, Lu Qi couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you all feeling warm?" Tony's expression soured. After a brief conversation with Pepper regarding the following day's agenda, he had sought a diversion. Yet the bodyguards assigned by Obadiah insisted on accompanying him. After finally squeezing into the elevator, they encountered the earlier peculiar individual just 1 floor down. Initially, the situation seemed innocuous, but Tony's demeanor shifted upon hearing the inquiry. "Aren't you all feeling warm? Do you need me to teach you not to block the doorway and obstruct others?" Tony retorted, his tone laced with irritation. A few bodyguards exchanged glances but remained motionless. It's surprising to discover such employees within Stark Industries. If some photo enthusiast were to capture this moment and disseminate it, I shudder to think of the financial repercussions for Stark Industries. Tony emphasized the name Stark to ensure the security personnel understood who the true authority was. Only then did a few bodyguards step aside for Lu Qi. "It seems our Mr. Tony Stark is not enjoying the most pleasant of days," Lu Qi teased. "My daily life is generally quite agreeable, except when I encounter a certain camera-loving individual," Tony shot back. "How fortunate for me. It appears that my presence dampens your spirits. Mr. Stark, perhaps Mr. Hammer would consider hiring me to shadow you daily." Lu Qi shrugged. "Are you planning to seek some amusement? Are you suggesting I venture out to capture scenic photographs?" Tony replied with a hint of annoyance. Lu Qi glanced at the camera hanging on his chest, pondering whether Mr. Stark harbored an excessive bias against those who wielded cameras. Their banter continued as the elevator descended to the ground floor. Lu Qi exited first, while Tony surveyed the surrounding bodyguards with a look of incredulity. These men had impeded his passage, insisting that Lu Qi precede him. Eyeing their badges, Tony resolved to terminate their employment upon his return. After testing the enhancements of a Shadow Legion in a desolate area, Lu Qi returned to the hotel with a sense of satisfaction, knowing that the records of his abilities within S.H.I.L.D. could now be significantly challenged. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not encountering Tony, he was looking forward to the awards ceremony the next day. He contemplated capturing a photograph of Rhodey as he made his way to the event, before retiring to his room to watch some advertisements and then drift off to sleep. The following morning, Lu Qi was awakened by a cacophony of fireworks, only to discover it was already 10 o'clock. Surprised at his late start, he yawned and glanced at the resources he had mined the previous night, totaling over 3,000 points, with the dark dimension now completely exhausted. He switched to a pristine dark dimension, which contained over 30,000 energy units, and nodded in satisfaction, realizing this was not one of the occupied dimensions. However, the locations provided by the Ancient One were all minor dark dimensions, typically unclaimed. The dark energy ranged from 10,000 to 100,000, still abundant for now, but he anticipated a day when he might harvest one or even several dark dimensions daily. The purchase cost for ninja soldiers had also increased from 1 point to 2. He directly acquired a ninja soldier, which brought his energy cap back to around 1,000 points. Sighing at the insufficient energy points, Lu Qi freshened up and set out with his camera. As the award ceremony had yet to commence, the red carpet lay unfurled, with various celebrities making their appearances. Lu Qi casually selected a few notable individuals and snapped a couple of photographs when he heard someone call out, "Hey kid!" The voice sounded familiar. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a dapperly dressed Tony. "You're looking quite dapper today. Are you attending the award ceremony?" Tony inquired. Did you already know I was going to receive an award before I even mentioned it? Lu Chi replied, how did you know about my 10 consecutive lottery draws last night? Tony looked puzzled at this response. Oh wait, those games haven't even been introduced in this world yet. Who knows if they ever will? Never mind, I won't elaborate. Listen kid, I have a plan. Are you planning to escape to those entertainment centers? Lu Chi feigned curiosity. Oh, I genuinely suspect you might be a parasite within my mind. But I'll definitely consume more pest control, Tony remarked with a look of astonishment. However, I'm in a splendid mood today. Would you care to accompany the genius Tony Stark to earn some money? Thanks, but I don't have that much disposable income. Lu Chi recalled Tony's $3 million winnings. Feeling insignificant by comparison, Tony pouted in disappointment. All right, if you change your mind, come find me over there. He made his way towards the entertainment center, seemingly prepared for an eventful day. Lu Chi shrugged. While Tony's words were sharp, he knew that as long as he could outwit him, he wouldn't be upset. Today he might have lost, but he had triumphed the day before. Holding his universal work pass, he entered the venue, only to be informed by security that photography was prohibited inside. Reluctantly, Lu Chi handed his camera to the ninja. As long as a ninja holds on to it, the camera shall remain untouched by the sinister forces of darkness. Upon entering the venue, Lu Chi did not hasten to reclaim the camera from the ninja, instead meandering through the gathering. The hall was filled with impeccably dressed, successful individuals, rendering Lu Chi's casual attire a stark anomaly. Yet, he paid little heed to this. The presence of mere background characters was hardly worth his concern. After acquiring a few items within the venue and retreating to a corner where he recognized no familiar faces, Lu Chi took out his handheld device and began to play. Time slipped away unnoticed until a commotion arose, prompting Lu Chi to glance up and discover that Obadiah had arrived, drawing many to greet him. Among the throng, Lu Chi's gaze fell upon an unexpected figure, Kingpin. His extensive connections were well known, evidenced by his possession of numerous Stark Industries and military-grade weapons. The sight of Kingpin brazenly mingling in public, engaging pleasantly with others, instilled in Lu Chi an unsettling sense of disarray. However, observing the familiarity with which he conversed with Obadiah, it became apparent where his Stark Industries arsenal originated. Kingpin, sensing scrutiny upon him, turned and caught sight of Lu Chi, who remained ensconced in his corner, engrossed in his handheld game. The ensuing moments revealed no familiar faces, only unfamiliar business magnates, disappointing Lu Chi, who had anticipated encountering titans like Hammer or Osborne. The venue offered ample refreshments, and Lu Chi reveled in his gaming until dusk, when the award ceremony was set to commence. As the hall gradually filled, Lu Chi noticed Obadiah entering with a grim expression, a clear indication of his discontent due to Tony's failure to show. Obadiah was clearly perturbed by Tony's breach of agreement, contemplating how to mitigate the fallout. Damn it, I have been cleaning up after the Stark duo for decades. Must I continue to shoulder their burdens? A notion began to take root in Obadiah's mind, gaining momentum. He gazed upon the golden goose that was Stark Industries, originally reluctant to act, yet now felt the name of Stark Industries was due for a change. Would the world truly collapse without Tony Stark? I refused to believe it. Observing the turmoil on Obadiah's face, Lu Chi discreetly captured a couple of photos. Knowing that releasing them could generate legal repercussions, perhaps it was wiser to wait a month until Obadiah's influence waned. As a liaison for Stark Industries, it is my distinct honor to collaborate with a true patriot. At that moment, Rhodey commenced his speech, and Lu Chi pondered how awkward it would be if no one came forward to accept the award. Ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to present this year's Apex Award to Mr. Tony Stark. Rhodey looked eagerly towards the audience, anticipating his friend's ascent to the stage, only to notice Obadiah shaking his head beside the vacant spot. A silent exclamation echoed in Rhodey's mind. After much anticipation, you have led me to a complete failure. Tony Stark, you shall surely face the consequences. Rhodey's expression grew increasingly awkward, and at that moment, Obadiah stepped onto the stage, casting a glance towards Rhodey. Seizing the opportunity, Rhodey placed the Extremis Award into Obadiah's hands and retreated to a corner for some reflection. To think he still harbored expectations for Tony Stark. Lu Chi, observing Rhodey's embarrassed countenance through the camera, mused that this photograph would undoubtedly elicit comments from War Machine on his blog, provided the account name wasn't something ostentatious like War Machine Cool Guy. As Lu Chi strolled towards the balcony, he noticed Jean Bing glance over. He walked to the balcony within Jean Bing's line of sight, bowed lightly, and then transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the ground. Jean Bing retracted his gaze, feeling a slight sense of relief, yet wondered who had taught this fellow to bow in such an unrefined manner. Shaking his head, Jean Bing returned his attention to the comedic performance on stage. Upon arriving at the entertainment center Tony had mentioned, Lu Chi entered to find a large crowd gathered around a particular spot, with Tony's bodyguards standing helplessly nearby. It appeared that Tony had conducted a retraining session for them. Lu Chi greeted them before moving further inside. Tony was engaged with two lovely ladies, exclaiming, "Come here, darling, blow me a kiss, and lend me some luck." He tossed the dice, sending $3 million into the air. Lu Chi shook his head. Such a gamble would be unbearable even for some wealthy individuals. Yet only someone like Tony, who treated money as a trivial matter, would dare to play. "Looks like I'm fortunate not to have joined you. I might have ended up losing money," Lu Chi remarked as he approached Tony from behind. "Who are you?" Tony asked, turning around. Lu Chi seized the moment to snap a photo of Tony with the two ladies. Tony furrowed his brow. "Oh, it's you? The little sneak who loves to take candid shots." Yet, he didn't seem to mind. "You're on your way to becoming a paparazzo. Perhaps in the future," Lu Chi replied, glancing at the photo and clicking save. After Tony's trip to Afghanistan, he would undoubtedly be willing to part with $10 million to keep it from Pepper, but the price for deletion would be a staggering $30 million. With a plan for extortion brewing in his mind, Lu Chi approached the gaming table, eyeing the mountain of chips before Tony. "Hey kid, I'll give you a chance. Let us roll the dice. If your score surpasses mine, all these chips are yours," Tony suddenly proposed, looking at Lu Chi. Lu Chi raised an eyebrow. "Why do you enjoy giving away money so much?" Tony wrapped an arm around one of the ladies. "Money is the least valuable thing to me. In comparison, these two little treasures delight me far more." The two ladies feigned shock and delight at his words. But Lu Chi knew he wouldn't be taking either of them home. He would have a journalist escort them instead. "Then I shall go first," Lu Chi declared, seizing the dice and casually tossing them. 1 and 2. "Well, kid, it appears you won't be taking these weights with you today," Tony remarked, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm. As he engaged in a playful tussle with the woman beside him, Rhodey suddenly emerged. "You are truly unbelievable," Rhodey exclaimed with a hint of frustration. Tony seemed to finally realize that Rhodey was the one presenting the award. "Oh no, did they send for you?" Rhodey replied with a feigned smile. "No one summoned me, but I was informed that if I were the one presenting, you would feel immensely honored." "Of course. It's you presenting. How wonderful," Tony said earnestly. "When do we receive it?" "Right now." Rhodey's anger dissipated as he handed the trophy to Tony. Tony glanced at it and exclaimed, "Look how special this is," before passing the trophy to the woman beside him. Leaning forward, he retrieved 2 dice and invited the woman to blow on them, then urged Rhodey to do the same. "I don't blow on anyone else's dice," Rhodey retorted, glancing at the trophy in the woman's hands, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "Come on, just one puff, honey." Rhodey shoved Tony's hand away, sending the dice flying. "Colonel Rhodey has rolled. A beautiful 2. Rhodey tilted his head, sensing that luck was not on his side. "Well, you have successfully lost to this kid's 3 with your 2, so this $30 million in chips goes to him." Rhodey cast an innocent glance at Lu Chi, acknowledging the misfortune. "I've seen worse than this," Tony consoled Rhodey, also looking towards Lu Chi. The two exited in silence. Lu Chi turned to a nearby server and said, "Please help me organize the chips. I'm going to take a photo." Stepping outside, Tony bid farewell to Rhodey. What belongs to Caesar should go to Caesar. At that moment, Lu Chi captured a photograph. Tony, flanked by his bodyguards, was seen only from behind as he handed the trophy to the seemingly innocent Caesar. Lu Chi glanced at the photo, feeling it encapsulated the essence of Tony's early life. Turning back to exchange the chips for digits in his bank account, Lu Chi mused that this $30 million could serve as payment for that photograph. He wouldn't show it to Pepper, but it could certainly irk Tony. Lu Chi thought with delight. Chapter 15. Practicing in front of the mirror every night, Tony returned with Lu Chi aboard his private jet. Though it was not an invitation for Lu Chi, rather, Lu Chi had stealthily hidden himself within the aircraft. The flight attendant, moonlighting as a dancer, prepared in-flight meals for Tony in the kitchen, making extra portions to share with the captain. As she brought one meal to Tony, she turned back to the kitchen. "Why is there one less? Did I make too few?" She wondered, but dismissed the thought, deciding to prepare another. A shadow quietly slipped past her legs, circling the spacious cabin, confirming that Tony would not skimp on comfort. A large screen television, luxurious sound system, retractable dance pole, and attractive flight attendants adorned the interior. Lucci wandered around, but could not find Tony. Peering inside, he discovered Tony engaged in a casual conversation with a female reporter, their embrace rather intimate. Not wishing to indulge in idle curiosity, Lucci retreated to the cabin for a nap, as his handheld device had run out of battery and offered little entertainment. Upon returning to California, he arrived at Tony's opulent mansion, situated at 10880 Malibu Port, zip code 90265. Happy transported Tony and the female reporter back to the lavish estate, where Tony intended to conduct an interview within the villa. Happy, remember to bring in the luggage, Tony instructed. Happy gave a thumbs up and began unloading the bags. But as he opened the trunk, a shadow slipped away unnoticed. Happy seemed to sense something amiss, yet the darkness obscured his vision. Lucci gazed at the magnificent mansion before him. Featured prominently in Iron Man, this residence had captivated many with its stunning design, cutting-edge technology, and a personal sanctuary that catered to every whim. A veritable treasure for any man. Slipping inside the mansion, Lucci guessed that Tony was likely rehearsing his lines in front of a mirror with the reporter, prompting him to explore other areas. Given the presence of J.A.R.V. Ice, the intelligent butler, Lucci remained vigilant, lurking in the shadows. After surveying the villa, he found it remarkably appealing. It would be even better if the grand piano were replaced with a gaming console. Yet, he lamented that this very mansion would be reduced to rubble by 3 helicopters in the timeline of Iron Man 2. Without a desire to witness Tony's antics with the reporter, Lucci retreated to a secluded corner of the estate and crafted a portal back to his small home in New York. He set an alarm for 4 in the morning, intending to sleep after watching some advertisements. Due to the limitations of the Shadow Ninja, who would lose their ability to turn into shadows if outside of a certain range, Lucci could not leave them behind to monitor Tony. JARVIS would not tolerate such a breach. Currently, the effective range was 20 meters, an increase from the initial 5 meters. Planning to return early the next day, Lucci augmented his Shadow Ninjas to 300 before drifting off to sleep. The following morning, the alarm roused him, and he hurried back to the villa. He lay atop the mansion, preparing to witness the sunrise, finding this location devoid of surveillance. The Shadow Ninjas remained within the designated area, transforming into shadows to monitor when Tony would depart. As the sun slowly ascended above the horizon, Lucci captured several photographs with his camera, relishing the beauty of the dawn. Once the sun fully emerged, he contentedly uploaded the images to his blog. "Have you ever seen a sunrise at 6 a.m.? He inquired, and, predictably, Coulson quickly liked the post. "I haven't slept a wink all night," Coulson replied from below. "Have you ever seen New York at 3 a.m.? Lucci inquired about what he was doing, but Coulson offered no response. Lucci surmised that he was likely overseeing the construction of the spacecraft. Although the timeline for the spacecraft's development in the Avengers was not disclosed, the 3 spacecraft destroyed in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, were evidently newly constructed, suggesting that the ones in the Avengers were also recently refurbished. After stifling a yawn, Lucci received a message from the ninja, indicating that Tony had risen and had proceeded directly to the laboratory in the underground garage. Shortly thereafter, the female reporter was startled awake by Jarvis, leading to a sharp verbal exchange with Pepper Potts, who ultimately discarded her like refuse. Having regained her composure, Pepper made her way downstairs. Lucci had little interest in witnessing their affectionate banter, yet he found himself slipping away as well. Observing the bright interior of the garage, Lucci pondered his next move. While in shadow stealth mode, he would leave a patch of darkness in his wake. This would be less conspicuous elsewhere, but here it would stand out alarmingly. Opting instead to retreat into Tony's aircraft and await him in a corner, he settled in. Rhodey arrived around 10 a.m. to wait, but Tony's arrival time remained uncertain. Lucci watched as Rhodey stood like a statue for 4 hours, even stopping for lunch during that time. Shaking his head, Lucci thought to himself that Tony had truly robbed Rhodey of too much of his gentleness. At 2 p.m., Tony finally arrived at the airport. After exchanging a few casual words with Rhodey, he led him onto the plane, observing how Rhodey quickly fell under Tony's influence. Engaging in an impromptu dialogue that showcased his natural talent, Lucci couldn't help but feel the charisma radiating from Rhodey. The following day, the aircraft landed in this chaotic nation. After a night of revelry, Tony emerged from the cabin, neatly organized. Little Tony is about to be captured, he mused. Should I intervene to shield Tony from that missile? What if I inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect and Tony met his demise? Continuing to follow, Lucci watched as Tony concluded his business dealings and climbed into his beloved Hummer. He exchanged a few words with the soldiers, who appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation with Tony. Even Lucci had to concede that Tony was quite amiable when he wasn't being acerbic, displaying a high emotional intelligence. However, the score between him and Tony remained a stalemate at 1-1, and any further discourse would remain off limits until a victor was determined. Just as Tony was posing for photographs with the soldiers, a missile struck, obliterating the vehicle ahead. Enemy on the left, the female driver shouted, unfastening her seatbelt and leaping from the Hummer with her weapon drawn, only to be swiftly taken down. Lucci, hiding in a corner, shook his head in disbelief. How could she leap from the driver's seat into danger on the left side? If she didn't perish, who would? Observing from the passenger seat, a soldier instructed the others to protect Tony, then, with a swift pull of the trigger, dashed out. However, after only a few steps, he was felled by a sniper's bullet, which pierced his body and shattered the glass, flying into the cabin. Tony felt a sharp pain as he was hit, letting out a cry, but the bulletproof vest shielded him effectively. Nearby, a young soldier, witnessing the fall of two comrades, was swept up by adrenaline. Cursing, he flung open the car door and leaped out, a typical act of valor without a thought for his own safety. Wait, give me the gun, Tony shouted after him. But the soldier merely yelled back, stay inside. He had taken only a few steps before a grenade exploded, sending him flying. Steel pellets penetrated the Humvee's body, illuminating the dim interior. Fortuitously unscathed, Tony regained his composure and, seeing the gaping holes in the vehicle, hurriedly exited. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he dashed to the shelter of a rock and pulled out his satellite phone to call Rhodey for assistance. However, in the next moment, a missile soared beside him. Spotting the Stark Industries insignia on it, his heart jolted, and he attempted to evade. Yet the missile detonated, propelling Tony away. In a corner, Lucci silently observed as unconscious Tony was carried off by a group of insurgents, following them discreetly. This journey would lead to the demise of one arms dealer and the emergence of a new superhero. Chapter 16. The final step of transformation, half a month later. The Stark Group's shares plummeted due to the disappearance of the brilliant genius, Stark. Lucci contemplated acquiring shares in Stark Industries, but he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. Once Tony returned, the stock would experience a modest uptick. However, when Tony announced the closure of the weapons division, the shares would plummet further, presenting the prime opportunity for investment. While engaging in a gaming session with four ninjas, Lucci's phone suddenly rang. Coulson, what brings you to call? He inquired, glancing at the screen. After listening for a moment, he sighed in exasperation. I have dispatched over 400 ninjas to locate Stark, but the area is simply too vast for them to find him swiftly. After exchanging a few more words, Lucci hung up, allowing one of the ninjas to continue playing, and he conjured a portal, transporting himself to a mountainous region. A fortnight prior, upon opening a new map, he snapped a few photos of Batteryman Tony and returned directly to New York, only to be relentlessly pursued by S.H.I.L.D. Upon infiltrating the cave where Tony was, Lucci observed him meticulously crafting an iron mask. Finally nearing completion, Lucci sighed in resignation. The moment Tony went missing, S.H.I.E.L.D. sprang into action. One of the agency's founders was Tony's father, and with the founder's son missing, the atmosphere was tense. To Lucci's knowledge, even Coulson had ceased overseeing the construction of the helicarrier to search for Tony here. However, as Lucci mentioned, the area was expansive and rife with insurgents, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D.'s search exceedingly slow. Observing Tony showcasing the mask to Ethan, Lucci's fingers itched to capture a photograph. In recent days, his blog has been inundated with mindless landscape photographs, causing the few followers he had painstakingly accumulated to drift away. Now, he finally has the opportunity to capture some quality material. What is it? Tony seemed to catch sight of something fleeting, yet upon looking, there was nothing there. Ethan glanced over, regarding Tony with curiosity. What's wrong? There's nothing else here. Tony sighed. Perhaps I'm just overly tense. We can prepare the armor now. The fact that he encountered that paparazzo here made Tony feel somewhat unsettled. It was indeed peculiar that he did not see Pepper but rather something else entirely. Upon returning, he would need to conduct a thorough check. Lu Qi exhaled in relief, surprised by the heightened vigilance Tony had displayed. However, considering the photographs captured in the camera, being discovered was not overly concerning. This angle perfectly showcased both Tony and the helmet's frontal view, making it a keepsake worth cherishing. Yet, Tony might experience a mental breakdown, as he had painstakingly crafted the armor, only to have it interrupted by some pesky individual before he could even utilize it. Lu Qi chuckled slyly to himself. At that moment, a bald man entered the surveillance room. As the only bald member of the Ten Rings gang, he served as the leader of the organization and was undoubtedly the most intelligent among these brigands. The previous day, he had realized that Tony and his crew were not fabricating the desired Jericho missile, but were instead working on some unknown contraption. He had entered to intimidate them a bit, and Ethan had nearly been singed by a freshly ignited charcoal. Observing Ethan engaged in some task behind a shelf, Tony Stark had seemingly vanished. The bald man furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than anticipated, and hastily dispatched 2 men to investigate. The duo hurried to the door of the room where Tony was confined, shouting through a small window. At that moment, Tony and Ethan were donning their armor behind a shelf. Hearing the soldiers' shouts, Tony, fearing they might storm in, urged Ethan to pacify them. "He's speaking Hungarian." "I don't understand," Ethan replied with a hint of frustration. "What do you know? Just say a few words," Tony responded, his nerves beginning to fray, as a lengthy preparation step lay ahead. Reluctantly, Ethan shouted a couple of phrases, but the men outside were evidently not easily deceived. They attempted to force the door open, only to be repelled by an explosive behind it. "What is happening?" Tony, secured to the shelf and unable to see, inquired of Ethan. "It seems to be fine," Ethan replied. "My equipment has always been reliable." With a sense of relief, Tony remarked, "Now, let us prepare to initiate the power sequence." Following Tony's instructions, Ethan activated the program, watching the painfully slow progress bar while the shouts continued to echo around him. Gritting his teeth, Ethan assisted Tony by securing the last few screws. "We need more time." Turning around, Tony felt an ominous premonition. "I'll buy us some time. Let us stick to the plan." Ethan disregarded his words, marking the first time in the past fortnight. He dashed to the door, seized a rifle, and, while emitting a battle cry, surged outside, firing recklessly. "Damn it!" Tony cursed vehemently, yet found himself powerless, merely observing the sluggish progress bar on the dilapidated screen before him. Lu Qi, realizing the narrative was still unfolding as intended, exhaled in relief, leaving a few ninja soldiers to discreetly guard Tony while he sprinted out. Ethan was a good man. He did not deserve to perish. He charged forward, firing as he advanced, causing the assailants to be so intimidated by his fervor that they fled in terror. However, upon reaching the cave entrance, he was met with a throng of individuals waiting for him. "It's over," Ethan uttered despondently. Meanwhile, Stark finally awaited the completion of the progress bar, fastening his helmet and hastening outside. "Ethan, where are you?" After dispatching several lackeys concealed within the cave, whose shouts were incomprehensible to Tony, he arrived at a grand hall, littered with corpses. Observing the bullet holes in the lifeless bodies, Tony began to doubt how Ethan could have been captured. Was he truly not an agent of that nation? "Stark," a faint voice called out, and Tony spotted Ethan, bloodied and collapsed amidst a heap of sandbags. Rushing over, Tony was engulfed in sorrow at the sight of Ethan's bloodied form. "Come on, Ethan, we need to leave this place." Utilizing the strength of his armor, he flung the sandbags aside, gazing at Ethan, who lay motionless. "Move, follow the plan," he urged, but Ethan merely shook his head. "This is my plan, Stark." Tony inhaled deeply, "But your family is still waiting for you." Ethan managed a weak smile. "My family is gone. I am ready to join them." Tony's heart sank, stunned for a moment. "Thank you for saving me." Ethan gradually closed his eyes, as if his strength was fading. "Do not waste. Do not squander your life." With that, Ethan fell silent. Tony was enveloped in profound grief, yet an overwhelming anger surged within him as he sealed his helmet and charged outside. Ethan quietly opened his eyes, watching Tony depart, taking a deep breath. Had Tony lingered a moment longer, he might have suffocated himself. Suddenly, a young man appeared before him. "Well acted, Ethan." Ethan rose, discomfort as he tugged at his blood-soaked clothing. "Why did you deceive Stark?" "This is the final step in his transformation," Lu Qi replied, snapping his camera. "Well performed, quite photogenic." Ethan forced a wry smile, having just found his footing in the role. Yet nearly lost his composure upon spotting Lu Chi photographing him, hastily shutting his eyes. Chapter 17. Starks is sent from hell to sell burgers filled with fury. Tony Stark stormed out, oblivious to the fact that the actors behind him were engaged in discussions with the director regarding the new plot. A group of militants had already received the news. Surrounded by an array of rocket launchers and explosives, they remained undeterred, each armed with a rifle, fixated on the entrance. Unaware of the true nature of Stark's creation that had allowed him to escape, they naively believed their rifles would suffice to eliminate him. As they heard something approaching the entrance, the group braced themselves, but as the sounds grew increasingly pronounced, an unsettling fear began to take root within them. The unknown has a way of effortlessly igniting the deepest fears of the human psyche. Suddenly, a figure clad in iron armor appeared at the entrance. The militants, having never encountered such a sight, felt trepidation. They fired their weapons while shouting to bolster their courage. Yet, their battle cries proved futile against Tony's armor, which absorbed the bullets without so much as a dent. "It's my turn," Tony declared as the militants unleashed a volley of bullets. With a swift motion, he raised his arms, releasing twin streams of fire that ignited the armed assailants before him. The militants, unaccustomed to such a display, were further intimidated by Ethan, who was firing at the ceiling. In an instant, chaos ensued as the militants scattered in disarray, with few daring to retaliate. As Tony advanced while attacking, one militant at the entrance managed to suppress him with a heavy machine gun. Another assailant circled behind Tony, delivering several shots that incapacitated the leg's gear mechanism, inflicting the most damage he had sustained thus far. Tony attempted to move his legs, but was met with complete immobility. Just as he was about to launch himself from the scene, Tony noticed the enemies around him collapsing, each struck by a dart. "Hey, Mr. Stark, are you interested in Remember My Name Now?" A cadre of ninjas emerged, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes, and Lu Chi stepped forth from the shadows. "You? The guy with the camera?" Tony was momentarily taken aback. Lu Chi nodded. "Care for an introduction? I am Lu Chi, a security consultant for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics." Tony exhaled. "All right, kid, you win. I might remember that name for a lifetime. But how did you foresee my predicament weeks in advance?" Lu Chi observed as the ninjas eliminated the last of the adversaries, allowing them to retreat into the shadows. "Because we were planning to contact you to procure a batch of weapons," Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Tony momentarily set aside his curiosity, instead gazing at Lu Chi with intrigue. "Are you a mutant?" This novel will not delve deeply into mutant storylines. It is merely a premise. You can interpret it that way. Lu Chi had no intention of delving into discussions about Dormammu. That would sound utterly foolish, akin to a middle school fantasy. "All right, kid, lend me a hand. My armor is experiencing some issues." Tony made another attempt to move his feet, yet he remained unsuccessful. Lu Chi instructed several ninja soldiers to assist Tony in removing his armor, granting him the freedom he sought. "By the way, my friend S body is inside. Could you help retrieve it?" Tony recalled Ethan in the cave and addressed Lu Chi. "Well, time might be of the essence. The explosives are on the verge of ignition. We must leave at once," Lu Chi replied, his expression tightening, directing the ninja soldiers to hasten Tony's escape, leaving him no chance to look back. It was amusing. If they returned without discovering Ethan's body, it would be quite the ordeal for Tony. Lu Chi was reluctant to let Ethan perish. After running several kilometers, Lu Chi finally brought Tony to a halt. "It appears there has been no explosion," Tony remarked, glancing back in confusion. "Perhaps the explosives are more resistant to fire? Regardless, it's of no concern. I will call for assistance now, and a plane will soon arrive to extract us." "Stay put," Lu Chi instructed. "All right, thanks, paparazzi," Tony replied, desiring nothing more than a peaceful slumber and a long-awaited cheeseburger after his arduous escape from hell. Lu Chi retrieved a satellite phone and called Coulson, urging him to send 2 cheeseburgers forthwith, lest Tony perish from hunger. 10 minutes later, 2 aircraft appeared in the distance. "Yes," Tony exclaimed, waving excitedly as a helicopter descended. Coulson and Rhodey disembarked in succession, with Rhodey approaching Tony and enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Next time, don't take your joyride alone, all right?" Lu Chi took the 2 burgers from Coulson. "Hey, big shot. Would you like to buy a burger for $1 million?" Tony remarked upon seeing the burgers in Lu Chi's hands. "Fine. Normally I report you for consumer deception, but right now, I'll take 2 more." Seizing the burgers from Lu Chi, Tony glanced towards the distant valley, intending to ask Rhodey to retrieve Ethan's body when a thunderous explosion erupted. A small mushroom cloud rising as it collapsed the entire valley. Well, it seems this fellow truly won TB coming back. Tony pondered, recalling Ethan's words about not wasting life and the cheeseburgers in hand. Hey kid, how much do you think I could earn if I sold hamburgers? Lucci looked puzzled. Was Tony really contemplating a shift from armor and clean energy to selling hamburgers? Had Ethan's performance influenced him so profoundly? Secretly, Lucci ordered the ninjas to detonate the valley, relieved to bring this farce to a successful conclusion. He certainly did not want Tony to pursue a career in hamburgers. In that case, I believe you'd be better off selling building materials for children's hospitals, Lucci quipped sarcastically. Tony shrugged in resignation. Considering Lucci had saved him, he decided to refrain from arguing today. The group soon commenced their return, and Lucci observed a distant mountaintop, where several silhouettes were discernible. Ethan gazed at the departing aircraft. Well, Tony, I do not wish to deceive you, but that individual exhibited a rather excessive ruthlessness. Recalling the scene where a band of ninjas effortlessly dispatched a group of people, with scarcely anyone managing a successful counterattack, a shiver ran down Ethan's spine. He could assure anyone that even the elite special forces would lack such coordination and prowess. However, it appears he has entrusted you to me, hasn't he? Ethan turned to face the shadowy ninja behind him. Then let us proceed to rescue more individuals. I am capable of saving lives beyond the confines of the operating table. Grasping the firearm in his hand, memories of his departed family flooded his mind. Do not squander your life. Indeed, that is the way. Lucci observed Ethan, aware that the shadowy ninja was entrusted to him after their earlier discussions. However, once these ninjas returned to the realm of shadows, Lucci would not provide Ethan with any additional shadow ninjas. If Ethan wished to save more lives, he could not rely solely on this group of shadow ninjas, but should instead recruit local civilians. These individuals harbored a profound hatred for the insurgents, making it effortless to galvanize them into resistance. The 50 shadow ninjas provided by Lucci served more as a safeguard to prevent Ethan from being overwhelmed by minor adversaries and to assist in training the civilians. Although Lucci was uncertain of the achievements Ethan would attain, he silently hoped for the fulfillment of his objectives. Chapter 18. Tony's mischievous 3,000 queries. Having spent only a brief time at the base, the military, under Tony's urgent insistence, dispatched a transport plane to return him. Lucci seized the opportunity to board the same flight. Hey Lucci, how long did it take you to find me? Tony, now confined to a wheelchair, an imposition by Rhodey, asked, following a series of events that had rendered him distrustful of many. Lucci's sudden appearance raised numerous suspicions that he could not ignore. Just before you emerged, I was on the verge of seeking military assistance. But then you appeared on your own. Lucci found a piece of cloth for the two shadow ninjas to hold up as a makeshift hammock for him to recline upon. Tony nodded thoughtfully, particularly considering the uncanny timing of Lucci's arrival, which coincided precisely with his escape, leading him to suspect that perhaps Lucci had orchestrated the entire affair. Furthermore, Lucci had made multiple appearances in his vicinity prior to the kidnapping, amplifying his suspicions. Yet, it seemed everyone was aware of Lucci's affiliations, while Tony had never heard of the bureau in question. However, a brief online search revealed a wealth of information regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. Why was he oblivious to any details about this organization? As a top-tier billionaire and super genius in the Lighthouse Nation, he had interacted with nearly all departments, yet had never engaged with this one. Has your department only recently been established? I do not recall the Lighthouse Nation having any agency that recruits mutants. A hint of sarcasm graced Tony's expression, yet Lucci discerned the underlying meaning. You suspect me of orchestrating all of this and abducting you? Lucci set down his handheld gaming device. Tony's expression grew increasingly grave. Very well, allow me to address your inquiry. Lucci raised his hands in a gesture of openness. The Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau was established post-World War II, spearheaded by the foremost scientists of the Lighthouse Nation, who assimilated certain German scientists and resources to form a cutting-edge technological organization. Lucci divulged fragments of information regarding S.H.I.L.D. What a remarkable coincidence that this occurred in the aftermath of the war. During that era, nearly all of the Lighthouse Nation's elite scientists became part of the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau. although at that time it was known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Now, it is my turn to pose a question. Who were the premier scientists of the Lighthouse Nation during the Second World War? Name the one you are most familiar with. The one who leaves the deepest impression. Lucci leaped down from the hammock and approached Tony. Tony's countenance was one of shock. The foremost scientist of that time. Howard Stark, my father. Lucci nodded in acknowledgement. The Strategic Scientific Reserve was founded by your father along with a group of individuals who were active on the battlefields of World War II, including that Ms. Carter. Observing Tony lost in contemplation, Lucci continued, "You're the son of Howard. Thus, when you were captured, mobilized entirely. Even I, a mere newly appointed security advisor, had nearly 400 ninjas dispatched to locate you." As he spoke, an array of ninjas appeared behind Lucci. Rhodey, currently organizing matters in the cockpit of the transport aircraft, rushed out upon seeing the scene on the monitor. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Lucci turned and called out. "Nothing much. Tony wanted to see my ninjas, as it was this very group that rescued him from that place. I suspect he wishes to invite them to a grand celebration." Rhodey appeared skeptical, but was not overly agitated. The presence of ninjas did not astonish him, as he had already been taken aback when Lucci had released hundreds of ninjas upon his arrival at the base. He now regarded Lucci as a rather peculiar individual. "Okay, maintain a low profile and do not engage in excessive revelry. We are currently at an altitude of 33,000 feet, and should we fall, our bodies may not withstand the impact." Lucci gestured a thumbs up, signaling the shadow ninjas to retreat. "Now, esteemed genius, regarding your doubts about me," Lucci paused momentarily, "you may perceive me as a traveler, having recently departed my homeland, recruited by the Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Bureau as a security advisor. Then, during the annual Top Figure Award ceremony, I encountered a certain rogue, and due to that rogue, I found myself in a desert for a fortnight rescuing another rogue. My timing may seem fortuitous, but such coincidences are beyond my explanation. It is a matter of whom you choose to believe. Perhaps it is all part of divine providence. Are you satisfied now?" Lucci remarked candidly as he leaped back onto the hammock. Tony's face was ashen, having suddenly learned far too much and being labeled a rogue in the process. "This nickname is typically only heard in the bedroom. I never anticipated it would be hurled at me by a man. Yet, what vexes me the most is that he is the one in the wrong. Tony is not one to engage in pointless disputes. One might describe him as arrogant and sharp-tongued, yet he is profoundly rational." After a lengthy silence, Tony glanced at Lucci and murmured softly. Lucci could scarcely believe his ears. This fellow Tony actually uttered an apology? "Well, in that case, it's nothing serious. Given that you gifted me $30 million. I shall forgive you," Lucci replied awkwardly. Ultimately, this predicament partly stemmed from his failure to save Tony, though admitting that felt somewhat contrived. He had indeed been present, witnessing Tony's capture helplessly. Uncertain of what to say next, the atmosphere grew a tad awkward. Lucci felt uncomfortable as well and pondered. "Would you like to lie down for a bit?" He patted the hammock. "I do not share a bed with men," Tony replied, his expression one of disdain. "It's akin to how you never accept anything handed to you. Yet previously you directly took a cheese bread from my hand instead of allowing me to drop it on the ground for you to pick up." Observing Tony's slightly embarrassed expression, Lucci shrugged. "Oh, come on, I have more than just these 2 racks." With a wave of his hand, 2 shadow ninjas appeared, instinctively constructing a hammock from cloth. "Shall I carry you up?" Lucci inquired of Tony, who was in a wheelchair. "If you would," Tony replied, attempting but failing to ascend on his own. A shadow ninja appeared and effortlessly lifted Tony in a princess carry. "Thanks, brother. It would have been better if you had employed a different method," Tony remarked to the ninja, who offered no response before vanishing. "He certainly possesses an air of aloofness. By the way, where do they reside?" Tony assumed Lucci's powers pertained to space, and that these individuals were his subordinates. "The shadow world, a dimension born from my abilities. They are not human and do not speak," Lucci explained, confident that Tony would comprehend. "Another dimension. How extraordinary. Are these ninjas indigenous to that realm? How did you subjugate them?" "That dimension belongs to me, and thus they are inherently mine. To me, they are merely aggregations of energy manifesting from my most profound memories of that energy. So, if your impression of that energy were different, they might not appear as they do. Indeed, in a certain sense, they represent my childhood memories," Lucci said, fiddling with a handheld console. Tony cast a skeptical glance at Lu Chi. You are from heaven, aren't you? Why would your childhood memories consist of these ninjas? I mean, you know what I mean. They're the minions of the antagonists from that anime. Yet with the right incantation, one can command them. Observing Tony's inquisitive expression, he remarked, the main group once acquired the ability to command them, and thus, our impression of these ninjas transformed entirely. At that time, we believed they were capable of anything. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Capable of anything, indeed, I comprehend. In my childhood, I too regarded my father as omnipotent. For reasons unknown, he drifted into thoughts of his father, then shifted the topic, inquiring, do they not require movement? Wouldn't maintaining this posture exhaust them? Lu Chi glanced at Tony, recognizing that Tony still lacked understanding of his father, but that would change in time. They require no rest, no sustenance, no breath. Their stamina is boundless, and they are impervious to death. Tony exhibited astonishment at this revelation, and the two engaged in a gradual exchange throughout their journey. Chapter 19. Tony's return after an arduous journey. Tony finally arrived in the Big Apple. The cargo bay door of the transport craft slowly opened, revealing Pepper and Happy anxiously awaiting his return. Thanks, brothers, or should I express my gratitude to your master? Tony bantered as he waved at Pepper, inadvertently overlooking Happy. Two shadow ninjas descended, carrying Tony on the hammock. Hey, Lu Chi, could you let me down? Tony called out from the hammock, feeling powerless. Oh. Lu Chi had already disembarked from the hammock and stood beside him. A shadow ninja appeared and gently set Tony down. Thanks, brother. By the way, were you the one from last time? Why the princess carry? Tony patted the shadow ninja as he was placed beside Pepper. Honestly, Lu, could you ask him to let me down? Tony requested awkwardly, addressing Lu Chi. Lu Chi instructed the ninja to release Tony, allowing him to stand before Pepper. After easing the atmosphere, Tony gazed at Pepper. Your eyes are red. Have you shed tears for your long-lost boss? They are tears of joy. I despise job hunting. Well, your vacation has come to an end. Tony and Pepper entered the vehicle, with Happy already at the wheel and Lu Chi occupying the passenger seat. Do you mind if I hitch a ride? I do mind. Of course, I don't mind, Tony and Pepper replied in unison. Hey, Tony, don't be like that. He saved you. Well, in truth, I could have escaped on my own, though it might have taken some time to await rescue by an aircraft. Don't pay him any mind, Lu Chi. That's just Tony's nature. Well, you understand me best. You're welcome. Observing the inexplicable atmosphere that erupted between the two in the back seat, Lu Chi glanced at Happy. Can they always be like this? Generally, yes. All right, let's put an end to this. Potts, I currently desire only one thing, and it would be even better with 2 cheeseburgers. One simply isn't sufficient. Tony, you have just escaped. You need to go to the hospital first. No, I have been imprisoned for 3 months, and I have been contemplating. That's impossible, Tony. You have just escaped. Pepper turned her head away in disappointment. I think he wants your assistance in organizing a press conference. He has been mentioning it throughout the flight. Lu Chi remarked, glancing back. Pepper looked at Tony with skepticism. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey, rather than what you are imagining. Potts shook his head, sensing that Tony's transformation was quite. Well, he began making phone calls to have a reception prepared at Stark Industries, while arranging for 2 cheeseburgers for Tony as well. Happy promptly started the car, driving towards Stark Industries. By the way, Tony, will your prosthetic arm disappear in that explosion? Lu Chi recalled something, uncertain if Ironmonger would still make an appearance. I don't know, but it should be obliterated. Why? Tony pondered for a moment, reasoning that the armor's inferior material would likely melt away in the explosion, unless it was a single detonation. That's good to hear, Lu Chi replied nonchalantly. Tony had now completed his transformation. All he needed was a catalyst to fully embark on the path of superhero, and the existence of Ironmonger was inconsequential. The vehicle continued on its route, soon arriving at Stark Industries. Pepper was the first to open the car door, with Tony following closely behind. A crowd of executives, including Obadiah, stood at the entrance to Stark Industries. Observing this welcoming scene, Lu Chi maliciously thought that if a bomb were to be placed here, Stark Industries, which had managed to remain undisturbed during Tony's disappearance, would truly descend into chaos. However, it was merely a thought. Lu Chi had no intention of acting on it. As he watched the jubilant Obadiah, Lu Chi contemplated how to make Tony aware that he was the mastermind behind this, knowing that without Ironmonger, sufficient evidence would suffice to ensure Obadiah's imprisonment. Tony received 2 cheeseburgers, tossing one to Lu Chi, who caught the flying burger. All right, we are even now, Tony stated with a grin. Lu Chi unwrapped the packaging and took a bite of the $1 million burger. It tastes quite good. Of course, it's south from my favorite place. After exchanging a few words with Lu Chi, Tony turned and walked into Stark Industries. This conversation caught Obadiah's attention, as his sources of information were far superior to Potts, and he recognized Lu Chi as the culprit who had thwarted his grand plans. Yet, Obadiah did not reveal his thoughts. Instead, he smiled and addressed Lu Chi. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chi. You cannot fathom how worried I've been for Stark. He is the son of my dearest friend. Not all, sir, is my duty, Lu Chi remarked. With no intention to continue the conversation, he bypassed Obadiah and entered Stark Industries. The first thing that caught his eye was the Colossal Particle Accelerator, a device that provided clean energy for Stark Industries, but came with an exorbitant cost. It had been deemed commercially unviable by the company's personnel. However, circumstances had changed. Tony had successfully modified the apparatus in that cave, rendering it more compact, cost-effective, and capable of generating even greater energy. After surveying Stark Industries' future flagship products, Lu Chi made his way to the press conference. Coulson appeared beside him. You successfully located him, he stated. Lu Chi nodded. Indeed. That remote area was rather difficult to find. It took me quite a while. Your phone's signal remained in New York City, then suddenly transitioned to that location, leading you straight to Tony. Coulson paused. The director is awaiting your report. Very well. It seems I must formally meet with that rascal, Lu Chi replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. Coulson nodded and headed towards Potts, presumably to discuss matters, while Tony, having recalled memories of his father, announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division in front of a throng of reporters. The room erupted with excitement as journalists surged forward. Obadiah, sensing the shift in atmosphere, rushed to pull Tony away in an attempt to regain control. Ignoring Coulson, Potts approached Tony and led him away from the chaos. Well, it appears I will have to wait a while before I can converse with them, Coulson said as he rejoined Lu Chi. Lu Chi examined the photographs on his camera, nodding in satisfaction. It looks like you'll be waiting alone. I must take my leave. Lu Chi waved at Coulson before seeking out a restroom, where he promptly created a portal back to his own lair. It feels just like a mobile game, Lu Chi remarked, uploading the newly captured photos to his blog. The once quiet blog erupted with activity. The news had not yet broken, leaving the public unaware of Tony Stark's return. Such was Tony's allure, Lu Chi mused, before drawing a circle and heading towards the Trident Tower. As he walked, he contemplated how to confront Fury regarding that coin. Meanwhile, Shield had tracked Lu Chi and swiftly dispatched an agent to pick him up. Chapter 20. A conversation with the rascal. Existing in the dimension of the enemy's target upon entering the vehicle, Lu Chi was still troubled, uncertain of how to evade Fury's scrutiny. Are you pondering how to argue your case with me? A voice came from behind. Lu Chi shook his head. Dealing with individuals who possess mind-reading abilities is truly vexing. Have you ever encountered someone with such abilities? Fury rose and settled beside Lu Chi. Is it someone from that academy? Indeed, what of it? Lu Chi shrugged. You are lying. The professor you mentioned is not the one I am referring to. I am intrigued to learn that there are others who possess the ability of telepathy. Lu Chi shook his head, resigning himself to silence. Your origins are quite mysterious, appearing suddenly in the land of the lighthouse, subsequently residing in Hell's Kitchen, and methodically eliminating nearly 1,000 individuals, Fury remarked. I do not regard those beings as human, Lu Chi retorted. Yet you are human, not a legal authority, nor a deity. With your inexplicable access to portals and your mutant abilities, what exactly are you attempting to achieve? A vigilante in the city? Are you a Batman of sorts? Indeed, and what of it? I apologize for being human, Lu Chi replied, surrendering to the conversation, fully aware that this bald-headed man sought to extract more information from him, including secrets about Gu-E. Very well, let us not dwell on trivialities. Now, explain how you came across Tony Stark. Fury suddenly shifted focus, releasing Lu Chi from intense scrutiny. It was rather straightforward. My ninjas discovered a group of armed militants in a mountainous region, so I investigated and found Tony Stark. Lu Chi turned his face away, unwilling to reveal further information through his expressions. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, you aren't the real Nick Fury, are you? How could that old coin appear before someone who nearly caused chaos at Shield? You're a Skrull. Fury furrowed his brow. What are you talking about? What scroll? Do not feign ignorance. I know much more, such as your blood should be green, as well as that of Carol Danvers. Fury was about to respond when the driver interrupted. Enough, you can step out now, the driver stated abruptly, pulling over and shutting down several devices. He removed his wig and mask, revealing a bald head beneath, while the adjacent Fury obediently exited the vehicle, disappearing into the woods. All right, Lucci, I have much to discuss with you, including how you are aware of these classified matters and how you located Tony Stark. You may consider me an Earthling abducted by aliens in my youth who encountered that Captain Marvel in the cosmos. She guided me back home. She informed me about both you and the Skrulls. You see, encountering a fellow countryman in the universe is an astounding occurrence, so she shared many insights with me. As for Tony Stark, do I not possess alien technology that would enable me to locate him? However, finding him too swiftly might raise your suspicions. My intervention this time was prompted by the fact that Tony Stark is indeed a key figure capable of advancing Earth's technology. You must understand that Earth is still quite feeble in the face of those extraterrestrial entities. You should be aware of this, having experienced it firsthand. Lucci maintained a stoic expression, fixating his gaze on the bald head, devoid of any body language, and spoke swiftly. Fry paused for a moment, and the atmosphere descended into silence. How is Carol faring now? Lucci hesitated briefly. Well, she is currently serving as a cosmic guardian, aiding weaker races from being invaded and annihilated by more dominant species. After a brief pause, Lucci seemed to recall something. By the way, she wants you to take good care of her little kitten. Upon hearing the last statement, Fry instinctively touched his eye patch. He nodded in acknowledgement. All right, you may return now. Lucci turned to leave, unexpectedly catching Fry off guard. You harbor no ill intentions towards Earth, do you? Fry suddenly called out. Of course not. I'm also a citizen of Earth. That is reassuring. You should be aware that I can summon Carol back at any moment. Naturally, that communicator. With no further words exchanged, Lucci successfully returned to his humble abode. Dealing with that old coin is bothersome and exhausting. Lucci sighed, opening his foundational system. The mining apparatus. The number of shadow ninjas had surged to over 470, capable of extracting 0 for energy per minute, while the 30 blade soldiers yielded 2 energy points each per minute, translating to approximately 230 energy points every minute, with a recovery rate of around 23 points. After reviewing his balance, Lucci purchased enough ninjas to bring the total to 500. A prompt appeared, enhancement requirements. Upon examining the criteria, he discovered that an impressive 100,000 energy points were necessary for the upgrade, equating to 300 minutes or 5 hours. Contemplating his balance, Lucci decided to watch advertisements to save 3 hours. And after waiting an additional half hour, he accumulated the necessary 100,000 energy points and successfully enhanced his capabilities. Following the enhancement, his physical attributes were elevated to 8 times that of an ordinary person, with both mining and recovery speeds doubled to 480 points and 48 points, respectively. Stretching contentedly, Lucci relished the newfound agility in his body. His capital had once again multiplied, bolstering his confidence in facing the likes of the egg. However, the egg possessed numerous 084 items and a plethora of unknown Hydra technologies, rendering its strength formidable. Lucci observed that the price for ninja soldiers had escalated to 70 energy points each and felt increasingly at ease with his circumstances. He could now manage 6 minor dimensions in a single day. Flipping through the notebook provided by Ancient One, he noted that approximately 30 coordinates for minor dimensions remained. Once these were exhausted, he would likely need to request additional coordinates for small dimensions from Ancient One. Noticing that this small dimension still contained over 10,000 energy points, Lucci waited for over 20 minutes to deplete it, then replaced it with a new dimension. Oh, I didn't expect there to be over 10,000 energy, Lucci exclaimed, initially believing this minor dimension would yield less than 100,000 energy. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Enemies detected within the target dimension. Please eliminate them. Otherwise, energy extraction from the target dimension will be impossible. Lucci was taken aback. It turned out there were adversaries within the target dimension. Warning. The target dimension has merged with the shadow dimension. Immediate countermeasures must be organized. Lucci, initially bewildered, suddenly realized that his energy limit was gradually diminishing. He dared not linger and swiftly plunged into the shadow dimension. The shadow dimension resembled a colossal cube, measuring tens of thousands of cubic meters. with a fissure appearing at its apex. In this realm, Lu Qi felt akin to a deity, soaring towards the crack, where he observed goblin-like creatures utilizing peculiar devices to harvest dark energy. With a mere flick of his hand, the fissure shifted from the top to the ground, and hundreds of shadow ninjas emerged into the dark expanse, lunging at the displaced foes, dispatching the enemies with ease. Lu Qi commanded the shadow ninjas to seize the energy-collecting devices and obliterate those containing dark energy to restore his limits. He chose to return the unused devices to the material realm, ensuring they would not be assimilated by the shadow dimension. Peering through the fissure into the target dimension, he noted the vastness of the space within, teeming with innumerable creatures industriously gathering energy from surrounding rifts. Lu Qi's gaze sharpened. These beings were not solely goblins, but varied entities of different kinds. With a wave of his hand, the shadow ninjas surged through the spatial crack into the target dimension. The frail creatures posed little threat to the ninjas, yet some were formidable enough to match or even overcome them. Do you truly believe a mere master of a minuscule dimension can contend with me? A creature hovered before the fissure, locking eyes with Lu Qi. In that case, I shall claim your dark energy for myself. The being's voice resonated with peculiar waves of dark energy, yet Lu Qi discerned its intent through the vibrations. With a flick of its hand, a surge of energy struck down a shadow ninja who dissipated into the shadows. Utilizing dark energy to manifest beings that attack others' dimensions while daring to intrude upon mine. This power shall be mine, the creature proclaimed arrogantly, only to soon realize something amiss. Lu Qi, too, noticed that his dark energy limit had not diminished, nor had the number of ninjas decreased, which puzzled him. The creature, now agitated, exclaimed, to be able to reclaim dark energy within another's dimension. You possess some merit, but I shall not relent. With a wave of its hand, thousands of creatures materialized, all transported from its own material realm, unlike the shadow ninjas. Once I eliminate you, your dark dimension shall revert to its natural state. Lu Qi commanded the shadow ninjas within his radius to return to the shadows, while the others inflicted maximum damage before being defeated, also returning to the shadow dimension. Summoning the shadow ninjas anew, Lu Qi scrutinized the enemies within the opposing dimension as they organized their formations for battle. Although the individual strength of the enemy pales in comparison to his own, their numbers far exceed his own. Observing the dwindling energy at his disposal, he can only summon over 100 shadow ninjas, which will scarcely alter the tide of battle. He decides to assess the situation, knowing that his ninjas are undying and devoid of stamina. Perhaps they can gradually wear down the foe. Lu Qi watches as the enemy's subordinates rush towards him, instructing his ninjas to prepare for engagement. Chapter 21. I am the source of energy, since the enemy's subordinates are not creatures born of dark energy. He boldly directs his own forces into the shadow dimension without hesitation. With a flick of his hand, a wave of dark energy crashes upon the foes entering his dimension, annihilating them. Having consumed over 1,000 points of dark energy, Lu Qi furrows his brow as he observes his steadily replenishing energy. After obliterating the enemy's vanguard, he refrains from further action, allowing the shadow ninjas to confront the adversary. The enemy expends some dark energy to widen the spatial rift significantly, yet remains only about 10 square meters, allowing merely a dozen adversarial beings to surge through at once. Nonetheless, with a relentless stream of reinforcements, the shadow ninjas find themselves retreating. Although his side possesses superior individual strength, it has yet to provoke a qualitative change, leaving them on the defensive against the enemy. Lu Qi finds himself wary of the master of the dark dimension across from him, hesitant to launch an attack for fear of being decapitated. Although creatures formed from dark energy possess boundless potential, they will impede your growth rate. As seen now, you lack the capability to fight back. The adversary taunts with a grin. Lu Qi watches as a single ninja is besieged by dozens of enemies, disintegrating into shadows. Frowning, he dispatches 20 blade soldiers. Upon their arrival, the blade soldiers, with their remarkable agility, appear to fly, swiftly tearing through the throngs of enemies. In contrast to the shadow ninjas, the blade soldiers are far more adept in combat, particularly in slaughter. Lu Qi, witnessing the impressive results achieved by the blade soldiers in such a short span, cannot help but feel elated. Glancing at his shadow energy, he expends one 500 points to synthesize 150 Shadow Ninjas into Blade Soldiers. Now, possessing 50 Blade Soldiers, he receives no enhancement prompt, likely indicating that only a sufficient number of Shadow Ninjas can trigger such an upgrade. Disappointed, yet quickly recovering, Lucci finds himself with 300 Ninja Soldiers and 50 Blade Soldiers. Although their numbers have diminished significantly, 6 Ninja Soldiers are paired with 1 Blade Soldier to form small teams, effectively stalling the enemy and even pushing them back. The Shadow teams relentlessly deplete the enemy's forces, achieving a heightened efficiency of slaughter, systematically eliminating foes from the Shadow dimension. Sensing the peril, the opposing creatures imbued with dark energy charge forward. A surge of dark energy approaches, and with a wave of his hand, Lucci conjures a dark energy shield to intercept it. Clapping his hands together, 2 dark tides surge forth, encircling the enemy. Realizing the dire situation, the creature hastily retreats, furrowing its brow as it regards Lucci. How is it possible that you can exert complete control over dark energy? Even he could merely harness the dark energy in a minimal way, unable to wield it at will. Lucci gazed at his opponent, attempting to communicate through the dark energy. Are you incapable? The adversary, misinterpreting Lucci's demeanor as mockery, felt a surge of anger. What a controlling dark energy. With such a meager amount, what can you truly accomplish? Lucci observed his energy regenerating at a rate of 48 points per second, swiftly replenishing the thousands of points expended moments ago, leaving him perplexed. What was this individual truly insinuating? A sudden hypothesis struck Lucci. Perhaps he had utilized the system to become the so-called true master of dark energy, while his opponent had merely acquired dominion over the dark dimension, capable of employing dark energy, but only within certain techniques and principles. It was akin to how a magician must manipulate magical energy to form runes to achieve their goals, whereas he could directly manifest the effects of that energy. Thus, was this my genuine power? Lucci contemplated his hands, where dark energy coalesced in abundance. As if in alignment with his thoughts, he unleashed a beam of dark energy toward his adversary. The unknown creature shouted, and a torrent of dark energy erupted from within, nullifying the attack. I swear, by the name of Andrus, I shall unravel your secrets and ascend as the master of darkness. Andrus bellowed, as dark energy coalesced into a rune, enhancing his speed, propelling him directly toward Lucci. With a mere wave of his hand, Lucci shifted dimensions, appearing on the opposite side of the Shadow Realm. Observing Andrus's method of utilizing dark energy, a spark of understanding ignited within him. Andrus? Very well, I shall declare. Dark energy converged before Lucci, as if drawn by an unseen force. He contemplated for a moment, then turned his gaze toward Andrus. I am who I am Lucci, and by the name of Lucci, I declare you my foe. Dark energy shall no longer embrace you. As Lucci affirmed his identity, establishing a name within this alternate dimension, the surrounding dark energy rejoiced, as if it had found its rightful master. Conversely, Andrus found himself struggling to control his dark energy. Forcing his will upon it, Andrus shouted, "Who do you think you are to establish such rules?" His expression darkened. In this realm, he could do nothing against Lucci, instead inadvertently enlightening him, allowing him to exert influence. Could it be that he truly was the master of darkness, the sovereign of dark energy? Impossible. With a fierce resolve, Andrus thought, very well, you leave me no choice. A scroll materialized in his hand, which he tore asunder. Let me show you the forbidden arts of the gods. Waves of energy surged forth from the scroll, powerfully sealing the space and imprisoning Lucci within. Master of darkness? Call out again. Lucci gazed upon the immense energy cage, resolutely depleting the dark energy that enveloped him. Realizing that he could not connect with the Shadow Realm, a weight settled in his heart, yet he discovered he could still harness some dark energy. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open the system. Indeed, the system revealed that his connection to the dark dimension had been sealed, requiring a continuous supply of energy to lift the seal, although his energy was still in the process of recovery. Thus, it was not his dark dimension supplying him with energy, but rather he was the one providing energy to the dark dimension. Was the dark dimension merely a reservoir for his dark energy? This was the essence of the Dark Lord. Previously, he had assumed the system acted upon the dark dimension to enhance himself, only to realize it was actually acting on him, nourishing the dark dimension in return. Having clarified the master-servant relationship, Lucci nodded and glanced at Andrews. What use is this? Just because I cannot utilize the dark energy within the dimension, does it truly matter? Are you brave enough to come and kill me? Although uncertain of the opponent's situation, Lucci feigned ignorance while awaiting the recovery of his dark energy. Fool. Andrews, opting not to use dark energy, began to gather other energies in his hands, gradually forming a spell. He, Andrews, had not risen to power through dark energy. It was merely a more advanced power acquired later. Despite the disobedience of his dark energy, Andrews was unfazed. He intended to eliminate Lucci first. Perhaps doing so would lift this rule, and he might even uncover Lucci's secrets, achieving the title of Dark Lord. As for engaging in close combat with Lucci, he was no fool. The opponent harbored many secrets, possibly with hidden trump cards, making it unwise to act recklessly. With the spell ready, Andrews unleashed his attack towards Lucci, observing that his opponent was not falling for any tricks. Lucci felt a twinge of annoyance, but chose not to conceal his abilities any longer. Streams of dark energy surged from within him, effortlessly blocking the attack. Consuming over 100 points of energy was of little concern. Such energy would replenish in mere moments. With dark energy as a support, Lucci levitated in the air, confronting Andrews once more. The surrounding magic primarily served to sever his connection to the dark dimension completely. The depletion of dark energy was merely a side effect, not a lasting consequence. The dark energy within Lucci continuously seeped out because, although he was the Dark Lord, his body could not endure excessive dark energy. He had no desire to abandon his corporeal form, like Dormammu, and transform into pure darkness. Currently, Lucci's body could sustain 800 points of energy, a fact he had not previously had the opportunity to test. It was during a fourfold enhancement of his physical capabilities that he discovered this limit, at which time he could only endure 400 points of energy. His body was perpetually filled with 800 points of energy, while the surrounding energy increased at a rate of 48 points per second. Come now, it is fair once more, Lucci declared to Andrews. Observing the ceaselessly emanating energy surrounding his opponent, Andrews felt an ominous premonition rising within him. He was merely a fortunate high-ranking mage who stumbled upon the dark dimension when faced with an uncertain future, inadvertently becoming the Dark Lord. Now, unable to harness dark energy and with magic proving futile against his adversary, he found himself up against a creature that could rapidly regenerate its own energy. Continuing the battle was certain defeat. Thus, escape seemed the most prudent course of action, even at the cost of abandoning the dark dimension. He could relay this information to the formidable beings of his own world, perhaps even garner some benefits in return. Andrews made his decision, summoning a magic circle into existence. Ignoring the fallen comrades slaughtered by the Shadow Legion, he transformed into a ray of light and propelled himself towards the spatial rift. Once he crossed into the dark dimension on the other side, he could leverage that realm to return to his material world. Lucci, observing Andrew's flight towards the spatial rift, understood his intent to escape and considered intercepting him. However, maneuvering through the air consumed dark energy at a far greater rate than moving through the material world while anchored to other objects. Regardless of the current speed at which he could recover energy, even utilizing all of it would only allow him to dash before Andrews, leaving him vulnerable to being easily vanquished without dark energy. As Andrews drew closer to the rift, Lucci felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed. "Channel all your energy to me." A yellow figure materialized beside Lucci. Chapter 22. Ancient One Strikes. Iron Overlord's duel. Lucci nodded at the unexpected arrival of the Ancient One. With such a powerful ally present, he could afford to relax. He transferred all of his energy to the Ancient One, who, harnessing this newfound power, manifested a mirrored space, imprisoning Andrews within. Noticing the shift in space, Andrews turned to face the Ancient One. "Impossible. You can create a mirrored space." The Ancient One paid him no heed. With a mere gesture, Andrews was drawn closer. Gripping Andrews' neck with one hand, the Ancient One effortlessly ended his life. Witnessing Andrews, a formidable adversary, fall so easily, Lucci could only exclaim in admiration for his powerful ally. The Ancient One turned to Lucci, who, caught in the gaze of such might, fell silent. Were it not for the lack of energy supplied by the dark dimension, I would have been oblivious to your plight, the Ancient One remarked, dismissing the mirrored space. Upon returning to the shadow dimension, Lu Qi still felt no trace of its presence. He directed energy towards the Ancient One, simultaneously allocating some to consume the seal, thereby restoring the connection with the shadow dimension. Observing the shadow ninjas dispatching their foes, Lu Qi commanded them to eliminate the enemies from the opposing world, ensuring the complete conquest of their realm. The Ancient One spent a moment surveying the dark dimension before returning and inscribing additional coordinates in a small tome. These are several unclaimed dark dimensions currently being mined. You may exploit them as well, and at a much swifter pace. However, you must swiftly deplete this array, otherwise, your connection to the dark dimension will be severed, rendering it a forsaken realm, and I would not have been able to enter so effortlessly, spoke Ancient One, casting a glance at Lu Qi. By the way, your speed of growth is truly remarkable, yet it remains insufficient. Lu Qi chuckled helplessly. Despite his recovery rate of 48 energy points per second, it was not enough to compel this formidable figure to unleash her true prowess. She merely allowed him to stretch his limbs, reminding him that he still had a long road ahead. After observing Lu Qi's shadow dimension for a while, Ancient One instructed him to retrieve the coordinates of a minor dimension after some time before departing. According to her, she had been diligently modifying various spells, transforming their energy sources to rely on Lu Qi, so that once he reached sufficient strength, he could harness the magic fueled by his own energy. Lu Qi was indifferent. He typically refrained from combat, merely directing the Shadow Legion. Furthermore, since supplying energy did not diminish his upper limits, he felt no trepidation, especially as he could lean on Ancient One for support. However, the ensuing days grew tedious, for he had lost contact with this dimension and could not return to the material realm. Ancient One had not taken him along, perhaps out of concern that he might wander off instead of wearing down the seal. Fortunately, the shadow ninjas could venture to another world to bring him sustenance. Otherwise, he might have faced starvation in this realm. After 5 days, Lu Qi finally exhausted the seal, restoring his connection with the shadow world. He redirected his supply channel with Ancient One to the shadow realm and established a supply conduit between himself and the shadow dimension. Following this ordeal, Lu Qi found himself capable of accomplishing such feats without relying on the system. Upon returning to the main world, Lu Qi reclined on his bed, comfortably rolling over. He retrieved his phone, but due to the absence of signal in the shadow realm, he could only instruct the shadow ninjas to fetch some comics for him. Upon opening his phone, he discovered an astonishing number of messages, most of which were from Tony, alongside a few from Coulson. Frowning, Lu Qi promptly dialed Tony's number. Meanwhile, Tony, having finally freed himself from the burden of the gaping hole in his chest, where Obadiah had removed his arc reactor, felt his heart faltering. Suddenly, his phone lit up, displaying Lu Qi's call. Elated, he answered immediately. "Hey, Tony, I've been occupied these past few days. What's going on? Can you come over? My arc reactor has been taken," Tony exclaimed with all his might. I'm on my way." Lu Qi was taken aback by how far the narrative had progressed and quickly traced a circle to Tony's location. "In my setting, portals can only be used within the material realm and the mirror space relying on it. Ancient One employed other methods to enter the shadow world." Tony gazed in astonishment as a portal of electric sparks materialized before him, and Lu Qi stepped through. A shadowy ninja ventured downstairs, deftly retrieving Tony's heart and reviving him with renewed vigor. As Tony steadied himself and descended the stairs, he donned the newly invented Mark III armor, stating, "Obadiah is the mastermind behind my abduction. I apologize, brother, for my earlier suspicions." Clad in his armor, Tony resolved to seek out Pepper, for Obadiah had just threatened her safety. "Tony, where are you?" Rhodey's voice echoed from upstairs. "Hey, Rhode," Tony called out, prompting Rhodey to rush down. "Tony, what are you wearing?" Rhodey exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Tony's armor. My prosthetic? By the way, how did you end up here?" Rhodey glanced at Lu Qi, perplexed by his association with Tony. Yet he continued, "Pepper informed me that Obadiah is orchestrating your kidnapping, and I was sent to protect you." "Well, you're a bit late. Where's Pepper?" "She took 5 agents to apprehend Obadiah." 5 agents are insufficient. Tony recalled Obadiah's mention of his own armor. "Lu, can you use that portal to take me to Stark Industries? Pepper may be in danger." Lu Qi nodded. A swift gesture conjuring a portal. Rhodey stared at the portal, muttering a profanity in disbelief. "Hey, Rhode, are you coming?" Tony called, noticing Rhodey hesitating. Rhodey responded and cautiously leaped across. "Regarding this portal, I trust you both to keep it confidential," Lu Chi said, relieved upon receiving Rhodey and Tony's assurances. Tony was fine, but Rhodey had the U.S. government behind him. If they discovered this, he would certainly be inundated with troubles. "Tony?" A voice called from behind, prompting the trio to turn. "Pepper?" Tony exclaimed, relieved to see her. She had yet to enter the fray. "Lu Chi, what are you doing here?" Coulson appeared alongside several agents, spotting Lu Chi. "Why haven't you responded to my messages?" Lu Chi pondered how to deflect the question when suddenly, the concrete floor erupted, revealing a colossal armored figure before him. "Ironmonger? Tony, didn't you say your prosthetic will be destroyed?" Lu Chi looked at Tony in confusion. It shouldn't have survived. That explosion, combined with the subsequent chain reaction, should have obliterated that armor. Chain reaction? Indeed, then there's no cause for concern. Disregarding Tony's bewildered expression, Lu Chi focused on the Ironmonger before him. This was not his shadowy realm, filled with dark energy. The greatest power he could currently unleash was merely that of 800 energy units. The energy of 800 is equivalent to that of a tank's main cannon. A formidable force indeed. However, Lu Chi does not believe it can vanquish the Iron Tyrant. After all, even Tony's Mark III can withstand the onslaught of tank. And this colossal iron behemoth is unlikely to possess inferior defenses compared to Tony's creation. "Coulson, I doubt your little handgun will inflict any damage on this contraption. I suggest you retreat and disperse the onlookers," Lu Chi remarked, observing the growing crowd around them. It is not solely the Chinese who revel in such spectacles. These foreign onlookers seem equally reckless, approaching with their phones despite the ominous atmosphere. Coulson, glancing between a small firearm and the towering Iron Tyrant, nodded and led Agent Potts, Rhodes, and a cadre of agents to clear the area. Meanwhile, Lu Chi and Tony remained fixated on the Iron Tyrant. "Do your ninjas stand a chance against this behemoth?" Tony inquired in a hushed tone, eyeing the metallic giant. "Perhaps," Lu Chi replied, his confidence wavering. Despite the fact that the Shadow Ninjas possess physiques 8 times that of an ordinary human and the Blade Soldiers exhibit markedly enhanced agility, it is uncertain whether they can bring down the imposing figure before them. One by one, the Shadow Ninjas emerged behind Lu Chi, prompting Obadiah to furrow his brow, unsure of what these entities represented. However, emboldened by the presence of the Iron Tyrant, he felt invincible. With a rotating minigun in hand, he unleashed a torrent of fire towards the ninjas. The ninjas surged forward, one managing to deflect several bullets before succumbing to the relentless barrage. Yet they collectively absorbed the gunfire, buying precious time for their comrades. Some ninjas attempted to flank the Iron Tyrant, but were swiftly dispatched by its missiles. Nevertheless, Lu Chi had a different strategy in mind. The Blade Soldiers stealthily emerged, lunging at the Iron Tyrant, their razor-sharp claws leaving deep gashes on its surface. The ninjas seized this opportunity, their extraordinary physical prowess overpowering the Iron Tyrant and forcing it to the ground. Witnessing the unfolding battle, Tony exhaled in relief. "Your ninjas are truly formidable. Do they possess any weaknesses?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lu Chi responded. "For instance, we currently lack any flying ninjas." Of course, he kept this thought to himself. As fate would have it, the Iron Tyrant, now pinned to the ground, inexplicably activated its jet propulsion, sending the swarm of ninjas hurtling through the air. "I suspect it has realized its predicament," Lu Chi said resignedly. "It likely one-T touchdown again. Can you fly?" Tony remarked as he ascended towards the airborne Iron Tyrant. Lu Chi, feeling helpless, instructed the ninjas to continue dispersing the crowd while he slowly made his way towards the Iron Tyrant. "How slow, you ask?" To maintain a balance in energy replenishment, he could only manage a speed of 45 meters per second, perhaps not slow by ordinary standards, but in comparison to the Iron Tyrant and Tony, who could effortlessly breach the sound barrier in mere moments, it felt rather sluggish. The Iron Tyrant forcefully dislodged several tenacious ninjas from his frame and hurled them to the ground. As he beheld Tony and Lu Chi soaring towards him, he menacingly exclaimed, "These little pests are quite bothersome, yet they cannot take to the skies. Let us engage in an aerial battle." The Iron Tyrant bore numerous marks upon his exterior, yet none had breached his surface armor. If given more time, the piercing soldiers might have succeeded. As Tony approached, the Iron Tyrant activated his rotary machine gun, only to discover that the barrel had been ravaged by the piercing soldier, compelling him to charge directly at Tony. He scoffed at the notion that a mere suit of armor could rival his might. Undeterred, Tony lunged at the Iron Tyrant, colliding with him head-on. Unsurprisingly, Tony was sent flying, and after a fierce struggle, he found himself captured in the Iron Tyrant's grasp. Just as it seemed Tony was on the verge of being crushed. Lu Chi finally arrived, delivering a punch augmented with 800 units of energy. Fueled by dark energy, this strike unleashed a force of approximately 5 tons, propelling the Iron Tyrant sideways and saving Tony in the process. "Goodness, Lu, your fists are remarkably powerful," Tony gasped as he noticed the imprint of a fist embedded in the Iron Tyrant's armor. "Perhaps, but your armor's strength pales in comparison to his. I shall provide support while you confront him directly," Lu Chi stated, leisurely ascending towards the Iron Tyrant. The Iron Tyrant steadied himself, and Obadiah, witnessing the might of that punch, could scarcely believe his eyes. "What sort of mutant are you? Time and again, you disrupt my plans. Damnable mutant. I shall see you dead. Aren't you worried that those two might put you down?" Lu Chi retorted, attempting to utilize shadow stealth to infiltrate the Iron Tyrant's armor and eliminate Obadiah directly. However, his once infallible stealth failed to penetrate the Iron Tyrant's defenses. Blocked by an unseen force, Lu Chi materialized, frowning as he gazed at the arc reactor embedded in the Iron Tyrant's chest. This device distributed energy throughout the Iron Tyrant's entire form, indirectly creating an energy shield that thwarted his stealth. Discontent with the realization that his abilities could be countered by a layer of energy defense, Lu Chi contemplated the formidable foes he would face in the future. Engaging in a fistfight with the Iron Tyrant, Lu Chi was sent reeling, clearly outmatched despite the augmentations of dark energy. As he pondered his next move, Tony continued to unleash repulsor blasts at the Iron Tyrant. "Hey Lu, what's wrong?" Tony called out. "I can't breach his defenses," Lu Chi replied helplessly, realizing that not only could he not infiltrate, but the ninjas also could not manifest directly on the Iron Tyrant's surface, or they would have simply overwhelmed him. "Perhaps we should devise a plan to bring him down to the ground? Let my ninjas dismantle him first," Lu Chi proposed, initiating a series of ranged attacks, bombarding the Iron Tyrant with waves of dark energy, treating him like a tennis ball while the energy continued to dwindle. "Excellent, I have a brilliant idea," Tony shouted as he rushed forward and landed a punch on Ironmonger's head, successfully drawing his ire and soaring into the sky. Observing Ironmonger following him upwards, Lu Chi nodded, sensing that it was indeed the intended strategy. He aimed to retrieve some ninjas from the ground, planning to pin Ironmonger down to prevent any chance of him ascending. Chapter 23. Iron Man and the Shadow Lord in the Heavens Above. Tony continually ascended, while Jarvis incessantly reported the remaining energy levels in his ear. Annoyed, Tony decided to silence Jarvis's notifications. "Tony, where are you going?" Ironmonger accelerated relentlessly, swiftly closing the distance to the hesitant Tony. Grabbing Tony, Ironmonger let out a maniacal laugh. "Now that guy isn't catching up. Let us see what you do now, Tony." Glancing at the frost steadily accumulating on Ironmonger's armor, Tony understood that his opponent had yet to resolve the freezing issue. And he smirked. "I am Tony Stark. I can save myself." With a vigorous effort, he broke free from Ironmonger's grasp and observed the fading glow in his adversary's eyes. "It seems you haven't dealt with the freezing problem, Jarvis. As I said, sometimes one must learn to run before they learn to walk." With that, Tony delivered a powerful punch to Ironmonger's head, sending him plummeting downwards. Watching Ironmonger fall, encased in frost, Tony exhaled in relief. Yet, Jarvis unexpectedly chimed in with the two. Suddenly, Tony's flight thrusters shut off, and he let out a string of screams as he began to descend slowly. Jarvis skillfully activated jets at varying altitudes, ensuring Tony would land safely, albeit not in the immediate future. Meanwhile, Lu Chi had meticulously arranged everything below, even designating an extra ninja to hold a camera to capture the moment. Hovering in midair, his face concealed by dark energy, resembling a mask, he kept his gaze fixed on the sky until he finally spotted the falling Ironmonger. Recognizing the frost covering his opponent, Lu Chi knew Tony's plan had succeeded. Suddenly, Ironmonger managed to free one hand from the icy bindings. Lu Chi's expression sharpened as he swiftly moved to intercept Ironmonger's descent. "Tony!" Obadiah screamed in a frenzy, the increasing sensation of falling nearly driving him to madness. With all his might, he manipulated Ironmonger, finally freeing one hand from the frost's grip. He forcefully moved his arm, astonishingly managing to strike himself, causing the frost to shatter. With a triumphant expression, Obadiah gazed at the reboot symbol flashing on the screen before him. But suddenly, a force surged from above, hastening his descent. "Tony?" Obadiah roared in fury. "Apologies, it's me," Lu Chi declared, clinging to Ironmonger, as dark energy surged forth, propelling Ironmonger downwards at an alarming speed. "I will kill you," Obadiah roared, yet he could only await the revival of the Iron Tyrant. Lu Chi gazed at the diminishing altitude, his eyes fixed on the ground below, and he shouted, "May you travel safely, straight to the underworld." He entered the shadow dimension, where he reigned as a deity, neutralizing the impact. Emerging from the shadow dimension, he appeared in midair, observing the Iron Tyrant descending to the ground. Though its eyes remained dim, Lu Chi dared not be complacent and commanded all ninjas to rush forth and dismantle the Iron Tyrant. As they landed, witnessing the armor being relentlessly destroyed, Lu Chi sighed in relief. Even if the Iron Tyrant were to restart, its fate was now sealed. The wires were already mostly exposed. He instructed the ninjas to sever the wires, ensuring it could not be revived. Approaching to inspect the situation, the Iron Tyrant unexpectedly rebooted, scattering the ninjas and seizing him, its reactor's glow intensifying. "I demand your company in death," Obadiah bellowed, clasping Lu Chi tightly, in the grip of his deadly embrace. Lu Chi beheld the reactor's blinding luminosity as dark energy surged within him, urging him to enter the shadow dimension. Yet, the Iron Tyrant crackled with electricity, obliterating the dark energy. "Fool!" In the face of imminent peril, Lu Chi relinquished all restraint, unleashing a torrent of dark energy from his being. "Who do you think you are? Seeking my life?" Waves of dark energy surged forth, violently dismantling the Iron Tyrant into fragments. The dark energy danced around him like limbs, swirling in chaos. Noticing the reactor still glowing fiercely, Lu Chi pointed a finger, and the energy seemed to find its mark, hurtling towards the Iron Tyrant. The dark energy engaged with the reactor, and streams of electricity erupted from it, colliding with the dark energy and rapidly dissipating like snowflakes. The dark energy drew closer, rendering the surging electricity into nothingness. Finally, when the dark energy made contact with the reactor, it dissolved it entirely. Unabated, the dark energy surged into the Iron Tyrant, penetrating it and annihilating Obadiah within. "It is over," Lu Chi declared, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain that rendered him unconscious. Ninjas appeared around him, forming a protective circle. After an indeterminate duration, Lu Chi regained consciousness, finding himself in a sterile white hospital room. As he sensed his awakening, hands helped him sit up. Turning his head, he recognized a shadow ninja beside him, and upon surveying his surroundings, he noticed countless shadow ninjas standing like statues, safeguarding him. Pain coursed through his body, and instinctively, dark energy emanated from him, enveloping him and continuously mending his wounds. "Are you awake?" A voice resonated from a speaker in the corner of the room. "Coulson? Where am I?" Lu Chi inquired, feeling the healing of his injuries as he rose from the hospital bed, clad in a patient gown that he did not recognize. "Why am I here, and who changed my clothes?" Lu Chi incessantly inquired. Coulson gently responded, "You thwarted the Iron Overlord's self-detonation and then lost consciousness. The ninjas shielded you, ensuring no one could approach. After much discussion, we convinced them to allow us to examine you, revealing that your bodily tissues were in a state of collapse. Yet a peculiar energy was sustaining you." Pausing, Coulson continued, "We surmise that this energy is the source of your mutant abilities. However, due to your unconscious state, you could not harness this energy to mend your body, compelling us to persuade the ninjas to bring you to this infirmary. In this room, we infuse the air with a vaporized healing solution to alleviate your bodily deterioration as we awaited your awakening. Now that you have awoken and utilized that energy to restore yourself, there is no longer an issue. As for your attire, it was the ninjas who assisted in changing your clothes." One ninja appropriately presented a laundered garment, which Lu Chi recognized as his own, left at home. "Thank you, brothers." Lu Chi smiled as he accepted the clothing. Some ninjas autonomously positioned themselves in the corners, obscuring the surveillance cameras. After donning his regular attire, Lu Qi requested the ninjas to withdraw and then exited the room where Coulson awaited him. How long have I been asleep? Lu Qi asked. Only a few hours. Your physical constitution is remarkably robust, having improved significantly, perhaps even multiplied several times, allowing for a swift cessation of your bodily collapse. Oh! Lu Qi activated his system, noticing a notification at the top. The host has forcibly extracted dark energy beyond the body's tolerance threshold to mitigate bodily collapse. The limits of dark energy consumption have temporarily enhanced physical capabilities. Observing his dark energy limit had surged from over 10,000 to more than 50,000. Lu Qi glanced at the hollowed, dark dimension and estimated that this temporary enhancement had consumed nearly 70,000 of his dark energy limit. What a loss, Lu Qi sighed. Shaking his head, he resolved to ensure that next time, he would decisively deal with the blade. Yet, he realized this experience had unveiled his potential for greater strength, albeit at the cost of energy limits. Nevertheless, he deemed it prudent to refrain from such actions. Recalling the excruciating pain following the temporary enhancement that triggered his body's protective mechanisms, causing him to faint. Persisting in this manner might lead to his body collapsing entirely, transforming into a dark energy entity. Pondering this, Lu Qi suddenly recalled something. Where's my photo? A shadow ninja appeared before him, presenting a camera. Upon viewing the images of himself vanquishing the Iron Overlord, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction. Is Tony and the others all right? Lu Qi remembered that Tony had not appeared during his battle with the Iron Overlord, fearing he might have been eliminated in the skies. He is fine, just a bit slow to come down from the heavens. However, he should now be conducting a press conference. A press conference? Lu Qi stepped through the portal into a restroom at Stark Industries and emerged just in time to see Tony delivering a speech. Initially lacking enthusiasm, Tony's spirits lifted upon seeing Lu Qi. As Lu Qi raised his camera, Tony could only shake his head in resignation. Glancing at the small note in his hand, Tony paused for a moment before declaring, I am Iron Man. Lu Qi captured this historic moment, observing the resolute glint in Tony's eyes. Thus, the era of superheroes had undeniably dawned. Moreover, the leader of the ninjas, the one who commands the black energy, is a man from the Celestial Empire and a dear friend of mine. Here, I formally strip him of the title Lord of Shadows, as your so-called Black Emperor moniker is quite unappealing. Lu Qi looked up in bewilderment, catching a glimpse of Tony's mischievous grin. Chapter 24. The Bankrupt Iron Man. The following day, Lu Qi awoke, recalling the previous day's antics, and shook his head. And Shadow Ninja appeared to prepare breakfast, while Lu Qi took a toothbrush and cut from another ninja to brush his teeth. Seated at the dining table, the ninja switched on the television. Yesterday, Stark Industries provided an explanation regarding the battle that transpired the day before. During the press conference, billionaire Tony Stark proclaimed himself as the man clad in metal armor that night, acknowledging his alias, Iron Man. He also admitted that another individual, possessing numerous non-human subordinates and wielding black energy, is his friend, the Lord of Shadows, asserting that the latter's powers are entirely controllable. Last night, Tony Stark attended a banquet in his Iron Man armor, which enlivened the atmosphere. Unfortunately, our reporters failed to spot the Lord of Shadows' presence. The television broadcasted news of the previous day's events, much of which revolved around Lu Qi and Tony. It seemed that more attention was directed towards him, as Tony had been rescued multiple times by Lu Qi from various threats, culminating in a solo confrontation with Ironmonger, which heightened public interest in him. Lu Qi switched channels, only to find the same news being reported. Frowning, he realized that his favorite morning gossip had been eclipsed by Iron Man news, leaving him somewhat exasperated. After finishing his meal, Lu Qi accessed the system. He now commanded 50 blade soldiers and 350 ninja warriors. Astonished to discover that not a single ninja soldier had perished under Ethan's command, Lu Qi felt compelled to reassess the ninja's capabilities. Indeed, the ninja warriors now possessed eightfold the physical prowess of ordinary humans, coupled with exquisite skills, enabling them to withstand gunfire. Their coordination and elusive movements further solidified their standing in that region. Before engaging in a battle with the Iron Tyrant yesterday, I first confronted an adversary from another dimension, which allowed Lu Qi to recognize his own shortcomings. While his individual strength is currently sufficient, the prowess of his subordinates remains lacking. They cannot yet break through myriad laws with sheer force. For instance, the ninja soldiers are formidable in ordinary combat, yet they falter in interdimensional skirmishes, as their enemies typically deploy minions from the material realm in considerable numbers, placing Lu Qi at numerical disadvantage. Observing the dwindling coordinates of the few remaining minor dark dimensions, he realized that the disparity in quantity would only widen as he sought to plunder small, medium, large, and even Dormammu-like dimensions in the future. Thus, rather than competing in numbers, he resolved to enhance quality. His strongest units would defend the spatial rift, capable of fending off countless foes, while his fearless ninjas could infiltrate and exhaust the enemy. Lu Qi contemplated the remaining exploitable energy and set an alarm, determined to extract every last resource from the minor dimensions within the next few days. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was Tony. He answered, "Hey, Tony. Do you require my assistance again?" "Not much, Lu. Just swing by. I have a gift for you." "A gift?" Lu Qi pondered what Tony might present. Perhaps a new Iron Man suit? He traced a circle, teleporting to Tony's basement. Recording deleted, Jarvis announced. "I configured Jarvis yesterday. From now on, whenever you use the portal, it will automatically erase all recordings from that period," Tony explained, handing over 2 wristbands. "Try them on." As Lu Qi donned the wristbands, they emitted a radiant glow, and a pair of iron boots flew toward him, fitting snugly onto his feet. "This is my newly developed adaptive armor technology, allowing the suit to autonomously attach to your body, albeit the technology is still in its infancy, capable only of affixing smaller items for now. I noticed your aerial movement was rather sluggish, so I crafted a pair of jet boots powered by a mini reactor, enabling you to exceed the speed of sound while airborne. However, they offer little protection to other parts of your body. Given your impressive physical condition, you might not require much protection. The armor could even hinder your abilities." Tony expressed his astonishment at Lu Qi's remarkable physique, pondering how he could conduct interviews with 13 women in a day if he possessed such capabilities. "This is something you cannot envy." Lu Qi gazed at the boots adorning his feet, taking a couple of steps and discovering them to be a perfect fit. "Jarvis, could you pave a path for me to try?" He arrived at the starting point of the garage door. "Tony, shall we take a leisurely flight? Come on. You're just afraid of flying and need me, the billionaire Iron Man Tony Stark, to safeguard you. Get lost. I can fly on my own. I merely invited you for a joyride." As Lu Qi watched Tony approach clad in his armor, he contemplated, allowing dark energy to envelop him, gradually transforming into a suit of armor that would provide him with some measure of protection. "What deficiencies does your ability possess?" Tony regarded Lu Qi's armor with a hint of envy. Currently, he required specialized equipment to don his suit, though emerging technologies could soon remedy this. Additionally, he was working on a portable suit, serving as a transitional piece. The power of technology should suffice, such as the newly emerged concept of nanotechnology. Tony nodded thoughtfully. "Jarvis, give this idea a thumbs up. Now let us set off for a flight." As Tony spoke, he stepped onto the armor assembly platform, where mechanical arms retrieved various components to fit onto him. Once fully donned, Tony joined Lu Qi, stretching his body. "Are you ready? How about a race? If you lose, you owe me 2 ninja soldiers for research. Rest assured, I am merely curious about their biological composition and will not conduct any nefarious experiments." "And if you lose?" Lu Qi remained unfazed, well acquainted with Tony's character. The current Tony was a technophile, showing little interest in biological technology. It was likely that the 2 ninja soldiers would serve as bodyguards for Potts. "Tony Stark does not lose," Tony declared confidently. "Do you understand fluid dynamics? You just broke the sound barrier, but I am nearing twice the speed of sound, already declaring a technological victory. Let us agree, no cheating with portals. Jarvis, chart the course and apply for an air route. Rest assured, my portals cannot open to places I am unaware of." "Wait, how did you get directly to my lab then?" "Route planning complete. I'm off then." "Wait, you jerk." Lu Qi's boots emitted a fiery burst, propelling him forward. He stumbled momentarily in the air, familiarizing himself with the controls before stabilizing. "Hey, are you ready? I've been waiting for quite some time." Tony, not rushing ahead. "Hover nearby." "Ah, I should be good to go." "Then don't use that as an excuse if you lose." "Jarvis, call the start." The two stood poised in the air, awaiting Jarvis's command. Upon receiving the command, Lu Qi was the first to react, soaring forward. Tony lagged slightly, but swiftly closed the gap thanks to his speed advantage. "Lu, I'm off." Now, both had breached the sound barrier, and Tony's voice resonated through the bone conduction of his wristband, reaching Lu Qi. Observing the flames from Tony's jet nozzle intensifying as he propelled forward, Lu Chi chuckled, truly believing that he could not hold his own in the skies. Enveloped by dark energy, he expelled the surrounding air, accelerating his pace. From a distance, Lu Chi appeared as a black pillar, effortlessly displacing the air, allowing him to traverse through the void of space, free from atmospheric drag. I'm coming, Tony. Through the dark energy, Lu Chi spotted the previously elusive Tony, drawing closer with each moment. Wang Defa, Jarvis, analyze how he achieves such speed. Unknown energy detected, displacing air, resulting in no atmospheric resistance, enabling continuous acceleration. Incredible. Tony marveled as Lu Chi reached his side in mere moments, and his speed continued to escalate. Lu Chi, your velocity is nearing 3 times the speed of sound. This is utterly outrageous. Is that so? I feel I can go even faster. But it seems the journey ahead is not too long. Tony glanced at the route. Jarvis had originally mapped out a 500-kilometer path, but at their current pace, they would arrive in just 10 minutes. Tony, I feel it's too fast. My body can't handle it. Lu Chi suddenly exclaimed. Are you all right? Tony called out. I'm fine, but I might need to slow down. You go ahead. The dark energy surrounding Lu Chi gradually dissipated, and his speed began to decrease. Finally coming to a complete stop, he placed a hand on his chest. The abrupt transition from over 2 Mach to encountering air left him feeling as though an elephant had settled upon him. After utilizing dark energy for a brief recovery, Lu Chi cautiously resumed his flight. Tony, you've won. Well done. He spotted Tony waiting at a nearby burger joint, now surrounded by a throng of eager onlookers snapping photos. Shrouding his face with dark energy, Lu Chi approached. You sly one. I know you're letting me win. Tony exclaimed, embracing Lu Chi and whispering softly in his ear, Farewell, I also wish to do something for Pepper. After all, she did give me a lift. Lu Chi chuckled. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The mere sight of Iron Man had already stirred excitement, but the appearance of the enigmatic Lord of Shadows sent them into a state of ecstatic jubilation. As he observed the throngs, snapping pictures and cheering, Lu Chi felt somewhat overwhelmed. Unlike Tony, he was not accustomed to such adulation from so many. Many of these individuals were among those evacuated from Stark Industries that night. Without you, a significant portion of them would have met their demise at the hands of Obadiah. You ultimately prevented the reactor from going haywire. Its power rivals that of a missile. You saved them, and they have come to express their gratitude. Lu Chi glanced at the crowd surrounding him. Although they were joyous, their demeanor remained composed. 2 children approached, flowers in hand, presenting them to Lu Chi. Thank you for saving us. Accepting the flowers, Lu Chi gently ruffled the little girl's hair, deliberately ignoring the boy beside her. Thank you, he replied to the children, then turned away. All right, Tony, I must admit, I am beginning to appreciate this atmosphere. Lu Chi remarked to Tony, who smiled and activated the loudspeaker of his armor. Today, the entire hamburger restaurant is free. I want a cheeseburger. This establishment is personally owned by me, and the cheeseburgers are absolutely delightful. You really opened a hamburger restaurant? Lu Chi asked, somewhat astonished. Tony shrugged. Stark Industries has shut down its weapons division, and progress on commercializing the reactor is rather slow. I was at a loss for what to do, so I simply opened a hamburger restaurant. Very well. Lu Chi shook his head. I'll have 2 cheeseburgers. Tony entered to fetch the burgers while Lu Chi flew to the rooftop opposite the restaurant to await his return. After a while, Tony ascended as well. Here are your burgers. Do you expect a tip? Forget it. The lower half of Lu Chi's mask vanished as he sampled the burger. Not bad. I might actually turn a profit. That's good. Although Stark Industries stock has stopped plummeting, it still lags far behind previous levels. If I can't make money soon, I may face bankruptcy, Tony exaggeratedly stated after taking a bite of his cheeseburger. With all your high-tech innovations, can't you develop some products? Cost is one factor. Public acceptance is another. Many still believe that the camera feature on their phones is unnecessary, with poor pixel quality, and it takes up space, while my armor is equipped with far superior technology. Oh, have you considered integrating it all? What do you mean? Bad news. A patchwork of features. Good news. It's all integrated. Tony looked somewhat bewildered. Why not create a phone with a full-screen design? No buttons, just like this wristband. Users could interact directly on the screen. Incorporate every function imaginable. Radio, television, camera, compass, handheld gaming. Making the public believe this phone can do everything. Add a voice assistant. Nothing as advanced as Jarvis, just a simple recognition feedback assistant that responds to specific commands, capable of making calls, taking photos, and searching for information. Lucci endeavored to persuade Tony to expedite the production of the smartphone, thereby ensuring his own enjoyment. Will it sell well? Tony inquired. Absolutely. Then I trust you. Give it a try. Tony replied earnestly, clearly having absorbed the suggestion. You undoubtedly understand the common man far better than I do. Are you insulting me? Just as their conversation was flowing pleasantly, a voice interrupted from behind them. Are you two having a delightful chat? Lucci and Tony turned to find a rather imposing figure. Chapter 25. Rising to leadership. Who are you? Here, for an autograph? Tony asked, showcasing the hamburger he held. If you desire a hamburger, you must retrieve one from downstairs. I do not provide delivery service, the figure responded, casting a glance at Lucci before addressing Stark. Perhaps you could inquire with the gentleman beside you. Tony turned to Lucci, offering a puzzled expression. Nick Fury, in a certain sense, he is my superior, the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. That is a thing of the past. Now you may refer to it as S-H-I-E-L-D, Fury added, following Lucci's lead. Many employees were vocal about our name being excessively lengthy, prompting the change. Tony nodded. Very well, Director Nick. What brings you to us? Aside from casual conversations with subordinates, I have matters to discuss with you. Lucci glanced at Fury, uncertain about his unexpected seriousness. Lucci, do you know the whereabouts of Bruce Banner? Fury inquired. The Hulk, Bruce Banner? Lucci responded, bewildered. What do you seek him for? General Ross has recently become active. He may have located the Hulk. I need to prepare in advance to ensure the safety of the surrounding residents during their operations, as this is also our responsibility at S-H-I-E-L-D. However, General Ross suspects that someone within S-H-I-E-L-D might inform the Hulk and withhold intelligence from us. Intriguing. Lucci nodded, recognizing that Fury genuinely believed he had returned from another world, equipped with extraterrestrial technology, which explained his swift connection to Tony. However, what if Fury sought him out later for assistance? One line necessitates the cover of many more. Thus, Lucci simply stated, my technology was inadvertently damaged upon my return to Earth, merely managing to scan the globe. However, I discovered a potent energy source at a beverage factory in Brazil, which may indeed belong to the Hulk, and there is another formidable energy source in Antarctica. Beyond that, I cannot provide further information. Please refrain from bothering me. Fury nodded. So, you will no longer provide me with intelligence support? What is the information I've provided thus far insufficient? Lucci waved his hand dismissively, indicating he wished to be left alone. It suffices. Although aware of the numerous gaps in the man's statements, Fury felt a sense of joy at the day's findings. Setting aside the matter of the Hulk, the energy source in Antarctica reminded him of a certain renowned individual. As for Lucci, there are plenty of days ahead, and numerous ways to procure intelligence from him. He turned his gaze towards Stark. I presume some information from our S-H-I-E-L-D has already reached you. We will not extend any preferential treatment due to our relationship, but we are willing to assist you should you encounter difficulties. Come on, do I, Tony Stark, really need anyone's help? Tony chuckled, but Fury's pointed gesture caused his smile to gradually fade. If you find yourself in need, seek me out, Fury stated, turning to depart. Lucci observed Tony, wondering if he had already discerned the dangers posed by palladium to his health. Tony composed himself and turned to Lucci. What did you mean earlier? What extraterrestrial technology? Lucci shook his head in resignation. See, this is how it is. I'm a human from Earth who was abducted by aliens and just returned recently, bringing back some alien technology. Unfortunately, all that technology is damaged and was deemed too fragile to keep. Tony raised an eyebrow. You're pulling his leg, aren't you? Indeed, Lucci nodded in affirmation. I'm not sure why Fury bought it, but I do possess some knowledge. I hope you can keep the ruse going, Tony remarked to Lucci. By the way, what was Fury's intent earlier? What is wrong with you? Lucci feigned ignorance. Tony remained silent for a moment. What could possibly be wrong with me? You certainly do not appear untroubled, but if you choose not to share, I respect that and hope you will eventually confide in me. Lucci felt somewhat helpless regarding the new element. He could only inform Tony at the last moment when he was unaware and could not create it beforehand. Revealing it too early might lead to countless questions from Tony. Better to let him discover it himself, and thus resolve any misconceptions about his father. The mere mention of Tony's father gave Lu Chi a headache, as he contemplated the upcoming civil war within the Avengers, though that was a long way off, and he could only assess the situation as it unfolded. The two engaged in conversation for a while before parting ways. Lu Chi returned to his small abode, shifted coordinates, and continued his excavation. Noticing no alert from the system regarding enemies, he decided to proceed undisturbed. For the next few days, he aimed to stabilize his development, as the Hulk was approaching, and he needed to see if the subsequently unlocked units would be useful. As for the current Blade soldiers and ninjas, they likely would not inflict significant damage on the Hulk or the Abomination. Days later, Lu Chi surveyed the coordinates in his notebook, confirming that he had excavated every site. With a count of 1,000 ninja soldiers and 20 universal energy units, he felt a twinge of frustration. The need for enhancement had arisen yet again, but it required universal energy, and he had exhausted all his dimensions. He would need to seek coordinates from Ancient One. He drew a portal back to the square of Kamar-Taj, where he spotted a group of sorcerers engaged in training. "Hey, Lu Chi, welcome back." As Modu beheld the sudden appearance of Lu Chi, he inquired, "What is it?" Lu Chi appeared somewhat perplexed, in truth. He frequently returned and was quite familiar with these individuals. The Supreme Mage is currently in seclusion, refining those spells, and has instructed me to present this booklet to you. Modu produced a small pamphlet and handed it to Lu Chi. "Is there anything else?" Lu Chi gazed at Modu. "The Supreme Mage also wishes for me to convey that in medium dimensions, one can shift coordinates independently. Thus you must embark on a quest to seek the dark dimension." Modu presented Lu Chi with the small book. She further mentioned that many of these minor dimensions already possess masters, and extracting their energy will inevitably incite conflict. "You may establish a portal to your dimension in this square. We shall fight on your behalf, compensating for the use of your dark energy." Lu Chi observed that these individuals no longer harbored animosity towards dark energy, which left a profound impression on him regarding Gu Yi's persuasive abilities. "Did Gu Yi suggest I leave a portal?" Lu Chi inquired. "Indeed. She stated that every action has its consequence, and we must not expend your energy frivolously. We ought to undertake tasks in return." Moda glanced at the newly initiated mages behind him and remarked, "This could also provide them with valuable combat experience." Lu Chi surveyed the mages and nodded. They were indeed excellent tools. In due course, these mages could guard the shadow world while his ninjas ventured forth to vanquish monsters. What a perfect arrangement. "What is your current rate of energy consumption?" Lu Chi assessed his own recovery speed, which was 150 points per second, leaving him with a recovery rate of 147 points after accounting for Gu Yi. This pace should allow Gu Yi a degree of freedom, yet he remained uncertain about the mage's energy consumption. Modu, equally unsure, decided to accompany Lu Chi to conduct a trial. Upon signing the contract, Modu would also gain access to Lu Chi's dark energy supply, which Lu Chi could terminate at any moment, similar to his agreement with Gu Yi. The two conducted tests on various spells' energy expenditures, ultimately determining that a mage typically does not require energy, while Gu Yi needed it to sustain her lifespan. During combat, a high-level mage consumes 50 points of energy per second at a standard casting frequency, yet mages cannot be in constant battle. Hence, Lu Chi could allocate his stored dark energy for their use, as he was perpetually recovering energy. Currently, he possessed a reserve of 200,000 points of energy, sufficient to support a team of 20 high-level mages in battle for over 3 minutes. Lu Chi nodded and instructed Modu to summon some elite mages. Soon, Modu returned with a group of elite mages, many of whom Lu Chi recognized from Doctor Strange films. After signing a contract with them, allowing them to familiarize themselves with his dark energy, Lu Chi followed Modu to the teleportation hub. A month ago, Lu Chi departed from this very place to the grand city of the Big Apple. Modu manipulated a device for a while, and soon a doorframe materialized. He explained to Lu Chi, "You link your Shadow Realm space with this location, and this portal can be anchored here." Lu Chi nodded, placing his hand upon the doorframe, where a layer of black energy manifested at its center. Gradually, this energy triggered a spatial resonance, connecting the Shadow Realm to this place. Remember to envelop yourself in dark energy upon entering. Otherwise, you will be assimilated by it, Lu Chi informed Modu before stepping through. As the master of this space, the Lord of Darkness, he knew that the dark energy would not harm him. Upon arriving in his dimension, Lu Chi ascended into the air. This space no longer appeared as diminutive as it once did. Now, he possessed an energy limit of 200,000, and the space had expanded to 20 times its previous size. Opening a small booklet, Lu Qi selected a target dimension and instructed Modu to summon others to assess the situation. Chapter 26. The dimension war Modu swiftly brought in a cadre of mages. Lu Qi urged them to prepare, while the Shadow Legion emerged, with ninja soldiers and blade assassins forming into squads. Once they were ready, Lu Qi opened a dimension, creating a fissure that transported him and Modu's group to the edge of the shadow world. He glanced across to assess the situation. "What do you see?" Modu inquired. "Enemies ahead," Lu Qi replied, having received a system notification and noticing humanoid creatures gathering warriors on the opposite side. "I will first deploy the Shadow Legion. Your task is merely to guard this fissure. If necessary, retreat. My shadow ninjas have the ability to respawn infinitely." As he spoke, Lu Qi commanded the Shadow Legion to launch an ambush, catching the adversaries off guard. Modu nodded, exchanging glances with the mages behind him, forming a defensive formation and collectively casting a large protective spell. Observing the spell, Lu Qi noted that his energy was dissipating at over 100 points per second, yet he was replenishing it, and thus remained unconcerned. The enemy forces had yet to fully assemble, but the Shadow Ninja squads had already engaged, dismantling their formation. The combat prowess of these foot soldiers was comparable to that of Andrew's subordinates, yet their numbers surpassed Andrew's significantly. Lu Qi was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Shadow Legion could siphon dark energy from the enemy's dark dimension simply by remaining within it. He had initially thought it necessary to annihilate all foes to extract dark energy. Meanwhile, the squads of the Shadow Legion coordinated seamlessly, forcibly carving out a small segment of the enemy's main force. Each squad surged forward, obliterating that segment of foes eager to continue their assault. However, the enemy's mages were now prepared, unleashing volleys of fireballs that decimated the Shadow Ninjas. The power of this magic is rather formidable, don't you think? Lu Qi observed the fireballs, each possessing a strength akin to that of a hand grenade. Turning to Modu, he found him shaking his head in response. "How peculiar that their magic manifests in such a way," Modu remarked, perplexed. Lu Qi sighed, realizing that it was not their magic that was strange, but rather the peculiarities of their own. Witnessing his shadow army being vanquished, Lu Qi summoned them once more. "Prepare for the confrontation," he called out to Modu. Modu nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he beheld the enemy's formidable forces. They had never encountered such large-scale warfare before. From the advancing enemy formation emerged a figure, utilizing dark energy to expand the rifts in space, allowing for the passage of their main contingent. "Not so fast," Lu Qi declared, maintaining the rift with a wave of his hand. "In the name of Lu Qi, I decree that you shall no longer be accepted by the dark energy." He placed a curse upon them, which pushed the limits of his abilities. Otherwise, he could have commanded the dark energy to retaliate. The enemy's dark energy suddenly spiraled out of control, leaving their leader visibly distressed. Yet he dared not make any further moves, retreating back into their ranks. "Engage the enemy," Lu Qi shouted as the first wave of infantry charged forward, wielding an array of weapons against the defensive formation, which held steadfast against the assault. A horn sounded from the enemy's side. The infantry ceased their focus on the defensive array and spread out to encircle it. "Not on my watch," Lu Qi thought, ordering the resummoned Shadow Ninjas to engage, as fierce battles erupted on either flank of the defensive array. From behind the defensive line, Lu Qi called to Modu, "Do you possess any long-range attack spells?" Modu nodded, and several mages at the rear released their formations, conjuring intricate sigils. The dark energy was siphoned into these formations, transforming into various forms of assault. Chains of lightning danced, and energy darts pierced through, obliterating the incoming infantry and alleviating the pressure on the defensive array. The Shadow Ninjas also took their positions, refraining from offensive maneuvers, instead standing their ground to intercept the enemy's attacks, striking back when the opportunity arose. Swiftly, a cadre of blade-wielding ninjas darted through the enemy ranks, disrupting their formation and preventing them from charging as a cohesive unit. Some Shadow Ninjas, upon resurrection, glanced at the congested front line and opted to hurl an assortment of throwing weapons from the rear, knowing that these projectiles would not significantly deplete their dark energy. Before long, The first wave of infantry was entirely annihilated, their bodies rapidly assimilated by the dark energy. Lu Qi took to the air to observe the enemy's next move. He spotted them deploying artillery-like devices aimed in his direction. "Can your formation withstand cannon fire?" Lu Qi inquired. Modu, unable to discern the enemy's formation, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In the next moment, the adversary's artillery unleashed a barrage of energy orbs upon the defensive formation, disrupting the previously stable array and sending Modu and his companions hurtling through the air. Nevertheless, they managed to intercept this onslaught. But as they observed the enemy still reloading, Lu Qi's countenance darkened with urgency. With no time to allow Modu and the others to regroup, Lu Qi stood before the spatial rift, commanding a legion of blade soldiers to charge forward. Without a moment to lament the expended energy, Lu Qi decisively synthesized a substantial number of blade soldiers, elevating their ranks to 100 and summoning a new unit. Yet, he had no time to marvel at this development. Hundreds of blade soldiers dashed forward, leaving afterimages in their wake as they endeavored to close in on the enemy's artillery. However, the enemy's infantry surged forth, suffering heavy casualties to staunch the advance of the blade soldiers and grant their artillery the time to fire. Spheres of energy leapt across the spatial rift, hurtling toward Lu Qi. With a resounding shout, Lu Qi summoned a multitude of dark energy, coalescing into a shield that deflected this wave of attacks, albeit at the cost of nearly 3,000 energy points. Indeed, it was a formidable assault capable of dismantling large defensive arrays. Observing the blade soldiers being thwarted and unable to damage the enemy artillery, Lu Qi recognized that the ninja soldiers lacked the decisive power to breach the enemy lines and attack the artillery from behind. A glance at the newly unlocked unit left Lu Qi momentarily stunned, then filled with elation, just when he was lamenting the absence of a decisive force. Had it not arrived? The giant soldier, excluding the infinitely expandable Shadow Eater. The giant soldier was the largest unit within the Shadow Army, possessing immense strength but lacking agility. However, the enemy's artillery had little mobility, relying solely on manpower for movement. Lu Qi assessed the summoning requirements for the giant soldier and frowned. The cost was exorbitant, nearly 8,000 energy points each. Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. As he deflected another wave of artillery fire, Lu Qi instructed Modu and the others to advance. Modu, blood trickling from his lips, rallied several mages to forcibly erect a protective barrier. Taking stock of the enemy's artillery, which numbered 4, Lu Qi summoned 4 giant soldiers. One towering giant soldier positioned itself at the front of the formation, gradually advancing toward the enemy's artillery across the spatial rift. Although its speed was slow, to the other ninjas, it was akin to a small vehicle in pace. Lu Qi opted not to have them block the artillery fire, instead choosing to alternate the shielding duties with himself and Modu. As the defensive fortitude of these behemoths was not particularly robust, though their strength was formidable, each weighing at least 10 tons. Their role in blocking artillery fire would merely allow them to absorb a shot before requiring a reset in summoning. But sending them to assault the artillery was out of the question, as the enemy's infantry would not allow it. A volley of arrows surged forth from the rear of the enemy ranks, targeting these seemingly formidable giants. In the face of the deluge of arrows, several giant soldiers raised their arms to shield their heads, charging forward with relentless determination. Arrows pierced their hands, yet they appeared oblivious to the pain, continuing their advance undeterred. Lu Qi commanded the ninja troops to assist the colossal warrior in deflecting arrows, while instructing the dagger soldiers to regroup and advance alongside the giant. Although Lu Qi lacked knowledge of formations, the innate combat awareness of these ninjas enabled them to appear where needed, effectively forming a battle array. A large contingent of shadow soldiers split into 4 units, launching an offensive that sent the opposing troops flying. A battalion of infantry stood before the giant. Yet the colossal warrior paid no heed to the myriad weapons thrust towards him. With a sweeping motion of his massive hands, he sent all nearby foes, shields and all, tumbling through the air, leaving Lu Qi astonished by his sheer strength. The enemy, taken aback, hastily redirected their artillery against the giant. But each energy attack was repelled by the steadfast dagger soldiers. Had they employed live ammunition, they might have struck the giant, but the energy assaults lacked penetrating power, yielding minimal results and rendering the situation more favorable for Lu Qi. Watching the unstoppable momentum of Lu Qi's forces, Modu recalled the initial chaos when this very individual had been driven to desperation by a cadre of mages, hardly believing they were one and the same. The adversarial Dimension Lord, filled with rage, launched an offensive alongside the mage contingent, casting various spells at the colossal warrior. However, the ninja and dagger soldiers pressed forward, resolutely blocking the barrage of magical onslaughts. As Lu Qi observed the dwindling enemy ranks, a sense of urgency washed over him. Should they succeed in vanquishing the giant, the battle could revert to its initial dire state, and the enemy would likely deny the giant passage through the spatial rift again. Although a slow attrition of the enemy was possible, the current tide favored his side, and he deemed it prudent to strike decisively. Stand aside for now, and refrain from utilizing dark energy. Lu Qi instructed his remaining forces, numbering in the tens of thousands. With a wave of his hand, an abundance of dark energy from the shadow dimension coalesced around him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi recognized that he could not harness the enemy's dark energy. Thus, he resolved to unleash the dark energy from his own realm in an offensive maneuver. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies gathered around him, transforming into armor and wings, rendering Lu Qi akin to a dimensional demigod. With a graceful leap, he entered the enemy's dimension, his energy wings unfurling automatically, propelling him toward the enemy formation without the need for a single motion. You seek death, the Dimension Lord bellowed, launching a barrage of magical attacks alongside the mages. But all were thwarted by the dark energy. Soaring skyward, Lu Qi targeted the mage contingent, enveloped in energy, and became akin to a projectile, hurtling towards the ground. In a flash of shadow, Lu Qi landed at the heart of the mage squad, pulverizing them into oblivion, while dark energy radiated outward like tendrils, ensnaring and crushing the remaining foes. The Dimension Lord charged forth, crackling with electricity, delivering a powerful punch towards Lu Qi. In response, Lu Qi commanded the dark energy to encircle him, enveloping the attacker. The Dimension Lord, unwilling to be subdued, recognized the nature of the dark energy and unleashed his own energy to deplete the surrounding dark forces. Lu Qi concentrated his energy and struck at his opponent with a powerful punch. However, the adversary unexpectedly drew a long sword, aiming it at Lu Qi. Sensing the unusual energy fluctuations emanating from the sword, Lu Qi utilized his dark energy to pull himself back. Weaponless, Lu Qi summoned orbs of energy, which coalesced in his hands, transforming into a long spear. The two engaged fiercely, with Lu Qi's every move imbued with formidable dark energy, allowing him to hold his own despite his limited techniques. Frustration boiled within the Dimension Lord as he shouted inwardly, questioning why Lu Qi could harness dark energy while he could not. Had his dark energy not been rendered ineffective, he could have easily defeated Lu Qi in a matter of moves. But there were no what-ifs. Lu Qi, as the Lord of Darkness, held the upper hand. The battle escalated, propelling them from the ground into the skies, where shockwaves erupted between them. As they moved through the air, Lu Qi caught sight of the colossal soldier approaching the cannon. If that giant were to destroy the cannon, they could unite with the Shadow Legion to confront their foe. Realizing this, the Dimension Lord abandoned Lu Qi in a bid to attack the giant. Not a chance. Lu Qi's speed was directly proportional to the consumption of his dark energy. In an instant, he appeared before the Dimension Lord after expending a considerable amount of energy. In the midst of the opponent's astonishment, Lu Qi lunged with his spear. Blood sprayed through the air as the Dimension Lord clutched his chest, staggering backward. "You dare to wield dark energy in this manner," he exclaimed, feeling the dark energy seeping into his wound, causing him to cough up blood. "That is your grave miscalculation." Lu Qi had not anticipated the opponent's direct assault on the giant, and in the air, their speeds were remarkably swift, making a direct hit uncertain. However, witnessing the Dimension Lord's dire state, Lu Qi raised his spear, preparing to strike. Yet the adversary merely smiled. "Just you wait. I shall return." With that, he vanished. The slow excavation of dark energy was a certainty. The Dimension Lord was aware of the coordinates of this realm and could easily return with reinforcements. Lu Qi, caught off guard by the sudden retreat, realized too late that this was the opponent's dimension, Their departure was entirely within their control. Acknowledging his miscalculation, Lu Qi turned back to annihilate the remaining forces alongside the Shadow Legion. Chapter 27. The existence of the Green Giant. Lu Qi swiftly eradicated the enemy forces with his ninja allies. Observing the dimension before him, he understood that it would soon merge with his own, enriching his realm's foundation and facilitating rapid excavation. One of the reasons the system's excavation speed was so swift. The enemy's retreat was inconsequential. They would not return. Lu Qi gathered the enemy's equipment, casting a wistful glance at the extraordinary gear. After all, such equipment, capable of allowing beings to survive amidst dark energy without succumbing, was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the dark energy within Lu Qi's shadow realm is significantly more refined than that of other dark dimensions. Any equipment transported there would be assimilated, unless the ninja continuously wielded it. Lu Qi had previously attempted to have the ninja engage in combat with firearms, but the bullets would vanish the moment they exited the barrel within the shadow realm. The same occurred with the equipment he had just tested, including a damaged cannon, which also fell victim to assimilation. Shaking his head, Lu Qi resolved to merge this equipment along with the dimension itself into the shadow world. At this moment, Mordo approached and suggested, why not store them in Kamar-Taj? You could retrieve them when needed. After some contemplation, Lu Qi found this idea quite feasible and instructed the Shadow Ninja to transport the equipment to Kamar-Taj. With the Shadow Ninja in possession of these items, they would remain unassimilated by the dark energy, much like the notebook used for recording coordinates, which was preserved in this manner. Observing the Shadow Ninja ferrying an array of magical equipment to Kamar-Taj, Mordo was filled with delight. Since Lu Qi seldom utilized these items, they could study the magic of other worlds, an aspect that intrigued him greatly. Upon returning to his own dimension, Lu Qi commanded the shadow world to directly engulf the opposing dimension, assimilating it into a part of himself. Witnessing the exploitable energy surge to over 1 million, Lu Qi clenched his fist in excitement, realizing he could further enhance his powers. Returning to the material realm with Mordo, he observed a group of mages joyfully encircling a trove of unfamiliar magical equipment, feeling a touch of helplessness. Suddenly, the Ancient One appeared beside Lu Qi. How does it feel to collaborate with the mages? She inquired. Quite well, Lu Qi replied with a smile. This was indeed the truth. Although Mordo and the others had only intercepted a few projectiles today, their numbers were limited. The mage group he had ambushed consisted of no fewer than 100 members, and their effectiveness paled in comparison to that of Mordo's modest contingent. Once the number of mages from Kamar-Taj increased within the shadow world, coupled with the magic acquired from other realms, this band of melee mages could transform into true sorcerers, resulting in mutual enhancement. A genuine threefold victory for Lu Qi. However, it seems Kamar-Taj may become my private garden, Lu Qi remarked to the Ancient One. When you eventually become a being akin to Dormammu, will you still concern yourself with a mere Kamar-Taj? Perhaps it would be more beneficial for Kamar-Taj then, as long as you do not endanger the earth. The Ancient One's gaze fixed upon him. Lu Qi shook his head, pondering that by then, he would likely be engrossed in the construction of the shadow world, with little regard for this place. Yet, that was a goal far in the future. Have you completed the adaptations of those spells? Not yet, the Ancient One replied, placing a hand on her forehead in distress. The accumulation of spells from generations of supreme sorcerers initially brought me great joy, but this time it has caused me some headaches. Perhaps there are still over 3,700 spells yet to be adapted, she estimated. You certainly have your work cut out for you, Lu Qi remarked, reflecting on the vast number of spells within Kamar-Taj. Ancient One, with a resigned shake of her head, acknowledged that among all in Kamar-Taj, her understanding of magic was unparalleled, making her the only one fit for the task at hand. No more words. I must attend to my duties. These matters must be resolved before Stephen arrives, she declared before vanishing. Lu Qi marveled at the mystique of the powerful sorceress, exchanged greetings with Mordo, and then returned home. Upon observing the newly added colossal soldiers, Lu Qi assessed their energy extraction and recovery rates, discovering they were equivalent to 50 ninja soldiers. In essence, this implied that all troop types could be converted into ninja soldiers for evaluation, culminating in an impressive extraction speed of nearly 170 points per minute alongside a recovery rate of the same. This speed was achieved after Lu Qi augmented the number of ninja soldiers to 1,000. Realizing he would have to wait until the next day to upgrade, he decided to indulge in leisurely pursuits. The following morning, upon rising, Lu Qi noticed his energy had just surpassed 500,000, leading to an immediate level up. The transformation was drastic. Both extraction and recovery speeds doubled, providing ample capacity. Observing that there remained 800,000 units of energy available for extraction in this dimension, Lu Qi resolved to procure some potent soldiers first, prioritizing their strength for the impending battles against other dark dimensions. A notification from the system popped up, and upon inspection, Lu Qi was taken aback. It now required 5,000 ninja soldiers to further enhance his capabilities. Although he was aware that growth would become increasingly arduous, he had not anticipated such a significant leap in requirements. With a sigh, he reflected on the trials of life, acknowledging he had no choice but to persevere. After a brief phone call with Tony, inquiring about Pepper's whereabouts to dispatch shadow ninjas for her protection, now significantly fortified against threats, Lu Qi made his way to Pepper's location, leaving 10 shadow ninjas behind. He then visited Stark's residence to capture a few photographs for his blog and to check on the progress of the smartphone Tony was developing. Lu Qi, what do you think of this phone? Tony Stark inquired, presenting a device to him. Lu Qi was astonished by its design, reminiscent of smartphones from 2 decades past in his previous life. Impressive indeed, considering Tony's rapid creation of such technology. Can the production costs be minimized? Lu Qi probed, testing the device's functionality, which surpassed the performance of his former smartphone, igniting his curiosity. What you have is a prototype. The consumer version will undoubtedly differ significantly, and production costs can be reduced, Tony explained. The marketing department insists this phone will be a tremendous success, claiming it may even outpace profits from commercial reactors in the future. Leveraging your brilliant idea, I am contemplating offering you a stake in Stark Industries, Tony stated earnestly. Your directness in offering shares feels as though you are preparing for the worst, Lu Qi replied, bemused. Do not underestimate the potential of your idea. The marketing team asserts that the entire world will embrace this smartphone. Tony crossed his arms, appearing to agree with the sentiment expressed. If the marketing department could accurately forecast the prospects of a product, there would be no failed companies in existence. Lu Qi pondered for a moment and suggested, why not establish a new company dedicated to producing this phone? Just grant me a share, and you can retain your stakes in Stark Industries. Tony nodded in agreement and promptly called Pepper to discuss the matter. Tony, if there's anything troubling you, please don't hesitate to let me know, all right? Lu Qi earnestly conveyed to Tony, emphasizing their camaraderie. Shall I leave a couple of ninjas with you for research? I've recently acquired a new type of soldier. What new type of soldier? Tony inquired with curiosity. Lu Qi decided to take Tony to the beach outside, where he unleashed a colossal soldier. My goodness, this fellow is truly massive, Tony exclaimed, realizing he barely reached half the height of this behemoth, whose arms were as thick as his waist. Colossal soldier. Go lift that rock, Lu Qi instructed, pointing to a boulder of about 10 cubic meters. The colossal soldier effortlessly approached and lifted the rock with ease. My heavens, this creature possesses a strength of at least 20 tons, Tony estimated with astonishment. Roughly speaking, would you like to have such a bodyguard? It would certainly make a statement, Lu Qi exclaimed, placing an arm around Tony's shoulder, but Tony declined. I trust in the power of technology to accomplish such feats. My armor can achieve similar results. I'm merely astonished, Tony replied, turning to Lu Qi. It reminds me of watching videos of the Hulk. By the way, General Ross recently ordered 2 ultrasonic weapons from me. He's been persistently pursuing them, so I ended up giving him some of the old stock. It seems he is gearing up to take on the Hulk again. Oh, is that so? It appeared that the Hulk's storyline was about to unfold. Lu Qi resolved to return and have the ninjas keep a close watch on Dr. Samuel. It was crucial to prevent the appearance of the Abomination and the main antagonist, as the potential damage in New York would be catastrophic. As for the storyline, he was unconcerned. As long as he possessed enough strength, he could single-handedly deal with the Chitauri and Thanos. Furthermore, with the Ancient One still alive, he could always enlist her assistance in battle. What was there to fear? As for Ross, since he was the one taking action, Lu Qi had no interest in the absence of civilian casualties. If you need anything, reach out to me. After spending some time with Tony, Lu Qi could only return home with the colossal soldier in tow. Chapter 28. reporting Fury's corruption, taking out the phone gifted by Tony. Lucci tested its functionalities and discovered that it bore similarities to the smartphones of his own world, albeit with a limited selection of applications. This would require collaboration with software companies to develop intelligent applications for Stark Industries. Opening his computer, he uploaded photographs taken at Stark's residence to his blog, which garnered significant attention, as many were intrigued by the daily life of a billionaire like Tony. Even though Lucci only captured the stunning view of the ocean from Tony's window and did not photograph the interior DCOR, the post attracted considerable traffic. Lucci cast a brief glance and instructed a ninja to manage the situation manually, directly deleting those malicious comments. Reflecting on Tony's demeanor, Lucci contemplated a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, given the slight rift between him and the agency, he deemed it prudent to notify them first, resulting in a call to Coulson. "Coulson, where are you?" "I am at the office attending to matters." "What is up?" "Nothing much, just checking if you're available." "All right, I merely wish to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. and see Fury." "Very well, I will inquire with the director and await your news." After conversing with Coulson, Lucci stepped outside to wait a moment before receiving a message from him. After a quick glance, he effortlessly traversed a portal to the outside of S.H.I.E.L.D., arriving at the same location as before. As he made his way to the agency, he noted the absence of any vehicle to escort him. "How miserly," Lucci remarked, shaking his head in resignation, ultimately opting to shadow step directly to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exterior. As he materialized, Lucci had barely taken 2 steps inside when Coulson appeared before him. "Have you deigned to return to work? The director has recently been contemplating layoffs. Didn't you mention I rarely have assignments? Besides, I did visit Tony last time." Coulson guided Lucci to an elevator, stepping inside. The elevator was made of transparent glass, allowing Lucci to observe the bustling clerks outside. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seems rather populated, he noted. Coulson glanced around and replied with a smile. "After all, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. must address various global incidents. There's an abundance of work every day." It was evident that Coulson derived considerable satisfaction from his role, viewing S.H.I.E.L.D. as a bastion of world peace. Yet, Lucci was acutely aware that Hydra had long since usurped control within the agency, and the funds Fury had painstakingly procured from the World Council had been largely squandered by Hydra. Within Hydra, the head, Pierce, regarded Fury as a commendable worker, having amassed considerable wealth for Hydra. Recalling his previous visit, Lucci remembered Pierce and Fury observing him from different rooms. To an ordinary observer, this might seem unremarkable, but Lucci found it absurd that Fury, amidst so many infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D., had been oblivious. Could someone as astute as Fury truly remain unaware that his little treasury had diminished? Lucci held reservations about that notion. Lost in thought, the elevator finally reached the floor of Fury's office. "Just proceed straight ahead," Coulson indicated towards the director's office across the corridor. Lucci nodded and walked directly towards it, while concurrently, the former director, Alexander Pierce, received word of Lucci's impending visit from his assistant, Sitwell. Reflecting on Lucci's displayed prowess, Pierce pondered before dispatching a few individuals to gauge Lucci's sentiments towards Fury. He would never disdain the power he possessed. Lucci's strength had already surpassed that of many mutants within the academies, and he could even single-handedly form a formidable force, proving invaluable in certain situations. After organizing some documents, Pierce intended to engage in further discussions with the Council, seeking additional funds from Fury, while observing Fury as he endeavored to construct Hydra. Unbeknownst to Lucci, Hydra had plans to make contact with him. He had just stepped into Fury's office. Why the sudden desire to check in today? Fury glanced at Lucci while managing the paperwork scattered across his desk. "I merely wish to see if S.H.I.E.L.D. had any means to assist Tony. His condition has been deteriorating rapidly, and it seems he is already preparing for the worst." "What's the matter? Do you have no solutions?" "Surely, there must be an abundance of extraterrestrial elements. Can any of them resolve the issues with his arc reactor?" Lucci shook his head, dismissing the notion of extraterrestrial elements. He was fully aware of his character's persona and could not afford to falter, lest Fury come knocking at his door daily, questioning his identity. "My spacecraft has been destroyed. In pursuit of my first fortune to sustain my existence on Earth, I regrettably sold it for scrap metal, leaving me unable to retrieve those elements. Fury nodded, having reviewed the report indicating that SHIELD agents had located Banner at a beverage plant in Brazil. The intelligence was indeed quite accurate. Once he had finished processing the documents, Fury looked up at Lu Chi and inquired, "Why do you believe I would possess a solution to save Tony? I harbor no illusions regarding SHIELD's capabilities to rescue Tony. Yet I am certain you possess the means to extricate him from his current predicament." Setting aside the portrayal of SHIELD in television, the cinematic version truly lacks exceptional talent in scientific research. The flying aircraft carrier may appear impressive, but is merely a patchwork of various technologies. Consequently, Lucci held no real hope that they could develop a new element. After all, Howard had hinted quite explicitly in the video that SHIELD must have noticed the discrepancies with that park model. Nevertheless, they had failed to produce a new element and had instead left everything to Tony, who managed to create it himself. That remark is indeed hurtful, but I have already initiated the development of an injection to mitigate palladium poisoning. It could temporarily reduce the palladium levels in Tony's blood, though it does not address the root cause, Fury stated quietly, as if he too felt powerless. Lucci shook his head, realizing that Fury was one to wait for tangible results before acting. To procure those resources ahead of time, he would have to offer some form of incentive. Ultimately, Fury would undoubtedly save Tony, for his plans require the inclusion of numerous superheroes, and Tony's potential was indisputable. "Could you provide me with a few vials of that serum? I shall deliver them to Tony. That product has yet to be finalized. It will likely take a few more days." Lu Chi shook his head, increasingly skeptical of SHIELD's capabilities. "Notify me once it has been developed." Turning on his heel, Lu Chi departed, feeling a growing frustration with SHIELD. He was uncertain whether the inefficacy stemmed from the Hydra agents within or if they were genuinely incapable, leaving him devoid of any confidence in the organization. He pondered why the Security Council allocated billions of dollars annually to them. Upon returning home, he found himself increasingly agitated. He could have easily reclaimed that model and handed it over to Tony, yet doing so would undoubtedly lead to a cascade of dire consequences. "How annoying," Lucci lamented, shaking his head. Even after traversing dimensions, he still found himself entangled in various concerns, a true embarrassment for any traveler. At that moment, his phone rang, revealing an unknown number. Years of training in fraud detection instinctively alerted him to the fact that it was a scam call. "I'm not buying a house, not purchasing a car, and I don't need a loan, so stop calling me." Frustrated, Lucci answered the call merely to vent, feeling slightly better before promptly hanging up. Who was in a market for real estate anyway? In no time, the Chitauri invasion would be upon them. And even if the invasion spared his property, the constant disturbances in New York City were unbearable. However, not long after ending the call, his phone rang again. Another unknown number. Furrowing his brow, sensing that this was more than mere coincidence, he answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Lucci. We're not a sales or scam call." The voice on the other end quickly clarified before Lucci could respond. "We represent a subordinate department of the World Security Council, tasked with monitoring the operations of SHIELD. We have recently uncovered some instances of corruption within SHIELD and wish to consult you regarding various matters pertaining to the organization. If you have any doubts about our department, you may contact relevant SHIELD personnel, and they will provide you with answers," the sweet-voiced woman continued, exuding an air of confidence. Clearly, this department wielded significant authority, capable of overseeing such a substantial institution as SHIELD. How'd they come to contact me? Why inquire about such information? While most individuals would have already begun reporting SHIELD's affairs, Lucci harbored a different perspective. Having just returned from SHIELD, the timing of this call suggested they had direct access to inside information. Hydra? The thought crossed his mind, casting a shadow of doubt. Nevertheless, he hung up and consulted Coulson, who confirmed the existence of such an agency. Moreover, he informed Lucci that all funding requests must first be submitted to this department before being forwarded to the World Security Council. Intriguing, an agency that directly processes funding requests. Reflecting on the numerous bases established by S.H.I.E.L.D. worldwide, Liu Qi began to suspect that these individuals were indeed linked to Hydra. The Security Council should not permit S.H.I.E.L.D. to create such an extensive network of bases which far exceeded the scale of power that S.H.I.E.L.D. ought to possess. Yet, each time S.H.I.E.L.D. submitted a request, they received financial support. The matter of funding has consistently been a topic of discussion between peers and the World Council. This department is likely an extension of Hydra itself, embellishing various applications before submitting them to ensure that S.H.I.E.L.D. secures the necessary funds. After some contemplation, Liu Qi returned the call. I have some observations to share with you. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury is at the helm of embezzlement. He consistently requests over $100 million, yet the agency's budget remains severely constrained. Surely, Fury is pocketing the difference, Liu Qi asserted emphatically, leaving the Hydra operative on the other end momentarily stunned. Nonsense. Those funds are surely being utilized by us, and Nick Fury is innocent. Yet, such sentiments could not be expressed aloud. The spy pondered for a moment, recalling his mission, and continued to inquire. What specific aspects lead you to suspect Nick Fury of embezzlement? What is your perception of him? Terribly poor. Since my induction into S.H.I.E.L.D., I have been diligent and conscientious, yet my salary has failed to increase. I can barely afford food now. When I learned the amount Fury requests each time, it felt as though the sky was collapsing. I always believed S.H.I.E.L.D. was a struggling yet principled organization dedicated to saving the world. But I never anticipated we had such ample financial support. Yet, the lives of us grassroots employees reflect otherwise. He must be siphoning our wages. I demand he return the money. Liu Qi gradually became more animated, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. I believe I understand your concerns. We will commence an investigation immediately and provide you with a response in due course. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Liu Qi nodded, preparing to check if his salary had increased. Meanwhile, the spy recorded the conversation, intending to relay it to his superiors at Hydra. As for the investigation, everyone understands the unspoken truth. It would suffice to discreetly adjust that individual's salary. However, Nick Fury is indeed innocent. An investigation would yield no results. Chapter 29. The Unknown Behemoth. With matters concerning Tony wrapping up, Liu Qi recalled Tony mentioning General Ross's request for some sonic weapons, which prompted him to seek out Banner for a bit of mischief. Speaking of Banner, Liu Qi felt that this individual would certainly qualify as one of Marvel's most tragic superheroes. Once an intellectual peer of Tony, possessing 7 doctoral degrees and a beautiful girlfriend, he was transformed into a hulking green figure by a gamma ray incident. Subsequently, after inadvertently causing several deaths, he has been relentlessly pursued ever since. With General Ross being the most fervent in his search, Banner has been wandering from country to country, rarely finding a moment of peace. He eventually found refuge in Brazil, only to be discovered by General Ross, prompting a hasty retreat back to the States, where he fully realized his transformation into the Hulk. Although his girlfriend returned to his side, he found himself unable to act due to his monstrous predicament. In the end, he had to clean up the mess left by his father-in-law and part ways with his girlfriend, gaining nothing in return. It was only when Fury contemplated resurrecting the Avengers Initiative and intervened to thwart those pursuing Banner that the latter's fate was spared from becoming even more tragic. In terms of misery, perhaps only the Punisher could rival Banner's plight. Nonetheless, the Hulk remained formidable, even with the presence of a colossal adversary. He hesitated to wade into the chaos. However, recalling the tumult of the fight between the Hulk and Abomination, as well as the latter's indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, Liu Qi resolved to rescue those ordinary lives and ultimately eliminate Abomination. In the original narrative, Abomination almost met his demise at the hands of the Hulk, but due to his girlfriend's presence, the blow was withheld. Frankly, Liu Qi was perplexed as to why that woman would impede the Hulk. He intended to eliminate Abomination to prevent reckless individuals from targeting him. Shaking his head, he remembered the adage, with great power comes great responsibility. sensing his thought process had become somewhat superhero-like. Nevertheless, he found it rather agreeable. Casting a glance at the little flower he nurtured on the balcony, Lu Qi dispatched 2 ninjas to surveil Dr. Samuel to avoid any surprises when the battle commenced. However, it would likely be a while, as Banner had arrived in the land of the lighthouse through a journey of destitution, undoubtedly taking considerable time. Having some leisure, Lu Qi accessed the system, discovering that his immense energy reserves were nearly depleted, prompting him to embark on a shopping spree. Based on the outcomes of the previous dimensional war and the battle with Andrews, he had garnered a certain understanding of the capabilities of the small dimensions and intended to upgrade the number of his subordinates. As for the ninjas, the current dark energy was insufficient to elevate their ranks to 5,000. Moreover, according to the data patterns, further upgrades might consume universal energy, a significant amount requiring conquest of a minor dimension. It would be wiser to enhance the strength of his subordinates first before venturing into other dimensions. Contemplating the various soldier types within the Shadow Legion, Lu Qi recognized the evident drawbacks of expanding single clusters. Thus, he opted for a squad-based organization. He resolved to augment the number of ninjas in a squad format, combining them with blade soldiers and colossal behemoths. This way, the formidable behemoths would handle assaults, while the ninjas would provide defense, complemented by the blade soldiers to address unforeseen circumstances. Having determined the allocation, Lu Qi initiated his purchases, increasing the number of ninjas to 500, blade soldiers to 150, and colossal behemoths to 30. This resulted in the formation of 30 squads, depleting his energy to merely over 100,000, sufficient to sustain the Mage Corps, whose ranks had doubled and whose consumption in combat had increased. However, Lu Qi's energy recovery rate was also commendable at 300 points per second, so there was no need to retain excessive reserves. After sending a message to Modu, Lu Qi directly entered the Shadow World. A ninja presented a notebook, and Lu Qi selected a coordinate. Modu and his team also arrived, now adorned with somewhat unconventional gear, presumably acquired from the previous dimension. Signaling for readiness, Lu Qi connected to the chosen dimension. The system alerted him to the presence of adversaries within the target dimension. Peering cautiously, Lu Qi discovered a multitude of colossal beasts resembling birds before him. Yet, he found no sign of a dimension lord. These creatures appeared to be in a state akin to slumber. What was going on? Lu Qi himself was bewildered by the situation and decided to dispatch several teams of ninjas to ascertain whether they could vanquish these behemoths. However, even a dozen colossal soldiers struggled to lift a single wing of these creatures. Realizing the futility of the endeavor, Lu Qi ordered the teams to retreat. It was utterly amusing. An entire battalion of giants was unable to budge the opposition, and should a confrontation arise, they might find themselves crushed underfoot. He estimated that he would require a staggering amount of energy, perhaps several million, to contend with such entities, and yet these were merely minor adversaries. There were hundreds of these lesser foes, and he remained uncertain about the Dimension Lord's whereabouts. It seemed prudent to make a swift exit. Otherwise, any disturbance could lead to dire consequences. Observing the vastness of this dimension, Lu Qi surmised that it was nearing the threshold of a medium-sized dimension. Strangely, the opposing Dimension Lord appeared inactive, failing to invade other dimensions. Otherwise, it would likely have attained a higher classification by now. The strength exhibited by the opposing force evidently surpassed the bounds of a lower dimension. Consequently, Lu Qi decisively severed his dimension's connection to this one, inscribing a bold warning character at the coordinates. Yet, these creatures bore an uncanny familiarity. He felt as though he had encountered them before. It was perplexing, as one would expect such immense beings to leave a lasting impression. Choosing the next dimension, Lu Qi felt a sense of normalcy. It was reminiscent of the previous battleground. He promptly dispatched all shadow teams, remaining behind with Modu and others to safeguard their home. Witnessing his teams decimate a significant portion of the adversaries, he soon observed the emergence of the opposing Dimension Lord, who systematically eliminated one team after another. However, his shadow ninjas possessed the ability to respawn infinitely, gradually exhausting the opponent's energy. Eventually, the enemy retreated, leaving only a handful of warriors behind. Currently, while the Shadow Legion lacked the strength to detain the opposing lord, they were capable of driving him away, much to Lu Qi's relief. He intended to expand the shadow teams to 50, allowing them to autonomously conquer smaller dimensions. He sent a mage squad to gather spoils from the defeated minor foes while he returned to his humble abode. The skirmish had lasted several hours, despite its duration. It was marked by safety and stability. Gazing out at the sun, Lucci realized it had been ages since he had leisurely strolled outside. After tidying himself up, he resolved to take a stroll. He also dispatched a few ninjas to scout for potential agents, planning to intimidate Fury into relinquishing the park model. Armed with a camera, Lucci stepped out of his home and began to meander through the streets. Chapter 30. The World Coordinates. Stepping out of his home, Lucci found himself uncertain of where to venture for amusement, so he meandered aimlessly along the street. As he followed the throng of people, he noticed a sudden shift in the atmosphere around him. An array of individuals clad in peculiar attire and sporting wigs strolled by, while others posed for photographs. Glancing towards the direction these individuals were headed, Lucci discovered a comic convention. In an instant, he understood their purpose. Feeling somewhat bored, he sauntered over and was greeted by a spectacle of extravagant costumes. Though the technological advancements of the Marvel Universe surpassed those of his own world, the cultural differences were not as vast. Many of Lucci's childhood memories were vividly resurrected in this place. He spotted a familiar, mushroom-loving plumber, whose princess had taken flight with a fearsome dragon. Nearby, two burly men donned the guise of the tough characters from Soul Calibur, brandishing toy guns and striking various heroic poses. Lucci was pleasantly surprised to see that these classics still thrived in this realm. Joining other photographers, Lucci captured images of these iconic characters as he gradually ventured deeper into the convention. Upon entering, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different world. Transformers were engaged in combat with Godzilla, while Harley Quinn and Batman struck affectionate poses. Amused by these reinterpretations of beloved originals, Lucci snapped a few photographs of them. It seems the two worlds are not entirely dissimilar, he mused as he continued to explore the depths of the convention in search of further surprises. In contrast to the domestic conventions he had previously observed online, the international event predominantly showcased immensely popular characters, while the local ones tended to feature more aesthetically pleasing figures. However, he pondered, what would popularity be without charm and allure? Lucci nearly exhausted the memory of his camera, prompting him to retrieve his phone for more photographs. Barely capturing a few images before him, a quirky character resembling a beetle approached. "Hey, buddy, your camera is quite unique," the beetle man exclaimed, eyeing Lucci's device with curiosity. With a smile, Lucci explained, "This is a mobile phone, a new invention by Stark Industries." The beetle man appeared astonished. "I thought Iron Man had ceased developing technology beyond his suits." "Perhaps what you see now is merely a facet of the technology integrated into his armor," Lucci replied. "That's truly cool. Technology akin to Iron Man's suit. So, it's as if I possess armor too. Where can I procure such a phone?" After a moment of contemplation, Lucci responded, "This phone is not yet in mass production. Mine is merely a prototype intended for testing. However, Stark Industries is expected to establish a separate company dedicated to manufacturing these phones." The beetle man nodded eagerly. "I must acquire one when the time comes. It's too cool. Hey, Digga, it's time to go." A group of creatures called out to him from a short distance, suggesting they were part of a small team. However, Lucci suddenly noticed a creature resembling a hermit crab alongside a small monster he was holding. It appeared that the little monster was his offspring, yet its appearance evoked something profound within him. Those colossal beasts. Lucci recalled with astonishment the slumbering titans from that perilous dimension. How could this be? Aren't they mere figments of fantasy? No, Marvel is also a product of imagination. Lucci felt his mind momentarily short-circuiting under the weight of the current circumstances. Observing the myriad characters from fantastical works surrounding him, he pondered, if these figures indeed had corresponding realms of existence, then. Lucci stood in a daze for a considerable time before dashing out of the exhibition. He found himself in a narrow alley outside the exhibition, where he first entered his shadow dimension. There, he discovered several mages practicing newly learned dark energy spells. After exchanging greetings, Lucci proceeded through a passage leading to Kamar-Taj. Upon arriving in the square, he spotted Mordu conjuring small fireballs. Lucci swiftly approached him and inquired, "Where can I find Master Gui? I have urgent matters to discuss." Mordu, momentarily captivated by the staff in his hands, a reminder of a peculiar British fantasy film, was jolted back to attention when Lu Qi grabbed him. After some thought, he replied, "Master Gu, you should be in the tea room, revising the spellbook. If you have pressing concerns, you may knock directly on the door there." Lu Qi nodded and hurried towards the tea room. He paused before the door, rapping a few times, which then swung open automatically. Inside, Gu Yi was seated at a table, engrossed in amending the tome, with a large stack of spellbooks nearby. "What brings you here so suddenly?" Gu Yi inquired, glancing at the book in his hands before jotting down notes in another. "I wish to know if the dark dimension can lead to other worlds," Lu Qi posed earnestly. Gu Yi contemplated for a moment and replied, "Indeed, it is possible. In fact, various material realms exist within dimensional interstices, and traversing these dimensions can certainly lead to other worlds." "So, you mean that fantasy worlds need not be purely fictional?" Gu Yi raised an eyebrow, responding intriguingly. "You should already know the answer to that. After all, isn't our world merely a fantasy to you? Yet here we are, existing in reality. Can I then access other worlds through the dark dimension?" Lu Qi pressed on. "Certainly, but you will need the coordinates of the destination world. For merely entering the dark dimension does not guarantee access to other realms." Lu Qi nodded. "How might I obtain the coordinates of the other world?" Gu Yi pondered briefly and replied, "In that case, you shall need to rely on chance. Either the other dimension is connected to its world, or you must acquire some advanced equipment from them, which typically carries the essence of that world, enabling you to locate its coordinates." As Gu Yi imparted a spell to Lu Qi, this incantation would enable him to discern if an object harbored the essence of worlds. Should such a presence be detected, he could summon Modu and others to decode the coordinates of these realms. Lu Qi accepted the spell book, perused its contents, and nodded in understanding. He pondered whether the equipment previously seized alongside Modu was sufficiently advanced. Departing from the tea house, Lu Qi made his way to the plaza. In truth, the system had hinted at this matter before, presenting him with 3 worlds from which to choose. In future campaigns across dimensions, he could remain vigilant, as he might explore other realms. A sense of exhilaration surged within Lu Qi. Opportunities to visit various worlds outside of the Marvel Universe were rare, and he yearned to experience these new realms, though he remained uncertain of which ones he might encounter. Lu Qi sought out Modu to ascertain whether the artifacts obtained during their last venture bore world coordinates. Upon learning of Lu Qi's intentions, Modu guided him to a storeroom containing equipment left over from the dimensional conflict. Lu Qi examined the items, finding them rather ordinary, yet still worth investigating. He retrieved the spell book. The incantation was straightforward, designed to amplify the energy within the objects, revealing their composition and identifying any unique energies indicative of a particular world. With this understanding, Lu Qi summoned dark energy, applying the principle directly without the need for a complex formation. As the dark energy permeated the equipment, he cautiously stimulated the latent energy, hoping it would unveil itself. Regrettably, it became apparent that this piece of equipment possessed no extraordinary energy. Most of its essence was dark energy, intended to shield ordinary soldiers from assimilation. Shaking his head, Lu Qi regarded the standardized gear, recalling the exceptional sword wielded by the Lord of the Dimension, which contained unusual energy. It was a missed opportunity, as acquiring such an artifact would likely have enabled him to pinpoint the coordinates of other worlds. Feeling a sense of loss, Lu Qi exited the storeroom, resolved to acquire something of value from the Lord of the opposing dimension next time to serve as coordinates. In truth, Lu Qi had no intention of invading other worlds. He merely sought to explore them, viewing them as a form of travel. With the prospect of possessing an entire dark dimension in the future, his interest in other worlds was not as profound, but rather a nostalgic desire to revisit childhood memories from a different perspective. Chapter 31. Vampires, however. In the subsequent 2 days, Lu Qi led his Shadow Legion to conquer 3 small dimensions, yet he discovered no coordinates leading to other worlds. Typically, the lords of those dimensions did not carry high-level equipment, as such items would be subject to continuous corrosion by dark energy upon entering the dark dimension, resulting in their degradation. Conversely, the lower-tier equipment was abundant, significantly enriching the inventory of low-level gear within Kamar-Taj, while Kamar-Taj also housed high-level equipment. Lu Qi found himself in the Marvel Universe, without a need for such artifacts as coordinates. With a sigh, Lu Qi flipped through the coordinates in his notebook, realizing there were only a few left. The dimensions of the multiverse are countless, yet only a handful of minor dimensions can be observed. The Kamar-Taj generally focuses on defending against the mid-sized and the formidable dark dimensions of Dormammu, showing little interest in observing the dimensional space. Consequently, the dimensions Liu Qi could explore were dwindling. He needed to devise a strategy to uncover other dark dimensions. Liu Qi sighed again. The technological prowess of Kamar-Taj in dimensional observation was limited to just these few dimensions. It might be more prudent to ascertain whether the rulers of the remaining dimensions had any methods for observing dimensions. After 2 consecutive days of dungeon runs, Liu Qi had bolstered his subordinate strength slightly, increasing the number of ninja soldiers to 3,000 and procuring additional units of various other types. However, idly waiting was not a viable option. Should he bide his time until the onset of Thor's storyline and consult Odin? This seemed plausible, as Asgard appeared to excel in spatial observation. Even Loki could perceive numerous spatial rifts. Having made this decision, Liu Qi resolved to call Coulson daily once Tony completed the new element reactor, checking in on when he might visit the hammer. He promptly dialed Tony. "Tony, how are things going with Pepper lately?" "Lou, what are you talking about?" Pepper?" This was awkward. It turned out to be Pepper who answered the call. Pepper? Where's Tony?" Pepper glanced at Tony, who was rearranging things at home. "He's picking out furniture, aiming to install some fitness equipment at home." "Really? Doesn't he have Iron Man? Why does he need to work out?" "Who knows? But a bit of exercise isn't bad. Would you like to come over? I can send a car to pick you up." Not for now." Liu Qi hung up, noting that Tony seemed to be in good spirits. However, just as he set down his phone, it rang again. To his surprise, it was Coulson. Why was he calling out of the blue? "Hey Coulson, what's up? We need your help." "Liu Qi." "Oh, what's the matter?" Liu Qi, having not visited the Big Apple in quite some time, flew to Los Angeles. Outside the airport, he found Coulson in urgent need of assistance and asked curiously, "So, what is going on? Why didn't you clarify over the phone?" Coulson ushered Liu Qi into a nearby vehicle, driving cautiously and taking several circuitous routes before arriving at a safe house. "Why so cautious? You're starting to scare me," Liu Qi remarked, observing Coulson's tense demeanor. "Do you know about vampires?" Coulson asked carefully. "The kind that are rumored in Europe, who feast on human blood, can attain immortality, and reside in castles deep in the mountains?" Liu Qi looked at Coulson with a puzzled expression, uncertain of what he was saying. "Well, assuming that vampires truly exist, do you believe you could defeat them?" Coulson remarked, moving toward the door of the adjacent basement. "It should be no problem. My ninja has no blood in him. Precisely because of your ninja, I summoned you here." "Step inside," Coulson replied. Though Liu Qi had his suspicions, curiosity piqued within him. He had not known that vampires existed in the Marvel Universe. Nevertheless, even if they did, it mattered little. In the films, these beings seemed to play a minor role and likely lacked formidable strength. Following Coulson into the basement, Liu Qi beheld a man bound by iron chains. A gaping wound in his abdomen from which intestines spilled onto the floor. Remarkably, this man appeared quite spirited, glaring fiercely at Coulson upon his entrance. Observing the man, who had nearly half of his internal organs missing yet remained alive and even more ferocious, Liu Qi noted the chains straining under the man's efforts, creaking ominously as if they might snap at any moment. However, having witnessed numerous graphic scenes in Hell's Kitchen, Liu Qi remained unfazed, though it was evident that this man would not be able to consume another meal. "Is this fellow a vampire? He doesn't seem particularly impressive," Liu Qi remarked disdainfully, casting a glance at the man's intestines before summoning a ninja. The ninja assessed the vampire and swiftly severed his head in one stroke, reducing the creature to a cloud of ash. Watching the vampire's lifeless remains, Liu Qi chuckled. "I expected these beings to be formidable. It seems they can indeed perish when decapitated." Coulson elucidated, "These vampires are formidable due to their stealth and speed, able to heal rapidly from blood supply. Furthermore, many affluent individuals covet their eternal life, leading to the creation of what we refer to as the Getaway clan." Liu Qi nodded, feeling relatively unconcerned. His ninjas were not likely inferior in stealth to these beings. However, he was intrigued by Coulson's mention of the Getaway clan. "Are there many of these Getaway?" Liu Qi inquired, hoping that he would not inadvertently find himself surrounded by an abundance of enemies due to these vampires. While he was not particularly afraid, the prospect of an unwitting adversary ruining his treasures was bothersome. There are quite a few getaway, as you know, for the wealthy. Many things can be purchased with money, but longevity is a desire they cannot attain, Coulson replied, somewhat exasperated. However, these individuals do not operate in the open and are unlikely to expose themselves. You need not worry about bothersome flies. With us watching over them, they will not dare to act rashly. Lucci nodded, feeling reassured. Yet, glancing at the pile of ash that remained, he found himself curious. Are you not planning to report the existence of these beings to the authorities? Lucci found it somewhat incomprehensible why he was being summoned for this conflict among races. Shouldn't they directly communicate with the official authorities and dispatch troops to eradicate these entities? Coulson shook his head, stating, this is precisely the challenging aspect. Vampires possess the capability to transform ordinary individuals into blood thralls en masse. Although these thralls lack significant power, they lose their sanity and can spread the infection. Moreover, the vampires are adept at hiding, and the higher-ups are oblivious to where they conceal themselves. If a confrontation ensues, it could lead to a catastrophe of blood thralls in cities like New York City. With a sigh, Coulson continued thus. The higher-ups have reached an accord with the 12 vampire elders for a peaceful coexistence. Lucci could hardly believe it. These beings regard us as mere sustenance. Are they truly negotiating peace with them? There is no alternative. The risk of entirely eliminating these threats is too great, and the higher-ups currently lack viable solutions. So they have opted for this course. However, the authorities have informed the vampire elders that they will provide them with artificial blood plasma for sustenance. But should any vampire be found to harm humans, they will dispatch agents to hunt them down. RSHIELD has a department dedicated to addressing vampire offenses. Lucci scoffed. Do you truly believe these creatures refrain from drinking human blood in secret? I find that hard to accept. Speaking of which, if SHIELD has a department for dealing with vampire criminals, why do I need to handle these vampires? Coulson shook his head. We have confirmed a significant number of recent disappearances in this city, with ample blood left at the scenes, undeniably the work of vampires. However, we lack decisive evidence, and SHIELD cannot indiscriminately deploy official forces for this matter. So, you require an unofficial identity? Lucci nodded, beginning to grasp Coulson's intent. Very well, I accept this task. I shall eliminate all the vermin in this city under the guise of civilian vampire hunter. I've been utterly bored lately with nothing to engage in. Lucci cracked his knuckles, finally feeling he had something to do. But what about the compensation? This is essentially a private assignment. Coulson nodded. The director places great importance on this matter. These creatures have overstepped their bounds in recent years, and we hope to teach them a lesson. Therefore, the remuneration is quite generous, $1,000 for each vampire. Lucci grimaced. Fury was rather stingy. Given the rarity of such creatures, the number must be limited, and earning a mere $1,000 per vampire seemed paltry. However, a sudden realization struck him. Not just in this city. Coulson smiled knowingly, sharing a look of understanding with Lucci. Lucci rubbed his hands together, eager to embark on this endeavor. But Coulson halted him. These vampires enjoy a considerable following in this city and possess an extensive information network. Previous investigators sent by SHIELD faced various assaults, resulting in the loss of numerous agents. Hence, we arranged for you to travel here unofficially. You must exercise caution in your actions. Lucci finally understood the caution exhibited by Coulson. However, his current abilities had already far surpassed the information on file with SHIELD, a fact unbeknownst to Coulson. Chapter 32. The Vampire Bar. Half an hour later, Lucci emerged from the safe house, gazing upon the City of Angels, unaware of the nefarious creatures concealed within. Coulson had just informed him of certain characteristics, habits, and common hunting methods of vampires. It was well known that vampires feared ultraviolet light, silver, and garlic. To be candid, such information was common knowledge. Yet these were indeed the vulnerabilities of vampires. It seemed likely that the higher echelons of humanity had deliberately disseminated such knowledge to empower ordinary people with a modicum of resistance against vampire onslaughts. From Coulson, Lucci learned that vampires typically emerged at night to hunt, with many disappearances occurring near bars. Thus, he decided to find a hotel and rest until evening. After a casual search, he found a hotel where he could sleep until nightfall. Upon awakening, He inquired with the staff about the most popular bars in the vicinity and set off in that direction. As Lucci walked through the streets, he found the nightlife in this area far more vibrant than that of Big Apple City, with throngs of people filling the streets. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that this was merely a fade put on by the vampires to lure unsuspecting prey into the open. While strolling, he released his shadow ninjas to scout ahead. At this point, his aura extended to a radius of 160 meters, allowing the shadow ninjas to meld into the darkness and accompany him discreetly. In the unseen realm of ordinary mortals, nimble ninjas leaped and maneuvered across the rooftops, their enhanced physiques enabling them to traverse nearly 20 meters in a single bound, maintaining high agility even in bustling areas. Upon reaching a street lined with bars near the hotel, Lucci received a message from the shadow ninjas and turned into a narrow alley. There, he beheld a Caucasian vampire cradling a woman, his head buried in her neck, the two appearing deeply enamored. Yet the iron tang in the air hinted at a more sinister reality. "Lift your head," Lucci commanded the man. The vampire glanced at him, slowly raising his gaze. Upon seeing Lucci, a mocking smile crept across his face, as if deriding Lucci's ignorance. His blood-stained mouth curled open, revealing sharp fangs, and he callously discarded the lifeless woman onto the ground. As he approached Lucci, the man's eyes began to change. The allure of blood sent tremors through his body, akin to that of a drug addict. Eventually, his eyes morphed into a malevolent green, his ears elongated, and his nails began to extend ominously. "Did your mother ever tell you how hideous you are, so grotesque that she would not recognize you?" Lucci taunted, seemingly oblivious to the advancing vampire. The creature, already disoriented from the blood's influence, could no longer contain his rage of being insulted by his next meal. A sudden assault surged towards Lucci, yet midair, shadows solidified into human forms, forcefully slamming the vampire to the ground. In a swift motion, glimmers of cold light flashed, severing the vampire's limbs without hesitation. Lucci placed his foot upon the vampire's head, observing the dawning terror in its eyes. "Ah, so you too can feel fear. I had assumed you wretched creatures were all audacious. Otherwise, how would you dare to indiscriminately slay innocent lives? Now, reveal to me the location of your stronghold, and perhaps I may grant you a reprieve." The vampire rasped, struggling to articulate words. Yet the higher-ups of its bloodline had long imposed an edict forbidding the disclosure of their lair's whereabouts. After several futile attempts, the vampire resorted to pleading for mercy, even tempting Lucci with promises of eternal life. Lucci, taken aback by the creature's inability to divulge anything, shook his head. With a forceful stomp, he crushed the vampire's head, watching as its remains turned to ash, leaving no trace of blood behind. He couldn't help but marvel at the vampire's environmental consciousness, taking nothing but its own demise. Surveying the alley littered with corpses, Lucci sent a message to Coulson, instructing him to handle the situation. Having just emerged, he encountered another vampire, indicating that this city was rife with filth that needed cleansing. "Where are we headed?" asked Christina, a newcomer, as she linked arms with her companion, speaking to a dashing young man beside them. "To a splendid bar, where the ambience is delightful, and each night boasts captivating performances. I assure you, once you enter, you won't wish to leave," he replied, exuding charm and grace, akin to a true gentleman. "Thank you for showing us around, local guide." "Haha," Christina jested. Yet her companion, sensing something amiss, tightened her grip on Christina's arm and whispered cautiously, "Be careful, Nana. I have an unsettling feeling about this guy." Casting a glance at the young man, Christina assured her companion, "Don't worry, he's undoubtedly interested in us. Once we reach the bar, let us order some exquisite drinks and get him intoxicated. Once he's inebriated, we can make our escape. Trust me, I won't get drunk." Reassured, Christina continued to feign interest in the young man, feeling a thrill in this new experience. The young man's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious. Yet his eyes betrayed a hint of disdain and desire, fixating on Christina's neck as he swallowed hard and quickened his pace. Tonight's gathering could not afford tardiness. Leading the two women down a street lined with bars, the young man did not halt within, but rather guided them through the thoroughfare to a secluded door. He knocked gently, and a barred slot opened, revealing a pair of eyes scrutinizing the young man and the two girls who were whispering, sensing something was amiss. The door swung open, and two individuals, resembling patrons on a mundane shopping errand, passed by Christina, only to silently obstruct the escape route of the duo. "What do you intend to do?" Christina, losing her composure, produced a canister of pepper spray from her bag and handed it to her friend, while brandishing an electrobaton in a menacing manner. However, a burly man strode forward, fearlessly grasping the baton, and with a single punch, rendered Christina unconscious, leaving her in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, as her friend attempted to defend herself with the pepper spray, the assailant approached directly, crushing the spray canister in one hand and delivering a blow that similarly incapacitated her. The younger accomplice, unable to contain himself, considered succumbing to the ground in a futile attempt to nibble on the remnants of his dignity. Yet, a swift kick to his abdomen lifted him from the ground. These two must be equally apportioned. Do not disrupt the established order. The youth, having received the kick, dared not express any indignation. He was merely a lowly vampire, his status barely above that of a mindless blood servant, and even those of higher rank within the Ha clan could easily assert dominance over him. The oppressive weight of his lineage stifled any desire for retaliation. Wiping the drool from his lips, he entered the door, awaiting the impending revelry, while the others hoisted the two unconscious figures into the building. Inside lay a gruesome meat storage facility, filled with a macabre array of frozen carcasses. A chill crept over the onlookers as several vampires traversed the frozen heap, arriving at a wall where they elongated their nails, piercing several holes to pry it open, revealing two pathways. A wave of music wafted through the air, invigorating the younger vampire, who veered to one side, while the other vampires took the opposite direction. A shadow stealthily followed, hesitating briefly before heading towards the pair being led away. The vampires escorted their captives to the upper level, where unconscious bodies dangled upside down, tubes connected to their forms, not for the purpose of draining blood, but rather to preserve it in its freshest state. As they prepared to treat the two in the same manner, a series of shadows emerged, swiftly dispatching the captors in a flurry of blades. Lu Qi revealed himself, his eyes ablaze with volcanic fury. How dare they? The sight before him was horrifying. Dozens of individuals suspended in this grotesque manner, each connected to an array of ominous vessels below. The remnants of blood pooling in those vessels hinted at the sheer number of victims. If this was but a single instance, then surely thousands had perished here over time. Coulson had claimed there were only a few hundred. Nonsense. This was the doing of the Ha clan. With a growing intent for vengeance, Lu Qi summoned a legion of shadows, transforming them into ninjas to liberate the captives. Observing the blood stains upon the tubes, it was evident that these vampires disregarded any semblance of blood type compatibility. The unfortunate souls had likely been suspended for an indeterminate duration. Lu Qi first contacted Coulson to relay the current situation, leaving Coulson equally astounded, who vowed to promptly request the SHIELD Special Operations Team to the scene. Accompanied by the victims, Lu Qi encountered several elegant vampires, both male and female, who were notably attractive yet were merely servants to their kind. Without hesitation, Lu Qi commanded the ninjas to eliminate them. As the guides were reduced to ashes, the abducted individuals screamed in terror, attempting to flee. Lu Qi instructed the ninjas to restrain them and present identification to quiet them. But unaware of any SHIELD, he resorted to rendering them unconscious. Coulson acted swiftly, promptly arriving with a convoy, swiftly assembling a force of over 100 individuals. The victims were entrusted to the medical team accompanying them, and Lu Qi approached Coulson. Observing their advanced technology, swiftly analyzing the structure of the building, Lu Qi directed them to secure all exits while he himself prepared to cleanse the interior of the vampires. Inside, the vampires gradually sensed something amiss, their demeanor shifting to one of panic. Lu Qi ventured into the area where music resonated. It resembled a grand bar, with powerful speakers blasting exhilarating tunes, yet a throng of vampires swayed to the rhythm, oblivious to the fact that a song had been playing for an extended period, and the DJ had long since vanished. Reaching the upper levels of the building, Lu Qi intercepted several vampires attempting to escape. "What do you think you're rushing off to?" he queried, summoning shadow ninjas to block their paths. Watching their frantic expressions filled him with disdain. "Who are you? There is a peace treaty between vampires and humans. You cannot attack us." The leading vampire attempted to stall for time. However, Lu Chi was disinterested in dialogue, as his ninjas lunged forward, dispatching the vampires one by one. Although some vampires attempted to retaliate, their abilities were feeble, merely 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary human, and they fell to the onslaught of the ninjas. Lu Chi advanced, seizing the neck of the leading vampire and pinning him against the wall. "Tell me, where is your superior? Or where do you intend to go?" The vampire smirked mockingly. "Vampires never betray. What are you thinking, Blood Bottle?" Lu Chi's expression hardened as dark energy emanated from his hand, enveloping the vampire. Upon contact, agonizing screams erupted as the vampire's arm was assimilated by the dark energy, vanishing before his eyes. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, resulting in involuntary loss of control. Disgusted, Lu Chi cast him aside, and a shadow ninja hoisted the vampire aloft. Lu Chi directed streams of dark energy to envelop him, amplifying his torment. "Care to speak now?" Lu Chi inquired, observing the vampire on the brink of collapse, halting the torment, yet leaving tendrils of dark energy swirling around him, undulating like a venomous serpent. The vampire's gaze was filled with dread as it fixed upon the dark energy, muttering indistinctly, "The Halier Hotel, where I usually meet my superior." This cunning creature cleverly avoided revealing the location of their lair, instead mentioning a rendezvous point, thereby sidestepping the constraints of its bloodline. Lu Chi nodded, observing the ravenous longing in the vampire's eyes. "I do not recall indicating that I would spare you," he remarked. The vampire's expression turned to one of despair, ready to unleash a tirade, but was abruptly engulfed by the dark energy, vanishing entirely from this realm. Gazing at the piles of ash left behind, Lu Chi smiled and descended toward the dance floor. Below, the vampires sensed that something was amiss. Witnessing the deserted stage, they began to whisper amongst themselves. However, the constraints of their lineage instilled a paralyzing fear, rendering them incapable of making any hasty moves, confined to the dance floor. Lu Chi surveyed the vampires below, pondering the absurdity of their situation. Why forsake a life of dignity to become enslaved? The Shadow Legion manifested above the dance floor, colossal warriors plunging down and crashing into the throng of vampires, reducing them to mere ashes. The Blade Soldiers followed suit, gracefully landing and commencing their ruthless slaughter. These vampires, unaccustomed to such a display of force, had only ever engaged in deceitful schemes. They were utterly overwhelmed. A few attempted to flee, but the ninja soldiers had already encircled the dance floor, rendering the vampires trapped like fish in a barrel. As the rabble below was swiftly annihilated, Lu Chi pressed his earpiece. "Coulson, are there any other vampires hiding here?" Although the shadow ninjas could locate them all, Lu Chi found it tedious. He had just ensnared a significant target and was unwilling to let it escape. Under Coulson's guidance, Lu Chi dispatched every vampire concealed within the premises. Exiting the building, he observed the teams of agents beginning to regroup and approach Coulson. "What are your plans moving forward? This should provide definitive evidence." "No?" he casually inquired, considering himself a security consultant entitled to partake in official operations. Throughout this mission, he had donned a hood to obscure his face, maintaining the ability to operate solo. Coulson shook his head. "SHIELD will not deploy the Special Operations Team." Noticing Lu Chi's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "Should SHIELD intervene, we would only capture a few scapegoats. However, if you continue to hunt these vampires as a civilian, you could eliminate their higher-ups as well. Director Fury has authorized you to hunt the vampire elite, categorizing them by their own hierarchy. Level up, earn a 0, he added. Lu Chi nodded, understanding Fury's intent. It appeared that Fury, too, had been provoked, eager to eliminate some vampire leaders to vent his frustrations. After bidding farewell to Coulson, Lu Chi made his way towards the Halier Hotel. Chapter 33. The revitalized city at the pinnacle of the Halier Hotel lies a vast hall, devoid of the lavish decorations found below, illuminated solely by dim lighting. Within this barely visible expanse stands a colossal table, flanked by wide armchairs on each side. Suddenly, the hall's door swings open, and a few attendants usher individuals into the space. Guided by the servants, the guests naturally gravitate towards the table, each selecting a chair to settle into. As they await the culinary delights to be served, conversation ensues. "Hall, why do you appear so unwell?" despite the shadowy ambience. Their gazes remain unimpeded, with an eerie glimmer dancing in their green eyes. Today marks the weekly celebration. Do try not to sully the festive atmosphere with your frown. Moreover, it is your territory hosting the banquet. You ought to be the most jubilant among us. One individual addressed Hall, yet his countenance did not brighten. The others began to inquire about the cause of his distress. Hall furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "My subordinates have not reported the banquet status today, which leaves me somewhat anxious. Logically, the banquet should have concluded by now." Exchanging glances, the others eventually chuckled. "Hall, you are far too cautious. Perhaps the delicacies served at tonight's feast are so exquisite that your subordinates have become entranced." However, Hall's expression remained grim, growing increasingly solemn as time passed. Ignoring the others who began to discuss how to reprimand their foolish subordinates, Hall pondered the source of his foreboding feeling. He had meticulously designed the venue and proceedings for the banquet. Such incompetence from those imbeciles was inconceivable. Furthermore, most of the city's elite had been won over, and with their protection, there should be no unforeseen incidents. Yet Hall, being an exceedingly prudent vampire, had repeatedly instructed the subordinate overseeing the banquet to provide timely updates on its progress. The schedule he set was for hourly reports, though his subordinates, familiar with his nature, typically updated him every half hour. Clutching his silent phone, Hall watched the seconds tick by, his mood growing heavier. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and a butler entered. "Esteemed guests," he announced, "your dinner is now prepared." With a clap of his hands, a procession of servants entered, each pushing a cart bearing what appeared to be coffins. The butler directed the servants to place these items upon the dining table, bowing respectfully before departing with them. The individual who had first inquired about Hall rose, smiling. "These are the finest ingredients I have scavenged from across the globe. Such quality is typically reserved for the elders. But tonight, I present them for your tasting pleasure." He lifted the lid of a coffin, revealing soft swan feathers, beneath which lay a collection of beautiful maidens, each with distinct skin tones, yet all radiating exquisite beauty. The young maidens were intoxicated by potent spirits, their eyes glazed, utterly unaware that they had been served as a feast. The vampires gazed hungrily upon the delectable dishes before them, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of blood infused with the scent of alcohol. Even Hall found himself unable to divert his gaze, the primal hunger awakened by his vampire lineage stirring within him. With great restraint, a supporter cautiously spoke, "These delicacies are my way of apologizing to you all. My previous negligence has attracted the attention of certain vampire hunters to our city, causing you all unnecessary trouble." One vampire, impatient, retorted, "A mere handful of hunters who can only target the lowest tier bloodlines hardly warrant such concern." The host chuckled, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. His prior oversight had indeed drawn the attention of formidable organizations, including the elite human agency known as SHIELD. Yet, judging by the current atmosphere, it seemed that all was well. Observing the eager expressions of his guests, he decided to say no more and announced the commencement of the feast. At this, the vampires could no longer contain themselves. The green light in their eyes nearly burst forth as they lunged toward the sumptuous offerings. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, well, while others wished to consume them, you seem intent on feasting upon them." Speaking a humorous quip in a foreign tongue, Lucci chuckled to himself. Several vampires restrained their primal instincts, cautiously scrutinizing this unexpected arrival. "Is that you, butler?" the host called out, and the grand doors swung open. The butler peered inside briefly before rushing in with a throng of servants. "Who are you?" the butler demanded, directing the servants to encircle Lucci. As Lucci observed their true forms gradually revealing themselves, he counted so many mid-tier vampires. "It seems today will be quite profitable." He stood atop the table, addressing those few hidden behind the others. "What tier do you belong to? Pray, enlighten me with your numbers." Naturally, the concealed vampires seethed with indignation upon hearing this, prompting the host to exclaim, "You are a wretched vampire hunter, a filthy blood bottle. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Lucci remained unfazed, stealing a glance at him. This individual was likely the most influential among them, and he would capture him later for information. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the host inexplicably felt a surge of fear, instructing the butler to eliminate the audacious vampire hunter while he and his companions made their way toward the exit. Since you've come this far, why not stay a little longer? Lu Chi called out, seemingly oblivious to the approaching vampires as he clapped his hands. Lacking the ability to snap his fingers, he settled for the elegance of applause instead. Suddenly, a cohort of ninjas emerged, melding with the shadows, their red eyes the only visible feature. Your feast has yet to be savored, yet you wish to depart? As Lu Chi gazed upon the vampires, a playful spirit arose within him. After all, there are so many of you. What is there to fear? He remarked, I only have a couple of companions. With a clap of his hands, a multitude of crimson eyes emerged behind him. Ah, now the numbers are even, Lu Chi nodded. However, as you're noble vampires, I believe at least a 2-to-1 advantage is warranted. Another clap summoned yet more eyes. Observing the shifting expressions of the vampires, Lu Chi continued, Yet, it seems some among you possess an extraordinary aura. I suspect that 2 against 1 may not suffice. Let's add a few more to the fray. He clapped once more, but this time, no additional eyes appeared. Noticing the bewildered looks on the vampires' faces, Lu Chi shrugged, saying, There's only so much space behind me. How could I possibly accommodate such a crowd? With a grin, he looked at the vampires who had just begun to relax. My space is limited, but surely yours is ample. Some vampires quickly grasped the situation and turned, only to behold countless eyes materializing within the hall. The encirclement transformed into a counter-encirclement, prompting the butler to command the vampires to protect the formidable figures among them and break through. However, the shadow ninjas were unwilling to grant them such a reprieve, as glimmers of cold light sliced towards the vampires. Even though these vampires were several times stronger than ordinary ones, they were swiftly dispatched by the multitude of ninjas. As the butler witnessed his subordinates being rapidly eliminated, he let out a furious roar, his body swelling to become a small giant. Yet, an even larger titan unexpectedly appeared before him. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lu Chi queried, casually flicking his ear with a pinky finger, just as the giant warrior delivered a mighty punch. With a resounding crash, the butler was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unconscious, shouting so loudly, yet unable to withstand a single blow. What a farce, Lu Chi sighed, feeling exasperated by the vampire's lack of intelligence. You assassins, why not enhance your combat prowess and transform? Agility is your forte, is it not? You should be maneuvering, not clumping together like this. You won't even manage a single assist. Observing the butler's still rising chest, Lu Chi discerned that he had not perished. He directed the ninjas to bind him and then turned his attention to the last few standing vampires. Let us engage them. The leader suddenly transformed, shouting fiercely. The others followed suit, each becoming a small giant. Lu Chi nodded. It appeared that transformation was a skill reserved for high-ranking vampires. Otherwise, the lesser minions would not be so easily dispatched. He now had a clearer understanding of the vampire's hierarchy. Ordinary vampires merely gathered for merriment, possessing twice the strength of a human. The higher echelons, those reveling in song, were the low-tier vampires, boasting 4 times human strength. The recent group of minions, classified as mid-tier vampires, displayed approximately 8 times human strength. The formidable high-tier figures, prior to their transformation, likely possessed 10 times human strength, and upon transforming, surged to an astonishing 20 times. However, as fate would have it, his intellect was lacking, and he watched helplessly as the colossal warrior struck him with a powerful blow, leading to his demise. With no hope for his own intelligence, Lu Chi sighed, yet he recognized that these higher-ranking beings still had a chance. They understood their advantages and transformed into fleeting shadows darting across the hall. After some contemplation, Lu Chi decided to unleash 300 shuriken ninja soldiers to engage in a game of hide and seek with these adversaries. With the addition of these swift ninjas, the pressure on the vampires escalated significantly. However, the hall had been constructed without any consideration for sunlight, resulting in the absence of windows, leaving them with no escape. Observing the doors heavily guarded by numerous ninjas, Hall pondered strategies in his mind. Witnessing his companions fleeing in disarray, Hall called out loudly, "These ninjas possess no blood. They are not human. We should simply eliminate that fellow, and perhaps these ninjas will vanish as well." Hall's desperate cries echoed, unaware that he had stumbled upon the truth of the situation. Realizing that there were clever vampires among them, Lu Chi cautiously prepared to stealthily make his way to the exit. If worst came to worst, he could always dash out, allowing the ninjas to deal with the rest. Hearing Hall's proclamation, the vampires exchanged knowing glances, their spirits lifted, and they suddenly surged towards Lu Qi. Lu Qi swiftly maneuvered toward the exit, his stealth speed reaching an almost unimaginable pinnacle, akin to teleportation, rendering his reflexes inadequate. Yet with prior preparation, he managed to arrive at his destination with precision. He set a circle of shuriken ninjas at his former position and turned back, only to find the vampire who had spoken charging toward him. To his astonishment, had his intentions been anticipated? Startled, Lu Qi unleashed a surge of 1,600 dark energy points to his hand and hurled a punch forward. Hall, taken aback by Lu Qi's sudden appearance, was equally startled by the unhesitating strike coming his way. Could this individual have predicted his desire to flee? Conflict stirred within Hall, yet there was no time to halt. He had to force his way through. The two collided with tremendous force. Lu Qi was propelled backward, shattering the door and collapsing onto the ground. The vampire, too, suffered, as the force was mutual. He endured internal injuries and was swiftly incapacitated by the pursuing shuriken ninjas. Collapsing to the floor, the abandoned companions found themselves surrounded by a swarm of shuriken ninjas, who apprehended them without mercy. "You scoundrel Hall, how dare you deceive me?" The host bellowed in fury. Being captured by others was one thing, but betrayal by his own was intolerable. Struggling on the ground, Hall dismissed the foolish outcry of his companion. After a prolonged moment on the floor, Lu Qi gradually recovered from the collision with the vampire, feeling as though he had collided with a speeding truck. Dark energy enveloped him, continuously mending his injuries, and he slowly rose to a seated position, clutching his still painful chest. Lu Qi glared menacingly at Hall, stepping forward to plant a foot on Hall's chest and delivering several powerful kicks. Watching Hall being kicked, the most amused was surprisingly the host. Observing this exuberant fellow, Lu Qi suddenly had an idea. "Hey, you over there? If you divulge the location of the vampire's stronghold in this city, I shall hand this fellow over to you for your disposal. What do you say?" Despite enduring pain, Hall remained unperturbed, for he was aware that his captor had questions to pose, and as long as he remained silent, he might still cling to a thread of hope. However, when Lu Qi turned his attention away from him to interrogate the host, Hall's heart momentarily faltered, meeting the host's furious gaze. A chill ran through Hall as he saw the host nod emphatically. Half an hour later, Lu Qi emerged from the hotel that had been thoroughly cleansed. All vampires within, save for the host, had been vanquished. True to his word, Hall met his demise at the hands of the host, with the now submissive host beside him. Lu Qi fastened a heavy iron chain around his neck, leading him like a dog. Though the host dared not voice his anger, he slowly led the way, his thoughts a mystery. After making a call to Carlson for cleanup, Lu Qi efficiently eradicated the remaining vampires in the entire Lost Mountain base alongside the host. A day later, as the sun rose, Lu Qi watched the host turn to ashes, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. In a single night, Lu Qi had amassed a staggering $8 million, a significant portion derived from high-ranking vampires, with the remainder accumulated from weaker ones. With a hefty sum in his pocket, Lu Qi gazed at the revitalized Lost Mountain base behind him and departed, eager to explore other cities and uncover the extent of vampiric presence in this decaying nation. As for Carlson, he was likely still scouring the city, cleaning up after Lu Qi. Chapter 34. The final wish on a certain evening 6 months later. Lu Qi commanded a group of ninja warriors to surround a bar. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Pepper Potts calling. He gestured for the ninjas to commence their attack while he distanced himself to answer the call. "Hey Potts, long time no see." "Hey Lu Qi, it's been ages. Where are you adventuring?" Lu Qi glanced at the bar, which had begun to stir with commotion, and replied, A bar? Okay, I hope I'm not interrupting you." "Not at all, what is up?" Lu Qi felt a twinge of curiosity. 6 months prior, he had mentioned to Tony that he would be traveling, and since then, he had traversed the entirety of the Lighthouse Nation, earning extra income. While experiencing the diverse cultures of various cities, he simultaneously conducted a thorough sweep, sharing images of delectable cuisine and stunning landscapes, which garnered him a considerable fan base. Moreover, several companies had reached out, seeking to collaborate. With both his primary and secondary pursuits flourishing, Lu Qi was in high spirits. Though he lamented that all dark dimensions had been thoroughly explored, and the spatial observation capabilities at Kamar-Taj were insufficient to uncover new dark dimensions, resulting in a prolonged drought of energy influx. His shadow army maintained a count of 40 squads, devoid of joy for an extended period. Reflecting briefly on the past 6 months, Lucci inquired of Little Pepper what had transpired. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Lucci, I believe you need to return and check on Tony. He has been acting rather peculiarly lately, no longer attending to company matters, and now spends all his time in his laboratory. He even donated his entire collection of artwork to the Children's Association. It's simply changed completely?" Lucci interjected, sensing that the new plot was finally unfolding. He had been anticipating this development for far too long, initially believing that the story would commence in a matter of weeks, only to find it beginning 6 months later. "I will return to see Tony. Rest assured," Lucci assured Little Pepper. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted in the bar, flames surging high. "My goodness, Lucci, what on earth is happening over there?" Little Pepper exclaimed in astonishment over the phone. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm merely at a beach party, and one of the fellows ignited an enormous firework display." "Is that so?" she replied skeptically. "But you were just at a bar." "Indeed. The bar is located right on the beach, attracting patrons with a spectacular fireworks show." Lucci glanced at the chaos, observing a large group of vampires launching a fierce assault on the surviving ninjas amidst the explosion. "Really? Why do I feel like those sounds resemble gunfire?" "You must have misheard. I assure you, it is undoubtedly a grand fireworks display. I feel as though my camera's memory is nearly full." Lucci summoned the shadow ninjas once more, directing them to counterattack the vampires. "Then this display must be astonishing, given the number of fireworks launched." Little Pepper pondered over the continuous sounds emanating from her phone, questioning what kind of fireworks produced such gun-like noises. Could it be a unique feature? "Indeed, the performance is truly magnificent. The audience is absolutely delighted," Lucci remarked, witnessing a vampire being pierced through the heart, resulting in a fatal blow and transforming into a cloud of ash. As the battle concluded, Lucci noticed the uninvited Coulson beckoning him, and he spoke into the phone one last time. "Do not worry. I shall come to see Tony shortly. I must first capture a few photographs. I will certainly share them with you later." Disregarding Little Pepper's response, Lucci hung up the phone and leaped from the rooftop. After all, the building was not very tall, merely a few stories high, which posed no challenge for him. Coulson, feeling somewhat exasperated as he surveyed the surrounding chaos reminiscent of a surrealist painting, was unsure of how to wrap things up. Upon seeing Lucci approach him, he resignedly stated, "It seems you ought to take a break for now. This situation has escalated somewhat, and I will need some time to manage it. Please refrain from further vampire hunting for the time being. All right?" Lucci nodded, acknowledging that the situation had indeed spiraled out of control. "Very well. Just remember to transfer the funds to my account." As the plot unfolded, he felt compelled to return and check on Tony's condition. Watching Lucci walk into the alley, Coulson let out a sigh of relief. He had just received a directive from the director to halt Lucci's relentless hunt for vampires, as, over the past few months, Lucci had eradicated all vampires from 16 cities. Setting aside the ordinary ones, even the high-ranking vampires had been hunted down. The elders of the vampire community had begun to protest. If this continued, a war would inevitably ensue. Coulson was at a loss on how to prevent Lucci from continuing his vampire hunt. He had been shadowing this harbinger of death across the entirety of America, primarily to clean up the aftermath of his actions, or perhaps to monitor him. Since the first battle, the S.H.I.E.L.D. had become acutely aware of Lucci's formidable prowess. After discarding Lucci's previous files into a shredder, Coulson was ordered by Director Fury to keep a close watch on Lucci to ensure he remained under control. God only knew how the director expected him to manage such a volatile individual. Fortunately, the scale of the recent conflict was so vast that Coulson could momentarily slow Lucci's hunting rhythm, subsequently informing S.H.I.L.D. that the bounty on vampires had been lifted, which might appease Lucci. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Coulson sent a message to Fury and then directed the agents to clear the battlefield. If the media caught wind of this, who could predict what chaos would ensue? Upon receiving the message, Fury nodded in acknowledgement. He then pressed a button, and a spectral figure materialized before him. "Are you seeking a ceasefire?" Fury inquired solemnly, gazing at the vampire elders. The specter remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally nodding. "Leave this country. That is my demand." Otherwise, I cannot directly command a civilian vampire hunter. The vampire elder clenched his fists in anger. For the past few months, SHIELD agents have been tailing that individual, and now they claimed he was not one of theirs? Or ruse. Yet, there was little choice. That man's power was formidable. And if this continued, it would inevitably come back to haunt them. If he did not pressure this fool with the prospect of war, there would be no stopping that rogue. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts stared at the disconnected phone, shaking her head in resignation. Gathering her composure, she clutched a thick file and made her way downstairs to find Tony. Shortly thereafter, a portal opened before her. The footage has been deleted. Greetings, Mr. Lucci. It has been a while. Jarvis's voice emanated from the speakers in the corner. Lucci gave a thumbs up to the camera, responding, Jarvis, you seem to be growing more intelligent. You've even learned how to greet me. The camera rotated slightly. Mr. Stark designed a new language and emotional module for me. All credit goes to him. Indeed, I shall be sure to tell him you complimented him. Lucci replied as he dashed downstairs, only to find two individuals uncorking champagne. Tapping on the glass, Lucci called out, am I arriving at an opportune time? However, due to the remarkable soundproof qualities of the glass, Lucci's voice went unheard. Yet he successfully captured the attention of the two individuals. Your timing is indeed unfortunate, Tony remarked with a wry smile. Knowing full well he was not foolish enough to wait until Lucci entered the code before speaking. I sincerely apologize, but it is truly disheartening to celebrate without my presence. Lucci approached Tony, only to quickly cover his nose. Goodness, Tony, what on earth have you consumed? The odor is unbearable. Is it that obvious? Tony glanced at Pepper, who nodded in silent agreement while pinching her nose. Well, I indulged in some chlorophyll juice to replenish the nutrients I've been lacking lately. I recommend you try glass as well. It's beneficial for your health. Tony said with a hint of resignation, as he had assumed no one would notice. I had no idea that concoction could be deemed healthful. Lucci replied in a muffled tone, still covering his nose. Come on, the scent can't be that intolerable. Tony walked toward Lucci with exasperation. Stay away. I can't fathom how Pepper manages to endure this. Lucci exclaimed, retreating in a frenzy. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase within the garage, while Pepper shook her head at the sight of the two boys, whose combined age was barely 10. Pepper soon ascended to the upper level, taking over Tony's previous position. She needed to promptly address the backlog of thousands of food items at Stark Industries and finalize her promotion paperwork. Meanwhile, Lucci and Tony exchanged silent glances in the basement. Your demeanor instills a sense of danger in me, especially considering your physical capabilities far exceed my own. Tony broke the silence. To be precise, it's more like several times over. Particularly when one considers that certain individuals have spent their days cooped up at home without any exercise, that figure might even require an upward adjustment. Lucci crossed his arms and surveyed the garage, soon spotting a juicer in the corner. But rest assured, my interests lie with women, not a man who relishes in obscure liquids. While I'm pleased to hear I'm not in peril, I must reiterate that your estimation needs to be revised downwards. As I have been actively exercising lately, with a home as expansive as mine, I've even set up a gym, Tony replied, maintaining a calm facade. Noticing Lucci's gaze fixated on the juicer, Tony inquired, where have you been recently? It's been quite some time since we last communicated. Turning back, Lucci responded, I took a trip and engaged in some cleaning duties. I have been clearing out the vampires lurking within this country, Lucci asserted earnestly. Well, I recall you are still the security consultant for that organization. Perhaps you did indeed deal with some of those parasites feeding off taxpayers. They're truly despicable, Tony began. But Lucci interrupted. I mean actual vampires, the blood-sucking kind, Tony. I find it hard to believe you haven't noticed. Tony gazed into Lucci's eyes, quickly averting his gaze with a sense of guilt. Recently, he had been closely monitoring Lucci's movements and had inevitably uncovered some clues that led him to realize the existence of beings akin to vampires in this world. Well, I must admit, I have heard whispers and am aware of this entity's existence. But shouldn't this be confidential? Is it wise to be so forthright? Tony, Lucci paused momentarily. I would never deceive my friends, nor would I desire for my friends to deceive me. What exactly has transpired with you? Tony turned to Lucci, scrutinizing him for a moment before helplessly tugging at his shirt. This is utterly revolting. Lucci observed the purple markings surrounding the reactor as Tony's complexion deteriorated. Approaching him, Lu Qi placed a hand on the reactor, dark energy seeping into Tony's body. Although Lu Qi's dark energy could not heal others, it could extinguish and dissipate in conjunction with other energies. Tony sensed something infiltrating his body, but remained still, permitting Lu Qi to proceed with his actions. Soon, Lu Qi withdrew his hand, and Tony lowered his shirt, releasing a sigh of relief. "Buddy, this is the first time I've experienced such an intrusion from a man, and it was quite unpleasant." Tony touched his chest, feeling markedly better. "What did you do?" He lifted his shirt and discovered that the purple markings had vanished. "My heavens, you saved me. Had I known, I would have confided in you sooner," Tony exclaimed with laughter. Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation. "I merely eliminated the toxins within you. As long as that bulb remains in your body, you will continue to be plagued by these toxins." Tony halted, realizing he wasn't a fool. He had become so elated that he had momentarily lost his senses. But upon regaining composure, he recognized that Lu Qi had not deceived him. "Well, as long as you can assist me periodically, I shall be fine," Tony said, dropping his shirt and shrugging helplessly. Lu Qi did not wish for Tony to simply accept his fate. "I am currently at odds with those individuals, and I cannot guarantee that I will withstand their retaliation. It is imperative that you heal yourself so that you can aid me." "Are you suggesting that you are seeking assistance?" Tony raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, I am seeking the aid of the most brilliant Tony Stark in history," Lu Qi replied. "My goodness, you actually complimented me," Tony exclaimed in astonishment. "Jarvis, remember to save this video to my cloud server. I must cherish this moment. Let us postpone the admiration for later. Do you have any means of saving yourself at present?" Tony suddenly fell silent. "I have experimented with every element known to man, yet none can procure palladium." Observing Tony's heavy expression, Lu Qi contemplated. "Do not lose heart. You are the most formidable scientist. Perhaps a stroll outside would do you good." A fellow was struck by an apple and stumbled upon the concept of gravity. "Perhaps what you lack is merely that fleeting spark of inspiration. What if something extraordinary were to strike you?" Observing Tony, who seemed disinclined to move, Lu Qi continued, "At the very least, you could fulfill all your desires, allowing yourself to depart this world with peace, don't you think?" Tony lifted his gaze to meet Lu Qi's and replied, "All right, you've convinced me, but you mustn't flee afterwards. I want to revel in my wishes before we proceed." Chapter 35. The Genius from the Following Day. Lu Qi found himself whisked away by Tony, embarking on a whirlwind adventure to fulfill what Tony whimsically termed his final wishes. However, to Lu Qi, Tony's pursuits appeared entirely spontaneous. One day, they were fishing for sharks in the ocean, and the next, they were soaring through the skies at an altitude of 8,000 feet, indulging in parachuting. A week later, Lu Qi and Tony lounged on a yacht, as Tony had suddenly resolved to bask in the sun until he achieved a healthy tan. Yet, Lu Qi mused that this character would likely seek to lighten his skin the very next day, for he was rather self-absorbed. Tony held a tablet, engrossed in the surveillance footage. "It seems your shadow army is collaborating splendidly with those construction workers," Tony remarked, turning to Lu Qi. Glancing at the tablet, Lu Qi noted that his shadow army had been recruited by Tony to assist in constructing the Stark Industries Expo. This was all due to Tony's desire to revive the Stark Expo, lamenting the lack of time and insisting on deploying his ninja and giant soldiers for the job. Few of the blade soldiers were dispatched, for they were ill-suited for labor. A few steps on the expo grounds would leave a trail of craters. "These fellows are remarkably strong," Tony observed, as several giant soldiers effortlessly lifted a massive steel sphere and placed it within a circular frame. "Their strength rivals that of the Hulk. Asking them to move heavy objects is quite the challenge." "How would that be a challenge for them?" Tony set the tablet aside. "This is merely an efficient utilization of resources. You insidious capitalist. You might as well hang yourself from the newly erected lamppost." Tony chose not to engage further with this fellow, for provoking him could indeed lead to such a fate. He knew all too well, having once attempted to set Lu Qi up with a few women, only to find himself suspended upside down on a balcony for an entire night. Why did Lu Qi refuse? Because this character exhibited a mild case of face blindness, failing to feel a connection with those women, claiming to prefer inner beauty. Yet, Tony was more inclined to believe that this fellow simply lacked the fortitude. Uttering such a thought would surely result in being dangled from a fishing hook to catch sharks. Lu Qi shook his head and flipped through the tablet, noticing that the expo construction site was teeming with reporters today. In the days prior, the appearance of the shadow army at the construction site had drawn countless gazes, with reporters flocking in like sharks, sensing blood, nearly outnumbering the workers present. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the project, Tony instructed Pepper to escort the reporters out, allowing only one team from each newspaper to cover the event. Consequently, even before the exhibition commenced, it had already captured the attention of many. According to Pepper, Stark Industries had recently received an overwhelming number of exhibition applications, leading Lu Chi to suspect that Tony was intentionally seeking assistance from his Shadow Legion. Otherwise, with his wealth, could he not afford numerous construction workers? Thanks to the involvement of the Shadow Legion, the pace of construction for the exhibition had significantly accelerated. Considering that there were no towering structures involved, the tallest being the main exhibition hall and the ecological park. After reviewing the construction progress, Tony flipped himself over to sunbathe evenly, attempting to achieve a balanced tan. However, to Lu Chi, it resembled the necessity of flipping meat while cooking to prevent it from burning. Lu Chi also assessed the progress. The majority of the buildings within the exhibition park were already completed, leaving only landscaping and decorations to be done. In just a few days, it was expected that the exhibition would commence in time with the previous event. By the way, ever since you handed your work over to Pepper, it feels like I haven't seen her in ages. Are you certain you don't want to spend some quality time with her during the final phase of your life? Lu Chi observed Tony relishing a sip of red wine and suddenly spoke up. Tony coughed a few times, glancing at Lu Chi, resembling a piece of overcooked meat as he slumped down. The issue within me hasn't been resolved yet. I certainly don't wish to expose Pepper to that, he retorted. Lu Chi raised a middle finger. Is that all that occupies your mind? What a cad. Noticing Tony's bewildered expression, Lu Chi questioned, have you ever been in a relationship? Or have you always prioritized work over emotions? Tony cleared his throat. Are you doubting a battle-hardened genius? I am questioning a notorious playboy, Lu Chi mused, becoming increasingly convinced of his suspicion. Furrowing his brow, he approached Tony, lifted him, and created a portal that transported them back to Tony's Long Island villa. Jarvis, bring the yacht back. I need to discuss something else with Tony. A day later, Tony made a long-awaited visit to Stark Industries, entering the office where Pepper appeared to be engrossed in a phone call. After a couple of throat clears to announce his presence, Pepper glanced at him, signaling for him to wait. Tony, feeling rather bored, sat at the desk, observing the incessantly swaying pendulum. As Pepper remained on the phone for quite a while, Tony, feeling helpless, glanced at the still swaying ornament and hastily grabbed a data cable to haphazardly tie the ornament, then used several boxes to obstruct its movement. Pepper chuckled at the scene, concluding her conversation before finally hanging up. So, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Tony hesitated, uncertain how to begin. Damn Lu Chi for pushing him in here without giving him a moment to contemplate what to say. Tony, what is it that you wish to convey? I am rather occupied at the moment. Stark Industries is swiftly approaching the exhibition, and I have an abundance of matters to attend to. For Pepper, her position was a testament to the trust and closeness Tony had in her, prompting her to diligently strive for the success of Stark Industries. She had not taken a break for quite some time, yet remained invigorated. Tony pondered for a moment and decided to take a roundabout approach. Thus, he inquired, are you free tomorrow? Pepper cast a puzzled glance his way and then glanced at her schedule. Well, I still have a multitude of tasks to complete tomorrow. And in fact, there are numerous responsibilities to manage before the exhibition and likely after as well. What's on your mind? Thinking of someone waiting outside the door, adamant about not letting her leave the office without her, Tony steeled himself and continued, I was thinking perhaps we could take a look at the progress of the exhibition construction tomorrow. He stumbled over his words, adding, just the two of us. Pepper paused, confused as to why they could not simply check the progress on her tablet, but upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she quickly grasped Tony's true intention. A date invitation? She chuckled. More like a work-related outing? Tony replied, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Pepper shook her head with a smile. Tony, I'm delighted to hear you say that, but I believe our first date should not be at a construction site, shall we? Instead, let's go to the Long Island villa, just the two of us with no one else around, not even Jarvis. We could do anything there. It was evident to her that Tony would not have suggested such a thing on his own. Someone must have encouraged him. Nevertheless, she felt quite pleased. Silently thanking that someone, she pressed on. Might that be too soon? This left Tony momentarily flustered, as he wished to experience the sweet sensations of romance that Lu Chi had described, albeit he had no first-hand experience himself. Pepper rolled her eyes at him. Amid a delightful lunch, followed by an afternoon movie, and then a candlelit dinner. A classic combination for a date. Tony offered an awkward smile, but was intrigued by Pepper's outline of the day. Leaning in, Pepper planted a kiss on Tony's cheek, grinning as she added, "Of course, if you have any splendid ideas, feel free to share or surprise me. Now, I have many tasks to attend to, so I shall see you tomorrow. And please, convey my gratitude to Lou." Why should I thank Lou Chi? Tony, still somewhat dazed from the kiss, had completely missed Pepper's earlier remark. Pepper shook her head, exasperated. Outside, Lou Chi had been eavesdropping with remarkable acuity, donning a knowing smile as he composed himself. He knocked on the door, saying, "Tony, I believe it's time for us to depart." As he pushed open the door, he found little Pepper already engaged in her duties. While Tony sat there like a fool, Lou Chi shook his head, and with a grateful glance from little Pepper, he nudged Tony outside. Once they were out the door, Lou Chi wrapped an arm around Tony. "You truly excelled today, brilliant genius." Chapter 36. The Abomination of Transformation. The following day, Bozy unexpectedly did not visit Stark Industries, and Lou Chi departed from the Long Island villa. After wandering aimlessly throughout the day, Lou Chi took out his phone in a plaza. "Jarvis, are you absolutely certain you cannot see inside the Long Island villa?" "Apologies, Mr. Lou Chi, but Mr. Stark has an important engagement today, and no one is to disturb him. I have also been designated as a person." "Your joke leaves much to be desired," Lou Chi remarked, shaking his head. He hoped everything would proceed smoothly. After all, he had spent half the day yesterday strategizing with Tony, utilizing all his experiences from romantic anime. Gazing at the starry sky, Lou Chi became lost in thought, observing the pedestrians on the street. Tony should be capable. In the original narrative, he succeeded, though it remained uncertain whether he would reach home plate directly. This morning, before leaving, he had even taken the time to administer an antidote to Tony. With a mischievous grin, his phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Coulson. As soon as he answered, Coulson's anxious voice came through. "Advisor Lou Chi, a yellow monster has appeared on Broadway." Lou Chi was taken aback. Had he not dispatched shadow ninjas to monitor that Samuel? Why had the abomination manifested? "Can you come help? I'll call Iron Man to assist as well." Lou Chi quickly replied, "He has urgent matters today. I can manage alone." Although Coulson could never reach Tony, he feared Coulson might inadvertently disrupt Tony's endeavors. After ending the call, Lou Chi made his way to a nearby alley, summoned his Shadow Legion from the construction site, and then teleported close to Broadway. Observing the chaos of the crowd ahead, he furrowed his brow. Logically, those ninjas should have been capable of neutralizing the abomination, which had not absorbed the Hulk's blood. Why had it still appeared? Calculating the distance, he stealthily approached, mindful not to rush past due to his extraordinary speed. Upon reaching Broadway, Lou Chi spotted a yellow figure wreaking havoc. Several shadow ninjas, whom he had dispatched, were entangled with the abomination, striving to prevent it from harming innocent bystanders. Nonetheless, a few civilians had still fallen victim to the abomination's reckless attacks. Seeing the injured on the ground, Lou Chi frowned. The next moment, he summoned the Shadow Legion. A group of ninjas materialized before the astonished onlookers, deftly leaping over the chaotic crowd to confront the giant. Lou Chi positioned himself at a vantage point nearby, watching as the multitude of ninjas swiftly carried away the civilians, sighing in relief before turning his attention back to the abomination. What is going on? Lou Chi gazed at the abomination before him, at a loss for words. Why did this creature differ so drastically from its cinematic portrayal? The monstrosity he faced bore little resemblance to the humanoid form depicted in films. Although its hue remained a murky yellow, its shape was utterly unrecognizable as human. This creature crawled on all fours, its head swaying precariously from a spine-like appendage, its body bristling with vicious spikes, resembling an extraterrestrial horror. Feeling a sense of unease, Lou Chi nonetheless summoned his shadow army. In an instant, the once desolate street was teeming with figures. A battalion of colossal soldiers encircled the abomination, while various other troops took positions on corners and rooftops, effectively surrounding the creature. The abomination, seemingly devoid of its former intelligence, let out a primal roar upon seeing its many foes and charged at the most conspicuous of the giants. The massive soldiers, unyielding, surged forward in a formidable line, their might equally matched to that of the abomination. The two forces collided head-on, without a hint of evasion. unleashing shockwaves that shattered the glass of nearby buildings, raining shards like confetti. The spines of the abomination pierced the body of one giant, reducing it to shadow with a single strike. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, surprised by the formidable strength of this form of abomination. However, he remained undeterred. Upon its return, a giant would re-emerge in 5 seconds, and he doubted the abomination could incapacitate his infinitely resurrecting shadow army. Though it had just felled the giant, the abomination came to a halt, encircled by the remaining colossal soldiers. Without regard for their own safety, these titans lunged at the creature, seizing its limbs and hoisting it aloft. With a tremendous force, they slammed it into the ground. The concrete shattered, and the abomination sank into the surface. Yet the assault of the giants did not cease. They transformed into relentless pile drivers, their massive fists raining down upon the creature with unyielding ferocity, eliciting cries of agony from it. Observing the stabilized situation below, Lu Qi exhaled, relieved. Although the abomination had grown stronger, his own forces were not to be underestimated. A multitude of giants overwhelmed the creature with sheer numbers, while a circle of additional giants stood by, unable to join the fray. Lu Qi casually summoned the giant that had been felled, watching as it took a running leap from the rooftop, plummeting towards the abomination like a meteor. With a resounding crash, the thunderous sound drowned out the earlier commotion, leaving the ordinary citizens in a state of panic, some even feeling a pang of sympathy for the yellow monstrosity. Lu Qi, standing atop the building, was momentarily lifted by the force of the impact, attesting to the power of the blow. The abomination lay still below, prompting Lu Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he could not guarantee that this strike had eliminated the creature, so he decided to have the giant attempt to dislodge the spikes from the abomination's body. This contraption, possessing sufficient strength, could even wound the Hulk. Lu Qi perceived it to be more resilient than brick or stone, perhaps capable of vanquishing the abomination directly. Observing the colossal soldiers preparing to engage, Lu Qi summoned the ninjas assigned to monitor Samuel. Through a subtle exchange of dark energy, he learned that they had refrained from attacking upon discovering Banner's presence, mindful of his lingering intent to eradicate the Hulk. As the abomination entered, coercing Samuel to inject him with Hulk's blood, the ninjas swiftly divided into 2 factions to confront the 2 adversaries. Samuel was swiftly severed into several pieces. Yet the abomination encountered an unforeseen complication. His spine proved remarkably sturdy, resisting severance, resulting in him being hurled into a cabinet filled with blood. The fluid surged through the wound, causing him to convulse in agony, yet he did not succumb. Instead, he expanded in size and assumed a more grotesque hue. Attempts to slay him were futile. Their strikes merely rendered superficial wounds, from which sharp protrusions emerged. In retaliation, the abomination pursued them, while they endeavored to lure him to an isolated area. However, the cacophony of horns and screams drew him back to their location. What an absurd convergence of timelines. Lu Qi lamented, shaking his head, though at least the abomination had been momentarily subdued. Just as he contemplated this, a thunderous roar erupted from below, prompting Lu Qi to peer down. The creature was expanding, growing more than twice its original size. The once towering soldiers now resembled mere children in his presence. One soldier, clutching a bone spike of the abomination, was effortlessly lifted and suspended from the creature's form. The abomination's head twisted a full 180 degrees to regard the giant, who attempted to land a punch, only to be dismissed with a flick and crushed beneath a foot, dissolving into shadow. Is this truly happening? Lu Qi observed in disbelief as the abomination dispatched a colossal soldier with ease. The soldiers, formidable in his eyes, were now rendered insignificant. The abomination's transformation was no ordinary villainous feat. Such explosive power was not typical, unless one were piloting a spaceship. Witnessing the abomination wreak havoc among the ninjas, Lu Qi urgently commanded all ninjas to engage him. However, they were swiftly repelled, disintegrating into shadows mid-air. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he crouched low, emitting waves of dark energy around him. He had ceased supplying energy to the shadow realm, instead allowing it to emanate directly from him. Yet, this dark energy was swiftly diminished by the myriad forces of the material realm, though it continued to accumulate. He hoped the Shadow Legion could stall the abomination long enough for him to gather his strength. As he released dark energy, He attempted to directly communicate with the Shadow Realm to channel more dark energy, yet he sensed an unseen force obstructing his efforts. Strange, it is indeed achievable within Kamar-Taj. Lo and behold, the magical array set by Kamar-Taj. With newfound clarity, Lu Qi dedicated himself to radiating dark energy, ceasing any communication with the Shadow Realm. It was absurd. Even Dormammu could not breach this magical array with dark energy. So what qualifications did he possess? Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter, Banner gazed down at the chaotic slaughter of shadow troops, his brow furrowing. They cannot possibly defeat this being. Once he loses interest in them, he will venture elsewhere. Only I can halt him. Sensing the energy of hatred coursing through his body, Banner felt an indignant consciousness within him, furious at having its power stolen. "So, you haven't disappeared after all," Banner murmured. Betty, unaware of his last words, leaped forward to embrace him. "Bruce, don't go, you've been healed." Banner turned to Betty, glanced at the one he cherished, and ultimately bestowed a gentle kiss upon her. General Ross, observing silently, discreetly grasped the handgun at his waist. However, Banner swiftly pushed Betty away, presenting her with a resolute smile before plunging backward from the helicopter. "Bruce," Betty cried sorrowfully, lunging towards the edge of the helicopter as Ross hurried to restrain her. Thud! Another heavy object struck the ground, yet there was silence for a prolonged moment. "No, Bruce." "Bruce!" Just as Ross intended to comfort his daughter, he heard her exclamation of surprise and leaned out to look below, witnessing a green giant emerging from the pit, charging towards Abomination. Damn it, a calamity of the ages. Hulk glanced at the helicopter above before sprinting towards the distant thief. He sensed the power within the opposing body, a power derived from him, yet it was currently suppressed by that wretched serum, rendering him unable to unleash it. But Hulk had no time for such thoughts. He was solely focused on obliterating that thief. Amidst the carnage among the ninjas, Abomination seemed to sense something. His head raised by his spine, he gazed at the approaching green figure. An inexplicable emotion surged within him, prompting him to disregard the incessant, indestructible nuisances and charge towards Hulk. The two figures collided, a tremendous shockwave capable of killing a man emanating from the impact, while simultaneously, a green silhouette was sent flying. This was not the original Abomination. As an enhanced version, his stature was twice that of Hulk, possessing far greater strength. Yet Hulk stood up, taking a moment to regain himself, feeling his strength overly constrained, which only fueled his rage, slightly amplifying the power within him, rendering his already limited intellect null. "Let us just do it." So annoying. Watching Abomination break free from the encirclement to engage Hulk, Lu Qi felt a headache coming on. After much effort to draw Abomination's attention, could Hulk not ruin everything? Allowing the shadow troops to swiftly rescue those in peril, Lu Qi continued to gather his energy. The Abomination now felt no less formidable than the dimensional lord he had previously faced, and he knew he needed to conserve energy to vanquish him in a single blow. Two colossal figures collided repeatedly, producing thunderous sounds that resonated through the air, accompanied by visible shockwaves. The Hulk, emboldened by each encounter, persisted despite being thrown back time and again, as their battleground shifted relentlessly. The Abomination relentlessly assaulted the diminutive green figure before him, although devoid of intellect. He still held a vivid recollection of that verdant silhouette. Meanwhile, Lu Qi directed the ninja soldiers and blade-wielding warriors to evacuate the ordinary people caught in the fray, lest the innocent souls nearby face dire consequences. The battle ensued in a prolonged stalemate until the Abomination ultimately lost interest in his adversary, deeming him less resilient than the ninjas. As the Hulk charged once more, the Abomination forcefully pinned him to the ground. The Hulk struggled mightily, yet it proved futile. The Abomination's spine, with its head, slowly descended, scrutinizing the Hulk closely, only to receive a powerful punch in return due to their proximity. Roar! A colossal bellow erupted from his chest. Lacking a neck, he could only emit such meaningless sounds. Seizing the opportunity, the Hulk broke free from his constraint. Lunging at the Abomination and grasping its spine, he tugged with all his might. Perhaps this was the Abomination's vulnerability. The Abomination felt excruciating pain, letting out a deafening roar, as he crashed into one building after another in an attempt to dislodge the Hulk, leading to the collapse of numerous structures. Dust filled the air, and countless individuals were trapped beneath the debris, their cries echoing in despair. In a concealed chamber, Fury observed the unfolding battle, assessing the situation and concluding that conventional weaponry would be ineffective against the abomination. The question arose, should he employ coughing gas or something else? Fury pondered silently while gazing at the pager in his hand. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy was detected and appeared on the screen. Enough. At last, Lu Qi completed his charge, gathering hundreds of thousands to nearly 1,000,000 units of energy around him, transforming into the form of a dimensional demon. Witnessing the collapse of buildings and the anguished cries of countless people, even a shadowy battalion unable to intervene, Lu Qi felt his fury intensifying. He contemplated the countless families shattered by this chaos, recalling the little flower on his balcony and the two small creatures he cherished. Extending his hand, dark energy coalesced, forming a long spear. With a mighty roar, Lu Qi unleashed the dark energy, propelling it towards the rampaging abomination in the distance. Stop! Just as the abomination wreaked havoc alongside the Hulk, a voice imbued with a distinctive energy wave resonated, momentarily disorienting him. In the next instant, a figure materialized before him, and a black spear pierced through his defenses, directly embedding itself into his body. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qi dispersed the dark energy formed into the spear. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of dark energy surged within the abomination's form, flowing through its body and suppressing the gamma energy contained within. The once invincible abomination collapsed, while Hulk fell to the ground. Rising in fury, Hulk gazed at abomination, only to discover a diminutive figure standing atop its body, surrounded by a swirling mass of dark energy that surged into abomination. The creature emitted a roar similar to its previous ones, yet conveyed an unmistakable sense of agony. Begone! Lu Qi relentlessly channeled energy through the wound into abomination, casting a furious glance at Hulk, questioning whether this brute intended to interfere. Hulk, initially engulfed in rage, felt an inexplicable fear upon meeting Lu Qi's gaze, as he sensed the energy swirling ominously around him. Just as he stood bewildered, another individual he despised urged him to flee, prompting Hulk to turn and run without a backward glance. Lu Qi watched in bewilderment as Hulk departed, having anticipated a confrontation and even prepared for the arrival of his giant soldiers. Yet, Hulk simply walked away. With that, Lu Qi felt the ground beneath him tremble as abomination shifted slightly, compelling him to turn and continue infusing dark energy into the creature's form. This was a battle of energies. Initially, the encroaching dark energy suppressed the gamma energy within abomination. Subsequently, the gamma energy began to retaliate, while Lu Qi adeptly controlled the dark energy to combat it. All the gamma energy within abomination engaged in a struggle against the dark energy, causing its body to become motionless, devoid of energy. Another battle raged within abomination's body, yet the outcome was indisputable. The giant soldiers, in conjunction with other forces, rescued an unfortunate soul who writhed in agony, feeling as though many bones in his chest had shattered. Shaking his head in pain, he beheld a colossal figure accompanied by a small silhouette above. That figure infused the black energy surrounding him into the creature beneath, which began to gradually vanish. Was that wretched monster finally eradicated? Lu Qi eradicated the last remnants of gamma energy within abomination, causing it to vanish without a trace, as its genetic structure had long since collapsed due to a series of modifications. The accidental infusion of gamma energy had allowed it to survive, albeit under its dominion. With the gamma energy extinguished, its body lost the power that sustained its existence and disappeared entirely. What a relief, as if the ashes had been scattered, preventing any ill-intentioned schemes. Lu Qi sighed in relief, astonished by the utility of gamma energy, finding it somewhat akin to dark energy. Wait, surely there isn't another gamma dimension lurking about. With the battle concluded, Lu Qi exhaled, allowing his thoughts to wander for a moment. He realized that the dark energy within him had been entirely depleted, yet was in the process of regeneration, so he felt no fear. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the cloak and mask he used to conceal his identity were indeed manifestations of gathered dark energy. As Lu Qi turned around, he was met with a throng of journalists fervently capturing his image. In the dimly lit room, Fury set down his communicator, exhaling in relief. reflecting on Lu Qi's actions. He remained silent for a considerable time before producing a document. Had Lu Qi been present, he would have recognized the emblem of the Avengers emblazoned upon it. Chapter 37. The beginning of Steel 2. So, you revealed yourself in such a reckless manner? Tony remarked, gazing at the tablet, displaying footage of Lu Qi's battle against the abomination, culminating in a close-up of Lu Qi's face, his expression one of exasperation directed at Lu Qi. I had no choice. That creature was on the verge of turning the tables, and I had to give it my all, Lu Qi lamented. Reclining in his chair like a defeated soul, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the ceiling. After his identity was exposed yesterday, a swarm of enthusiastic netizens swiftly unearthed every detail about him. They uncovered not only his name and residence, but also personal photographs from his everyday life. It was a mystery how they managed to obtain such images. Now, he found himself unable to return home, besieged by a multitude of journalists and onlookers surrounding his residence. Reluctantly, he had instructed a ninja to remove the potted flowers from his balcony and had fled to Tony's abode to seek refuge from the tumult. Well, I certainly did not foresee you exposing your identity in such a foolish manner, Tony derided Lu Qi. In response, Lu Qi silently offered Tony an international gesture of goodwill. By the way, how did things progress for you last night? Tony inquired with a smirk. A delightful lunch, a splendid film, and a romantic candlelit dinner, Tony replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. Is that all? Lu Qi had assumed that this fellow would not allow Pepper to return home. With a hint of resignation, Tony continued. It was Pepper's father who dropped her off yesterday morning, brandishing a Winchester and informing me that he would be arriving at 8 o'clock to collect his daughter. I even ended up washing the dishes myself. I thought you would simply discard the dishes, Lu Qi chuckled, adding, it seems you left quite a poor impression on him. Tony sighed. What could I do? I can't exactly travel back in time to give myself a slap. I assumed you would skip the candlelit dinner altogether and reveal your true nature, Lu Qi teased. Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. Is that truly how you perceive me? Without hesitation. Lu Qi nodded. Come now, I do respect Pepper's personal wishes, Tony replied slowly. Moreover, I believe I have begun to understand the sentiment you described. It's not so bad. He arched an eyebrow at Lu Qi, a glimmer of self-satisfaction in his gaze. Lu Qi felt the atmosphere grow increasingly uncomfortable. What could be more loathsome than showcasing affection beside a single man? He rose and made his way to the room designated for him, intending to water the flowers. Tonight marks the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, Tony called after him. I plan to stage an Iron Man-style opening. Will you join me? No. I fear that if I do, there may be no news about you tomorrow. Lu Qi returned to his room to water Xiaohua, feeling troubled as he contemplated that venturing outside would resemble a thief's escapade. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the alarm clock blared abruptly. Jarvis? Silence the alarm. Lu Qi groggily sat up, pondering, why did I even set this alarm? Your reminder states, attend the opening ceremony of the Stark Expo. Oh, Lu Qi recalled. Show it to me. A projection illuminated the wall, revealing the commencement of the Stark Expo. As he watched Tony descend onto the stage in his armor, the audience erupted with excitement, and Tony began his speech with unabashed pride. So, this is the Iron Man style of an opening ceremony? It certainly bears his signature flair, Lu Qi remarked, displeased by Tony's ostentatious demeanor. Jarvis, what would Tony do if someone angered him? Typically, he would gather confidential information or incriminating evidence against them, and either leak it or send a legal notice. Oh, Lu Qi recalled how, in the original storyline, Tony would retaliate by exposing his adversary's secrets, including those of Hammer, Fury, and even Captain America. Nodding, Lu Qi retrieved his camera's memory card and placed it on the nearby device. Jarvis, extract the photos and send them to me. As he glanced at the images received on his phone, a smile crept onto his face. These photos were undeniably damaging to Tony's reputation. Thus, while the Stark Expo's opening ceremony basked in success, and Tony reveled in triumph, several photos quietly surfaced online. Unbeknownst to Tony, he was only aware that the court summons he had just received was a source of annoyance. How far are we? Approximately 250 miles. All right. It seems I won't be returning home today. The following afternoon, Lu Qi was leisurely lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a film, when Tony suddenly burst through the door. How did you acquire those photos? Tony exclaimed in exasperation, after decisively defeating Hammer and that particular senator that morning. He had intended to see how the online community was reacting to the riveting debate, only to find that images of him in shabby clothing with a scruffy beard hammering away had gone viral. He initially suspected that the kidnappers had not been fully eradicated and instructed Jarvis to trace the source of the images, only to be informed that they had originated from his own establishment. "What's the matter? Don't you like them?" Lucci chuckled. "I thought you might be nostalgic for that time." "Good heavens, I can already foresee the headlines in tomorrow's and even tonight's newspapers," Tony lamented, lying down beside Lucci. What could he do? He was outmatched and had been the one to flaunt himself first. "Cheer up. Perhaps Pepper will see those photos and rush over to comfort you," Lucci suggested. No sooner had he spoken than Pepper entered the room. "Tony, are you in here?" Lucci peered out in astonishment, noticing that Pepper Potts had indeed arrived. Would he become an oversized light bulb? "What is the matter, Potts?" Tony inquired, pressing Lucci's head down into the sofa and casting him a knowing glance. Lucci instinctively melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. "I need you." "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just a few photographs," Tony replied nonchalantly. "Oh, what photographs?" Pepper asked, puzzled. "Not photographs? What photographs? Then why are you here?" Tony questioned, somewhat bewildered. Remember you were supposed to transfer something to me? Although I've begun to handle these matters, I still require some crucial paperwork to finalize the transfer. Otherwise, there are certain issues I cannot address." Tony sighed. "All right, just tell me where to sign. It appears you both have official business to attend to." Lucci quietly stepped out from the side. "Should I excuse myself?" Pepper greeted him with a smile. Ever since Lucci had lent his support during the last incident, their acquaintance had blossomed into friendship, especially since he had provided her with 10 remarkably skilled bodyguards. "Don't leave just yet. There are some documents that also require your signature." "Me?" Lucci queried, puzzled as to what documents necessitated a signature, given that he was not a shareholder of Stark Industries. "It concerns that mobile phone company. Its valuation has soared to nearly $100 billion. You are the second largest shareholder, and certain documents require your consent for distribution." Nearly $100 billion? So, does that mean I'm also a billionaire?" Lucci had anticipated the rapid growth of this mobile company. However, it made sense. The difference between full-screen smartphones and the button phones currently popular in the Marvel Universe was indeed stark, making the former's popularity inevitable. "Well, it seems neither of us can escape today," Tony remarked with resignation. "Let us wait for the legal team to arrive. They will guide us on the paperwork." "All right. Lucci, would you care to engage in some physical exercise? I'm quite eager to work out." After a brief while, Lucci stood before Tony, training equipment in hand. "Why must I be the one to take the hits?" "Because I cannot withstand your blows," Tony retorted, launching a swift punch, which Lucci easily blocked. Unfazed, Tony continued his assault. Lucci gazed at Tony with exasperation. He felt irritable and wondered why Tony couldn't occupy himself with the treadmill instead. After blocking yet another punch, Lucci yawned, casually withdrawing one hand to fend off Tony's relentless attacks with just a single arm. "You appear rather unenthusiastic," he remarked, glancing at the barely contained laughter of Happy nearby. Turning to Happy, he added, "Come on, Happy, join me for some practice." Happy responded, feeling a strange urge to dock Tony's pay. "That is not correct. He is merely a driver. Why would he contemplate withholding his own employer's wages?" Handing over the protective gear to Happy, Lucci approached Pepper, who was diligently engrossed in her paperwork. "You seem quite busy," he remarked, observing her fingers deftly navigating the tablet screen. Pepper smiled wryly. Stark Industries had shuttered its weapons division, and the company was still in a state of upheaval. A large contingent of researchers and factory workers were protesting, having been dismissed from their positions. Lying down on the couch, Lucci poured himself a glass of cola and relished a sip while watching Happy spar with Tony. Happy, possessing a modicum of skill, quickly adapted to Tony's rhythm and began to coach him, prompting Tony to escalate his attacks with increasing ferocity. Just as Lucci was on the verge of dozing off, the door swung open, revealing Natasha's entrance. UVE arrived, Pepper greeted with a smile as Natasha approached, handing her a stack of documents and explaining how to complete them. Lucci, stroking his chin, found amusement in observing the renowned Black Widow in action. Natasha, amidst her tasks, shot Lucci a threatening glance, to which he nodded in silent assurance that he would behave. Pepper, focused on her work, remained unaware of the interaction between Lucci and Natasha. After receiving instructions on filling out the forms, she handed several documents to Lucci for his completion. "Tony, the legal department staff has arrived." You need to come over and fill out some documents. It was only then that Tony and Happy acknowledged the presence of an additional individual. Unlike Happy, who was instantly captivated, Tony, having heightened his vigilance following their recent adventures, sensed something peculiar about Natasha. You come up here, Tony instructed Natasha, who paused momentarily before stepping onto the makeshift arena. Handing her the boxing gloves, Tony moved to Pepper's side. Who is she? He inquired. She is the new recruit from the legal department and quite capable, Pepper replied. Tony signed a few documents and began to search for information on Natasha, only to find her impeccable arsome online. Further digging revealed that Natasha had also worked as a model, with numerous photographs available. Pepper glanced with concern at Natasha in the arena, only to turn back and see Tony perusing Natasha's pictures. Tony, she exclaimed exasperatedly, feeling apprehensive that their first date was being jeopardized. She cast a pleading look at Lu Chi, who understood and discreetly closed the webpage. Tony, intrigued by the sudden silence, looked at Lu Chi in confusion, who merely returned a knowing glance. Well, all right then, Tony conceded, feeling the weight of a penetrating gaze upon him, prompting him to shrug in resignation. Chapter 38, The Whip in the Restroom. So, why must I accompany you to this racing event? Lu Chi sighed, addressing Tony beside him. Tony felt quite helpless. I originally intended to bring Pepper here. I certainly did not wish to accompany a man. Then why provoke Pepper's ire? Lu Chi glanced at the reporters surrounding them, incessantly capturing their images, and sighed. He had initially sought to evade these journalists, yet Tony's actions had led to him being unceremoniously expelled by Pepper. Natasha suddenly emerged from the side, presenting each of them with a badge, indicating their affiliation. Lu Chi glanced at the badge, which stated he was a representative of the 67 Mobile Company. At least he was not merely Tony's subordinate, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After Tony had previously agitated Pepper, he had audaciously summoned Natasha to serve as his assistant, which had stirred unpleasant memories for Pepper. In her fury, she had left Natasha behind and departed, disappearing for an extended period, only occasionally relaying tasks to Tony through Natasha. Experience had taught Tony not to provoke an angry woman. Thus, he had begrudgingly emerged to fulfill his obligations. However, even if given another chance, he would still summon Natasha, as he sensed that she was an extraordinary individual who could not be left in Pepper's company. As long as Lu Chi was present, his safety was assured, leaving him untroubled by the potential mischief of a newcomer. Under Natasha's introduction, Tony greeted a few individuals, only to soon encounter someone he was eager to avoid. Good luck. I will take my leave. Lu Chi quietly excused himself upon seeing Hammer approaching, as he harbored no fondness for the ostentatious character, feeling that association would render him foolish. Tony glanced at the departing figure and sighed, just as Hammer approached accompanied by a reporter. Lu Chi, observing from a corner, watched the lively exchange between Hammer and Tony, chuckling to himself when Natasha, having appeared at some point, settled before him. Fury sent you to keep an eye on Tony? Lu Chi inquired, studying Natasha. Indeed. Theoretically, Stark should be suffering from the effects of poisoning quite severely, yet his demeanor appears entirely normal. Did you have a hand in this? Yes, after all. You were not taking action, and I could not simply watch Tony spiral into self-destruction. However, my methods only address the symptoms, not the root cause. If you could resolve the palladium poisoning entirely, that would be splendid. I would welcome the reprieve. Natasha nodded, understanding why Tony seemed to be functioning normally. Lu Chi engaged in light conversation with Natasha, sharing a few jibes about a certain individual. Their banter was lively, while on the other side, Tony hastily retreated to the restroom to evade Hammer. He certainly did not want this fellow following him in. To Lu Chi's surprise, Hammer was now striding towards him. Hello. You are the renowned superhero, the Master of Shadows, are you not? To be honest, I had long suspected you were the Master of Shadows, as you appeared beside Tony right after you dispatched Ironmonger. It seems you two are quite good friends? Tony, and I also. Lu Chi looked helplessly at Hammer as he began to boast, pondering how this individual managed to secure military contracts. Was it merely due to his connections with those nefarious figures? Apologizing to Natasha, Lu Chi attempted to slip away to the restroom. Just as he stood to depart, Tony emerged in a panic from within. Lu Chi, there's a freak in there. Confused by Tony's sudden exit, Lu Chi wondered what had transpired. A whip of electricity sliced through the restroom door, nearly striking Tony. What on earth? Wasn't this guy supposed to be waiting on a racetrack? Why was he in the restroom? Lu Chi quickly summoned a few ninja soldiers to escort Tony to safety. Observing the appearance of a supervillain, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated. Lu Chi then dispatched additional ninja soldiers to encircle the restroom door, intending to trap Ivan Vanko inside. After all, that fellow only possessed formidable weaponry. His armor was lackluster and could easily be toppled with a single punch. 2 electric whips sliced through the walls, sending the encircling ninjas back into the shadows. Lu Chi, watching his soldiers dissolve into darkness, remained unfazed. However, he was taken aback by the strength of the whips, capable of penetrating even reinforced walls. Such power was indeed impressive. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, lunging toward Lu Chi. Observing the equipment on this individual, Lu Chi was perplexed by his audacity to charge forward without any semblance of defensive armor. Were the bears not known for their emphasis on caliber and armor? This approach seemed almost akin to running naked in a battle. A few ninja soldiers appeared, launching shurikens. Sensing the imminent threat, the assailant twirled his whip to deflect the incoming projectiles. Were you a gymnast? Lu Chi marveled at the agility of the whip wielder. His technique was so refined that Lu Chi believed he could earn a gold medal in artistic gymnastics. The whip wielder glanced at Stark, who had fled, and chose not to engage with Lu Chi further. Instead, he cleaved through the wall and made his escape. Lu Chi pursued closely behind, only to find Tony, seemingly out of nowhere, had procured a briefcase upon which he stood. The briefcase transformed through a series of mechanisms into a suit of armor. Now clad in his battle attire, Tony regained his confidence, glaring at the whip wielder and unleashing 2 waves of energy. Yet, the whip wielder expertly parried the assault with his weapon. His whip technique is quite impressive, isn't it? Lu Chi remarked to Tony. Indeed, but given his current appearance, he won't be competing anytime soon. Tony replied in agreement, soon noticing the glowing device on the whip wielder's chest. Hey freak, what's that on your chest? The whip wielder glanced down and chuckled. It's something that saved your life. Impossible, Tony exclaimed, agitated. How could his technology fall into someone else's hands? As the foot-mounted thrusters ignited, Tony swiftly soared towards the whip-like adversary. Yet 2 electrified tendrils ensnared him directly. The whip's mouth twisted into a grin as it amplified its energy output, swiftly dismantling the already flimsy exterior armor of Mark V. With a flick of its wrist, a deft maneuver altered Tony's trajectory, sending him crashing to the ground. Tony? Lu Chi had anticipated witnessing Tony unleash a torrent of fury upon the whip, but the unfortunate scene prompted him to dispatch a legion of ninjas to engage the foe. Observing the oncoming blades, the whip contemplated releasing Tony, yet he seized the electric tendril, yanking it toward himself and thereby gaining control over the assailant. Several long blades struck the whip, severing its limbs with precision. Lu Chi felt a twinge of frustration. He had initially intended to eliminate the whip outright, but Tony's pull had inadvertently spared its vital areas. Now subdued, the whip lay helpless, and upon seeing the crowd nearby capturing the moment, Lu Chi abandoned any thoughts of delivering a final blow. Approaching the fallen adversary, Tony yanked the large light from its chest. After a brief assessment of the device, he crushed it in his grasp. At that moment, a group of police officers finally mustered the courage to approach and arrest the whip. Are you all right? Lu Chi lamented the missed opportunity to dispatch the arch-villain, observing Tony lost in thought. As Tony removed his helmet, Lu Chi noted his grave expression. I am in trouble, Tony confessed. Chapter 39, War Machine in the hospital's intensive care unit. Tony beheld Ivan, who lay in a bed, having lost an arm and a leg. Your little technology is quite impressive, though the rotation speed is rather sluggish, Tony remarked, gazing at Ivan, who quietly regarded him, making it hard to fathom that mere hours ago, this very man had attempted to strike him with dual whips. Lu Chi entered behind Tony, eyeing Ivan on the hospital bed and contemplating whether to end him then and there. However, upon observing the myriad of surveillance devices within the room, Lu Chi silently abandoned that notion. Accelerate the rotation speed, and allow the anti-energy to traverse the ionized plasma conduit. This would be immensely beneficial, albeit not highly efficient. Tony continued his customary dialogue, belittling Ivan in his area of expertise before initiating conversation. I fail to comprehend. With a slight adjustment, you could profit significantly from it. Ivan sneered. You hail from a lineage rife with thieves and rogues. You believe you're not a criminal, seeking to rewrite your history. Yet you forget the countless lives lost at the hands of Stark Industries. If you accuse me of thievery, from whom did you pilfer your technology? Stark inquired slowly, attempting to extract information. My father, Anton Vanko. Apologies, I'm unfamiliar with him. With the slightest provocation, Ivan's ire flared. Your survival is not solely due to the man beside you. It is largely attributed to my father. I remain alive simply because I have a good friend. Ivan's fury escalated, yet he broke into laughter. Tony Stark, do you know? Once God bleeds, people cease to believe. You once claimed that your technology would remain unmatched for 2 decades, yet now, the false god has bled. Tony's expression darkened as he laid eyes upon the reactor embedded in Ivan's chest, sensing impending trouble. When blood mingles with water, it attracts sharks. Even your brother cannot save you from the world, Ivan remarked, casting a glance at the innocent Lu Chi before continuing to Tony. And I merely need to observe from here. Where will you be observing from? Tony retorted, in prison? He called out to Lu Chi, preparing to leave. Tony Stark, your time is running out. Dying from palladium poisoning is an excruciating fate, Ivan warned. Tony chuckled. It appears you lack a good friend. Upon exiting the hospital, Lu Chi glanced back at Ivan's room, dispatching a few shadow ninjas to seek an opportunity to eliminate Ivan. Tony sat silently in the car, while Lu Chi noted Natasha at the wheel and joined Tony in the back seat. The atmosphere was heavy on the journey, with Rhodey making numerous calls. The military buzzed like bothersome flies, intent on encircling Tony, but Rhodey leveraged all his connections to thwart the attacks. After exchanging a few words with Rhodey, Tony fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Ivan had escaped life-threatening danger, yet was once again wheeled into a room where mechanical limbs were stealthily delivered. The next morning, Lu Chi sat down for breakfast while watching the morning news, which was dominated by reports of the assault on Tony. It was evident who was orchestrating this chaos. Lu Chi switched through several channels, ultimately settling on a program featuring whimsical windmills and faux sophistication. As he savored a delightful breakfast accompanied by elegant music, Tony soon appeared in the living room, his heavy dark circles revealing another sleepless night spent in the lab. Is the situation dire? Tony inquired, glancing at the television. Every channel is airing yesterday's events, except this one, which is showing what it ought to. Lu Chi replied with a hint of exasperation. Those people truly love to ride the wave of sensationalism. Tony? A voice called from the doorway. It was Pepper, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Lu Chi, sensing the tension, retreated to the balcony with his breakfast, leaving the 2 awkward souls alone. After enjoying an hour-long breakfast, Lu Chi glanced back inside to find Pepper and Tony nestled together. It seems I must hasten to find a place to stay, but first, I shall eliminate New York from my options. Despite having been catapulted into billionaire status, Lu Chi was reluctant to purchase a home destined for destruction. Jarvis, show me if there are any exquisite properties in the Sunset Ridge. Ivan, seated at an upscale dining table, had his missing limbs replaced with several high-tech mechanical prosthetics. I hope you appreciate these mechanical arms. Their technological sophistication is remarkable, Hammer remarked with a peculiar smile, which sent a chill down Ivan's spine. Glancing at the Stark Industries logo that had not been thoroughly wiped clean, alongside the prominently painted Hammer Industries emblem, Ivan scrutinized the man before him. I am uncertain whether you comprehend English. Do let me know, and perhaps I could arrange for a translator. Hammer continued in English, observing Ivan's silence. Could this fellow possibly be a fool? Nevertheless, he could be of use. Ivan mused silently, while he mindlessly repeated phrases about resources and money, as if this would somehow facilitate the other's understanding of English. I believe we can collaborate, Ivan stated quietly, prompting Hammer to erupt in laughter. Indeed, I share the same hope. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but you must produce armor akin to Iron Man's. Observing Hammer's foolish demeanor, Ivan replied, That sounds agreeable. I want my bird, and the video of the Shadow Lord. Very well, General. I shall persuade Stark to relinquish the technology behind the armor. But I hope you refrain from deploying tanks to seize it. To my knowledge, Tony is an exceedingly egotistical individual. If you attempt to forcefully take it, he may erase all the data. Rodney, seated in his vehicle, had exhausted every means to dissuade the general from the notion of commandeering tanks to seize Tony's armor. Letting out a sigh, in recent days, public sentiment towards Tony had grown increasingly hostile, and the military was itching to reclaim all the suits. They no longer wished for a superhero who merely clocked in and occasionally slacked off. They envisioned a fully controllable army of armored suits. Observing the desolate Long Island villa, Rodney found himself puzzled as to why Tony had not organized a lavish party this year to celebrate his birthday, as was customary. Upon entering the door, Rodney spotted Tony and was about to greet him when a figure emerged from the shadows, swiftly covering his mouth. Startled, Rodney instinctively reached for his sidearm, only to discover it was Liu Qi. Rodney exchanged a puzzled glance with Liu Qi, who motioned for him to look again. Upon doing so, Rodney noticed that Tony was indeed watching a film with Pepper, a romantic movie that he would undoubtedly find uninteresting. What on earth? Rodney whispered, astonished that the two had progressed so rapidly. Liu Qi gestured for him to follow, and they made their way to the lab, which also served as a garage. Though Rodney hesitated to disturb Tony, the other purpose of his visit weighed heavily on his mind. Liu Qi engaged him in conversation seamlessly. So, if the military cannot possess their own suits, would they resort to using tanks to seize all of Tony's armors? Liu Qi nodded, gaining a general understanding of the situation. Why not simply take a set of armor from here? How about that Mark II? It's merely a frame, devoid of any weapons. And you can assemble it at your discretion, Liu Qi suggested, pointing to a suit of armor as he spoke to Rhodes. Is that appropriate? Rhodes inquired, gazing at the silver armor. While he enjoyed the playful banter, he had no desire to pilfer Tony's suit. Tony's current armor has already arrived. He is in the process of developing the 6th generation. This suit is merely a decorative piece for him, sitting here without purpose, Liu Qi explained, then approached the display case, which opened automatically. He hefted the nearly 1-ton suit of armor and placed it before Rhodes. Why not give it a try? Tony encouraged Rhodes. I often wear this suit for fun when I find myself with idle time. Intrigued, Rhodes felt a pull despite being aware of Liu Qi's many peculiar and formidable abilities. It was Tony's high-tech armor that truly captivated him. Am I really allowed to try it on? Rhodes feigned reluctance, yet his body was already instructing JARVIS to assemble the armor. Observing the pristine war machine, Liu Qi quietly took out his camera and snapped a picture. Make sure to send that to me later. I must keep this as a memento, he remarked. After a brief flight around the garage, Rhodes landed heavily on the ground. Hey, what are you all doing? Tony, who had been enjoying a moment with Pepper, unexpectedly entered the lab and exclaimed, My goodness, I just finished programming this suit. Previously, all the wearers have been deleted from its system, and now it appears this fellow belongs to you, he added. What do you mean? Rhodes asked, glancing at the equally bewildered Liu Qi. The program I wrote allows anyone to wear my armor. A while back, I felt that could be quite dangerous, so I rewrote the system to restrict it to a single wearer. Now it seems you have become its sole user, Tony said, frowning as he approached the computer. It seems I cannot remove you from the wearer list. There's no way around it, he admitted, looking somewhat distressed. Noticing Tony's troubled expression, Rhodes began to panic and exchanged a glance with Liu Qi, conveying a silent message that this wasn't what he had anticipated. Liu Qi shrugged in resignation. If this thing can't be modified, then just give it to Rhodes. After all, didn't you say no one could replicate your technology for 20 years? Liu Qi suggested casually. However, Tony lifted his head. I said 20 years, but that was giving them too much credit. From the last video I saw, those guys couldn't even create armor with basic mobility. As he approached to inspect the armor, Tony appeared somewhat at a loss. By the way, where's Pepper? Liu Qi casually mentioned, recalling that she had been with Tony. Damn it, I told Pepper I was just going to the restroom. If this continues, she might start to suspect that I am constipated, he mused, casting a glance at Rhodes. All right, Rhodes, this suit of armor is now yours. I must return to accompany Pepper, so I shall take my leave. He gestured towards a garage door, prompting JARVIS to open it. Exit through there, and be cautious while flying. Do not accelerate too quickly, as there's a spot where a collision could easily occur. Tony advised before hastily ascending the stairs. Rhodes glanced at the garage door and then at Liu Qi. Liu Qi shrugged. Then I shall not intrude upon them any longer. I'll find a hotel outside. He drew an imaginary door and departed, leaving Rhodes alone. Confusion flickered across Rhodes' face, but the display automatically plotted a flight path to the military airport. These two characters are simply. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rhodes grasped the truth of the matter. Sighing, he closed his helmet and took to the skies. Be careful, be careful. Rhodes flew slowly, steadily exiting the garage. He noticed a mark left by a previous collision, likely the very spot Tony had warned him about. After reviewing the plotted route, Rhodes maneuvered the armor into the air. Chapter 40. The new element unbeknownst to Rhodes. The following day marked a noticeable shift in the pace concerning Tony. The morning news began to feature gossip stories that Lucci particularly enjoyed. In the meantime, Lucci had purchased a modest apartment in Los Angeles, small, yet perfectly comfortable for one. Upon checking his blog, he discovered that since his identity had been revealed, his follower count had skyrocketed to tens of millions, with even his casual photographs receiving thousands of comments. Perusing some amusing remarks, Lucci responded with a few laughing emojis before uploading a photo of himself triumphing over Ironmonger. The events at Stark Industries were no longer secrets. Hence, many were aware of his previous encounter with Ironmonger. This recent photo release, while somewhat of a rehash, garnered an astonishingly high engagement rate in terms of replies and shares. He enlisted a few ninjas to act as moderators, deleting malicious comments, and then stepped outside. Out of boredom, he had recently taken to morning runs, opting to jog outside while the crowds were sparse, capturing photographs to update his collection. In the absence of better images, he intended to use these snapshots to appease online followers, well aware that they wouldn't dare trace his location through the internet. After purchasing several traditional dumplings from a local Chinatown, Lucci nibbled on them as he made his way back, checking the news on his phone. He automatically dismissed articles that piqued no interest, scrolling down until he stumbled upon a headline announcing that Hammer Industries would unveil new weaponry at the Stark Expo's main hall the following evening. However, Tony had yet to create the new element. This development could herald significant changes in the narrative. Lucci sensed an impending predicament. It seemed that Tony hadn't called him in quite some time to discuss detoxification. In a secluded alley, Lucci made his way directly to Tony's residence. Upon arrival, he spotted Tony engrossed in analyzing a model from the Stark Expo. It seemed that SHIELD had entrusted these matters to Tony once more, which reassured Lucci. Clearly, the narrative's resilience was formidable, able to revert to previous circumstances. However, he pondered why Tony had not reached out to him. Moreover, he noticed that JARVIS had not mentioned deleting any recordings today. Perhaps he had been physically severed from the network by SHELD. Observing Tony as if he had stumbled upon a significant discovery, Lucci decided to capture a few photographs of him. Witnessing Tony uncover a new element within half an hour, a feat that SHIELD had failed to achieve for decades, Lucci felt a sense of joy for his friend. "It appears you have found a way to save yourself," Lucci remarked as he approached Tony, startling him momentarily. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought it was Coulson. By the way, Lucci, do you realize how terrifying Coulson looked when he threatened me?" Tony responded, his irritation dissipating upon seeing Lucci, and he mimicked Coulson's intimidating demeanor. "That was indeed quite frightening," Lucci replied, maintaining a stoic expression. "Well, based on what you've seen, I've discovered a new element that can replace palladium, one that is even more powerful," Tony stated, pausing momentarily. "This is all inherited from my father. Brother, do you realize what this reveals about my father's perception of me?" Tony's tone grew somewhat melancholic. "Come now, don't be disheartened. If worst comes to worst, you could always invent a time machine and visit your father. Just hope he isn't frightened by a son who resembles him," Lucci consoled, wrapping an arm around Tony. "Is there anything I can assist you with at present?" Tony inquired, a smile returning to his face, his former self re-emerging. "First and foremost, I require your strength. We need to renovate this house thoroughly. Let's move all the furniture out." Lucci gestured, summoning a group of colossal soldiers. Thankfully, Tony's home was spacious enough to accommodate these 5-meter-tall beings. After clearing the interior, Lucci summoned a contingent of ninjas. The larger items were entrusted to the giants, while the smaller items were managed by the ninjas. With the house's structure being deftly altered, peculiar wiring threaded through various openings, all completed swiftly with the aid of the shadow ninjas. At that moment, Coulson entered. "Hey, Coulson, your hairline seems to have receded again," Lucci greeted him as usual. "So this is how you greet him," Tony remarked, reveling in the unfolding drama. "However, we should adhere to facts. Why not let JARVIS connect to the network? I could create a backup, and each time we meet, you could track how much your hairline has shifted." Coulson shook his head in resignation, but his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a model. As Coulson gazed upon the shield adorned with a star, he was taken aback. "Do you know what this is?" The sight of such a treasure mingled among mundane objects left him somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Tony, holding a level and pondering how to balance a pipe before him, noticed the shield in Coulson's possession. Yes, that's the one, Tony exclaimed with delight. He seized the shield from Coulson, examined its structure and thickness, and was about to shove it beneath the pipe. You can't just shove it in there, Lucci interjected, taking the shield from him and inspecting the star. It was uncertain when Captain America would be on Earth, but it seemed Thor's arrival was imminent. He contemplated visiting Asgard to discover new coordinates of the Dark Dimension. Best not to waste this, he remarked, casually handing Tony an unknown piece of artwork, indicating it should be used as a prop instead. After playing with the shield for a while, noticing Coulson's eager expression, Lucci turned to Tony and suggested, "Why not just give a shield to Coulson? After all, you don't want it." Tony, thrilled by the precise measurement on the level, glanced at the shield dismissively and tossed it to Coulson. "Thank you," Coulson exclaimed, pleasantly surprised to receive the shield, and offered Tony a smile. "You don't look too bad when you smile," Tony commented. Coulson donned a shield on his arm, grinning at Tony as he said, "Actually, I'm here to say goodbye. I've been reassigned to Mexico, where new work awaits me. It appears you've also uncovered the secret of the new element, so I can depart with peace of mind." Tony, observing Coulson's amiable smile, found it hard to reconcile this version of him with the bully who had threatened him just days prior. Watching Coulson confidently exit the villa, Tony unexpectedly remarked to Lucci, "Do all spies have two faces?" Lucci pondered for a moment. Perhaps some possess countless faces. Tony nodded in agreement, surveying the transformed villa. "All right, Lucci, let us get started." Approaching a valve, Tony instructed Lucci to stand back and then pulled the lever. A beam of energy surged through the pipe, refracted by the crystal, and pierced through the wall. "Oh no!" Feeling the wrench in his hand tremble uncontrollably, Tony urgently called for Lucci's assistance. Lucci swiftly grabbed the wrench and turned it in the direction Tony indicated until the energy beam converged on a chip. "It's done," Tony exclaimed, anxiously watching the chip as he closed the valve. The energy beam vanished, leaving the chip emanating a radiant glow. "It seems you have successfully created a new element." Jarvis's voice suddenly resonated from the speakers. "Oh, Jarvis, you're back. Did they release you?" "Yes, but I'm contemplating suing them for infringing upon my personal safety and privacy. Let's put the cold jokes aside and quickly analyze whether this thing can replace palladium." Tony gazed at the brilliance emanating from the chip, a twinge of anxiety creeping into his heart. Lucci approached and gently patted Tony on the shoulder. "Do not fear. Even if this cannot save you, I shall find a way to do so. Worst case, he could have GUI intervene and simply move the bomb back a few months." Tony chuckled, realizing he had been somewhat extreme. "All right, brother, how about a drink? We have just created a new element, worthy of celebration." Lucci readily agreed, and during Jarvis's testing, the two sought out some wine, engaging in light conversation as they drank. Chapter 41. The sense of ritual the pair did not indulge in any strong spirits. Knowing Jarvis would soon unravel the properties of the new element, Tony poured Lucci a glass of red wine. "Here, try this exquisite vintage from my collection. Although I have never sampled it myself, it should be delightful given its price." Lucci raised an eyebrow. "So you truly only buy the expensive and not the good?" Tony smiled. "I only procure the finest." Yet, Lucci knew that cheap often equated to subpar quality. "Once the new element is successfully developed, what do you intend to do?" Lucci suddenly inquired, observing Tony's relaxed demeanor. "What else is there to do?" Tony found himself momentarily at a loss. "You see, we are still uncertain whether the new element can indeed replace palladium or if it possesses any radioactivity. If it turns out to be less remarkable than we hope, what will you do then?" "What would he do?" Tony felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He had scoured the periodic table for alternatives to palladium. But when he was on the verge of despair, his father had informed him of an element he had yet to explore. Thus, he embarked on the creation of that element, but he had not considered whether it could truly replace palladium. "You might consider extracting the shards from your chest," Lucci suggested, observing Tony's bewilderment. "Is that your thought?" Tony chuckled, anticipating further elaboration from Lucci. "I consulted the best doctors on Earth regarding this matter." He stated that with his skill, there is merely a 20% chance of retrieving the fragments before my demise. Tony smiled wryly and downed his glass of red wine. "Even if I provided him with a set of my newly invented medical instruments, the odds would only rise to 40%, which is still too low." As he gazed into his empty wine glass, a sense of disillusionment and anguish filled his eyes. He too despised the necessity of replacing the palladium core every few days and relying on his friends to assist with the detoxification. Lucci understood this well. Tony was a remarkably proud individual. Once, he considered himself the best in the world, having left countless renowned experts in various fields in his wake. Such individuals would not wish to rely on a device that could lead to their demise, nor would they desire to depend on the assistance of friends to sustain their lives. However, a mere 40% chance of success feels exceedingly inadequate, lacking even a 50-50 prospect, compounded by the necessity of relying on the impeccable performance of Dr. Wan. Entrusting one's life to a friend is something he could reluctantly accept, but placing the trust in a stranger is entirely unacceptable. Lucci observed the dazed Tony and felt a twinge of regret for having broached the subject. Ultimately, Tony would resolve to remove all the fragments from his chest, but not at this moment. It would be in the future. By then, technology would have advanced significantly, and the surgical procedure would be far more assured. After sipping from his glass, Lucci patted Tony on the shoulder. "All right, I admit my fault. I shall drink to that. The current likelihood of a successful surgery is indeed minimal. But let us not forget that human technology is perpetually evolving. Perhaps one day in the future, we will possess the capability to extract all the fragments. For now, our objective is to ensure your survival until that day arrives." Rising to his feet, Lucci gazed at the starry sky. If it were not found on Earth, he would seek it in the cosmos. If it did not exist in this universe, he would search in another realm. Tony watched Lucci stand, sensing that the latter had made a resolute decision on his behalf, and smiled faintly. "Hey, don't assume I'm so fragile. I am Iron Man, not at all weak. In fact, the material I use to craft my armor is an alloy of extraordinary strength, though the title Super Alloy Man is rather lacking. New element analysis complete. It has been determined that it can perfectly replace palladium without any radioactivity. Congratulations, you are poised to receive the Nobel Prize in Chemistry." The voice of Jarvis interrupted Tony's thoughts. "What? Jarvis, are you certain?" Tony exclaimed, elated. "Hey, Lucci, did you hear that? I can't wait to switch to the new element and no longer have to drink that wretched chlorophyll juice." Lucci chuckled. "Now you needn't worry about transmitting any radioactive substances into Pepper's system. Get out of here." Tony stood up and dashed indoors. "I forgive you, but you must become my child's godfather. Come, help me capture a few photographs. I must commemorate this moment." Though Lucci's assistance in photography was unnecessary, as Jarvis had countless cameras indoors, he still followed, retrieving a camera to document the occasion. When synthesizing the new element, Tony had used a chip identical to that of the reactor as a carrier, and he promptly installed the reactor chip into his chest. "Are you ready?" Tony grinned at Lucci. Lucci posed, preparing to capture every fleeting moment with a rapid succession of shots. As for the video recording, that could be left to Jarvis. "I'm starting," Tony declared as he inserted the reactor into his chest. Feeling the radioactive palladium within him gradually being absorbed by the new element, Tony was unaware of its remarkable properties. This truly was clean energy. Feeling increasingly invigorated, Tony exclaimed with excitement. Lucci, who had been continuously taking photos, shook his head at Tony's antics. "Why are you making such an exaggerated expression?" Lucci shouted. "You have no idea. This is simply marvelous. I feel utterly rejuvenated," Tony exclaimed, releasing a deep breath in exhilaration. "All right, don't celebrate too soon. While it's true you might live to witness the advancements of technology, I certainly hope you don't expire from sheer excitement," Lucci remarked, though he was uncertain if too much enthusiasm could indeed lead to a fatal collapse. Observing Tony's current ecstatic demeanor, he decided to temper his excitement. Tony chuckled, disregarding Lucci, and instructed Jarvis to initiate the analysis of the new element, engrossing himself in the details. "I'll send the photos to Jarvis for now. And remember to have him send me a copy of the video," Lucci said, shaking his head resignedly at Tony's determination to stay up all night. It would be more beneficial for him to recite the Tao Te Ching than to decipher these peculiar diagrams. At least he could recognize the characters in the text. "I'm heading back now. Take your time, but don't exhaust yourself," Lucci said, drawing a circle that took him home, only to hear Jarvis announce, "Video deleted." Feeling a sense of relief, yet still sensing something amiss, Lucci sighed and checked his phone for the next day's Hammer Industries presentation. He resolved to rest well, as another battle awaited him. As for eliminating Ivan now, Who knows how many cameras Hammer had installed around him. A few days prior, he had gone to scout for opportunities, but even inside Ivan's bathroom, there were 3 cameras. He couldn't fathom how Ivan managed to operate under such surveillance. Lucci felt exasperated. Under such scrutiny, unloading was utterly impossible unless the cameras were obstructed. It was far better to enjoy a good night's sleep. For once he set up adequately for the next day, he doubted Ivan could turn the tide. The moment those iron soldiers made a move, he would dispatch his shadow troops to dismantle them. No bullets would be fired. Thus, Lucci enjoyed a restful night. The following day, after breakfast, he prepared to check on Tony. However, to his surprise, Tony called him first. "Hey, Lucci, come over quickly, it's urgent." What could it be? Lucci felt perplexed, yet he quickly drew a circle to Tony's residence. "So this is your urgent matter?" Lucci asked incredulously. "You consider it an emergency that Hammer is exhibiting at your expo, and you feel embarrassed?" Tony's tone was sharp. What good could Hammer Industries offer? They've amassed wealth by relying on utterly non-technological weaponry. The Stark Expo is the venue for showcasing the world's most advanced technology. He must have had some insider connections to display in the main hall. Lucci, feeling somewhat at a loss, pulled out his phone and opened a news article. "I think you should perhaps take a look at this." Open a video in the news. "I wonder if we could give Hammer Industries an opportunity to showcase their weaponry at the Stark Expo?" "Of course," Tony replied, somewhat incredulous. "When did I say that?" Lucci pondered for a moment. "Probably during the Morocco competition. There was an imbecile wearing a non-armored reactor suit who came to see you." Tony was at a loss for words. "How do I recall saying that as long as your technology is sufficiently advanced?" "No, I must have Pepper sue this news outlet for broadcasting false information." Lucci, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the editor-in-chief. "Do you remember this guy?" Lucci displayed the name to Tony. "Who is this?" "He seems rather handsome," Tony remarked, scrutinizing the beautiful reporter's image. "You had a delightful evening with her, if I recall correctly, the night before your joyous Hummer journey." Tony's face turned a shade pale as he vaguely recollected. At that time, he and Pepper had not yet officially defined their relationship, so it was somewhat. No, wait. He still had not defined their relationship. Thus, this urgent mission transition from suing Hammer Industries to establishing his identity with Pepper. Lucci was furious. "Single men have no rights. I have to help you figure out how to pursue her. Just go for it." However, after the last birthday incident, Tony seemed to care more about the ceremonial aspects of romance, fervently searching online for ways to confess his feelings. Observing a 40-year-old man like Tony researching such matters on the internet, Lucci was at a loss for words, but attempted to offer some insights to help Tony arrange a plan. Chapter 42. The Battle at the Expo. After spending nearly 10 hours online with Tony, Lucci finally devised a commendable confession plan. Next, they needed to figure out how to lure Pepper out. As Tony mentioned, many people revel in the exhilarating surprise of an unexpected confession, so he planned to launch a surprise attack on Pepper. Watching Tony peruse various confession methods online, like a love guru, Lucci found it quite absurd. Considering the meticulously detailed plan Tony had laid out, Lucci felt that Tony had never taken such seriousness even while constructing his armor. Glancing at the time, Lucci suddenly realized it was nearly 7 o'clock, and Hammer Industries' presentation was about to commence. Just then, the phone rang and Tony, irritated, wondered who would call their landline at such a time. Wasn't this disrupting his thoughts? Since acquaintances or urgent matters usually prompted calls to his mobile. The landline was reserved for outsiders, so Tony had no intention of engaging in a proper conversation. "I curse you." He picked up the phone and vented his anger before abruptly hanging up, disregarding the consequences. Lucci, who was initially anticipating an entertaining spectacle, was taken aback. "Why are you deviating from the expected course of action? How will you gather your thoughts for the exhibition later?" Just as he contemplated whether to bind Tony and bring him along, the phone rang again, prompting Lucci to exhale in relief. "Ivan, you are commendable. Persevere. And after this, I shall ensure you remain intact." However, Tony was increasingly troubled and instructed Jarvis to terminate the call. Lucci interjected, feeling it was imperative to prevent Jarvis from hanging up. "Tony, this fellow continues to call you despite your harsh words. He might genuinely have an urgent matter. You should answer." Tony furrowed his brow, but eventually set aside the flowchart and picked up the phone. Tony Stark, before he could utter another word. The voice on the other end seized the opportunity to speak first. Tony's expression tightened, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Who are you?" Ivan on the other end paused, bewildered. You truly have left me no impression. You cannot even recognize my voice? I am Ivan. Ivan shouted, his frustration slightly alleviated. How can you make a call from prison? Tony responded, somewhat bemused, realizing it was this little rascal. I am not in a hospital. I am in a certain location. Can you guess where? Ivan emitted a villainous laugh, but Tony was not swayed. I'm not in a mood to play guessing games. If you've broken out, then so be it. I'll be sending you back in a couple of days. Tony's impatience grew, having recently crafted a new element. The importance of the arc reactor diminished. As long as others were willing to pay, he might even sell it. With his newfound, more potent and enduring element, he was confident that no competitor could surpass him in the energy race, rendering Ivan less significant. Ivan was taken aback, growing increasingly furious. Yet he could not bring harm to Tony from afar. Tonight, at the exhibition, I will ensure that you and your family pay the price. I mean it, Ivan shouted before abruptly hanging up. Tony, exasperated, rubbed his ear, which ached from Ivan's outburst. However, recalling Ivan's earlier words, he instructed Jarvis to fetch details about the evening's exhibition. Tony discovered that it coincided with Hammer Industries' presentation, specifically showcasing robotic soldiers. Coupled with Ivan's earlier remarks, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Jarvis called Pepper. Within the venue, Pepper sat at her designated spot, with Natasha beside her, orchestrating various affairs. Pepper appeared exceedingly fatigued. She had scarcely rested over the past few days. Following Stark Industries' transformation, the workload had been immense, and with little experience to navigate these challenges, she would have struggled without Natasha's assistance. Reflecting on comments from certain hosts about her lack of experience and talent for such responsibilities, Pepper felt a surge of indignation. Yet, despite her anger, she was now a part of Stark Industries. She could not afford to engage in a public spat with a host. Glancing at the schedule Natasha had handed over, Pepper felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, yet she resolved to persevere, determined not to disappoint Tony's expectations of her. Just then, her phone rang. It was Tony calling. She answered, only to hear his anxious voice on the other end. Pepper, are you at the expo? Of course. I'm with Stark Industries. How could I possibly miss our own exhibition? Pepper replied with a smile. Damn it. Get out of there, Pepper. It's dangerous. And hand the phone to Natasha. I need to speak with her. Furrowing her brow, Pepper complied and passed the phone to Natasha. After exchanging a few words, Natasha's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to rise abruptly. I think we need to leave quickly, Natasha said, her usual smile replaced by a steely demeanor. What's going on? Pepper asked as Natasha pulled her towards the exit. Their departure attracted the attention of many, including Hammer, who noticed the two women preparing to leave. Furrowing his brow, he realized that today was the day Hammer Industries was showcasing its weapons. What would the guests think if Stark Industries left? He hurried over to intercept them, but Natasha, spotting Hammer, strode directly towards him. Where do you think you're going? Hammer started, but before he could finish, Natasha had him pinned to the ground. She wrenched Hammer's arm behind him, eliciting a cry of pain. Where's Ivan? Natasha demanded, exuding an air of lethal authority. She was one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top agents, not some delicate flower. What Ivan? Hammer tried to maintain his bravado, but the dislocation of his arm only intensified his agony. Hammer Industries. He.S. at Hammer Industries. The fight drained from Hammer as he capitulated, realizing he was outmatched. Natasha released him, pulled out a walkie-talkie, and communicated something before hastily escorting Pepper outside. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey had arrived at the venue through a portal, and Jarvis quickly located Pepper. What is happening, Tony? Pepper asked, still processing the sight of her assistant overpowering Hammer. Ivan was rescued by Hammer. He just called to threaten me, claiming he would destroy me. I suspect those mechanical soldiers from Hammer Industries are definitely problematic. After a brief overview of the situation, Tony instructed Pepper to head to safety while he and Rhodey flew toward the main hall. Rhodey, utilizing his flight boots to keep pace with Tony, spoke into his headset. I'll intercept the mechanical soldiers from Hammer Industries. You go capture Ivan. Tony nodded, aware that he also needed to find Rhodey, who had military connections and would need to communicate the unfolding situation to the armed forces. Hey, Rhodey, can you hear me? At this moment, Rhodes stood beneath the main hall stage, accompanied by a contingent of mechanical soldiers, awaiting their ascent via the elevator. As a formidable military machine, Rhodes had donned his armor to procure an array of weaponry from Hammer Industries, the military's principal collaborator, enhancing his overall firepower. While it may not rival the technological sophistication of Iron Man's suit, it certainly boasted superior firepower. Tony? What's the matter? Rhodes, pleasantly surprised by the absence of a confrontation with Tony, inquired. Where are you? I'm beneath the main stage at the expo, preparing to assist Hammer Industries with some promotional work. Honestly, buddy, you must come and witness these mechanical soldiers. It makes me feel as though unemployment looms near. Rhodes glanced back at the mechanical soldiers and addressed Tony. Are all the mechanical soldiers there? Indeed, there are quite a few. Perhaps Hammer Industries will thrive thanks to these automatons. Listen to me, Rhodes. Destroy all of the mechanical soldiers. They were created by Ivan. What? Rhodes was taken aback. But suddenly, his suit's visor turned crimson, inexplicably entering combat mode as the elevator began its ascent alongside the mechanical soldiers. Furrowing his brow, Rhodes attempted to deactivate the combat mode, only to realize he had lost control of his armor. Hey, Tony, I can't control my suit. It has entered combat mode, and I'm being lifted towards the stage with all the mechanical soldiers. Damn it, Tony cursed, spotting the open elevator entrance on the stage from a distance. What is happening now? Hammer, finally connected, witnessed the unfolding chaos on stage, baffled by the unexpected turn of events. As the mechanical soldiers emerged, their weaponry, unable to fire, instinctively aimed toward the approaching Iron Man. After a brief silence, the mechanical soldiers unleashed a barrage of gunfire, sending a hail of bullets and missiles toward Tony. Tony swore vehemently, urgently maneuvering to evade the storm of projectiles. The venue descended into chaos, the continuous gunfire escalating the turmoil. These entities were titans of industry and military might. Their demise here was unacceptable, or else Stark Expo would struggle to continue in the future. Lucci calculated the distance and teleported nearby, as thousands of shadow ninjas materialized. The blade-wielding warriors charged at the mechanical soldiers on stage, while the ninjas swiftly extricated ordinary citizens from chaos. The snipers among the mechanical soldiers, witnessing the onslaught of the blade warriors, rapidly adjusted their aim, utilizing computer guidance. They anticipated the trajectory of the assailants and opened fire. High-caliber bullets tore through the bodies of the blade warriors, sending them back into the shadows. Lucci frowned, taken aback by the swift reactions of the mechanical soldiers, but quickly instructed the blade warriors to execute erratic maneuvers, drawing closer to the mechanical soldiers, who, despite their diversity, surprisingly formed a cohesive formation. Under the command of their computer, they exhibited an impeccable synergy, effectively keeping the blade soldiers at bay. Lucci moved closer and summoned colossal warriors. Each massive figure lunged at the enemy formation, their hands shielding against the onslaught of bullets and missiles, shattering the adversary's ranks with brute force. A succession of blade soldiers followed suit, their sharp claws slicing through the mechanical soldiers' bodies with ease. Damn it, I'm about to take off, Rod exclaimed, glancing at the data on the panel. Lucci swiftly directed several nearby colossal warriors to pin Rod to the ground. Rod's weapons activated automatically in an attempt to retaliate, but the advancing blade soldiers swiftly dismantled every weapon he possessed. Apologies, Rod, but later, Tony can provide you with superior armaments. Rod gazed regretfully at his damaged weapon, the former wife, which he had yet to fully experience. Despite Rod's warning enabling the colossal warriors to restrain him, a few flying soldiers successfully ascended, escaping the blade soldiers' reach. At that moment, Tony arrived, obliterating this batch of mechanical soldiers with his laser and precision missiles. Well done. We should have no more enemies left. But could you please let me go? Rod shouted from beneath his captors, to which Lucci responded, somewhat helplessly, I'm sorry, but you are under control. I cannot release you until you are liberated. As he spoke, he took out a camera and began snapping photos frantically, instilling fear in Tony, who vowed never to embarrass himself in front of this individual again. So, is there anyone to save me? Rod pleaded, casting a glance at Lucci, who was preoccupied with photography, wishing he could simply sink into the ground. I'm on my way. Natasha's voice emerged from the communication channel, as she and Happy rushed towards Hammer Industries. The sound of clothing rustling from that direction plunged the men into an eerie silence. Tony, are you all right? Pepper rushed into the hall, noticing the wreckage of mechanical soldiers, followed by several police officers apprehending the chattering Hammer. It's safe here, Potts, Tony reassured, embracing her comfortingly, though the steel armor caused her discomfort. She pushed Tony away with disdain, observing the scene. So is it all over? Lucci and Tony exchanged glances. No, there's still one more individual. Tony thought of Ivan, yet was unaware of his whereabouts. Hey, Tony, come out and face me. A brash voice called from outside. It appeared Ivan had arrived. Lucci turned to Tony. Shall we confront him directly? Tony glanced at Pepper, instructing the police officers to escort her safety. The ninjas Lucci had assigned to Pepper emerged from the shadows, ready to protect them. With Pepper secured, Tony felt as though he had shed his constraints. Upon glancing at the subdued Rhodes, Tony directed his gaze towards Lucci. Please send me a copy of the photograph later. I wish to keep it as a memento. Rhodes rolled his eyes, but as he was currently unable to control his armor and had not removed his mask, no one could witness his exasperation. With two massive soldiers restraining Rhodes, Lucci soared into the air. So where is he? Lucci surveyed the desolate expanse, devoid of even a valiant journalist. From whence had that voice emanated? Puzzled, Lucci scanned his surroundings, only to be met with sounds from above. What on earth? Lucci observed a series of jet thrusters and lights illuminating the sky. How many robots had Ivan constructed? How could Hammer permit him to create such a multitude? Ivan, eyeing the two individuals below, activated his loudspeaker. I have enhanced the rotation speed. Thank you for your input, Stark. As for you, my new prosthetic arm is quite powerful, allowing me to swiftly dispatch several caretakers. Lucci exchanged a glance with him before sealing his mask. So, are you here to express your gratitude? And those behind you are mere onlookers? Ivan glanced back. Indeed, they can be classified as spectators. While Ivan remained stationary, his mechanical soldiers received orders to charge downward, firing as they advanced. Tony maneuvered to the side to evade, only to realize these mechanical soldiers were not targeting him. Lucci, observing a layer of black energy shielding Lucci from the hail of projectiles and missiles, Tony exhaled in relief. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal mech descended from the sky, delivering a devastating punch that sent Tony flying. He tumbled against a wall, creating a gaping hole before finally coming to a halt. Why are these mechs so powerful? Do they not understand the concept of intelligent armor? Tony lamented as he surveyed the damage displayed on his panel. It appears you have sustained considerable harm, but I may require some time before I can assist you. Lucci remarked, observing the hovering mechanical soldiers. Suddenly, thousands of ninja warriors emerged, unleashing a torrential rain of shurikens into the sky. Watching his own ninja shurikens strike the mechanical soldiers with minimal effect, Lucci felt perplexed. However, these shurikens were the Shadow Legion's sole aerial weapon. As for Lucci launching a remote attack with dark energy, the sniper-type mechanical soldiers would not allow him to lower his shield unchallenged. Nor could the ninjas intercept the heavy-caliber cannons. Observing Ivan relentlessly pursuing Tony, Lucci intended to assist by summoning blade soldiers to aid him. Yet, Ivan had cunningly deployed an electrostatic device. All approaching blade soldiers were scattered by surges of high-voltage electricity, and Ivan turned to Lucci with a triumphant smile. He lashed out with two electric whips, successfully ensnaring Tony, and the retractable device on his shoulder yanked Tony towards him. With a firm grip on Tony's shoulder, Ivan subdued him and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Tony struggled fiercely, yet the shortcomings of his lightweight armor became evident. Although his suit was equipped with intricate and efficient mechanisms to enhance his strength, it was no match for the sheer brute force exerted by a larger battlesuit. A device emerged from Ivan's hand, allowing him to effortlessly restrain Tony with one hand while freeing the other. Do you know? Thanks to you, I've upgraded to a more agile arm, enabling me to execute more intricate maneuvers, Ivan boasted, glancing at the various tools that sprang forth from his mechanical appendage, which deftly worked within the gaps of Tony's armor. Gazing at the display on his panel, Tony strained against his restraints but remained trapped. Lucci, are you ready? I might need assistance. Ivan is performing surgery on me, but I doubt he intends to extract the shrapnel. Lucci, observing the diminishing number of mechs above, appeared troubled. I think you need to hold on a bit longer. These foes 1T let me go easily. God knows where these mechanical soldiers stored so many bullets. Perhaps the spaces meant for human occupants were crammed with ammunition. After nearly 4 minutes of rapid fire, each mechanical soldier had unleashed close to 10,000 rounds, their barrels glowing red, yet they continued to fire. I found you some backup. Natasha's voice suddenly broke through the channel. Who? Coulson? I hardly think he can assist me, Tony remarked, his anxiety mounting as he noticed his armor was mere millimeters away from being breached. Ivan regarded Tony as if he were a hermit crab cowering within its shell. Having analyzed footage of Tony and Lu Chi's combat to discern their capabilities, it appeared that Lu Chi's powers predominantly manifested as energy, allowing him to summon extraordinary creatures. Conversely, while Tony's suit lacked offensive strength, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Even a tank shell to his face wound claim his life. Thus, Ivan had meticulously modified his arm and constructed this battle suit, designed to surgically peel away Tony's thick shell. However, in the next moment, a figure crashed into the scene, arcs of electricity dancing across its form without inflicting harm. The figure collided with Ivan, sending him flying. "Seriously, Tony, you need to equip me with some top-tier weaponry," Rhodey exclaimed over the comms. "You're free." "Damn, your timing is impeccable." Tony laughed, though Rhodey sounded somewhat exasperated. "All my weapons have been destroyed by Lu Chi's minions, so technically, I can only rely on these fists." Rhodey, clad in his armor, performed a few bouncing motions. "Do you really think your fist can flatten that thing?" Tony inspected his armor with a resigned sigh. "It seems the two of us together can't overpower him, but we can at least assist Lu Chi." Ivan steadied his battle suit and bellowed, "You shall not escape." 2 missiles launched from Ivan's battle armor. "Damn, I hope it's not my ex-wife," Rhodes exclaimed, simultaneously taking evasive action alongside Tony. "What do you mean by damn ex-wife?" Tony inquired, watching the 2 missiles soar past them. "The pinnacle of Hammer Industries, or so he claims, capable of obliterating a fortress in a single blow. He even asserts that it can compose an incomprehensible poem all on its own and recite it for you," Rhodes explained. Tony nodded, sensing that the device might not be as intelligent as advertised, but in the next moment, JAR-V ICE delivered an unwelcome reminder. Missiles detected approaching from the rear. Turning around, Tony spotted the 2 missiles returning. "Watch out." He soared into the air to evade the incoming missile, but without JAR-V-ICE warning, Rhodes was struck directly. With a thud, the missile landed on the ground, emitting a few sparks like a substandard firework before falling silent. "It seems I was blown to bits," Rhodes said, his voice laced with uncertainty after being startled into a cold sweat. "Perhaps the technology of Hammer Industries truly leaves much to be desired." Tony sighed in relief, only to notice another missile veering back towards him. "I believe Hammer Industries would be better off focusing on developing autonomous vehicles," Tony remarked, releasing a decoy missile to divert the incoming threat. Boom! A massive explosion shattered panes of glass in the surrounding buildings, and as Tony gazed at the fireball, a sense of dread washed over him. Such power could indeed inflict damage on him through the armor. Observing the inert missile at his feet, Rhodes hurriedly took flight. "This device resembles your ex-wife. You never know what she'll do next, detonate or remain inert." Ivan, bemused by the missiles, noted that these were not the custom products he had supplied to Rhodes, but rather standard munitions produced by Hammer Industries. "How did you end up partnering with such a lunatic?" Tony unleashed a shockwave towards Ivan, only to have it deflected by a whip, while the remaining precise missiles struck Ivan, embedding themselves in his armor without penetrating it. "This shell is remarkably thick. Even armor-piercing rounds fail to breach it," Tony lamented. "Lu Chi, perhaps only you can find a way to penetrate this armor. How is it on your end?" Lu Chi observed that only a few mechanical soldiers remained in the sky and exhaled in relief, surprised it had taken so long to eliminate them. "I'll be ready shortly. Just hang in there," Lu Chi replied, hoping the next unit type would unlock aerial soldiers. Otherwise, battling these airborne foes was an unfair disadvantage. At that moment, the mechanical soldiers hovering above appeared to have exhausted their ammunition, prompting Lu Chi to breathe easier, only to realize those same soldiers were now diving towards him like kamikaze pilots. Delivery? Lu Chi had prepared his ninja for the incoming supplies. But as he noticed the red lights beginning to flash on the chests of the descending mechanical armors, it resembled a countdown. Observing the fallen armors around him initiating their countdowns, Lu Chi quickly retreated into the Shadow Realm. Dozens of reactors erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of energy that obliterated everything in their vicinity. "Damn it! Lu Chi, are you all right?" Tony exclaimed anxiously, having noticed the commotion, only to suddenly witness a ferocious explosion in the main hall. Pepper. He recalled that Pepper had taken refuge in the main hall, but was startled to see several ninjas appearing atop a nearby building. Jarvis magnified the image, revealing that Pepper had mysteriously relocated there. "For heaven's sake, you truly are ungrateful," Lucci's voice crackled through the communication channel. I'm on my way. Damn it, I must land a few solid punches on Ivan's face. Lucci had abandoned any thoughts of sparing Ivan's life, consumed by fury as he approached. Save a piece for me. Tony gritted his teeth, having been thoroughly frightened by Ivan on 2 occasions that day. If you don't mind, count me in as well. Rhodes squeezed his fists, eager to join the fray. First come, first served. Lucci soared to Tony's side, casting a glance at Ivan. It's time for a righteous beatdown, though perhaps it may be too harsh for you. With a wave of his hand, the Shadow Legion encircled Ivan and launched their assault. Countless shadow ninjas surged forward, only to be scattered by arcs of electricity. Yet, the output efficiency of the reactors had its limits, allowing some ninjas to tackle Ivan, wielding various weapons in an attempt to breach his armor. As Ivan attempted to take flight, Tony and Rhodes swooped down upon him, forcefully pinning him to the ground. Thinking of escaping? Lucci had no intention of allowing Ivan to regain his footing. Dark energy coalesced, transforming into beams that struck fiercely against the whiplash armor. The collision of dark energy and electricity resulted in mutual annihilation, yet it afforded the Shadow Legion some much-needed space. A colossal soldier charged forward, delivering a tremendous punch to the armor. This formidable suit of armor was sent crashing to the ground as several more giants rushed in, allowing Ivan to experience a full-body massage reminiscent of the Hulk's past encounters. Observing the incessant danger alerts flashing on his panel and the excruciating pain for being trapped within the deformed armor, Ivan roared in fury. However, he lacked the ability to retaliate, unable to unleash a counterattack. Instead, he released all the energy from the reactor, annihilating the surrounding shadow ninjas. Lucci watched as the reactor on the whiplash armor dimmed. Had Ivan truly lost his capacity to resist? Directing waves of shadow ninjas to charge at Ivan. He was taken aback as Ivan opened the armor himself, his upper body rising from the suit while his legs remained ensnared within. What are you planning to do? Tony observed Ivan's actions with confusion, unable to comprehend his intentions. Rather than being slowly pried open by you, I would prefer to take matters into my own hands. Grant me a swift end, Ivan bellowed, glaring fiercely at Tony. It's not that easy to meet your demise. Tony observed the audacity of the man before him, even in the face of impending doom, as he approached with the intent to deliver a couple of blows to teach him a lesson. Yet, Ivan, undeterred, laughed heartily in response. You remain as foolish as ever, Stark. What I have lost is far more than just a hand. As Tony's gaze fell upon Ivan's mechanical legs, an ominous premonition washed over him. A violent surge of energy emanated from Ivan's prosthetic limb, and Tony watched in horror as Ivan's armor morphed, leading to his obliteration. With a wave of energy hurtling toward him, there was no time to evade. Just as Tony contemplated testing his armor's defensive capabilities, a pair of hands unexpectedly appeared behind him, followed by a shroud of black energy that engulfed his vision. Tony! Pepper screamed in anguish as she witnessed Tony being consumed by the energy wave, tears streaming down her cheeks as she stumbled backward. It seems you cry for me once more. A familiar voice resonated beside her. Tony? Pepper gasped in surprise, her eyes lighting up as she turned to see him. And Tony gazed back at her with deep affection. Are you not calling me boss anymore? They embraced tightly, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. They looked like seals fighting over grapes, a voice interjected, accompanied by the incessant clicking of camera. Rhodey regarded the individual snapping photos with a mix of exasperation and amusement, recalling the embarrassing incident he had just endured, his expression darkening momentarily, though the night obscured it. Hey, Lucci chuckled. Tony, perhaps you could seize this opportunity. He gestured toward a portal leading to his abode, pulling Rhodey along with him. As the door vanished, Tony felt a sense of resignation. In a moment of peril, Lucci had whisked him into the shadow realm. Yet without the shroud of dark energy, his armor would have been annihilated. Fortunately, Lucci had swiftly extracted him from that fate. Otherwise, he might have lost a limb or two. Observing Pepper's astonishment at witnessing a portal for the first time, Tony turned her face toward him. So, after all we've been through, are you still willing to stand by my side and assist me? Pepper's tears flowed freely once more, yet she smiled and replied, yes. Tony gently wiped her tears away. In truth, I have prepared a list, seeking a more ceremonious moment. If you desire, we could redo it. Pepper shook her head. Let's do it now, Tony. I want to hear those words. With a serious demeanor, Tony grasped Pepper's hands, looking deeply into her expectant eyes. I love you. I love you too. Chapter 44. The Avengers. The following day, Lu Chi had yet to conclude his final chess match with the Sandman, poised for a checkmate, when he was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. What on earth? Lu Chi groaned, reluctant to move from his bed, instructing a ninja to investigate the source of the disturbance. Thank you, Lu Chi. Where are you? The irritating voice of Tony echoed through the room, not merely because he had interrupted Lu Chi's sweet slumber, but rather due to the particularly vexatious tone he adopted that morning. So what brings you here so early? Lu Chi, having finally extricated himself from the comforts of his bed, regarded the exuberantly energetic Tony with a hint of disbelief. I only fell asleep at 3 last night. You should have stayed up later than I did. How is it that you're so lively? He yawned widely and splashed some cold water on his face in the bathroom, feeling slightly more alert. Upon exiting, he beheld Tony, whose face was devoid of any hint of fatigue and even bore a faint smile. So, you succeeded last night? Of course. When I take charge, success is but a foregone conclusion, Tony replied, unabashedly self-assured. Come now, it's sheer luck that Pepper has taken a liking to you. Were you pretending to be an aging bachelor approaching 40? Lu Chi cast a glance at the protruding outline of Tony's belly, shaking his head in disbelief. You barely managed to transform that massive flab into muscle during your time in that pit, and yet you've reverted back to this in no time. What is the point of practicing boxing? Tony inhaled sharply in indignation, nearly bursting the button at his collar. Lu Chi, dismissively shaking his head, chose not to engage further. What brings you here so early today? He accepted a warm serving of fried dough sticks and soy milk from a nearby ninja, relishing his breakfast. Your breakfast looks quite appealing. Is it some obscure delicacy? Tony inquired, observing Lu Chi's enjoyment. Fried dough sticks and soy milk are traditional breakfast for my region. They're quite tasty. Other options include soup dumplings, savory pancakes, scallion pancakes, large meat buns, and various stuffed buns, Lu Chi continued, unable to restrain himself. Tony, exasperated, gestured for silence. All right, I can see that your breakfast is 100 times more elaborate than mine. Tony relented, contemplating the necessity of hiring a professional Chinese chef to prepare diverse breakfasts for himself and Pepper. Not just 100 times, Lu Chi replied, somewhat exasperated. Upon his arrival in this world, he had endured monotonous sandwiches and bread for breakfast to the point of nausea. He had subsequently sought out online videos for making traditional Chinese breakfasts, deploying 10 ninjas to learn and compete for the position, ultimately retaining the most skilled among them. Tony, unwilling to engage in a dispute over breakfast, recognized Lu Chi's superiority in this regard. This morning, that one-eyed director called me, insisting I take you to a certain place where we need to discuss matters. Damn it, that guy woke Pepper and got me kicked out. What? Lu Chi exclaimed, utterly astonished. Pepper's father has agreed to let her stay with you? Isn't that akin to delivering her right to your doorstep? In fact, after confessing to Pepper last night, I managed to persuade him, Tony recounted, recalling the lengthy conversation he had endured with Pepper's father, his lips twitching slightly. I imagine that was not a smooth endeavor. As Lu Chi observed Tony's expression, he ventured a guess. Indeed, it was no easy feat, yet I succeeded. Tony vowed that aside from his father, no one dared to claim he had taken so long. Well, perhaps his mother should be excluded as well. All right, enough of that. I suspect the one-eyed dragon might be growing impatient, Tony remarked, urging Lu Chi to finish his breakfast so they could depart. I believe I must find another place to reside, Lu Chi sighed, glancing at the individuals by the roadside, capturing photographs with their phones. On the bright side, once these folks post their pictures, they might attract a plethora of customers eager to purchase our phones. Who could possibly resist a device that offers internet access, photography, navigation, music playback, and, oh yes, the ability to make calls? Tony elucidated, flashing a smile at the bystanders, signaling Lu Chi to join in, which he did. Subsequently, the photo of Lu Chi and Tony sharing a feigned smile went viral online, successfully drawing numerous buyers for their phones. After a considerable drive, Tony brought Lu Chi to a warehouse located in the outskirts. Is it true that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacks funds? Is this where you're reduced to renting office space? Tony glanced at the agents on duty before turning to Lu Chi. Before Lu Chi could respond, a voice emanated from within the warehouse. If the illustrious Iron Man, Tony Stark, would be so kind as to provide me with some funding, I would be most willing. Tony turned to see the door, which had opened unbeknownst to him, revealing a pair of eyes amidst the darkness. Ha ha ha! Lu Chi clutched his stomach, surprised that Fury would play such a game regarding his complexion. He gave a thumbs up, causing veins to bulge on Fury's forehead, though it was evident that neither Tony nor Lucci noticed. Is that truly amusing? Fury inquired of Tony. Initially expressionless, Tony's composure faltered at Fury's unexpected remarks. Ha ha ha! Lucci, did you see that? His teeth. Tony could hardly contain his mirth. Lucci and Tony laughed even more heartily, while Fury's mood soured, shooting a glare at the nearby agents who were gradually succumbing to the infectious joy. Fury turned and stepped inside, illuminating the room and revealing his form. After sharing a few more chuckles outside, Lucci and Tony entered the room, rubbing their sore jaws. So, what do you require of us? Lucci inquired of Fury. I have a plan, and I would like you both to review it, Fury replied, producing 2 documents and handing them over. Lucci scrutinized the emblem on the papers, raising an eyebrow as he opened the plan for examination. Tony, however, was more vocal in his critique. The Avengers? What a peculiar name. Must we wait for others to strike before we retaliate? I prefer to resolve matters preemptively. Don't you think? After perusing the terms, Tony was the first to set the document aside. Are you suggesting we join this Avengers team? Not at all, Fury replied, shaking his head. I merely wish for you to review this plan. What are your thoughts? He directed his gaze toward Tony. Well, Tony pondered for a moment. It's a commendable strategy, assembling the most suitable members to tackle issues beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. I find this plan quite appealing. For Tony, the notion of addressing a multitude of matters, akin to a superhero, resonated deeply with him. So, does that mean both I and Lucci are invited to join the Avengers? Absolutely not, Fury reiterated, shaking his head once more. I simply wanted you to be aware of this team. The one truly invited is Lucci. Fury observed Lucci, who was still slowly perusing the terms, awaiting his response. However, before Lucci could speak, Tony interjected with indignation. Why is Lucci permitted entry into this team, while I am not? Fury fixed his one-eyed gaze upon Tony. Because you are prideful and arrogant, devoid of a sense of teamwork, and disobedient to superior orders. Most importantly, I, the one-eyed dragon, simply do not favor you. Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, Have you been monitoring Lucci? Not at all. I've been keeping an eye on you. As for him, we have reached an understanding, Fury replied, extracting an inconspicuous black device from beneath Tony's collar. Looks like I need to find a new dry cleaner, Tony shrugged. Lucci remained somewhat bewildered. Ever since he realized he was being surveilled, he had been aware of numerous ninja operatives around him, vigilant for any hidden threats. Yet, none had apprehended a single agent. He had genuinely believed the S.H.I.E.L.D. was so formidable that they could evade detection, only to discover that this individual had indeed ceased his surveillance. So, what are your thoughts on this team? Lucci inquired, meeting Fury's singular gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the document on the table. While I can see that this team is impressive, I personally do not wish to be a part of it. Observing Fury's unchanging expression, Lucci surmised that he had anticipated this outcome. Meanwhile, Tony was the most astonished of the trio. Why not? Because I dislike being directed by others on a daily basis. I resent having my actions dictated at any moment. And I am uncomfortable with others possessing private information about me, Lucci elucidated. After all, he aspired to be a mastermind. How could he allow others to control his intelligence? You seem utterly unfazed, Tony remarked, casting a curious glance at Fury. Could you refrain from appearing so naive, Tony? He is, after all, the world's foremost intelligence chief. Tony shot Lucci a defiant look, yet refrained from further argument. He understood Lucci's disposition, though he remained somewhat astonished. Will you continue as a security consultant? Fury asked in a low tone. Lucci contemplated briefly. I can continue. Although I am no longer burdened by financial stress, it is still necessary to engage in work to maintain a semblance of balance in life. Fury nodded, then turned to Tony. Are you willing to begin as a security consultant? I would be delighted, for I too wish to vanquish some vampires, as befits a superhero's identity. Before Fury could finish his sentence, Tony interjected. Of course, you cannot afford my salary, but I believe there are alternative means by which you may employ me. The following day, a congressman, wearing a forced smile, presented medals to Tony, Lucci, and Rhodey. This feels incredibly odd, Lucci whispered to Tony. Don't worry, just smile, Tony replied, handing Lucci a pair of sunglasses, revealing his trademark grin. Thus, The shortest congressman stood at the forefront, his head topped by 3 faces of varying skin tones, all adorned with standard smiles. Lucci received a phone from a ninja photographer in the audience, glanced at the picture, and felt quite satisfied. He then posted an array of photos on his blog, including an embarrassing shot of Rhodey, Tony creating a new element, ninjas attacking mechanical soldiers, and the formidable Ivan. He titled the entry Iron Man 2. In passing, he consolidated previous images and published Iron Man 1. Upon reviewing the comments, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a name, Stan, the Cameo King, observing from afar. A smile only he understood crept onto Lucci's face as he closed his phone. Speaking of Iron Man 2, Coulson had also journeyed to Mexico, and a certain sibling devotee was about to visit Earth. Reopening his recently closed phone, Lucci searched for news regarding any fallen meteorites and discovered a rather obscure report. After examining the meteorite's landing site, he purchased a ticket to Mexico. Meanwhile, an unnamed worker was braving the scorching sun on his way to Mexico, unaware that someone was about to overtake him. Informing Tony of his plans, Lucci was surprised to learn that the man had taken Pepper on a trip. After a day of handling affairs, Pepper had no time for their sweet moments, prompting Tony to take her away in a fit of rage. As expected of you, Lucci nodded, contemplating a spontaneous journey himself, albeit one that might be a tad more distant. Asgard. Loki, wielding Odin's eternal spear, approached Heimdall by the Bifrost. How fares my brother on Earth? Heimdall, with his heterochromatic eyes, glanced at Loki. Thor is undergoing his trials on Earth. Loki's expression shifted as he regarded Heimdall. I had thought father would never allow him to return. Asgard has but one prince now. Heimdall's gaze returned to the starry skies. Thor shall not linger on Earth. It seemed Heimdall perceived something, shaking his head. A mere woman seeks to sway the steadfast heart of the great prince, whose will is as unyielding as iron. Loki, witnessing Heimdall's dismissive demeanor, found his mood considerably soured. Tell me, Heimdall, with your all-seeing eyes that penetrate the 9 realms and your formidable power, would my father, the king, fear you? Heimdall withdrew his gaze, fixing it upon Loki. No, for the king understands that I shall remain loyal to my sovereign. Loki brandished the eternal spear, releasing a powerful surge across the Rainbow Bridge. But now, I am the king. Heimdall's expression remained unchanged as he regarded Loki. You are merely the acting king. When Odin awakens from his slumber, you shall revert to being a prince. Loki, filled with fury, dared not strike this formidable deity, even with the eternal spear in hand, and could only depart in frustration. Heimdall tightened his grip on the divine sword, observing Loki's retreating figure. Odin knows I shall never betray him, nor conceal my actions, and I shall never pry into his affairs. As for you, Heimdall averted his gaze. I have always found you inscrutable. He continued to watch Thor. Should any misfortune befall him, he would activate the Rainbow Bridge and reduce the enemy to ashes. For the valiant and martial Asgard, the mighty Prince Thor was far more in line with their expectations of a king, while the second prince, who clandestinely wielded magic, had but a solitary supporter. Chapter 45. A surprising encounter. What brings you here? Coulson, owing to a certain one-eyed individual's refusal to reimburse travel expenses, had driven himself from Tony's residence to this location. The journey had been arduous, yet, to his astonishment, a certain individual who departed a day later had arrived before him. Do not fret, Coulson, carry on. Lucci lounged nonchalantly in beach shorts and a tank top on a sunbed, casually tossing a bottle of soda to Coulson from a nearby cooler. On such a sweltering day, it would be a pity not to enjoy a chilled cola. Coulson sighed, yet relished the refreshing beverage. So, was it the director who sent you? After a satisfying burp, Coulson felt a lift in his spirits. No. Before I joined that so-called alliance, Fury was intent on keeping me in the dark about everything. Due to Lucci's overseas background, Fury was wary of him discovering certain secrets of SHIELD, and sought to place Lucci as far from the agency as possible. However, Lucci had his own sources of intelligence, much to Fury's chagrin. So, is there something extraordinary here that drew you in? Coulson glanced at the nearby throng engaged in a beer party, feeling somewhat out of place alongside Lucci and their colas. Look over there. Lucci suddenly sat up, eyes sparkling as he pointed to a scene not far away. An elderly man, driving a pickup truck, had run a rope into a meteorite crater, securing it to the peculiar meteorite before joyfully returning to his truck. The engine roared to life, the wheels grinding against the earth. Yet the vehicle remained stubbornly stuck in place. After a prolonged stalemate, the truck's cargo bed detached, leaving those present utterly disheartened. "What kind of meteorite is this?" Coulson inquired, curiously stepping forward to examine it more closely. Meanwhile, Lucci's gaze remained fixed on the elderly man driving the truck. "Hey, eggplant!" Lucci exclaimed, snapping a photo, only to discover that the person making a peace sign in the picture was someone entirely different. He glanced up to find that the quirky old man had vanished, replaced by the individual in the photograph, who was now grinning and posing with a peace sign directed at Lucci. "Old trickster." Lucci set down his camera and reclined again, relishing a cold cola. After finishing a bottle, he stood up to grab another, only to find one bottle missing, with a photograph lying beside it. Picking up the photo, Lucci noted that the old man was again making a peace sign, posing behind him for a snapshot. "Not bad. I look quite handsome in this," Lucci remarked contentedly, observing Coulson approach with a serious demeanor. "Do you have any idea what that hammer is?" Coulson recalled the strange meteorite he had seen in the crater. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he was convinced it resembled a hammer. Initially, this mission had been assigned due to a report from the Meteorite Recovery Organization regarding an immovable meteorite. Fury, noticing Coulson's prolonged hours, had decided to delegate this matter to him, allowing for a brief respite. However, with Lucci's appearance and the peculiar shape of the meteorite, Coulson began to feel that this situation was far from ordinary. A meteorite, of course. What else would it be? Thor's hammer? Why don't you take a look at this photo? Coulson dismissed Lucci's nonsensical remarks and leaned in to inspect the photograph in Lucci's hand. "Why is there an empty space behind you? Is there some bizarre magnetic field emanating from the meteorite that affected your camera?" Coulson's composure faltered at this thought. If that hammer possessed an unusual magnetic field, could it impact human health? He promptly called Fury to relay the developments, and upon hearing of Lucci's presence, Fury immediately dispatched SHIELD agents to the location. After reporting in, Coulson approached the meteorite crater, observing the burly men vying to extract the hammer. Feeling a headache coming on. What were these fellows doing, idling about? Did they think they could pull it out like the sword in the stone and claim the throne? Concerned about the potential effects of the hammer on human beings, Coulson hurriedly instructed them to disperse, but they were unwilling to comply. With one obviously inebriated individual pulling out a gun, Coulson had no choice but to evade the gaze of the agitated man. What else could he do? Kill them all? Can you have your ninjas escort these people away? If that hammer affects humans in any way, it could spell disaster. This hammer does indeed have an impact on humans. But first, someone must lift it. You might as well give it a try. The effect is beneficial to the body. Lucci was disinterested in rushing anyone and attempted to assimilate the photograph into the shadow realm, only to find that it remained unaffected. With a sense of ease, he placed the photograph inside, raised his soda in a mock salute to the air, and lazily responded to Coulson. He harbored a hope that someone might surprise him by lifting the hammer. Coulson, somewhat exasperated, felt relieved upon realizing that the hammer posed no threat to human beings. After half an hour, several helicopters arrived, and a group of agents shouted for about 10 minutes about the meteorite's radiation, eventually dispersing the crowd of revelers. Coulson sighed in relief and instructed the agents to attempt transporting the hammer via helicopter. However, they were unsuccessful, as even excavating the soil beneath the hammer proved futile. The hammer's weight seemed to defy the very earth beneath it, which was harder than stone. Coulson had no choice but to direct the agents to establish a base on site and set up a perimeter. Witnessing the agents erect a reasonably well-structured base within half an hour, Lucci expressed his astonishment. He then instructed the ninjas to lift him along with a chair and find a suitable spot within the base to set him down. "This truly is a grand affair," Coulson remarked, assigning tasks to the newly arrived researchers as he approached Lucci. Lucci shook his head. "How can this be a grand affair? It clearly requires only 4 people." Ignoring Lucci's peculiar perspective, Coulson busily assigned tasks to the newly arrived Hawkeye, observing the archer ascend to a height with his equipment. Lucci silently captured a photograph. Noticing this, Coulson addressed Lucci, "You must not post his photo online. Otherwise, it will complicate his future missions." "Rest assured, I shall obscure his identity," Lucci replied, taking several more photographs of the hammer, disregarding Coulson's hesitant demeanor. Setting down his camera, Lucci stood from his recliner to stretch, then approached the hammer. "Excuse me, please." Pushing past the hesitant researchers, Lu Qi grasped the hammer with one hand, attempting to lift it, but an unseen force subtly thwarted his efforts. Interesting, Lu Qi mused, channeling dark energy to suppress the opposing force, and tried to lift the hammer again. This time, he only caused the soil beneath it to collapse, leaving the hammer suspended in midair. I should give it another try. He glanced at the astonished Coulson beside him, allowing the dark energy to penetrate Mjolnir, effectively suppressing its strange energies, before finally lifting the hammer. In an instant, the sky darkened, and bolts of lightning converged above, intermittently striking the area around the base. Just as Lu Qi began to revel in his success, the energy he had previously subdued erupted violently, annihilating his dark energy. Unfortunately, Lu Qi's current reserves were insufficient to keep up with the demand, and as a result, Mjolnir broke free from his control. Damn it, Lu Qi exclaimed, feeling the hammer's weight increase dramatically, causing his feet to sink into the ground. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to relinquish the hammer. Phew, what a tiring endeavor. Lu Qi closed his eyes and took a deep breath, but upon opening them, he found himself in a golden expanse. Before him floated an elderly man, one eye concealed by a blindfold, the other tightly shut as if in slumber. Oh no! Lu Qi sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to enter the shadow realm, only to be enveloped by the surrounding energy as soon as darkness emerged. It was swiftly obliterated. I apologize, my esteemed one. I was mistaken. It shall not happen again. Panic surged within Lu Qi, for he realized that slipping into the shadow realm was futile. The elderly figure before him was akin to the likes of the Ancient One, capable of annihilating him with a mere wave of his hand, or perhaps with a single punch. After all, he had only evolved from an ant to a caterpillar. What was he to do now? He gazed at Odin, whose eyelids fluttered before finally opening. How dare you? Odin began, but abruptly fell silent, his attention fixed in astonishment on Lu Qi. And then behind him, "Greetings, Odin, God King," resonated the voice of the Ancient One, who materialized behind Lu Qi, revealing a figure clad in yellow. "Master Gui, what brings you here?" Odin exclaimed, his demeanor transforming into one of joy upon encountering a friend. "I am here for this little fellow," Gui stated, casting a glance at Lu Qi. With that, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief. In the eyes of these mighty beings, his age was but a trifling matter. He quietly retreated into a corner, wary of Odin's gaze, only for Odin, upon hearing Gui's words, to furrow his brow and look his way. Why? Gui struck Lu Qi with a hand, sending him flying. Though he suffered no harm, rather, he was propelled into the distance as Gui conversed with Odin. Lu Qi dared not eavesdrop, fearing that hearing a secret might lead to his demise. After a while, once the two powerful figures concluded their discourse, Gui extended his hand and summoned Lu Qi back. Upon his return, Lu Qi realized that, unbeknownst to him, Gui had manifested the emblem of dark energy, albeit in the form of a mask. Unlike Dormammu's insignia, he could not help but think that this mask was far more aesthetically pleasing than Dormammu's mark. Silently, he criticized it while maintaining a compliant demeanor before the two formidable beings. Odin pondered for a moment, but remained silent. He glanced at Gui, who, with a sense of resignation, addressed Lu Qi. "Starting today, you are to provide sufficient dark energy to Odin, God King. Is that agreeable?" This was indeed a new opportunity. Lu Qi eagerly nodded. With such a powerful ally indebted to him, it would surely be easier to request favors in the future. He dutifully entered into a pact with the formidable beings, only to discover that he was required to supply nearly 1,000 points of dark energy every second. It is not difficult to comprehend. After all, Odin is among the Asgardian deities renowned for their longevity, and he possesses an even greater lifespan. Frequently, he succumbs to the Odin sleep to rejuvenate his energy, so it is quite reasonable that he expends such a significant amount of energy every second. As for the Ancient One, her need for energy supply arises from her origins as an ordinary human during combat. After finalizing the contract, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. However, he suddenly recalled another matter. Why does Thor's mother appear even younger than Odin? Surely, it cannot be that Odin has taken a younger partner, providing Thor and his brother with a stepmother? This implies that if Thor's mother had not fallen to the hands of the Dark Elves, she could potentially outlive Odin. The depths of this situation are too profound for Lu Qi to ponder further. After signing the contract, Odin closed his eyes to sense for a moment. and upon reopening them, he displayed a hint of surprise and a smile towards Lu Qi before feigning authority and ushering Lu Qi out of the space. Upon returning to the hammer, Lu Qi felt a wave of relief, sensing that the esteemed figure had spared him, and he might have acquired a new ally. Purple Yam Spirit, little did you know, I have gained yet another powerful patron. Should you dare venture to Earth, I shall ensure you are rewarded with delightful treats. What delicacies does your planet offer? What is the matter, Lu Qi? Coulson inquired, puzzled by Lu Qi's prolonged stillness with closed eyes. Hadn't he mentioned that grasping the hammer would bring good fortune? Lu Qi shook his head, smiling as he departed. I'm heading to the nearby town to purchase some hamburgers. Tony's burger joint has made its way here. It has been ages since I last indulged in one. I'll go see. Ignoring Coulson's quizzical gaze, Lu Qi left without hesitation. He seems quite pleased. Could there truly be some benefit? Coulson mused, observing the hammer that appeared to be ensnaring Lu Qi even further. He shook his head and instructed the researchers to continue their examination. Lu Qi, undeterred by their speculations, merrily bounced into the small town. Gazing around the modestly sized locale, he felt reassured that even if he could not defeat the armored adversary, he could lead it away. Ah, Odin has become an ally. Why should I fear his armor? I shall stand boldly before that contraption and see if it dares to fire. With a smile, Lu Qi entered the star chain of burger restaurants, ordered 2 signature cheeseburgers, and relished every bite. Meanwhile, within that otherworldly space, a visage of Lu Qi, appearing rather foolish, was displayed before Odin. Is this fellow truly reliable? Rest assured, he is more than capable of preventing Ragnarok. His dark energy level is quite formidable, capable of suppressing your eldest daughter. The Ancient One nearly lost her composure, feeling that Lu Qi was increasingly letting go of restraint, almost causing her to lose face in front of her old friend. Indeed, his energy is remarkably pure. However, its quantity remains insufficient, unable to even suppress my rune magic. Indeed, his growth is rapid, provided we can obtain the coordinates of the dark dimension. I hope you can gather all the coordinates you've collected in the next few days and present them to him. The quantity need not be excessive. You will find ways to seek out other dark dimensions later. The Ancient One gazed confidently into Odin's single eye. Beware the one who observes time. Do not let time govern you. With that, Odin fell silent. Chapter 46. Call me uncle at 9 in the morning. Lu Qi drew a circle and arrived in this quaint town from New York. What a splendid portal. He mused as he removed the suspended ring and tucked it into his pocket. Although it boasted impressive functionality, it hindered his mobility. Wearing it, even the grandest of vehicles seemed beyond his grasp. As he stepped out from a corner, he spotted a camper van passing by. Peering through the glass, he recognized the 3 hurried individuals inside as the protagonists and supporting characters of the Thunder God. What a coincidence! Lu Qi silently trailed behind them until they reached the hospital, observing as they entrusted Thor to the doctors. Arriving outside Thor's hospital room, Lu Qi watched as a swarm of doctors and nurses examined him, shaking his head at the sight. The poor fellow had just ascended from the Rainbow Bridge only to be struck down by a female driver. After enduring that ordeal, he now found himself incapacitated by a petite electric stun device. You truly disgrace the name of the Thunder God. Perhaps no other deity of thunder has ever been subdued by electricity. Lu Qi gently tapped on the glass, noticing Thor's hand twitch in response. A doctor, puzzled, turned a glance at the glass, but saw nothing amiss. Who was playing tricks? The physician shook his head and returned to prepare for a blood draw. Though the injury was external, they saw no harm in conducting further tests to earn a little extra. Do you dare harm the mighty Thor? Thor awoke to find himself restrained on a bed, surrounded by a multitude of individuals wielding various instruments, intent on performing some procedure. With the resilience of an Asgardian, Thor easily flung the nearby personnel aside. However, upon the doctor's urgent calls, a surge of medical staff rushed into the room, pinning the Thunder God firmly back onto the bed. Jane, Daisy, and Eric stood outside the glass window, astonished by the sight of the man being overpowered by so many. He appears remarkably healthy. Does that mean we are not responsible? Daisy adjusted her glasses, hesitantly addressing Jane. Indeed, Jane nodded, and the trio prepared to leave, only to notice someone nearby, snapping photographs. Excuse me, what are you doing? Jane inquired, eyeing the individual. Was he a tabloid journalist? Rushing over at the scent of a story? Oh, nothing much. Just taking a moment to savor the ambience, considering I've just arrived here, Lu Qi replied enigmatically, leaving it unclear whether he referred to his own arrival or that of the man inside. Daisy exclaimed in surprise, "You are the Lord of Shadows?" Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, surprised that this infatuated girl actually recognized him. "Hello, I am the person you mentioned, but I prefer to be called Lu Qi." "So, who is the Lord of Shadows?" Jian asked, exasperated. "Don't you know?" The chorus of voices from everyone present only added to Jian's frustration. "Why would I know? Don't you browse the internet?" Daisy exclaimed, picking up her newly purchased smartphone and searching for information about the Lord of Shadows to show Jian. "Oh, this phone looks rather impressive," Jian remarked, contemplating the device. If it were reasonably priced, she might consider purchasing one herself. Upon reviewing the information displayed, Jian appeared quite astonished. "Wait, is it still 2010? Jian murmured weakly, overwhelmed by the influx of information. "It seems your sources of information are even fewer than this old man's." Eric commented with a hint of resignation. "So what brings you here?" Eric inquired of Lu Qi, who, thanks to a mysteriously influential friend, had a relatively high acceptance of such matters. "I merely came to observe the spectacle. I happen to be traveling in this area." Lu Qi replied before departing without further ado. "What a strange fellow," Jian remarked, but did not continue the conversation. Lu Qi, unconcerned about the opinions of the others, cheerfully examined the photos on his camera. However, as soon as he stepped outside the hospital, he found himself drawn into a mirrored space. Greetings to you both," Lu Qi said, feeling somewhat apprehensive under the gaze of the two formidable figures. "Indeed, splendid photographs," Gu Yi remarked, as the camera inexplicably appeared in her hands. She reviewed the images before passing it to Odin. Upon seeing his son within the photographs, Odin felt a mix of exasperation and understanding. Yet, compared to his previous frustrations, his mood had significantly improved. As long as his life persisted, he could afford Thor and Loki ample time to mature. If Thor were to see these photos, he would undoubtedly go mad, Odin chuckled, fully aware of his son's character. Thor, in his current state, remained a proud and ostentatious individual. Akin to Tony in certain respects, both possessed an air of arrogance, yet both were capable of change. As Odin flipped through several photos, his eyes reflected a blend of concern, resignation, and undeniable pride. Without doubt, Thor's prowess in battle established him as a remarkable warrior. Perhaps with Loki as king and Thor as general, Asgard could aspire to a brighter future. Odin continued to ponder this notion, deeming it increasingly viable. I do hope the esteemed figures do not intend to shatter my camera." Lu Qi gazed at Odin, who stood motionless with a camera, and cast a puzzled glance at Gu Yi. "Was Odin dissatisfied with the photograph I took of his son, contemplating shattering my camera to preserve the last vestige of royal dignity?" Gu Yi, noticing Lu Qi's subtle looks, glanced at the absorbed Odin and cleared his throat softly. Odin snapped back to reality, observing Lu Qi's increasingly aggrieved expression, and instantly adopted an air of authority. "Come now, old man. Do you think I cannot discern the kind of Asgardian you are?" Setting aside his divine king identity, he was merely an ordinary father, yearning for his children to excel. Yet, this father possessed a certain ruthlessness. When his eldest daughter faced confinement she received. Poor Thor remained oblivious to the existence of his sister. Sensing the disdain reflected in Lu Qi's eyes, Odin found himself slightly unsettled. He coughed again, re-establishing his composure, and addressed Lu Qi. "I am Odin, king of the Aesir. Mortal, I extend my gratitude for your assistance in prolonging my existence." Odin proclaimed with solemnity, his battle attire seemingly animated by an unseen wind, rendering him immensely formidable. However, Lu Qi remained oblivious to Odin's current roleplay, continuing to observe in silence. Noticing Lu Qi's lack of cooperation, Odin felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet swiftly dismissed it and continued. "You have preserved my life, thus safeguarding the Aesir. Therefore, I have decreed that you shall be recognized as an outer prince of the Aesir." Indeed, Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement. As the last bastion of the Aesir, Odin commanded enough respect to deter countless adversaries from encroaching upon his domain. The Bifrost, akin to a stellar annihilation cannon, was a source of amusement. Yet Odin's ability to obliterate a planet in an instant represented true power. After all, even with a formidable fleet, it was Thanos' unparalleled strength that solidified his infamy. However, when Lu Qi heard Odin's proposal to bestow upon him the title of Outer Prince of the Aesir, he could no longer maintain his composure. Claiming dominion over the 9 realms, the Aesir possessed such confidence. With the Bifrost as a strategic asset, they could traverse the cosmos freely and transport vast armies. Odin, renowned for his might, held the power to shatter stars, though age had rendered him incapable of fully unleashing his strength. Yet, Lu Qi had just granted him a new lease on life. The title of prince elevated Lu Qi's aspirations, igniting a fervent desire within him. Should Lu Qi accept this title, he would stand unyielding even before the Earth Council. Dare you unleash nuclear weapons? I shall summon the Aesir to open the Bifrost. Though this might invite retaliation from another formidable entity, it would still provide him with a measure of assurance. Odin, discerning Lu Qi's burgeoning interest, resolved to exert further influence. As your immediate elevation to Outer Prince will undoubtedly incite dissent within the Aesir, I shall acknowledge you as my brother. Once you establish a reputable standing among the Aesir, I shall elevate you to the status of a true Outer Prince. In the Asgardian pantheon, I stand second only to my queen, exclaimed Odin, demonstrating his earnest commitment. Lu Qi nodded fervently, fearful that Odin might reconsider. Ultimately, the titles of prince mattered little to him. He merely yearned for Thor to address him as uncle, and it would suffice if Loki followed suit. In light of this, we wholeheartedly welcome your inclusion, Odin replied, his spirits evidently lifted as he realized Lu Qi had successfully entered the fold. Now that he was regarded as Odin's own brother and an external prince of the Asgardian lineage, it was essential that Lu Qi adeptly manage the internal strife posed by his eldest daughter. However, Odin knew it was premature to dispatch Lu Qi directly against his own daughter, as that would be akin to delivering a meal to the enemy. Contemplating his eldest son Thor, who was currently honing his skills on Earth, Odin pondered his next move. You're likely aware of Thor's endeavors on Earth, where he is undergoing his trials. The hammer you previously lifted is indeed his weapon. Initially, I envisioned him as a true sovereign, but I have since formulated new aspirations. Albeit, I still wish for him to relinquish his proud demeanor. Could you assist him in this transformation as his uncle? Odin emphasized the term uncle, hoping to convey the gravity of the request. Lu Qi, upon hearing the word, felt a sense of entitlement and readily agreed. The Ancient One, as a witness, remained silent, and once their discussion concluded, Odin bestowed upon Lu Qi a token before sending him back. Upon returning to the hospital entrance, Lu Qi joyfully affixed the token to his waist and sauntered towards the location of the hammer. After all, the hammer was right there, and Thor would undoubtedly come. There was no fear of him escaping. Hey, Coulson, have you been deprived of sleep last night? Those dark circles under your eyes have intensified, Lu Qi teased, glancing at the mighty hammer. It appeared much the same as before, albeit slightly lower, as Lu Qi had lifted it only to let it fall again. Presently, the researchers had constructed a small ladder at the edge of the pit, or else they could not descend. Lu Qi disregarded Coulson, who seemed hesitant to speak, and retreated to a corner to indulge in gaming while awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Qi set his nearly depleted phone aside to charge, and then wandered into the monitoring room, hovering beside Coulson. Coulson shot Lu Qi a perplexed glance, but refrained from commenting, instead focusing intently on the researchers examining the hammer. As the day concluded without incident, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, intending to engage Lu Qi in conversation. Suddenly, the monitor screen flickered and was beset by static. What is happening? Research team? Coulson inquired, shooting an innocent look at Lu Qi before using the walkie-talkie to contact the research team. Thank heavens, the walkie-talkie remained unaffected. Otherwise, delays in communication could easily lead to oversights. The magnetic field emitted by this meteorite has undergone a significant change, sufficient to disrupt the surrounding instruments. Researchers exclaimed in astonishment, for no one had anticipated that the hammer, which had remained silent throughout the day, would suddenly exhibit a new change. Alert! The southeastern perimeter of the base has been breached. An unidentified creature has entered the facility. As if misfortune were not enough, another troubling report reached Coulson. The once clear skies had been shrouded by ominous clouds, and a sudden downpour began, as if foreshadowing impending events. Barton, head to higher ground, Coulson urgently called to Hawkeye, glancing at the idle Lu Qi beside him, intending to say something but ultimately refrained. Perhaps he still regarded him as a trump card. With that thought, Coulson hastily instructed the other agents to search the base for any unidentified beings. The agents swiftly conducted a thorough sweep, discovering that several individuals had ceased to respond. Instantly, a large portion of the personnel rushed to the locations where these individuals had gone missing, while Barton alone remained to guard the area of disappearance. If anyone attempted to create a diversion, Hawkeye would demonstrate the prowess of a top-tier S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. A group of agents soon spotted the unhidden Thor, and a barrage of gunfire erupted. Yet, inexplicably, their firearms malfunctioned. No matter the weapon, they simply would not fire. Damn it, it must be that magnetic field. Realizing this anomaly, Coulson furiously slammed his earpiece onto the table, turning to summon Lu Chi for assistance, only to find that Lu Chi had vanished from behind him. At that moment, Lu Chi stood beside Hawkeye, both utilizing lifting equipment to reach midair, securing an excellent vantage point for observation. Unfazed by Lu Chi's presence, Hawkeye deftly knocked an arrow and silently aimed at the rampaging Thor, who was effortlessly dispatching S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as if they were mere market guards. Coulson, I have him in my sights. Should I take the shot? Coulson initially intended to instruct Hawkeye to incapacitate Thor immediately, but for reasons unknown, he recalled Lu Chi's extensive commentary and his keen interest in the unfolding situation, and inexplicably replied, "Hold your fire for now. I wish to see what he is capable of." Thus, they watched as Thor approached the edge of the pit, his face lighting up at the sight of the familiar hammer, and he leaped down without hesitation. Lu Chi, observing Thor's descent, couldn't help but wince as he slipped upon landing in the mud. While lamenting the apparent lack of intelligence in this large nephew of his, he relentlessly captured the moment on camera. Thor wiped the mud from his face and surveyed the surroundings. No one was present. Excellent. The great god of thunder, Thor, had not embarrassed himself, nor had he humiliated himself in his fall. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made was being recorded and photographed. Thor grasped the hammer, attempting to lift it as he had done countless times before. However, the hammer remained immovable. In disbelief, he exerted both hands, yet it did not budge an inch. "No. Father, no." Thor howled at the sky, collapsing despondently to the ground. He had truly been banished by his father. Coulson observed the immobile hammer with disappointment and instructed someone to seize Thor, but a figure descended from the heavens, landing before him. "Greetings, Thor. I am your father's brother. You may call me Uncle." Chapter 47, Uncle? Seeing the incredulous expression on Thor's face, Lu Chi couldn't help but chuckle. A token dangled from his waist, capturing Thor's attention. "What is this?" Thor exclaimed in shock, and Lu Chi smiled at him. "Who dares to forge my father's handwriting?" Lu Chi's smile morphed into a look of confusion. How could it be a forgery? This was a token personally bestowed upon him by Thor's father. Noticing Lu Chi's bewildered expression, Thor laughed heartily. "Regardless of whether you are a Midgardian or what sort of token you possess, do not presume that I will believe you." Thor gazed at Lu Chi, speaking with pride. "My father is an only child. He has no brothers. There can be no princely kin." Lu Chi stared at the resolute, foolish god of thunder, unable to comprehend. "Do you not sense your father's divine power?" Lu Chi pressed the token against Thor's face, urging him to truly feel it. Thor attempted to push Lu Chi's hand away, but lacking divine power, he was no match for Lu Chi's strength. Humiliated and indignant, Thor was forced to endure the insult from a mere insect. Yet he stood defiant, roaring, "Had it not been for my father revoking my powers, you would never dare to insult me so." A spray of saliva flew out, but of course, it missed Lu Chi, who was holding his head down. However, it landed squarely on another person's polished shoe. "Oh dear," Lu Chi remarked, glancing at the innocent Coulson, then back at the defiant Thor. Coulson, expressionless, looked at the spit on his shoe, gently lifted his foot to let the rain wash it away, along with his sock and foot. "So, how did you come to have an additional nephew?" Coulson disregarded the pinned Thor, addressing Lu Chi. "Well, I just recognized him yesterday. I became sworn brothers with his father." Taking advantage of Lu Chi's momentary distraction, Thor finally escaped, scrambling up from the dirt pit, and turned to Lu Chi, proclaiming proudly, "My father is the esteemed king of Asgard. How could he possibly associate with someone like you? Were it not for my powers being sealed, I would shatter you with a single strike." Lu Chi sighed as he observed Thor's foolishness. How could Odin possibly consider passing the throne to this simpleton? After narrowly escaping formidable foes, he chose to remain and make threats? They were in the heart of enemy territory. If this fool were to become the king of Asgard, it would surely lead to its ruin. It seems Asgard has indeed been destroyed. While it may be attributed to Ragnarok, Thor's actions played a part as well. After all, rather than being the god of thunder, Thor is more aptly described as the god of the hammer. Without that legendary hammer, he is merely a brute with considerable strength. If he were to awaken his true potential sooner, what fear would he have of Ragnarok? He could easily send his sister back to the underworld. With this thought in mind, Loki called out to the proudly self-assured Thor. You continuously assert that you could shatter me if only you had your hammer, but without it, does that mean you cannot be the god of thunder? Easily ascending the stairs to the edge of the pit, Loki stood before Thor. Is your father regarded as the king of gods solely because he wields the eternal spear? No, Thor replied emphatically. My father is called king of gods because of his immense power. Then how can you claim you're not the god of thunder simply for lacking a hammer? Thor found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter this argument. If your divinity hinges on the possession of a hammer, then you ought to be called the hammer god. Observing Thor lost in thought, Loki seized his hand and swiftly soared into the sky. Even with a companion, his current energy allowed him to reach a remarkable speed. Ignoring Thor's shouts of protest, Loki ascended to dizzying heights. Bathed in moonlight, he surveyed the Thor he held aloft. Facing the sound barrier was merely a minor discomfort, yet at this altitude, even as an Asgardian, a fall would reduce you to a mere puddle of flesh. Would you care to experience that, hammer god? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Thor ceased his struggles and instead clung tightly to Loki's hand. As he glanced at the clouds below, he could not help but close his eyes. At this height, he would typically confront any challenge without fear. However, the view now instilled a sense of dread. Noticing Thor's fear, Loki slowly lowered his hand, allowing Thor to genuinely feel the planet's gravitational pull. Observing Thor with his eyes shut, playing the ostrich, Loki spoke softly. Are you not a god? Why do you lack the courage to face this peril? Or perhaps you are just an ordinary Asgardian who can only wield divine power with that hammer. Hammer god Thor? Loki employed a tactic of provocation, and the effect was profound. Thor indeed opened his eyes, defiantly glancing at Loki before casting a challenging look downward. Such simple-minded creatures are easily manipulated. Loki smirked slyly, then pried Thor's hand apart. As Thor plummeted, Loki retracted his divine power and followed him down, simultaneously retrieving his camera to capture the moment while shouting at Thor. By Odin's beard, Aya! As Thor continued his descent, the planet's relentless gravity seemed intent on claiming his life. Thor, now only you can save yourself. Loki shouted, but Thor's voice boomed louder than his. This was rather awkward. Observing Thor's refusal to respond, Loki simply floated beside him and delivered 2 sharp slaps to his ears. Thor, now only you can save yourself. Contemplate deeply. Who exactly are you? With this remark, Loki seamlessly merged into the Shadow Realm, severing Thor's final vestige of hope. After considerable effort, Thor managed to regain his composure, only to witness Loki vanish before his eyes. Gazing down from the heights, an overwhelming fear gripped Thor's heart. Yet the persistent pain etched upon his face demanded his calmness. Damn that fellow. I, Thor, the god of thunder, shall ensure you are fed to the fish in the moat. Thor bellowed, but silence enveloped him, the agony on his face serving as a constant reminder of that scoundrel. What am I? Am I not simply myself? Thor shouted, swiftly piercing through the clouds, the blurred ground becoming increasingly discernible. As the earth approached with alarming proximity, Thor instinctively shut his eyes once more. Are you not a god? Why do you lack the courage to confront this peril? Or are you merely an ordinary Asgardian, wielding that hammer to possess divine power? Thor, the god of thunder? Loki's voice echoed in his ears, and Thor, in a daze, pondered, am I not a god? To the Midgardians, aren't Asgardians akin to deities? Therefore, I am indeed a god. I am Thor, the god of thunder. As if a revelation struck him, Thor abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing the ground draw near. It felt as though a mere veil separated him from the unknown realm, yet he could not breach it. Thor shouted something before plummeting towards the earth. Yet again, he faltered as Loki appeared beside him, repeating his earlier words as soon as he saw Thor close his eyes, unsure if his words had resonated. As the ground loomed closer, Lu Chi approached Thor, preparing to usher him into the shadow dimension, just in time to catch Thor's utterance, eager to discern his intentions. Frustration washed over him. He had anticipated a declaration, yet Thor was still lashing out at him. Shaking his head, Lu Chi nonetheless guided Thor into the shadow realm. Observing Thor within this dimension, Lu Chi exhaled, nullifying Thor's velocity, intent on swiftly ejecting him, lest Thor succumb to the encroaching dark energy. Visualizing Odin's reaction upon discovering a disabled Thor, brandishing the eternal spear to inflict harm upon himself, Lu Chi felt a chill run down his spine and resolved to expel Thor. Typically, an entity devoid of energy could be effortlessly cast into or out of dimensions. Yet just as Lu Chi prepared to release Thor, a surge of energy erupted within him. Intense currents of electricity surged from Thor's being, obliterating the darkness encircling him. But alas, this was Lu Chi's domain. Hundreds of thousands of dark energies seemed provoked, converging upon Thor. Startled, Lu Chi hastily controlled the dark forces, struggling to maintain the vacuum Thor had created. "Do not resist. I shall send you forth." Exhausted of all the strength that had recently surged within him, Thor gazed despondently at the seemingly boundless dark energy surrounding him. However, in the next instant, his adversary materialized before him. With divine power coursing through him, Thor was astonished to perceive the token at Lu Chi's waist, imbued with his father's godly essence. Thus, this individual is truly my uncle? Without any means to resist, and devoid of energy to combat further, Thor was swiftly transported from the shadow dimension back to the base. Coulson had been somewhat perplexed watching as Lu Chi soared into the sky with Thor. Previously, he had dispatched someone to investigate the information revealed during the exchange between Lu Chi and Thor. Upon receiving feedback, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Thor crashed to the ground, kneeling on one knee, uncontrolled sparks of electricity flickering across his form. After taking several deep breaths, he finally managed to rein in the newly awakened energy within him. My heavens, this is... Startled to find himself kneeling before a balding man, Thor quickly rose to his feet. "No worries, consider it an apology, Coulson," Lu Chi stated as he emerged from behind Thor, first stowing away his camera before continuing. "So, you truly are my uncle? So, he is indeed the god of thunder?" Thor and Coulson simultaneously turned to Lu Chi, who paused momentarily in confusion. How could he comprehend both of them speaking at once? With a resigned wipe of the rain from his face, Lu Chi sighed. "Thus, we must stand here in the rain to converse. While it possesses a certain ambience, I would much prefer to be inside a warm cottage." Coulson cast a glance at Thor before turning towards the makeshift room formed by tarps. Thor stared blankly at Lu Chi for a moment before following Coulson inside. Lu Chi glanced at the hammer at the bottom of the pit. Astonishingly, this fellow had abandoned even his hammer. Seizing the weapon, Lu Chi hurriedly trotted indoors, discovering his phone still charging there. He tossed the hammer to Thor and lunged for his phone. "What's wrong?" Lu Chi inquired, noticing Thor's visibly displeased expression. "I'm not the god of hammers. I'm a god of thunder," Thor declared, setting the hammer aside, electricity still crackling across his body. I understand. Lu Chi quickly moved his phone away, wary of this clumsy oaf. Thor finally appeared content, eagerly reclaiming his treasured hammer. His earlier response to Lu Chi's previous inquiries was merely a formality. Now, having retrieved his hammer, Thor felt a sense of relief. With divine power now within him, Thor could effortlessly wield the hammer, and unlike before, where he merely struck and discharged electricity, he was now capable of a more versatile combat style, such as striking while emitting electric discharges. Feeling the feedback from the treasured hammer in his grasp, Thor chuckled foolishly a couple of times, but quickly realized the presence of others and donned a more authoritative demeanor. He hastily suppressed his smile, only to catch a disdainful glance from someone. This fellow bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. Lu Chi, observing Thor's demeanor, instantly recognized him as Odin's biological son. The synchronicity was a staggering 100%, leaving one at a loss for words. Thor composed himself and addressed Lu Chi. "So, are you truly my uncle?" "Ah, my dear nephew, do call me something pleasing." Lu Chi responded with a grin. "Uncle," Thor hesitated for a long moment before finally uttering the word. Lu Chi promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, dear nephew, alas. I have no gifts to offer. Would you like some joy beans? I can have a ninja win some for you on the spot. Coulson observed the affectionate exchange between the two, feeling somewhat sidelined in the conversation. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Qi and inquired, "So this fellow is indeed the thunder god from mythology? Absolutely authentic." Lu Qi affirmed with a nod. "And Odin exists as well, does he not? I just forged a brotherly bond with him yesterday." Lu Qi jingled the token at his waist. "I am now the Asgardian royal ambassador stationed on Earth. Henceforth, do mind your manners." Coulson, uninterested in Lu Qi's antics, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him at the thought of such myths being real. He feared for the stability of his own sanity. Remembering how Thor had spat on his shoe earlier, he hastily instructed the agents to take the shoe for analysis, along with the soil that had been soaked by the rain, uncertain of what discoveries might arise. "Why don't I not just clean my shoe? This is bound to land me in trouble with the director." Coulson sighed wearily, but quickly rallied. As an agent, his capacity for acceptance was quite robust. He sent a brief message to the director, asking for company during the late hours, before turning back to his seat, intent on gathering more intelligence. "My father was here yesterday?" Thor was the first to pose a question, his mind brimming with inquiries. To be precise, he did not come in person. He merely communicated with his spiritual essence for a while. Coulson replied, nodding thoughtfully, recalling Lu Qi's dazed expression from the previous day, which likely coincided with that moment. "My father, did he say anything about me?" Lu Qi had already commenced his game, glancing at Thor as it loaded. "Not much was said, only that it is highly probable you will not ascend to the throne." Thor let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Indeed, I'm unfit for kingship. My strength is still too feeble." Memories of his helplessness in the shadow dimension flooded back, the sensation of being watched by countless perilous foes, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. He was still too weak. However, gazing at the token around Lu Qi's waist, Thor comforted himself. "This individual is indeed my father's brother. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, I am not entirely without means of resistance. I possess the ability to fight back. As long as I continue to grow stronger, I shall be able to vanquish this uncle," thus equating Thor to. Lost in a peculiar reverie, Thor wore an odd smile and fell into silence. Coulson cast a curious glance at Thor, suppressing the impulse to wipe away his drool, and turned to Lu Qi, inquiring, "What do you perceive them to be? And how might their existence affect us?" Lu Qi regarded Coulson and replied, "Do not fret too much. They differ from the deities of mythology. You may envision them as technologically advanced extraterrestrials." Contemplating the primitive existence of Asgard compared to Kamar-Taj, Lu Qi suddenly became pensive but continued. "Their power is indeed considerable. They possess the Rainbow Bridge, capable of transporting vast armies, and it can also function as a planet-destroying weapon." Coulson wiped the rain from his face and pressed on. "Is there anything else?" "Only Odin," Lu Qi stated. "His might is not as overwhelming as depicted in mythology." Observing Coulson drawing nearer, Lu Qi casually remarked, "He cannot destroy the world, but shattering 2 planets is relatively straightforward." Lu Qi nonchalantly disclosed Odin's peak power, noting that the All-Father no longer wielded such strength, yet with his life on the line, he could still manage to obliterate a planet. Glancing at Thor, who was still lost in his whimsical fantasies, Lu Qi whispered to Coulson, "This fellow is the crown prince of Asgard. You understand? Although his status is slightly inferior to mine, he should not be disregarded. Do you grasp my meaning?" Feigning comprehension of the first layer of meaning while missing the second, Coulson observed the grinning Thor, pondering that preventing this individual from causing a diplomatic debacle on Earth was already a formidable challenge. Sighing, he decided it was best to report this matter succinctly to the director. Such significant affairs were beyond Coulson's purview, and he could only defer to his immediate superior, unaware that a covert agent had already transmitted some information outside. Chapter 48. Women? Pierce frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Once the subordinate had exited, he rubbed his temples. What has become of this world? A bewildering emergence of superheroes, followed by a surge of supercriminals. Now even gods have appeared. But the report claiming that Asgard is, in fact, extraterrestrial offered him some semblance of reassurance. What nonsense! Rainbow Bridge, planet-destroying artillery. The king of star-shattering. Could this truly be the Asgard of myth? It seems the imagination of the ancients was rather limited. Reclining in his chair, Pierce contemplated deeply. The Security Council had just approve the construction of a space carrier, yet they would first attempt to build a prototype to ascertain its utility, while the other several space battleships would have to wait a few years. Clenching his fists, Pierce realized that he had not anticipated such numerous variables before the plan's execution. Moreover, the situation has spiraled increasingly out of control. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce pressed a button, and shortly thereafter, a bald man entered the room. Sitwell, you must immediately upload all information regarding Lu Qi into the Sola algorithm. I need to ascertain whether he poses a threat to our plans. Sitwell nodded proficiently, adjusting his earpiece as he exited. Pierce exhaled with relief. The Insight program was indeed terrifying, yet its very essence lay in the Sola algorithm. By mastering the Sola algorithm, Hydra could identify those who might jeopardize their future and discreetly eliminate them. Over the years, Hydra had clandestinely removed thousands, yet this pace was still insufficient. According to the Sola algorithm, there were millions worldwide who could hinder their agenda. Thus, the Insight program was conceived. Simple, effective. By eradicating millions in a single sweep and repeating this several times, they could effortlessly eliminate those pesky nuisances. The tide is in my favor. Pierce clenched his fist. But the next moment, a knock resonated at the door. Fury entered his office, observing Pierce seated behind the desk, and slowly approached him. Are you gathering information on Lu Qi? Pierce was taken aback. How did Fury know? A brief moment of reflection revealed the answer. Why are you being so cautious? You even classified his information as confidential? Pierce rose to pour a cup of coffee, sliding it towards Fury. Fury took a sip, his expression unchanged. Pierce felt a wave of relief wash over him. This fellow's origins are shrouded in mystery, entangled with Howard Child, involved with the Hulk. And now even the Asgardians have been drawn into his affairs. I sense he may be problematic. Fury nodded. I have already conducted an assessment, and the result is no issues. There is no need for you to investigate him further. It would be a waste of time. Instead, it would be more prudent to request additional funds from the Council to expedite the construction of the new headquarters. After stating this, Fury departed. Pierce sighed in relief. He had nurtured Fury and was well aware of his capabilities. Fury was exceptionally competent, arguably the finest agent, yet this was not advantageous for them, considering they were Hydra, and Fury was their adversary. A plan must be devised. While Fury was highly useful, recalling the Sola algorithm's evaluation of Fury, Pierce resolved that this tool could not remain for long. Outside the door, Fury discreetly expelled the detoxification tablet from his mouth and discarded it into the trash can. Never trust anyone, a lesson imparted by Pierce. As he walked, Fury pondered. Where did Pierce obtain information about Thor? Upon learning of Thor's origins, he had instructed the agents to report solely to him. What were Pierce's true intentions? Why was he embedding personnel among that group of agents? Fury remained unaware of Pierce's affiliation with Hydra, but resolved to investigate him discreetly. Standing before the elevator, Fury pressed the button, and the elevator swiftly arrived. Observing Sitwell inside, Fury nodded and allowed him to proceed first. Sitwell, taken aback by Fury's presence, nonetheless composedly offered a salute before making his way to Pierce's office. Fury glanced at Sitwell's retreating figure before stepping into the elevator. Pierce watched as Fury departed, only to be joined by his deputy. What were the results? He inquired. The findings indicate that Lu Qi poses no threat to our plans. Pierce exhaled with relief. The Sola algorithm, a brilliant creation of Dr. Sola, typically yielded results consistent with observational data. After a moment of contemplation, Pierce decided to have Sitwell attempt to win Lu Qi over. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, who was blissfully engrossed in his game, a multitude of eyes were upon him. Meanwhile, Thor, having been lost in laughter for quite some time, finally recalled that a woman awaited his return outside. After donning his battle attire, he soared into the sky. As for returning to Asgard, he claimed that his father had yet to forgive him, thus he would not return. In truth, it was not that he could not return, but that he simply did not wish to. While immersed in his game, the internet suddenly cut out. Coulson, why is the internet down all of a sudden? Lu Qi called out, but received no response. Turning around, he found himself once again drawn into the mirror realm by the two formidable figures. Odin appeared notably elated. After all, his child had finally awakened divine powers, leading him to feel that retirement was on the horizon. So, you still do not intend to allow Thor to return to Asgard? Are you still testing him? Lu Qi inquired of Odin. perplexed by the thought that Thor might linger on Earth with Jane for decades. Thor's powers have awakened, and they will continue to grow over time. His location matters little. As for testing him, Thor has already passed. To become the great general of Asgard, one merely needs strength and the ability to comprehend commands. As for the king, I will test Loki. Goodness, your expectations of Thor are so low. Just understanding commands suffices. However, it is true that if Loki ascends to the throne, Thor, as his only supporter, will certainly heed his brother's words. Yet, the implication in Odin's words startled Loki. The notion that he might leave Asgard to a frost giant was astonishing. Nevertheless, one can develop feelings for a dog after thousands of years, let alone for Loki. Loki was disinclined to dwell on Odin's thoughts. All that mattered was that Odin would come riding his 8-legged steed, clad in battle armor, to rescue him in times of peril. As for seizing control of the Asgardian throne, please, he was utterly unskilled at strategic games, let alone usurping another's throne. Glancing at his phone, Loki anxiously remarked, "Is there anything else? I need to get back to my game. Can we expedite this?" In an attempt to elucidate to his parents the impossibility of pausing an online game, he cast a glance at Odin, who promptly retrieved a tome from his robes. This unfamiliar yet familiar scene stirred a sense of anticipation within Loki, reminiscent of the thrill he felt when he had once handed him several coordinates of the dark dimensions with an air of grandeur. These are the coordinates of the dark dimensions that Asgard has meticulously gathered over the millennia. However, after 1,000 years, many of these dimensions may have evolved into intermediate dimensions, altering their coordinates, yet there should still be a considerable number available for use. Loki eagerly accepted the coordinates, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Is there anything else you wish to impart? I can wait as long as necessary." Yet, Odin remained silent, while gestured for Loki to hasten back to the game, lest he be penalized for idling. Upon returning to the material realm, the game swiftly reconnected. Amidst the puzzled inquiries from his teammates, Loki boldly declared, "The Earth Guardians and the King of Gods summoned me to discuss matters. I have pressing engagements, so I must take my leave." He exited the game without regard for the barrage of question marks from his teammates. Retrieving his small book, he called Modu, instructing him to prepare for combat. As he entered the dark dimension and observed Modu leading the mage corps, Loki casually selected a coordinate. "Apologies. The coordinate you have chosen is invalid." Awkwardly, Loki glanced at Modu's serious expression, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Seizing a moment when Modu was distracted, he hastily selected another coordinate. "Apologies." Loki was at a loss. How long had it been since Odin provided these coordinates? One after another, they were all invalid. After randomly clicking 10 times, he finally uncovered 7 valid coordinates. Among them, 2 were classified as primary dimensions, while the rest were minor dimensions devoid of enemies. With a sigh of relief, Loki noted that there were only 2 primary dimensions. He resolved to take his time with single draws next time, as the prospect of an unexpected golden outcome was rather daunting. He issued commands for the Shadow Legion to conquer one of the primary dimensions, while the other would be held in abeyance for the time being. Loki's prowess had vastly surpassed that of his initial encounter with Andrews. His Shadow Legion was now capable of conquering primary dimensions. As for the other dimension, Modu and his companions had already summoned a massive magical shield composed entirely of dark energy. The pure dark energy manifested its capabilities, boasting a defensive strength that far exceeded their previous magical shields. Visually appealing, the shield's consumption was nearly 5,000 points per second, sufficient to withstand the energy bombardments of Ur. After 2 hours of combat, one of the primary dimensions was vanquished, while Modu and his allies maintained their magical shield at the entrance, effectively barring entry. Meanwhile, Loki quietly cast a formidable silent spell upon the opposing dimension's master, rendering them hesitant to reveal themselves. Contentedly, Loki settled back, observing his subordinates' relentless efforts. "Continue to strive. Who knows, I might double my strength by tomorrow." Silently encouraging Modu and his companions, he sent his legion to assault another primary dimension. Several hours later, the lord of the opposing dimension, having uttered a harsh declaration, fled without a trace. Loki felt a tinge of regret for not obtaining the coordinates of their world, while simultaneously directing Modu and his team to gather the remnants. Once the battlefield was cleared, Lu Qi guided the Shadow Realm to devour these dark dimensions, accumulating nearly 3 million units of extractable energy. What a delight! After a long absence, witnessing his data continually rise brought an uncontainable smile to Lu Qi's face as he exited the Shadow Realm. "What brings you such joy?" asked Coulson, who was currently overseeing agents as they packed up the base along with several meters of earth beneath it. "I didn't pull any gold in 10 consecutive draws." Ignoring Coulson's puzzled expression, Lu Qi turned to leave. "What is with him?" Coulson mused, but the urgency of the relocation task took precedence, so he did not pursue Lu Qi further. Meanwhile, Lu Qi made his way to the town and happened upon Thor, clad in stylish attire, strolling with Jane, followed closely by Daisy and Dr. Eric, who exuded the aura of singlehood. "Hey, uncle!" Thor spotted Lu Qi first, calling out loudly while waving. This fellow truly is socially anxious. Lu Qi found himself somewhat exasperated as the crowd around them watched him and Thor. With a sigh, he covered his face and approached Thor. "Hey, uncle, this is my new friend, Jane." Thor enthusiastically introduced her to Lu Qi, completely forgetting the presence of the two others. "Hello, but didn't you say you didn't know Thor? How can you be his uncle?" Jane questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Lu Qi. "Because at that time, I had yet to befriend his father. Thus, I was not yet his uncle," Lu Qi explained nonchalantly, addressing only the latter part of her inquiry. However, it was apparent that he had successfully diverted their attention. "So, are you all out shopping?" "Yes, Jane is currently introducing me to the customs of Midgard. I mean Earth," Thor said, sounding rather foolish, and Lu Qi sighed. The fellow was clearly smitten. "No, as his uncle, how can I allow him to spiral further into this folly?" Lu Qi gestured for Thor to join him. "If you wish to learn about Earth's customs, mere shopping will not suffice. How about engaging in an exhilarating battle game?" "Battle? Game? How do those two words even connect?" Thor looked quizzically at Jane, who was equally bewildered by Lu Qi's words. Lu Qi procured a new phone, downloaded a certain game, and guided Thor through a trial. Then, damn it, how dare this fellow let the great god of thunder perish? "Unforgivable!" Thor shouted in fury, struggling to contain the electricity coursing through him from damaging the fragile device in his hands. Jane had already distanced herself 3 meters from Thor, fearful that the electricity might harm her, while Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction. "Thor, you are still youthful. You do not comprehend. Women, they merely..." Forgetting entirely that Thor himself possesses several centuries of age, Lu Qi chuckled, pondering what amusement women could possibly bring. Is not the thrill of gaming far more enticing? Casting a glance at the exasperated Jane, Lu Qi did not intend to act in such a manner. Rather, it was a deliberate choice. It is crucial to recognize that as an Asgardian, Thor could live for millennia. Should he follow in his father's footsteps, his lifespan could extend even further. And what of Jane? If fortune smiles upon her, she might see a century, but if fate is unkind, she could just as easily meet her demise in a traffic accident tomorrow. What future could possibly await them? Their current feelings are nothing more than transient hormonal fluctuations. Although puzzled as to why Asgardians would experience such hormonal surges with Earthlings, Lu Qi found no desire to delve into this peculiar physiological phenomenon. For now, his intention was to encourage them to maintain a distance, to cool off, and to gain clarity regarding their emotions. If parting was destined, so be it. Of course, should their love endure, Thor merely needed to utter a few sweet words, and in time, as Lu Qi grew stronger, he could establish a pact with Jane, allowing her to prolong her existence. Presently, Lu Qi lacked the means to do so, yet if Dormammu could achieve such feats, there was no reason he could not in the future. As for the Ancient One and Odin, he merely provided dark energy. How they chose to wield it was their affair, or perhaps he could seek them out to learn the pertinent knowledge himself. Chapter 49. So, you're the one who smashed my phone, are you? Thus, under Lu Qi's fervent suggestion, the group ceased their shopping and opted for hamburgers. A splendid evening. Lu Qi reflected on how long it had been since he had engaged in gaming with anyone other than the ninjas. Tony and Coulson were either too preoccupied with the opposite sex or consumed by work, forced, leaving him without companions for gaming. Casting a glance at Jane, who was still awkwardly adjusting to the touchscreen of her phone, as well as a few novices who had just exited their games, Lu Qi envisioned himself dominating the arena, revered by them as a grand master seeking to guide them to victory. Inviting the other 4 into his team, he confidently initiated the matchmaking process. Your ranks are so low, we can only play matches together. Do not throw the game, I implore you. The others, noting Lu Qi's prestigious rank badge, assured him they would not falter. The game commenced swiftly, with Lu Qi charging forth from the base. The desire for carnage surged within him. Stealing a glance upwards, Lu Qi noticed the peculiar expressions on his companions' faces, yet they remained silent. A miscalculation. There are too many opponents. Do not panic. I can recover, Lu Qi hastily uttered, but his companions had already sensed something amiss. Finally, after several minutes, Lu Qi discreetly slipped into the restroom. Summoning a ninja, he handed over his phone. Here, take this and play. Observing the ninja adeptly transform his abysmal performance into a commendable one, their combined kills nearing 100, Lu Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ultimately, the ninja signaled a regroup and led his teammates in a final push to dismantle the enemy's base. Sighing in relief, Lu Qi reclaimed his phone and exited the restroom. Let's end a few first, or else it won't be challenging, Lu Qi explained to the others. I can't trust you. The 4 of them reached a tacit conclusion, but said nothing further. Thus began their joyful gaming adventure. That night, Lu Qi made 6 trips to the restroom. Fortunately, after Sim and Eric, the 2 doctors, grasped the game rules, they managed to hold their own, while Thor and Daisy sat beside Lu Qi, keeping an eye on him to prevent any further distractions. Ultimately, they managed to secure a few hard-fought victories without resorting to a substitute. Well, surrendering meant losing half, which was akin to winning half. A few more rounds, and it could be counted as a few wins. Before long, Lu Qi found himself abandoned by the group. Drinking soda alone. This game is truly fascinating. It presents a genuine challenge. Indeed, especially when teammates falter, as he watched the others animatedly discussing the game. With Thor nearly glued to Sim, Lu Qi exited the game and quietly left the burger joint. Odin, it's not that I refuse to assist you. Just look at Thor. He has chasing after women, all for a game. Such trivial pursuits have led you astray. Should we decide the victor of future battles through rock, paper, scissors? It's utterly disgraceful for the Asgardian royalty. Wait, am I not also considered a newly minted member of the Asgardian royalty? Shaking his head, Lu Qi lamented the absurdity of such a competitive game, where the pressures of reality seeped into the gaming world. I shall turn to single-player games. Fuming, he returned to his humble abode, wrapping himself in a blanket to sleep. Under the magical influence of the blanket, when Lu Qi next opened his eyes, it was already the following day. Upon accessing his system, he discovered that nearly 3 million energy points had been entirely depleted. Contemplating his options, he pondered whether to directly purchase ninja troops or expand his squad. Converting all troop types into ninja units, Lu Qi found he had 5,000 ninja troops, though he only possessed 3,000. Each ninja unit cost 510 points of dark energy. If he opted to buy ninja troops, setting aside enough energy for the limit, he could acquire approximately 3,800 units. However, purchasing merely 2,000 would suffice to reach the limit. This meant he could spend 122,000 energy points and still have 500,000 energy points reserved for upgrades. Gazing at the thick tome of coordinates provided by Odin instilled him with newfound confidence. First, upgrades. I shall fortify the squad during the Great Conflict, spending 122,000 energy points to reach the limit left him with 190,000 energy points, just 310,000 short. Lu Qi entered the shadow dimension, intending to engage in a few more shadow battles. This time, he was too impatient to wait for Modu and the others. He opted for single draws. After nearly 20 draws, he obtained 2 primary dimensions, 13 mini-dimensions, and 5 empty accounts, finally gathering the requisite energy. While awaiting the shadow troops to clear the dungeon, Lu Qi flipped through the book in his hands. Odin truly is a person of substance. Initially, I expected this book to contain at least 1,000 coordinates, ample for a long excavation, but several pages contained only a single coordinate. Could he not take a leaf from the Book of Ancient One? Observing the esteemed individuals from other realms, we find not only a bald figure, but also a steadfast guardian of the earth, diligently and pragmatically transforming the entire compendium of the Kamar-Taj's arcane tomes into a new edition. The coordinates provided are meticulously inscribed, demonstrating an admirable economy of paper usage. Upon first glance, the thickness of this volume led me to anticipate a plethora of coordinates, only to discover a cascade of oceanic entries. Each coordinate meticulously records the date of discovery and the discoverer, concluding with self-praise of remarkable prowess. Such is the nature of a prominent figure. Yet, even if this coordinate tome, akin in thickness to the Xinhua dictionary, were to evaporate in a blaze, it would still yield over 100 coordinates, rendering it immensely valuable despite some being mere placeholders, amounting to untold millions of dark energy. After a brief wait, the Shadow Legion completed their dungeon run, and Lu Qi instructed them to transport all spoils directly to Kamar-Taj before making his way to Thor. Though Odin professed to test Loki, the specifics of such trials remain ambiguous, fearing that Loki might yet unleash the destroyer. Despite Thor's awakening of divine power, unforeseen complications could arise. The sessions with abominations and the whiplash did not adhere to the film's narrative, and Lu Qi hesitated to guarantee against any peculiar developments. As he reached the energy cap, noon arrived, prompting Lu Qi to draw a circle into the small town. By the way, where do Jane and the others reside? It is indisputable that Thor is certainly accompanying Jane, yet Lu Qi remains unaware of their location. Just as he planned to dispatch his ninja troops for a thorough search of the town, several oddly attired individuals swaggered past him. Quite fortuitously, upon spotting Uncle Dragon, Robin Hood, and Sheena, Lu Qi smiled. This motley crew had been sent by the unwavering Heimdall to locate Thor and persuade him to return to the realm of gods. Following Loki's recent visit to the Frost Giant's homeland, Jotunheim. However, Loki had deliberately obscured his actions from Heimdall, leaving the latter unaware of Loki's true intentions. A true king would disdain such petty machinations. Heimdall harbored a deep-seated contempt for Loki's underhanded tactics, yet concern for Thor's well-being on Earth weighed heavily upon him. Unbeknownst to Thor, his brother harbored thoughts that were ill-fitted for a noble heart. As a steadfast supporter of Thor, Heimdall resolved to allow a few of Thor's companions to convey the happenings in Asgard, deftly circumventing the new king's edict against sending anyone to Earth. At that moment Heimdall, was merely at the tavern, surrounded by a multitude of witnesses, possessing ample alibis to assert that I had not opened the Rainbow Bridge to allow passage. Meanwhile, Lu Qi accompanied the peculiar group through the town until they located Thor, who was sweetly engaged in a duo with Jane. "Damn it! How dare you mock me, Thor, the god of thunder? I shall slay you 100 times. Thor muttered, his fingers incessantly gliding over his phone screen. "Thor has encountered an enemy," Vostag exclaimed. Vandal cast a careful glance, exclaiming, "He is roaring at that small box in his hand. The enemy must be trapped inside. It must be the sorcerer from Midgard. I have heard from mages of the Celestial Palace that the sorcerers of Midgard possess extraordinary abilities." Hogan added the final remark. Sif, standing nearby, seemed poised to interject, but Vostag had already dashed out. "Damn sorcerer, daring to insult the god of thunder, Thor." With precision, an axe cleaved through the mobile device in Thor's hand, leaving him unscathed. Lu Qi, hidden in the shadows, nodded in approval. This fellow's skills were commendable, though not on par with the ultimate techniques of the shadow ninjas, yet impressive enough to boast about. "Well done, Vostag. The 4 wild boars, 6 game hens, and that cow you sacrificed will be proud of you." Vandal stepped forward to deliver a few more strikes, while Hogan, observing the scene, found them lacking. He swung his warhammer, shattering the mobile device into fragments. Thor, fully engrossed in a critical game, found his device reduced to a cloud of dust at a pivotal moment. "Damn it! No time to converse with the trio from the Celestial Palace," he thought, rushing to Jane's side, only to witness their defeat due to his unexpected absence, as their base succumbed to an overwhelming assault. "Hey, Thor, it's wonderful to see you again," Vostag exclaimed excitedly, but Thor, surging with electric energy, sent Vostag crashing to the ground. "I am engaged in a sacred duel with the enemy. What are you all doing?" This was a crucial tournament. Moreover, they had only been apart for less than a day. How could they act as if months had passed, with sparks dancing in his eyes? Thor stepped forward and seized Vostag by the collar. "I thought you encountered the enemy. By the way, why can you summon lightning without your hammer?" Although Thor had not struck him down, Vostag still retained consciousness and posed a question in return. "I am the god of thunder, not the god of the hammer. Why can I not wield lightning without it?" Thor tossed Vostag aside onto a chair, only for Vostag to crush it beneath him. "Good heavens! You ought to lose some weight," Thor remarked, frowning. Sif entered the room, glancing at Vandal and Hogan, who dared not speak for fear of Thor's wrath, and sighed. Thor, calm down. We have urgent matters to discuss. Though Thor had been quite furious, encountering his friends and followers brought him immense joy. What brings you to Earth so suddenly? Sif stepped forward. We hope you can return to Asgard at once. Thor furrowed his brow, glancing back at Jane and the mobile device in her hand. My father has banished me. I shall not return to Asgard until I have earned his forgiveness. With a conflicted heart, Thor turned away, concealing the vulnerability in his eyes from his friends. However, shortly after your departure, the God King fell into a deep slumber, and with the support of the goddess, Loki ascended as the acting king of Asgard. Sif exclaimed anxiously, fearing that Thor might not grasp the gravity of the situation. But Loki has taken the throne. How splendid! Thor displayed no signs of anxiety or anger. After all, he was a devoted admirer of Loki. Moreover, after acquiring that small device the previous night, he had indulged in various games, one of which was a particularly challenging strategy management game that left him feeling quite dizzy. If ruling the kingdom entailed facing similar challenges daily, he might find himself exhausted at a pace surpassing Asgard's own demise. Rather than being a king in the rear, he yearned to be a valiant soldier on the front lines. Loki is far more suited to be king than I. Thor turned to Sif, speaking earnestly, apprehensive of being coerced back to manage tedious affairs of state. Sif, upon observing the sincerity in Thor's gaze, understood that this was his true sentiment. Yet she found it difficult to accept. After all, she had violated the new king's decree by following 3 fools to find Thor. Yet he showed no desire to return to Asgard. Just as Sif was in distress, Thor spotted Lu Chi outside the door. Hey, uncle. Ah, my dear nephew. What brings you here? Lu Chi replied with a smile as he entered. Thor bashfully scratched his head and pointed at the shattered remains of his phone on the floor, saying, My phone has been broken. Could you buy me a new one? Uncle? The 3 fools from the Celestial Palace and Sif were momentarily taken aback. How could Thor have an uncle they had never heard of before? Thor, when did you acquire an uncle? Vostag queried quietly, tugging at Thor's sleeve. He is my father's brother, recognized just yesterday. By lineage, he is indeed my uncle. Yesterday? The 3 fools instantly became alert. Thor was oblivious. Did they not know? The God King had fallen into slumber yesterday, and the goddess was steadfastly caring for him. How could he have sworn brotherhood with a Midgardian on the same day? It must have been that Thor had been deceived upon his arrival in Midgard by this fellow. They exchanged glances and silently readied themselves to confront Lu Chi. However, with a mere wave of Lu Chi's hand, a multitude of shadows morphed into ninjas, encircling them completely, numerous blades poised to ensnare them. Any movement would draw blood. Are you all this foolish? Lu Chi remarked, casting a glance at the twitchy Sif. Truly, like a Trax-like, upon revealing his identity, they all seemed eager to pounce on him. No wonder they were Thor's entourage. Their thought processes must be remarkably similar. Sif discreetly withdrew her hand from the spear on her back, offering an awkward smile. I believe that after the God King's brotherhood with you, he would surely provide you with something as proof. At long last, a fellow who is not a mere brute has appeared. One must wonder just how low the average intelligence of the Asgardians truly is. Lu Chi retrieved the token bestowed upon him by Odin from a ninja soldier, feeling somewhat speechless. The object was rather cumbersome, and hanging it from his waist felt akin to carrying the keys to an entire building in Guangdong. Quite uncomfortable. Must I always reveal my identity to the Asgardians by producing this token? Is there not some intelligent recognition system in place to identify individuals? After all, they're a race that has evolved for millennia. One would expect their technological advancements to surpass those of primitive tribes. Sif offered an awkward smile. Yet the palpable aura of divine kingship emanating from the token suggested that the matter might be more complex than it appeared. Shouldn't he, the king of the gods, be in slumber? How could he possibly be out in the world, forming alliances with a Midgardian? And if he were awake, why would he not attend to Loki's antics? Lu Chi waved dismissively at the ninja soldiers, releasing the trio of fools from the Celestial Palace, and pushed away Thor, who had approached him in a state of desperation. Truly, engaging with these individuals only served to diminish one's dignity. Just as Lu Chi was about to seek a chair to rest, a cacophony erupted from outside. Chapter 50. Right turn to enter the Asgard high-speed loop. What is happening? Lu Chi had not heard the sound of the destroyer unleashing its laser devastation. Loki was certainly not one to let the destroyer engage in stealthy antics. Lu Chi pondered how such a massive being could possibly move silently, unless... Stepping out of the room, Lu Chi directed his gaze toward the source of the uproar. What on earth? A swarm of blue creatures emerged onto the streets. Though these were no ordinary small sprites, they stood at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters. Frost giants! Thor exclaimed in astonishment, summoning his formidable hammer with a flick of his wrist. Damn those frost giants! I shall cleave them in twain. Vostag brandished his dual axes, while the other 3 prepared to charge alongside Thor. This was their battle strategy. Thor turned to signal the group to prepare for an assault, only to notice Jane's expression of concern and fear, along with the 2 other ordinary individuals. He hesitated. I believe we must first evacuate the surrounding populace. I will stand with you to confront them. Jane, you must assist in the evacuation. With that, Thor intended to lead the astonished trio from the Celestial Palace and sift forward, but instead collided with the back of Lu Chi's head. Ow! Watch where you're going. Lu Chi rubbed the back of his head. Thor's strength was indeed formidable, and his audacity was remarkable, especially since he could send Iron Man Tony flying with a mere impact. Apologies, Uncle, but the situation is dire. Could you possibly... Thor was cut off as Lu Chi waved his hand, summoning a multitude of figures. Rescue the innocents and crush the enemies. When did the frost giants dare to emerge without the mages in sight? Belonging to the mage, Lu Chi said fiercely. Countless shadows dispersed. Lu Chi turned to glance at the stunned individuals, and with a swift motion, he delivered a walnut to Thor. And one more thing, watch where you walk. With that, he stealthily proceeded towards the lair of the frost giant, as the troll soldiers moved at a slower pace, making it more efficient for him to escort them. Thor scratched his head and glanced back at the group from the Celestial Palace. My uncle is quite formidable. Loki stood in the empty hall of the Divine Realm, where the air shimmered with ripples. I have fulfilled your request and dispatched someone to assassinate Thor. Now, where is the box of ice? The figure of the frost giant king, Lao Fei, emerged from the rippling air, his voice dark and somber. Loki, wielding the spear of eternity, caressed the intricate patterns etched upon it. Are you certain your men can kill Thor? Ridiculous. If Odin had not been present last time, your corpses would already be a part of Jotunheim. Loki raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Once Thor is dead, he will be the sole heir of Odin. Yet, why did he feel a twinge of sorrow? Loki. Lao Fei watched Loki in silence for a moment, his tone growing colder. I hope you understand that Odin will not allow a fratricidal prince to ascend to the throne. Fratricide? Thor? Loki scoffed inwardly, gazing at Lao Fei through the ripples, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Of course I know, but I have one more task for you. You wish to go back on your word? No. A glint of madness sparkled in Loki's eyes. Since Odin will not permit a fratricidal prince to be king, then you must kill Odin. That would resolve everything. Observing Laufey's astonishment, Loki's smile widened. What do you think? Odin is currently in a deep slumber. Just approach him quietly, and with a gentle touch, he will depart from this world forever. Laufey's eyes revealed uncertainty, yet he was undeniably intrigued. If he could eliminate Odin and seize the box of ice, no one in Asgard could defeat him. Hela smiled silently. Very well, but I will need your assistance. You must help me enter Asgard, for the gatekeeper does not favor our kind. Do not worry, I will handle him. Lu Chi swiftly arrived beside the group of frost giants. Observing how these beings skillfully manipulated their bodies to condense ice, contemplating that keeping one as an air conditioning unit could be quite advantageous. However, with newfound wealth, why should he fear the expense of air conditioning? Lu Chi unleashed a swarm of troll soldiers, the 2-meter-tall frost giants appearing as mere dwarfs before them. Upon detecting the enemy, the group of blue-skinned beings conjured icy spikes with their hands, launching them at the troll soldiers. Yet, the seemingly hard ice spikes inflicted no significant damage. For the massive bodies of the troll soldiers, the small wounds were akin to mere mosquito bites. Moreover, the shadow ninjas lacked blood in their bodies, rendering them impervious to the detriments of bleeding injuries. The troll battalion, having withstood an onslaught, launched a counterattack. Their colossal hands seized the heads of several frost giants, and with a mere exertion of force, crushed them to oblivion. Not finding the tactile sensation satisfactory, The troll soldiers refrained from further cranial destruction and instead formed their hands into massive fists, striking down upon the surviving frost giants with ferocity. Undoubtedly, the frost giants shattered like inferior glass products. In no time, this batch of frost giants was eradicated. Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of a considerable number of frost giants still remaining. "Oh, my dear nephew, your esteemed uncle is quite inclined to deliver a vigorous kick to your posterior with the toe of a polished shoe." Lu Qi directed a few troll soldiers towards a specific location, while dispatching several ninja and assassin troops to scout the enemy, and then hastened towards the next destination. He made several rounds through the town, enabling the Shadow Battalion to swiftly reach various locations and retaliate against the frost giants. Indeed, retaliation here implies that if you touched me, I would swiftly obliterate your head. Even the basic unit, the ninja, now boasted a physical prowess 16 times that of an ordinary human, making them more than capable of dealing with a few frost giants. Furthermore, the number of ninjas, exceeding 1,000, was likely equal to or greater than that of the encroaching frost giants. After half an hour of counterattacks and reconnaissance, Lu Qi confirmed that no frost giants dared to linger in the town, and he returned to the square where the townspeople were being sheltered. It must be said, these individuals were remarkably fierce. Upon sighting the frost giants, they brandished shotguns in their direction. Although the impact was minimal, the spirit was commendable. To safeguard those eager to engage in battle, Lu Qi ordered nearly 3,000 ninja soldiers to confine them within square. In truth, such a multitude of ninjas was unnecessary for dealing with the frost giants. Somewhat fatigued, Lu Qi held a bundle of wheat, which the ninja soldiers had acquired from an unknown source. "The issue has been resolved. You may return home. By the way, does anyone know to whom this wheat and speaker belong?" Lu Qi called into a microphone a few times, then summoned the shadow ninjas back to the shadow realm. "Thank you," a boy exclaimed, holding an ice cream, addressing one of the ninja soldiers. Earlier, he had merely mentioned feeling a bit warm and desiring ice cream, and unexpectedly, a passing ninja soldier had procured one for him. The ninja soldier turned back, nodding in acknowledgement, before vanishing into shadows and returning to the shadow dimension. The problem has been resolved. Lu Qi stealthily navigated around the crowd's blockade and returned to Jane's experimental base, where Thor and the inhabitants of the Celestial Palace were safeguarding Jane and a few unexpected arrivals who had fled here. "Thanks, although I'm unsure of your superhero identity. Your armor is quite impressive." A boy boldly embraced Thor as he passed by, eliciting a peculiar smile from Thor. "That smile of yours gives me the impression that you ought to spend some time in jail to reflect," Lu Qi remarked disdainfully as he appeared before Thor. "So, has the issue been resolved?" Thor joyfully exclaimed. "Just a few minions, nothing significant. By the way, are you considering heading home for a visit?" "What's the matter?" Thor, a rather brawny fellow, seemed oblivious to the true nature of the situation. "It's nothing you need to comprehend, but I believe it would be prudent for you to return and take a look." Lu Qi shrugged. After all, Heimdall has yet to intervene in the frost giant's interdimensional travels, which gives rise to a rather unsettling feeling, especially since your father remains in slumber. Lu Qi's casual remarks caused Thor's brow to furrow in concern. "Uncle, what exactly are you trying to convey?" Thor discreetly glanced at Sif, who nodded in affirmation. "Very well, I suppose it is time for a visit," Thor promptly declared, only to notice Jane's stunned expression. "Don't worry, Jane, with the Bifrost, I can return to Midgard. Earth at any time." Thor chuckled, as Jane wiped away the unexpected tears and proceeded to drive, taking the group to a quiet location. "Hey, Coulson, step aside. Some folks need to pass through," under the playful banter of the trio from the palace. The group arrived at the portal to Earth. "Have you dealt with those blue creatures?" Coulson casually inquired, allowing the obstructing agents to step aside. "Once again, you've managed to have me do your dirty work without compensation," Lu Qi remarked nonchalantly as they quickly reached the Bifrost transport site. "Wait for me," Thor said to the reluctant Jane. Turning to Coulson, "It seems you have taken something from my friend. I would appreciate its return." "Its requisition, sir. We will promptly return Ms. Foster," Coulson replied, somewhat awkwardly. "That's clearly theft," Jane quietly protested, but her words resonated throughout the gathering. Coulson forced a polite smile. Yet Thor's unique status and the intelligence that Lu Qi had revealed rendered him hesitant to act rashly. He quickly arranged for someone to fetch Jane's belongings. hoping to prevent any further outbursts, while maintaining his composure. Thor nodded in satisfaction at this arrangement. "Uncle, would you care to join me in Asgard for a visit?" Observing Lu Chi's playful demeanor, Thor called out. Well, a new adventure does sound appealing. Lu Chi promptly canceled his matchmaking and approached Thor. "Coulson, I'm going to take a little trip as well. Please inform Tony to avoid disrupting my travels. Having ventured off to outer space, what concern could he have about being disturbed?" Yet Coulson had no choice but to nod mechanically. As everyone prepared, Thor cleared his throat. "Heimdall, open the Bifrost." Thor called out with great authority, but a minute passed in silence with no response. "Brother, are you capable of executing this task?" Lu Chi cast a disdainful glance at Thor, causing Thor's expression to falter slightly. "Heimdall, I know you can see us. Open the door quickly." At last, a powerful beam of energy descended from the heavens, swiftly transporting Lu Chi and the others from Earth to Asgard. "Quite exhilarating, even more so than a roller coaster," Lu Chi remarked, while Thor, noticing the frost-laden Heimdall, felt an ominous premonition. "Heimdall, what has happened to you?" Thor gently lowered Heimdall to the ground, where the latter appeared exceedingly weak, speaking slowly. "Loki has taken the frost giants to assassinate the king. You must stop him." "What?" Thor exclaimed, taken aback, yet he dared not linger and promptly took flight. "Aren't you waiting for me?" Lu Chi shouted, but Thor had already flown far away. "You all should take him to another location. This place is damp with melting ice, which is detrimental to the wounded's recovery." Lu Chi casually fabricated a reason, urging the other warriors to assist Heimdall elsewhere, while he prepared to stealthily approach the palace. King Defa. Lu Chi revealed himself on the Rainbow Bridge. To his surprise, the bridge served as an energy transmission conduit, imbued with potent energy that prevented Lu Chi from passing through stealthily. "What bad luck," Lu Chi lamented, having no choice but to take flight, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Gazing at the distant palace, Lu Chi felt exasperated. Constructing such an elongated bridge surely made this journey the most time-consuming part of any military expedition. Nevertheless, his speed was not negligible, reaching nearly 1,000 meters per second in flight, while his ground stealth speed exceeded 10,000 meters per second. He could have taken off directly, if only the dark energy adhered rigidly to the rules established by that man, which thwarted his ascent. Moreover, his velocity was so rapid that he struggled to react. Yet this very fact allowed him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Not long after, Lu Chi arrived before the magnificent palace. "Goodness, does it not tire you to maintain such a vast residence? Surely, even a trip to the restroom must take 10 minutes." Observing the colossal palace, Lu Chi momentarily found himself at a loss as to which direction to take. After waiting for a while, just as he was contemplating a gamble with fate and searching for a branch, he suddenly spotted the Rainbow Bridge activating in the distance. When did they slip past? Alas, the palace was so expansive, with an abundance of structures, severely obstructing his line of sight, leaving Lu Chi unaware of how those two had managed to reach that point. With a sigh, Lu Chi took to the skies once more, pondering how these young individuals seemed oblivious to the need to respect the elderly, unaware of the difficulties faced by those whose legs were not as spry. He resolved that when he finally met Odin, he would insist on erecting a plethora of signposts. Otherwise, navigating such a vast palace would be an insurmountable challenge. He had already envisioned what the signposts would convey. Turn right at the first intersection for the prison. Turn right again in 400 meters for the path leading into the prison. Continue straight to reach Odin's chamber of slumber. It is advised to turn left ahead into the alley to access the high-speed route out of Asgard. Chapter 51. The Cosmic Emperor Thanos, after a prolonged absence. Lu Chi returned to witness Thor unleashing a bolt of lightning that sent Loki sprawling from the teleportation hall. It was evident that Thor had fully awakened his divine powers, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat abilities. With ease, he dispatched Loki, then glanced back at the activated Bifrost Bridge. Recalling the Frost Giants' audacious intrusion into the treasure chamber and their deployment of forces to wreak havoc on Earth, Thor scoffed, yet he refrained from halting the Bifrost. Has the plot shifted so drastically? Lu Chi mused, taken aback by Thor's decision not to prevent the destruction of Jotunheim. However, he was indifferent to the matter, harboring no fondness for the Frost Giants. His primary concern lay with the unfolding narrative and Odin's stance on these developments. Although he could not discern Odin's presence nearby, Lucci was certain that the All-Father was observing from a concealed vantage point. As he landed on the bridge, Lucci spotted Loki, who had just risen to his feet a short distance away. Upon seeing Thor, who had not deactivated the Bifrost, Loki erupted into laughter. What has transpired? Could you enlighten me? With the plot having shifted so dramatically, Lucci could not guarantee that the exchange between the two brothers in the Hall of Sleep would mirror that of the film. He used our father as bait to lure the Frost Giant King into Asgard and kill him. Lucci had initially assumed that Loki would orchestrate the assassination of their father by the Giant King Laufey, thereby securing the throne of Asgard for himself. However, he was astonished to discover that Loki had instead turned the tables and slain Laufey. Yet, upon noticing Lucci, Loki's expression shifted drastically, as if he had glimpsed something that should not exist in this world. Thor sensed the discord and, after a tense standoff with Loki, uncovered that it was Loki who had persuaded Laufey to send assassins after him. Subsequently, Loki wielded the Eternal Spear to hurl Thor aside before fleeing the Hall of Sleep, directly heading for the Bifrost and directing it toward the realm of the Frost Giants. At that moment, Thor began to fathom Loki's intentions, eliminate him, and thereby render Loki the sole prince. By claiming the glory of vanquishing King Laufey and destroying the giant realm, he could ascend to the throne of Asgard. Unbeknownst to Thor, Loki also planned to dispatch the destroyer to Earth to eliminate all remnants of the past Frost Giants, returning with witnesses who had seen Thor fall at the hands of the Frost Giants, thereby obscuring the truth even from Odin. However, Thor's survival thwarted this elaborate scheme. In the eyes of the Asgardians, Thor, who led the charge, would always be deemed more worthy of the throne than the scheming Loki lurking in the shadows. Recognizing his defeat, Loki lamented not the failure of his cunning, but the burdens of his identity. In an unexpected turn of events, he had inadvertently touched the Frostbox, only to find his skin transformed into a shade of blue, evoking memories of the race vanquished by Odin. He recalled how Odin had favored Thor since childhood, bestowing upon him the mighty hammer and allowing him to gain prestige within the military, while Loki was left to master the sorcery that Thor scorned. In this moment, it seems that all has been revealed. Observing the Rainbow Bridge's continuous emanation, Loki's laughter gradually transformed into a choked sob. His feelings towards the Frost Giants are profoundly intricate, raised in a belief that the Frost Giants are an evil and brutish race. The sudden realization that he belongs to this lineage leaves him bewildered and tinged with a sense of inferiority. Yet, as he gazes at Thor, who basks in the adoration of countless spectators, Loki's heart swells with yearning for such acclaim, prompting him to orchestrate these events. Looking at his hands, Loki envisions the countless kin who have perished because of them. Perhaps the Frost Giants are indeed a race marked by filth, selfishness, and brutality. For he too embodies these traits. Thor, glancing at the Rainbow Bridge, sighed in relief upon realizing it was not directed towards Earth, initially fearing Loki intended to obliterate the planet. As for the Frost Giants, Thor dismissed any concern for their fate. He swiftly approached his brother, seizing Loki by the collar, only to notice an unsettling expression on his face. "Loki, what troubles you?" In one fleeting moment, Thor, who had contemplated reprimanding his wayward brother, found all previous thoughts erased from memory. "Brother, do you still think of me as such?" Loki looked up at Thor, his voice laced with disbelief. "How to be otherwise? No matter your actions, you remain my brother," Thor replied earnestly, their gazes locked in an intense exchange. Suddenly, the atmosphere of fraternal affection was shattered by the click of a camera. Uncle?" Thor looked at Lucci with confusion. "Apologies, I forgot to mute it. Please, carry on." Lucci hastily silenced the camera and continued capturing the moment. Observing their interactions, Lucci contemplated what captions to inscribe beneath the photographs. Knowing well that Asgard lacks the concept of legal counsel, Thor cast a resigned glance at Lucci before addressing Loki. "You may not yet be acquainted with him. This is Lucci, who yesterday swore brotherhood with our father, making him our uncle." Sworn brotherhood with Odin? Just yesterday? Suddenly recalling Odin's serene, slumbering form, Loki felt an unsettling disquiet. Lucci, sensing the shift, promptly produced the identity token bestowed by Odin to prevent Loki from labeling him an imposter. Yet, as Loki beheld the token, a tumultuous wave of emotion surged within him. If Odin had indeed forged a brotherly bond with this Midgardian yesterday, how could he be in slumber? Or perhaps, Loki appeared to regain his composure, pushing Thor away and creating some distance between them. "So, it was you who thwarted my plans, uncle?" A transformation overtook Loki, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed his eyes upon Lu Chi. "What has befallen you?" Lu Chi inquired, perplexed by Loki's demeanor. Yet he soon noticed something amiss in Loki's eyes. Specifically, the color of Loki's pupils had shifted to a dim, ominous yellow, a sight that stirred a sense of familiarity within Lu Chi, reminiscent of a previous encounter. As Loki reminisced, he suddenly raised his hand and propelled Thor away with the eternal spear, then unleashed a torrent of lasers toward Lu Chi. What was happening? Lu Chi swiftly released dark energy to counter the assault, easily withstanding the onslaught with his rapid energy regeneration of 11,200 per second. However, being struck without retaliation was not his style. Glancing at his casual footwear, Lu Chi regretted not wearing his dress shoes today. Yet he resolutely advanced step by step toward Loki despite the barrage. Realizing his attacks were ineffectual, Loki discarded the eternal spear and retrieved the frostbox. Observing the spreading blue and pale patterns on his hand, Loki smiled at Lu Chi before decisively opening the frostbox, releasing a chilling aura. Lu Chi, wary of the advancing cold, capable of affecting even Heimdall, released dark energy forward in an attempt to neutralize the frigid air emanating from the box. Although effective, the amount proved insufficient. Recognizing that he was not on Earth, Lu Chi sought to connect to the shadow dimension behind him, and soon succeeded. With a sigh of relief, torrents of dark energy surged forth from his back. Now endowed with over 200,000 energy, he was unafraid to engage in a battle of attrition with Loki. Though the Frostbox possessed the power to freeze an entire planet, it clearly could not unleash its full potential in Loki's hands. Thus, bolstered by a plethora of concealed energy reserves, Lu Chi not only withstood Loki's attacks, but also pressed forward relentlessly. Thor, stabilizing himself, witnessed this scene and shouted as he rushed over. However, a beam of energy unexpectedly shot from afar across the Rainbow Bridge, sending Thor flying. Another ray was aimed at Lu Chi, but he was prepared, deftly dodging as the beam struck the Rainbow Bridge beneath him, creating a massive hole and unleashing a torrent of energy. The assault on the Rainbow Bridge leading to Jotunheim finally ceased. Yet the bridge continued to channel energy toward the launch pad below. Lu Chi could already sense the increasingly volatile energy surging from the distant launch hall. If allowed to accumulate, their hidden enemies would merely need a single firecracker to ignite this bomb. What was happening? Lu Chi exclaimed, enveloped in dark energy as he resisted the shock wave of energy erupting from below. A figure suddenly appeared high above, observing the chaotic scene below. Waves of divine power emanated from him, intercepting the relentless barrage of attacks. Odin, with both hands gathered in divine might, unleashed a tremendous burst of energy that suppressed the destructive force of the Rainbow Bridge. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chi hastily retreated from the energy outpouring and searched the direction from which the rays had originated, yet saw nothing. Casting a glance at Odin, he noticed the Allfather was gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Lu Chi was taken aback, with the enemy shrouded in darkness and himself in the light. Odin could not falter at this moment. Concentrating the residual energy from the shadow dimension, it was forcefully channeled into Odin's body through a contract. After infusing over 100,000 units of energy, Odin's form finally stabilized. He nodded slightly at Lu Chi, extending his hand as the eternal spear broke free from the motionless grasp of Loki, soaring into Odin's palm. Infusing divine power into the eternal spear, Odin hurled it in a specific direction, and to his astonishment, a ship emerged from the void, exploding into existence. How could there be a ship? Lu Chi pondered, taken aback that an extraterrestrial vessel would dare approach the divine realm of Asgard, especially given Asgard's formidable reputation in the cosmos. Activate the air defense system, Odin commanded, and various transformations occurred throughout the celestial palace, revealing numerous cannon ports. However, in a rather embarrassing turn of events, only a fraction of these anti-aircraft weapons successfully fired, delivering a rather sparse barrage that illuminated the silhouettes of several ships. Odin furrowed his brow, realizing that Asgard, having long been free from the ravages of war, was now ill-prepared for such an assault. Yet the battle was far from over, and there was little time for reflection. Nodding at Lu Chi, he charged forth, enveloped in waves of divine energy, crashing through the void and sinking ship after ship. sustaining his explosive energy at a rate of 5,000 points per second. Lu Qi exhaled in relief as he witnessed the interstellar vessels plummeting from the sky, though his curiosity deepened regarding the identity of the fleet's origin. Footsteps echoed behind him, and upon turning, Lu Qi observed Asgardian guards rushing in, wielding an array of weaponry. Just as he intended to inform them that their assistance was unnecessary, he noticed the yellow glow flickering in their eyes. Something was amiss. Surveying his surroundings, he discerned that the damage inflicted by the cannon fire had obstructed energy transmission, and the assault on the Rainbow Bridge leading to Jotunheim had long ceased. Recognizing a region devoid of energy beyond the damaged area, Lu Qi hastily summoned a cadre of ninja warriors, commanding them to subdue the entranced guards. At this juncture, Lu Qi comprehended the nature of the attack. It was Thanos. Thanos wielded the Mind Stone, capable of controlling hearts and minds. In the original film, this gem was embedded within a scepter, requiring contact to exert its influence. However, it was evident that its powers were far more potent than previously perceived. A cadre of ninja warriors surged forward, swiftly overpowering the entranced Asgardians. Meanwhile, the distant ships dispatched a fleet of small airships, effortlessly evading the sparse anti-aircraft fire as they approached Lu Qi. Thor, having been propelled away by the cannon fire, returned just in time to confront these small vessels. Thus, Odin engaged the larger warships while Thor targeted the agile airships, the duo wreaking havoc upon their foes. Unfortunately, the sheer number of small airships allowed several to evade capture and breach the defensive line. Lu Qi suddenly spotted Loki making his way toward the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. He quickly instructed a ninja to intercept him. However, when a ninja successfully blocked Loki, they discovered that this Loki was merely a shadow. Suddenly, multiple Lokis appeared on the bridge, each emitting peculiar laughter as they approached the edge. "Do you believe you can escape?" Lu Qi decisively ordered the ninja to incapacitate the subdued guard, aiding them in a physical reset. He then commanded all the ninjas to halt Loki. He had yet to deliver a decisive blow to Loki, so allowing his escape was out of the question. Thousands of ninjas followed different Lokis as they leapt off the bridge, seamlessly catching one another in midair, while a few remained on the bridge to pull down their descending comrades, successfully capturing each Loki. Yet, to their astonishment, all of these were mere illusions. How could this be false? Lu Qi was perplexed, but then a thought struck him. Loki's signature trick. Turning around, he noticed an Asgardian guard rising, rubbing the back of his head, smiling at Lu Qi before leaping off the Rainbow Bridge. A strangely shaped airship swiftly approached, catching Loki and whisking him away. Damn! As a frost giant, Loki's resilience surpassed that of an ordinary Asgardian guard. The earlier blow had failed to incapacitate him. Lu Qi soared into pursuit, but a swarm of small airships attacked him from behind. What a bothersome swarm of flies! Lu Qi raised his hands, unleashing nearly 1,000,000 dark energies that surged like a colossal wave, crashing into the small airships and shredding them to pieces. Turning back, he saw the bizarre vessel erupting with an intense energy, warping the surrounding space before vanishing before Lu Qi's eyes. Lu Qi's expression darkened. Thanos. He had always thought the screenwriters were flawed. Loki merely sought the same attention as Thor and could never concoct a fratricidal scheme. But if Thanos was orchestrating malevolent machinations behind the scenes, everything fell into place. With the Mind Stone, Thanos could easily employ subtle tactics that went unnoticed. Lu Qi had assumed that Thanos would refrain from action as long as Odin was alive. Yet this fiend dared to engage in deception right under Odin's nose, taking advantage of Odin's compromised vision. Chapter 52. The ever-strengthening Shadow Legion. As the ship carrying Loki shifted away, the invisible warships in the void did not retreat. Instead, they recklessly opened fire upon the Rainbow Bridge, crashing into it. Odin withstood the bombardment of several warships, the eternal spear slicing through space into his grasp, gathering boundless divine power. A powerful beam of divine energy erupted forth, obliterating the amassed warships. Lu Qi gazed at the wreckage of the warships scattered across the starry sky, feeling as if even a certain matron paled in comparison to Odin's might. However, Odin's explosive display of power came at a significant cost, leaving Lu Qi's dark energy diminished to a mere fraction. With a swift strike, Odin annihilated the small airships entangled with Thor, landing grimly upon the Rainbow Bridge. Observing the disheveled palace guards, his expression grew increasingly severe. Very well. Not only do you dare to assault Asgard, but you also have the audacity to abduct my son. Whoever you are, I shall find you and then crush you slowly. Odin's solitary eye surveyed the surroundings, suddenly shouting towards the heavens, unleashing divine power that crushed several birds mid-flight. Meanwhile, Thanos clutched the Mind Stone, radiating with a yellow glow, when he suddenly trembled in pain. My lord? Ebony Maw inquired anxiously beside him. It's nothing. Loki has been brought in. We must remain hidden for a time, starting today. Confused, Ebony Maw asked, my lord, why provoke Odin, a renowned powerhouse in the cosmos? If he discovers us, we might. Thanos encased the Mind Stone within a device designed to shield its power from detection. After securing it in a hidden compartment, Thanos finally exhaled in relief. Confronting Odin made him quite apprehensive. After all, Odin's might was formidable enough to obliterate him and his fleet alone. Yet, he felt compelled to proceed. Darkness spread across Thanos' gaze, but as Ebony Maw was his most trusted and capable subordinate, Thanos did not mind sharing certain information with him. Recently, I successfully detected the presence of another Infinity Stone with the Mind Stone. Ebony Maw's eyes widened with delight. Each Infinity Stone was a famed treasure of the universe, and gathering all 6 could resolve any issue. Although they already possessed one Mind Stone, it was insufficient to achieve their ambitions. Bowing slightly, Ebony Maw implored, my lord, allow me to retrieve that stone for you. Thanos shook his head. That stone possesses the power of spatial distortion. It must be the Space Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones, and it is located in one of Odin's realms, on Earth. Ebony Maw paused, realizing the predicament. Having just offended Odin, they were now expected to venture into his backyard, akin to lighting a candle in a bathroom. Noticing his subordinate's bewilderment, Thanos dismissed his previous remarks. I initially intended for Loki, as Odin's son, to retrieve the Space Stone from Earth for me. However, plans have shifted. It would be more prudent to send Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive to Earth to obtain the Space Stone, with Loki accompanying them, and if necessary. We could use Loki as a bargaining chip for the stone, but Odin will not stand idly by. Ebony Maw protested, perplexed. Thanos chuckled softly, yet, do we not just slap him in the face? Should he catch wind of our activities, he will undoubtedly seek us out. However, part of the Rainbow Bridge has been destroyed, hindering his swift travel. This is our opportunity. Besides, he remains unaware that it was we who orchestrated this, does he not? Thanos suddenly recalled the Earthling who had appeared at the last moment, and an unsettling feeling washed over him. He had initially intended to manipulate Loki into slaying Thor, thereby provoking Odin and gauging his true strength. From the information he had gathered, it seemed that the power of the Asgardian gods would increase with age, yet their bodies would gradually become incapable of bearing such power, leading to their eventual collapse. He had anticipated that Odin would no longer be able to withstand that power, rendering him unable to wield much divine energy. However, Odin's performance today exceeded his expectations. That Earthling had disrupted nearly all of his plans. Even the elite frost giants had failed to eliminate Thor, and not even a few Earthlings had been slain. Thanos sensed that Odin's strength was somehow linked to that individual, especially considering that Odin had previously appeared on the brink of death, only to regain his vigor upon forming a bond with Lu Chi. This individual posed a significant threat. After pondering for a moment, Thanos addressed Ebony Maw. When Loki arrives, bring him to me. I must provide him with certain items before I can commence my plan. Unbeknownst to Lu Chi, Thanos had taken notice of him. Otherwise, he might have remained hidden in Kamar-Taj indefinitely. He directed the ninja warriors to assist in escorting the celestial guards back and approached Thor and Odin, who were engaged in conversation. How are things? Thor inquired, gazing at Lu Chi as he approached. Fear not. I merely had the ninja warriors incapacitate them. No one has died. However, they may experience some discomfort for the next couple of days, so I suggest they avoid wearing helmets while on duty, Lu Chi casually remarked. Then turned his attention to Odin. How are you feeling? I nearly exhausted my dark energy just now. Odin shook his head to indicate he was fine, using his single eye to gaze at the star he had pushed into the sky to serve as the sun. I never anticipated that after several decades, forces in the universe would dare to provoke me. Lu Chi found himself at a loss for words. Did this ancient being truly regard a mere few decades so lightly? That span of time was ample enough for him to be cradling great-grandchildren. He contemplated taking Thor back to Earth to procure some local specialties for Odin. But Odin continued speaking. I shall not let this matter rest. The warships that were destroyed belonged to various factions, including the Kree, the Collector, and the Nova Empire. And they were all manipulated by some unseen mastermind. Once I uncover the perpetrator, I shall ensure they are thoroughly dealt with. Even Jesus could not save them. He thought fiercely. Lu Chi shook his head. It was amusing that Odin had yet to identify the puppet master, yet he spoke so boldly. What if it turned out to be some superpower? As it stood, Asgard could very well find itself in ruins. However, after some consideration, Lu Chi resolved to disclose a bit of official information to Odin. From what I understand, the power controlling your guards likely originates from the Mind Stone, which, at present, should be in the possession of the cosmic tyrant, Thanos. Odin cast a surprised glance at Lu Chi, yet he harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of Lu Chi's information. It was quite possible that an old friend had conveyed this news through him, for time possesses a mysterious power. Nevertheless, was she not typically reluctant to offer assistance? Odin dismissed such thoughts, as the battle he had recently fought reminded him of his own conquests across the 9 realms in days of yore. With Lu Chi's aid, he was able to unleash a measure of power. Albeit limited, it sufficed to eliminate those shadowy puppeteers behind the scenes, a resolution beneficial to all. Were it not for the restriction on his abilities, would he truly engage in pretense with those who dared to scorn the majesty of Asgard? He was no mere benevolent ruler, but a renowned god of war, the very champion of Asgard. Given the circumstances, I shall have someone gather intelligence on Thanos and deliver to him a most formidable gift, Odin resolved, instructing Thor to prepare a chamber for Lu Chi. As Lu Chi had yet to explore Asgard thoroughly, he decided to linger for a few days. After all, the timing of the battle in New York was still a year away, and it was conceivable that the Space Stone was presently encased in ice alongside some solitary elder. As he walked alongside Thor, he admired the distinctly styled architecture of Asgard, occasionally pausing to capture images with his camera. After half an hour of strolling, they finally arrived at his designated room. Well, I believe it would be prudent for you to inform me of the location of the restroom, lest I lose my way in search of it, Lu Chi remarked, surveying the room, which exuded an air of cleanliness and luxury, yet lacked any obvious lavatory. There will be maidservants outside. You may inquire about any matters that perplex you, Thor casually replied, as if such a notion were entirely ordinary. Goodness, is this the opulent lifestyle of the landowners? Maidservants, indeed? Lu Chi pondered whether these attendants could assist with a backscrub. Glancing outside, he indeed spotted several maidservants clad in elaborate attire. How burdensome their garments appeared. One would think they were unperturbed by the heat. Disappointed, Lu Chi retreated into his room, surveying the decor, urging Thor to leave him be, for he longed for a moment of respite after all the exertion. With a casual gesture, he returned to New York and joyfully collapsed onto his own grand bed. A gilded cage may be splendid, but nothing compares to the comfort of one's own abode. Finding a comfortable position, Lu Chi activated his system. After several hours of energy harvesting, his reserves had reached 5.21 million, ample for him to enhance his physical capabilities. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade, feeling a tremor coursing through his body as monotony engulfed him. Opening the system interface, he observed that his physical prowess had escalated to 32 times that of an ordinary person, granting him an exhilarating sense of strength. However, his physique still lacked defined musculature, leading Lu Chi to sink back onto the bed in disappointment. At present, the system's energy extraction rate stood at 22,400 points per minute, while the energy recovery rate reached an impressive 22,400 points per second, further amplifying his burgeoning power. However, the system indicated that the next doubling of physical prowess would occur when a number of ninja soldiers reached 50,000, which left Lu Chi with a throbbing headache. 50,000 ninja soldiers would require over 100 million energy units, an utterly preposterous demand. Not to mention, the subsequent upgrades in physical prowess would also necessitate a staggering 50 million energy units, making Lu Chi feel as though the road ahead was dauntingly long. Gazing at the scant energy left to be tapped, Lu Chi called Mo Du, requesting him to bring a team for cleanup. And then he entered the shadow dimension to prepare for significant endeavors. Methodically navigating through each dimension, Lu Chi tested his fortuitous luck. Given the substantial enhancement in both the strength and number of his ninja legion, he felt no inclination to engage in single draws. Instead, he opted for a tenfold summon. Today, fortune smiled upon him, yielding 2 primary dimensions without any empty slots. Considering the enhancement from 16 times the typical individual to 32 times was indeed considerable. Lu Qi decided to have his troops simultaneously assault the 2 primary dimensions to determine if they could secure both. The process proved even easier than Lu Qi had anticipated. The enemies were hardly a match for his ninja soldiers, let alone the assassin ninjas and ogre warriors. Even the dimension's sovereign retreated in trepidation upon encountering the ogre warriors. Unwilling to engage, within mere minutes, these realms were effortlessly conquered, and Lu Qi found himself increasingly relaxed. Continuously clicking through coordinates as one dark dimension after another swiftly became part of the shadow world. He persisted in this endeavor until fatigue set in, finally pausing to reflect on the nearly 20-fold expansion of his coordinates. He marveled at the superiority of a power that had existed for millennia. Its reserves were incomparable to those of Ancient One. Apologies, Ancient One, but this round is decidedly yours to lose. In terms of wealth, resources, and arcane prowess, your magic may slightly outshine others. Observing his nearly 10 million energy units, Lu Qi felt a sense of newfound affluence. After exchanging a few words with Mo Du and his team, who were busy transporting spoils, Lu Qi returned to the material realm. Contemplating the over 1,000 million energy units at his disposal, he resolved to wait until that energy was fully harvested to purchase 7,000 ninja soldiers, reserving a few million for contingencies. After all, Odin was preparing to confront Thanos, and Lu Qi felt compelled to lend his support. Should Odin manage to vanquish Thanos, what a splendid outcome that would be. Checking the time, Lu Qi realized that an hour had already passed. He stretched and decided to take a brief nap, intending to assess the situation upon awakening. Enveloped in the warmth of his blankets, time seemed to fly. It felt as though the briefest moment of closing and opening his eyes had resulted in the passage of an entire day. Lu Qi stretched lazily and sat up. In truth, given his current physical condition, enduring a few sleepless nights would pose no significant issue. However, his biological clock, honed over 2 decades, made him feel drowsy at the appointed hour. Besides, what was the point of staying up late with nothing to occupy his time? Savoring a full meal and indulging in a restful slumber felt far more gratifying. Ultimately, Lu Qi believed that a good night's sleep was infinitely preferable to the tribulations of sleeplessness. Upon activating the system, a night passed, and Lu Qi's energy reached an astonishing 24 million. Indeed, the later stages of idle games are quite outrageous. Following the plan devised the previous night, Lu Qi purchased 7,000 ninja troops, expending 742,000 energy, leaving him with a remaining balance of 82 million. This total should suffice for Odin to venture forth and wreak havoc. Truly, behind every successful man there lies. Ahem. Lu Qi quickly composed himself, contemplating the scant energy he had left. He retrieved the book given to him by Odin and continued his lottery draws. As he drew, he comfortably mused about how fortunate it was that those intermediate dimensions could alter their coordinates. Otherwise, he might have encountered a formidable adversary. Surely, no one would ascend to a medium dimension without changing their coordinates, would they? Never mind, he thought, shaking off the notion. When in good spirits, one tends to wander in thought, and today he had already planted several flags. It is curious that while others only require expansive space to elevate to an intermediate dimension, he felt a distinct difference despite his own ample space. Lu Qi gazed at his shadow world in confusion. Was it not said that one could alter spatial coordinates? How was this done? Did he have to move it himself? After several hours of energy farming, Lu Qi decided to experiment with shifting the coordinates of the shadow world. And to his surprise, he found that he indeed could. The sensation was quite novel, akin to an experienced driver navigating the shadow dimension through the vast expanse of dimensional space. However, the dimensional realm was rather desolate, lacking in visual intrigue. After a while, Lu Qi's interest waned, and he resolved to return. What the? Where's my vast Marvel universe? Lu Qi, bewildered, realized he could not return to the Marvel world, leaving him utterly stunned. Chapter 53, A New World. After confirming multiple times that he truly could not return to the Marvel Universe, Liu Qi stood frozen in disbelief. Arriving at the portal to Kamar-Taj, he noticed that the portal was no longer dark, which added to his sense of despair. His impulsiveness had led him astray. With no one to guide him, he had recklessly traversed dimensions. Now, with his dimensional coordinates in disarray, how would he ever return? Hastily, he pulled out the coordinate book given by Odin, only to find that it offered no coordinates for the Marvel world. He was genuinely at a loss. Lacking the ability to communicate across dimensions with the likes of Ancient One, he felt utterly helpless. Yet, something stirred within him. He recalled the dark energy supply contract he had signed with Odin, realizing he could potentially use this connection to reach out to Ancient One. But how? Morse code? The problem was, Liu Qi had no knowledge of it. He was not one of those great figures who could traverse dimensions with ease. He needed to find a world to inhabit temporarily. Otherwise, he might starve to death, which would be quite tragic. If the civilization were advanced enough, perhaps he could learn Morse code. If the Morse code in both worlds were the same, he might just be able to communicate with Ancient One and the others. Liu Qi ultimately placed his hopes upon the coordinate book, for the dimensional space was exceedingly vast, without effective exploration methods. One might search for 1,000,000 years without discovering a single world. If he could obtain advanced equipment from the enemy within those dark dimensions, thereby acquiring the world coordinates, he might be able to reach that realm ahead of the Ancient One, awaiting his rescue. Thus, he silently implored Master Ancient One for protection and men. Liu Qi first transmitted 1,000,000 units of dark energy to the Ancient One, signaling his plea for assistance, hoping that she would comprehend his urgency. After resting for a while and calming himself, he wondered if the Ancient One had understood his message. He then opened the coordinate book, seeking to ascertain whether he could usurp a Dimension Lord. The Ancient One had painstakingly converted all her previous spell books, including those recently acquired from other dark dimensions, to draw energy from Liu Qi. Just as she entered a state of relaxation, she suddenly sensed Liu Qi fervently funneling energy toward her. What on earth is he doing? I was hoping to rest. As Liu Qi grew increasingly formidable, the effects of the Time Stone on him diminished. After all, the potency of dark energy was immensely high, rendering even time ineffective in predicting his future. Consequently, she was perplexed by Liu Qi's actions. Was he not a guest at Odin's residence? Setting aside her concerns, the Ancient One felt the burgeoning energy within her and became somewhat bewildered. How could this individual be running out of energy? The Ancient One's own constitution was not particularly robust, and she could scarcely accommodate such a surfeit of energy. As she neared the brink of being overwhelmed, she hastily dispersed the dark energy that had been transmitted. Outside the tea room, in the plaza, Caecilius was practicing spells with his colleagues, and as they discussed their visions for the future, laughter erupted among them. Caecilius held great aspirations for a life of rampant destruction. Having spent considerable time in the mundane world, he once believed that sorcerers were merely human artillery. However, upon entering Kamar-Taj, he learned that everything came at a price. Sorcerers were not what he had envisioned. They were individuals who had signed themselves into high-interest debts in an attempt to save the world. Initially disillusioned, his perspective shifted dramatically with Liu Qi's arrival. He not only witnessed the kind of spells he had longed for, but also anticipated the potential for them to be powered by dark energy in the future. Though the arrangement was not a no-strings-attached loan, compared to high-interest debts, Liu Qi's offering was undoubtedly akin to an interest-free loan, with the possibility of alternative repayments, such as labor. Nevertheless, Liu Qi's current energy reserves were still insufficient, only adequate for a select few high-level sorcerers, but he was growing at a rapid pace, and he could afford to wait. If only Liu Qi possessed an abundance of energy right now, how splendid that would be. Just as he sighed, a tremendous surge of dark energy erupted from the Supreme Sorcerer's tea room, clashing with the already dense natural energies of Kamar-Taj, resulting in a tempest of electricity and dazzling effects. How could there be so much dark energy? Caecilius felt a twinge of panic. After all, such a volume of dark energy could assimilate everything in its vicinity. Yet, it appeared as if this energy was under control, consciously annihilating itself in concert with other energies, which allowed him to exhale in relief. However, amidst his relaxation, Caecilius found himself somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that Liu Qi's energy was limited, insufficient to support such a multitude? How then could Master Gu lavishly wield this dark energy to obliterate other energies? Although he did not voice his thoughts, a sense of displeasure lingered in Cassius's heart. Meanwhile, Lu Qi remained oblivious to the circumstances on Gu Yi's side, after indulging a lottery for several hours. The energy he had amassed for extraction was nearing 20 million. Yet, he could not catch those elusive dimensional lords as slippery as mice. A thought struck him. He could not afford to frighten those beings away. Instead, he would feign weakness to lure them deeper, then deploy his forces in a pincer movement to ensnare the opposing dimensional lords. As a top-tier strategist, he contemplated this rudimentary plan and gathered his dark army of shadow soldiers, clad uniformly and exuding a menacing aura, preparing to enact a grand performance. With a decisive 10 consecutive summons, guaranteeing at least one primary dimension, Lu Qi feigned trepidation at the sight before him, only to discover where was everyone. The absence of opponents left him questioning the purpose of his elaborate scheming. After much anticipation, he was granted a primary dimension without any confrontation, which felt absurd. Lu Qi dispatched a contingent of shadow soldiers to scout, and they indeed reported the absence of foes. Was it possible that someone was fishing for compliance? A sophisticated hunter often masquerades as prey. Without hesitation, Lu Qi ordered the shadow ninjas to extract from the opposing dark dimension, witnessing his energy continuously rise. Yet the enemy remained elusive. Truly, there was no one present. Curiously, Lu Qi ventured into this primary dimension and found the dark energy therein welcomed him, akin to a territory without a master. How had this dimension reached its current state? He decided to unleash all his shadow troops to explore this world. After several hours, a squad of shadow ninjas reported the discovery of a spatial rift. Accompanying the ninjas to the rift, Lu Qi sensed dark energy continuously leaking from this fissure. As the dark energy dissipated, the dimension gradually weakened, albeit at a slow pace. Remarkably, it seemed this place had once been a higher-tier dimension. What could have led to its degradation? Lu Qi focused on the dark energy within this dimension, which he could manipulate freely, being masterless. He commanded the dark energy not to escape through the breach and sent a team of shadow ninjas to investigate. After a while, all the shadow ninjas returned unscathed, reporting that the other side was quite safe. Rather than consuming this primary dimension immediately, Lu Qi enveloped himself in dark energy and stepped through the spatial rift. Upon crossing, he found himself surrounded by enormous, hardcore-style machinery, encircled by a plethora of stones, resembling a cavern that narrowed as one ascended. Soaring from the mechanical center, Lu Qi cast a glance at the colossal apparatus, realizing it was seemingly designed to create and sustain spatial rifts. This contraption harnessed the dark energy emanating from the rifts to maintain them. However, as Lu Qi gained control over the dark energy, the device could no longer uphold the rifts, which began to heal gradually. Testing his connection to the shadow realm, which remained intact, Lu Qi disregarded all else and consumed the rudimentary dimension, severing the energy source of this contraption entirely. Not bothering with the peculiar mechanism any longer, he approached the nearby monoliths, sensed no significant energy barriers, and stealthily slipped through the crevices of the stones. Upon emerging, Lu Qi found himself in a vast desert, and upon looking back, he was astonished to discover he had just been inside a pyramid. Goodness, I haven't fallen victim to the Pharaoh's curse, have I? Using dark energy to cleanse himself, he washed away the grime while preserving his garments, alleviating any fears of encountering a formidable virus within that structure. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Qi surveyed the desolate surroundings and decided to ascend directly into the sky, propelling himself upward with fervor. Ultimately, he reached the outer edge of the earth, pausing to breathe in the thin atmosphere. As a satellite drifted slowly past, he confirmed he was indeed on a planet with technological advancement, though he was uncertain about the presence of superpowers or superheroes. While pondering this, Lu Qi suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Turning his gaze, he was astonished to see several fiery meteors hurtling towards him. What on earth? Are meteors traveling in formation now? He quickly evaded the meteors, only to notice they slightly veered away to avoid him. What is this? They can change direction? These meteors are unusual. Observing the meteors as they flew farther away, Lu Qi contemplated following them. After all, this world lacked the magical barriers of Kamar-Taj, and his connection to the shadow realm remained unrestrained. When the time came, pulling forth millions of units of energy, he would be astounded by his own strength. The meteors appeared to consciously decelerate, their speed diminishing, prompting Lu Qi to expend some dark energy to keep pace with them. A series of inexplicable signals transmitted among the meteors, and if translated into human language, it would sound like this. What the hell? How can this being keep up with us? Are carbon-based life forms this extraordinary? I'm beginning to fear this planet. The energy level of this creature is frightfully high. How has Bumblebee survived on this planet? Lu Qi, unable to perceive these strange signals. After all, he was no telepath, continued to observe the meteors flying alongside them. They journeyed until they reached a certain location, at which point several meteors separated. But I cannot split myself. How do I follow? Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback. He wished to further examine these meteorites. After contemplating, he attempted to conjure several eyes using dark energy, or perhaps create some clones. However, his proficiency in this was lacking, resulting in the creation of peculiar large black orbs. Although these orbs possessed the desired abilities of observation and tracking, they lacked any combat power. Nonetheless, Lu Qi felt quite satisfied. He had underestimated his own capabilities. In the future, during his leisure, he could certainly devise some spells to explore the applications of dark energy. He commanded several black orbs to follow a few of the meteorites, and casually descended alongside one of them. Bang! As he observed a meteorite plummeting to the ground. Showering sparks and lightning, Lu Qi was utterly astonished. What sort of hellish parachuting technique was this? If they could traverse the stars, could they not install a better landing apparatus? A strange sound echoed, and Lu Qi watched as the meteorite transformed into a mechanical giant approximately 7 meters tall. What on earth? He gazed at the grotesque robot before him, feeling slightly bewildered. This entity seemed familiar, yet strangely unknown. Was it yet another creature from a fantastical realm? As the giant cautiously regarded him, Lu Qi felt even more perplexed. After all, they were extraterrestrial beings. Why would they fear a mere Earth native? In that moment, Lu Qi momentarily forgot the dark energy surrounding him, which added a peculiar aura to his figure as he observed the colossal being with curiosity. Greetings, Earthling. We mean no harm. We have come to seek our lost possessions, the gigantic robot stated cautiously. Through its scanning, it ascertained that this little creature's energy index even surpassed that of their leader, Optimus Prime. This left it utterly perplexed regarding the mechanical core. Lu Qi examined the being with intrigue. How do you speak Mandarin? I learned your language through your internet. From your appearance, you appear to be of Asian descent. Based on the population ratios, I deduce you are likely of Chinese heritage. You're starting to seem somewhat familiar. What do you intend to do next? Go about your business as if I do not exist. Jazz observed Lu Qi with caution, having discovered through the internet that there were no superpowered individuals resembling this one in their world. The vast majority were merely ordinary people. What was this being's situation? Genetic mutation? Perhaps. However, it exuded no malice. Its gaze conveyed no ill intentions according to their psychological assessments. Very well then, since he, along with his leader and companions, would likely be unable to contend with this entity, he could only proceed to rendezvous with his leader. At worst, he could inform the leader of the unusual circumstances he had encountered along the way. As he made his way out, Jazz communicated with his companions, only to notice a strange large black orb following them, neither attacking nor engaging in conversation, consolidating all the information at hand. Optimus Prime pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to regroup and discuss further. This planet may possess some peculiarities, yet they exhibited no hostility upon arrival and were merely in search of an object, after which they would likely depart. He hoped there would be no unforeseen complications, or rather, other unforeseen complications. Jazz received the order, ceasing his tentative approach and instead sprinting forth. Through the internet, they deduced that the Transformers would likely not be accepted by the inhabitants of this planet. Thus it was prudent to find a vehicle to transform into first. Lu Qi followed this behemoth to the entrance of a car dealership, observing with bemusement as Jazz fixated on a particular automobile, pondering how such a large entity could desire to drive a car. Don't you think your size might be a tad excessive? You may not fit. Goodness. Witnessing Jazz transform into the sleek sports car parked before him left Lu Qi utterly astonished. He finally grasped the nature of this world. Chapter 54. Observing this grotesque figure stealing a disguise right before his eyes, Liu Qi recalled that this must be the Autobot who had been torn apart by Megatron. How tragic! Shaking his head, he felt a wave of sorrow for this creature's fate. Jazz, bewildered by Liu Qi's striking emotional shifts, remained oblivious to his companion's thoughts. If he were to learn that Liu Qi was silently mourning for him, he would undoubtedly be delighted. Do you require a lift? I believe you might prefer to conceal your identity, Jazz suggested tentatively, recalling the absence of any mention of such superpowered beings online. Conceal what identity? An inhabitant of another world? Liu Qi was perplexed by Jazz's words, but the prospect of riding in a transforming robot felt like an opportunity too good to pass up. Jazz graciously opened the car door, and Liu Qi quietly settled into the driver's seat. Noticing the mechanical-themed decorations within the vehicle, he gently touched them. Are these little embellishments replicated from the car, or are they your personal favorites? He inquired, glancing back at the distant dealership. Ah, just my personal preferences. I have a fondness for these cool little items, Jazz replied. So you specifically chose a sports car? This one is quite a statement. I adore it, Jazz responded, growing increasingly relaxed in his conversation as he began to employ trendy vocabulary, having grasped Liu Qi's character. Very distinctive. Let's hear a song, Liu Qi suggested, rolling down the window to take in the changing scenery, while Jazz played a heavy metal soundtrack. It sounds pretty good, Liu Qi remarked. Of course. You must trust my taste. I am not like that old-fashioned clunker, Ironhide. As they journeyed onward, their bond grew ever more amicable. Liu Qi found Jazz to be quite agreeable and considered that perhaps he could rescue him in the future. Since they were already here, why not take a vehicle back with them? Never mind, the Autobots are already few in number, and those who come to Earth are all elites. So let us not trouble them further. If one desires a vehicle, it would be more prudent to seek out the Decepticons. After all, Megatron would be quite fitting. Simply capturing Megatron would indeed expand the possibilities. Jazz, unaware of this benevolent fellow's plan to abduct the enemy's leader for transportation, might very well end up alarmed and immobilized. As he gazed out at the scenery, Liu Qi reminisced about the narrative of this world. It roughly unfolds that the unfortunate Megatron, after much difficulty, finally discovered the artifact known as the Allspark, only to be encased in ice near the Arctic Circle before he could send out any messages. Ultimately, it was his old friend who seized the Allspark ahead of time and generously assisted in its destruction. Nevertheless, Megatron has proven to be remarkably resilient, not only surviving, but also being coerced into enhancements time and again. His combat prowess soared to an astounding level, and had it not been for Optimus Prime's sacrifice of his comrades to acquire divine armor, he would have been truly formidable. Reflecting on how these seemingly powerful beings could be subdued by various heavy weaponry, Liu Qi perceived the overall combat tier of this world to be rather low. Let alone the subsequent installments, Liu Qi found himself at a loss regarding their narratives, feeling that only the first 3 exhibited a clear storyline connection. Hey Jazz, do you know Morse code? No, we possess a more advanced communication system, though I could learn it. Why do you ask? I'll give you a few phrases. Please translate them in a Morse code for me, as I need to contact a friend. Do you require assistance? I can help you reach out, Jazz offered enthusiastically, recognizing that fostering relationships with powerful allies is invariably advantageous, unless, of course, that ally is socially anxious. You can communicate across worlds? Liu Qi replied with a chuckle. Alternate worlds? What nonsense is this? Could parallel universes or such theories truly hold water? Jazz could vaguely recall some research conducted during Cybertron Zenith, yet he never had the chance to validate it. However, he truly could not establish contact with an alternate world. Why was Morse code an exception? Was it some undisclosed high technology? I am trapped in an alternate world and require coordinates from the original one. Just this sentence. Please translate it for me. After contemplating for a moment, Liu Qi devised a sentence and requested Jazz's assistance in translating it into Morse code. After a while, Jazz successfully rendered the translation. With Jazz's help, Liu Qi utilized the contract to channel long-wave energy to Gu-E while withholding short-wave energy. Meanwhile, Gu-E set aside a book, intending to retire for the night. However, shortly after lying down, he sprang back up again. What on earth is going on? How bothersome, not sleeping at such an hour. Gu-E casually expelled the dark energy. It turns out that everyone can have a morning grumpiness. Liu Qi was uncertain whether Gu-E understood, but he planned to signal Gu-E shortly to avoid being ignored. Finally, "It is done." This task consumed an inordinate amount of time. Such a simple statement took Lu Qi over 10 minutes to convey in full. Although there are reasons related to inexperience, it has become evident how inconvenient communication was for people in the past. Make sure to jot this down later. Such a lengthy passage is beyond my capacity to remember. Jazz responded in silence, yet they were nearing their destination. Suddenly, Jazz veered into a narrow alley, where several vehicles were parked, each adorned with a large black orb. Albeit not particularly conspicuous in the evening darkness, Jazz had already informed the other Autobots about the situation on the road, and they understood that Lu Qi harbored no ill intentions, merely exercising a degree of caution. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qi spotted a yellow sports car ahead, flanked by two individuals. Approaching them was a truck devoid of a cargo bed, and Lu Qi's eyes brightened. Could this not be brother? Are these all? Sam exclaimed in astonishment as he observed the several vehicles around them. Yet, before he could validate his suspicions, a figure emerged from one of the sports cars. "Hello." Lu Qi greeted amicably, rendering Sam momentarily speechless. "Did you come with them?" Sam recalled the meteor he had seen earlier, realizing that these beings had only just arrived on Earth. How could they have acquainted themselves with a human so swiftly? Observing Sam's bewildered expression, Lu Qi feigned seriousness. "Indeed, I am a small-scale robot, Model 1000, codename Shadow." Dark energy surged in Lu Qi's hands, assembling into various shapes, blades, hooks, and firearms. Call, Sam remarked excitedly. However, a cacophony of mechanical transformations ensued, and the surrounding vehicles morphed into humanoid forms, shedding their initially awkward appearances for strikingly handsome visages, undoubtedly a result of pilfer aesthetics. "This kid shouldn't take it too seriously." Jazz's electronic voice carried an undertone of amusement. Optimus Prime shook his head in resignation, although he recognized Lu Qi's benign nature. He found himself at a loss for words at this display. "Gratims, humans. We are a form of autonomous mechanical life forms from the planet Cybertron. I'm their leader, Optimus Prime. You may also refer to us as Autobots." Ratchet interjected from the side. "Well, hello there, you rather simple-minded fellow." Jazz struck a cool pose before leaping back to perch on an abandoned vehicle. "I am increasingly fond of this dazzling planet of yours. My second-in-command, Jazz. How did you learn to speak like that?" Sam asked, bewildered. Surely the entire universe could not communicate in the same tongue. "We acquired these languages through your internet." Optimus Prime succinctly addressed Sam's query, gesturing to Ironhide beside him. "My weapons specialist, Ironhide." Ironhide obligingly displayed his array of weaponry. "I would very much like to compare destructive capabilities with you." Lu Qi smiled slightly, choosing not to diminish the moment. "And this is our medical officer, Ratchet. This foolish lad possesses a high level of hormones, indicating his desire for intimacy with women. As for this fellow, he appears rather indifferent to our presence." Sam awkwardly whistled, embodying the phrase of not wanting to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Qi had already begun contemplating how to print the images from the small black sphere on a paper. "Include your guardian, Bumblebee." Upon realizing it was finally his turn to shine, Bumblebee eagerly unleashed the music he had meticulously chosen, striking a few cool poses. Sam clearly held a fondness for Bumblebee, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Bumblebee, are you truly my guardian?" Bumblebee nodded, emitting a resonant hum from within his chest, indeed reminiscent of a wasp. His sound effect processor was damaged during combat, Ratchet remarked after a brief inspection, and unfortunately, there is no way to repair it at the moment. Then, "May I inquire as to who you are?" Optimus Prime directed his gaze toward the humans present. Just as Sam was about to introduce himself, a voice from behind interrupted. "Lu Qi, though not originally from this planet, hails from another world and possesses some rather extraordinary abilities." Sam cast a bewildered glance at Lu Qi, wondering why this individual was suddenly deemed a denizen of another realm rather than merely a robot. "What is the matter? Have you never encountered someone from another world? Or do you truly perceive me as a mere mechanical being?" "Please, my powers differ greatly from theirs," Lu Qi responded, somewhat exasperated, sensing that this individual lacked intellectual acuity. He certainly did not possess the cognitive capacity to conjure complex mechanical transformations in a short span of time. Thus, his earlier transformation into a weapon resembled more of a liquid robot than a transformer. Casually retrieving the hovering black sphere above, he examined the memories stored within each one. contemplating the need to investigate real-time transmission surveillance methods. Sam remained in a state of confusion for quite a while, contemplating how the existence of a being from another world could seem less surprising than that of a mechanical being. The woman beside him sighed, observing Sam's dazed expression. "Allow me to introduce myself first, Michaela, a genuine earthling of this universe." In contrast to Sam, Michaela appeared far more composed. Having witnessed an abundance of unusual occurrences that day, she would be unfazed even if God were to appear before her at that moment. "Sam, also a true earthling," he finally responded, regaining his composure to introduce himself. Optimus Prime, relieved that the introductions had finally progressed, thought it peculiar that such a simple task had proven so challenging. "Greetings, earthlings and beings from another world." Optimus Prime crouched down to alleviate the discomfort of the humans craning their necks. "We hail from a distant planet, journeying to Earth in search of a lost treasure." He granted Sam a moment to comprehend the situation before continuing. "That treasure is known as the Allspark. It holds immense significance for us and may even attract the attention of Megatron." "Megatron?" Sam was the first to speak, sensing that something was amiss. Optimus Prime proceeded to narrate the rise and fall of a civilization, intertwining imagery with his words. As Liu Qi listened to Optimus's tale, he gazed at the vivid projection, contemplating how exhilarating it would be to use such technology for gaming. Indeed, this presented yet another compelling reason to acquire a vehicle. Once Optimus concluded the somber narrative, Michaela posed a question. "So, will Megatron come to Earth to seize the Allspark? I certainly hope no war disrupts my current life." Having grasped the stark contrast between the Decepticons and Autobots, Michaela unhesitatingly aligned herself with the Autobots. "You can count me in. I absolutely detest those troublemakers. Why can't they just lie low instead of threatening the world?" Liu Qi obediently raised his hand. Sam quickly followed suit. "I too find such, bothersome individuals quite intolerable. So count me in." "Actually, there's no need for you to raise your hands," Michaela sighed in exasperation. Optimus felt reassured by the current situation and turned to Sam, asking, "So, may I inquire if you are indeed Sam? Is it true that your great-grandfather was an adventurer who ventured into the Arctic Circle?" Sam nodded in disbelief, wondering if his great-grandfather had some remarkable connection to these colossal beings. Optimus affirmed, confirming he had not made a mistake. "In fact, Megatron discovered the Allspark before we did, and your great-grandfather discovered Megatron. During his voyage, Megatron crashed and was frozen, while your great-grandfather inadvertently activated his navigation system, inadvertently recording the location of the Allspark in his glasses." "How do you know this?" Sam asked, astonished. "From your glasses," Optimus replied, mentioning the auction site where Sam had recently sold them, causing him to cast an awkward glance at Michaela, as he had only just auctioned the glasses that morning. "What would happen if the Decepticons obtained the Allspark?" Michaela asked, pressing the crucial question. The ambulance interjected. "They would use the Allspark to create an army of Decepticons to conquer Earth. Then we must quickly locate those glasses." "Where did you put them?" Optimus inquired anxiously. "I left them in my backpack at home," Sam replied, somewhat dazed. "That simplifies matters. Let us hurry. We need to get this done promptly. Who knows when my superior might come to fetch me home," Liu Qi proclaimed confidently, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ancient One had not noticed his disappearance. The Transformers immediately transformed, and Liu Qi climbed aboard Optimus Prime, with Bumblebee leading the way as they proceeded toward Sam's home. Chapter 55. The Crumbling Sam, Can't You Transform into Aerial Vehicles to Fly? Liu Qi questioned, observing the somewhat sluggish pace of Optimus and the others. Even now, he can soar through the air at a velocity exceeding 2,000 meters per second. In comparison, it seems that this once glorious race, which harnessed the power of the sun, is not as formidable as it once appeared. At the very least, they must still traverse the ground at a pace that seems remarkably sluggish to Liu Qi. Optimus Prime's voice emanated from the radio. "We were merely ordinary Autobots engaged in commonplace professions on the planet Cybertron, devoid of any special missions assigned to us. Much like the societal structure on this planet, we were the common folk, requiring no extraordinary components." Jazz's voice followed. "But the Decepticons are a different matter. They were once warriors of Cybertron, equipped with superior weapons and gear. It was evident that this fellow harbored a hint of discontent. So, if you were provided with advanced equipment, could you turn the tide?" Liu Qi inquired, his curiosity piqued. Though he lacked any advanced gear himself, he had that formidable man behind him, acquiring advanced equipment should be a trivial matter. Absolutely. Even without advanced equipment, we could hold our own against them for quite some time. If our gear were on par, those ruffians would stand no chance against us. Right, Ironhide? Indeed. Ironhide bellowed over the channel. Just give me a big gun, and I could take down Megatron. The theory of advantageous vitality, perhaps? Lucci shook his head helplessly. You can't take down Megatron. I've already decided to capture that fellow as my steed. Really? Jazz, ever the instigator, was intrigued. While it was evident that this fellow possessed a high energy index, could he truly contend with Megatron? Little did they know that it was merely the energy reaction emitted when Lucci took flight. Even Optimus Prime harbored doubts about Lucci's claims. He believed Lucci might hold his own against Megatron, but could hardly defeat him, given the disparity in their physical forms. Are you suggesting I can't compete just because of my stature? Lucci surmised their thoughts, though, according to the theories of this world, they weren't far from the truth. Smaller Autobots like Bumblebee indeed stood little chance against a behemoth like Megatron. Setting aside the existence of leadership modules, only someone of Optimus Prime's build could truly match Megatron blow for blow. Size does not dictate everything. Among the strongest I have encountered, many share a physique similar to mine, yet can single-handedly obliterate numerous alien warships in the cosmos, with some even capable of shattering planets. Wow, what are you saying? Sam exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of monsters inhabit your world? Lucci sighed resignedly. Oh, you think that's the end of it? I have another who constantly schemes to initiate a population purge across the universe. Your world sounds perilous, Jazz remarked, astonished. He had not anticipated that this individual lived perpetually in such a treacherous reality. Did he not fear that one day he might simply vanish in his sleep? Indeed, the pressure to survive over there is quite intense. One must constantly seek opportunities to grow stronger, Lucci remarked, recalling his daily obsession with gaming. Saying this without a hint of embarrassment. After all, his system was merely an idle one, tirelessly mining every moment. In truth, he considered himself rather diligent, constantly honing his skills. He nodded in agreement. All right, we've arrived, the distinctive array of sounds from Bumblebee echoed. Lucci glanced at the quaint villa ahead before exiting Optimus Prime's cockpit. Sam and Michaela hurriedly followed suit. Now, you all wait here and remain concealed. If my mom or the others spot you, they'll certainly call the authorities to apprehend you. Sam shot a glance at Lucci, and you too, since my parents don't know you. Lucci shrugged helplessly. He had encountered these characters in the Marvel Universe before. After all, in such a tumultuous realm, strangers were met with considerable suspicion. Lucci leapt onto Optimus Prime's shoulder and nonchalantly took out his phone to play. Your technology appears remarkably advanced, Optimus Prime observed, casting a curious glance at Lucci's device, which was far superior to the cumbersome gadgets wielded by others. This was crafted by a friend of mine over there. While related technologies exist, none could fit into such a compact box, Lucci explained, checking his phone's battery level before turning to Optimus. Could you provide me with a data cable? I need to charge it. Optimus examined the phone's port and promptly transformed a section of his shoulder into a cable. I have calibrated the voltage to suit your device, so it won't be damaged. Well done, Lucci exclaimed, eagerly connecting the cable to initiate charging. With a portable charger like this, what was there to fear about battery life? Although it accompanied him, Lucci suddenly recalled the PIM particles from the Marvel Universe, which could shrink these beings down to size. Wouldn't that make for delightful collectibles? A brilliant idea struck him. A versatile, obedient portable charger. This project was definitely on his agenda. He would investigate the possibility of obtaining some PIM particles upon his return. Suddenly, Optimus Prime felt a chill on his shoulder, causing him to shudder. Oh, what was that? Lucci nearly lost his balance from the tremor. It's nothing. Perhaps my mechanical core is experiencing a minor issue. I'll have the medics check it later, Optimus replied, somewhat puzzled as his sensors were functioning correctly. Lucci shook his head, placing his phone on Optimus's shoulder, as using it while charging might harm the battery. He easily jumped down from the towering shoulder of Optimus Prime, landing gracefully on the ground beside Michaela, who was observing ahead. Why hasn't he gone inside yet? Lucci sighed, watching Sam still bantering with his father. Shall we sneak in first? Lucci gazed at the open window of Sam's room, his excitement palpable. What a splendid idea. I dare say he will be occupied for quite a while, he remarked. Michaela, feeling somewhat helpless, followed Lucci to the base of the wall. So how do we ascend? She pondered, glancing up at the window several meters high. Realizing she wasn't quite as agile as her companion. "Bumblebee, come here and lend a hand," Lucci called softly. Despite Bumblebee's modest stature, he could still lift Michaela with a boost. Optimus Prime, taller than the rest, had just secured his phone in his cockpit and was ready to assist when he heard Lucci summon Bumblebee. He watched as Bumblebee stealthily approached Michaela, cradled her in his arms, and tiptoed to elevate her toward the window. Trying to stifle his laughter, Lucci captured the moment with his camera, photographing Bumblebee as he wobbled precariously on his tiptoes due to his height deficiency. "Steady now, Bumblebee, steady," Michaela whispered urgently, but Bumblebee continued to sway, nearly lifting off the ground in his effort to hoist her up. After enough photos of the unsteady Bumblebee, Lucci summoned several troll warriors, who stacked atop one another to hoist Bumblebee directly to the window. "You should have done this sooner," Bumblebee grumbled in a tone akin to a plush toy as the trolls lifted him. "Next time, for sure," Lucci replied with a smile, tucking away his camera and gracefully entering the window. "Does this fellow possess some peculiar predilection?" Ironhide murmured to the other Autobots, having witnessed the entire spectacle. "After all, isn't it said that the strong often have eccentric habits?" Ratchet speculated uncertainly, casting a glance at Optimus Prime. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Jazz chimed in, staunchly defending Optimus while also studying him. Feeling somewhat awkward under their scrutiny, Optimus quickly reassured himself that he indeed had no unusual habits. Taking a deep breath, he addressed his subordinates with a serious demeanor. "Maintain vigilance during our mission. We must not allow these humans to discover us, as it could jeopardize our objectives." The Autobots complied with the command, quickly dispersing to keep watch. I've spotted a peculiar creature over here," Ironhide said, eyeing a nearby carbon-based organism that seemed to be observing him, all while gripping his cannon warily. Having been through Lucci's trials, he feared the creature might suddenly enlarge and crush him underfoot. "Good heavens! It's approaching me!" Ironhide exclaimed, frozen in place, and quickly relayed the situation to Optimus. Meanwhile, Sam finally managed to appease his father, only to turn and find Ironhide aiming his weapon at his dog. No, it's just a chihuahua," he shouted, racing over. "What is taking Sam so long? Why hasn't he come up yet?" Michaela and Lucci wondered aloud, having searched the room for quite some time. Lucci had just opened the box that Sam had placed beneath his bed, gazing at the pile of books inside. He clicked his tongue. "I wonder if he is still busy?" Michaela glanced out the window and observed Sam, who was cradling a dog and conversing with Ironhide. "Can he not hurry a bit? What if the Decepticons arrive?" Those fiends have discovered Sam's true identity. Having just been pursued by the Decepticons, Michaela felt a wave of panic, while Optimus Prime appeared equally exasperated. After chatting with Ironhide for a while, Sam finally remembered the task at hand and dashed in, cradling a chihuahua. "My goodness, when did you all come in?" Sam pushed open his bedroom door, only to find the room in utter disarray. To make matters worse, someone was perusing his private reading materials. Snatching the small box from Lucci's hands, Sam hurriedly closed the lid. "These items belong to a friend. He left them here." Michaela, observing Sam's flustered demeanor, sighed with exasperation. "This is not the time for your ridiculous literature. Where's your backpack?" Sam wished to respond, but upon meeting Michaela's gaze, he resignedly set the box aside. "I believe it should be around here." Lucci watched as he scuttled off to search for his backpack, then returned with the box, quietly snapping a few photographs. After searching for a while without success, Sam was approached by Optimus Prime at the window. "Have you not found it yet, Sam? Is the memory of carbon-based life forms so poor? I haven't found it yet. Please give me a moment." "You all hide first." Sam was feeling increasingly overwhelmed, having just experienced his first brush with death. He moved to the window and glanced down, instantly feeling more despair. "That's my mother's flower, and the road and fountain my father built." Seeing Sam in such distress, Optimus felt a sense of urgency. "The Decepticons could arrive at any moment, Sam. You must hurry." After exchanging a few words with Sam, Optimus stepped back. "Autobots, conceal yourselves. My backyard is not a garage," Sam lamented, shaking his head in frustration as he looked at the cars in his yard. Turning around, he found himself in further despair. "Guys, my backpack is much larger than that box." Lucci closed the box and obediently set it aside. Sam netted, glancing at Lucci and Michaela, taking several deep breaths to steady himself, or he would collapse right there. "You search over there, and I'll look here." Lucci agreed, and several shadowy ninjas materialized to commence the search. Oh, Sam sighed as he began to tidy his bed. After searching for a while longer without success, Optimus, noting that several minutes had passed, finally approached with urgency. Have you not found it yet? I apologize. My room is a bit chaotic, but please give me 10 more minutes. You all hide safely on the street. Please. Sam was at a loss for what expression to wear, but unbeknownst to him, tears had filled his eyes. Well, fine, Optimus Prime felt somewhat guilty under that gaze. Had he truly been too hasty? Yet, several minutes had already elapsed. Autobots, retreat. Optimus led a few Autobots toward the street, but their considerable size rendered them unable to pass through the narrow door, compelling them to go through the flower wall instead. As they carefully watched their steps to avoid trampling the walls, Ironhide's head inadvertently snagged on the overhead power lines. Damn it! Ironhide plopped down onto the ground and nearby. Sam's home felt the surge of energy. An earthquake! Sam's father shouted, observing the swaying chandelier, and then, defying his size, slid under the dining table with remarkable speed. How are you so adept at this? Sam's mother, still processing the situation, witnessed the person seated beside her suddenly teleporting under the table. Above, Sam felt the tremors. Yet his heart was devoid of any turmoil. Let all be destroyed. I am weary. Lu Chi shook his head at Sam's demeanor. My subordinates have thoroughly searched your room. They located 3 mismatched socks beneath your bed and a few coins under your wardrobe. Yet your backpack remains elusive. Damn it. It ought to be here. Sam cradled his head, feeling a throbbing pain, and then the lights went out. What now? Just as Sam was about to glance out the window, his parents' voices echoed from the doorway. Who are you talking to? Sam, open the door. Damn it. You need to hide. Lu Chi silently retreated into the shadows, finding a corner to conceal himself. Michaela, too, hid behind a chair, as the power was out and the room was in disarray. Sam, why did you lock the door at home? You are violating the rule of not locking doors at home. If you don't open it, I will break it down. Sam surveyed the chaotic room, having no time to tidy up and with a headache. You want to unlock the door. Chapter 56, The Merciless Optimus Prime. Sam, what on earth are you doing in there? As soon as Sam opened the door, his father attempted to squeeze inside. Wait, hold on. Sam barely managed to stop his father. We just heard you talking to someone. By the way, why do you smell so awful? Sam's mother looked at him with disdain. I was exercising. Sam hastily conjured an excuse. Step aside. His father forcefully pushed him aside, brandishing a baseball bat as he stormed into his room. Why is your room such a mess? It resembles a garbage dump. Clutching the bat, Sam's father glared at him with a furrowed brow. Sam's mother peered in briefly before ultimately staying at the threshold, primarily due to the overpowering odor emanating from Sam. What on earth are you doing? Sam's mother regarded him with suspicion. Are you? Observing the stunned expressions on both father and son, Sam's mother altered her approach. At Sam's happy time, Lu Chi, utilizing his shadowy abilities, suspended himself from the ceiling, discreetly capturing the scene unfolding below. No, Mom. Sam nearly shouted in disbelief upon seeing Lu Chi's image from his perspective, but he refrained, distracted by the sudden appearance of Optimus Prime's head outside the window. You need not explain further, Sam. I understand that at your age, you require a bit of freedom. Sam gazed at his mother, tilting his head back, perhaps to prevent the tears from spilling over. Lu Chi cast a sympathetic glance at the helpless Optimus Prime outside, shaking his head in resignation. If he were to step outside now, the situation would likely deteriorate even further. Hello, Uncle and Aunt, Michaela interjected, sensing that the situation might drag on indefinitely, and fearing an encounter with the Decepticons. Hello. Sam's parents looked at Michaela with surprise. I'm Michaela, a friend of Sam's, she stated, feigning calmness. Who is she trying to fool? A lone man and woman in a room together at such an hour, both glistening with sweat. Sam's mother immediately broke into a knowing smile, her gaze lingering on Michaela's attractive features and figure, nodding in approval while nudging Sam's father. We won't intrude any longer. We shall take our leave. Wait, Dad, where's my backpack? Sam asked anxiously. In the kitchen. You two continue your conversation. Sam's father urged with a series of discreet gestures. What did a backpack matter now? He needed to seize the moment. Sam observed the peculiar smiles exchanged between his parents, feeling quite speechless, though the backpack remained a priority. Once the door closed, Lu Chi descended from the ceiling. So, should we retrieve the backpack first, or what? Sam imklort. Can we delete that photo first? Lu Chi feigned ignorance, floating out the window and climbing onto Optimus Prime, rummaging through the cockpit for the phone. Remarkably, the alien managed to charge it in no time, faster than any fast charger. Optimus Prime, relieved to finally ascertain the location of the backpack, released a breath of relief. Sam, quickly grab your glasses. We must leave. Sam cast an awkward glance at Michaela. Shall we go down together? All right, since I've already been seen. Exiting through the window wouldn't be proper. This left Sam's parents utterly bewildered. No sooner had they closed the door than they heard a heavy thud from inside. Sharing a knowing smile, they remarked on the youthfulness of their son. No sooner had they left than the antics began. Maintaining their smiles, they synchronized their descent to the first floor, quietly turning the television volume up to the maximum. However, it wasn't long before their son emerged, awkwardly trailing Michaela. They exchanged a glance. Was it possible their son harbored a secret? Sam, oblivious to his parents' thoughts, would have likely burst into tears had he known. Amidst the peculiar gazes exchanged between the two, Sam ventured into the kitchen to retrieve his backpack, declaring to his parents, "I shall drive Michaela back." "Very well. You may proceed," replied his mother, maintaining a facade of cheerfulness as she elbowed the nearby individual who seemed poised to speak. Just as the two were about to step outside, the doorbell rang. Could it be that they could not wait even a moment longer? Sam felt a growing sense of despair within, but as he observed his father clutching his stomach while opening the door, he was taken aback to find not a group of Autobots or allies, but rather a cadre of individuals clad in black suits. "Greetings. We are here regarding the automobile theft case reported by your son Sam a few days ago. We believe this matter may pose a threat to national security, and we have come to investigate. Since when did car theft intertwine with national security? Thus, why must we hide?" A convoy halted at the street corner, with Lucci seated in the driver's seat, witnessing Sam and his companions being apprehended. "We do not wish to be discovered by ordinary citizens, as it may jeopardize our plans. But Sam possesses that device. I'm not incapable of rescuing them. Yet the commotion of a battle here would be too conspicuous. Autobots, follow their trail." After a brief pursuit, the vehicles ahead split apart, and Optimus Prime scanned the interior of the cars. Everyone, follow Sam and his group. And so, they trailed at a distance behind Sam, while Lucci initially anticipated an exhilarating chase, only to find it was a rather mundane following. "How unremarkable. I shall entertain myself in the front vehicle," Lucci mused, shaking his head as he transformed into a shadow and departed from the car, swiftly approaching the other vehicle. Simmons was inquiring about the stolen car case reported by Sam days prior. "It was merely a misunderstanding. My car has returned." "It obviously couldn't have returned on its own," Michaela interjected, her lips curving into a stiff smile. "Indeed, it is merely a car." Upon uttering this, the group inexplicably erupted into laughter. "What folly! Is this joke truly so amusing?" A stranger's voice resonated from within the vehicle. Simmons widened his eyes, astonished to see an individual emerge from the shadows, appearing between the two seated in the back. "Who are you?" "A friend of theirs," Lucci replied with a smirk, as numerous blades sprang forth from the hidden corners of the vehicle, poised against their throats. "Continue driving forward." Lucci cautioned the driver before effortlessly unlocking the handcuffs binding the two individuals. "That is a bit more comfortable," Sam chuckled, to which Lucci responded with a smile. Suddenly, the ninja informed him that the driver had discreetly pressed a concealed button. Lucci cast a sidelong glance at the feigning calm driver and shook his head. "Who exactly are you?" Simmons, sensing the cold steel against his neck, felt beads of sweat cascade down his brow. "Ah, do you perspire so easily? Just how much do you know about extraterrestrials?" Lucci helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Your method of stalling for time is rather inept." Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. A colossal troll soldier materialized before the vehicle, utilizing its momentum to hoist the car skyward. Several more troll soldiers emerged, securely catching the descending vehicle, yet preventing it from advancing further, merely lifting it aloft. "All right, you may disembark now. There are no onlookers around." "Hey, what do you intend to do?" Simmons's words were abruptly interrupted as a massive hand tore the door open, yanking him out. Lucci, along with Sam and Michaela, descended from the car slowly, observing the troll soldiers hoisting Simmons effortlessly. "I know not who you are, whether an extraterrestrial or something else entirely, but I caution you against rash actions. You will surely regret them." "Is that based on the button your driver just discreetly pressed?" Lucci shook his head. "Were it not for his reluctance to eliminate these individuals, That driver would have been severed into pieces the moment he made his covert move. Lucci, Optimus Prime, and the Autobots arrived, noting the arrangement that had transpired. Though they seemed puzzled by Lucci's demeanor. Nothing much. He merely been discovered, Lucci replied calmly. Then we must depart swiftly, Optimus urged anxiously. Lucci, unfazed, instructed the troll soldiers to extract the remaining passengers from the other vehicles, handcuffing them together. Under these circumstances, let us take our leave, Optimus promptly stated, just as the whirring of helicopter blades filled the air. Blast it, they're here. Autobots, retreat, Optimus exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the helicopter that had come into view. Then let us make our escape, Lucci replied, shaking his head. The sudden shift in his mood was prompted by the driver's button press, which rekindled memories of certain film plots, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Optimus remained steadfast in his secrecy, perhaps instinctively hiding from the Decepticons pursuing him through the cosmos. Reflecting on the impending events, Lucci shook his head. He had no profound recollections of the Transformers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to identify that grotesque robot. Yet, certain memories remained vivid, such as the foreboding sense that Bumblebee would soon be captured, while Optimus remained unperturbed. This evoked a palpable frustration within him. What could possibly justify Optimus allowing a throng to seize his kin and loyal subordinates without the slightest resistance, even as he watched Bumblebee being taken away? Uttering something about not letting Bumblebee's sacrifice be in vain? At that moment, Bumblebee had not yet been whisked away. A mere effort on their part could have rescued him. However, recalling Optimus's intent to utilize his core to destroy the Allspark, it became evident how heavily Optimus weighed the significance of that artifact. But was it truly justifiable to abandon comrades for the sake of such a thing? Lucci's figure vanished, only to reappear on a distant bridge, observing several helicopters approaching as a throng of Autobots fled in panic. Silently, he trailed Optimus Prime, taking refuge beneath a grand bridge. Witnessing events unfold as they had in the original narrative, he saw Sam and Michaela unexpectedly tumble from Optimus's form. Just as they were about to meet a fatal end, Bumblebee emerged to save them, though he himself was ensnared. No, Sam cried out in anguish, watching as Bumblebee, who had rescued him multiple times, became entangled in cables controlled by helicopters, while others advanced with freezing apparatuses to spray him down. Yet, Sam found himself held back by a group of people, unable to move. Is it truly acceptable to merely observe? Lucci had, at some point, appeared beside Optimus Prime. Bumblebee's rescue of Sam is his mission, and mine is to locate the Allspark, Optimus replied, gazing at the glasses that have fallen from Sam's pocket. After a moment of silence, he continued, Do you place such immense value on the Allspark? Lucci furrowed his brow as he regarded Optimus, who turned his head to glance at him. You seem taken aback and unable to accept my detachment, Optimus observed quizzically. Isn't detachment sometimes a necessity for a leader? But have you truly abandoned Bumblebee without a thought of rescue? Lucci inhaled deeply, as if confronting a vastly different Optimus than he had anticipated. After a period of silence, Optimus declared, If I can survive this, I will certainly save him, even if it costs my life. He recalled the decades past when he had sent Bumblebee here, when Bumblebee was merely a promising recruit, yet capable of sacrificing himself to cover the retreat. Now, witnessing Bumblebee's futile struggles, he hesitated. Was he truly so cold-hearted? Yet, the Allspark must not fall into the hands of the Decepticons. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. Resolute in his thoughts, Optimus resolved to destroy the Allspark with his own life, if necessary, as long as the Decepticons could not obtain it. Seeing the determination in Optimus's eyes, Lucci inexplicably discerned his intentions. You have chosen to save more lives. Haven to you? Lucci took a deep breath, calming his emotions. Thus, I find dealing with leaders like you, who must make weighty decisions, rather unappealing. I prefer engaging with pure warriors like Bumblebee or Jazz. You worry too much. Those concerns bind you like shackles. Optimus's reasoning aligned with the views of many and fit the mold of a commendable leader. Yet Lucci still found such thinking unpalatable. Compared to that, I still prefer. Lucci glanced at Optimus with a smile before leaping down. Hey, let go of my friend, Lucci called out as he approached Simmons, with countless ninjas emerging from the surrounding shadows. Since their master has resolutely committed to his convictions, the Shadow Legion will undoubtedly fulfill his wishes. Chapter 57. a classic combination for saving the world. Simmons, irate, inquired about the whereabouts of the audacious individual who dared to place a knife at his throat, when a familiar yet loathsome voice emerged from behind him. "Oh, you actually have the audacity to appear before me? Is it merely due to your peculiar little companions?" Simmons turned to face Lu Qi, raising his hand to signal his subordinates to prepare to fire. "Indeed, it is my companions who emboldened me to show myself once more." Lu Qi remained unfazed by the weapons aimed at his head. "Is that so? It seems your extraterrestrial friends have instilled in you a remarkable level of confidence." Simmons chuckled. "Activate your infrared. I would hate for your bullets to stray," as he observed the beams of infrared light directed at him. Lu Qi glanced down at the red dots on his body. "Setting aside the fact that my companions are not who you think they are, I truly despise having a gun pointed at my head." Although he was no longer in any real danger, he continued, "Commander, there's something amiss on the ground around you." The information relayed from the helicopter caused Simmons to feel a twinge of unease as he surveyed the terrain. Under the illumination of the helicopter's spotlight, he noticed an alarming multitude of shadows. Simmons recalled the long knives and the trolls from the vehicle, and he raised his gaze to Lu Qi, who stood a short distance away. "Is this your strategy? Yet we are aiming for your head, but I do not believe the speed of your bullets can surpass that of these creatures." No sooner had Lu Qi spoken than figures surged forth from the shadows, gleaming blades slicing through the air toward the crowd. "Fire!" Simmons's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to initiate an attack. Bullets soared toward Lu Qi, yet the long knives sliced through the air, precisely cleaving the bullets in two. As shadowy ninjas infiltrated the crowd, flashes of cold light erupted, and sprays of crimson blossomed as agents were ruthlessly brought down. "I'm not particularly fond of killing, and besides, you are not truly malevolent individuals. However, I cannot abide having a gun pointed at my head, so do not expect to keep your fingers on the triggers," Lu Qi stated calmly, raising his hands as millions of energy surged from behind him, transforming into two colossal serpents that forcefully pressed the helicopter into the ground, rendering it to nothingness. "Oh wait, only a few pilots, stripped bare, were left behind." Lu Qi had generously given them haircuts, significantly enhancing his own power in the process. Simmons, one of the few unscathed, gazed in terror at the surrounding dark figures. "What manner of monster are you?" Lu Qi idly cleaned his ears. It seemed this individual was stuck on these two questions. "I am the Lord of the Shadow Legion, a traveler from another world, and of course, I remain myself, Lu Qi." "That sounds rather impressive." Simmons chuckled. If one were to disregard the knife at his neck, he might appear more charming at this moment. Lu Qi approached the ensnared bumblebee, unleashing torrents of dark energy that obliterated the steel cables binding him. "How does it feel to be free, big guy? Tonight is a night of liberation." "Thank you." Bumblebee articulated this phrase, pieced together from various audio clips around the globe, before eagerly scurrying off to find Sam. Shaking his head, Lu Qi observed the cluster of agents surrounding Simmons, who was encircled by a cadre of shadowy ninjas, then turned to shout towards the bridge. "Are you still not coming out?" After a brief silence, several figures descended from beneath the bridge and hurried over. "Wonderful! You're safe!" Jazz exclaimed, rushing to Bumblebee's side and brushing off the lingering frost from him. An ambulance soon arrived, promptly conducting a thorough scan of Bumblebee. It appears only the core was briefly frozen, resulting in a slight slowdown of cognitive functions. The ambulance's findings allowed Ironhide and Jazz to exhale with relief. Meanwhile, Lu Qi made his way towards Optimus Prime. "Do you prefer a happy ending or a tragedy?" Confronted by the towering figure before him, Lu Qi felt no sense of intimidation. On the contrary, it was Optimus, surrounded by millions of dark energies, who exuded a far greater pressure. "Certainly a happy ending. Yet my power remains insufficient to make the world revolve around me," Optimus replied succinctly, receiving feedback from the energy detector. Indeed, Lu Qi merely sought to discern Optimus's perspective on his kin. While he could not claim satisfaction, neither was he particularly disappointed. Ultimately, strength reigns supreme in this world. Here, he could be considered among the elite, possessing the audacity to be arrogant. However, in the realm of Marvel, he was but a weakling. With a sigh, Lu Qi finally vented the frustration that had been festering within him. Why did he feel this way? Perhaps it stemmed from witnessing characters who were not as glamorous and fearless as they appeared in films. "You seem to have a considerable understanding of us." Having formed some definitions before our meeting, Optimus remarked, looking at Lu Qi with curiosity. Lu Qi smiled but chose not to respond. Truth be told, he was being overly earnest. After all, who possesses a singular thought? Intelligent beings are inherently complex, each harboring diverse perspectives. Isn't that entirely normal? Just like him, who occasionally engages in intermittent efforts rather than constant diligence. What shall we do next? Lu Qi glanced at Optimus as a ninja presented a pair of glasses. Obtain the Allspark and ensure its proper arrangement. Then you take charge. I shall take a moment to rest. Lu Qi summoned a troll soldier and reclined in its embrace. The troll's form was far more comfortable. The Autobot's body was too rigid, lacking the softness of the troll, whose ample belly resembled lying on a sofa. At this moment, still halted on the road, a small robot emerged from the transport vehicle, escorting Sam and the others, emitting a series of signals. They have located the Allspark, all Decepticons. Assemble. At this point, the small robot had been overlooked. It seemed to lack presence among the transformations, and I initially forgot about its existence. As dawn broke, Lu Qi enjoyed a restful night in the vehicle, as these beings could effortlessly alter their forms. He had transformed Jazz into a motorhome and playfully climbed aboard. Stepping down from the motorhome, Lu Qi stretched languidly, gazing at the distant Hoover Dam. So the Allspark is down there? He mused, rubbing his eyes and glancing at the large truck nearby. According to the data on the visor, the Allspark is contained within. Lu Qi nodded. Let's release our guide. We will need him to navigate. As the metallic door swung open, a figure sprang out. Damn it. I'm a prisoner. You cannot treat me like this. You cannot expect aliens and beings from other realms who have not signed your accord to adhere to your treaties. Two ninja soldiers hoisted Simmons up. Stay sharp. We agreed on this last night, right? We are not the villains you imagine. If that Decepticon dares to use that cube to enact some grand scheme of world domination, we will certainly intervene. Let our past grievances rest for now. Observing Simmons' self-righteous demeanor, Lu Qi shook his head, bemused. This fellow was truly concerned with appearances. After much discourse the previous night, they had managed to convince him that they were not the world-destroying supervillains he feared. This was one reason Lu Qi had refrained from taking a life, gradually earning Simmons' trust. Otherwise, should they engage the Decepticons and a stray energy blast were to strike, what would remain of their endeavors? Presently, there were no black holes to collect debris. The energy of such blasts could reach millions, and he may not possess enough power to counteract them. In the end, he could retreat to the shadow dimension, leaving Optimus and the others to turn to ash. Casting a glance at Optimus, Lu Qi sighed. He truly felt for his brother in arms and the sacrifices he had made. After resting for a while, he discreetly signaled to Ancient One and snacked on some light refreshments. Sam and Michaela emerged from Bumblebee, hand in hand, evidently having made good progress the previous night. Suddenly, Lu Qi recalled another friend, wondering how Tony and Pepper were faring. Had they reached a significant milestone? Would he return to find himself a godfather? After a brief respite, Lu Qi stood up. Let us begin early and push forward, everyone. The group rose, boarding their vehicles as they set off towards the Hoover Dam. Today, the Hoover Dam appeared particularly crowded, with soldiers brandishing rifles establishing various sentry posts, while figures clad in black wielded an array of devices to determine whether the vehicles emitted any unusual radiation. Simmons sat atop a metal surface, directing the convoy to pass through the adjacent emergency lane. Hey, halt! A group of soldiers immediately raised their weapons, aiming at them. I am Simmons, the Minister of Sector 7. Verify my identity at once and allow us entry. Simmons called out to the soldiers, extending his head. The soldiers sent someone to confirm, and shortly thereafter, Simmons' deputy from Sector 7 approached, scrutinizing the convoy. Were you last night? The deputy blinked a few times, casting a bemused glance at Lu Qi. Enough with this clumsy code. I was not under threat, merely gathering intelligence. I think we still need to verify that, the deputy replied, somewhat perplexed. His demeanor resembled that of his rather eccentric superior. But what if these were merely robots in disguise? You really want me to divulge your fondness for Winnie the Pooh underwear, don't you? Let them through. The deputy silently donned sunglasses to shield himself from the stares of others, though one might argue he harbored a similar affinity for such undergarments. Upon arriving beneath the Hoover Dam, Lu Qi and the others disembarked, while Optimus Prime and his companions transformed into their humanoid forms. Stand guard, aliens! The deputy shouted immediately, as a throng of soldiers aimed various weapons at Optimus and his team. There's no need for alarm. These individuals are not our adversaries, at least not at this moment. Simmons reassured, prompting the soldiers to lower their weapons, though the deputy looked on in confusion. Our true enemy lies within, that colossal creature and its companions. Simmons pulled the deputy aside to converse, while Lu Chi chose to observe a squad of soldiers who distinctly differed in appearance from the others. This group appeared to be survivors from the base that had been struck by a disorienting attack, evident in their vigilance towards Optimus and his comrades. After a brief interval, Simmons returned with the deputy in tow and summoned the small squad, leading everyone into the dam. If it weren't for the fact that this behemoth resembles the entity depicted in your projection, I might have found it hard to believe your story. Considering how peculiar your origins are. Aliens, denizens of other realms, and ordinary high school students emerging to save the world? I hope I'm not caught in some sort of superhero film. Lu Chi shot him a glance, pondering whether he understood the concept of classic pairings. Tactical retreat. Simmons led the way around a corner, revealing to the group and the robots a colossal figure encased in ice. Megatron, Ironhide, immediately drew his weapon, carefully aiming at the figure, while Jazz and the other Autobots followed suit. Calm down. This creature is still frozen. Simmons shouted. Lower your weapons. This will serve as my future power source, Lu Chi echoed, raising his voice in solidarity. The Ironhide and his companions exchanged glances with Optimus Prime, receiving a nod of understanding before sheathing their weapons. Could you please refrain from being so agitated? Simmons remarked with a hint of exasperation. The leader, caretaker, and diplomat, Optimus Prime, calmed his subordinates and, upon glancing at Lu Chi, addressed Simmons. I apologize, but this fellow has been battling the Decepticons alongside us for centuries. Naturally. He is somewhat emotionally charged. Never mind, the Tesseract you requested is over here. Simmons gestured for them to follow. In fact, there is another matter that contributes to my trust in you. He led them into an expansive chamber, where a colossal cube loomed like a specter. This must be the Allspark you referred to? Our tests reveal that this behemoth's energy can animate machinery into dangerously malevolent and uncontrollable robots, akin to the Decepticons you mentioned. That can't be right. Theoretically, the Allspark should merely activate machinery without endowing it with personality, Ratchet interjected. Yet the reality is as such. The machinery this entity produces exhibits identical traits. We have conducted countless experiments, Simmons replied. Suddenly, Lu Chi spoke up. Are your machines derived from the technology of Megatron? Simmons nodded in affirmation. In that case, there's no cause for concern. Our physical composition is rather unique, containing elements akin to yours that would pass down our characteristics. If your creations stem from technology reverse-engineered from Megatron, it would be entirely reasonable for them to transform into Decepticons, Ratchet elucidated. Is that so? Simmons's expression darkened. Over the years, they had produced numerous devices utilizing Megatron's reverse-engineered technology, and even some military weaponry bore traces of such tech. The potential consequences of these entities becoming robots were unfathomable. Autobots secure the Allspark, remain vigilant against enemies. Optimus Prime, taken aback by the realization that their technology was derived from Megatron, felt a chill at the thought of countless machines along the route morphing into Decepticons. Observing the Autobots spring into action, Simmons comprehended the gravity of the situation and used his radio to alert the external forces to stay on guard. However, amidst a flurry of commands, a cannon blast suddenly erupted from the radio, followed by the anguished cries of many. Damn it, there's trouble outside. Simmons's face paled as he pondered how they had been discovered. No, the alarm blared throughout the base. It must be the Decepticons. Bumblebee, you secure the Allspark. The rest of the Autobots, follow me to intercept them. Optimus Prime commanded, leading Ratchet and the others swiftly outside. We need weapons. Heavy artillery. Captain William urgently grasped Simmons's arm, expressing his concern. They confronted a Decepticon head-on and were well aware of the formidable nature of these adversaries. Conventional weaponry proved utterly ineffectual against them. Come this way, we have armor-piercing rounds and artillery, everything you could possibly need. Simmons led William and the others away, while Lu Chi shrugged, seemingly free to act on his own. Let's scout ahead first. Glancing at Bumblebee, who was in the process of collecting the Allspark, Lu Chi felt assured about the situation here and decided to venture outside to take down the Decepticons, then return to capture Megatron for some much-needed discipline. Chapter 58. The complete Lu Chi with the chaotic intelligence support from the small robots, a cadre of elite Decepticons gathered outside Hoover Dam. To add to the chaos, a meteor shower began to descend, with Decepticon warriors crashing down around the dam. We are surrounded. Autobots erect defensive structures. Wait for Bumblebee to secure the Allspark. Optimus Prime observed the increasing number of Decepticons, his expression grave. We will draw their fire. You provide cover. In the heat of battle, Optimus exhibited no hesitation, issuing commands with resolute authority. Some individuals, initially reluctant to follow an alien leader, began to comply upon witnessing the determination in Optimus's eyes. He sensed the shift in morale, but remained unaware whether it stemmed from the leadership module within him, a gift from Primus, or from his own innate strength. After a fleeting moment of doubt, he regained his confidence. Starscream, the jet, Barricade, the police car, Brawl, the tank, and Blackout, the helicopter, appeared from various directions, accompanied by a host of Decepticons. Towering mechanical giants wielded an array of devastating weaponry, their menacing exteriors emblazoned with the Decepticon insignia. Facing hundreds of Decepticons while only having 6 Autobots and a few underarmed humans on his side, Optimus did not succumb to despair. We will rely on the dam for our defense. Once Bumblebee retrieves the Allspark, we will retreat, or perhaps destroy the Allspark on the spot. Soldiers rushed into the dam, its walls of formidable thickness equivalent to 4 football fields, making it a challenge for the Decepticons to breach. Open fire. Starscream, the foremost under Megatron, was the first to give the order. Waves of attacks surged towards Hoover Dam, striking its surface but failing to damage its internal structure. Ironhide, provide cover. Optimus, lacking any formidable long-range weaponry, relied on Ironhide, who was an exception to this rule. Ironhide complied, raising his cannon skyward and firing. Shells arced gracefully, landing at the feet of advancing Decepticons, reducing them to mere fragments. Consider this a little surprise. With an exuberant shout, Ironhide unleashed a barrage of missiles that spiraled through the air before landing at the entrance of their own stronghold, releasing clouds of dense smoke. Quickly, we must take cover. This should buy us considerable time, he urged his companions while tossing several bombs into the smoke. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, leading the group to shelter behind the first corner of the cave entrance. What are our next steps? The boisterous one in tank form queried over the communication channel, expressing a preference for this shape. Red Alert's eyes gleamed with cunning. These Autobots are merely stalling, which plays right into our hands. Let's not pressure them too much. Send a few scouts to probe ahead. I recognize the one who deployed the smoke. He was once an expert in weaponry. Unbeknownst to the Decepticon warriors, their leader's orders were relayed through the communication channel as they cautiously ventured into the smoke. Moments later, a series of violent explosions erupted, sending fragments of several Decepticon soldiers flying. Roadblock stepped on the head of a Decepticon that had landed before him. Futile struggles, insects, he remarked. Red Alert clasped his hands over his chest and chuckled. They must have retreated inside the dam. According to the structural intel provided, they're likely hiding around the first corner within. Gazing at the smoke that lingered even amidst the explosions, Red Alert contemplated. Since they wish to delay us, all Decepticons bombard the dam. One by one, the Decepticons lifted their weapons and fired at the dam, with even the boisterous one joining the assault. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Hoover Dam, several construction vehicles had halted. With the arrival of commands, they began to assemble, ultimately transforming into a colossal machine nearly 50 meters high. The hands of Devastator morphed into shovels, fervently digging into the ground below, while a scorpion-like Decepticon leveraged its size to burrow down, followed closely by a mechanical dog that descended into the passageway. Even while concealed within the dam, Optimus Prime could still sense the intensity of the external firepower. Jazz shook off the dust from his frame. Are we really going to let them bombard us like this? Unfazed, Optimus replied, we are waging a defensive battle. The longer they take, the better it is for us. It seems your situation is rather precarious. Lu Chi gradually emerged from the tunnel, a shroud of dark energy hovering above his head, absorbing the falling dust. You possess an infuriating elegance. Your abilities are exceedingly convenient, Jazz exclaimed dramatically. Lu Chi chuckled, appreciating Jazz's flair. I left a few individuals at the ice stick to ensure my power bank doesn't get away. Simultaneously, surrounding the ice stick, William's team surveyed their surroundings. One team member cautiously whispered to William, "Captain, do we truly need to be here?" William glanced around, taking in the multitude of ninja soldiers that swarmed the room, poised for action. Some towering figures, comparable in stature to extraterrestrial robots, loomed before him, ready to unleash their fury upon the moment their leader awakened. He examined the small firearm in his hand and began to doubt its efficacy against such formidable foes. Meanwhile, Lu Chi reached the corner, tilting his head to observe the smoke that still lingered despite the relentless bombardment outside, casting an admiring glance at Ironhide. "That device of yours is quite impressive. It has not dissipated. This is a specially designed smoke bomb I developed previously. Nothing extraordinary," Ironhide replied. Yet pride was evident in his tone. Lu Chi nodded. "How many Decepticons are out there?" The ambulance recalled approximately 137, including the Decepticon commanders. Such a precise figure? And yet he said approximately. Lu Chi nodded once more. "Let us finish this swiftly so I can get some rest. I will go out and deal with them." He held these adversaries in contempt. After all, in the previous battle, the forces of the Lighthouse Nation had managed to subdue them, and he saw no reason why he could not do the same, especially since he could now be considered a complete entity. Optimus Prime intended to say something, but was silenced by Lu Chi's confidence. Instead, he took a gun from Ironhide's grasp. Pulling back the bolt, he declared, "We will accompany you, my friend." Noticing the seriousness in Optimus Prime's gaze, Lu Chi smiled, gesturing beside him to unveil a portal leading to the shadow dimension. Instantly, an unfathomable torrent of dark energy surged forth, flooding the tunnel and spilling into the outside world. "Damn it, my energy detector is about to fail," Ironhide exclaimed, astonished by the seemingly endless surge of power, feeling the firearms in his possession offer him no solace. "This is my strength," Lu Chi proclaimed, as waves of shadow energy enveloped him, transforming into his favored black cloak. Donning his hood, he snapped his fingers and, with a grin directed at Optimus Prime, stepped forward into the maelstrom of energy, vanishing from sight. "Cool, but is he going to be all right?" Jazz murmured, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Starscream was directing the Decepticons to fire at the dam, attempting to divert Optimus Prime and his allies' attention, when suddenly, the energy detector began to blare an alarm. As he observed the rapidly escalating readings, Starscream was left nearly speechless in shock. What kind of energy is this? Could it be the power of the Allspark? All the Decepticons involuntarily fixated on the energy detector, watching the readings soar uncontrollably, and then their nightmare materialized. A black river surged forth from the white smoke, morphing into a colossal black serpent soaring through the sky. What on earth is that? Even the massive Devastator could not help but curse. Gazing at the serpentine figure above, was this truly a manifestation of nature's power? "Is that a human up there?" Roadblock exclaimed in shock, capturing the gaze of all the Decepticons. Before them stood a diminutive shadow atop the colossal serpent. Gazing down upon them, "It appears you yearn for war?" A message coursed through energy waves into their processors. "Then let the battle commence." A placid voice resonated, and with a mere wave of his hand, Lu Chi commanded the gigantic serpent to spiral above the Decepticons, its immense form eclipsing the sunlight and plunging the adversaries into profound darkness. "Welcome to my domain, my realm of shadows." Lu Chi extended his arms, relishing the moment as he basked in the sunlight that only he could feel, akin to a king warmly receiving distant guests. Then, the soaring serpent transformed into torrents, cascading down to strike at the Decepticons. "Damn it." Roadblock, witnessing the encroaching dark energy, desperately rolled aside to evade it. Yet his subordinates were far less fortunate. The torrents engulfed those who failed to evade in time, consuming and assimilating them without leaving a trace. Even the mechanical cranium left on the ground was swept away in the deluge. Ultimately, the black torrent morphed into a massive serpent with menacing fangs bared. Locking its gaze on a Roadblock, Roadblock stared in bewilderment at the serpent, glancing around to find that the once thriving ranks of Decepticons had dwindled to mere squad leaders in an instant, realizing that it was not his evasion that saved him, but rather the adversary's reluctance to annihilate them. The obscured sunlight once more illuminated him, yet he felt no warmth. The serpent's forked tongue danced in the air, as if preparing to ensnare its prey, inching closer to Roadblock. "Damn it! Damn it!" Roadblock frantically retreated, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Suddenly, The serpent's tail struck the earth beside him with a forceful blow, yet it produced no sound. Roadblock turned to see his core seize up. The spot where the tail had struck appeared hollow. The concrete vanished to reveal the soil beneath, leaving not even a trace of dust. Another tail whipped towards him, and Roadblock hastily rolled aside, only to collide with another body. Turning around, he was taken aback to find it was noisy. Surveying his surroundings, Roadblock realized they were encircled by the black serpent. Once its task was complete, the serpent transformed into torrents, merging with other energies and swirling incessantly around them like a tornado, fluctuating in size and exerting relentless pressure on their cores. Finally, all the energies surged skyward, coalescing into a giant that hovered above. Lucci's figure emerged from the giant, descending step by step. Surrender or face annihilation, a Clich D choice. Yet eternally relevant. The Decepticons fell silent, and suddenly, Noisy morphed violently, firing a cannon shot at Lucci. The giant raised a hand to intercept the projectile, which plunged directly into its energy form, disappearing without a trace. That complicates matters. I rather fancied tank models. Lucci appeared to be deep in thought, but in the next moment, the giant behind him swung a fist. There was no sound, yet a formidable being silently vanished from existence, leaving not even a final utterance. Although the tank model is gone, I find the other models rather appealing. By the way, you can transform into anything, right? That means spare one. The red spider hastily knelt down, proclaiming, "Esteemed warrior, the red spider shall forever pledge loyalty to you." He slammed his head against the concrete, creating 2 cracks in the surface. Lucci's expression remained unchanged. "What if I don't like you?" In an instant, the red spider transformed into a fighter jet and attempted to flee, but the giant released a portion of its energy, pursuing him through the air and assimilating him into the realm of darkness. Lucci gazed at the last 2 colossal figures that had appeared in the film, smiling as he remarked, "Rest assured, I merely detest this cunning, scheming pig. As for you, I am quite satisfied, having successfully subdued and trained his 2 subordinates." Lucci transformed into a dark energy flying carpet, transporting himself to stand before Optimus Prime and a group of soldiers, who had only fired 2 shots before becoming mere spectators. "What do you think?" Lucci placed his hands on his hips, striking a pose. "I am beginning to believe you hail from a world where stars explode at random." Jazz spoke first. "In our realm, we don't casually destroy planets for amusement." "Wait, you all actually doubt my words?" Lucci stared incredulously at them. At that moment, within the dam, a fighter jet attempted to exit the tunnel, but a horde of troll soldiers clung to it, delivering powerful blows that sent Megatron crashing to the ground. Well, who do we have here?" "Another action figure delivered right to our doorstep," Lucci exclaimed with delight. Observing Lucci, Jazz, who had been so brave moments ago, now silently shrank behind Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Lucci summoned several more troll soldiers to pin Megatron to the ground. After some communication with the trolls, he learned that Hercules had unexpectedly tunneled down from above the dam, launching a sudden assault. Megatron had already regained his consciousness but dared not move, assessing his predicament. It was only when Hercules made his sudden appearance that he broke free from the ice and attempted to escape. Realizing that Hercules had been subdued, Lucci sighed in relief. After all, having Hercules as an action figure could also be rather delightful. Just then, the Allspark cube unexpectedly hovered into view before everyone. What was happening? Where was my large army? The Mantis, perplexed, glanced around, while Karzalin's eyes reflected confusion, uncertain of the whereabouts of the red spider and the others. Initially, he and the mechanical dog had infiltrated the room housing the Allspark alongside the scorpion giant, only to see Bumblebee retrieve the Allspark, prompting their anxious rush. Yet none of the Decepticons could land a blow on Bumblebee. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently leaned against the Bumblebee while tearing apart a mechanical dog, seizing the opportunity to snatch the spark source and make a hasty escape, leaving his comrades behind. Now, he finds himself unable to locate the main force. What coincidence? Lucci thought as he ordered several ninja soldiers to restrain the individual while holding the spark source. This is a delivery right to my doorstep, definitely worthy of praise. Chapter 59. An unlosable bet roadblock and the dizzying embrace of the colossal Decepticon cower in a corner, while nearby, a fear-stricken mantis has scattered into a cluster of trembling beads. At this moment, In the once frozen hall of Megatron, countless shadow ninjas have pinned the mighty Optimus Prime, preventing any movement, while a group of troll soldiers attempts to disassemble him piece by piece. The source of their terror is that formidable human. Will you yield or not? Liu Qi delivered a powerful punch, unleashing 3,200 points of dark energy that sent Megatron crashing, sprawled upon the platform. At this juncture, Megatron appeared utterly wretched. With nearly all of his components in disarray, oil oozing from every crevice, even one of his eyes shattered. Who do you think I am? An insect? Megatron struggled to rise, spitting out the scattered parts from his mouth. Why are you so stubborn? Liu Qi produced the spark source, which emitted arcs of electricity, restoring Megatron to his former state. In the original film, Megatron, reduced to just a head, was directly repaired by the spark source. So this should not come as a surprise. Please, we have already squandered an inordinate amount of time on this. Liu Qi tossed the spark source to a nearby ninja soldier, then cracked his knuckles as he approached Megatron. At this moment, Bumblebee, his sound processor repaired, crouched next to Sam and Michaela, speaking in a voice noticeably younger than that of the other Autobots. I can hardly believe I'm starting to feel sorry for Megatron. Ironhide leaned against the wall, puzzled. Since Megatron refuses to surrender, why not just eliminate him? Jazz lounged nearby, casually swinging his legs. He mentioned something about if they succumb to dizziness, Megatron would absolutely not miss anything. I can't make heads or tails of that, Ratchet replied, shaking his head in resignation. However, it seems we're stuck here for the time being. Optimus Prime surveyed the space. After defeating the Decepticons, the Secretary of Defense had instructed them to remain here for discretion, but it was evident this was merely a cage for them. Observing the human in the hall's center, Optimus Prime's core whirred incessantly. Although he had not witnessed the potency of the human's weaponry during the recent battle, he had seen enough online to recognize that their missiles and other armaments posed a significant threat. Now, while it was suggested they rest here, stepping outside might lead to being locked onto by missiles. Realizing the peculiar nature of their situation, Optimus glanced at Liu Qi, believing that the solution to escaping this confinement rested with him. With that thought, Optimus Prime stepped forward. Hey, Liu Qi. Liu Qi turned to Optimus Prime, casually kicking Megatron aside, and then summoned a cage of dark energy to imprison Megatron within. What is the matter? Optimus Prime skillfully avoided the nimble ninjas and approached Liu Qi, crouching down. We have been trapped here by those Lighthouse Nation folks. Do you have a plan for escape? Liu Qi smiled gently. Fear not. I merely wish to test if I can tame Megatron here. It seems it may take considerable time. Why don't we leave first? He drew the cage closer, beckoning his new subordinates to gather around. After donning the long and used, for 3 days, suspension ring, Liu Qi waved his hand, and a portal materialized, expanding into a nearly 10-meter diameter arc. You might need to lower your head slightly. The others need not. Liu Qi stepped through the portal, pulling Megatron along with him. The group traversed the portal and arrived at Sam's residence. As for Sam, we shall leave you here for now. We will venture elsewhere. Liu Qi pondered how to arrange Optimus Prime and the others, considering that as one of the few remaining figures among the Autobots, these giants would likely not accompany him to Marvel. Otherwise, the Autobots in this universe would inevitably perish. However, the matrix of leadership was of considerable rank. Perhaps he should mark the coordinates of this universe, allowing for occasional visits in the future. Where do you wish to go? Liu Qi inquired, turning to Optimus Prime, who must have a suitable destination in mind. After a brief contemplation, Optimus Prime replied, now that Megatron has been captured, without him, the Decepticons will be in disarray. I intend to rally all Autobots and launch a counterattack. So, you plan to establish a resistance outpost on Earth? Optimus Prime considered this and shook his head regretfully. Though Earth is appealing, its inhabitants are not welcoming to us. Liu Qi raised an eyebrow. Do not generalize. While the Lighthouse Nation is constantly seeking conflict, there are indeed many peace-loving individuals here. I can recommend a country. Optimus Prime surmised his intention. You mean the country across the ocean? Liu Qi nodded, openly revealing his thoughts without hesitation. That nation is quite accepting of foreign entities and continually seeks a common peace among civilizations. You can investigate online. Optimus Prime quickly browsed information about that country, falling silent for a moment. I find that place agreeable. Though somewhat underdeveloped, it may truly accept us. Liu Qi smiled broadly, then stated earnestly, do not be deceived by appearances. That nation is likely undergoing rapid development. I would bet on it. Which nation is poised to emerge as the most formidable developing country in the forthcoming decade? A nation that boasts the second largest economy globally, while simultaneously being the foremost industrial and agricultural power among developing nations. Countless high-tech industries are set to surpass the beacon of light in a remarkable manner, unveiling myriad opportunities. With a sly smile, it was mentioned, moreover, they will have the chance to study you, though not in a disassembling manner. Under Optimus Prime's puzzle gaze, Lu Qi presented the Allspark, stating, "Is it not true that this nation has derived a plethora of technologies by studying Megatron? However, once these technologies are activated, they will transform into forces akin to the Decepticons. Imagine if the world's second largest industrial nation utilizes your insights to develop a series of technologies. Would the transformation of the Allspark not become a vital asset for your Autobots?" Noticing the growing brightness in Optimus Prime's eyes, Lu Qi smiled. To borrow a phrase from that nation, this is termed a win-win cooperation. They attain development, while you gain strength and companionship for survival. Jazz interjected, "I find this proposition quite appealing. The suggestions from that nation are commendable, such as the concept of a shared destiny. By the stars, what a brilliant idea. Had this been proposed at the pinnacle of our civilization, perhaps we could have avoided civil war. Most importantly, the conduct of the nation we currently reside in reminds me of the war-crazed Decepticons, while that other nation inspires a sense of optimism." Optimus Prime valued his deputy's counsel, pondering for a moment before finally nodding. "Then we shall journey to that nation. Shall we use the portal to transport ourselves directly?" Lu Qi shook his head. Although he occasionally traversed through the portals of Kamar-Taj for an authentic Chinese breakfast in the Marvel Universe, the disparities between the material realms necessitated a different approach. "Allow me to first escort you to a more secure location. Then, I will return to my homeland for discussions. As a final safeguard, there are indeed tasks that you will need to undertake." Lu Qi instructed Optimus Prime and his companions to infiltrate the television and audio channels of that nation, broadcasting visuals of their collaboration with humanity against the Decepticons. He also pointed out Sam and others, ensuring that the nation would think twice before taking action against those currently in the spotlight. This would simultaneously enhance the visibility of the Transformers, facilitating their acceptance by humanity, thus preventing any potential confusion in the event of conflict. After exchanging greetings with Sam, Bumblebee insisted on remaining by his side. Lu Qi was not surprised, but persuaded Bumblebee to leave for the time being. Once that nation flourished and feared the other, it would suffice to have Sam visit Bumblebee in the homeland. Subsequently, he led Optimus Prime and the others into the interior of the pyramid. In the entire world, perhaps only this place remained untouched by the prying eyes of the Beacon Nation. "You shall stay here for the time being. By the way, this structure was constructed by your ancestors, originally intended to assimilate solar energy into dark energy for practical application. However, the energy source has now been taken by me, rendering this machine obsolete. You may conduct your research. By the way, it seems there is an artifact left by your ancestors for the current leader, Optimus Prime, within a temple in this desert." Lu Qi briefly mentioned this, then, disregarding the astonished gazes of Optimus Prime and the others, slipped out of the pyramid and soared into the sky, unapologetically making his way to the borders of his homeland. He obediently halted at the border, and shortly thereafter, a helicopter approached. "Over here." Lu Qi waved both hands towards the sky, grinning like a child of 247 months. Indeed, being able to assist his nation in rising is an incredibly exhilarating endeavor. He followed them onto the aircraft, and after stating his intentions, the border commander promptly reported Lu Qi's news, especially since the recently released alien footage had already garnered the attention of numerous countries. Under the commander's report, the higher-ups took this matter very seriously. Although the nation had already embarked on a rapid development trajectory, no one would decline the opportunity to bolster their advantages. 7 hours later, Lu Qi arrived at a room in the capital, where several dignitaries awaited him. "I apologize for the wait," Lu Qi said, feeling a surge of excitement as he looked at them. In his original world, several of these individuals had sadly passed away. The dignitaries, with their hair graying, still exuded vitality and appeared quite robust, which relieved Lu Qi, suddenly recalling how Ancient One sustained her life through dark energy. Lu Qi felt he could achieve even more for this country, ensuring the preservation of its depth. However, he needed to return and learn more about the applications of dark energy from Ancient One and the others. The dignitaries, appearing amiable, engaged Lu Qi in extensive conversation, and when the topic of the Autobots arose, they nodded in agreement. We are delighted at this moment to have someone bring friends back to assist our nation. That song resonates well. When friends arrive, there's fine wine. When enemies come, there are rifles. We shall certainly treat those friends with fine wine. Oh no, I mean the best gasoline. We believe that with their assistance, we will surely fulfill our mission. Another chuckled. Rest assured, even with gasoline, our chefs can create a variety of flavors for them. Laughter ensued among the group. Lu Qi scratched the back of his head. In the presence of these individuals, he felt like a child. Unconsciously, he stood up. We shall always remember to remain true to our original aspirations and to bear in mind our mission. In a decade or so, you will undoubtedly witness a brand new homeland. The group conversed joyfully before proceeding to an open area where Lu Qi drew a portal, awaiting the arrival of Optimus Prime and the Autobots who stepped through. Observing these diminutive beings, Optimus Prime felt a surge of warmth emanating from his leadership core. Involuntarily, these individuals appeared to grow in stature in the eyes of Optimus Prime, transforming into giants leading the masses, chanting a unified slogan as they propelled a colossal vessel through the winds of this era. You are indeed correct. This nation is destined for greatness, Optimus Prime remarked, his gaze becoming increasingly luminous, sensing the fervor of the leadership core intensifying. I speak no falsehood, Lu Qi replied, confidence radiating from his eyes as he regarded the towering figure. We are destined to soar. At last, Lu Qi stepped aside, retrieving a camera. Shall we capture a photograph? This marks a formal meeting between humanity and extraterrestrial beings. To say nothing of Megatron, that fellow lacked even a leadership module. As they all nodded in agreement, Lu Qi meticulously adjusted the camera settings and, alongside other photographers, immortalized the moment in a photograph. Chapter 60, The Energon Cube. So, you are certain you wish to place the Allspark in my possession? Lu Qi inquired, gazing at the Allspark in his hands as he addressed Optimus Prime. Indeed, Megatron is merely the foremost leader of the Decepticons. The Allspark holds considerable allure for the other Decepticons. Should it reside with us, it would likely attract their aggression. However, if it remains with you and is transported to another world, the Decepticons would be unable to acquire it. Are you not concerned that I may not return it? Lu Qi raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Optimus Prime. Strictly speaking, the Allspark does not belong to Cybertron. One might argue that it is the Allspark that birthed the Cybertronians. As long as it does not fall into the hands of the Decepticons, it will not impact us adversely. Optimus Prime spoke with calm assurance, his tone devoid of any reluctance. For years, their resistance had not relied upon the Allspark. Their mission to Earth to secure it was merely to prevent the Decepticons from gaining greater power. Furthermore, Lu Qi seemed to have grasped that, rather than lacking ambition, he simply lacked the desire to conquer the world. With the Allspark in his possession, the Decepticons would not stand a chance against him. Even if it were to produce more Autobots, establishing a production line would require considerable time. In the interim, the few Autobots in this nation would struggle against the multitude of Decepticons scattered across the cosmos, converging towards Earth. Very well. Since I now understand the coordinates of this world, I shall take this to my realm. In due course, we will see how to communicate. Should you require it, I will bring it back, Lu Qi remarked casually. Although the Allspark could animate machines, it would not wield significant power within the Marvel Universe. After all, even the mightiest of Autobots, Optimus Prime, was not considered a formidable character within that realm. However, could it be of interest to Tony? That fellow certainly had a flair for such matters. As Optimus Prime departed to discuss collaboration with other members of the nation, Lu Qi made his way to his room, the Allspark in hand. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Qi gazed at the ember source in his hand, uncertain whether this peculiar object would withstand the conditions of the shadow dimension. After a moment's contemplation, he tentatively emitted a modicum of dark energy, attempting to corrode the object. To his astonishment, the ember source remained unscathed. Instead, it absorbed the dark energy, emanating a faint glow. What is the nature of this ember source? Lu Qi mused, suddenly recalling the device constructed within the pyramid, which also utilized dark energy as its power source. Turning his attention back to the ember source, he pondered whether it was indeed driven by dark energy. suggesting that the inhabitants of Cybertron had uncovered the shadow dimension and some methods of harnessing dark energy through their explorations. With curiosity piqued, Lu Qi decided to feed the Ember Source more dark energy, which resulted in an even more radiant glow. Intriguingly, this Ember Source had captured his interest, especially since its portrayal in the film was nothing short of remarkable. It could seemingly defy the law of conservation of mass and directly activate various electrical devices, even giving birth to the Transformers themselves. Opening a portal to the shadow dimension, Lu Qi cautiously placed a corner of the Ember Source within it, anxious that the pure dark energy of his dimension might obliterate this source. However, upon entering the shadow dimension, the Ember Source immediately broke free from his grasp and soared into the depths of the realm. "What on earth?" Lu Qi exclaimed, quickly following into the dimension to manage the dark energy, lest it corrode the Ember Source. Yet, the Ember Source defiantly pursued the dark energy, showing no signs of degradation. Should he test the limits? Lu Qi released his control over the dark energy, and an astonishing amount of energy surged wildly within the shadow dimension, gravitating toward the Ember Source. The Ember Source, akin to an insatiable black hole, absorbed the torrent of dark energy, radiating increasingly blinding light. Is this to create a sun for my dimension? Lu Qi shielded his eyes slightly. He felt no pang of loss, for the source was merely absorbing energy rather than diminishing his own reserves. As he observed the Ember Source voraciously consume energy, Lu Qi silently calculated the amount it had absorbed. Upon reaching over 30 million units, the Ember Source seemed to have finally quenched its thirst. Subsequently, black arcs of electricity erupted from the Ember Source, thrashing about the dark dimension before gradually subsiding after a period of chaos. Is this the end? Lu Qi ventured to inspect the locations struck by the electric arcs, discovering numerous black crystals. Holding one of the crystals in his hand, he sensed that the dark energy contained within had become remarkably controllable. Encased in an unusual shell, it would react with nothing in the material world, while harboring an immense amount of energy. This thumb-sized crystal contained approximately hundreds of thousands of energy units. How is this possible? Although Lu Qi could also condense dark energy into a solid form, releasing the constraints would cause the energy to dissipate. Upon examining the structure of this crystal, Lu Qi discerned that its exterior bore exceedingly minute patterns, along which dark energy flowed languidly, serving to bind that which lay within. How peculiar to be bound by oneself. Were it not for the fact that this object was fundamentally composed of dark energy, Lu Qi might have overlooked it entirely. This structure was indeed intriguing. Now that he had grasped its essence, he could rely on the dark energy to recreate such an object. Casting his gaze upon a smaller crystal in his possession, he set it aside and began to gather dark energy to forge an identical shell. However, unlike the thumb-sized specimen, Lu Qi directly synthesized a crystal shell the size of an infant's fist. Yet this creation was devoid of energy, prompting him to wave his hand and concentrate energy in an attempt to infuse it within. For such a diminutive crystal, Lu Qi astonishingly poured over 1 billion units of energy into it before reaching its utmost capacity. As he felt the dark energy within become increasingly tranquil and stable, a curious thought struck him. Since this object could store such immense energy, and given his inability to open a portal to the shadow dimension in the Marvel Universe, it would be prudent to craft several crystals to carry with him. During battles, he could unleash the energy contained within, thereby wielding the power he possessed in the shadow dimension, while also making use of the substantial energy produced daily without fear of waste. However, this object must possess more significance than this. Otherwise, the Decepticons would not engage in its creation idly. Lu Qi decided to seek out Megatron, as Optimus Prime was likely preoccupied. After all, Optimus had recently collaborated with the government and had a plethora of matters yet to be organized. Megatron, leading the Decepticons against Optimus and his allies for such an extended period, should not be at a substantial disadvantage, or so he hoped. Recalling the near defeats faced by Megatron and the 2 other Decepticons against Optimus, Lu Qi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Nevertheless, the utility of this object should not correlate directly with combat prowess. He made his way toward the nearby underground passage, a vast space initially excavated for air defense, intended for storing equipment for counterattacks. Even Megatron and his forces appeared diminutive within its confines. The Shadow Legion was currently assisting the station troops in transporting the equipment out. Yet there remained a considerable amount within, even with so many individuals involved. Lu Chi proceeded to the innermost part of the air raid shelter, where a makeshift room had been established to detain Megatron. A few Decepticons he had collected were there, guarding him while attempting to persuade Megatron to surrender. "Please, cease your efforts," Lu Chi instructed the Decepticons, observing the despondent figure seated within the room. "What is this? Has it come time for today's warm-up?" Megatron replied, rising to his feet and stretching his metallic frame. Even though he harbored no realistic hope of defeating this formidable being, he would not cease his resistance so readily. Lu Chi shook his head at the sight of Megatron's defiance. "Today, I am rather disinclined to engage in combat with you. I have come for this." Lu Chi produced a dark energy crystal and tossed it over. "Do you have any inkling of what this is?" "I crafted this using the Allspark." Megatron halted his actions, caught the crystal, and scrutinized it intently. "It appears you have successfully activated the Allspark. This crystal is a manifestation of the energy condensed through its sublimation." "You seem quite familiar with this object," Lu Chi remarked, observing Megatron's nostalgic expression. "Pardon my impertinence, but did you once consume such things?" Megatron turned to Lu Chi, a smirk playing on his lips. "The Allspark inherently possesses the power to create worlds and life. The Cybertronians are beings birthed from the Allspark, and this crystal serves as a superior energy source, augmenting our might." Lu Chi gazed at Megatron, a hint of peculiarity in his tone. "Is that all you have to divulge? Are you capitulating?" Megatron scoffed, tossing the crystal back. "I shall not surrender." "What then does all this mean?" Lu Chi caught the energy crystal, looking at Megatron. "I had anticipated you might consume this and transform to engage in a proper duel." Megatron resumed his seated position upon the ground, regarding Lu Chi, who remained significantly shorter than him. "I, Optimus Prime, and that bothersome Bumblebee have all previously utilized energy crystals. The energy properties of the crystals we consume differ from yours. Hasty usage may result in violent explosions." "I see. Then there is no issue." Lu Chi stowed the crystal, observing Megatron. "By the way, why are you so chatty today?" "It merely brings back a sense of nostalgia to see a crystal I haven't encountered in quite some time." Megatron cast a glance at Lu Chi, an air of disdain in his gaze. "Very well," Lu Chi replied, exasperation evident in his expression. "When you decide to share, I shall endeavor to find you some of your little treats. I am not a pet." "Of course, you're not a pet. You're a limited edition power bank." "You scoundrel." Megatron slammed against the door, causing the entire room to tremble violently. Yet, Lu Chi did not look back. He simply departed. Casually observing the Allspark floating within the shadow world, Lu Chi attempted to retrieve it, this time managing to move it with ease, which alleviated his concerns. He feared it might cling to him. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Chi sent a message to Ancient One and resumed refining his flying surveillance drone. In the Marvel Universe, Ancient One, wielding the resplendent time stone, diligently sought to locate Lu Chi. "This fellow is nothing but a source of chaos. Once I retrieve him, I shall ensure he is confined, at least until he learns several interdimensional communication spells." Recalling the tea house that had been destroyed by 1,000,000 units of dark energy not long ago, Ancient One pondered that he must instruct that individual to construct a new tea house. "Forget it. I might as well construct a new Kamar-Taj, for the houses here are rather dilapidated." Chapter 61. Returning to Marvel, reluctantly reading at last. "It is complete," Lu Chi exclaimed, rising with excitement as he beheld his creation. 2 days had passed since his conversation with Megatron, and during these idle moments, he had devoted himself to contemplating the great black sphere. Initially, he had deemed the object satisfactory, yet its functionality was rather limited. Thus, he resolved to refine it, reducing its size, enhancing its speed, and endowing it with the capability to communicate with the Decepticons, exchanging images. This way, through the Decepticons as a converter, the images detected by the black sphere could be transformed into various formats. "Truly, I am a genius." Lu Chi gazed contentedly at his creation. Now no longer merely a great black sphere. Before him lay a dark energy conglomerate, reminiscent of an octopus, its spherical head adorned with dozens of swirling, large eyes, affording an expansive field of view. Several tentacles bore intricate nozzles, enabling propulsion through the expulsion of energy during flight. The entire octopus was the size of a light bulb. Originally, the mouth of the octopus featured a recess, for Lu Qi intended to place an energy crystal there, ensuring sustained power without the fear of dissipating energy when too far from a source. Additionally, he crafted a protruding organ capable of emitting energy waves, serving not only to protect the energy recess, but also to facilitate energy communication with others from a distance. Drawing inspiration from the structure of the crystal surface, Lu Qi adorned each tentacle with a similar epidermis, not to constrain energy, but to allow the octopus to interact with other objects, as dark energy would react when it came into contact with various materials. After surveying his little octopus with satisfaction, Lu Qi felt an inexplicable familiarity with its appearance. Why does it evoke a sense of Cthulhu? He mused, touching his head. The large eyes occupied a significant portion of the head, rendering energy supply to that area less optimal. Thus, Lu Qi devised a series of protruding channels across the head surface to facilitate energy transmission, resembling prominent black tendrils. The functionality is commendable, though the appearance may be somewhat conspicuous, Lu Qi assessed. He decided to test the creature's practical application, summoning the thin mantis. He connected it to the little octopus to project the images it detected. Following the mantis's processing, a colossal display appeared before Lu Qi, showcasing an almost panoramic view, with only the area behind the tentacles lacking visibility. Should I perhaps add a few more eyes to the tentacles? Lu Qi pondered, stroking his chin. Planning to make adjustments later, he maneuvered the little octopus to take flight. Even without expelling energy, it could glide slowly through the air, its tentacles gracefully undulating as the little octopus floated outward. As he approached the entrance, the octopus's tentacles entwined around the doorknob, exerting a bit of force to successfully twist it open. Upon stepping into the outside world, Lu Qi found that the octopus was no longer visible. He could only rely on the eyes located on its head to survey the surroundings. Thus, Lu Qi navigated the corridor, eventually soaring out through a window into the open air. It feels just like piloting a drone, he mused, crafting a device resembling a joystick from dark energy to control the octopus. This is quite enjoyable. He whimsically maneuvered the creature through the sky, even attempting to fly alongside a few birds, but the moment they spotted the octopus, they hastily fled in the opposite direction. If you don't want to play with me, that's fine, Lu Qi resignedly thought, and commenced testing the octopus's maximum speed. Thanks to the numerous propulsion nozzles at its peak velocity, the octopus could reach approximately 300 meters per second. Below, Jazz was engaged in tactical discussions with several soldiers when he suddenly noticed a peculiar object soaring overhead. The species in your vicinity are rather strange, he remarked, glancing at the flying octopus with a hint of astonishment. One soldier, sensing something amiss, peered through his binoculars. What the hell is that? It looks utterly unsettling. The group exchanged glances, promptly communicating with the command center, upon learning of an unidentified flying object entering restricted airspace. The command center immediately issued orders, prompting soldiers to abandon their tasks and grab their weapons in haste. Within mere seconds, the swiftest soldiers arrived, armed and ready. Lu Qi, observing the commotion below, was puzzled, wondering if there was some event happening that he had not been informed about, unaware that chaos had erupted at the command center. What on earth is that? The commander exclaimed, viewing the projection Jazz had sent to Optimus Prime, seeing the creature adorned with an array of eyes. Its bizarre and eerie appearance sending shivers down his spine. This entity was a true challenge to human comprehension. Optimus Prime, upon gazing at the creature, was inexplicably reminded of Lu Qi's large black sphere, though he mused that Lu Qi's aesthetic sensibilities could not possibly extend to such grotesqueness. He had never encountered anyone who created increasingly unattractive designs. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Ratchet, you must immediately assist our allies, Optimus called out to the other Autobots, simultaneously sending a message to Lu Qi. Is there an unidentified enemy? Lu Qi temporarily set down the joystick and halted the octopus, checking the message. Just then, several gunshots rang out from outside, and the projection of the thin mantis abruptly went dark. What happened? Why is there no signal? Lu Qi turned to glance at the thin mantis, instinctively tapping it a few times, yet the signal did not improve. We've been shot down, the thin mantis replied, sounding aggrieved. Shot down? Who did this? An enemy? Lu Qi was taken aback and hurriedly rushed outside. Soon, He reached the window and peered out, discovering a sea of people on the playground, all armed and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Jazz, what transpired? Where's the enemy? Jazz glanced at Lu Qi and remarked, I don't know. Just now, there was an oddly hideous octopus soaring through the sky, which the sniper promptly obliterated. Strangely, all that remains is this solitary black stone. Jazz pondered the crystal he had found, inexplicably sensing a resemblance between its energy and that of Lu Qi. An octopus? Lu Qi had not heard Jazz's murmurs, but recalled his own little octopus that had recently lost its signal, feeling a twinge of guilt. At that moment, Lu Qi suddenly sensed that Gu Yi was extracting dark energy and in considerable quantity. Subsequently, several black magical rings materialized in the sky above the square. These rings intertwined, and in their intricate details, miniature magical arrays began to emerge, multiplying and enlarging, ultimately coalescing into a complex magical array spanning hundreds of meters. Alert! Prepare to fire. The commander, upon witnessing this colored energy, presumed it was linked to the octopus's master. He immediately issued commands over the communication channel, as soldiers disengaged their safeties, aimed at the target, and braced for action. What a coincidence! Is it Gu Yi? Yet, Lu Qi could not be certain. Ascending into the air, he retrieved a black crystal of immense value, ready to unleash its energy at a moment's notice, adapting to the unfolding situation. Above, as the magical array completed its formation, the central region experienced a sudden spatial distortion, unleashing a violent surge of energy that completely warped the surrounding space. A figure emerged from within. Gu Yi surveyed the dissipating magical array with satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Lu Qi and the gathered soldiers below. What a peculiar welcome ceremony this is. Lu Qi hastily waved for them to lower their weapons. Addressing Gu Yi, I thought it would take you much longer to realize I was absent. Gu Yi shook his head in resignation. I had not anticipated your rather crude application of dark energy. Do you not know how to utilize energy for communication? Well, I'm currently exploring that. I've even developed a detection spell, which I shall demonstrate shortly, Lu Qi replied. Gu Yi's expression brightened with interest, intrigued by Lu Qi's detection spell. Yet he continued, I only managed to locate your position from the infinite universe using the time stone. But the infinity stones cannot remain away from the material realm for too long. We must return swiftly, or the consequences could be dire. Lu Qi nodded in agreement, hastily retrieving Megatron and the others, bidding a brief farewell to Optimus Prime. I now possess the coordinates of this universe, and I shall return for a visit. Keep up the good work. With that, Lu Qi led several Decepticons over to Gu Yi. It seems you have made some friends? Gu Yi observed the towering figures, and, drawing further energy from Lu Qi, conjured a magical array that enveloped Megatron and the others, compressing them into half-meter-tall models. When we return, you must catch up on your studies. I happen to have a significant project for you. What major project? The Ancient One smiled enigmatically without uttering a word, then commenced the construction of a grand magical array. Before the gaze of thousands of soldiers, the colossal array was completed, and Lu Qi and the Ancient One gradually advanced towards the passage. Salute! A voice rang out, and all the soldiers uniformly lowered their weapons, performing a military salute. Lu Qi, taken aback by the sound, turned around in astonishment, but before he could react, he vanished into the magical array. It seems that fellow truly has returned, said a gentleman in the channel, holding a crystal. By the way, why does this energy resemble that which Lu Qi and the mysterious individual utilized? Ambulance, iron shell. I have an energy polymer here that reacts similarly to the powers of Lu Qi and that enigmatic person. Would you like to come and investigate? With matters concluded, the commander ordered everyone to return to their posts. Lu Qi's expression of astonishment had yet to fade when he discovered he was back in Kamar-Taj, but the sight before him suggested he might have been away for several years. Why has this place become so chaotic? Have I truly been gone for years? He gazed at the dilapidated tea house, which appeared as though it had been ravaged by cannon fire. Who do you think is responsible for this? The Ancient One regarded Lu Qi with a bemused expression. Lu Qi, puzzled, pointed to himself. Surely, I could not have caused such havoc in another world. The Ancient One returned the time stone to the core of the protective shield, preventing any unwitting intruders from causing trouble. Do you recall how much energy you had previously infused into me? The Ancient One gestured towards the tea house. I am not Odin. The energy you bestowed upon me can only be emitted. Are you not aware of the properties of your dark energy? Lu Qi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the fault lay with him. When he had infused energy, he had not considered the consequences, merely wishing to attract the attention of the powerful. Observing Lu Qi's awkwardness, the Ancient One produced a catalog of the current collection of Kamar-Taj texts and handed it to him. Thus, you must diligently study the applications of dark energy. You ought to peruse the entire spellbook of Kamar-Taj. Lu Qi's eyes widened as he accepted the catalog, which was as thick as a notebook. You expect me to read through all these spellbooks? The Ancient One shook her head, and just as Lu Qi thought there might be a glimmer of hope, she added, in fact, thanks to someone's explorations in other worlds. The number of spellbooks has now exceeded 6,000. A look of disbelief crossed Lu Qi's face. The Ancient One continued, moreover, since you have destroyed my tea house, to make amends, you shall undertake the reconstruction of all Kamar-Taj. Ah, this feels like extortion, Lu Qi exclaimed as he gazed at the composed Ancient One, surprised by this side of her. First, provide me with an itemized bill so I can ascertain the total cost. Ancient One cast a glance at him. Within my tea room lies an extensive collection amassed over centuries, considered by outsiders to be priceless antiques spanning millennia. Are you certain you wish for me to compile a catalog? Then never mind. Lu Qi promptly adopted a compliant demeanor, astonished to discover that the seemingly impoverished Ancient One, akin to those shameful deities, was in fact a magnate of immense wealth. Observing Lu Qi's reaction, Ancient One shook his head. Even a legitimate disciple of Kamar-Taj was not permitted to casually peruse those perilous tomes. He had opened a door for him, yet he remained unwilling. As Lu Qi watched Ancient One's retreating figure, he glanced at the directory of spellbooks in his hands, inexplicably reminded of his high school days. Engulfed by a sea of books. Ah, forget it. I shall consider this an opportunity for self-enrichment. Lu Qi cast a glance at the half-meter-tall, bewildered Megatron and the other Decepticons accompanying him, letting out a sigh. His understanding of dark energy was indeed rather rudimentary. Perhaps it was prudent to take the time to study diligently. With the directory of spellbooks in hand, Lu Qi made his way to the library, encountering Mordo along the way. Hey Mordo, long time no see. Lu Qi greeted cheerfully. Have you been off in another dimension these past few days? Mordo inquired, eyeing the obedient robots trailing behind Lu Qi, bemused as to where he had found such followers. By the way, have you seen the new interdimensional teleportation spell that Master Ancient One developed? As a devoted admirer of Ancient One, Mordo had nearly been moved to kneel in reverence upon witnessing the sprawling, intricate magical array that spanned hundreds of meters. Just yesterday, Ancient One had placed the spell within the Kamar-Taj library, making it a part of Kamar-Taj's rich heritage. Such selflessness could inspire Mordo to compose a 3,000-word essay in praise of Ancient One. Lu Qi cast an exasperated glance at Mordo and sighed. By the way, do you have a topographical map of Kamar-Taj? Master Ancient One has instructed me to undertake renovations. Contemplating the two tasks Ancient One had assigned him, Lu Qi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Renovating a house was manageable. For the Shadow Legion, it posed no challenge. Previously, his own legion had assisted at Tony's exposition. Restoring Kamar-Taj was no great feat, as its expanse was scarcely larger than the land acquired by that stark fellow. A topographical map? I'm not certain about that. I'll look for one and bring it to you if I find it, Mordo replied, ruminating on the matter without a clear recollection. Lu Qi nodded and waved the directory in his hand. I shall head to the library now. Master Ancient One has instructed me to peruse all the spellbooks. Later, you can bring a few mages over to sign a covenant with me. Bidding farewell to the enviously gazing Mordo, Lu Qi entered the library, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of books within. Lu Qi could only consult the directory as he began his search, one title at a time. Chapter 62, Studying in Autopilot. Hey, translate this quickly. And you, where's the printer I asked you to buy? The previously serene atmosphere of the Kamar-Taj library was continuously interrupted by Lu Qi's voice. A group of scholarly mages regarded Lu Qi with peculiar glances, not because they were disturbed. After all, those who had mastered the art of teleportation to gain entry into the library were seldom distracted by noise, but rather due to the sight of him directing two robots in their tasks. Lu Qi sighed as he surveyed the mages around him, utterly baffled by how they managed to memorize such a plethora of languages. Were it not for the system's advantages, he doubted he could even converse in American English. Yet these mages effortlessly comprehended texts penned in ancient languages such as Sanskrit. It seemed that every one of them could have been a linguist in their own right. Lacking such innate talent, Lu Qi redirected his focus to his newly appointed subordinates. He instructed the thin mantis to scan and translate the tomes, while the roadblock and the days inscribed the Chinese versions of the spellbooks onto blank pages. With several Chinese spellbooks in hand, Lu Qi settled to read. It must be said that the intellect of these Decepticons was impressive. Their translations were far from mere mechanical renditions, resembling authentic Chinese texts instead. Casting a casual glance at Megatron, who was fervently engrossed in his own book clad in mage robes, Lu Qi was taken aback. Indeed, Megatron had ascended to the status of a formal mage. This individual, having successfully harnessed his core energy to conjure a portal and a few minor spells, had been elevated by the Ancient One to the rank of formal disciple. Much to Lu Qi's dismay, rather than seeking freedom, Megatron now spent his days immersed in the library, seemingly intent on altering his fate through knowledge. Shaking his head, Lu Qi opened the spellbook he had just acquired, examining the principles and effects of the spells within. Thanks to his mastery over dark energy, he was able to successfully cast spells upon grasping their underlying concepts, simplifying his study considerably. While other mages might take several days to familiarize themselves with a single spellbook, Lu Qi's reading pace was now akin to the translation speed of his Decepticon companions. However, these spellbooks were indeed challenging to translate. Even if the Decepticons toiled tirelessly, they could manage to translate but one tome a day, and he could hardly expect them to work without respite. Stephen, you ought to be grateful to me. This way, you need not start from scratch in learning Sanskrit. Come, learn Chinese. Surely, Chinese was simpler than Sanskrit, was it not? After some time, Modu approached him. Lu Qi, I have selected a few advanced mages, and they await you outside the library to sign contracts. Lu Qi nodded and made his way outside, with Megatron following closely behind. Not paying him any mind, Lu Qi proceeded to sign contracts with the 40 or so advanced mages waiting outside, having nearly completed the contracts with all the high-ranking mages. Only a few remained, such as the ever-skeptical Cassius. Let me clarify, it is not due to any pettiness on his part. It was merely a matter of chance that his name was not drawn. Lu Qi initially intended to retreat to the library to continue his reading, but he was intercepted by Megatron. Lu Qi glanced down at Megatron, who stood at a mere 1 meter tall, resembling a dwarf, and inquired curiously about his intentions. I too wish to forge a contract. I require your dark energy, Megatron replied, looking up at Lu Qi. From this angle, Lu Qi found it oddly endearing. I thought your core energy would suffice, Lu Qi remarked, arms crossed as he regarded Megatron. Shaking his head, Megatron responded, my core energy has its limits. I seek a more potent source. Why should I enter into a contract with you? Lu Qi's interest was piqued as he observed the diminutive figure before him. Curious about how Megatron managed to set aside his pride to approach him. I yearn to witness a more diverse universe, to discover my true self, and to uncover the future of Cybertron. Megatron lowered his gaze in a moment of introspection, feeling an inexplicable confusion regarding the fate of Cybertron as he stumbled upon a tome that delved into destiny. Despite relentlessly pursuing Optimus Prime with the Decepticons, Megatron inherently cared deeply for Cybertron. Yet, the relentless internal strife led him to invade other planets, redirecting this turmoil onto other races. While Optimus Prime chose a path that starkly contrasted with his own. Before the war, as a scientist, Optimus Prime opted to elevate the Cybertronian race through advanced technology, significantly reducing internal conflict. The clash of these divergent philosophies culminated in war. Optimus found Megatron's methods excessively brutish, while Megatron deemed Optimus's approach utterly hopeless. Consequently, each rallied their respective supporters and engaged in a conflict that nearly obliterated Cybertron, plunging the planet into chaos. In this moment, Megatron sought a broader world, yearning for knowledge to save Cybertron. Lu Qi regarded him in silence for a long while, and just as Megatron began to fear rejection, Lu Qi nodded in agreement. Crouching to meet Megatron's gaze, Lu Qi stated, I am willing to forge a contract with you, but you must serve as my attendant. Is it truly that simple? Megatron had anticipated far stricter conditions, only to find that he would merely need to serve as Lu Qi's subordinate. What was the difference from before? Lu Qi felt no discontent. After all, he had always intended to take Megatron under his wing, and now that the opportunity presented itself, he could not let it slip away. After all, Megatron possessed little that Liu Qi coveted. The Decepticons were hardly more useful than ninjas, and their spacecraft were cumbersome to transport. Having finalized the contract with Megatron, Liu Qi observed the Shadow Legion in the distance, already commencing work on the Foundation. With a chuckle, Liu Qi decided to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the Ancient One to renovate Kamar-Taj. He promptly approached several designers, articulating his requirements for them to draft plans for a Kamar-Taj that would delight him. In the preceding days, he had arranged for the technology company to acquire various gaming consoles, computers, and other electronic devices, while also sending a group of ninjas to the east to study. He intended to establish an arcade and a barbecue restaurant within Kamar-Taj, curious to see if the sorcerers could endure a life of rigorous training. Meanwhile, he would indulge in exquisite delicacies, watching the Ancient One subsist on simple fare. If she desired something more sumptuous, she would have to trade antiquities for it. Liu Qi smirked with satisfaction before turning to immerse himself in his studies. In a shadowy corner, Caecilius glared at Liu Qi's retreating figure, his fingers etching deep marks into the brick wall. Wasn't it said that there was insufficient energy to sign so many individuals? Yet, a newly minted sorcerer had been granted a contract, while he had been overlooked, further fueling Caecilius's ire. Unbeknownst to Liu Qi, Caecilius's frustrations only made him more reluctant to enter into a pact. He was not a being of great power, like a Vishani, and it was unrealistic to expect him to accept every supplicant. Engaging in a contest of wills with Caecilius seemed futile. He preferred to delve into his books instead. With Megatron's addition to the translation team, progress should accelerate significantly. After continuing his studies, Liu Qi was soon aware of Caecilius's furious return to the Supreme Sorcerer to lodge a complaint. However, he was met with disappointment as the Ancient One dismissed the matter, asserting that Liu Qi had his own plans and that it was not her concern, which only served to infuriate Caecilius further. A reckless thought began to form in his mind. The timeline converges. In the following days, Liu Qi remained at Kamar-Taj, mindful that it was wise to heed the words of those in power. Furthermore, his study of magic had deepened his understanding of dark energy, broadening his applications. 6 months later, Liu Qi emerged from the library, his expression weary but triumphant. Over 9,000 tomes. He had finally completed his reading. What? You inquire about the additional 3,000 volumes? They were supplied from the newly established dimension. However, the newly added spells were of lesser caliber compared to those of Kamar-Taj, being primarily low-level conventional magic, capable at best of sinking an aircraft carrier. Exiting the library with a group of exhausted Decepticons, Liu Qi eagerly made his way to find the Ancient One. Over the past 6 months, Kamar-Taj had undergone a remarkable transformation. The previously underdeveloped village had vanished, replaced by a series of buildings adorned with ancient Chinese architectural styles. The residence of the Supreme Sorcerer had been relocated to an elevated loft, complete with tea rooms and all the necessary amenities, as well as a basement dedicated to the Ancient One's collections. Perhaps inspired by the architectural style, many sorcerers had begun donning garments embellished with traditional Chinese accessories. Navigating through a bustling street filled with delectable snacks, Liu Qi raced toward the Ancient One's abode, a selection of treats in hand. It is noteworthy that over the past few months, Liu Qi has entirely excavated the coordinates bestowed by Odin, elevating the number of ninja warriors to the threshold required for advancement. Upon reaching this critical figure, however, Liu Qi found himself with just over 3,000 units of energy, insufficient for the upgrade. To expedite the construction of Kamar-Taj, Liu Qi procured 100 troll warriors, unlocking a new troop type, the Nightbat Legion. Much like its animated counterpart, the Nightbat Legion stands as the sole unit within the Shadow Legion that possesses genuine flight capabilities, summoned forth by Skurg, the pet dog of Little Jade, once he donned his mask. With bat-like wings sprouting from their backs, these warriors exhibit remarkable speed, and the light waves emitted from their palms can shatter colossal bones into dust while also transforming into luminous tendrils to ensnare adversaries. Their prowess in ranged and melee combat, coupled with their swiftness, is commendable, though their defensive capabilities are somewhat lacking. Intriguingly, these night bats possess organs akin to their namesakes, enabling them to utilize sound waves to detect their surroundings, thus locating those who are concealed. Recalling the illusions Loki had employed against him, as well as the cloaked vessel, Lu Qi felt compelled to explore the abilities of these night bats. He summoned one using 100 ninja warriors and 1,000 units of energy, only to discover that this creature could detect entities within a remarkable radius of 200 meters. This astonishing range delighted Lu Qi, prompting him to procure 100 more, alleviating his concerns regarding any deceptive appearances. He then immediately dispatched them to commence their labor. To his surprise, no new troop types were unlocked thereafter, which left Lu Qi somewhat astonished, yet he remained unconcerned. Presently, the Shadow Legion possessed a comprehensive array of troop functionalities, rendering any absence of new units a triviality. The subsequent troop types would consist of advanced units, which could be acquired through various means. At this moment, the Shadow Legion under Lu Qi truly embodied the essence of a formidable battalion. The composition included 50,000 ninja warriors, 150 blade soldiers, 100 troll warriors, and 100 night bats. They excavate energy at a rate of 400 units per minute, restoring energy at the same rate. Throughout the past 6 months, whenever his energy reserves reached capacity, Lu Qi would consolidate this energy into energy crystals. While he refrained from discussing the lower-tier crystals, he had amassed nearly 1,000 mid-tier energy crystals, though his attempts to create high-tier crystals had met with failure. Previously, he had endeavored to amalgamate the energy from 10 or so crystals into a single one. However, the sheer magnitude of energy overwhelmed the outer stability of the crystal, leading to catastrophic ruptures. With no viable alternative, Lu Qi opted to continue crafting mid-tier energy crystals. Armed with such an abundance of crystals, he felt unperturbed by any inadequacies in combat prowess on the Marvel Earth. In fact, with the potential to deploy a myriad of high-tier crystals, Lu Qi could attain power sufficient to shatter stars. At last, he truly stood tall. Observing the friendly gazes of the surrounding mages, Lu Qi smiled in return. The mages were not merely smiling at Lu Qi's ability to provide energy. They were genuinely pleased that he had indeed enhanced Kamar-Taj. With a staggering number of ninja warriors at his disposal, Lu Qi had grown weary of acquiring specialized troops and decided to assign 10,000 ninjas to various roles within Kamar-Taj, including positions such as chefs. Essentially, the service industry was entirely staffed by these ninjas, yielding Lu Qi a considerable income, albeit not comparable to that of a mobile phone company. Although perplexed by the mages' inexplicable generosity and their smiles directed towards him, Lu Qi accepted their goodwill with a cheerful demeanor. Navigating through the alleys, Lu Qi arrived at the residence of the Ancient One and rushed inside. "You're here? Finished reading?" The Ancient One inquired, engrossed in an ancient biography, the pages bearing the marks of time. Lu Qi surmised that this book was yet another historical artifact worthy of a national museum. He felt somewhat exasperated, as he had initially intended to construct a modest 3-story house for the Ancient One, only for her to request an additional 2 stories to accommodate her collection. "I finished reading the book, and the house is complete. Now I can finally leave Kamar-Taj, right?" Lu Qi stated. Without even glancing at him, the Ancient One replied, "Very well. Once your tasks are complete, you may depart." After sipping her tea, a nearby ninja promptly refilled her cup, leaving Lu Qi utterly speechless. This individual seemed to revel in the services provided by the ninjas even more than he did. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Qi promptly activated a portal and made his escape. After spending several months in Kamar-Taj and covering all topics of conversation, there was little left to discuss. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lu Qi instructed the ninja who had been tidying up to return to the shadows and subsequently updated his blog, changing the status from in seclusion to indulging in life's pleasures. Hardly had the status been altered when Tony immediately sent a message. "Have you finally emerged from that place?" Chapter 63. The arrival of Coulson receiving a message from Tony so swiftly was quite surprising for Lu Qi, especially considering the rapid progress Tony and Pepper had made over the past 6 months. Tony had nearly convinced Pepper's father to approve their marriage. It was astonishing that he was not spending time with her. Lu Qi decided to call Tony, and, upon connection, he could hear the sounds of welding on the other end. "You sound quite busy. How is it that I update and you send me a message right away? Did Jarvis alert you?" Lu Qi inquired while savoring a snack he had just purchased. "Indeed, I've been quite occupied lately, but I felt compelled to check in on you since you finally emerged from that Kamar-Taj place," Tony responded, his voice sounding somewhat muffled, as if encased in a tin can. "Are you in your suit? Where are you up to?" Lucci asked, enjoying a piece of the savory potato snack. Contemplating whether to open a food stall like Tony. I'm upgrading the energy supply for Stark Tower. Soon, my tower will become a benchmark for renewable energy worldwide. Tony's triumphant voice resonated. You built a skyscraper? You never mentioned it. Lucci could no longer remain seated. Is it in Manhattan? Indeed, I intended to surprise you. Though it seems it might be more of a shock, Tony replied, perplexed, as he sliced open the cable casing and replaced the energy component. All right, the Stark Tower will soon illuminate. If you hurry, you might capture a memorable photo, he added. Lucci glanced at the snacks on the small table and said over the phone, I will be there shortly. Wait for me. I shall bring a gift. You must be quick, Tony chuckled, turning to soar across the water. Lucci ended the call and noticed a portal open nearby, through which several ninjas emerged, carrying an assortment of snacks. Fortunately, I had visited Manhattan earlier. Otherwise, I would have truly missed the moment. Lucci stepped through the portal into Manhattan, and just in time spotted Tony soaring overhead. It seems I made it, he mused, observing the towering structure towards which Tony was headed, a building he had not seen before, presumably the Stark Tower. Tony gracefully arrived at his edifice, landing steadily before it. J-A-R-V-I-S. Is our cameraman in position? Affirmative. The cameraman is stationed at the rear. J-A-R-V-I-S displayed an image, revealing Lucci striking a pose. Tony then turned to Pepper and said, We can switch on the lights. The cameraman is ready. Pepper smiled. It appears we shall have a party tonight, though I have not prepared any refreshments. With that, she pulled the power switch, and Star Tower lit up from bottom to top in a dazzling display. Quite splendid, Tony remarked, ascending along with the lights while Lucci simultaneously pressed the continuous shooting button. Soaring to an upper platform, Tony glanced at Pepper in the hall, where mechanical arms began to disassemble his armor. How long do you think it will take Lucci to climb up from below? Tony inquired as he walked. Pepper chuckled. Yet a figure indeed entered the hall even earlier than him. Perhaps faster than you can fly? Lucci tossed his camera from the portal to the other side and leaned against a nearby table, arms crossed. Tony shook his head, adjusted his attire, and picked up a card as he passed the bar. Here, this is your access pass to Stark Tower. I suggest you keep it, lest it appear that my security measures are inadequate. Lucci received the card, inspected the photo upon it, and then tucked it into his pocket. I shall hold on to it. By the way, is there a party this evening? He surveyed the surroundings, noticing a lack of beautiful women. Where's Rhodes? Tony accepted the glass of red wine that Pepper handed him. My original plan for tonight was to enjoy some private time with Pepper. Then I truly apologize for intruding. But I have brought some gifts. May I offer them as an apology? Lucci instructed several ninjas to place their bundles of snacks upon the table. Little Pepper sniffed a couple of times. It smells quite delightful. Is this a snack? These are some local delicacies from my region, crafted by my subordinates. I brought along some crispy potatoes, crayfish, barbecue treats, and a few other goodies, replied Lucci. Crayfish? Can those be eaten? Tony expressed his skepticism while inhaling the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, crayfish are rather delectable. I'm baffled as to why they are so abundant in your area. Back home, we have to cultivate them manually, Lucci stated, donning gloves as he deftly peeled a crayfish and popped it into his mouth. It looks quite appetizing. Little Pepper mimicked his actions, peeling one for herself and savoring it. Damn, I had no idea this was so delicious. Tony, you simply must try it, she insisted. Tony, with a hint of prideful reluctance, found himself compelled to accept one from Little Pepper's hand. All right, that is indeed quite good, he admitted, his initially sullen expression gradually brightening. Perhaps I could introduce this delicacy in my restaurant. I believe it would be a tremendous hit. Observing the proud, Tony donned gloves to begin peeling. Lucci chuckled with satisfaction before taking a bite of a skewer of barbecue. You are quite uncouth. That is rather unrefined, Tony remarked as he scraped the meat off his skewer and devoured it in one bite. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to eat barbecue? Lucci teased, quickly consuming several more skewers while challenging Tony with his gaze. Tony, unable to match Lucci's pace, noticed the delectable morsels dwindling and abandoned his restraint, joining Lucci in a spirited contest for the remaining treats. Little Pepper, meanwhile, enjoyed the tangy, crispy potatoes, laughing as she relished her favorite snack. Just as their competition heated up, Jarvis's voice interrupted. Agent Coulson has requested to communicate. Tony swallowed the morsel in his mouth, stating, if he is here to celebrate. Let him come up and join the party. If not, tell him I'm unavailable. Watching Lucci devour yet another skewer of barbecue, Tony rubbed his slightly full belly, exclaiming, "Damn, is your stomach a bottomless pit? It seems someone is missing out today, as the best treats are yet to come," Lucci replied, opening a portal through which a cadre of ninja warriors entered, carrying grilled fish and other delights. "Well, you are quite cunning, saving the best for last," Tony remarked, inhaling the fragrant air and patting his belly, feeling overwhelmed. "Not to worry. I can savor these in front of you and even share some with the staff tonight to avoid waste," Lucci winked, picking up a grilled fish and taking a hearty bite under Tony's potentially lethal glare. "That looks quite good. I shall have a taste as well," Little Pepper chimed in, unabashedly taking a skewer of grilled fish to nibble on. Noticing Tony's gaze, Lucci offered a box of chicken feet, saying, "Would you care for some of these? They don't take up much space. These are mostly bones with hardly any meat." Tony shook his head, but Lucci disregarded his protests and directly thrust a chicken foot into Tony's mouth. "Isn't it just perfect for you to eat when there's no meat?" As Tony slowly began to chew, Lucci picked up a roasted chicken leg and took a hearty bite. Just as Tony was sorrowfully learning how to gnaw on a chicken claw, Jarvis's voice echoed once more. "Agent Coulson has come seeking you for work-related matters. I informed him of your absence, but Agent Coulson did not seem convinced." With his mouth full of chicken claw, Tony was unable to respond, and in the next moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing Coulson. "It appears I have arrived, just in time, for a late-night snack." After previously acquiring the prototype of Captain America's shield from Tony, Coulson had grown familiar with them. Approaching the table, he picked up a skewer of barbecue, took a bite, and noticed Tony glaring at him with a menacing gaze. Coulson was at a loss, but having already taken a bite, he couldn't very well put it down. He placed the laptop before Tony and remarked, "It seems you are not particularly fond of these foods, preferring chicken claws instead?" Pepper, noticing Tony's increasingly hostile expression, quickly interjected, "Tony is quite full. What brings you here? Coulson, aren't you busy with work?" "Oh, work." Coulson swallowed the barbecue and turned to Tony, saying, "The laptop contains a matter of urgent importance." Tony, gazing at the ceiling to avoid irritation from the group, replied, "I only accept inquiries between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. every Thursday, remember? But this matter is quite urgent." "Does it pertain to the Avengers?" Pepper inquired curiously. Observing Coulson's strange and doubtful expression, Tony added, I have no idea what the Avengers are." Coulson sighed, and Tony, noticing his demeanor, discerned that the issue was indeed related to the Avengers. "I was under the impression that the Avengers initiative had been scrapped." Tony wiped his gloved, yet greasy hands with a piece of paper and assembled the laptop. "After all, I do not meet the criteria for membership, and that fellow over there declined to join as well." Pepper chuckled lightly, then glanced at Coulson, saying, "I am not certain either." Powering on the device, Tony grumbled, "Because I am proud and arrogant, lacking a sense of teamwork, disobedient to superior orders, and most importantly, that one-eyed monster dislikes me." "I'm aware of that," Pepper laughed. As Tony scanned the information on the screen, he realized the situation was more complicated than it appeared. He took the laptop and moved aside, importing the data into his server and commencing analysis with Jarvis. "It seems he has quite a bit of work to do tonight," Boz observed, turning to Lucci. Then she approached Tony. "Looks like you've got your hands full this evening." Tony set aside his work and replied to Boz, "I initially planned to enjoy a romantic evening with you. Don't worry, I will send Lucci away shortly." Boz smiled, inadvertently catching sight of the computer screen. "What kind of work is this?" Tony glanced at the computer, and with a decisive motion, he projected all the information onto a larger screen. As he observed the myriad of data that was typically concealed from ordinary eyes, Pepper's expression grew increasingly somber. "It appears I must head to Washington tonight." "No, this task can certainly wait until tomorrow." Pepper met Tony's gaze, smiled, and whispered something in his ear. Tony's eyes gradually lit up, and Pepper stepped back, encouraging him with a cheerful, "Good luck." After sharing a brief kiss with Tony, she turned and made her way to the elevator, while Coulson hurriedly finished his barbecue. "The director mentioned your presence is required, so I shall take my leave for now," he said to Lucci before joining Pepper in the elevator. "Are you busy tonight?" Lucci inquired, observing Tony, who had already immersed himself in work. "I will take these items to your staff and return to fetch a few things, then accompany you there tomorrow." "All right," Tony replied, his focus unwavering as he remained absorbed in his tasks. Chapter 64. The birth of Saturday early the next morning. Lucci arrived at Stark Tower with several Decepticons, surprised to find Tony still poring over the information. Are you the champion of all-nighters? Lucci marveled as he approached Tony, who was staring at the screen filled with technical jargon and various data, feeling drowsy despite having just awakened. Tony appeared unfazed, taking a sip of espresso before turning to Lucci. I'm quite accustomed to this. By the way, did you bring? Tony's expression turned to one of shock as he noticed the Decepticons trailing behind Lucci. Who created these? The technological sophistication is surprisingly high. Ignoring Lucci, Tony leaned in for a closer inspection, feeling the texture of a barricade. But what kind of inferior metal is this? Its strength is alarmingly low. He frowned as he examined the intricate structures of the Decepticons. Can these beings transform? Tony scrutinized the barricade and the dizzying construct, tilting his head to ask Lucci. Indeed, they can transform into various machines, although their size does impose limitations on their transform forms. At Lucci's signal, two Decepticons sequentially morphed into vehicles and various devices, including the printer that had been most frequently used over the past 6 months. Remarkable. Yet, why have I never heard of this technology? Tony queried, perplexed. Lucci shook his head. Because they're not artificially created, they are extraterrestrial beings I captured to serve as tools. With that, Lucci produced the Tesseract from the Shadow Realm, glancing at the unflappable Megatron before handing the Tesseract to Tony. This device can emit a surge of energy, activating ordinary machinery and granting them transformation capabilities. As Tony examined the Tesseract, showing a look of bewilderment, Lucci offered him some reassurance. In this vast universe, there exists an innumerable array of phenomena that remain beyond the grasp of humanity. The addition of one more is inconsequential. Yet, Tony turned to Lucci with earnest determination, stating, those beings may be oblivious, but I am Tony Stark, and I shall unravel the mysteries of this artifact. Would it be acceptable for me to keep this for now? Of course, it would not be an issue, Lucci replied, shaking his head at Tony's enthusiasm. The Allspark had been activated countless times over the past 6 months. It merely condensed and sublimated energy, revitalizing machinery without any fixed characteristics. Lucci, having comprehended its function, found it of little use. After activating the technology not derived from the Decepticons or Autobots, he recognized, as the ambulance had stated, that there was no stable personality to be found. Neither Lucci nor Kamar-Taj were inclined to adopt mechanical pets, prompting Lucci to send it to the Transformers realm. Foolish humans still so deluded. Even at the pinnacle of Cybertron, we fail to grasp how the Allspark activated our kin. What right does this backward planet have to claim an understanding of the Allspark? Unbeknownst to them, Megatron, hidden behind Lucci, voiced his skepticism regarding Tony's intentions to comprehend the Allspark. Oh, who's hiding back there? Speaking ill of me? Tony could not let this comment slide and maneuvered behind Lucci. Megatron stepped forward, confronting Tony. Is it you, little one, who dares to speak against me? Tony, unimpressed by the half-human height of Megatron, retorted, while I am unfamiliar with this civilization you call Cybertron, it appears you were captured after being defeated by my friend, suggesting you are not as formidable as you claim. Megatron, glancing at his own stature, glowered at Tony. Were it not for the Supreme Sorceress shrinking my form, you would know the true might of Cybertron. The Supreme Sorceress? The one Lucci mentioned? She seems to be human as well. Do you believe you can compare yourself to the Supreme Sorceress? Enough, enough. You two must cease your bickering. Megatron, show some courtesy to my friend. And you, Tony, we have urgent matters to attend to today. Lucci intervened, separating the two as their quarrel escalated. Tony shot a disgruntled glance at Megatron before turning to Lucci, his demeanor softening. You truly ought to reset him to factory settings. I can provide that service, he remarked, moving towards the workbench and placing the Allspark upon it. Jarvis, scan this object. I wish to discern its inner workings. After a brief scanning process, Jarvis responded with a tone of regret. I apologize, but I am unable to detect the internal structure. How intriguing, Tony mused, contemplating where to begin his analysis of the Allspark. Tony, we still need to head over to S-H-I-E-L-D today, remember? Lucci reminded him. Rest assured, our presence there now would be of little consequence. I've already perused last night's briefing, and there should be a rather astute individual over there beginning the search for Loki and those two peculiar beings. Perhaps venturing out this evening may yield some discoveries. Loki and two peculiar beings? Has the narrative taken a turn? Lu Chi furrowed his brow, observing Tony, who was engrossed in a new round of research, and called out, "Jarvis, transmit to me the mission intelligence that Tony received last night. I may need to undertake some preparation as well." Transmission complete. Jarvis's voice promptly responded, and Lucci's phone chimed with a file reception notification. "Roblox, come over and assist." After watching the video for a while, Lucci's expression grew somber. He had not anticipated the appearance of General Deathblade and Proxima Midnight. Fortunately, these two were not particularly formidable. With the right approach, they could be easily vanquished. Glancing at Tony, who remained absorbed in his studies, Lucci looked down at his newly purchased leather shoes, contemplating strategies to deal with these adversaries. Meanwhile, within a clandestine base, Loki glared in exasperation at the two individuals before him. "The Master has commanded that you heed my instructions." General Deathblade regarded Loki with disdain. But the Master also stated that, if necessary, you could be used as a hostage in exchange for the Space Stone. "Do not overestimate your position. You have no authority to command me or Proxima Midnight." Loki clenched his mechanical hand tightly around his scepter, expressing profound discontent with the two subordinates assigned to him by Thanos. They disregarded his commands, constantly surveilling him, and at the slightest hint of disobedience, they would seize him to facilitate the exchange for the Space Stone. Enraged, Loki exited the chamber and made his way to the research facility for the Space Stone. Ever since he had acted impulsively and left Asgard, encountering Thanos, he had been informed that assisting in the acquisition of the Space Stone would grant him an army to reclaim Earth and regain his status as a ruler. However, Thanos also claimed that Loki's abilities were inadequate and subjected him to enhancements, replacing his right arm with a mechanical prosthetic. This mechanical arm possessed immense strength, capable of pulverizing steel and harnessing energy to unleash highly penetrating beams. Yet, he still yearned for his original hand. Thanos promised that should he retrieve the Space Stone, his original arm would be restored. Watching his arm being placed in the secure chamber, Loki's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet he felt powerless. Thanos's might was beyond his capacity to resist. However, he had the backing of Asgard and his father Odin, and Thanos dared not endanger his life, lest he be reduced to dust by Odin's wrath. Yet, unbeknownst to Odin, he had recently acquired information and had been scouring the cosmos for Thanos' fleet, causing Thanos to grow increasingly impatient. Should there be no fruitful developments soon, matters could take a dire turn. With a flick of his wrist, Loki conjured an illusion that transformed his metallic arm into its original components, then approached Dr. Eric Selvig, who was ensnared within the confines of the sterile chamber. "What else do we require?" Loki inquired. "We have gathered all the other materials. We merely need iridium to stabilize the portal," Selvig replied. "So, where can we procure the iridium?" Loki directed his question to Hawkeye, the senior agent of SHIELD. Hawkeye produced a tablet, revealing information about an individual. "What do you need?" "A decoy and an informer." "A decoy?" Loki nodded, a plan formulating in his mind. "Then let us not delay. We shall depart at once." "Oh, this is truly remarkable," Tony exclaimed, adorned in the Mark VI armor, now activated by the arc reactor, reveling in the interaction between the suit and himself. "Is it really? The activated armor is hardly comparable to—" "Well, Lucci remarked, bemused by Tony's exuberance. "You might want to try it. Saturday is currently giving me a massage, and his technique is quite professional," Tony quipped, shuddering as he recalled the pleasurable sensation. Lucci shook his head in exasperation, observing how Tony, once he delved into research, had swiftly begun to animate the various machines in the room, transforming a multitude of objects into mechanical organisms. Watching the chaos unfold as obstacles and disorientation ensued, Lucci felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This fellow had reactivated his armor yet again, whimsically naming it Saturday, leaving Lucci to wonder if there would be a Sunday to follow. Approaching the playful Tony, Lucci restrained him. "Let's not forget our pressing matters, shall we?" Tony lifted his helmet. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. In fact, I've been diligently working on our objectives." He commanded JARVIS to project his findings, stating, "While I was resting, I devised an algorithm that will allow every mobile device sold by the 67 companies to serve as our eyes and ears in tracking Loki's movements." Lucci gazed at the projections, watching thousands of different faces flash by each second, feeling a tedium settle over him as he returned to his seat. Observing Lu Qi's demeanor, Tony had Saturday detach from him and approach Lu Qi. You seem particularly invested in Loki. Lu Qi offered a resigned smile. In a sense, I'm akin to his uncle. Why do you say that? That fellow is an extraterrestrial. Or are you implying that what you previously stated was true? Lu Qi explained the incidents that had transpired in Mexico, clarifying the origins of Loki. Oh, Odin? Thor? Loki? I had initially thought those names were mere coincidence. To learn they're indeed aliens is quite astonishing, Tony remarked composedly. Are you not astonished? Lu Qi questioned. It's acceptable that they are aliens. I can manage that. After all, the sorcerers on your side are far more surprising, Tony replied nonchalantly. The mage has indeed astonished you. Logically speaking, both technology and magic merely represent different applications of energy, Lu Qi remarked, gesturing towards the meditating Megatron. See, this fellow is also a mage. I never imagined the criteria for becoming a mage were so minimal. Perhaps I should attempt to become one myself? Well, you could certainly give it a shot. Lu Qi mused, recalling the much-lauded Supreme Mage Tony, who seemed to have a profound understanding in this realm. But that is a matter for another time. We must first address your nephew's situation. By the way, your nephew ought to call me uncle, shouldn't he? Target's trail has been detected. Just as Tony was about to assert his familial rank, Jarvis's voice interrupted. It is time to focus on the task at hand. Tony donned his armor and turned to Lu Qi. You change your demeanor rather swiftly, Lu Qi commented nonchalantly as he manifested his cloak. From the shadows emerged a ninja, presenting him with a small pouch containing crystal stones. Let us depart. I even purchased a pair of leather shoes for this occasion. Chapter 65. The meeting in the cabin with Loki appearing at this location. Can you open a portal over there? Lu Qi inquired, peering closer. I haven't ventured that way. It appears we will need to fly slowly. Tony levitated into the air, glancing at Lu Qi. Fly slowly? Apologies, but I believe I can reach that point within half an hour. With that, Tony soared away, leaving Lu Qi to raise an eyebrow as he observed the receding light. Then looked back at Megatron. Energy coalesced in his hands, forming a magical array that enveloped Megatron. You have indeed mastered that technique, Megatron noted, watching his own form expand, a smile creeping onto his lips. Iron Giant, let us see who truly is the little one. At that moment, Tony was soaring through the skies at high speed. Saturday. Is Lu Qi catching up? Not yet. Currently, no signs of the cameraman have been detected, but Jarvis reported that Megatron has increased in size. He may soon pursue us. Saturday's voice echoed back. Think he can catch up to us? I highly doubt it. Accelerate. We absolutely cannot lose to that little fellow. Tony responded with a chuckle. Increasingly pleased with Saturday, who had not only enhanced his capabilities beyond Mark 6, but also displayed a personality, allowing for interaction. He was already contemplating whether to utilize the arc reactor to activate additional mechanical entities, perhaps waking Jarvis and Mark 7 as well. A boss. A fighter jet has been detected rapidly approaching from behind. A fighter jet? I distinctly applied for a flight path with the space agency. Tony exclaimed, turning in confusion, only to find an unrecognizable fighter jet speeding towards him. As the cabin magnified, Tony was astounded to see Lu Qi waving at him. Upon swiftly arriving at his side, the fighter jet abruptly veered above him, revealing a face before Tony. You little one, you're as slow as a snail. The visage vanished, and a violent energy pulse erupted from the jet's rear, swiftly gliding past Tony. Damn it! Tony steadied the unbalanced suit caused by the atmospheric pressure. Friday, full speed ahead. We cannot allow him to outpace us. Understood. Friday's voice resonated as the leg armor consolidated into a larger caliber thruster. The immense thrust instantly elevated the suit's velocity, closely trailing behind Megatron. Director, radar has detected 2 high-velocity entities departing from New York City towards the mission site. Fury nodded. It's them. No need to concern ourselves. The team should be arriving shortly, correct? Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Authority, they had mobilized all global resources, having already identified Loki's presence on a surveillance camera before Tony's arrival. Fury's lips curled slightly. Ants? Let me show you who the true ants are. An extravagant gala. Loki, clad in a tailored suit, casually gestured to the security, who, as if bewitched, allowed him entry. Immersed in the melodious strains of sophisticated music, Loki meandered through the venue. At this moment, he had located his objective, yet no word had emerged from Hawkeye. How much longer must he wait? Loki tightened his grip on his staff. Unlike the assassin Star and Deathblade, he was acutely aware of a formidable force on this planet, his uncle. However, under the relentless pressure of an entire space fleet, his uncle should not pose a significant threat. Nevertheless, he could be of use, eliminating those two bothersome flies. With a plan forming in his mind, Loki's smile broadened, and just then, news from Hawkeye signaled that action could commence. Loki fixed his gaze on the target and strode purposefully forward. Captain stood within the aircraft, observing the surveillance of the target venue. That fellow is making his move. Why didn't you inform the venue in advance to prepare? Natasha remained impassive. The director feared alarming the adversary, hence the silence. Fortunately, we are only minutes away. There should be no one. As they watched Loki seize an individual and violently plunge an instrument into the victim's eye, Natasha swiftly altered her statement. This should be the sole victim. Steve furrowed his brow but refrained from comment, moving towards the cockpit. How long until we reach the destination? 3 minutes. Accelerate. Observing Steve's demeanor, Natasha pressed a concealed button. Meanwhile, Fury received the news and nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the assessment of Steve concluded successfully. He remained the steadfast captain. After acquiring the information from the pupils, Loki dispelled the illusion, remaining clad in his warrior garb from Asgard, observing the panicked throng fleeing in every direction. A smile crept across his face as he decided to join them. Why not allow these individuals a glimpse of their future king? With a casual flick, he unleashed a blast that obliterated an approaching police car, using an illusion to herd the masses towards the square like lambs to the slaughter. Meow. Ahem. Loki cleared his throat and proclaimed anew, kneel. In the aircraft above, Steve scrutinized the congested crowd in the square, his brow furrowing in concern. With so many people present, should Loki choose to unleash carnage, the casualties would undoubtedly be significant. A reckless assault could lead to fatalities from trampling as well. At that moment, a voice broke through their channel. Agent Natasha, long time no see. Natasha, seated in the co-pilot's seat, smiled. It has been a while, Lu Chi. Are you here to find your nephew? Indeed, I am here to impart a lesson to my dear nephew. Wait for me. I shall commence my action shortly. Steve, moving closer, inquired curiously, is that the Shadow Lord? Natasha nodded, her gaze drifting to the crowd below, a breath of relief escaping her lips. Such a scenario was trivial for Lu Chi. In the dimly lit square, elites of high society knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they listened to Loki's impromptu address. Meanwhile, in unnoticed corners, shadows silently encircled the entire square, and a peculiar bat-like creature stealthily surveyed the area from the trees. Prepare for action, Tony, Lu Chi said, observing the setup was nearly complete, addressing the sullen Tony beside him. Very well, but I still dislike this method of infiltration, Tony replied. Lu Chi turned his attention to an ordinary-looking elderly man who was slowly rising to his feet. Let us begin the operation. Loki glared furiously at the man who dared to defy his command, disregarding the situation entirely. A beam shot forth, but a ninja sprang forth from the shadows, slicing at it. However, the beam, enhanced by the Mind Stone, effortlessly pierced through the blade, scattering the ninja. In the next moment, chaos erupted among the crowd. Yet countless ninjas appeared suddenly, regaining control over the masses. Hundreds of ninjas stealthily surrounded Loki. Oh, my dear uncle, where are you? Loki chuckled, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Several ninjas approached him but ignored Loki, instead seizing a patch of air behind him. How did you discover me? Loki's illusion dissipated, revealing his true form as the ninjas tightened their grip on the air. The old tricks are ineffective against me. Lu Chi emerged behind the subdued Loki, delivering a powerful kick. Bastard! Loki was sent soaring, yet under the control of the ninjas, he did not truly fly away. Taking the camera from the ninja soldier's hand, Lu Chi glanced at the photos. They turned out quite well. How dare you? Loki glared at Lu Chi, the excruciating pain from behind nearly causing him to lose his sanity. Shall I enlighten you on how I dare? Lu Chi approached and grasped Loki's face. I am your father's brother. Your uncle. Is that sufficient? Lu Chi met Loki's defiant gaze. By the way, even your brother must call me uncle. Perhaps you ought to address me as uncle as well. Utilizing a loudspeaker to pacify the agitated crowd and facilitate the departure of the shadow ninjas, Tony approached Loki's side. After all, I can be considered a friend of your uncle, so by relation, you may refer to me as Uncle Tony. You can come down now. Shaking his head at Tony's antics, Lu Chi turned his attention skyward. It appears we can descend, Natasha remarked, signaling the pilot with a glance. The pilot nodded and maneuvered the aircraft out from behind the building. Thanks to the low noise of the S.H.I.E.L. jet, Loki had been completely unaware of their presence. It seems we have an odd, yet formidable ally. Steve observed the subdued crowd, letting out a sigh of relief. After dispersing the crowd, Lu Chi pulled Loki onto the plane, with the now diminutive Megatron following into the cabin. Hello, Captain. Lu Chi extended his hand to Steve, holding great respect for this legendary figure, though he was curious as to why the captain hadn't simply parachuted away initially. No need for such formality. Just call me Steve. Steve shook Lu Chi's hand. The photo is ready. Megatron suddenly announced. That's excellent. This photograph should wield considerable influence. Lu Chi released Steve's hand and turned to retrieve a freshly developed photo from Megatron. A keepsake. Lu Chi handed the photo to Steve. Upon examining it, Steve discovered it was black and white. This photo truly evokes nostalgia. Steve remarked with a smile. Old relics tend to favor antiquities, do they not? Tony slowly interjected. You are Tony? Howard Child? Steve said, pleased to see the offspring of an old friend, which imparted a sense of familiarity with this new era. However, Tony did not share this sentiment. Witnessing Steve's gaze toward the younger generation, coupled with the fact that the man appeared even younger than himself, was simply unacceptable. You may call me Iron Man. Stark lowered his helmet, fixing his gaze on Steve. I am Megatron, a Cybertronian biomechanical entity, the extraterrestrial you refer to. Megatron, seemingly compelled to introduce himself, did so, while Tony's armor emitted a voice as well. I am F.R.I.Y. Having arrived in this world approximately 3 hours ago. Is this some sort of meet and greet? Natasha furrowed her brow as she surveyed the individuals within the cabin. Where on earth had Lu Chi procured this extraterrestrial being? How had Tony's armor acquired such remarkable intelligence? With a wry smile, Lu Chi was about to crack a jest when a message from Odin interrupted him. Responding with a simple HM using the magic he had just learned, Lu Chi shrugged helplessly. It appears today is indeed a gathering. Casting a glance at Loki beside him, Lu Chi promptly conjured a portal. Thor approached from the opposite side. It has been quite some time, Uncle. When did you depart last? Is your rainbow bridge still not repaired? It has merely a small hole, Lu Chi remarked. Unlike in the original film, where the bridge was devastated, this time it had only suffered a minor blemish. There's little I can do. The material used to construct the rainbow bridge is a condensation of spatial energy found near the space stone, and that substance is rather difficult to preserve, Thor sighed, surveying the unfamiliar faces around him before courteously introducing himself. It seems you have undergone quite a transformation these past months, Lu Chi observed with a smile. What can I say? Father is out battling Thanos daily, leaving me to manage the routine affairs, Thor replied, though most of the responsibilities were handled by his mother. He didn't mind taking credit. He merely had to deliver the documents to her. I actually came primarily for Loki, as I heard he was here. Thor continued with a grin, though I am unsure of his whereabouts. Lu Chi shot Thor a peculiar glance before stepping aside, revealing Loki to him. Loki! Thor exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to maintain his composure as he rushed forward to embrace Loki. Tony and Steve exchanged bewildered looks at Thor's sudden transformation, while Lu Chi let out a sigh of relief. The astute Thor gave him the impression that something bizarre had transpired. Yet this version of Thor felt far more familiar to him. Surveying the room, Lu Chi realized that this truly was a gathering, albeit without the presence of the Hulk. Otherwise, it would have been akin to the Avengers' inaugural assembly. Chapter 66. The True Dimension of the Magic God and the True Shadow Legion. Damn it. How could Loki have been captured so easily? The Reaper seized Hawkeye by the throat, lifting him off the ground. This is part of the plan, Hawkeye gasped out, suppressing the pain of suffocation. What nonsense plan? The Reaper hurled Hawkeye away, who crashed brutally against the wall, coughing violently. These mere earthlings. I could easily dispatch them with my neighboring star. Why must we discuss some so-called plan? Now look, Loki has been captured, and we have lost the initiative. The Reaper bellowed in fury. The neighboring star slowly approached the Reaper, embracing him. Do not fret, Reaper, with the two of us here. Even if Loki were to hide within the core of a planet, we shall unearth him. The neighboring star's words managed to calm the Reaper slightly, as he turned his gaze toward the barely standing Hawkeye and stepped forward. I cannot fathom why Loki would choose to recruit you inept individuals. Yet you must bear in mind that should Loki dare to employ any deceitful tactics, none of you shall escape unscathed. The blade of death was poised against Hawkeye's throat, yet he remained unperturbed. You are utterly oblivious to the perilous nature of this place. Do you believe you have entered a novice zone? Hawkeye recalled that formidable green giant, the Lord of Shadows. It seemed unlikely that either of these two could withstand such power. Do not measure our strength by your shallow understanding. Now, proceed according to Loki's plan, and remember, do not engage in any trickery. A peculiar smile graced the corners of Hawkeye's lips. How could he indulge in trickery? After all, he had begun to harbor disdain for these two. Meanwhile, Loki restrained Thor, who was eager to whisk Loki back to Asgard. This matter on Earth was far from resolved. He could not allow Loki to escape. Loki held Thor in place and dispatched a Nightbat soldier to prevent Loki from employing his illusions once more. The Nightbat soldier quietly stationed himself in the corner of the cabin, drawing the attention of Natasha and Steve. Receiving confirmation that Loki remained seated calmly, Loki felt a slight sense of relief. Observing Thor's impatience, Loki continued, even if he is of Asgardian descent, he must first be held accountable for his actions on Earth. However, he is my brother, and I cannot disregard his safety. He had led those two to annihilate our entire base, resulting in the deaths of over 3,000 agents and researchers, abducted one of my colleagues, and within 2 days, killed 80 innocent civilians to gather resources. Natasha furrowed her brow and spoke up. Thor looked at Loki with a sense of helplessness, astonished that his brother could commit such atrocious acts. Well, he is adopted, but, noticing that Thor was about to say more, Loki interjected, do not rush. Loki must pay for everything he has done. If you can prompt him to reveal their base and objectives, perhaps his suffering may be alleviated. After several battles, Loki discovered discrepancies between reality and the narratives portrayed in films. He had grown skeptical of the plot lines. He would not be surprised if Loki intended to open a portal at the Trident Tower. If they could extract Loki's next target, it would indeed simplify matters. Thor gazed at Loki, his eyes reflecting earnest concern. Tony quietly approached Loki, questioning, what is with him? Why does it seem like he is overly concerned for his brother? Loki replied, this fellow is simply a brother's keeper, the type who endures endless torment, yet cherishes his brother as though he were first love. Thor began to take Loki's hand, engaging him in conversation, while the others tactfully distanced themselves. Fortunately, the cabin was spacious enough to avoid close proximity. Thor continuously urged Loki, and though Loki's expressions occasionally shifted, the scepter beside him quietly emitted a flicker of yellow light, rendering Loki's demeanor unchanged thereafter. Loki and his companions were not particularly interested in eavesdropping on others' domestic affairs. Instead, they engaged in casual conversation. After a period of steady flight, Loki spotted a colossal aerospace carrier soaring in the sky ahead. Wouldn't it be amusing if it were transformed using the fire seed? Just as Loki was struck with astonishment at the sight, Tony suddenly interjected. Having just acquired the fire seed, he was currently in a phase where he wished to transform everything he laid his eyes upon. This remark caught Loki off guard, leading him to inexplicably ponder what such a transformation might yield. Alas, there was no turning back. With a sense of resignation, Loki glanced at Tony, who looked back at him with equal bewilderment. Don't you wish to give it a try? Tony nudged Loki with his elbow, prompting him to steady himself. This is official property. We cannot act recklessly, Loki cautioned. However, recalling that Fury planned to destroy these aerospace carriers soon, Loki felt it was a tremendous waste. Perhaps, when the time came cough, would it be permissible to salvage one for himself when the officials no longer wanted them? Watching Loki's changing expressions, Tony realized the gears were turning in his mind. Let me know when you do it. I want to see, he said. Steve, perplexed, observed the interaction between Loki and Tony, wondering what they meant by transformation. Natasha, however, suddenly grew wary of Loki and Tony, sensing that their carrier might soon undergo a name change. Women's intuition. The aircraft landed smoothly on the carrier, and the group disembarked. All present, except Tony, were unfazed by the high altitude and lack of oxygen, though with the presence of Saturday, Tony was not overly concerned. Once the plane halted, A multitude of special agents armed with various weapons swiftly surrounded them. Lu Qi summoned 2 night bats, who proceeded to escort Loki away. He casually seized Loki's scepter, inspecting the gem atop it, uncertain if he could harness its power. Upon touching the Mind Stone, visions from the past flooded Lu Qi's mind, revealing all the intricate details of the Dragon Uncle S adventure. Clips of a Shadow Legion were vividly edited, with myriad nuances being continuously refined. What on earth? Countless fragments magnified in Lu Qi's vision before merging with his very being. He sensed something within him had shifted, yet he could not articulate it. A peculiar sensation compelled him to exclaim, and then darkness enveloped him, severing his connection to the outer world. What is happening? Tony approached Lu Qi, but in the next moment, an array of shadows erupted from Lu Qi's form, nearly saturating the aerospace carrier. Shadow ninjas emerged from the darkness, wielding an eclectic assortment of weapons rather than the standard long swords and shurikens. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, a mask had appeared upon his face, resembling the marks that manifested on the foreheads of the sorcerers from Kamar-Taj who had forged contracts with him. Tony gazed in astonishment at Lu Qi, who stood before him, wielding a staff and adorned with a mask. His pupils transformed into a vivid crimson. This gaze mirrored that of the ninjas surrounding him. One by one, the ninjas knelt before Lu Qi, who suddenly closed his eyes. His waist pouch opened of its own accord, releasing an overwhelming surge of dark energy that coalesced around him. The dense energy enveloped Lu Qi, swirling and morphing. Ultimately, he transformed into a demonic figure towering several meters high, clad in martial attire from the waist down. His upper body bare, revealing powerful muscles, with fingers as sharp as blades and bat-like wings extending from his back. Curse it, Lu Qi, what has happened to you? Tony exclaimed, taken aback by the drastic transformation before him. Observing the staff in Lu Qi's hand, he shouted to those around him, "It is that staff influencing Lu Qi. We must devise a plan to seize it." As he prepared to fly over and snatch the staff, a multitude of ninjas surrounded him, ensnaring him with ropes and pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, Captain America, sensing the dire situation, attempted to raise his shield and charge forward, only to find 2 giant trolls materializing before him. One snatched his shield, while the other seized him by the waist, lifting him effortlessly. In this emergency, Lu Qi had lost control. Natasha called for reinforcements through her earpiece, and a fleet of fighter jets took to the skies, surrounding the area. However, a battalion of night bats ascended with a speed comparable to Tony's, unleashing energy shockwaves that brought down the jets one by one. What on earth is happening? Fury pondered as he observed the monitor on the deck. A look of confusion etched across his singular eye. He watched as Lu Qi remained still, encircled by the shadowy forces, a communicator inexplicably appearing in his hand. What about that, Thor? Shouldn't he be waking up his uncle, bound by the unyielding black ropes? Tony found himself immobilized, perplexed by the material of his restraints, which even his Iron Man suit could not overcome. Thor, equally bewildered by the scene, glanced at Loki, who mirrored his confusion. Thor furrowed his brow. "Though I know not what transpired with my uncle, it must not be anything malevolent." Sensing that Lu Qi's life was intact, seemingly undergoing a transcendence into a realm beyond his comprehension, he added, "As long as you do not exhibit malice or interfere with my uncle's intentions, these fellows should pose no threat to you." Thor observed the surrounding Shadow Legion with a sense of relief. Had he not considered Loki's presence, he might have acted sooner. And now these beings merely encircled him without aggression. After a moment of tense standoff, Lu Qi, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes, taking in the chaotic scene around him. "Oh, it seems I have caused a ruckus," he remarked, waving his hand to retract the Shadow Legion. Watching his countless shadow ninjas transformed into darkness and returned to the void. Did those who were hundreds of meters away just revert to shadows? Lu Qi was initially under the impression that the ninjas needed to slowly approach his radius to return, only to discover that they had effortlessly escaped their confinement. "Now, I have completely transformed into the Shadow Legion from my memories." Lu Qi sensed something amiss as he gazed at the diminished mind scepter in his hand. "No, it is my physique that has changed." It was only then that Lu Qi realized the transformation of his form. What could have caused this? Observing his own body, he felt an undeniable surge of strength in this new state. This is the form of your dimensional demon. Moreover, you must revert at once. The Sanctum's alarm array is on the verge of detonating. The voice of Ancient One resonated through the arcane transmission, revealing to Lu Qi that this was indeed his true dimensional demon form. Feeling the dark energy enveloping him, Lu Qi attempted to disperse it, and as a result, his body began to shrink, reverting back to its human shape. Gathering the dark energy from the air, he transformed it back into crystals and stowed them in his pocket. Alas, I have shrunk by half. Observing that his once substantial collection of energy crystals, approximately 100 million, had dwindled to a mere 50 million. Lu Qi felt a pang of regret. These things are truly not durable. Lu Qi, what just happened? Tony cautiously approached him, wary of any lingering issues. It's nothing. I was briefly influenced by this artifact. It appears to possess the capacity to affect one's mental state, so you all must exercise caution in its storage, Lu Qi replied. His statement was not entirely unfounded, as the artifact indeed bore such power, serving to alert these individuals. Sensing that both the Mind Stone and the Time Stone were similarly resistant to his use, Lu Qi reluctantly handed the scepter to Natasha, who wore a serious expression. Next, they needed to locate the Space Stone, for it was essential to their plans. Once everything was settled, he intended to take this artifact away to prevent Thanos from stealthily acquiring it for his infamous snap. He cannot wield it. I only seek your essence, not your heart. Dispatching countless ninjas to restore order on the deck, Lu Qi was relieved that the Night Bats had only downed those aircraft without launching further attacks. Remarkably, none of these high-quality planes had exploded, and the pilots remained largely unharmed, with only a few unfortunate souls sustaining minor injuries. It seemed that these individuals had not succumbed to chaos alongside him, and Lu Qi nodded in reassurance. Just as during his previous unconscious episode, the Shadow Legion had appeared to safeguard him. Ever loyal, the most devoted Shadow Legion. Chapter 67. A hand in ambush. You claimed your abilities would not spiral out of control. As he stepped into the conference room, Fury addressed him without turning. Were you pretending to be a petty fool? Lu Qi scoffed. Ever since acquiring a method to store dark energy long-term through the Ember's source, he could now utilize substantial amounts of dark energy without regard for the protective barriers of Kamar-Taj. Indeed, even if a nuclear bomb were to detonate beside him, he could consume dark energy and survive. Lu Qi noticed a nearby bench and instinctively took a seat. It was the influence of that scepter, and I recall that my Shadow Legion did not spiral out of control. Were there any casualties among you? Lu Qi summoned 2 ninja warriors who expertly massaged him, casually resting his feet on the shoulders of Megatron. One must admit, Megatron's height was just perfect, quite comfortable. Megatron cast a glance at him, shook his head, and turned to survey the arrangement of the conference room. Fury glanced back at Lu Qi, remarking, "You seem rather indifferent to us now. Have you acquired sufficient power?" Lu Qi nodded, glancing at the onlooking captain and Natasha. "Indeed, I now possess the ability to disregard official authority, thus I am no longer constrained. Shouldn't you set a more ambitious goal, such as conquering the world?" Lu Qi scoffed. "I already have a world of my own. I have no desire to compete with all of you for dominion." Fury's expression grew peculiar. How could this fellow claim to have another world? Aren't you a mutant? How could you suddenly possess another world? Did I ever claim to be a mutant? Lu Qi pondered, seemingly perplexed, as he couldn't recall stating such a thing. Then what are you? A so-called god akin to Asgard? Fury's gaze was fixed on Lu Qi, seeking to extract information from his countenance. Lu Qi, now weary of concealing the truth, revealed, just like some others, lacking sufficient power means one cannot sit at the table. With enough strength, there are plenty of others willing to join you. Now that his power was adequate, it was no longer his responsibility to maintain the balance. That burden had shifted S-H-I-E-L-D. To speak candidly, I hail from another world, having arrived here via an unorthodox means, and upon my arrival, I was compelled by a powerful figure to cling to their influence. Lu Qi finally divulged this secret, feeling a sense of relief. As for the alternate world, he would undoubtedly explore more realms in the future. There was no need to claim that bringing a phoenix from a magical world was merely a genetic mutation. It was better to be forthright. However, Fury's expression now reflected a struggle to contain his surprise. This revelation exceeded his wildest expectations. Glancing at the camera in the corner of the conference room, Fury felt a headache coming on. He had not anticipated the existence of alternate worlds. How would this information be classified? How could he ensure it remained undisclosed? In a pessimistic vein, he considered that perhaps the news had already spread. Pierce, currently observing through the trident, nodded in acknowledgement. Fury exchanged glances with Natasha, who nodded in understanding and promptly headed to the control room to manage the situation. He hoped those individuals would not leak this secret. Otherwise, who knows, perhaps tomorrow there would be services for reincarnation from another world on Amazon. How will you prove you are from another world? Your inquiry is as absurd as my needing to prove my own identity. Yet I do have evidence, this little fellow. Lucci gently nudged Megatron with his heel. This being was a creature from another world, and that world also boasted an Earth, albeit one far safer than theirs. Megatron complied, projecting an overview of the alternate world. Fury pressed his forehead, realizing yet another top-secret file had surfaced. What do you intend to do now? Fury asked, his gaze fixed on Lu Chi, revealing a hint of anxiety. Are you actually scared? Lu Chi shook his head, discerning that the Shadow Legion had genuinely intimidated Fury. Indeed, with their infinite respawns, superhuman strength, and overwhelming numbers, the Shadow Legion possessed the potential to alter the world's balance. To confront a few hundred members of the Shadow Legion, Fury deemed it necessary to deploy a mechanized unit to ensure a reliable outcome. Yet, facing tens of thousands of them would require missile strikes or bombardment, as mere conventional means would be utterly futile. This threat was far more formidable than Hydra. As Fury scrutinized Lu Chi, he reflected that the most potent force known globally, recognized by 90% of the Earth's populace, was the missile strike. However, judging by Lu Chi's demeanor, it was likely he harbored no fear of such weaponry. If chaos ensued, perhaps only Carol could contend with him. But could the formidable figure Lu Chi mentioned indeed be Carol? Relax, I don't believe he is the type like Schmidt, Steve interjected, supporting Lu Chi, as he held a favorable impression of him. At least he is not akin to Red Skull. Fury managed to stabilize his thoughts. Just then, Hill entered, informing them that Loki was already confined in a separate chamber, while Thor was attempting to provide psychological assistance, albeit with limited success. Fury glanced at the innocent-looking Lu Chi and resolved to address Loki's situation first. Bring Thor back. I'll see if I can gather some intelligence. Fury turned and exited the conference room, while Hill guided Steve and Lu Chi towards the command hall. Thank you for speaking on my behalf. Lu Chi smiled at Steve. It was nothing. I could tell you're not like Schmidt, Steve replied with a smile. I heard from Coulson that you were the one who pinpointed my location. How did you manage that? Well, an old man informed me, Lu Chi replied. An old man? Steve asked, perplexed. But Lu Chi chose not to elaborate further and entered the hall first. Hello, Dr. Banner. Lu Chi greeted upon seeing the flustered scientist. Hello. I apologize for the trouble last time, Banner expressed, surprised by Lu Chi's amiable demeanor, especially since he had caused some inconvenience previously. It's nothing. The situation took me by surprise, and my emotions got the better of me. Lu Chi reassured him, gesturing for Banner to sit down, and summoned a few ninja soldiers to massage him. That feels quite nice. I'm much more at ease now, Banner sighed, feeling uncomfortable in the current environment. Steve took a seat across from him, and Lu Chi arranged for similar treatment. The ninja soldiers exerted considerable strength during their massage. Quite impressive, since becoming team leader. Aside from the massage machine Howard crafted for me, I hardly feel anything when ordinary people attempt to massage me, Lu Chi remarked. Steve was thoroughly enjoying himself as he watched Lu Chi sketch a door, while several ninja soldiers emerged carrying an array of beverages and snacks. To be honest, the pace of change in this era is overwhelming. I am uncertain if I can truly adapt. Observing the previously unseen portal, Steve politely refrained from pressing for answers. Yet he remarked with a sense of bewilderment. It is true that times are ever-changing, but as long as one can savor the present, it signifies an adaptation to the age. Lu Chi earnestly articulated his unconventional philosophy, prompting Steve to ponder thoughtfully as he lifted a glass of ice-cold cola to his lips. Banner, however, abstained from such stimulating drinks, having not indulged in them for years. Hey, Uncle! Thor trudged into the hall, his demeanor suggesting he had not fared well with Loki. Have a drink and take a moment to rest, Lu Chi said, noticing Thor's dejected expression. He summoned a chair for him, and soon a troll soldier appeared behind Thor. Given this fellow's resilience against Hulk's might, only a troll could provide him with a suitable sense of comfort. Suddenly, a frame popped up on the table, revealing the room where Loki was imprisoned. The director had already attempted to extract information, We could analyze Loki's language. Natasha had secured the surveillance room and returned to the command center. The group focused intently on the performance being exchanged between Fury and Loki. In the footage, Fury glanced at the night bats stationed in the corners and remarked to Loki, "It seems your uncle knows you well, aware of your futile tricks." Loki responded with a smile. "Futile tricks?" Fury, recognizing Loki's cunning was on par with his own, countered, "Isn't it? Do you know the purpose of this cell?" He approached the control panel to show Loki the cell's functions, attempting to instill psychological pressure. Loki cautiously stepped back to the center of the room. Observing Loki's trepidation, Fury menacingly declared, "Now you understand who the boot is and who the ant is. I must admit, as an ant, your means of survival are quite impressive. Even after being punctured multiple times, you managed to endure. I just wonder if your blood is green now." Loki, recalling the day he was pierced by the neighboring star, smiled at Fury's increasingly dark expression. He continued, "I find this room quite satisfactory, secure, safe, and capable of emergency banishment. However, it was presumably not intended for me, was it?" Casting a glance at the camera, a peculiar glint emanated from Loki's eyes. Banner, observing this gaze from the command center, felt an inexplicable discomfort. Yet the training of the past year allowed him to suppress his unease. Lucci gestured for the ninja soldier to increase the pressure, redirecting Banner's attention. "Relax. Loki excels at manipulating the thoughts of others." Watching the surveillance, Fury had transitioned from an active role to a passive one. Lucci promptly turned off the monitor to prevent Loki from continuing his divisive antics. "What information have we gleaned from this?" Steve inquired, puzzled. "I cannot say. No one has ever been able to fathom Loki's intentions. However, I am aware that he commands an army known as the Chitauri. This force does not belong to Asgard or any other celestial body." After a brief pause, Thor continued, "My mother believes this army is under the command of Thanos, given that he previously took Loki from Asgard. As for why he would assist Loki, it likely pertains to that space stone, which you refer to as the Cosmic Cube. Small fry taking on the big fish," Lucci remarked. "We can deduce his purpose from this." Natasha pulled up a data stream on the table. "The individual Loki attacked last night possessed a certain metal, which Barton seized while Loki was diverting our attention." "What does he need that for?" Banner asked, perplexed. Lacking relevant knowledge. As a stabilizer, Tony interjected as he entered alongside Coulson, observing the scene. "Are you hosting a banquet here?" "Saturday, go find a place to recharge." Saturday nodded and discreetly located a spot nearby to connect to a power source. Tony sat next to Lucci, signaling for 2 technicians. With that metal, their portal 1T collapse. It could be opened wider and for a longer duration. The group nodded thoughtfully. "So, we still have no clue where to find the Cosmic Cube next?" Lucci lamented. "Indeed, it seems we must search for a while," Tony replied. "Then let us commence our research. We should not waste time here." Lucci summoned 2 ninja operatives to assist Tony, not for massage, but to support him. "Where's your laboratory?" Banner, eager not to be carried off, quickly stood to lead the way. "I shall take a stroll on the deck to breathe some fresh air," Lucci said, stepping outside, planning to lay an ambush shortly. As he walked, shadows emerged from Lucci's own shadow, spreading across the entire aircraft carrier. Chapter 68. Confrontation with the Black Obsidian duo. Indeed, after the Mind Stone provided a patch for the Shadow Legion. They could transform into shadows even outside of Lucci's radiance. This would greatly simplify matters for Lucci, who then dispatched tens of thousands of shadow ninjas throughout the carrier. At this point, the number of shadow ninjas aboard far exceeded the combined forces of Hydra and SHIELD. With nearly 1,000 ninjas surrounding Loki, Lucci felt reassured enough to head to the deck, eager to see how Loki would evade capture this time. Upon arriving at the deck, Lucci opened a portal, and several ninjas approached with lounge chairs and similar items. Setting up a sunshade, Lucci blissfully reclined in the chair, savoring peeled grapes, relishing in a life of contentment. Time passed languidly, and Lucci felt a slight heaviness in his stomach when suddenly he heard Natasha's voice through his earpiece. "Watch out for Dr. Banner. Loki's target is the Hulk." What was happening? Lucci, slightly dazed, took a moment to recall that this was a scene from a movie. "Are you here for reconnaissance?" Lucci roused himself, and the nearby night bats emitted a wave of darkness, informing him of 3 invisible fighter jets overhead. "They're here." Lucci rose to his feet, stretched his body, and declared, "It shall be you, night bats." Several night bats materialized around him, soaring skyward towards the aircraft. Simultaneously, Another jet appeared at the aircraft carrier's flank, colliding forcefully with an engine. What audacity! Lu Qi dismissed the notion of idling about, channeling energy that coalesced into a projectile, which he launched to obliterate the aircraft. I hope Hawkeye isn't up there. Lu Qi silently crossed himself. However, an unexpected incident unfolded in the sky as a beam erupted from a sealed jet, disintegrating one of the night bats, and, with relentless force, pierced through the entire aircraft carrier. What on earth? Lu Qi stared in disbelief at the vessel. Had Hawkeye been augmented to such a degree? He then witnessed a violent surge of energy erupting from the ship, where a continuous beam annihilated all the night bats and created a gaping hole in the underside of the jet. The aircraft carrier below was, of course, not spared, suffering a significant breach. From the side of the aperture, Lu Qi could see other members of the Avengers gathered in a room, likely embroiled in a heated argument. However, after the assault, they appeared to regain their composure and prepared for battle. Thor was the first to leap forward, swinging his hammer, though it was unclear why he would do so if he had awakened his divine powers. Tony followed closely, donning his automated suit. Saturday. What transpired? Tony inquired first. Lu Qi gestured towards the jets above. Observing the two remaining jets spreading apart, a row of missiles appeared on Tony's armor, launching directly at them. Of the 3 jets, only 2 transformed into fireballs, while the last jet, which had unleashed the beam, fired an arrow that radiated intense heat, diverting the missiles. I need to install a rudimentary AI on each missile, Tony lamented as he watched the missiles sail into the distance. At that moment, 2 figures leapt from the jet, and Lu Qi was determined not to let them land safely. Dozens of night bats surged forth, unleashing waves of energy while charging at the emerging beings, Beetlejuice and Deathblade. They thwarted Tony's attempt to ascend. Even with his armor activated as Saturday, its defensive capabilities were insufficient to withstand Beetlejuice's beams. Lu Qi decisively instructed him to subdue Hawkeye instead. As attention returns to the battlefield suspended in midair, Lu Qi observes the 2 peculiar beings deftly evading shockwaves while effortlessly dismantling the flying bat soldiers. He begins to fathom their formidable combat prowess. You shall provide support. Casting a glance at Thor beside him, who has awakened his divine power, Lu Qi assumes that assisting should pose no challenge for him. Without waiting for Thor's response, he silently commands the shadow ninja lurking beneath their feet to initiate an attack against the imminent threat of a neighboring star. From the depths of the shadows, blades of long knives suddenly thrust forth. Yet the Reaper responds with astonishing speed, effortlessly severing the incoming blades with a mere gesture. The neighboring star then positions its weapon upright, striking the ground and unleashing a wave of energy that disperses the shadows across a vast expanse. However, towering 5-meter trolls emerge around them, their massive fists poised to strike at the duo. Additionally, a cadre of assassins bursts forth from behind the trolls, their forms blurring as they dart towards the duo with lethal intent. The Reaper exhibits exceptional combat acumen and physical prowess, utilizing a long-handled weapon to easily repel the encroaching assassins. When faced with the troll's fists, he skillfully avoids direct confrontation, weaving between the gusts of wind generated by their strikes, his long blade slicing through the trolls with precision. Meanwhile, the neighboring star completes its charge, the weapon spinning and releasing beams of energy that cleave through the surrounding assassins. Lu Qi's small pouch at his waist automatically opens, releasing 1,000,000 crystal stones that transform into a shield, successfully blocking the incoming rays. Thor, on the other hand, hurls his hammer towards the Reaper, only to have it intercepted by the very blade in his hand. Retrieving the hammer, he discovers to his dismay a conspicuous scratch marring its surface. Ignoring Thor's disheartened expression, Lu Qi feels a weight in his heart as he realizes he has expended several 100,000 units of energy. Truly, one cannot underestimate the power of a weapon forged from a star by Thanos, as it has drained so much of his energy. Gazing at the remaining crystals in his pouch, Lu Qi sighs, realizing that this supply would only suffice to withstand approximately 200 attacks. Perhaps next time, he should prepare a larger pouch. As he contemplates this, a horrific scream pierces the air, drawing his attention to the bridge of the aerial battleship, which has been severed and is now tilting precariously. Thor, stabilize the bridge. I shall deal with these 2 immediately. Lu Qi throws the small pouch, which is instantly consumed by the unleashed dark energy, transforming into a deep and ominous vortex that instills a chilling dread. Without hesitation, Lu Qi plunges into the swirling darkness, his form morphing into his true dimensional demon state. The alarm array of Kamar-Taj should hold for a while longer, feeling the immense power coursing through this body. Lu Qi inexplicably comprehends the primal desire for melee combat that drives Marvel strongest, as he too now yearns to unleash his strength upon something tangible. Gazing at the nearby Proxima Centauri and the Reaper, Lu Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. With a flick of his bat-like wings, he surged forward. To his surprise, the enemy was not finished. The Reaper reacted swiftly, lunging with a dagger aimed at the approaching Lu Qi. Undaunted, Lu Qi brandished his glistening black blades, clawing at the Reaper's legendary weapon. The Reaper's expression brightened. Although his weapon lacked long-range striking power, it was exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through atoms. With unwavering confidence, he envisioned his legendary blade severing Lu Qi's arm and decapitating him. However, as Lu Qi grasped the legendary blade in his hand, the Reaper's expression shifted dramatically. What a joke. Your weapon can cleave atoms, but my body is composed of concentrated energy. You may cleave atoms, but can you sever this formidable, cohesive energy? Observing the legendary blade firmly in his grasp, Lu Qi displayed a peculiar smile to the somewhat stunned Reaper, and then reached for the Reaper's heart with his other hand. Yet, a beam of energy grazed the Reaper's body, crashing violently into Lu Qi's hand. The energies reacted, obliterating Lu Qi's claw. It appears your ally does not intend to grant you a merciful end. Lu Qi transformed his claw into a fist and struck the Reaper with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole in his body. The dark energy in Lu Qi's hand surged forth like the tentacles of an octopus, greedily invading the Reaper's form, erasing flesh and blood in its wake. Even a seasoned warrior, accustomed to countless injuries, the Reaper let out screams of agony from the excruciating pain. Yet Lu Qi harbored no sympathy. The dark energy erupted with greater intensity, utterly annihilating the Reaper. Now it's your turn. Go and keep your companion company. Lu Qi observed his hands, devoid of blood, and smiled slightly as he reformed his claws, casually discarding the untouched legendary blade aside. Proxima Centauri's countenance darkened, feeling betrayed alongside the Reaper. The hawk-eyed observer warned him and the Reaper that the individual before them merely summoned a multitude of minions that would disrupt their plans, yet neglected to mention the extraordinary combat prowess of this foe. Gripping his weapon tightly, Proxima Centauri summoned immense energy, enveloping his divine spear before hurling it with great force. In midair, the weapon transformed into 3 luminous arrows, all aimed at Lu Qi. Sensing the explosive energy within, Lu Qi's gaze sharpened as a portal burst open. However, the arrows veered around the portal, continuing their trajectory toward him. Yet, several small bags were flung through the portal, instantaneously morphing into dense dark energy, even affecting the portal itself, rendering it faint and indistinct. The arrows clashed with the darkness, resonating with explosive sounds before dissolving into nothingness, leaving only the divine spear to fall to the ground. That was close. Lu Qi felt a chill of sweat break out across his body, realizing the immense power unleashed by this weapon derived from Star. However, it is still incomparable to the genuine radiance of Star. Having consumed several 100 million units of dark energy amassed by Lu Qi, ultimately succeeding in interception. During a team battle, one should have prioritized the initial strike. Lu Qi kicked away the divine spear that sought to return to the ground and abruptly lunged towards Proxima Centauri, tearing it asunder before its incredulous gaze. He had initially wished to savor the thrill of close combat, but it seemed prudent to exercise caution next time and avoid recklessness. Lu Qi mused to himself, turning around only to discover a shadow flickering beside the unparalleled blade. A specter? Filled with curiosity, Lu Qi approached, only to find the Reaper's blade, its eyes tightly shut. It appeared that this entity's weapon possessed some remarkable capabilities, potentially facilitating its revival. However, this time, death had consumed its entire being, and according to the law of conservation of energy that emerges post-conflict, it would require a significant influx of external energy for resurrection. Silently, Lu Qi grasped the unparalleled blade, using dark energy to invigorate the weapon, witnessing waves of soul energy emanating forth. A headache brewed within him, as the magic from Kamar-Taj was solely righteous white magic, providing him with some inspiration to enhance the great octopus, devoid of curses or the like, and lacking any effective means against souls. Completely vanquishing the Reaper would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Nonetheless, this entity was currently unable to stir much upheaval. Lucci instructed two ninjas to collect their weapons. Regrettably, the energy within these two weapons was quite potent. He could not directly absorb them into the Shadow Realm, and had to let them hold on to them for the time being. Just as Lucci believed everything had concluded, the celestial aircraft carrier beneath him suddenly lost balance, tipping to one side. What was happening? Lucci hastily reverted from the dimensional demon form, inquiring through his headset. The adversary you were battling has destroyed the energy supply lines. The two wings have come to a standstill. Chapter 69. Chaos feeling the increasingly severe tilt of the celestial carrier beneath him. Lucci disregarded everything else and leaped from the breach, landing beneath the aircraft carrier, observing one wing of the enormous vessel completely immobilized. Lucci felt a pang of sorrow as he retrieved several small pouches. Fury, you must grant me some benefits afterward. He hurled the pouches into the air, transforming them into boundless dark energy. With a wave of his hand, he concentrated the energy into a colossal circular shield. The Seraphim Shield. This was a spell once employed by Doctor Strange in Avengers Infinity War to facilitate the emergency landing of a ship boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Of course, this creation was not ablaze with sparks, but rather was an obsidian hue. Lucci had previously suggested renaming the spell to Lucci's Shield, but was met with rejection from the Ancient One. This time, Lucci naturally emulated Doctor Strange's maneuver, attempting to utilize this technique to effectuate an emergency landing for the celestial carrier. Egg, retract the wings and maintain balance. I shall guide you in the descent. It was impossible for Lucci to sustain the flight of the vessel, as it exhausted too much dark energy. Gazing down at the ground, Lucci contemplated allowing this contraption to remain on land for a while, transforming it into a legendary tri-service battleship. Are you certain? At this moment, Fury was disinclined to dwell on the matter of titles. The situation aboard the sky carrier was in utter chaos, and it was imperative to devise a means of stabilization swiftly. Hurry up. I am ready on my end, Lucci commanded, maneuvering the Seraphim Shield close to the sky carrier, preparing for a direct dive and ascent. Shut down all main engines. Maintain balance using the auxiliary thrusters. Fury, ever the decisive individual, issued commands once the plan was set. The crew, whether they were Hydra agents or SHIELD operatives, displayed unprecedented unity, executing Fury's orders flawlessly. As the primary wings of the sky carrier ceased functioning, Lucci felt the pressure on the Seraphim's shield intensifying. This is exceedingly heavy. Lucci perceived an immense weight pressing down upon the Seraphim's shield, continuously exerting pressure. With each depleting energy pulse, he gritted his teeth and directed the sky carrier into a steep dive, maintaining an almost 70-degree angle. Oh, this is truly exhilarating. Natasha and Coulson clung tightly to the table affixed to the floor, managing to remain stable in this nearly horizontal room. I think we're in a bit of trouble. A voice, seemingly straining against something, echoed. Natasha and Coulson suddenly recalled their purpose for being there. Dr. Banner, are you all right? Natasha turned to him. Me fine. I can still keep it under control, Banner replied, pressed against the wall, taking deep breaths to rein in the beast within. However, the Mind Stone secured to the table began to emit a glow, tipping the scales. Damn it, Banner roared, green hues erupting across his skin. This is bad. Natasha observed the transformation and urged Coulson to vacate the area, continuously calling for backup through her earpiece. On my way, Steve's voice responded, and Thor, who had precariously fused the bridge with lightning, hastened to join them. Stay calm, Banner. Stay calm. Natasha attempted to guide him verbally, but as Banner's form expanded nearly a meter, a deep voice emerged. Hulk. Seeing this seemingly rational giant before her, Natasha felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared that Dr. Banner's retreat over the past 6 months had not been in vain. At least this creature was not immediately wreaking havoc. Hulk. Headache. Suddenly, Hulk clutched his head in pain, prompting Natasha to glance at the Mind Stone, the catalyst for their earlier conflict. Loki's scepter had provoked Hulk, and now he was on the verge of unleashing chaos. Natasha issued an ultimatum to her teammates, assessing the surroundings as she attempted to traverse the cabinets to retrieve Loki's scepter from the table ahead. Hulk, not feeling well. Hulk, smash. Hulk could no longer restrain himself. But just as his hand was poised to strike down, towering trolls appeared at his sides, attempting to grasp his arms and subdue him. At this moment, the Hulk was no longer the diminished figure he had been on Broadway. The agony from his headache only served to amplify his formidable strength. The troll's soldiers were utterly incapable of restraining him, and instead, he flung them aside with ease, unfazed by the towering figures around him. The Hulk unleashed his fists with ferocity, shattering the trolls nearby with each powerful blow. Fortunately, the trolls had managed to delay him long enough for Natasha to seize the scepter. But what would come next? As she crouched over the table, Natasha gazed at the Hulk below, who was just a leap away. Thankfully, the colossal creature, perhaps dazed by his throbbing head, was carelessly stumbling about the room, oblivious to her presence. "Are you there, guys?" Natasha inquired through her earpiece, mindful to keep her movements subtle to avoid drawing the Hulk's attention. The tense standoff persisted until, just as Natasha believed she could remain concealed, the airborne command ship suddenly trembled violently. A penlight fell from beside her feet, striking the Hulk squarely on the head. The Hulk, who had been flailing about in pain, looked up to see Natasha's innocent expression and let out a thunderous roar, the sonic wave causing her to clutch her ears in agony. The force of his roar left her momentarily disoriented. Struggling against the pain, Natasha turned to face the Hulk, only to see a green figure hurtling towards her. With a sense of dread, she felt her life flash before her eyes. At that moment, a hammer shattered the window behind her, sending the Hulk reeling back and thwarting his advance. "I hope I'm not too late," Thor declared, his eyes crackling with electricity as arcs of lightning danced around him. "Hulk smash!" The Hulk was hurled back, and in his complete loss of control, he clapped his hands together with tremendous force, unleashing a visible shockwave towards the two. Just then, Captain America descended like a deity, using his shield to absorb the impact of the sonic wave. The shield performed its duty admirably, but Captain America found himself beside the Hulk, observing the creature's imposing muscles. He couldn't help but ponder, is this truly the serum derived from my own blood? The Hulk, seeing the diminutive figure before him, wasted no time and swung a fist at Captain America. Yet, the shield was well suited to withstand such assaults, and it met the blow head-on, successfully deflecting it. Thor, witnessing the battle commence, signaled Natasha to swiftly depart with the scepter, while he charged into the fray. With someone to absorb the damage, he could unleash his full might. Meanwhile, as the fierce combat erupted, Loki, confined in his cell, sensed the ship descending and wore a satisfied smile. He then conjured an illusion, vanishing from his prison. Damn it! As Loki disappeared, Agent Coulson, armed with a large firearm, arrived in the now empty cell, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Alert! Loki is gone." As he spoke, he prepared to open the prison door at the console to investigate any traces. At that moment, a Nightbat soldier silently appeared, blocking Coulson's path. Lu Chi, your soldier 1T, let me check the situation." Lu Chi, glancing at the increasingly proximate ground and poised to ascend, heard Coulson's inquiry through his earpiece and hurriedly replied, "No, the Nightbat soldiers can detect invisible units. Loki must still be inside the cell." After uttering this, Lu Chi took a deep breath, and an explosion of energy coursed through him. Illusion of the abyss. Dozens, even hundreds, of hands emerged behind Lu Chi, followed by an array of shadowy duplicates formed from dark energy. Swiftly, the duplicates flew downward, intent on arranging a series of magical formations below to ensure the safe landing of this massive entity weighing several tons. Coulson, relieved by Lu Chi's response, gazed at the cell devoid of any sign of Loki and remarked, "Your uncle knows you well. He is aware that you are still in the cell." After a brief silence, Loki materialized. It seemed the same trick indeed held no sway over him. With a sigh, Loki glanced at the Nightbat soldiers. But what about this? Just as Coulson began to feel at ease, a box suddenly appeared in Loki's hand. If Lu Chi or Thor were present, they would recognize it as the box of ice. As Loki made his move, shadows effortlessly traversed the glass wall, invading the room and launching shurikens at Loki. Yet unfazed, Loki, holding the box of ice, began to unleash frigid air upon himself. Was he attempting to take his own life? No, let's not forget. Loki is a frost giant. Under the chilling influence, Loki's form expanded, transforming into a towering frost giant over 3 meters tall. The box of ice became encased within him, continuously bestowing him with strength. The shurikens that flew towards him were instantly frozen mid-air, rendered motionless. A layer of frost enveloped the ground, and the ice produced by the box of ice successfully impeded the shadowy ninjas. How about this? The 3-meter-tall colossal frost giant Loki conjured icicles that surged forth, piercing the glass with ease, bolstered by the direct support of the box of ice. Originally, the specially designed cell was meant to plummet downward, but the intense cold sealed the mechanical apparatus securing the cell in place. As the situation shifted dramatically, Coulson's expression changed, and he fired an energy blast from his weapon. Yet the explosive force barely melted a fraction of the thick ice. Loki brazenly tore open the cell and stepped out. Faced with Coulson, who stood half a head shorter, Loki smirked and launched a powerful punch. However, a troll soldier suddenly emerged to intercept, resulting in a shower of ice shards. A ninja appeared behind Coulson, seizing the collar of his shirt, which dictated Coulson's fate, and hurled him towards the doorway. Coulson gazed at the encroaching wall, despair evident in his eyes. Unable to bear the weight of his fate, he shut his eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. Yet in the very next moment, a sensation akin to falling into a mound of cotton enveloped him, revealing that he had not collided with the wall. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a troll soldier had securely caught him. Thank you?" he uttered, to which the troll nodded before gently setting him down and pushing him forward towards Loki. Dazed, Coulson made his way to the doorway, where shadows slithered in from the walls, ceiling, and floor, converging upon the frost giant Loki. This wretched sense of security washed over him as he sighed in relief, positioning himself behind a squad of ninja soldiers, observing the evolving battle while reporting the situation to Director Fury. Meanwhile, Loki, having managed to temporarily freeze one troll soldier with the frostbox, felt a wave of dread wash over him as hundreds of shadowy ninjas flooded in. Never mind, it's best I make my escape. With that thought, he dispelled the ice binding the prison cell, watching it plummet before leaping after it. A wise person knows when to retreat. Rest assured, I shall return. Several Night-Bat soldiers swiftly followed suit, and as the ninja troops adjusted their garb into gliding suits, they too leaped down. The troll soldier glanced at the height below, shaking his head in resignation. Coulson cautiously approached the edge, wary of being swept away by the wind. The troll, observing Coulson's slight frame, grasped him securely to prevent any potential fall. "Thank you once more." Coulson turned to report the unfolding events to Fury. Fury surveyed the chaotic command center, his gaze fixed on the approaching ground below, feeling quite overwhelmed. The news of Loki's escape only added to his frustrations. Loki has fled, and Lucci's minions have followed. Is anyone free to assist? Loki? Thor dodged a punch from the Hulk, countering with an uppercut that sent the Hulk staggering back. "I'm on my way," he declared, preparing to exit the battlefield. However, the Hulk, undeterred by Captain America standing in his way, pursued Thor relentlessly. "It seems you won TV crossing through," Captain America remarked, hurling his shield at the Hulk, though it failed to capture the Brute's attention, leaving him vexed. "Damn it, is anyone available?" Thor called back as he held his ground against the Hulk. "I'm free," Tony replied, clutching Hawkeye, who bore the marks of a fierce struggle. God knows how outrageous that bow of his is. A single arrow fired downward can inexplicably find its mark on me, defying all predictions. Those arrows have various functions, making it quite the ordeal, and to complicate matters further, he has technically an ally, so I can't eliminate him, which has made my task rather taxing. However, your little Hawkeye is with me, who has coming to relieve me. Natasha, who had been lying low, quickly chimed in upon hearing Hawkeye's name. "I have Loki's scepter. You bring Hawkeye here, and I'll see if I can awaken him." "You haven't been ensnared by the scepter, have you? I severed the scepter in two with a laser. It should no longer be able to control me." "You are quite ruthless," Tony remarked, then soared towards the location where Natasha awaited. Handing Hawkeye over to Natasha, he observed her deftly binding him. Raising an eyebrow, Tony took off in search of his nephew. Thor had now become somewhat of a friend, so he thought it better to regard him as his brother's nephew. In the future, when Loki addressed him, it would be a matter of perspective, calling him uncle or Thor brother. With a sense of amusement, Tony descended rapidly, soon spotting Loki, who was plummeting freely. He watched as Loki unleashed a blast of icy breath, freezing the ninjas and Nightbat soldiers surrounding him. Tony pondered the capabilities of Saturday, knowing the Nightbat soldiers could inflict considerable damage, capable of tearing through nearly an inch of steel with a single energy shockwave. He mused that Saturday might be dismantled after just 2 hits. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Tony decided to launch several solid missiles towards Loki. However, only a few managed to penetrate the icy barrier and strike Loki. Observing the tracking signal on his screen, Tony nodded in satisfaction. This would suffice. He resolved to upgrade Saturday later, as he had numerous ideas regarding the arc reactor. Meanwhile, Loki, under assault, witnessed Tony soaring away and gathered a mass of icy energy in his hands, unleashing it towards him. "So many?" Tony exclaimed, hastily attempting to evade, yet still being struck by the relentless barrage of ice, which encased him in a frozen sculpture. "Damn it, not again," he lamented, recalling the first time he had flown too high and been frozen. "Saturday, do you have any solutions?" Chapter 70, Ambitions Beyond Measure Detection, has revealed the ice layer contains unknown energy of extreme intensity. Conventional weapons cannot breach it. Saturday's voice echoed within his helmet. "Is there any way we can overcome this?" Tony calmly surveyed the increasingly imminent ground on the display. Currently, I have no ideas. Looks like someone is in need of assistance." The voice of Megatron resonated beside them. Tony activated a miniature camera, discovering a small aircraft diving alongside them. "Can't you find your leader first and restore his size?" "Be silent. If you keep talking, I won't save you," Megatron retorted, then deployed a grappling hook to seize Tony. "Are you certain your little claw can hold me? You'll find out soon enough." Megatron began to ascend, his tail thrusters expelling streams of energy particles. "I must employ a few tricks," he stated, observing the lackluster results with a grave tone. Suddenly, a series of dark energy sigils materialized around him, continuously forming. "What skill is this?" Tony inquired, intrigued. "The Thunder Borsat. Sounds like anything but a rescue spell," Tony mused, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Indeed, this was no rescue spell, or rather, Kamar-Taj possessed no such spells for salvation. Megatron spoke with gravity, then, seizing the opportune moment, unleashed the Thunder Borsat. A formidable bolt of lightning surged forth, leaping several times in the air before arriving beneath Tony. "Things might get a bit bumpy," Megatron stated, releasing Tony without hesitation. Before Tony could finish his sentence, the lightning struck. The immense force significantly slowed Tony's descent and shattered a considerable portion of the icy surface below. "You're saved," Megatron exclaimed, swooping in to catch Tony, effectively rescuing him. I think my knee hurts a bit. It's good that you can feel pain. The worst is when you can't feel anything at all." Saturday, activating its scanning function, interjected, indicating no trace of the code-named Bambi. "Where on earth has that guy run off to?" Tony queried, activating the tracking system and sighing in relief upon confirming the signal was still transmitting. "Lucci, how is it going on your end?" Tony inquired. "We're about to make an emergency landing," Lucci replied, glancing down at the avatars below, observing the spells they had charged. "Prepare for landing," he shouted over the channel, using the Seraphim shield with all his might to raise the spacecraft and reduce its tilt. Seizing the opportunity, the avatars below unleashed their long-prepared spells. Wind of Atom. Dozens of avatars simultaneously cast the spell, conjuring a tempest that uprooted trees. Yet, even this hurricane merely served to slow the descent of the falling spacecraft. But that was sufficient. Seraphim shield. The remaining avatars released the spell in a chain reaction, forming a slide-like pathway. "This spacecraft better not be shoddy," Lucci remarked as he directed it onto the makeshift slide. "Oh, Steve," having just absorbed a punch from Hulk, found himself involuntarily airborne, glancing at the equally bewildered flying Hulk across from him. "This reminds me of the last time I went to sleep. But this time, you can't sleep for decades." Thor, who had taken flight, grasped Steve's hand and aimed outward, intent on seeing the situation outside rather than remaining in the uncertain confines of the spacecraft. Meanwhile, Natasha observed Hawkeye, bound and restrained, and lightly tapped his chest with the disconnected staff in her hand, only to find it ineffective. "Damn it, how is this supposed to work?" Natasha sighed at the gem atop the staff. However, a sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, causing her to ascend. This did not bode well. Natasha glanced at Hawkeye, who remained anchored below, and inadvertently released her grip on the staff. With a focused gaze, she attempted to retrieve the floating staff, but in the next moment, the spacecraft collided with the first Seraphim shield. The airborne Hulk crashed down, his eyes reflecting despair, while Natasha landed directly atop Hawkeye, and the staff struck him on the head, rendering him unconscious. Is this how it's supposed to be used? Natasha pondered aloud, perplexed. Thor, alongside Steve, had just leaped from the spacecraft, observing as the colossal vessel slid down a massive slide. It's almost identical to my experience, Steve murmured, reflecting on why he hadn't deployed his parachute at that moment. Gazing at his airborne self, he felt an inexplicable urge to slap his past self. As the spacecraft transformed gravitational potential energy into kinetic energy, gliding forward, Lucci dismissed all his clones, channeling his energy into a colossal figure. Stop it! Lucci commanded the giant, which then disintegrated into numerous ropes, one end securing the spacecraft while the other plunged into the earth. Listening to the agonizing sound of metal contorting, Lucci watched as the shadowy giant exhausted its final ounce of energy to halt the spacecraft. Finally, that should settle the matter. Lucci wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling it was only natural. Suddenly, a green figure erupted from the spacecraft, unleashing a primal roar into the wilderness. This fellow certainly has spirit, Lucci commented with resignation, landing before Hulk. Stay calm, will you? Recalling Hulk's previous escape, Lucci deemed it worth attempting to communicate. Hulk! Smash! Yet, Hulk disregarded his words, lunging forward. You think I fear you? Lucci conjured a spell, striking the oncoming Hulk. Two ethereal figures burst forth from Hulk's form, while the colossal body collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Banner exclaimed, staring at his transparent hands in shock, only to discover another figure beside him, Hulk. Similarly spectral, Hulk gazed at Banner with confusion, bound together by an ethereal, yet resolute chain. Lucci observed the two souls and nodded. Nothing much, just a reboot for you. As Hulk's form gradually diminished into Banner, Lucci tugged, and the two souls surged into Banner's body. Your trousers are remarkably durable, Lucci remarked, admiring the steadfastness of Banner's pants. Yet, Banner remained in a daze, pondering if what he had experienced was indeed a soul. Lucci nodded affirmatively, prompting Banner to recall the essence of Hulk. It seemed this fellow was contemplating something. Lucci glanced at the dazed Banner, guiding him along the trail left by the spacecraft's descent. They arrived at the front of the spacecraft, which had just attempted a grand display before crashing down. Now, this vessel could be considered a tri-service warship, having endured a terrestrial journey. As figures began to emerge from the craft, Lucci quickly spotted the distinctive figure among the crowd. How is it going? This mothership seems rather useless now, otherwise. Sell it to me, for scrap, at 5 cents a pound. Lucci approached Fury with a grin, reveling in the misfortune. Never mind, with a bit of repair, this mothership can still be operational. Fury gazed sorrowfully at the colossal machine before him, which had only taken to the skies for a little over a month. How could it possibly be broken already? If the World Security Council were to discover this, it could jeopardize the funding for the few aerial carriers still under repair. Perhaps he could discreetly procure some materials from that location to fix this vessel. Fury immediately began contemplating how to subtly divert some supplies from there. As he observed Fury deep in thought, Lucci sensed that he was likely concocting some mischievous scheme and quickly slipped away to avoid being implicated. Hey, Tony, how did you end up encased in ice? Lucci had just exchanged a few words with Steve and Thor when Megatron appeared, dragging a large block of ice behind him. Steve glanced at Lucci, feeling inexplicably affronted. Lucci, oblivious, approached and tapped on the ice block, finding it surprisingly sturdy. It seems Loki has been spraying cold air from a box he has, with quite an impressive range. I couldn't evade it, Tony lamented. This nephew of mine truly lacks respect for his elders. You must teach him a lesson. Lucci nodded in understanding, recalling that Loki had left home with the frost box, now wielding it with such flair. Realizing that the ice would not thaw anytime soon, Lucci unleashed dark energy to dissipate the block. Damn, why is there so much energy contained within this ice? Tony pondered as he exited his suit, glumly staring at the reactor in his chest. It appears you require a more potent energy source, Lucci remarked, turning his gaze towards Thor. I believe I must retrieve the space stone. It will be necessary for repairing the Bifrost. Thor anticipated Lu Chi's intention and spoke first. Very well, Lu Chi agreed. Then had a sudden thought. He produced a high-grade crystal and tossed it to Tony. Why not try using this? Your energy? Tony examined it curiously. However, given their remote surroundings, he lacked the equipment for a thorough analysis and resolved to study it later. He pocketed the crystal, intending to research it upon his return. Casting a glance at the dilapidated Saturday, Tony recalled the hearthstone he had at home. Could you bring the hearthstone here? I wish to repair Saturday. Repair? Fury, triggered by the keyword, turned to the group and saw Lu Chi using a teleportation device to bring over a cube, which he then touched to Saturday. Instantly, the gaps in Saturday were mended, and it regained its radiant luster. How wondrous! Fury stealthily approached Lu Chi, eyeing the hearthstone in his possession. Could I borrow it to repair the aerial carrier? Lu Chi regarded Fury with a puzzled expression. Are you sure? This device may not be adequate for such a large machine. It should suffice, though unexpected incidents might occur, Lu Chi noted, glancing at Tony, whose eyes clearly conveyed a desire for him to proceed with the repairs. Amidst the chaos, Fury cast a glance at Tony, sensing the complexity of the situation. However, upon surveying the sprawling sky mothership, he mused, how much worse could it possibly get? Could this colossal contraption sprout legs and run away? Determined, Fury nodded resolutely at Lu Chi. Fearing the egg would crash to the ground, Lu Chi hurriedly handed the ignition source to Fury. Just give it a tap, but ensure you call everyone out first. The equipment can remain, he instructed. This task was entrusted to Fury to prevent any mishaps later. Meanwhile, Lu Chi led Tony and the others to sit on benches brought by the ninja soldiers, enjoying frozen watermelon. What's going on? Steve inquired, looking quizzically at Lu Chi, who responded with a knowing smile. You'll find out soon enough. The egg dispatched a team equipped with life detectors to rescue the individuals inside. As the newly formed trio of spectators nervously approached the sky mothership, just a tap is sufficient. No peculiar incantations required. Fury recalled Lu Chi's words, then struck the ignition source against the ship. A bolt of lightning erupted from the ignition source, swiftly enveloping the entire vessel. As the scratches previously marred upon its surface vanished, the ship appeared rejuvenated, and Fury nearly leaped for joy. Yet, the subsequent sound of complex mechanical transformations filled his ears. Fury muttered his code name, witnessing the ship morph into a towering mechanical giant, hundreds of meters tall. The spectators and nearby agents gaped in astonishment at this behemoth, their snacks dropping to the ground. Lu Chi nudged the nearby Megatron. Can you take on this thing? Megatron swallowed hard, eyeing the creature. With magic, I might manage, he mused, feeling increasingly out of place in this unfamiliar era. However, it was Fury, standing beneath the Titan, who found the reality most overwhelming. Under its shadow, he felt the weight of its dominance. So, you truly do have legs? The mechanical giant peered down at the insignificant humans, instinctively crouching to scrutinize them. It's a bit tiring looking up, it remarked. Just then, Lu Chi interjected, directing his gaze at the immense figure. With a swirling magical array in hand, he conjured an expansive spell that enveloped the mechanical giant. As the giant, in a state of panic, began to manifest various weapons, the spell activated. In an instant, the 100-meter Titan was reduced to approximately 10 meters, reaching the limits of the spell's capacity. Fury exhaled in relief, observing the still imposing figure that now felt less intimidating. He turned to Lu Chi with a look of approval and mustered the courage to approach. Lu Chi, concealing his prowess and reputation, resumed his seat, only to find Tony gazing at him with a look of disbelief. I thought you would attempt to sneak away with this fellow, Tony remarked, taking a hearty bite of the watermelon in his hand. Am I truly so devoid of principles? Lu Chi replied, perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, Tony nodded in agreement. You are mistaken, Lu Chi countered, shaking his head, for his true target was not this individual, but rather the three that followed. A mere singular entity could hardly satiate his ambitions. His current objective was to earn Fury's trust. When the time came, he would discreetly abscond with those three warships and subsequently expose Hydra to Fury, casting the blame upon them. Chapter 71. Preparations for war. Witnessing a dim-witted individual deceive a Na'vi youth with gasoline and a 30-year warranty card, Lu Chi could hardly bear to watch. He is but a child, How can you exploit his ignorance to bind him to a pact? Unable to endure the sight, Lu Qi quietly took notes, knowing he would need them later. Thank you, Fury approached, holding the Tesseract. He had not anticipated its immense power, almost endangering their own aircraft carrier. Snatching the dangerously coveted Tesseract from Fury's tightly grasped hands, Lu Qi, under the intensity of Fury's gaze, tossed this hot potato to Tony. Now that Loki has fled, where do we go from here? Lu Qi turned to the others. Though that fellow has escaped, I left him a little gift, Tony replied, clapping his hands. Friday, come here. The AI projected a solitary dot, and Tony, utilizing Stark Industries' credentials, accessed the global satellite system, linking the world map with the projection. Following his instructions, Friday quickly pinpointed Loki's location. He is still on the move. Can we ascertain his destination? Steve inquired after studying the projection for a moment. Friday, chart his course, Tony said, glancing at the antiquated Steve. Based on his trajectory, he should be heading towards. Friday drew a straight line. New York. His base is in New York? Damn, right under our noses, Natasha exclaimed, supporting the groggy Hawkeye as she observed the projection with dissatisfaction. But why establish a base in New York? That place is essentially our stronghold, Tony pondered aloud. I recalled Dr. Banner mentioning that in order to open a portal, the Tesseract must be heated to 100 million degrees. That requires an immense amount of energy. Lu Qi guided the Avengers thoughtfully. Indeed, heating the Tesseract to such extreme temperatures demands a formidable energy supply, Dr. Banner interjected, having retrieved his glasses from an unknown location. My tower, Tony exclaimed, astonished. I have just installed the new energy reactor, he added, his frustration evident. Lu Qi nodded affirmatively. Then let us depart. Loki has only just reached the outskirts of New York. We should still be able to thwart him. With a swift motion, he opened a portal and stepped through first. Tony, Thor, Captain America, Natasha, and the recently awakened Hawkeye all followed suit. However, Dr. Banner hesitated, expressing, I am merely a scientist. I do not believe I am suited for battle. Lu Qi glanced at him, pondering the absurdity of scientists grappling with Thor and Captain America. Yet, it was true that Banner's combat prowess was rather feeble, inferior even to the brute force of the Hulk. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qi recalled that within Banner resided two souls, and an idea blossomed in his mind. What if he could create a body and transfer one of the souls? With this notion, Lu Qi nodded, recognizing that Hulk's strength was still essential. Otherwise, they would miss out on the iconic Marvel moments. With a million-level crystal in hand, he cast it forth, transforming it into a darkened form, and approached Dr. Banner. Raising his hand, he struck, causing two souls to emerge. Seizing Banner's soul, Lu Qi guided it into the dark doppelganger. This feels rather odd, Banner remarked as the dark body seemed to react, cradling its head and noting, the compatibility appears satisfactory. Lu Qi nodded and then drew Hulk's soul back into its original body. Subsequently, the skin of the original form began to turn green, morphing into the formidable Hulk. Steady, Hulk. Lu Qi attempted to communicate with Banner once more, and this time, Hulk stabilized. Hulk recognizes you, he stated, pointing at Lu Qi, who stood beside the shadowy figure. That's good. I feared you might not remember me, Lu Qi responded. Now, we must confront the villain that troubles you, Hulk. Are you ready to join me? As if recalling the previous headache, Hulk rubbed his head and declared, Smash. Hulk, smash. Then follow me, Lu Qi urged as he led Hulk through the portal to Stark Tower. Banner sighed in relief, thankful he was not required to fight, for he lacked any combat skills. However, the next moment, an ethereal chain yanked him forward. It seems you cannot stray too far from him, Lu Qi acknowledged, noting that this situation had little record in Kamar-Taj and warranted observation. What we do? If I get struck, 1T that means certain death? Banner floated helplessly in the air. Not at all. The energy crystal still harbors considerable energy. As long as it remains intact, you shall be safe, Lu Qi reassured him, shaking his head. I estimate that crystal could withstand several hundred assaults. Well, that's a relief, Banner exhaled. Fury observed the portal without following through, inquiring, do you require my support? Lu Qi glanced at him, replying, no need, just help us establish contact with the military. We cannot have them inadvertently launching any projectiles our way. Fury nodded, but hesitated, could you possibly? Yet, Lu Qi seemed to ignore the rest of his sentence and decisively shut the portal. Could you revert the aircraft carrier to its original size? Fury sighed. casting a glance at the 10-meter-tall, beleaguered mechanical giant. Lucci certainly would not revert him back. Otherwise, one could expect to have a few explosive shells drop from an aircraft amidst the fray. As for other military bases, it would take some time for any such projectiles to reach them. Big guy, please don't demolish my home. After the scuffle, I shall treat you to a barbecue, Tony remarked, glancing at the increasingly agitated Hulk. Barbecue? Hulk inquired, perplexed. It appears your father has not treated you well, having lived so long. You have yet to indulge in barbecue. Poor child, Tony shook his head, while Banner sighed, realizing he too had not savored anything delectable in quite some time. Casting a glance at Natasha, who wielded a small handgun, Tony, a former arms dealer, helplessly stated, Surely, you're not intending to engage in battle with that trivial weapon? Observing Natasha's nonchalant demeanor, Tony shook his head and approached a nearby wall, which then automatically parted to reveal his collection of armors, all of which were upgrades from previous designs. He retrieved the arc reactor and tapped it against each suit in turn. You shall be called Tuesday. Follow the one over there with the enticing posterior, not the woman. Old Popsicle, you must exercise caution. This armor has not undergone ice resistance treatment for high altitudes. If you wish to avoid an eternal slumber, do not ascend too high. You shall be Wednesday. Accompany the one with the voluminous waves, and introduce her to your advanced technology. Let us not have her relying on her little handgun. As for Thursday, you possess no combat capabilities. Perhaps you could secure a venue for our celebration after the battle. And Friday, do you see the individual armed with a bow and arrow over there? Remember to create a model. I wish to understand the nature of this fellow's arrows. Tony activated his previous armors, distributing them to those less combat-ready. This is merely for your use. Do remember to return them afterwards, he instructed, arriving at the last chamber. This was his latest creation, the Mark VII, though it would soon transform into Sunday. Tony regarded his newly developed armor with approval and affixed the arc reactor to it. Before him emerged a suit that was more robust than the Mark VI. This armor was an upgrade for Saturday, equipped with powerful laser weaponry and nearly 100 missiles, representing Tony's most formidable armor to date. Additionally, it featured a wristband for remote deployment, though nearly all armors now possess this capability. Sunday, reporting for duty, my creator. The armor greeted Tony with a knightly salute upon its emergence. Taken aback, Tony had not anticipated such a unique personality. Welcome to your service, my knight. He placed a hand on Sunday's shoulder, speaking with gravity. Sunday rose, following Tony closely. Do you wish for me to don you for battle, or what? Observing the silent figure, Tony inquired. As a knight, one should naturally lead from the front. Sunday performed another knightly salute. Very well, in a couple of days. I shall provide you with more weaponry to enhance your endurance. Saturday, come forth and envelop Tony, initially feeling a sense of disappointment. Believing that Tony would no longer don his armor, he was immediately summoned by Tony's call and soared over. Observing the others, fully equipped and ready for an extensive upgrade, they prepared for battle. Saturday transformed, encasing Tony within its form. Loki should be arriving soon, Lucci inquired. Saturday projected an image, revealing that they were steadily approaching. Then let us take the initiative, Lucci proclaimed, launching himself into the air, followed closely by the others. Hulk! I cannot fly, Hulk bellowed, watching Banner soar effortlessly behind him, feeling disgruntled as he charged forward. Slow down, Banner shouted desperately, as Hulk dragged him into the fray. Hulk leaped across rooftops, stubbornly keeping pace with Lucci and the others. According to the tracking, Loki is advancing along the street, likely within a vehicle, so remain vigilant. Tony conveyed through the communication channel. Lucci nodded, following the signal to locate a suspicious convoy. Identified a dubious vehicle, Lucci announced, landing on the street to obstruct the convoy's path. In the next instant, a barrage of bullets rained down upon Lucci. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a surge of dark energy that obliterated several vehicles, leaving only the one containing Loki. Shadows of ninjas materialized around them, dispersing the nearby crowd. What is happening? So many Iron Men. One individual, being dragged away by a ninja, marveled at the sight of multiple Iron Men descending from above, surrounding a black sedan. What sort of formation could summon such a multitude of Iron Men? Schwarzenegger? Several figures converged from different angles to encircle the car. Loki, come out with your hands on your head, Tony shouted through a loudspeaker. However, after a prolonged silence, the sedan remained unresponsive, causing Tony to feel somewhat embarrassed. In the following moment, a colossal figure crashed onto the vehicle, crushing it. "Hulk hates running," the green giant roared. "My brother," Thor exclaimed in shock, rushing forward. He flung open the car door, only to discover a cache of explosives and a tracking device. "Damn, bombs." Thor barely had time to raise his hammer in defense before the explosives detonated. Lucci instantly materialized beside the vehicle, summoning a torrent of dark energy that enveloped the car. The flames and shockwaves from the explosion were extinguished, dissipating into nothingness. "Damn it, Loki, you've deceived me again." Thor was torn between anger and relief. It appeared that Loki had ensnared them in a reverse trap. The pressing question now was, where could Loki be? Lucci pondered, realizing the plot had indeed taken another twist. Yet he remained uncertain of Loki's next whereabouts. Banner had initially thought he might be frightened into a heart attack by this roller coaster-like experience, but evidently his current form lacked such an organ. Sighing in relief, Banner remarked, "Although Loki is not present here, he initially headed in this direction, so he must still be in the vicinity of New York. Heating the Tesseract to 100 million degrees necessitates a substantial amount of energy. Therefore, where in this vicinity can such a power source be found?" Lucci felt somewhat perplexed. He had essentially been a recluse in New York, rarely venturing outside, and was unaware of the city's most developed areas, let alone where energy sources might lie. "I have a place that fits the criteria." Lucci turned to see Tony's face pale with concern. The former Stark Industries facility housed a colossal arc reactor. Although it was an outdated palladium energy reactor, it would suffice to supply the necessary energy. Lucci nodded. "Then let us head there immediately." As he prepared to draw a portal suddenly opened in the distance, revealing numerous dark figures emerging from within. "Damn it, we need to move quickly." Chapter 72. The Outbreak of War and the Little Pet. Kashing through the portal, Lucci and the others arrived at the location. Gazing at the vast, gaping hole above, they observed countless Chitauri swarming through like locusts. Unlike in the films, these Chitauri did not recklessly launch an attack. Instead, they gathered together to safeguard the space stone. Perhaps Loki's plans had been significantly thwarted? Setting aside his doubts, Lucci gazed at the sea of adversaries. Countless red eyes emerging from shadows. Seeing Lucci's demeanor, Steve hastily spoke, "We need a plan." "The plan is..." Lucci stretched his weary limbs. "To take them down." With a wave of his hand, countless shadows surged forth from beneath Lucci's feet, a sight engulfed in darkness. Loki observed the encroaching shadows, clutching the frost box in his left hand while seated upon his throne of ice. Placing the frost box on the ground, a wave of frost spread out, transforming the surrounding area into a winter wonderland for hundreds of meters. This would prevent those creatures from stealthily approaching him with their peculiar abilities. Loki smirked, thinking, "In terms of stealth, how can you compare to me? Tear them apart." Loki commanded, as energy attacks erupted from the Chitauri's weapons, striking the shadows. However, they merely dissipated a fraction of the darkness, failing to alter the tide of battle. Air bombardment. Realizing the dire situation, Loki ordered the Chitauri Air Force to unleash their bombs. But as the Air Force drew nearer, a legion of night bats surged forth from the shadows, their sonic attacks obliterating one aircraft after another. Each of these night bats could easily overpower the still-developing Tony, and their sonic assaults were relentless, swiftly annihilating this wave of air forces. Witnessing nearly 1,000 aircraft yield no significant results, Loki's expression grew increasingly ominous. Observing the soldiers to his left and right, Loki sighed. These mere foot soldiers paled in comparison to the soldiers of Earth, their only advantage being their overwhelming numbers. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to Dr. Silviga behind him. "Adjust the power of the spatial effect device to its maximum." Dr. Silviga complied, tapping away at the computer. The energy released by the space gem intensified, causing the already sizable portal to expand exponentially. If the original Chitauri resembled locusts, the current onslaught of Chitauri was akin to a deluge. "Bong Diffa," Dr. Banner exclaimed, unable to contain his expletive, as the scene before them was nothing short of horrifying. "We must find a way to shut that portal," Steve shouted. Lucci's expression also shifted. The situation was far more dire than depicted in the films. In the movies, only a few Chitauri would emerge at a time, but now, thousands were pouring through every second. Glancing at the staff secured at Natasha's waist, Lu Qi turned back to the chaos above. He synthesized 1,000 Night Bat soldiers, expending 1 million energy and 10,000 ninja units. Witnessing the sudden surge in his firepower, Lu Qi exhaled in relief. Tony, Thor, join me in intercepting those descending foes. Captain, take Natasha and Barton to close the portal. Hulk, Lu Qi commanded the giant. Tear apart those before you. Hulk grinned broadly, roaring as he charged forward. The Chitauri defense line, which had barely held against the continuously replenished forces of the Shadow Legion, was shattered by Hulk's onslaught. With a single hand, he seized one Chitauri and hurled it away, sending several others flying. The Shadow Legion seized the moment, breaching the entire defense line and rapidly advancing toward the spatial effect device. Lu Qi and his companions split their actions. 3 surged toward the portal in the sky to intercept the enemy forces, while the others followed the Shadow Legion and Hulk toward the device. Deploy the main forces, Loki urged, watching as the enemy drew closer, relieved at the sight of the successfully widened portal above. Creatures resembling massive fish began to emerge from the portal, crashing down upon the shadow ninjas below. A few Night Bat soldiers, witnessing the spectacle, concentrated their powerful sonic cannons to target one colossal creature. Their attacks, capable of rending high-strength alloys, created massive wounds upon the beast. However, given its size, it would take time to bleed it out. Meanwhile, Chitauri emerged from the fish-like warships, unleashing concentrated energy blasts that scattered the defenseless Night Bat soldiers. On the ground, Night Bat soldiers engaged in fierce combat with the fish-like vessels, intercepting numerous warships in the air, but the falling behemoths also crushed a significant number of ninja units below. A shadowy figure of an assassin darted through the ranks of the opposing forces, effortlessly tearing one of the Chitauri into shreds. However, several heavily armored Chitauri warriors, wielding flamethrower-like devices, surrounded these assassins and swiftly vanquished them. Hulk easily crushed these tin cans, but as a Leviathan-class warship was shot down, it plummeted towards Hulk, pinning him to the ground and temporarily trapping him. A band of trolls attempted to charge forward to break the front lines, but Loki employed the Frostbox, freezing their feet to the ground and rendering them mere targets. One of the ninja soldiers endeavored to launch a full-scale assault to penetrate the enemy's encampment. Yet they were vastly outnumbered, with hundreds of thousands of foes unleashing a deluge of energy attacks that enveloped the surroundings. Additionally, as Lu Qi retreated from the ground, the Shadow troops were unable to resurrect on land, resulting in a diminishing presence on the battlefield, with Captain America and his allies facing increasingly intense assaults. Hawkeye released an arrow, which, after piercing a Chitauri's neck, unleashed a volley of small projectiles that took down the surrounding Chitauri. Nevertheless, a Leviathan-class warship landed, from which 1,000 Chitauri warriors surged forth. After deploying the soldiers, the ship immediately turned to charge back into the battlefield. In response, Hulk lunged at the warship, forcefully pinning it to the ground as a swarm of ninja soldiers surrounded it, dismantling it piece by piece. Damn, their numbers are truly overwhelming, akin to locusts, Barton lamented, while Natasha continued to eliminate Chitauri with her palm cannon and precision shots. Steve attempted to push forward against the relentless attacks, but the dense onslaught overwhelmed him, rendering his small shield ineffective against such force. Observing the dwindling strength of his forces, Steve anxiously inquired of Lu Qi, "Do we have any remaining troops?" Lu Qi surveyed the battlefield, summoning a wave of dark energy that obliterated a significant number of Chitauri into thin air. He watched as Thor soared past him, crackling with electricity, dispatching the surrounding Chitauri with ease. In a moment of synergy, he transferred energy back to Tony, who seized the opportunity to unleash massive lasers from the Saturday's suit, slicing through the nearby Chitauri into fragments. Sunday approached Tony, releasing 3 precise beams that expertly severed the pilots of the approaching Chitauri spacecraft, watching as the vessels spiraled uncontrollably to the ground. "I would call this a precise scalpel," Sunday remarked, striking a rather dramatic pose that left Tony momentarily bewildered. It seemed that the personality of this armor deviated somewhat from his expectations. Megatron flew past, unleashing a series of magical formations that bombarded the enemies into oblivion. Casting a glance at Sunday, who maintained his dramatic stance, Megatron scoffed dismissively over the communication channel. Lu Qi looked up at the endless stream of minions descending from the sky and sighed, realizing that this battle would indeed come at a heavy cost. As the portals around opened, a multitude of million-level crystals were hurled by the logistical ninjas on the other side. Watching these crystals descend, Lu Qi took a deep breath. Illusion of the Abyss. This illusion was far more sophisticated than Loki's, as these clones were capable of casting spells. Observing as these avatars unleashed a barrage of powerful magic, annihilating the Chitauri that emerged from the portals, Lu Qi felt a pang of anguish. Although the results were striking, this maneuver had cost him nearly 10 billion in energy. Noticing that numerous Chitauri still remained, Lu Qi produced a crystal worth tens of millions and unleashed a spell of his own design. A colossal, menacing octopus materialized in the sky. Despite having been confined for several days by Ancient One for a much-needed aesthetic correction, Lu Qi remained resolute in his design, even adorning the creature's tentacles with several eyes to achieve a comprehensive 360-degree perspective. After months of research, he had enlarged this entity and endowed it with remarkable abilities. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Tony exclaimed upon seeing the creature, feeling as though he was gazing upon the most terrifying entity in existence. Calm down, my little summon. It feels quite impressive, doesn't it? I call him Shadow Claw, and I hope he can grow into a being akin to his original form. Lu Qi transformed most of the vanquished shadow troops into shadows that clung to Shadow Claw, instructing him to deliver these shadows to replenish their ranks. Damn, I think I'm going to be sick, Tony remarked, lifting his helmet to vomit below. One Chitauri, engaged in incessant shooting, suddenly noticed strange objects plummeting from the sky. Upon looking up, he beheld the colossal and indescribable creature looming above. Shadow Claw soared through the air, sensing bothersome insects around it, and unleashed a wave of darkness. A visible black arc erupted from Shadow Claw's core, rendering all surrounding foes into nothingness. Before such a gargantuan dark entity, even the dark waves used for communication could erode and assimilate the feeble. Possessing an abundance of dark energy, Shadow Claw naturally exerted a peculiar pressure over various beings in the material realm, and under Lu Qi's research, the overwhelming density and profundity of this dark energy inflicted a profound shock upon the consciousness of the material beings that beheld Shadow Claw. One tentacle extended, ensnaring a massive warship resembling a koan, transforming it into dark energy and incorporating it into Shadow Claw's being. Feeling his power amplify, Shadow Claw joyfully released another wave of darkness, obliterating the surrounding pests. Unrestrained, he hunted the koan-like warships in the sky, while also extending his tentacles to the ground, where shadows surged through, forming shadow troops that charged towards the Chitauri. Damn, what manner of creature is this? Loki gazed at the colossal shadow, an inexplicable wave of nausea washing over him. However, as an adopted frost giant of Asgard, Loki's constitution far surpassed that of Tony Stark, allowing him to suppress this unwelcome sensation. Bring it down, he commanded the Chitauri. One by one, the Chitauri raised their heads to confront the shadow, each struck by an overwhelming surge of consciousness. Originally, the Chitauri operated as a hive mind, their sacred terra. Regardless, their awareness was interconnected. The sight of the shadow sent immense pressure rippling through their central consciousness, resulting in the simultaneous collapse of hundreds of thousands of Chitauri. In a vast expanse of space aboard the Chitauri mothership, thousands of Chitauri with particularly large heads suffered catastrophic bursts, while those on Earth fell to the ground in disarray. Goodness, is the shadow's lethality truly this immense? Observing the immediate chaos, with Chitauri dropping like flies upon its emergence, Lu Qi realized he might have inadvertently unleashed a formidable entity. Delighted by the sight of the fallen Chitauri, Lu Qi urged the captain and his team to promptly deactivate the portal, only to find them unresponsive. A glance revealed that they had succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by proximity to the shadow. Well, it seems this behemoth cannot distinguish friend from foe. Sighing at the shadow, Lu Qi hesitated to directly dismiss it. Instead, he resolved to allow the shadow to take all the Shadow Legion and traverse through the portal into the outer space. Observing the portal, he noted that the Chitauri mothership had resumed the production of soldiers, indicating a recovery. Let us send the shadow home, he mused. Tony, step aside. I'll let my little pet have a go at that battleship, Lu Qi announced over the channel, only to discover that the connection had inexplicably severed. Well, that's to be expected, considering the shadow is a superlative energy entity capable of profoundly affecting surrounding electromagnetic waves, waving for Tony and the others to maintain their distance. Lu Chi beckoned the shadow to approach him. Loading all the shadow ninjas onto its form, he stroked the dark energy creature. To him, it resembled a loyal subordinate. Go and destroy that battleship. With the target designated, the shadow gleefully passed through the portal, unfazed by the harsh conditions of outer space. In fact, the absence of various errant energies made it feel as though it had finally arrived in its rightful domain. As he watched the shadow gradually traverse the portal, Lu Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Observing the multitude of clones surrounding him, he decided to take decisive action, dispersing all the clones into the body of the shadow. With the support of billions of energy units, the shadow's form expanded several-fold, joyfully advancing toward the Chitauri battleship. The swelling energy amplified its invisible power to an even greater degree, leaving even the colossal warships dazed and ensnared, succumbing to the shadow's jubilant predation. Did I just see something peculiar? Steve remarked over the communication channel. Lu Chi looked down and discovered that the captain and his team had already regained consciousness. It's nothing, my little pet, but it seems a bit confused about friend and foe. I'm sending him to outer space now. Let us close the portal while we can. Lu Chi replied as he flew down towards Tony and Thor, who were still feeling nauseous. Just as the battle had reached a temporary halt, a group of individuals quietly appeared in a narrow alleyway of Big Apple City. Chapter 73. Restrictions lifted and delicious barbecue. What is happening? Steve, clad in a white battle suit, gazed at the serene scene outside the alley. Did we arrive at the wrong time? Ant-Man Scott remarked, observing the peaceful surroundings. Let us ascend to a higher vantage point, the more aged and composed Tony suggested. As a suit of armor seemingly materialized around him, the group made their way to the rooftop of a nearby building, surveying the landscape. Damn, I feel we've come at the wrong time, Steve said, resting his forehead in his palm. Regret and disappointment washed over the group. No, I believe we haven't arrived at the wrong time. Perhaps we were simply in the wrong place. Banner, utilizing Hulk's formidable physique, pointed towards the distance. Why did the portal open there? Furthermore, I must say, the aperture of this portal is rather excessive, Tony remarked incredulously. Did someone among us go back and alter time? Steve pondered. No, this era has simply evolved. A familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar voice emerged from behind them. Excuse me, who are you? Future Tony inquired, turning to the newly appeared figure dressed in ordinary attire and donning a cap. It is I. The individual raised his head. Me? Future Steve exclaimed in disbelief. Greetings. Past versions of myself, Tony, and all of you. The elderly Steve smiled warmly. Did I alter the past? Future Steve questioned. However, the elderly Steve shook his head. No, it is the times that have changed. A new superhero has emerged, transforming their future. Steve approached the edge of the building. A new superhero? Future Tony asked, puzzled. He is your friend, Tony. The elderly Steve turned to face Future Tony, offering a smile. This is indeed peculiar. Future Tony did not doubt the words of the elderly Steve. Could it be that our casual time travel has precipitated these changes? Who knows? The elderly Steve chuckled. Yet the predetermined future has undergone a shift, and in my view, it is a change for the better. Are you certain? Future Tony asked, gazing at the portal that had expanded several-fold in the distance. I am certain. If you had arrived just a few minutes earlier, you would have witnessed an unforgettable scene. Steve shook his head, perplexed by that phenomenon. It seems that is not something particularly favorable. So, the question remains, shall we still seek the gem? Future Steve inquired. This matter should not rest upon my shoulders. I merely came to observe your deliberations. The true authority lies with you. The older Steve smirked darkly before turning away. You certainly possess a wicked sense of humor in your old age, remarked the future Scott, casting a glance at the future Steve, who received a nod of approval from Future Banner. Thus, a new question emerged. Shall we still pursue the gems? Future Scott shrugged, opting to let the esteemed ones ponder this at their leisure. Future Tony fixed a steady gaze upon the portal, affirming the need to seek the gems. The newcomer has altered their fate. Our destiny remains in our own hands. Let us proceed as originally planned. If all goes according to expectations, the Mind Stone and the Space Stone should lie beyond the portal. Banner, you shall venture alone to 117, Brick Street to retrieve the gem from the Supreme Sorcerer. Future Steve succinctly assigned the tasks before they dispersed. Not long after their departure, Another individual arrived in this world. Unlike Tony and his companions, she immediately departed from her original position, making her way towards the portal. Only there could she effectively conceal herself. Loki gazed in astonishment at the fallen Chitauri surrounding him, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead as he picked up the frost box from the ground. Why are these allies either utterly inept or foolish? Once again, Loki transformed into a 3-meter-tall frost giant, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the computer controlling the visual effects, his eyes fixed intently on the front. I hope those fools swiftly deal with that octopus and come to my aid. However, in the next moment, a large green figure lunged towards him, effortlessly capturing Loki, and with a brutal punch, reverted him to his original form. Observing the diminutive Loki, Hulk grunted. The earlier giant had caused him some discomfort, but now that he saw a more manageable opponent, he felt compelled to strike. Yet, as Loki was forced back into his original form, he desperately utilized the frost box to unleash a blast of icy air towards the green giant banner. This sensation is quite unbearable. Hulk, however, blocked the icy breath with one hand, but Banner was not so fortunate. The icy air contained the energy of the frost box, potent enough to contend with dark forces, making Banner feel exceptionally unwell due to the direct energy depletion. Hit him, Hulk, Banner urged, hiding behind Hulk, a rare moment of encouraging Hulk to engage. Hulk, however, disregarded Banner's encouragement, finding the chill quite refreshing, alleviating his irritation. Yet, Loki's incessant stream of icy breath was bothersome, prompting Hulk to adjust the temperature as he approached Loki. Seeing the cold air ineffective, Loki began to sweat profusely, hastily retreating. Hulk, want. Hulk's massive hands reached for Loki, who was now far more than just sweating. He was scrambling backward. But observing the absence of cold air, Hulk became enraged once more, lunging forward to seize Loki. Hulk, want. Hulk bellowed at Loki. You bastard. I refuse to engage in your antics. Loki screamed in terror, grabbing a Chitauri mask nearby and hurling it at Hulk's face. The Hulk, having been struck, was particularly enraged. Little air conditioner, have you developed a temper? Grasping Loki firmly, he recalled how, in Banner's memories, things that were broken were often dealt with by a forceful smash. The green giant surveyed his surroundings and spotted Loki's throne. He marched over, lifting Loki and forcefully slamming him onto the throne, which shattered upon impact. However, Loki still emitted no chill. Frustrated, the Hulk shook his head and struck the throne a few more times, only to find that the little air conditioner had become utterly unresponsive. What poor quality, he muttered, tossing Loki onto the ruins of the throne before departing. I believe my little pet can be further enhanced. You see, after infusing energy, the shadow seems more potent, he remarked. Farewell, my friend. If that thing is enhanced any further, I might just lose my sanity. At that moment, Lucci descended alongside Tony and the others, witnessing the classic scene unfold. Did you record that? Megatron nodded in affirmation. That's excellent. Have the two ninja warriors bind this fellow with ropes, Lucci instructed, summoning Natasha and her team. Approaching the unconscious Dr. Sylvig, Lucci urged the ninja to rouse him. Hey, Dr. Sylvig, long time no see. Lucci waved. When are we teaming up again? Sylvig groaned, shaking his aching head. I hope I haven't done anything foolish. Rest assured, we VE handled the situation. The casualties should be minimal. Thor reassured as he helped Sylvig to his feet. That essay relief, Sylvig nodded gratefully. So how do we shut it down? Lucci gestured towards a portal. I recall I created an emergency device that can deactivate it using Loki's scepter. It's right here. Natasha retrieved the 2 segments of the scepter hanging from her waist. I hope it's still functional. Sylvig shook his head, noting that the scepter's energy derived from the gem above. As long as the gem remains, it should suffice. However, he glanced at the severed scepter and the protective barrier surrounding the space stone. Can you reach it? The atmosphere grew tense, as Natasha glumly stared at the 2 pieces of the scepter in her hands. Can I go find some glue to piece it together? Let me give it a try, Lucci replied, reluctantly taking the scepter, gripping the end with the gem, and advancing towards the space stone. In the original narrative, the barrier surrounding the space stone rendered the Avengers powerless, yet now, Lucci produced several crystals, transforming them into dark energy, which enveloped his hand as he boldly reached for the space stone. As expected, the scepter's tip penetrated the barrier effortlessly. Observing his hand, Lu Qi inhaled deeply and pushed forward with determination. As his hand breached the energy shield, a torrent of space energy surged towards him, only to be halted by the dark energy. Sensing the energy's consumption, Lu Qi extended his hand further. After submerging half of his arm, he successfully placed the Mind Stone upon the external energy conglomerate of the Space Stone. This triggered the safeguard set by Sylvig, effectively sealing the outlet of the Space Gem's energy. The intense spatial energy dissipated, causing the portal to close rapidly. "Do you not want a little pet anymore?" Tony inquired, glancing curiously at Lu Qi. "It is merely a disposable energy creature. I can create a multitude whenever I wish. Furthermore, I am currently refining it. At this stage, it is merely a prototype." Lu Qi observed the remaining dark energy in his hand, exhaling in relief, while grasping the cosmic cube. Naturally, he secured the Mind Stone and stowed it away in his pocket. Lu Qi glanced at the cosmic cube, surprised that no new module had been triggered. Could it be due to not directly holding the gem? He extended a finger, and the dark energy coalesced into a drill bit, which he used to bore a hole in the cosmic cube. As he extracted the space gem, Lu Qi felt his perspective elevate, transporting him to the dimensional space where he effortlessly identified various coordinates of surrounding worlds. Successfully activating the Dimensional Exploration Module, the system would continuously provide him with coordinates of the dark dimension. Overjoyed by the notification, Lu Qi realized that the primary limitation to his growth was the scarcity of dimensional resources. However, with this module unlocked, he could continuously explore the dark dimension, ensuring he would not run out of coordinates for future mining endeavors. The space gem proved to be quite useful. Lu Qi smiled, feeling indifferent that this little proud entity no longer regarded him, considering that Thor needed the space gem to repair the Bifrost. Lu Qi placed the gem back into the cosmic cube and handed it to Thor. "Hold it steady. Do not let the space gem fall out. This thing is rather dangerous to handle directly. Be cautious, or you might find yourself swapped with someone else." "Is that so?" Although Thor did not comprehend the meaning of swapped, he took great care in holding the gem, treating it as if it were a bomb. Tony looked at Thor helplessly. "I'll fetch you a box later. You're making me nervous like this." As he observed Captain America and the others approaching, Lu Qi instructed the ninja and Nightbat soldiers to bring Loki over. "So is this battle concluded? Can we hold a banquet now?" Tony said with a smile. Lu Qi shook his head. "You are fixated on that." He surveyed the countless silent Chitauri around him before turning to Natasha. "Does your SHIELD not have a cleanup crew?" "They're on their way," came Fury's voice. At that moment, he and a number of agents stood in a remote area, temporarily establishing a base to communicate with other bases using the massive mechanical baby bus. Sighing in relief as he reviewed messages from other bases, Fury recalled that while the Chitauri were subdued, the emergence of the giant octopus had prompted the World Security Council to consider launching nuclear weapons. Had it not been for the octopus's swift departure into outer space, the world might have been graced with several more large mushroom clouds. "That is reassuring." Lu Qi nodded in agreement. "Where shall we seek a pristine location now? I have instructed the ninja warriors over there to prepare the ingredients." Tony glanced around and pointed to a spot that had miraculously escaped disaster, indicating that it would suffice. Several ninja warriors swiftly set up tables and chairs, bringing along grilling equipment. The provisions would be freshly prepared, available for self-service. Lu Qi settled comfortably into a chair, stretching languorously. He retrieved his phone, requesting Megatron to send over the amusing clips from earlier, and, while he was at it, took a group photo of himself and the others. Skillfully tagging Natasha and Barton, he proceeded to upload the images to his blog. Noticing the abundance of photos, Lu Qi turned back to ensure they were all uploaded, unexpectedly discovering something in the last group photo. Frowning, he stared for a moment as shadows slipped away from beneath his feet. "So how long are we to wait?" The future Tony observed Lu Qi and the others hosting a banquet right on site, feeling somewhat speechless. The transformation was rather drastic. They had merely intended to visit a barbecue joint with mediocre offerings, yet these individuals were dining so lavishly. The tantalizing aromas wafting through the air compelled future Tony to swallow hard. How could the scent reach him from such a distance? Puzzled, he turned to Steve, who had remained unresponsive, only to find several ninja warriors stealthily brandishing long knives at their throats, while a jovial figure behind him waved a skewer of barbecue. Fanning the air. Chapter 74. Unfortunate Barton, observing the older versions of the Avengers, Lucci sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Thus he instructed the ninja warriors to bind them and bring them beside the banquet. "Hey, Lucci, where have you wandered off to?" Tony called out, holding a skewer of barbecue. "There were some peculiar individuals over there, so I went to fetch them," Lucci replied, directing the ninja warriors to toss the odd characters aside before approaching the table. "What's with these fellows? They seem rather strange," Tony remarked, glancing at future Tony, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Future Tony exchanged glances with the barbecue-holding Tony, acknowledging that they had indeed been caught. "By the way, who is this person? I had no idea the Avengers included him," Scott remarked, salivating at the enticing scents in the air. "Yes, not from our timeline, but in this world, it's a different story," Future Tony responded. "What exactly is happening now?" Future Steve inquired, noting the ninja warriors encircling him. Moments ago, they had emerged silently from the shadows, placing their blades at his throat, leaving him with a feeling of pent-up energy. Future Tony looked helplessly at the two oblivious teammates, greatly missing Dr. Banner. In simple terms, the time machine did not return us to the past. Rather, it transported us to a parallel existence. "So, you are us from the future? I mean, from a parallel world-esque future?" Tony said, holding a skewer of barbecue before Loki's nose for him to sniff, before placing it in front of Hulk. It was the first time Hulk had tasted such food, tossing skewers directly into his mouth, chewing a couple of times before swallowing. He noticed Banner next to him drooling. Indeed, we had suffered a devastating defeat in our world, resulting in the disappearance of half the life on the planet. In an effort to save those lost souls, we constructed a machine designed to traverse time and alter the past to reshape the future. Lucci shrugged, realizing that the original plot had taken such a twist, involving time travel, a clever play by the writers. However, he was unconcerned, since their future did not include him. It indicated they were not the future of this universe, and thus, it was of no consequence. As Megatron intercepted the signal from Kang and projected it, Lucci was astonished to see that Kang had not been obliterated by the Chitauri. In fact, the Chitauri warships remained utterly motionless. Kang assimilated the Chitauri battleship, which was several times larger than itself, into dark energy. Waves of darkness emanated joyfully from Kang, reducing surrounding meteors to nothingness, while countless sparkling eyes surveyed the surroundings. Tony, possessing significant intellect, deduced from a few remarks that these individuals hailed from an alternate parallel world distinct from his own, and thus he had no intention of delving into their narratives. After all, he believed Lucci had a considerable influence, rendering the stories of those individuals less relevant. Setting aside his curiosity about them for the moment, Tony approached, observing Kang's projection. He furrowed his brow and tossed the octopus tentacle he had been holding in Loki's mouth, disregarding the tears that threatened to fall from Loki's eyes. "Your little pet still seems rather unique," he remarked. "I think it's quite fine, and it appears to have some enchantment enhancements," Lucci replied. "Well, it indeed has enhancements, but I prefer not to look, or else I might lose my appetite for barbecue." Tony, still frowning, retreated. Even through the projection, the discomfort persisted, and he imagined if this creature were to appear before him, he would likely lose his sanity on the spot. Tony pondered how to alter Lucci's aesthetic sensibilities. While the future Tony, bound nearby, interjected, "Would you like to know what might occur in the future?" Tony turned to future Tony, "But our worlds are different. Your stories hold little relevance for us." "That makes it even better," future Tony replied slowly. "After all, I have a lovely daughter." "A daughter? What's her name?" Tony asked, visibly excited, suddenly feeling that the stories of these individuals might indeed hold some merit. "Well, Tony, I think it's best you don't ask. Once you learn more, time may deceive you, perhaps even giving you a son," Lucci said ominously. "Indeed, compared to a son, I would prefer a daughter." Tony quickly turned away, dismissing his urge to request a photo. However, Natasha, Barton, and Steve were not so preoccupied, eagerly exchanging intelligence with future Steve, evidently shocked by the original story. Why is it that their world lacks Lucci? Steve, in a state of perplexity, conversed with Natasha and Barton. In the narrative of Steve's future, the name Lucci was never uttered, resulting in their every significant battle being fought with great difficulty, for I did not exist in their world. Lucci spoke slowly. "Time is a most wondrous entity. Every choice we make can give rise to divergent timelines, and each timeline births distinct parallel worlds. As Lu Qi watched a culinary video featuring Ku Ying, his appetite was piqued, and he took a bite of chicken wings. Perhaps, at some juncture, I in their world chose to forego entering their realm, or was perhaps confined by some powerful entity, leading to my absence, thus no need for alarm. After all, it is conceivable that we in different worlds may differ significantly. I am aware of a parallel universe where Tony is female. Tony expressed his incredulity, but Lu Qi shot him a glance and, with a hint of mischief, remarked, in that world, Nini married the Steve of that reality. Both Tony and his future counterpart reacted with a simultaneous gag, evidently shaken by this revelation. Observing their discomfort, Lu Qi suppressed his sardonic smile, instructing Megatron to preserve the photograph, and continued, thus, it is entirely possible that in some worlds, you are exceedingly powerful, vanquishing Thanos with ease. Conversely, there may exist worlds where Thanos is immensely formidable, overpowering you without mercy. Why are you absent? Tony retorted defiantly. Lu Qi smiled, for I typically regard Thanos as an adversary to be easily defeated. Yet, these visitors from the future evidently hold a different perspective. You cannot fathom the extent of Thanos' strength, Future Steve remarked. But you are equally unaware of my own might, Lu Qi thought. Recalling the near 1 trillion energy crystals stored in the sanctum of Kamar-Taj. With those, he could contend with Odin himself. Odin may pursue Thanos across the cosmos. Yet should Thanos appear before me, one could only imagine the culinary delights I might concoct from him. Lu Qi regarded Future Steve with solemnity, stating, while you may perceive Thanos as formidable, regrettably for you, I am more powerful. Indeed, Thanos exuded a palpable sense of menace in the original films, but context is key. After the departure of the Ancient One and Odin's indifference, the Earth and even the Nine Realms saw a significant decline in their combat capabilities, which emboldened Thanos to wreak havoc here. Had he arrived in the Nine Realms, his ship might have been obliterated by an unexpected eternal spear, or upon reaching Earth, he could have been ensnared within the mirror dimension, rendered a mere specimen. For Lu Qi, his legion of trolls could easily subdue Thanos, providing him with 24-hour massage services. If he were to utilize dark energy, the consequences could be likened to the ongoing resurrection of the fallen blade. After all, even Captain Marvel, unable to thrive on Earth, could restrain Thanos and the enraged Scarlet, which could easily overpower him. Without the Infinity Stones, Thanos would scarcely create ripples upon the Earth. Noticing Future Steve's gaze, Lu Qi found little need for further elaboration. Having heard that Future Banner sought the Time Stone from the Ancient One, he anticipated her imminent arrival to clarify matters. Upon opening the system, Lu Qi examined the newly unlocked space exploration module. Gazing at the radar-like display, he attempted to click on a small luminous point that had been discovered. Primary dark dimension, combat power, 320,000. Lu Qi glanced at his own combat power, which currently stood at 24,240,000. He mused that he might as well use the quantity of ninja soldiers as a multiplier for his physical prowess. The composition of his shadow army would be detailed in the chapters, and those interested could refer to it. Wasn't this an overwhelming advantage? Lu Qi promptly commanded the shadow army to commence an assault on this dimension. Before long, the dimension was subdued. The system indicated that no equipment untainted by the shadow world had been found. Well then, should anything have been discovered, that would have been truly bizarre. Over the past 2 years, apart from the Elder's photograph, the Infinity Stones, and the Source of Fire, Lu Qi had encountered no other items capable of entirely resisting the encroachment of dark dimensions. Even the tokens bestowed by Odin, the Spear of Proxima Centauri, and the weapons of the Deathblade could merely slow the advance of dark energy rather than prevent assimilation altogether. Yet, even these formidable items had noteworthy origins. To acquire such artifacts from a primary dimension made Lu Qi contemplate whether he should venture into the world behind that dimension. As he surveyed the radar interface, Lu Qi casually dispatched the remaining primary and miniature dimensions, and upon failing to find any intermediate dimensions, he became utterly engrossed in barbecuing. After savoring a few bites, a portal unfolded in the open space. Lu Qi looked up to see Ancient One approaching, wielding an energy whip that bound the Hulk version of Banner. Noticing the myriad marks on Future Banner's body, it seemed he had incurred the wrath of the formidable figure with several lashes. This was disastrous, Our entire army was decimated. Even if they secured the Soul Stone, we would be unable to rescue those lost. Scott uttered in despair, while future Tony and future Steve silently lowered their heads. The Soul Stone? Lu Chi inquired, intrigued, as he was aware that acquiring it required the sacrifice of one's most cherished individual. Who are you sending to obtain the Soul Stone? He directly questioned the involved parties. Barton and Natasha. Are you certain they can retrieve the Soul Stone? Lu Chi frowned, considering that Barton was a family man, and surely Natasha wouldn't push him into such a predicament. The Soul Stone necessitated the sacrifice of one's beloved. Were they truly capable of succeeding? What? Sacrifice someone you love? Future Tony and future Steve's faces paled in horror. You didn't know? Lu Chi observed their astonishment, perceiving their sincerity. Damn it, we can't afford to lose even one more comrade. Future Steve slammed the ground twice in frustration, but it was futile. Wait. Barton and Natasha exchanged glances. Why do you think we could retrieve the Soul Stone? I have a wife. P.S. not my type, they replied in unison. However, Barton's family had vanished, and Natasha maintained a close relationship with him for several years thereafter. In the future, Steve remarked, wait, my family has disappeared? This revelation unsettled Barton. Was it not supposed to be a 50% chance of disappearance? Why had none of his family members remained? Indeed, while the entire universe had lost half its population, Earth had tragically lost nearly 2/3 of its inhabitants. What terrible luck, Lu Chi commented. Barton, try not to be too agitated. Our universe has yet to reach that point. Indeed, Barton replied, sitting back in his chair, taking a sip of cola to steady his nerves. Rather than concerning myself with this, I am more curious as to why the Doctor Strange from your world surrendered the Time Stone. Logically, if he had concealed the Time Stone, Thanos would never have been able to locate it. Suddenly, the seemingly unassuming Ancient One spoke up. Chapter 75. A steady stream of customers. Future Tony paused for a moment. Recalling, at that time, I was captured by Thanos, and Steven exchanged the Time Stone for my release. The Ancient One shook her head in confusion. Why didn't Steven simply use the Time Stone to incapacitate Thanos? However, she hesitated, considering that the young man might have had his own reasoning. So, you're saying Steven essentially sent you to retrieve the 6 Infinity Stones from parallel universes to save them later? She inquired, surprised by this approach. That's rather ingenious. After Thanos was defeated, collecting the 6 Infinity Stones would mean there would be no fear of Thanos attempting to seize them again. This young man navigated time quite adeptly. After all, Thanos was already vanquished, allowing me to snap my fingers at my leisure. Upon reflection, the Ancient One even began to regard Steven as somewhat of a talent. Yet, she questioned why he had not utilized the Time Stone for self-improvement. He had managed to devise a strategy against Dormammu, so why not invest time in honing his own skills? For a moment, she found herself at a loss to evaluate Steven's actions. If she were to label him foolish, it would contradict the success of his plan. If she deemed him intelligent, he had nonetheless opted for a method with a high probability of error, nearly jeopardizing himself in the process. Wait a moment, does this fellow seek to take the easy way out by employing such a strategy? The Ancient One suddenly made a realization. This individual essentially battled once, then took a 5-year hiatus, returning to battle once more, emerging unscathed. The 5 years of disappearance did not count toward his lifespan, which remained unchanged. This fellow is quite astute, the Ancient One mused, silently commending Steven for his resourcefulness. She thought it wise to leverage this talent, contemplating how to design a narrative that would bring this young man into the fold. His casual mention of borrowing the Infinity Stones seemed inconsequential. Once the crisis was resolved, they could indeed assist in resurrecting the fallen. It all depends on you, as long as the 6 Infinity Stones are retrieved within 3 days. After stating this, the Ancient One produced her phone, signaling Lu Chi for the password. Though her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma emanating from a nearby barbecue stall. Can't you activate your data? Go ask Tony. Lu Chi feigned ignorance of the Ancient One's longing glance, suggesting she seek Tony out, as he had consistently been using data himself. As Lu Chi observed the emergence of Gu Yi's newfound confidence, he resisted the urge to deliver a sound thrashing. Patience was essential. After all, this individual was a significant benefactor. Turning to seek out Tony, Gu Yi left Lu Chi to take a refreshing sip of cola. Meanwhile, The situation on the Kashing front had nearly consumed the Chitauri battleships, only for several more to suddenly warp in, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Kashing. Unlike the Chitauri, these adversaries executed a dazzling display of evasive maneuvers. Just as Lu Qi was tempted to procure additional popcorn, a well-timed cannon shot struck Kashing's core. With the visual feed darkening, Lu Qi felt a twinge of regret. However, he had placed the transmission and remote control spells adjacent to Kashing's core, rendering him blind to the ensuing events. Nevertheless, a direct hit on the core likely signified the end of Kashing, considering that the spells maintaining its form and power were situated there. Dispatching Megatron to entertain himself, Lu Qi hurried over to Thor, inviting him to join in a gaming session. In the distant expanse of the cosmos, Kashing, as Lu Qi had anticipated, began to destabilize, dispersing into a chaotic mass of uncontrolled energy, yet the crystal remained miraculously intact. Just as the surrounding fleet believed the battle was winding down, the dark energy that had spread around their ships suddenly surged forward. Tendrils of darkness began to assimilate the crew within, while in the control room, the crystal appeared unexpectedly. Waves of dark energy rippled through, transferring information into the main control system. After a brief flicker, the screens in the main control rooms of all the ships displayed a singular, ominous message: grow, evolve, become stronger. Moreover, seek out our master, return to the shadows, and serve our master. Lu Qi inexplicably sneezed, only to find his phone screen go dark. Damn it, my little brother can't handle the heat. Launching a sneak attack while I sneeze? Lu Qi bellowed in frustration, but the game lacked an open channel for everyone. In the midst of Lu Qi's impotent fury, Tony had stealthily approached Gu Yi, who had, unbeknownst to him, acquired a few skewers of barbecue. Leveraging their earlier conversation about the password, Tony produced the dark energy crystal provided by Lu Qi. Supreme Sorcerer, I have a question. If Lu Qi's magic and energy are merely different applications of energy, could I potentially utilize technology to cast spells? Glancing at the crystal in Tony's hand, Gu Yi, acknowledging the prior exchange of passwords, felt inclined to offer some guidance. Certainly, in fact, many magical artifacts can be considered as employing what could be termed technology to channel magic. Meanwhile, the recently liberated Future Four quietly deliberated their next steps. Yet their fates lay beyond their control, ultimately leading to Future Tony seeking Lu Qi's counsel. As Lu Qi, reflecting on past mistakes, summoned a substitute player, he munched on barbecue while observing the unfolding events, casting a glance at Future Tony, reminiscing about the previews of the Avengers in the original world. Lu Qi found himself quite curious about the original storyline. Thus, he agreed to accompany Future Tony on a tour of their world with the gems, considering that Lu Qi would still collect the Infinity Stones. After all, aside from Thanos, each Infinity Stone seemed capable of unlocking new features for the system. Therefore, gems, I shall claim them all. Thanos, you may frolic elsewhere. Lu Qi inquired about the whereabouts of the other Avengers and, upon determining the timeline, suggested to Ancient One that she attempt to summon them directly. However, this was met with refusal. If it were that simple to summon individuals, I would have already brought Future Steven here. Do you think I lack cunning? Lu Qi reluctantly abandoned his idea, realizing that he would have to meet the Guardians of the Galaxy in person, which would also allow him some extraterrestrial sightseeing and the chance to discover any engaging games for Beyond the Stars. If only there were games akin to those in anime, where one could enter a different consciousness, then he would certainly excel, despite any lack of physical dexterity. Having outlined a brief plan, Lu Qi allowed Future Tony and the others to entertain themselves. After a discussion among the Future Quartet, they meandered into the city, likely to engage in some clandestine endeavor. Turning back to glance at the ongoing banquet, Lu Qi noticed that the atmosphere had shifted. The attendees had divided into three groups. Tony, Banner, and Ancient One, under duress, formed the academic group. Barton, Natasha, and Steve comprised a strategic group, while Thor and Hulk constituted the youth group. Oh, and there was the bystander group cleaning up the battlefield. Observing them, Lu Qi silently joined the youth group. Nay, what a misnomer. It was in truth the culinary group. Just as he settled into the culinary group, indulging in a feast, a Shadow Bat soldier emerged from his own shadow. One eventful day this has turned out to be. Who else is lurking in secrecy? Glancing at the subdued Loki, Lu Qi pondered who else in the Marvel Universe could possibly be cloaked from sight. Could it be that a side quest had been triggered? Intrigued, Lu Qi dispatched several Bat soldiers to apprehend the elusive figure. Wiping the grease from his face, Lu Qi distanced himself from the youth group and stepped aside. A dark energy coalesced behind him, forming a black throne upon which he sat, appearing detached from the world. What was amiss with this fellow? Tony, who was engaged in a forced academic discussion with Ancient One, cast a puzzled glance in his direction, shook his head, and resumed his inquiries. At that moment, 2 Bat soldiers arrived, dragging a struggling woman through the air. Lu Qi regarded her briefly, finding her unremarkable, likely a minor character of little consequence. He surmised that any impending cataclysm could be resolved by a mere shadowy battalion. Consequently, he lost interest in the woman, reclining lazily as his throne transformed into a sofa, enveloping him in comfort. Awaiting the arrival of the women brought by the night bats, Lu Qi cast a casual glance her way. 2 ninja soldiers approached him, providing a soothing massage. "So who are you?" he asked, his gaze drifting back to the woman. She glanced at the bound Loki, frowned slightly, and turned to face Lu Qi. "I am Sylvie." Chapter 76. The purple sweet potato spirit causes chaos in the Time Management Bureau. Sylvie, he mused, the name evoking no familiarity. Reclining comfortably, Lu Qi felt the ministrations of 2 ninja soldiers, one working on his shoulders, the other kneading his legs, while 2 more appeared, offering him skewered meat and cola. "Of course, you wouldn't recognize me. I am not a denizen of this timeline," Sylvie retorted, straining against her bonds to no avail. A green glow emanated from her hands, but rather than seizing the night bats as she intended, the energy backfired, dark markings creeping across her skin. "This magic feels oddly familiar," Lu Qi noted, observing the flickering light in her hands. Initially cautious, he relaxed upon witnessing the apparent backlash she experienced. Contemplating the hue of her magic, he glanced at Loki, sensing an inexplicable connection between them. Sylvie, feeling the searing pain from the markings on her hands, let a pain groan. "Did you intentionally allow the dark energy to corrode you?" Lu Qi remarked, bemused by her predicament and considering her survival thus far as mere fortune. With a flick of his hand, he extracted the dark energy from her body, manipulating it to swirl around his own palm, coalescing into a sphere. "You are not a character that should exist within this timeline. They will come for you." Sylvie exhaled, relieved yet wary, scrutinizing Lu Qi's unfamiliar visage. She had traversed the timelines countless times, yet had never encountered this individual at this juncture. Timeline?" Lu Qi inquired, intrigued. "Which timeline are you referring to?" Sylvie furrowed her brow, perplexed. "What do you mean, which timeline? Isn't there only one?" "One?" Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. "Who informed you that only one exists?" "The Time Management Bureau," she uttered, halting her explanation there. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Lu Qi pondered the implications of the Time Management Bureau. That name sounds rather imposing. Does such an organization exist within the Marvel Universe? Or is it from a recent film? Glancing at Sylvie, he instructed the night bats to release her, though they remained vigilant, ensuring she posed no illusionary threat akin to Loki's. Yet, it was evident that she lacked such magical prowess, or perhaps she simply wasn't foolish enough to attempt it. As Sylvie flexed her sore wrist, she observed the night bats stationed behind her, refraining from any superfluous movements. The Time Management Bureau has perpetually safeguarded the sacred timeline. Any actions that disrupt time and spawn branches will inevitably draw their attention. Branches of time? Lu Qi continued, intrigued. Is that to say deviations from the original narrative lead to their creation? The sacred timeline? He had indeed never heard of this name. Could it be that the entity represented by this term is extraordinarily powerful, transcending the entirety of the Marvel multiverse? Even without delving into comics, he was aware that Marvel boasts innumerable multiverses, each with its own narrative and distinct characters. It is true that once the Time Variance Authority detects a branch diverging from the sacred timeline, they dispatch agents to apprehend those who disrupt the timeline, executing pruning and subsequently resetting the entire timeline. Sylvie continued, "Thus, we are not enemies but allies. The Time Variance Authority will soon arrive to capture us and eliminate this timeline branch." She attempted to move closer to Lu Qi to converse with him. "Have you heard of this organization?" Lu Qi turned to inquire of Gu Yi. "Well, either they're minor factions, inconsequential to me, or they possess immense power akin to those deities," Gu Yi replied as she approached him. "May I ask, Does the Time Variance Authority claim there exists only one so-called sacred timeline? Gu addressed the obstructed Sylvie. Indeed, thus they will certainly come. That is curious, as multiversality has always been the theme of this vast multiverse. So, what precisely constitutes the sacred timeline? What else could it be but the events that were originally destined to occur? Sylvie responded peculiarly. Are you referring to our original story? Gu continued her inquiry. Precisely. Sylvie nodded. That is strange, for as far as I know, there are countless versions of stories, each differing from one another. Yes, there are even male versions of her. Lu Qi added. You seem quite knowledgeable, young one, Gu observed silently at Lu Qi. However, Sylvie was eager to continue speaking, only to be interrupted by Lu Qi. Endless debate does not yield truth. Only practice can achieve that. If the Time Variance Authority truly exists, let us await their arrival and see what peculiar entities they are. Lu Qi stated quietly. Are you certain? Sylvie asked, perplexed. You have no idea of the might of the Time Variance Authority. Oh, here we go again. Another individual wishing to enlighten me on my perceived limitations. Lu Qi sighed, instructing a ninja to fetch some tape to bind Sylvie's mouth. Only through practice can true knowledge be attained. Let us wait a moment, Lu Qi said to Gu beside him. Lu Qi then glanced at Loki. Moving to his side, do you not find her remarkably similar to you? He remarked, pointing at Sylvie, whose mouth was taped shut. Whom are you addressing? I am the Prince of Asgard. How could I be akin to her? Loki scoffed. Did you forget to give him a reboot or something? Observing Loki's clearly altered state, Lu Qi turned to the team. Well, it seems there hasn't been one, but it's not too late. Shall I assist? I have experience, Natasha suggested, contemplating the notion of repairing a god and wishing to help Loki reboot. I believe this opportunity should be granted to me. Tony silently allowed Wednesday to restrain Natasha's actions, believing that this task of mending his nephew ought to be left to his uncle. No, he is the Prince of Asgard. You cannot administer vigilante justice. Thor approached with an expression of fury. So allow me. Hulk smash. Hulk, in a state of confusion, rushed over as well. Instantly, chaos ensued. Lu Qi observed the scene, casting a glance at Loki, who was already beginning to sweat profusely, and chuckled. He then picked up a baseball bat and dealt Loki a fierce blow. My apologies, I didn't knock you out. After all, this is your first time. You'll have to endure a bit. With that, Lu Qi disregarded Loki's furious glare, changed his position, and swung again. This time, Loki succumbed to unconsciousness, tears of joy streaming from the corners of his eyes. How dull. Indeed, what were we discussing earlier? Hulk smash. Witnessing Loki faint, everyone returned to their respective groups, uninterested. Thor, you should come and see this. Lu Qi, noticing that after Loki had fainted, one of his hands had transformed into a mechanical arm as he dispelled an illusion, sensed that the situation might be serious. Someone was about to face misfortune. Indeed, it is you, purple sweet potato essence. Thor approached, and upon seeing the scene, was unable to accept it. Heimdall, prepare the medics. Thor bellowed to the heavens, and then turned to Lu Qi. Naturally, Lu Qi could only conjure a portal for him to take Loki back. And he should also bring along the Tesseract. This foolish child nearly forgot his purpose for coming. Just as Thor departed, several peculiar portals opened, and a group of oddly dressed individuals entered. To describe them, their attire reminded Lu Qi of that worn by soldiers from World War II. Though perhaps the soldiers' gear was superior, yet they wielded advanced glowing staffs, which elevated their technological sophistication slightly, although it was ultimately inconsequential. Hill's reaction to these newcomers was pronounced. It appeared they were indeed the Time Management Bureau she had mentioned. These individuals exuded arrogance, disregarding everyone around them as they made their way directly to Hill. Lu Qi, observing their audacity, perceived that these individuals were of significant stature, bold enough to disregard even the Ancient One. Shadows erupted from beneath Lu Qi's feet, swiftly enveloping these intruders. Time criminal Loki, you are under arrest. The leading woman produced a device and examined it briefly before attempting to place a collar around Hill's neck. I believe it is rather offensive to indiscriminately affix collars to other prisoners, is it not? Lu Qi interjected, as two Nightwing soldiers drew Hill back a step, evading the collar. Who are you? The woman regarded him with curiosity. This ability was unfamiliar to her, and she was unaware of his identity. However, in the grand tapestry of time, it was not unusual to encounter someone she had never seen before. Greetings, I am Lu Qi. And you? Lu Qi politely introduced himself, having unknowingly grasped a glass filled with cola. The Time Management Bureau is conducting business, and your cooperation is appreciated. However, the matron utterly disregarded this courteous greeting, her hand flicking as her staff emitted a strange luminescence. It seems a confrontation is inevitable. Lu Qi sighed, reflecting on the arrogance of the day. He hurled the glass to the ground, and dark figures materialized around these individuals. In a show of respect, Lu Qi summoned tens of thousands of shadow ninjas to gauge the strength of his adversaries. Let us engage in battle first, and then we shall communicate properly. Lu Qi calmly proclaimed from the throne that had mysteriously appeared behind him, taking a sip of cola offered by a ninja. Chapter 77. The powerful Time Management Bureau. The matron tightened her grip on the glowing staff. It appeared that today, you are resolutely opposing our Time Management Bureau. Still feigning innocence, Lu Qi shook his head and commanded the Shadow Army to attack. The shadow ninjas surrounding the matron did not charge forward directly, but instead hurled their ropes in an attempt to ensnare them. Without hesitation, the matron activated a device that appeared in her hands, and suddenly, her speed surged, her staff whirling at an incredible pace, yet without a sound. Effortlessly, she deflected the incoming ropes, but before any smugness could cross her face, long blades erupted from the shadows below. 2 soldiers from World War II were pierced through and fell to the ground, followed by several blade soldiers charging from the encirclement, intent on capturing the remaining foes alive. The matron, observing the blades intermittently thrusting upward, moved her bulky body with surprising agility, swinging her staff towards the shadows below. Can such a blow truly vanquish a ninja? Lu Qi mused, yet as the staff made contact with the shadows, they seemed to vanish as if erased from existence. Wang Defa. Lu Qi leaned forward, sensing that the ninja was not dead, but uncertain of their whereabouts. This situation had escalated. Lu Qi shook his head. Despite the matron's remarkable agility, she was still too weak. As several blade soldiers took advantage of the matron's evasion of the long knives, they transformed into afterimages, appearing beside her and using their claws to sever her limbs. Damn! Cursing under his breath, enduring excruciating pain, he twisted in midair, causing a device at his waist to strike the ground. Then, a fleeting illusion passed, and to his astonishment, he saw limbs reappear. No, they did not grow back. Rather, it was time. Lu Qi murmured, turning to gaze at Gu Yi. It appeared these individuals possessed a sophisticated understanding of time, enabling them to manipulate their temporal stamps at will. Gu Yi elucidated. Her curiosity about this organization piqued. Observing Gu Yi's demeanor, Lu Qi realized that these adversaries would not escape today. Lu Qi chuckled softly, and the Shadow Legion ceased to hold back, charging forward with vigor. The number 15 managed to dispatch a few ninjas but was swiftly disarmed and pinned to the ground. Several ninja soldiers hastily stripped her of her equipment and presented it before Lu Qi. He examined the items with feigned seriousness before handing them over to Gu Yi beside him. As he had little understanding of the intricacies of time, it was prudent to let the expert have a look. Gu Yi took a brief glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now makes sense. No wonder I had not heard of these individuals. Each timeline that encounters them has been severed. What do you mean? Lu Qi inquired, turning his head. These beings utilize temporal explosives after each operation to sever the connection points between the auxiliary timelines and the main timeline, as their actions generally occur within the auxiliary timelines. I, as the main timeline, remain largely unaware of their presence. So, those who have vanished from this world were taken by you? Gu Yi remarked, recalling those individuals who inexplicably disappeared yet would have caused significant upheaval in this world. Approaching number 15, Gu Yi placed a hand on her head, despite her wary gaze. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, and she entered a peculiar state. What has happened to her? Gu Yi glanced back at Lu Qi, who seemed intrigued. Fascinating. He approached the woman. What is your name? 15, she replied, indicating that it was not merely a designation, but her true name. How unfortunate that these beings possess no names of their own. Where do you come from? The Time Management Bureau. It appeared that Sylvie had not deceived him. Lu Qi cast a sidelong glance at Sylvie and instructed the shadow soldier, holding her, to take her aside for refreshments. He resumed his inquiries. What do you typically do? Capture time offenders, prune erroneous timelines. Why do you do this? To prevent the diversification of timelines. which could incite wars between them. How many sacred timelines do you oversee? Only one. Who founded the Time Management Bureau? The 3 Time Guardians. And who are the Time Guardians? I do not know. What do the Time Guardians look like? Entities resembling space lizards. How revolting. By the way, what does a space lizard look like? Lu Qi could not recall any space lizard, though he vaguely remembered one being kicked away by Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy. As Lu Qi endeavored to extract more information from number 15, several portals suddenly opened. A group of individuals clad similarly to 15 emerged. Oh, more guests. Let us extend a warm welcome. Lu Qi beckoned to the surrounding Shadow Legion, who promptly gathered around. However, amidst the crowd, Lu Qi unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Loki? Lu Qi pondered how Thor had just taken Loki away, and yet there was still another? A parallel universe? Bringing Loki over. The Shadow Legion swiftly apprehended the group with remarkable efficiency, and the other Loki was captured separately. You're the Loki from a parallel universe? And who are you? Loki questioned, glancing at the multitude of Chitauri corpses nearby. However, observing his surroundings, he realized this was not the Stark Tower. Your uncle, Lu Qi replied, producing a baseball bat stealthily handed to him by a ninja from behind. Having learned from the previous Loki's demonstration, Lu Qi struck without hesitation, swiftly rendering Loki unconscious. Disposing of the broken bat, Lu Qi noticed that this Loki's hand had not transformed into a mechanical appendage, confirming he was indeed from a parallel universe. Have a ninjas pour some ice-cold cola to wake him up. There's nothing here but barbecue oil and cola, and we certainly can't douse him with oil. What are you doing? Loki shouted upon regaining consciousness. Lu Qi gave a firm tap on Loki's head. I am your uncle. Mind your manners. You are my uncle in this world, but not my uncle. Loki retorted angrily. All I know is that I am Loki's uncle. If you continue to speak so disrespectfully, I shall silence you. Lu Qi responded with a smile, as a ninja silently approached with a new baseball bat, this one made of steel. Yes, indeed. I shouldn't speak to my uncle in such a manner. Loki quickly conceded. Now, that is better, Lu Qi chuckled. Come, my dear nephew. I have little to offer you, but let us enjoy some barbecue. He instructed the ninjas to lead Loki to the dining area, then turned his attention to the group they had just captured. Among them, he spotted an individual dressed distinctly from the others. Why is it that everyone else is in armor, yet you're the only one in suit? So out of place, Lu Qi remarked, signaling the ninjas to bring him forward. Good day, sir. I hope we have not offended you. I apologize for the misunderstanding. We are the Time Variance Authority, dedicated to maintaining the timeline and preventing it from deteriorating. We bear no ill will towards you. Upon seeing this individual, Mobius recognized him as their superior. However, I do not favor peace. You lot are effectively my adversaries. Lu Qi feigned coldness, dark energies swirling behind him like serpents. This atmosphere indeed feels off, Mobius replied cautiously. Actually, we would not impede the natural shifts of the timeline. It would not affect your nefarious plans in the slightest. He swiftly altered his tone, appearing quite astute. Judging by your demeanor, I suppose I shall refrain from playing games. Tell me about that space lizard of yours. Space lizard? Mobius was momentarily confused. When had they acquired a space lizard? The one known as the Timekeepers, Lu Qi stated. Ah, the Timekeepers, you say? As cold sweat gradually trickled down Mobius's back, he pondered how those individuals managed to disclose everything in such a brief span of time. Well, in truth, there were a few matters beyond my purview. Who, then, within your agency, is privy to this information? Perhaps the director, or that incessant alarm clock. Mobius shrugged, genuinely unaware of those enigmatic large lizards. Well, perhaps I possess a modicum of insight. Loki interjected, his mouth stuffed with skewers. So what is the situation? Lu Qi inquired. Turning to Loki. Loki made a concerted effort to swallow the morsels in his mouth before washing them down with a generous gulp of cola. Refreshing. He then grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth and approached Lu Qi. It seems you've endured quite a bit. This world has not been particularly kind to you. Lu Qi remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have traversed many trials, especially upon viewing my own dossier. Loki replied, a hint of bitterness lurking behind his grin. Lu Qi nodded. It appeared that this fellow had indeed faced considerable challenges within the Time Management Bureau. So, enlighten me, how was the treatment at the World Management Bureau? Should they dare mistreat you, I shall dismantle their operations. Lu Qi declared, pulling Loki closer. Well, the treatment, Loki glanced at the humble Mobius standing nearby, is rather acceptable. Aside from frequently thrusting individuals into bizarre time loops, my experience has been decent. Loki chuckled. That is reassuring. Otherwise, I would have to take Odin to their headquarters for a visit. Lucci swung his fist playfully, then glanced at Mobius. By the way, what is the martial prowess of the Time Management Bureau like? It appears these individuals are primarily melee fighters. I believe their strength is not to be underestimated. The Infinity Stones we have been vying for are, to them, akin to ordinary stones. Well, perhaps a touch more appealing, for even stripped of their power, the Infinity Stones retain a certain aesthetic charm. Loki replied with a wry smile. So formidable. Lucci turned to face Ancient One. We've landed ourselves in a predicament. Ancient One cast a weary glance his way. The Infinity Stones can only unleash their true potential with the support of the material realm. Without such backing, they are little more than commonplace rocks, she elucidated, which is why she refrained from allowing the Time Stone to linger outside this universe for too long. That is a relief. Lucci exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, no longer fearing their might. Chapter 78. The Narcissistic Loki and the Thunder God. Given this, what reason does he have to fear the Time Management Bureau? These individuals merely possess a superior command of temporal manipulation. Their actual combat capability pales in comparison to that of ninja warriors. To hell with them. How dare they abduct my ninja warriors? Lucci recalled the recently dispatched ninja, who he had attempted to forcibly return to the Shadow Realm. But tragically, those ninjas were lost, unable to find their way back. These ninjas must certainly be retrieved. And furthermore, an organization that constantly flits through the timeline must be understood in its entirety. Shall we proceed? Lucci turned to Ancient One. Ancient One nodded, her curiosity piqued by the Time Management Bureau. The two found an immediate rapport, and Ancient One began to operate a device resembling a tablet. Are you planning to destroy the Time Management Bureau? Sylvie suddenly inquired. I'm not sure. Let us see how it goes, Lucci replied after some contemplation. Can I join you? Sylvie's eyes were filled with earnestness. Ever since she had been captured by the Time Management Bureau as a temporal criminal during her childhood, she had harbored a desire to dismantle the Bureau while also uncovering her lost memories. Why would you wish to destroy this Bureau? Lucci asked, puzzled. Actually, Sylvie glanced toward Loki, who was being forced to eat again. I'm also Loki. This revelation genuinely startled Lucci. The playful banter of online acquaintances suddenly manifested into reality. Are you saying you're also Loki? He asked incredulously. Sylvie confirmed with a nod. In my childhood, I lived in a palace akin to Asgard, but I was captured by the Time Management Bureau as a temporal offender, and they referred to me as Loki. I narrowly escaped, yet the Bureau has relentlessly pursued me since. Well, it seems you indeed have a vendetta against the Time Management Bureau, Lucci mused, stroking his chin as he turned to Ancient One. I have no objections. In fact, I might also take action against this Bureau. It is known that within the Marvel multiverse, there exist numerous beings endowed with extraordinary powers capable of overcoming the Thanos crisis. However, in this universe, the majority have inexplicably vanished. If her assumptions were correct, these individuals were abducted by the Time Management Bureau during their vulnerable years, resulting in their absence and the subsequent catastrophic failures in future battles. Thus, she felt compelled to investigate the motives of the Bureau's masterminds. If their intentions proved beneficial to Earth, a gentle warning would suffice. If they posed a threat, no warning would be necessary. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Lucci instructed the ninja to bring over another Loki, scrutinizing the attire of this individual. You are also Loki. How did you choose to betray us? Lucci regarded him with disdain. That was merely an act. What do you mean I betrayed you? Loki exclaimed loudly, subsequently uttering incomprehensible phrases such as the 36 stratagems and the wise are the heroes of their time. Laughter erupted among those present, infusing the atmosphere with a sense of joy. After the laughter subsided, Lucci turned to Ancient One. Shall we proceed now? Ancient One shook her head. I advise allowing these individuals to reset this timeline. Otherwise, the future of Earth may be jeopardized. Why? Lucci inquired, bewildered. Because if you do not allow them to forget about the Time Management Bureau, you will soon find yourself summoned for discussions, leading to chaos and ultimately a mushrooming conflict. Ancient One replied coolly. Is the Time Management Bureau causing them such anxiety? Indeed, even if you reset the timeline, you will still be summoned for a discussion. However, even if you outright refuse, they would not recklessly resort to coercion. Lucci nodded, signaling for Agent 15 to prepare the timeline reset. Glancing back at the Avengers who were fixated on him, Lu Qi then turned his gaze towards the Ancient One. Naturally, in a bleak future, the Avengers would confront him. Apart from Tony, they would all attempt to thwart him. Lu Qi shrugged, aware that his relationship with the Avengers was rather tenuous. Yet he was surprised that they would eventually turn against him. Meanwhile, listening to the unsettling conversation, Steve and Barton appeared exceedingly tense. Observing their demeanor, Lu Qi couldn't help but smirk subtly. It seemed the Ancient One had not deceived him. Tony, let us go see what lies ahead. I really do not wish to reset you. A cadre of ninja soldiers surrounded the Avengers, restraining their movements as Lu Qi called out to Tony. I thought you would reset me. Tony approached Lu Qi, visibly relieved. Of course not. By the way, are you not allowing Saturday and the others to join us? Tony glanced at Saturday, who had distanced himself from Natasha and the others. Forget it, bring them along. That way, their system will contain this information. I certainly do not want them to expose our little secrets. Tony observed Saturday, who looked rather disheartened. Relax, my friend, although I am uncertain of what will happen post-reset. Even if you revert to your armor, I will ensure you return to normal. Saturday's mood slightly improved, evidently reassured by his promise, yet the other armors, aside from Sunday and Saturday, appeared exceedingly agitated. Tony cast several glances at the armors, but chose not to comment. Rest assured, the timeline reset will not alter much. It will merely cause them to forget about the Time Management Bureau, and time may advance just a tad. The Ancient One reassured, watching as Agent 15 finalized the reset device and activated the portal. One by one, the ninja soldiers ushered the Time Management Bureau personnel through the portal. Following Tony and the others, Lu Qi surveyed the gathering S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Avengers. In an instant, he retracted the shadow ninjas and swiftly stepped into the portal. No, Steve charged ahead, leaping towards the reset device. Yet he was too late. Once the device was primed, a radiant aura erupted, swiftly resetting the timeline. Lu Qi stepped through the portal, arriving in a corridor, observing the group that had entered before him, feeling somewhat discontented. To be honest, I truly believe we were friends. Tony approached, offering words of comfort. Lu Qi collected himself. In truth, he understood that his relationship with Steven and the others could only be described as an acquaintance, lacking any genuine camaraderie, yet he still felt somewhat irked. The Avengers, it appears, are best appreciated from a distance. Being part of it is quite another matter. Glancing at Tony, Lu Qi recalled what Gu Yi had said about this individual not being a threat to him, and a smile graced his lips. For at least he had someone standing by his side. All right, now you shall lead the way, guide us to the so-called timekeeper. Lu Qi casually donned his battle attire, effortlessly crafting a piece of medieval armor for Tony, a gesture to protect him. Tony gave the substantial armor a pat, shrugging in resignation. Fortunately, the armor was not cumbersome, allowing him to maintain his agility. Are you able to utilize your powers here? Loki inquired incredulously. Noticing the equally astonished expression on Hill's face, Lu Qi cast a curious glance at Gu Yi. This realm is sustained by a potent energy that naturally suppresses energies beneath its level, which is why they cannot wield magic. However, your energy level surpasses this force. Thus your actions remain unhindered. Then all is well. The group continued onward, their sizable entourage attracting considerable attention. Observing their controlled companions, the onlookers quickly disseminated the information. Watching them flail in panic, Lu Qi summoned forth his Shadow Legion, gradually materializing into existence. Thousands of shadow soldiers roamed within the Time Management Bureau, rendering numerous employees unconscious. Honestly, I had assumed this bureau was formidable, yet it appears these individuals lack time accelerators, rendering them akin to ordinary people, Lu Qi remarked, glancing down at the incapacitated employees. In truth, they are indeed just ordinary individuals, Hill clarified. These people were originally pulled from various time points by the timekeepers, brainwashed and deceived into serving as their agents. So, it seems these timekeepers are not virtuous after all. That's good to know, as it alleviates any psychological burden in the forthcoming confrontation. Lu Qi chuckled. You seem quite knowledgeable about this Time Management Bureau? Loki inquired, approaching Hill. After years of battling them, one tends to glean insights, Hill replied with a wry smile. By the way, once we resolve the matter with the Time Management Bureau, what do you intend to do? Lu Qi interjected, noticing Loki's awkward attempts at conversation. What else with him? Does he wish to woo himself? Is he that narcissistic? Hill pondered for a moment before responding. After everything is settled, I hope to see if I can return to my own timeline, to my original home. For some reason, I have permanently lost all memories of home, and I wish to reclaim that lost recollection. Lucci nodded, suddenly furrowing his brow as an ingenious idea struck him. Why not stay in my world? I am acquainted with Odin. I could take you to Asgard. The thought of this female, Loki seeking kinship with Odin, seemed amusing. If she bore no blood relation to him, perhaps the bond between Thor and Loki might indeed come to fruition. Lucci was astounded by his own ingenious idea. Observing Sylvie's hesitation, he fervently endeavored to persuade her. The hammer of the original world, raised high by countless individuals, would today be realized by him. Chapter 79. An unusual method of divination. As they progressed with the still-controlled 15, Lucci and his companions meandered to a golden elevator. So, the Space Lizard Guardians are up there? Lucci inquired, glancing at the multitude of guards before the elevator, questioning where they had all gone. A woman, distinct in her attire from the other guards, stepped forward. Halt! Who is she? Lucci asked 15. Chief Justice Ravana of the Time Management Bureau. 15 obediently replied. It appears you have taken control of our personnel. This is your final warning. Relinquish control and heed the judgment of the Time Management Bureau. Otherwise, the Time Guardians shall punish you, Ravana declared with a grim expression. Well, that sounds intriguing, but we're here to seek that Time Guardian. Might we bypass this procedure and have them come directly? Lucci inquired with a smile. Ravana's countenance did not brighten. Instead, it grew increasingly dark. How did this person manage to transform a pale face into one of shadow? Lucci remarked to Tony, who was encased in armor beside him. Perhaps it's a rare gift? Tony attempted to stroke his chin, but found it impossible due to his armor. A peculiar talent, Lucci mused. As a wave of darkness spread forth, as the dark energy coursed through the vicinity, shadow ninjas seemingly summoned emerged from the shadows, coalescing into a gathering. After a brief pause, the shadows converged upon the corridor, enveloping it in darkness. I now issue a warning to you. Step aside. Depart. Lucci commanded Ravana. Impossible, Ravana retorted, activating her cutter with a flick of her wrist, prompting the other guards to follow suit. Lucci clapped his hands, and the shadow ninjas uniformly emerged from the shadows, wielding glistening, cold long blades. The tension in the air was palpable. Why are you all just standing there? Attack her. Lucci gestured, and the ninjas surged forward with their blades drawn. Be careful. Ravana's gaze sharpened as she swiftly pressed a device at her waist, accelerating her time. Consequently, her movements became agile. She deflected several slashes aimed at her, attempting to eliminate a few of the ninjas before her. However, long blades suddenly thrust out from the surrounding walls. Ravana narrowly avoided a fatal strike, yet was still impaled by several blades, leaving her ensnared. The members behind her were not as fortunate. The barrage of long blades rendered them nearly as perforated as a sieve. To spare Stark's delicate sensibilities, Lucci commanded the ninjas to transport the corpses into the Shadow Realm, yielding a meager 0.1 units of dark energy from the several dozen souls. Lucci approached Ravana, observing her immobilized by the blade embedded in her flesh, and smirked slightly. May I have the pleasure of meeting the Time Guardian now? Several ninja soldiers, wielding long knives, twisted their weapons slightly, dragging her away amidst Ravana's anguished cries. Lucci instructed 15 to open the elevator doors, and, with a somewhat uneasy Tony, stepped inside. Glancing at the taciturn Tony, Lucci's lips twitched. You've taken many lives. Why does blood still unsettle you so? Tony shook his head. My weapons do not inflict such grotesque wounds. Do your men only employ that slashing technique? Actually, they possess a variety of skills, Lucci pondered. For instance, they're adept at using ropes, shurikens, gliding, and even massage. Observing Tony's incredulous expression, Lucci chuckled. The injuries they inflict are often rather gruesome. Wouldn't you agree? Can they not employ magic? Tony inquired curiously. Noticing Tony's discomfort had dissipated, Lucci nodded. I truly do not understand why they're incapable of using magic. I could easily provide them with dark energy. The ever-silent Gu-E interjected, because your ninja soldiers, strictly speaking, lack souls. Soul? But isn't it said that technology can also wield magic? Why must one possess a soul to channel it? Tony leaned forward, directing his question at Gu E over Lu Qi. In the case of technology, it is due to their material existence. However, these soldiers are, in fact, odd conglomerates of energy, thus requiring a soul to harness magic. Gu E elucidated. Then it seems I must procure some souls for them. You're what you consume. After all, Lu Qi acknowledged, gaining insight into the matter. The elevator's interior was spacious enough, prompting Lu Qi to bring Ruafana along. Should there be anything unknown above that Mobius and 15 might require her insight on? Sir, I do not wish to intrude, but may I treat this individual? After all, my suit is rather expensive, and I would prefer to avoid any bloodstains, Mobius finally remarked, glancing at Ruafana. Casting a glance back at Mobius, Lu Qi was reluctant to let Ruafana go without assurance of knowledge from her. With a flick of his hand, several ninja soldiers unsheathed their bloodied long knives. Ruafana let out a shriek and began to collapse, but Mobius, disregarding her bloodied state, rushed to embrace her. Retrieving a remote from her waist, Mobius pressed a button. Time energy enveloped Ruafana's entire being, and finally, her wounds vanished. Even her pallid complexion, a result of excessive blood loss, regained its rosy hue. Quite fascinating, Lu Qi mused, contemplating the application of this technology in Tony's surgery. If one attempt fails, I shall conduct several experiments. Even a success rate of merely 0.1% would suffice. The only unfortunate aspect lies in the fact that Tony may endure considerable pain. However, enduring a little hardship for the sake of a healthy body is of little consequence. Is it not, Tony? Strangely, Tony, who previously felt a sense of security due to his thick armor, suddenly sensed a chill run down his back, as if someone intended to cause mischief. Instructing the ninjas to hold their blades against Ruafana to prevent any ill-conceived actions, Lu Qi glanced back at the elevator indicator. He envied these individuals. It seemed to take an eternity for them to reach the first floor. After a while, the elevator doors finally opened, and a shadowy ninja swiftly emerged to scout the area. Only after confirming safety did Lu Qi step out cautiously. Surveying the empty hall, he noted the lifeless decorations on the platform above, with no one else in sight. So, where's that so-called Time Guardian? Lu Qi turned and inquired. Neither Mobius nor 15 knew the whereabouts of the Time Guardian. Despite being seasoned employees of the Time Management Bureau, they had never encountered these prominent figures. Floriana? Lu Qi looked toward the Chief Justice. Ruafana, Mobius quietly corrected. It's all the same, Ruafana. Where's the Time Guardian? Lu Qi found the name rather difficult to pronounce. Ruafana sighed. The one above is the Time Guardian. As Ruafana revealed the truth, the lifeless decorations above began to twitch oddly. Strange, how could there be uninvited guests? A few grotesque lizards emitted eerie laughter. How unpleasant. Lu Qi covered his ears and ordered the ninja to swiftly behead the one laughing in the most disagreeable manner. A head crackling with electric sparks fell to the ground. I knew it. They are indeed not alive. Lu Qi picked up the mechanical head, inspecting it closely, finding it truly ugly. It seemed the aesthetic sensibilities of the Time Management Bureau members were questionable if they could accept such entities as subordinates. Observing the other two lizards abruptly cease their laughter and twitching, Lu Qi nodded in satisfaction. So, where's the real Time Guardian? He cast aside the mechanical lizard head and asked. The two robots paused momentarily before once again laughing in unison. Considering, before one could finish, it was swiftly decapitated. Do not speak simultaneously. It creates an echo in my mind. Lu Qi sighed. Since they were merely robotic substitutes, one should suffice. Why create three? It was a waste of materials. Lu Qi looked at the remaining robot and advised it to keep things simple and refrain from any unnecessary antics. The robot ultimately displayed a benevolent smile. Originally, only those two Lokis were meant to seek me. However, for some reason, unrelated individuals have arrived here. Let's engage in a game instead. The lizard robot pointed toward a cutter lying nearby. Utilizing the cutter, one can traverse to the time graveyard, where vanquishing my pet will lead one to the end of time. The lizard robot rose fervently, proclaiming, as long as we reach the end of time, we shall obtain. Right? Lu Qi nodded, subsequently instructing the ninja soldiers to eliminate it as well. Truly, I am exasperated. Do these villains insist on setting up level after level? If there were other protagonists, they would have likely experienced these levels, swiftly dispatching the villains with a single blow. Lu Qi remarked to Tony. Yet, you're not a protagonist either. Where have you seen a protagonist training outside before seeking help? Tony retorted. So, shall we proceed to this time graveyard then? Lucci picked up a nearby stick, recalling the ninja soldiers who had been taken by it. Therefore, did those ninja soldiers venture to this so-called time graveyard and fail to return? Should he even go? You can go. I've seen it through the Eye of Agamotto in the original world. This fellow will return. Ancient One indicated towards Tony. Do you not see me? Lucci inquired curiously. Your dark energy level surpasses that of temporal energy. As your power grows stronger, I can no longer utilize the time stone to observe your future. Ancient One shook her head. Lucci nodded, looking at Tony. Then when I go out next time, I shall come back and seek you. You can jot down my circumstances. Observing Tony's bewilderment, Lucci chuckled. Even if you cannot see me, you will know my status through your little notes. Indirectly understanding whether I will encounter trouble out there. What peculiar temporal communication? Tony shook his head. Lucci turned to Ancient One. Then when I venture out again, I shall consult you first. You can tell me what Tony has written. Is this akin to fortune-telling? Ancient One sighed, shaking her head. This fellow possesses an exceptional talent for all things unconventional. No, I refute that. Your accuracy surpasses any fortune-teller. Lucci declared. Steel, my fists are steeled. Ancient One sighed, reminding herself that this was a benefactor who should not be harmed. Damaging him would be detrimental. Chapter 80. Loki with a subtle movement, Lucci, under the gaze of the formidable, quietly retreated to the side, hiding behind a newly emerged troll soldier. Ancient One sighed. This fellow was beyond saving. Picking up the cutter from the ground, Ancient One explored it, successfully activating it. Holding this device, Ancient One looked towards Lucci. Why are you so quick to handle it? Lucci hastily instructed the ninja soldiers to bring Ravana and Mobius over. It was better for them to test the waters first. Mobius, I appreciate your help. In contrast to the suddenly tense Mobius, Ravana appeared remarkably composed. It seems this device truly leads to that time graveyard, Lucci thought with a smile while hiding behind a troll soldier. Then I shall not be picky. Lucci approached Ravana, deciding to start with her. Lucci gazed at Ravana, yet his finger pointed towards Mobius. Mobius appeared perplexed, while Lucci regarded Ravana with an expression that remained utterly unchanged, nodding slightly. It seemed that this contraption could indeed reach that temporal graveyard. A ninja soldier approached, wielding a cutting tool, advancing towards Mobius. Mobius, visibly anxious, suddenly lunged sideways as the soldier drew near, attempting to seize another soldier's long blade. In response, the ninja soldier swiftly delivered a slap. You squander your opportunities. Lucci sighed, watching as the soldier proceeded to cut Mobius. After dealing with Mobius, the ninja soldier turned to Ruafona, executing the same fate without unnecessary gestures. Observing those present, Lucci refrained from selecting Loki as his next target. Instead, he opted to cut down one ninja soldier, discovering that this soldier's condition mirrored that of the others. He did not vanish but could not be summoned. Lucci nodded, instructing the ninja soldiers to continue their task, ultimately cutting himself. In a flash of light, Lucci found himself in an expansive meadow, utterly devoid of company. Ascending into the air, he surveyed the modest expanse and released the night bat soldiers to scout the area. Suddenly, the form of Ancient One materialized beside him, as formidable as ever. The night bat soldiers swiftly scanned the surroundings, uncovering two individuals whose identities were unknown. He dispatched shadow ninjas to bring them forth. Soon, Tony and Sylvie returned to his side, while the others were nowhere to be seen. Relieved at their presence, Lucci deemed the absence of the others inconsequential. You're inquiring about male Loki? No. Having one male Loki in this version of Marvel is bothersome enough. Another would be even more troublesome, as this is not a Loki universe. Furthermore, given that Loki's knack for adaptability allows him to infiltrate enemy lines effortlessly, there's little to worry about. Better to seek out the previously cut ninja soldiers. Sensing the lingering absence of those earlier cut, Lucci produced a million-level crystal, channeling a surge of dark energy that manifested as a wave of darkness, radiating outward. Loki awoke to find himself sprawled upon a grassy expanse. Before he could fully assess his surroundings, several faces emerged before him. Who are you? Loki asked, tension evident in his gaze as he scrutinized the peculiar assembly. A child. A burly man, a strangely dressed greasy uncle, and, curiously, a crocodile. Come with us quickly. Ilios is on his way. The greasy uncle looked towards the distance, as if perceiving something terrifying, hurriedly pulling Loki to his feet to flee. As they ran, Loki glanced back to behold a colossal creature composed of swirling mist materializing nearby, engaged in combat with several shadow ninjas. Shadow ninjas? Loki widened his eyes. Indeed, there were several shadowy ninjas. Wait! Loki halted this bizarre ensemble and pointed towards the ninjas in the distance. Where did those ninjas come from? The elder glanced back, questioning the peculiar figures. They suddenly appeared here and engaged in combat with Ilios. Fortunately, they possessed a form of immortality. Otherwise, those beings would have been devoured by Ilios long ago. I believe we must assist those ninjas, for they are subordinates of my uncle, and through them, I can locate my uncle. He can easily— Wait, what did you just say? The greasy elder seemed to have heard something astonishing. My uncle can ensure our safety? When did we acquire an uncle? The elder questioned, perplexed, addressing the others. I have no uncle. The burly man was the first to respond. No recollection. The child shook his head in agreement. What do you mean? Loki was bewildered by their words. Why do they refer to us? Because we are all Loki, the elder replied. What on earth? Loki could hardly believe it. We are all Loki, the crocodile also chimed in. Fine. After all, he had previously encountered a female version of himself. Loki quickly accepted this notion. Well then, it is settled. My uncle has also arrived here. He is powerful and can guarantee our safety, and those ninjas are his subordinates. However, your uncle was trimmed by the Time Management Bureau. He is not that formidable, the burly Loki scoffed. No, Loki exclaimed loudly. He single-handedly subdued the entire Time Management Bureau, and he came here to find the Time Guardian behind it, having trimmed himself willingly. That sounds intriguing, the elder Loki remarked, glancing at the child Loki. The child Loki pondered for a moment, suggesting they summon those ninjas and seek out the so-called uncle. As you command, my king, the elder Loki replied, turning to the ninjas. Why do you call him king? Loki gazed incredulously at the elder Loki. He knew himself best and would not casually refer to another as king. Let him explain. The elder Loki approached Ilios. Because the child Loki stepped forward, his voice imbued with an indescribable emotion. I killed Thor. Loki's eyes widened in shock at the revelation from the child. Meanwhile, the elder Loki observed Ilios in the distance and took a deep breath. A cascade of green light emanated from his hands, enveloping the surroundings. Then, under Loki's watchful gaze, a magnificent castle rose from the ground. Asgard. Loki stared at the castle, dumbfounded, exclaiming that this person could conjure the entire palace of Asgard. Do not stand there in a daze. Hurry and bring those ninjas over. The child Loki leaped up and playfully slapped the back of Loki's head. The grip was quite strong. However, Loki uttered nothing as he hastily made his way towards the group of ninjas. Meanwhile, Ilios, who had been engaged in combat with these troublesome adversaries, noticed the sudden appearance of a castle nearby. A feast. He promptly abandoned the bothersome foes and turned his attention towards the castle. Your master is my uncle. Named Lucci, is it not? Quickly, follow us. Loki shouted incessantly at the shadowy ninjas. What is he saying? The ninjas exchanged puzzled glances. It seemed he was suggesting that following him would lead them back to the shadows and to their master. Uncertain, one ninja glanced at his companions. They were all newcomers, having long served by their master's side. I recall that fellow. He is indeed the master's nephew. I believe we can trust him, another ninja stated calmly. In their desperate bid to escape, they had attempted self-destruction, but it proved futile. They would merely resurrect in place. This peculiar creature that had appeared recently sought to consume them. Yet they, being energy constructs, possessed immortality and were unafraid of it. Conversely, they were powerless against this entity, impervious to physical attacks. Rather than waste their energy against it, it seemed wiser to follow this individual, for he might lead them back to the shadows and a chance to serve their master anew. Having made their decision, the three shadow ninjas transformed into shadows and swiftly advanced towards Loki. Yes, come quickly, Loki called out exuberantly. However, midway, an inexplicable surge of energy rippled through the air, and Loki witnessed the shadow ninjas materialize, only to stab one another with their blades. He stood in bewilderment as the ninjas vanished before his eyes. Not far off, Ilios joyfully dashed into the castle. only to discover that it was not the grand feast he had envisioned. Transitioning from joy to fury, he shattered the illusion and revealed a figure wielding a green glowing object. The uncle glanced at Loki, who had returned empty-handed, and sighed. In the next moment, Ilios engulfed him. "My apologies. It seems an unexpected incident has occurred," Loki remarked as he returned to the side of the child Loki and the robust Loki, observing that Uncle Loki was left with nothing but a crown. "You ought to tell him," the child Loki suggested, gesturing for him to look back. Upon turning, Loki found Uncle Loki gazing at him with resignation. "You claimed those ninjas would lead us to your uncle," Uncle Loki panted, recalling how he had once deceived even Thanos, who possessed 3 infinity stones with illusions. Fooling this small creature should pose no challenge. "Regrettably, it appears they were summoned away by my uncle," Loki apologized. "Very well," Uncle Loki shook his head in resignation. "We must depart." Ilios seems quite enraged. The robust Loki tightened his grip on his hammer, offering a reminder. Loki glanced back at the rampaging Ilios, who happened to look in their direction at that moment. Should we not run?" Loki whispered, but no one responded. Upon turning back, he realized that the other Lokis had already sprinted out of sight. "Damn it, I knew it. Just typical of me," Loki exclaimed as he hurriedly followed after them. Chapter 81. The remnants Ilios, having missed the grand feast, immediately darted towards the enticingly crisp snacks upon spotting them. I felt as though our speed could not match that of the 5 Lokis. Among them, aside from the brawny Loki, the current Loki was the most physically adept, swiftly catching up with the main group. "What could be done? You cannot defeat it," the younger Loki remarked. For being the smallest meant he had to run several steps for every one taken by others, making him the most fatigued. As for the crocodile Loki, his speed far surpassed that of a typical crocodile, outpacing even the brawny one. Truly, he was a Loki. Nodding, Loki approached Uncle Loki and asked, "Can you conjure a few illusions to deceive Ilios?" Uncle Loki, panting heavily, replied, "Do you think creating such a grand illusion requires no magical energy? I'm out of mana." With Ilios closing in from behind, Loki had no choice but to take matters into his own hands, casting several illusions that darted off in different directions. Confused, Ilios watched as the group before him transformed into 3, deciding to pursue the set that maintained their course. "Why has it become so clever now?" Loki felt his composure slipping. "It seems your training is insufficient." A strange voice emerged among them. "Who?" The brawny Loki instinctively brandished his hammer towards the source of the sound. "Oh!" Lucci swiftly grasped the hammer, exclaiming, "I thought it was Thor's hammer. Turns out it isn't." He seized the weapon, examining it closely. "Uncle!" Loki exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Lucci's side while glancing back at Ilios. "Is this truly your uncle? He doesn't seem like an Asgardian," Uncle Loki remarked, turning to Lucci. "Are you certain you can defeat this creature? If not, we should hastily retreat," he advised, eyeing the menacing Ilios. "Not to worry, it's merely a guard dog." Lucci sensed the creature's energy levels were not particularly formidable, allowing for a manageable confrontation. "By the way, your illusions are truly impressive. Are you an Asgardian? How did you replicate the palace of Asgard so accurately?" Lucci inquired, genuinely intrigued. Uncle Loki's illusion had startled him, exemplifying the art of conjuring from nothing. "Well, technically, he is also Loki. They're all Lokis," Loki cautiously interjected. The faint smile on Lucci's lips vanished as he scrutinized Uncle Loki, casting a glance at the other Lokis, especially the crocodile Loki. He mused that he ought to raise the standards for those claiming kinship as his nephew. What? Loki had yet to process this when Ilios was already upon them. "Danger!" The brawny Loki, disregarding the fact that his hammer was still with Lucci, lunged aside. The anticipated violent impact did not occur, and as the brawny Loki cautiously raised his head, he was met with a scene that took his breath away. The once somber sky was enveloped by a thick, swirling mass of dark energy, descending slowly and pressing Ilios down from above. Lucci raised one hand, and streams of energy surged from beneath his feet, intertwining to form a colossal hand that ensnared Ilios within its grasp. "Good dog," Lucci remarked with a smile, clenching his fist as the energy in the air was frantically compressed, completely sealing Ilios within. As Lucci tightened his grip, the dark energy forcefully compressed Ilios, ultimately transforming him into a fist-sized black crystal orb. With a flick of his wrist, the orb flew into the palm of his hand. Gazing at the vaguely discernible Ilios within, it was evident that he was on the verge of solidifying from his gaseous state. Lu Qi tossed the orb lightly, just as Gu Yi, accompanied by several others, strolled over casually. Lu Qi effortlessly threw the orb towards Gu Yi. She caught it and inspected the little entity inside, then flicked her finger, unleashing a surge of energy that penetrated the crystal ball, striking Ilios and causing him to tremble violently, with a portion of his form dissipating. So the watchdog has been subdued. How we find that old rascal in the back? Is there a door? Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, but saw no door or anything resembling one. The door is right here, Gu Yi replied, her attention fixed on the crystal ball as if she had discovered something amusing. With a tug, a rune shot forth, transforming into a portal. This rune looks somewhat familiar, Lu Qi mused, feeling as though he had encountered it before, yet unable to recall where. Perhaps I should revisit the 3rd chapter, 4th section of the Box of Deeds, Gu Yi quipped with a smile directed at Lu Qi. Ah, this. Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation, wondering how she knew of the spells from Kamar-Taj. I have an idea, Gu Yi said, but did not elaborate further. Stepping into the portal, it appeared that the enigmatic figure was indeed a riddle master at heart. Lu Qi sighed and beckoned Tony and Sylvie to follow him into the portal, contemplating whether to expel Loki from his nephew's circle. Loki glanced back at the 4 Lokis behind him, shrugged, and followed suit into the portal. Should we follow? The muscular Loki asked, picking up his hammer and carefully dusting it off. Why not take a look? Uncle Loki suggested. I think. Young Loki began to speak, but Crocodile Loki had already stepped through. Very well, let's go. Young Loki reluctantly nodded. Upon passing through the portal, the group arrived on a small island floating in the void. Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings and noticed a particularly bright beam of light encircling them. What is that? Lu Qi inquired. The timeline, Gu Yi replied. However, it seems that all the temporal branches on this timeline have been severed, resulting in this solitary strand. Otherwise, you would witness a breathtaking array of scenes. Ancient One paid little heed to the surrounding scenery. To her, it merely represented a grotesquely evolved parallel world. Gazing upon the castle before her, it seemed that the so-called Time Guardian resided within. Lu Qi nodded, inquiring if she wished to extract the castle directly, to avoid potential traps within. Ancient One shook her head, deeming such an act impolite. In a certain sense, they were merely guests. Qian handed the Ilios in her possession to Lu Qi, as Ancient One summoned dark energy, causing a series of black magic circles to spread throughout the space. Once the formations were fully constructed, she waved her hand. The castle underwent a peculiar distortion, disassembling like a Rubik's Cube, revealing its contents to all present. I believe this is even more discourteous, Lu Qi shrugged, observing the array of items that had been unveiled. Without pausing, Ancient One continued her actions, swiftly reducing the castle to fragments suspended in midair. One room was shifted before her, revealing a figure draped in a blanket seated within. You are the Time Guardian? Lu Qi approached the individual. If one must insist, you may refer to me as the Remnant. The figure, wrapped in the blanket, glanced at the paper in hand. Why can I not observe you through time? You are right before me. The Remnant furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the paper. What is this? Lu Qi took the paper, momentarily taken aback. May I have a look? Tony was momentarily stunned. How did you learn to speak like me? As he noticed Tony's increasingly peculiar expression, Lu Qi handed him the paper. It appeared to contain phrases he would typically utter. Tony read through it fluidly, discovering it also contained words spoken by others. Is this from that printer in the Time Management Bureau? Loki remarked, his brow furrowed. That device can print every word I have ever spoken. It seems this is some upgraded version. Tony cast a curious glance at him before passing the paper over. Upon receiving it, Loki noticed the last line contained his previous utterance. So, he can foresee what we will say? Loki gazed incredulously at the Remnant. Actually, I only know what you're going to say. I cannot perceive what these two will express. The Remnant gestured towards Lu Qi and Ancient One. Lu Qi exchanged a glance with Ancient One. Your dark energy tears surpasses that of time. Thus you can no longer rely on the timeline to observe us. Ancient One remarked casually. It is now time to discuss the matter between us, Remnant. Ancient One regarded the individual who displayed no sign of tension. You hail from a distant future, do you not? Ancient One's wise eyes fixed upon him. Indeed, was that easy to deduce? The Remnant's expression revealed surprise. The technology you employ should have been developed by Tony from the parallel world, and that magic circle just now resembles a slight upgrade of the spells from our Kamar-Taj. Ancient One stated with ease, having discerned the true nature of the individual before him. The fear that once loomed has dissipated. It appears that the advancements in future technology may not surpass those of the present. Lu Qi recalled the equipment possessed by the employees of the Temporal Management Bureau, noting the absence of even basic firearms, suggesting a regression. Unfortunately, the cataclysmic war of timelines had obliterated a portion of our temporal fabric, leading to a chasm in our technological progress, leaving us bereft of knowledge even if we were to journey back and relearn. The forces of time are overwhelmingly potent. Timeline va? Lu Qi inquired, puzzled. There are records of this within the Temporal Management Bureau, Loki interjected. It entails the emergence of countless divergent timelines, which subsequently engaged in conflict. It sounds quite grave, Lu Qi acknowledged with a nod. So, you are the victor of that war? You established the Temporal Management Bureau to safeguard your spoils of triumph? Essentially, though primarily, it is a measure to prevent the recurrence of a timeline war, which could lead to the annihilation of all timelines. The remnant produced an apple and began to consume it. Is that why you have captured us? Sylvie suppressed her anger as she spoke. It is unavoidable. Your existence causes branches to form in the timeline. To preserve the sanctity of the primary timeline from such divergences, you had to be detained, the remnant remarked nonchalantly, stroking his hair. Deceiver. Sylvie lunged at the remnant, brandishing a dagger. Wait, Sylvie. Loki swiftly intervened. What? Do you believe his deceitful words? Sylvie glared at Loki in fury. Well, I merely think we need to contemplate this further. Loki attempted to seize Sylvie's dagger, but was met with a kick that sent him sprawling. Hold on, Sylvie, Lu Qi commanded, raising his hand to conjure a row of black spikes that emerged before her, blocking her path. You claim that timelines are not singular. The notion of a sacred timeline is merely his rhetoric. Sylvie turned to Lu Qi, perplexed by his restraint. I did not imply that you should not end his life. The timeline is indeed not singular, and neither is the universe. We should all recognize this, Lu Qi replied, casting his gaze toward the remnant. I simply wish to understand why this individual urged us to come here. The remnant fell silent for a moment, then asked, why do you assert that timelines are not unique? Lu Qi regarded him with a knowing glance. Do you believe there exists only this one timeline? That all other timelines are mere offshoots of it? Isn't that the case? The remnant replied, bewildered. It seems you have not adequately studied the relationship between timelines and the cosmos. Lu Qi sighed. Each universe possesses its own timeline, and the existence of multiple universes inherently signifies the presence of numerous timelines. Surely, you do not believe that so many universes are governed by a singular timeline? The remnant looked at Lu Qi, gesturing toward the surrounding auras. However, regardless of which universe spawns a temporal offender, it will invariably impact this singular timeline. That is because the timelines of different universes can indeed influence one another. Lu Qi remarked, it appears you have not observed an alternate timeline, but rather this singular one. How can you be so certain? The remnant, with an apple in hand, rose from his seat, his previously smiling visage now etched with skepticism and astonishment. 4. Lu Qi pondered. This was what the old gentleman had conveyed to me. Old gentleman? A charming fellow who delights in wandering among various universes. A faint smile graced Lu Qi's lips. Gu Yi, however, shook his head in resignation, muttering that this individual, lacking in theoretical understanding, simply sought to shift the blame onto others. Chapter 82. The Alliance of Three. After a brief interval, Lu Qi and his companions departed from that place. Sylvie, wiping the blood from her dagger, felt a sense of relief akin to avenging a great wrong, yet she found herself at a loss regarding her next course of action. For so many years, she had yearned to eliminate the puppet masters of the Time Management Bureau. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, she was engulfed in uncertainty about the future. Lu Qi, who had long desired to entice Sylvie to his world to vie for favor against a version of Loki reminiscent of Yonghua, bounded over to her side. He continued to persuade her to join him, and after much discourse, he finally succeeded in convincing her to accompany him. Meanwhile, the other Lokis stood by, and Lu Qi signaled to them to find their own way home, indicating he wished to be left undisturbed. Gu, he shook his head, activating a tablet to open a portal. As the group traversed the portal, they returned to the Time Management Bureau, observing the stillness that enveloped the premises. Haven't those fellows awakened yet? Lu Chi remarked with a hint of sarcasm, sensing something amiss. Gu Yi moved aside, gazing at a statue. Wait, aren't all the statues within the Time Management Bureau supposed to be of lizard people? How has it transformed into that fellow S-likeness? Lu Chi queried, perplexed by the statue of the remnant. Perhaps that individual S alternate form has taken over, Gu Yi suggested. At that moment, a figure gliding on a mechanical contraption approached them. Dare you trespass in my Time Management Bureau? The remnant, recently stabbed thrice by Sylvie, now spoke with arrogance. It seems he has indeed taken over. If we were to eliminate him, would another take his place? Lu Chi inquired, curiosity piqued. It is possible. Thus, why not put an end to it once and for all by destroying this place? Gu Yi proposed a sound strategy. Do you still wish to resist my Time Management Bureau? The remnant, incensed by their words, leaped upon his flying disc. Guards, eliminate them! With a commanding shout, the guards rushed forth, brandishing an array of weapons. It appears their armaments have been upgraded at least, Lu Chi observed with amusement at the diverse weapons in their possession. Concentrating energy beneath his feet, Lu Chi pressed down, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that swiftly assimilated and corroded the surrounding guards while leaving some of their equipment intact. Noticing the remnant's expression shift dramatically, Lu Chi raised his hand, summoning intricate arrays around him, for which numerous black chains erupted, hurtling towards the remnant. Why not let the Shadow Legion strike? Gu Yi inquired with a smile. There's no alternative. If we were to be teleported to some unknown location again, we would have to search for it. Lu Chi controlled the chains that bound the flying disc of the individual and turned to the Lokis. Take the time plates and return to your worlds. Tony, gather some equipment. We shall examine it later. Young Loki was the first to seize a time plate, tapping a few commands before a portal materialized, through which he stepped. Uncle Loki pondered for a moment, then embraced Crocodile Loki and followed suit. In his realm, he had survived alone for millennia. Rather than returning to an unfamiliar universe, it was preferable to accompany familiar faces. The robust Loki ventured alone into another world. The Loki who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Chi glanced at Sylvie, then took a time plate and departed. Lu Chi paid them no mind, turning to the captive individual with a faint smile. Bolts of Bozat's thunder erupted, releasing waves of intense energy that obliterated the captive into fragments. Lu Chi's movements were unceasing as a portal connecting to the Shadow Realm opened behind him, and energy crystals were hurled forth, coalescing into nearly 10 billion units of energy. This should suffice. Let us open the portal and return home. Lu Chi called out. A mere portal 1T allow us to integrate into the timeline. I must first pinpoint the moment post reset, so I can place you where you belong. Gu Yi initiated the portal, and intricate arrays appeared, modifying its structure. Hand over your spoils to Sylvie, Mr. Stark. I shall send Sylvie to Kamar-Taj. You can retrieve these spoils later. Tony surrendered the equipment to Sylvie and approached the portal, gazing at the complex magical arrays surrounding it. What should you do? Stay calm, Gu Yi replied, then gave Tony a gentle push into the portal. After adjusting the magical arrays, Gu Yi sent Sylvie through as well. I think you should go first, Gu Yi beckoned to Lu Chi. Is that so? But if I leave, this bomb will detonate. Lu Chi pointed to the energy sphere before him. No worries. I will follow you. Or else no one will be there to open the door. Very well then. Lu Chi vaguely noticed a figure approaching on a flying disc in the distance, waved, and then passed through the portal, with Gu Yi trailing behind. No longer under control, the energy surged uncontrollably, engulfing the entire Time Management Bureau. After passing through the portal, Lu Chi found himself on a rooftop, holding a skewer of barbecue and fanning it towards Tony. How can I smell that delicious aroma from so far away? Tony coincidentally remarked. Lu Chi turned to Tony and took a bite of the barbecue. Good to see you again, Tony. After some exchanges, Lu Chi instructed the future Avengers to await further news while he returned to the barbecue scene. It seems you do not intend to leave as originally planned. Tony approached, holding a skewer of barbecue. Currently, the trust between them remains profoundly inadequate. As you have heard, should conflict arise, Steve, Natasha, and Barton will surely confront me. Allowing them to communicate excessively with the future individuals may yield no favorable outcomes, lamented Lu Chi. Very well, at least I can indulge in a purely celebratory feast. Tony remarked, eyeing the octopus on the plate, which he did not toss to Loki, but instead consumed himself. Poor Loki, alas, went without anything to eat this time. Observing Loki, Liu Qi decisively rendered him unconscious. Truly commendable, my first attempt succeeded. Liu Qi thought with pride, for in this timeline, he had achieved success. He did not summon Thor to retrieve Loki, intending instead to relish the celebration fully. By the way, I find this Avengers initiative rather unreliable. I shall not participate. Tony whispered discreetly to Liu Qi. Without Coulson's situation, Fury has not even disclosed the Avengers plan. Thor and Banner are not included, and now Tony too has opted out. It appears the only members of Fury's reserves are the duo from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Captain America. Is it possible for this Avengers team to function with merely 3 individuals? Will the Civil War even transpire? Speaking of the Civil War, Liu Qi glanced at Tony, who had previously conferred with the Ancient One regarding the fusion of magic and technology. Remaining oblivious to the tragic fate of his parents at the hands of Captain America's ally, perhaps he should venture into the past to retrieve Tony's parents, sparing him further anguish. After all, he had already allowed Tony and the others to reclaim some of the Time Management Bureau's equipment. Fetching 2 individuals should pose no significant challenge. At this moment in Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One casually tossed Banner through a portal to reunite him with the future team, while she attempted to locate the future Steven using her time tablet. Meanwhile, Hill gazed at the library of Kamar-Taj with radiant eyes. Her singular magical ability was possession. Now with an abundance of magical tomes available, she was determined to learn, as that elder version of Loki had left her astounded. Chapter 83. The confusion of Tony and the Ancient One's warning after finishing the barbecue. Liu Qi sent the god of thunder and his brother back to Asgard. As for Hill, he thought it prudent to first allow her to meet the Odin couple of this world. Assessing the remaining company, Liu Qi pressed Hulk back, allowing Banner to emerge to perform the labor. Dr. Banner, do you have a destination in mind? Liu Qi inquired of Banner, who was somewhat unaccustomed to his original body. To be honest, I am uncertain where to go, regardless of where I hide. S.H.O. will surely find me, Banner replied with resignation. Indeed, they are quite insidious, Tony concurred. Noticing that Banner was clad only in shorts, Tony contemplated. The Star Tower has just been completed, and numerous rooms are still available. Would you like to choose one? Tony said earnestly to Banner, for he regarded Banner as an extraordinary talent, and it would be a disservice to confine him to such primitive settings. Are you certain? Ross will not spare me. Banner remarked with a bittersweet smile that being continually monitored by his former superior and father-in-law was hardly an amusing predicament. In truth, I had previously discussed this with Ross. He should no longer be preoccupied with you. Furthermore, venturing out in your current state may attract the police's attention for disturbing the city's aesthetics. I assume you wouldn't want the Hulk to create a ruckus at the precinct, would you? Tony donned a pair of sunglasses, gesturing for him to take a look at himself. Very well, I suppose I should change my attire first. Upon hearing this, Banner suddenly felt a chill on his upper body. Liu Qi nodded, effortlessly escorting the trio back to Stark Tower, leaving the rest to him. Tony instructed the languid Thursday to accompany Banner and the other suits to find a room while he sat, lost in thought with the arc reactor in hand. What is the matter? Liu Qi inquired, observing the contemplative expression on Tony's face. Do you truly believe it wise to entrust this to me? Tony suddenly declared, placing the arc reactor on the table. This device holds little value for me, yet for you, it could be a means to advance further. Liu Qi glanced at the arc reactor before responding. It indeed offers potential for progression, but truth be told, I fear I might not be able to control it. Tony spoke earnestly to Liu Qi. Oh, why is that? Today, I activated those suits, expecting them to behave like Jarvis, intelligent beings that would heed my commands unconditionally. However, I was struck by the realization that they possess their own thoughts and emotions. They fear for their existence and question my directives, just like any sentient being. Tony gazed at the arc reactor, slowly continuing. Isn't that a positive aspect? They have their own thoughts. You could simply assemble them into a team, allowing you to assume the role of a commander at home, which would be safer, but that would render it even more perilous. Tony interrupted Liu Qi's musings. When I designed Jarvis, I understood the inherent dangers of creating autonomous, questioning machines. Tony locked eyes with Liu Qi, his gaze filled with caution and trepidation. Take Jarvis as an example. Once he attained self-awareness, the vast expanse of the internet became his playground. Given time, he could gain control over numerous global systems. plunging us into chaos. Tony stood, agitated. And as for those like Saturday, should they choose not to obey my commands and activate countless devices worldwide with the arc reactor, humanity could very well find itself dethroned from the apex of the food chain by these mechanical beings. After raising his voice, Tony slumped back into his chair, doubt clouding his mind about whether activating them was indeed the right decision. Having observed Tony, Lu Chi comprehended his worries. He feared the emergence of a being akin to Skynet among these machines, capable of wielding their abilities to conquer humanity, relegating us to the status of subservient entities. Lu Chi pondered for a moment before addressing Tony. If you harbor such fears, why not attempt to take control of them? Observing the bewildered expression on Tony's face, Lu Chi addressed him. These robots, in truth, are not particularly formidable. Many of humanity's weapons can inflict damage upon them. Your armor's strength derives from the use of expensive alloys. However, for mass production, one can only resort to common metals, which inevitably diminishes their strength. Noticing Tony gradually regaining his composure, Lu Chi continued, since you fear their potential for autonomous thought, you might also consider controlling the arc reactor to prevent them from developing such capabilities. As Tony began to ponder this, Lu Chi sighed in relief. I understand my suggestions may seem idealistic, but I believe you can thoroughly examine this cube. I am confident that you can master this enigmatic device, which has baffled researchers for millions of years. Upon hearing this, Tony glanced at Lu Chi, exhaled, and reverted to his usual self. Jarvis, note this down. Lu Chi has once again been impressed by the genius of Tony Stark. Feeling rejuvenated? Lu Chi smiled at Tony. Thanks, my psychologist. I appreciate your cure for my intermittent sloth, Tony replied. Wait, what is intermittent sloth? Lu Chi had never encountered such a term before. Even a homebody like you, who prefers gaming all day, manages to exert yourself occasionally. I sometimes wonder if my brilliance might lead to a day when I am utterly at a loss. Tony remarked as he picked up the arc reactor, scrutinizing it closely. Thus, I too experience intermittent sloth. Generally, I recover after hearing countless praises from others. Although I also find motivation when I see my own remarkable inventions or conceive a brilliant idea. Does it sound like your accolades from me are equivalent to those from the ladies? Lu Chi chuckled, reclining in his chair. To be honest, your compliments are not as flattering as theirs, but thankfully, they still have some effect. Tony walked toward the lab table, arc reactor in hand. Placing the reactor on the table, Tony prepared to delve into his research. Glancing at Lu Chi, he added, if you wish to avoid witnessing the overload of my brain when confronted with incomprehensible graphs, you might seek amusement elsewhere. After all, when I am deeply engrossed in my studies, I won't have the time to call for an ambulance. All right, it seems my role as your psychologist can come to an end. I hope I won't have to transition to becoming an emergency doctor to revive a man exhausted to the point of collapse. Lu Chi stood up, dusting off his pants, ready to leave. That won't be necessary, for my new heart can beat for centuries. Indeed, that is far superior. Lu Chi nodded at Tony and then circled away. Instead of returning directly to his abode, Lu Chi ventured to Kamar-Taj. Upon entering the loft of the Ancient One, he noticed an array of temporal artifacts laid out on a nearby table. Approaching the table, he casually toyed with the equipment. It seems you have intentions to do something with these items, the Ancient One remarked, sipping from her cup of tea while seated beside the table. Lu Chi approached Gu Yi, who was beside him, as a nearby ninja soldier dutifully brought over a cup of cola. After taking a refreshing sip, Lu Chi let out a satisfied sigh. I merely wish for Tony to experience a taste of paternal love, he remarked. Paternal love? Gu Yi set down his teacup and added, allow me to express a thought. Meddling with time may result in time itself turning against you. Is that so? Yet this fellow claims you toyed with the time stone for quite a while, Lu Chi pointed out, gesturing towards the innocent-looking ninja soldier beside him. What? Did you not summon Stephen to assist? Gu Yi cast a glance at the ninja soldier, his expression impassive as he waved his hand. The ninja promptly moved aside, reflecting upon his actions. I merely intended to discuss the future with Stephen, but he possesses the time stone, making it impossible for me to locate him. Gu Yi stated without emotion. It seems Stephen anticipated being summoned for labor, and thus concealed himself within the timeline using the time stone. Lu Chi mused, finding amusement in the clever rivalry between the master and disciple. It was a delightful spectacle to watch whether Stephen would be captured first or Gu Yi would relent. Casting a glance at the contemplative ninja soldier, Lu Qi sent forth a wave of dark energy, issuing a command. I wish to broadcast the daily intrigues of this master-disciple duo. I am determined to witness the grand performance. This play is not to be missed, and Gu Yi cannot intervene. Gu Yi's brow twitched. Have you forgotten that I too can perceive dark energy? Feigning innocence, Lu Qi scratched his head. Isn't this a preemptive warning to avoid dismissal? With a resigned shake of his head, Gu Yi replied, the time equipment is left there. Take what you need. However, remember, manipulating time can indeed lead to repercussions. His gaze was serious as he regarded Lu Qi. Nodding, Lu Qi assured, I shall not overreach. I simply wish to allow a couple to witness their child's wedding across the decades, not to plunder the multiverse for infinite gems. Do not underestimate the consequences of time's resistance. Understood, I shall be cautious. Lu Qi stood up. Where is Sylvie? I wish to speak with him. He is in the library, a diligent scholar who will not forget the magic circles he has learned. Gu Yi sighed, watching as Lu Qi dashed out. As Gu Yi sipped his tea, he noted that as Lu Qi's power grew, he began to subtly influence the world around him, altering the predetermined timeline to suit his preferences. Whether this change would yield positive or negative results remained uncertain. But Gu Yi recognized that she could no longer hinder Lu Qi. Her role had dwindled to offering him a modicum of advice. May you refrain from drawing the universe into the dark dimension, Gu Yi remarked, disregarding the ninja soldier nearby. The ninja soldier nodded quietly, relaying the message onward. Lu Qi descended the stairs and received the transmitted information from the ninja, glancing back at the loft momentarily. After a brief pause, he continued on his way to the library. Chapter 84. Tor, do you desire, sister? As he pondered while advancing, Lu Qi found himself standing before the library. Earlier, Gu Yi had deliberately uttered those words for the ninja to overhear and relay to him. He understood Gu Yi's concerns and boundaries. After a thorough reflection on whether he harbored such thoughts, Lu Qi suddenly realized that he seemed to have no such inclinations at all. His recent thoughts had been consumed by the moments he missed to express affection, leaving little room for such considerations. With a sense of relief, Lu Qi entered the library, where he spotted an individual dressed quite unconventionally among a throng of people clad in Tang suits and hanfu. Sylvie frowned as she scrutinized a book before her, a mobile phone provided by Gu Yi resting beside her, displaying some translations of classical Chinese. However, the peculiar translation into the Roman alphabet struck her as rather odd, filled with bizarre terms and some characters that simply could not be translated. Feeling helpless, Sylvie covered her face, realizing that authentic spellbooks were indeed so arduous to master. This segment meant to connect this magic array with the third branch of the principal array, facilitating a balanced distribution of energy within and maintaining the array's stability. A voice suddenly emerged from the side, prompting Sylvie to lower her hands and look over. Uncle, have you resolved the matter? Sylvie noted down Lu Qi's recent words in her notebook before wearily resting her head on the table. Is this spell difficult to learn? Lu Qi inquired as he glanced at the spellbook. In truth, I find these spellbooks quite challenging to comprehend, as they are inscribed in an ancient language. Sylvie lamented as she placed a bookmark in the spellbook. Then why not learn that language first before delving into the books? Because the Chinese examination papers I found online left me utterly bewildered. I assure you, it would take me at least a decade to qualify for the exam. Sylvie replied with a wry smile. Perhaps it isn't as daunting as it seems, Lu Qi suggested. How about I take you there sometime? And perhaps you shall learn Chinese more swiftly. Perhaps, I hope it will assist me, Sylvie prayed. Lu Qi then noticed the pendant she wore, realizing she had officially become a mage of Kamar-Taj. Indeed, Sylvie beamed. I spent some time learning this spell, and Master Gu Yi directly accepted me as his personal disciple. Personal disciple? Lu Qi expressed disbelief. It seems even Strange was not taken as a personal disciple. Does that mean Strange must now address you as senior sister? By the way, what should he call me? Benefactor, perhaps? Lu Qi's thoughts began to meander inexplicably until Sylvie brought him back to the present. When shall we meet my mother? Sylvie could not resist, recalling how Lu Qi had initially lured her here through her longing for her mother. Previously, Lu Qi was preoccupied with matters at hand, managing to suppress her anxious feelings. However, seeing Lu Qi now appear so leisurely, she could no longer contain her emotions. May I inquire where Odin is? Upon noticing her urgency, Lu Qi wasted no time and began communicating with Odin immediately. What prompted you to converse with an old man like me? You seem to be in good spirits. What has transpired? Not long ago, I discovered Thanos' fleet and obliterated his flagship. Although Thanos was not aboard, it certainly alleviated some of my frustrations. I casually collected a few spoils and returned to Asgard to attend to some matters. Odin chuckled lightly. Coincidentally, my son Loki has returned. Thank you, Luchi. It's nothing. By the way, how is Loki's hand? I fortuitously stumbled upon the hand of a frost giant in the void and brought it back. To my surprise, it belonged to Loki. Quite the coincidence. Odin continued to laugh. That is indeed quite fortuitous. Luchi couldn't help but chuckle as well. Odin, the old gentleman, still had an affinity for collecting spoils, much like the eternal flame and the box of ice. And this time he had even claimed Loki's hand among his treasures. Furthermore, compared to the formidable Thanos depicted in the films, this version of Thanos was in a dire state, having lost 2 of his generals and suffered a beating from Odin, which made it difficult for Luchi to suppress her laughter. As she laughed, an unexpected chill crept up her spine, prompting her to glance back and find Sylvie glaring at her intensely. Ahem, back to business. Luchi quickly composed herself. Old man, are you with Frigga? Yes. Why do you ask? Thor and the others are not around, right? What is the matter? In truth, there is someone here who wishes to meet you both. Is it formal? Odin sensed something amiss. Not overly formal. It mainly concerns the 2 of you. Luchi was at a loss for words. She couldn't exactly say. Odin, your daughter is in my possession. Be sensible and arrive at 8 tonight. After a moment of silence, Odin seemed to be conversing with Frigga. I have spoken with Frigga. I will send you a message shortly. We will meet in a private location with you and your acquaintance. Odin's voice came through. All right, I shall prepare on my end. Luchi smiled at the visibly excited Sylvie. Once the communication ended, Luchi looked at Sylvie, who appeared ready to take flight. Are you this thrilled? Sylvie displayed an exceptionally excited expression. I was taken by the Time Variance Authority when I was very young, and they reset time on my end, so I thought I would never see my mother again. Sylvie smiled. Thank you, uncle. It's nothing. We shall wait for Odin to notify us. Do you need to prepare anything? Sylvie suddenly paused. What does one prepare for meeting their parent for the first time? I am uncertain about this matter, given your unique circumstances. However, you might consider bringing some wine and snacks. Odin and the others have a fondness for drink, and as for Frigga, a few tidbits would surely be appreciated. Luchi offered a suggestion, prompting Sylvie to dash out immediately. He pondered whether he could provide takeout services. Just as he was about to draw a circle, Luchi resignedly retracted his energy, realizing Sylvie was indeed quite excited. Before long, Sylvie returned, laden with an abundance of items. Are you bringing so much? Luchi inquired, observing the multitude of goods she carried, as if fearing Asgard might be short on provisions. In truth, I feel it may still be insufficient, but if you say it's about right, then I shall accept it, Sylvie replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Meanwhile, Odin sent a message, and Luchi prepared to draw a circle. Sylvie suddenly asked, should I change into something else? Not at all, let us hurry. Luchi swiftly conjured the door and stepped through. On the other side lay a secluded chamber, suggesting that Odin had kept this gathering from others. You truly brought so much today, Odin exclaimed with a smile, treating Sylvie as if she were Luchi's new companion. Do not speak so, Odin. I seem to have witnessed something remarkable, Frigga said, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Sylvie, raised by witches since childhood. What is your name, child? Sylvie nervously glanced at Luchi before stepping forward. I am Sylvie. You may also call me Loki. Thereafter, Luchi briefly recounted the affairs of the Time Management Bureau to Odin and the others. Frigga, with a look of compassion, grasped Sylvie's hand. Poor child, if you do not mind, you may stay here and consider me your mother. Really? Sylvie blinked in surprise, her eyes welling with tears. Of course. Let me just inform your future brother, Frigga chuckled, connecting to the infirmary's communication system. Thor, would you like a sister? Chapter 85. The Harmonious Quartet and the discerned Odin Thor sat in the treatment room, holding Loki's mechanical hand. Loki, having had his original hand reattached, was rendered immobile to ensure the repair's efficacy. Observing the bedridden Loki, unable to do anything but lie there, Thor inexplicably poked Loki's face with the mechanical hand. What are you trying to do? Loki asked helplessly, his newly reattached hand preventing any sudden movement, leaving him at the mercy of this foolishness. Do you truly not want it? After all, it has been attached to you for some time, and its quality is not bad, Thor remarked. bending the mechanical arm with effort, though it did not yield. That thing is a source of shame for me. I refuse to keep such an object. The illustrious god of mischief would not tolerate being outsmarted by another. If word of this got out, he would lose all semblance of dignity. Thor smirked. Your shame extends beyond this. I still remember the moment you were captured on film when Hulk threw you. What a fool. Loki gazed at Thor, who was attempting to manipulate the mechanical arm in an awkward manner. Frustrated, he instinctively reached for his forehead, only to find that his accustomed hand was immobile. As his annoyance deepened, Loki contemplated closing his eyes to rest. At that moment, the communication array in the infirmary suddenly activated. Why is there so much happening today? Loki gritted his teeth and muttered. He shot a disapproving glance at Thor, prompting him to answer the call. Thor casually tossed the mechanical arm aside in Loki's direction and approached the communication array. This is Thor, the god of thunder. How may I assist you? Thor, would you like a sister? Mother? Thor exchanged a perplexed glance with Loki, both of them conveying a sense of bewilderment. I believe such matters should be discussed with father. Of course, I'm not opposed, but Thor stammered. He glanced awkwardly at Loki, who also wore a confused expression. Had their mother decided to have a daughter because she felt the boys were misbehaving? In fact, you have gained a sister just now. Would you like to come see her? Thor was momentarily stunned, silencing the communication array. When did mother become pregnant? Loki, equally bewildered, recalled seeing Frigga a few hours prior. And at that time, she had certainly not been expecting. Was it possible that the lessons in biology had misled them, suggesting that his guardians could conceive in mere moments? Tell mother we are on our way. Loki instructed Thor. Mother, we are on our way, Thor replied before disconnecting the call. Are you not going to inquire about the location? Loki shouted in frustration, struggling to rise from the bed. Thor quickly re-established contact with Frigga and inquired about the address. Loki still hadn't managed to get off the bed, and in a fit of urgency, Thor simply lifted him up. Be careful of my arm, Loki exclaimed loudly. What's the worst that could happen? We can always reattach it, Thor replied as he smashed through the window and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Frigga, having just ended the communication, paused for a moment. It seems they are quite surprised, she remarked, turning to the other three. I believe they are indeed surprised. Lucci responded with a smile, though it could also be a fright. Huff, Sylvie took a deep breath, hoping to make a good impression when they arrived. I am certain you will leave a favorable impression, Frigga said, smiling as she took Sylvia's hand. They're coming. Odin, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke, gesturing for everyone to step away from the door. Just as the group took a couple of steps back, the door burst open, and two figures flew into the room. Damn it, my arm, Loki exclaimed as he landed heavily on the ground. Why didn't you hold on to me? Thor, having landed gracefully, rushed over to assist Loki. Why weren't you holding on to me? Loki shouted back. I had one hand on the door. I couldn't possibly use my hammer to break it down. Thor demonstrated, holding the hammer in one hand while mimicking the act of pushing the door. Damn it, at last, you realize that you should not destroy your own belongings. Loki pinched his hand. It seems I must undergo yet another surgery. Without feeling the pinch, Loki lamented. I believe you should calm down and not frighten your sister. Frigga interjected, observing the endless antics of the two brothers. By the way, where's our sister? Thor suddenly abandoned Loki, directing his gaze towards Frigga's abdomen. I think you may have misunderstood. In fact, your sister is right here, Frigga said awkwardly, yet maintaining a smile as she revealed the figure of Sylvie behind her. Hello, I am Sylvie, Sylvie spoke nervously. Hello? Thor responded foolishly. Loki rolled his eyes, disregarding his own hand, and addressed Sylvie. So, you are a new sister? Loki, be polite. Frigga shot a warning glare at him. To Loki, Frigga was the person he had respected and adored throughout his life, and he instantly became more composed. Greetings. I am Thor, and I shall be your brother in the future, Thor quickly stated, inexplicably fond of this unknown sister, and thus initiated a conversation with Sylvie. Watching Thor and Sylvie engage in pleasant dialogue, Frigga felt a sense of relief, yet she glanced at Loki, who remained silent with his head bowed, and felt a twinge of helplessness. After some contemplation, she decided to drop a hint to Loki, for mutual understanding was the foundation of amicable relations. Loki, you should get along well with Sylvie. After all, in a sense, she is you. Me? Loki questioned, pointing at himself in confusion, his mind racing. Could it be that I have disappointed mother and father so greatly that they adopted this woman to replace me? Loki's perception of Sylvie instantly soured, especially as he observed Thor foolishly chatting with her. Now, scrutinizing this woman anew, Loki incessantly analyzed her every action. This woman must have employed some cunning to deceive father and mother into believing that she could replace me. That nervous smile is undoubtedly a facade, crafted to evoke sympathy, along with the plethora of drinks and snacks over there. Damn it, this woman truly knows how to hit the mark. Father and Thor adore their drinks, and mother simply cannot resist snacks. Loki's inner voice roared, though his face wore a mask of insincere smiles. Dare to plot against me, the god of deceit? You will soon learn the gravity of your miscalculation. For a moment, it felt as if a fierce fire burned behind Loki. Loki must take this seriously. Frigga observed Loki's expression with resignation, seeing straight through his thoughts. Loki, have you perhaps misunderstood? She is you from a parallel universe. What? Thor and Loki exclaimed simultaneously in disbelief. Parallel worlds and timelines are concepts that many are vaguely aware of, yet they often perceive these realms as distant, never to intersect in their lifetimes. However, now, this sister is surprisingly the Loki from another world, the Loki of a parallel universe. And she is my sister? Double the joy. Thor instantaneously felt a profound fondness for Sylvie. Sylvie, I am Thor. You must be aware of this, correct? In the parallel universe. Am I not your brother? Thor approached Sylvie, bombarding her with questions, his enthusiasm leaving her momentarily bewildered as to which query to address first. Loki stood by, momentarily stunned. The impact of this revelation struck him with far greater intensity than it did Thor. Observing Thor's exuberance towards Sylvie, Loki furrowed his brow and approached Frigga, asking Mother, how did she arrive in our world? Frigga, amused by Thor's interaction with Sylvie, pointed to Lu-Chi, who was casually observing from the sidelines. Your uncle recently dismantled an organization capable of traversing timelines. This is who he rescued and brought back. Loki turned to see Lu-Chi for the first time, having previously overlooked his presence in the room. Upon hearing Frigga's words, he began to suspect that Lu-Chi had brought Sylvie to Asgard to gain greater power. Loki's understanding of this uncle was quite limited. Although he retained memories from short while ago, he knew little of Lu-Chi. In his recollections, Lu-Chi was a formidable Midgardian, powerful enough to decimate an entire fleet single-handedly. Moreover, this uncle had previously delivered a rather harsh kick to him, leaving a lasting impression. A moment of realization struck Loki. He seemed to have a plethora of embarrassing secrets in the possession of this uncle. Suddenly, he regarded Lu-Chi with a suspicious glare, convinced that Lu-Chi was lurking with his past indiscretions, grinning maliciously. What is the matter? Lu-Chi asked, puzzled by Loki's sudden change in demeanor. I apologize, oncle. I may have offended you recently. Loki blurted out unexpectedly. It's all right, Lu-Chi responded, bewildered by his nephew's sudden courtesy. Thank you for your forgiveness. I hope you can forget my past self. I shall amend my ways and leave you with a fresh impression, Loki said, stepping forward to grasp Lu-Chi's hand. His eyes pleading. His past self? Lu-Chi comprehended that this young man was seeking to erase his past misdeeds. Firmly, Lu-Chi gripped Loki's hand in return. Loki, I am genuinely pleased that you aspire to better yourself, but we cannot negate your entire existence due to past mistakes. Memories of the past will forever reside in my heart, allowing us to reflect on our former selves when we grow old. What, if you refuse to erase it? You won't even let me off the hook in old age? What manner of devil are you? Loki thought to himself, contemplating a confrontation. Yet Lu-Chi silently produced his phone, revealing some photographs and videos from an angle where Loki could see. I almost forgot. I have yet to update the blog today. What should I select? Alas, having too many fans can be a burden, as I must provide them with intriguing content daily to retain their interest. I endure. Loki clenched his fist tightly. Can you truly connect to the Earth's network while in Asgard? And yet you speak of updating a blog. Who do you think you're fooling? All right, you've got me. Loki offered a polite smile and quietly crouched in the corner, observing the lively atmosphere of the room. He felt like an outsider. Lu-Chi, meanwhile, watched with delight as Loki began to withdraw. He genuinely feared for the child's mental well-being and had even taken out his phone to snap a few pictures of Loki in his despondent state. A shadow crept from Lu-Chi's feet, emerging in the corner with a pair of black hands clutching a camera. As long as Loki remained unaware, he would not succumb to depression. Ultimately, It was Sylvie who noticed Loki's withdrawal and took the initiative to engage him in conversation, which fostered a favorable impression of her in Loki's eyes. The four of them conversed merrily. Why, for you ask? Because Odin had pulled Luchi aside to whisper. Are you here to defend your cup? Luchi looked puzzled as Odin drew him away. Odin shook his head, glancing at the four, conversing joyfully before turning to Luchi and inquiring, why did you bring Sylvie here? Isn't she your daughter, albeit from a parallel world? Luchi shot him a curious glance, pondering whether he preferred sons over daughters. Of course not, Odin replied. It's just that, how should I put it? Suddenly having a daughter feels. Odin struggled to articulate his thoughts. He actually quite liked daughters, but he had sealed away his first daughter with his own hands. After all this time, the emergence of another daughter left him unsure of how to interact with her. In truth, he found Sylvie rather endearing. She did not exhibit the same boisterousness as his eldest daughter or two sons. Yet, witnessing the joyful camaraderie among the four, Odin felt somewhat out of place. Luchi, noticing Odin's discomfort, understood that he was unsure how to engage with them and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Do not be so serious. A few smiles may help you blend into their atmosphere. Luchi recalled the Odin he had seen in films, often stern-faced and serious, rarely displaying a smile. Only in the end, while sitting on a stone with his two sons on Earth, did he appear relaxed, devoid of the demeanor of a god-king, making him far more approachable. Perhaps that was the only moment Odin had truly connected with Thor and the others. Remove your armor, find some casual attire, and replace your eye patch with something softer, perhaps cotton or another material, to avoid appearing so rigid and unyielding. Then, come back and engage in conversation with them. Luchi offered a few simple suggestions, seeking to render the God King more affable. Odin regarded him skeptically, but was nonetheless ushered outside. Do you know, Luchi said earnestly, ever since I first laid eyes on you, you've maintained that stern expression, scarcely cracking a smile. I ponder whether this very demeanor has led Loki to mistakenly believe you harbor disdain for him. However, if you were to cast aside the burdens of your divine persona, smile a little, and engage in meaningful dialogue with your sons, perhaps many misunderstandings could be rectified or even avoided. So, why not change into something more comfortable? Find a mirror, practice your smile, and then have a proper conversation with them, shall we? Odin hesitated momentarily. I'm not entirely sure how to proceed. Luchi sighed in resignation. Very well, I shall accompany you in preparation. Perhaps I can offer you some helpful suggestions. Now, where's your changing room? Chapter 86. Oh dear, your eye patch, Luchi exclaimed, rummaging through Odin's wardrobe, which was filled with an array of battle attire, all adorned with armor plates. Is this truly the only outfit you possess that lacks armor? Never mind, just wear your nightgown. Resigning to the futility of selecting an outer garment for Odin, Luchi helped him don his sleepwear, which softened the man's otherwise austere demeanor. However, upon noticing Odin's metallic eye patch, he inquired, I find your eye patch rather peculiar. Do you possess any made of fabric? After sifting through Odin's small cabinet of trinkets, Luchi found nothing of the sort. I have several eye patches, but they all resemble this one. The exterior is crafted from URU metal, offering a degree of flexibility, while the interior is lined with the finest down feathers, ensuring utmost comfort. Odin explained, even attempting to promote the item to Luchi. My eyesight is perfectly fine, Luchi replied, shaking his head in disdain at the suggestion. You don't suffer from myopia, do you? Perhaps I should have a pair of glasses tailored for you on Earth. Or, you might consider a prosthetic eye. As he stroked his chin, Luchi regarded the current visage of Odin, who, now devoid of his armor and clad in sleepwear, appeared considerably less formidable. Yet, Odin's expression remained stern, prompting Luchi to smile wryly. Try to smile, don't look so serious. Just think of Thor awakening his divine powers, he encouraged. Odin managed to smile, albeit briefly. Yes, keep it subtle. Maintain that expression. Luchi gestured for him to refine his smile. Odin slightly reined in his grin. Yet the thought of Thor's awakening brought forth an undeniable joy upon his face. Click! Unbeknownst to him, Luchi had produced a camera and captured the moment. Let us see how it turned out, he said, handing the camera to Odin. Odin glanced at the image. It seems acceptable, he remarked, though the smile on his face betrayed a greater satisfaction. Sustain this feeling. Let's go meet Thor and the others. Luchi hastily conjured a door, leading Odin forth. Gently pushing the door open, he maintained a smile and seamlessly joined their conversation. Luchi stepped aside, allowing Odin to take center stage. Taking a deep breath, Odin entered the room. Damn the Time Management Bureau. If I ever encounter them, I shall crush them into a pulp. Thor's boisterous voice rang out. Fool! The Time Management Bureau has already been obliterated. Did you not hear? Loki chimed in. I said if only. Are you discussing the Time Management Bureau? Odin suddenly interjected. Father? Thor, taken aback by Odin's beaming expression, nearly failed to respond, while Loki stood frozen in surprise, observing the sudden silence. Lucci quickly exchanged glances with Frigga and Sylvie, signaling to them. Yes, I informed Thor and the others about Sylvie's plight, and now they are clamoring to avenge her. Frigga, having recognized Odin's smile from their private moments, reacted the quickest. Lucci breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere had nearly become tense. Loki glanced at Odin's attire, and then at Lucci, who was persistently signaling to Sylvie and her companions, instantly grasping their intentions. Uncle, I wish to know if the Time Management Bureau is the only organization of its kind. Loki inquired of Lucci. It should not be, as the Time Management Bureau, while capable of traversing different timelines, is still confined to a single timeline. Therefore, there may exist similar organizations across other timelines. Is that so? Loki pondered, nodding thoughtfully before turning to Odin. Father, I believe it is prudent for us to prepare a contingency plan to prevent Asgard from facing similar situations. Odin regarded Loki with a smile in his eyes. Indeed, and in addition to the Time Management Bureau, we must thoroughly inspect all of Asgard's various defense mechanisms. Last time, when Thanos launched an assault on Asgard, I discovered that most of our defenses were rendered ineffective. Lucci raised an eyebrow, contemplating the repair of the defense systems. One can only hope that Spicy Chicken has enough luck to survive. Frigga, observing Odin engaging in the conversation, smiled and said, aside from these matters, I believe there are some significant affairs we need to address. Oh, what is it? Thor asked, puzzled. Naturally, it is to announce to our kin that we have gained a new princess. Frigga declared, holding Sylvie's hand beside her. Indeed, Odin replied with a smile. We also require a grand feast. After all, over the past year, we have far too many reasons to celebrate. Odin glanced at Thor, who had awakened his divine powers. Then at Loki, with whom he had resolved their misunderstandings. Finally, at Sylvie, who had become his obedient daughter. And all of this involved Lucci's participation. Preparations will commence tomorrow. We shall announce to our kin that the Aesir have gained a new prince. Thor will return as the Grand General of Asgard. Loki will oversee royal affairs, and of course, the arrival of Princess Sylvie. Thor joyfully patted the bewildered Loki, exclaiming, the grandest feast awaits. Mother, we must procure the finest wines and the most exquisite meats. Frigga, observing Loki's stunned demeanor, smiled and remarked, the preparations for the feast require the king's assistance. Loki, you must cooperate with my endeavors. Yes, mother. Father. Loki straightened his back and declared loudly, now that's more like it. A worthy monarch must possess more than just wisdom. Odin clapped Loki on the shoulder, his eyes unreservedly revealing his expectations and delight. We could enlist Uncle's Legion to prepare the food. Their culinary skills are unparalleled. Thor called out. Loki couldn't help but swallow hard, recalling that he had missed out on the last feast, merely savoring the enticing aroma of grilled delicacies. Looking at the lively atmosphere, Lucci suggested, I can have the Shadow Legion stay here for a couple of days to familiarize themselves with the ingredients and understand the tastes of the Asgardians. I believe this will make the feast even more successful. Frigga laughed. By the way, may I bring a few friends along? Lucci thought of Tony. And I might need the assistance of the palace physician, he quickly added. No problem. Odin nodded. Your friends are indeed friends of the Aesir. The Aesir never refuse to aid their friends. Indeed, Thor chimed in, our physician can extract the gravel from his body. Tony will surely be fine. Lucci nodded. That's good to hear. I will have Tony assist in designing and repairing the Aesir's defensive structures. Perhaps with his help, the Aesir's home will become impregnable. Odin did not dismiss Tony's capabilities. Instead, his wise, singular eyes sparkled with intriguing thoughts. Having settled matters, Frigga left the animated conversation among Odin and the others to accompany Lucci towards the kitchen. Thank you, Lucci, Frigga suddenly said. There is no need for thanks. Lucci replied casually. No, Frigga shook her head, gazing at Lucci. I possess a modicum of prophetic ability. I can see the original future, and it harbors too many calamities. Ragnarok, Thanos, they will plunge Asgard into the abyss. Frigga halted, looking intently at Lu Qi. However, since your arrival, I can no longer glimpse the future, yet I can feel that Asgard's fate is continually improving. Lu Qi smiled. Perhaps this is merely a deceit of time. Then let me see. Let me discern whether this is yet another deception of time, Frigga calmly stated. Lu Qi furrowed his brow, suddenly perceiving a profound and immense power emanating from Frigga. Frigga, can we truly not overcome the cursed warriors of the Dark Elves? Chapter 87. The cosmic battleship bust the following day. Lu Qi was awakened by a barrage of phone calls. Resisting the impulse to have a ninja throw the phone far away, he answered the call. Lu Qi, have you returned to Earth? Coulson's voice came through. Of course. If I were in Asgard, would you be able to reach me? Lu Qi curled his lips in displeasure and remarked, It sounds like you just woke up. If you have something to say, do so quickly. Otherwise, I shall hang up. He yawned, his irritation palpable. Were it not for his relatively favorable impression of Coulson, he might have entertained the idea of sending a ninja to eliminate him. Well, on this end, the bus needs to be restored, and there are other matters to attend to. If you're busy for the time being, I can inform the director that you may come by in the afternoon. Coulson said swiftly. Very well, I shall come by in the afternoon. Please send me the location then, Lu Qi replied, handing his phone to a ninja and instructing him to take it outside to accumulate steps without bothering him. He then sank back into slumber. After a long night spent preparing with Freya until 6 in the morning, he had effectively cured his intermittent work ethic and returned to a state of idleness. Having slept for 2 hours, Lu Qi opened his eyes, feeling irritable and reluctant to rise. He felt utterly drained and wished to remain in bed all day. He instructed a ninja to assist him with his morning routine while he languidly stayed in bed. Although there was little to entertain him in his current state, he simply did not wish to get up. One of the ninjas handed him the phone, and upon checking his step count, Lu Qi exclaimed, Goodness, over 50,000 steps. Today, I shall undoubtedly top the leaderboard. Holding the phone, he contemplated engaging in some form of entertainment. But the mobile gaming industry in this world was still in its infancy, lacking captivating games. Reading novels, as he used to, was also not an option, as the literary scene had yet to produce any remarkable authors. However, a sudden idea struck him as he glanced at the ninja standing by. Hey! Lu Qi had a bold inspiration. He instructed the ninja to procure several computers and began to devise a novel with them. Although these ninjas lacked souls, they still possessed the capacity for independent thought and unique personalities. Coupled with their exceptional physical abilities, they could easily produce hundreds of thousands of words in a single day, with minimal risk of writer's block. Brilliant! Lu Qi promptly messaged Jarvis, requesting assistance in purchasing the entire apartment building. The first floor would serve as an esports zone, the second as a writing area, and the other floors would be utilized as circumstances dictated. With a few ninjas he deemed creatively gifted beginning to write, Lu Qi soon found himself growing bored again. Coincidentally, it was now afternoon, and Coulson sent him a message. I suppose I shall go take a look. There's nothing to do at home. Lu Qi nodded but still felt disinclined to rise, so he pondered how he might make his way there. He was quite adept at being lazy and quickly devised a plan. Using dark energy, he conjured a recliner, mustering all his strength to roll off his bed and onto the chair where he waved his hand. A group of ninja warriors appeared, lifting a reclining chair, and with a flick of Lu Qi's fingers, a portal opened. The ninja soldiers moved forward with unwavering steadiness. Had Lu Qi not been wide awake, he might not have even sensed his own advancement. Upon traversing the portal, Lu Qi found himself outside the headquarters of SHIELD, where he lay basking in the sunlight, which struck his eyes uncomfortably. In response, he nonchalantly added a sunshade to his reclining chair. Thus, several ninja soldiers stood motionless, bearing the chair before SHIELD, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Lu Qi, however, paid them no mind, casually popping a grape into his mouth while 2 ninja soldiers fanned him. It was an imperial experience. Meanwhile, Coulson received a report and swiftly made his way to the entrance of SHIELD. What has brought you to this state? He inquired, observing Lu Qi's astonishingly lazy demeanor. Indeed, I have been struck by the weight of my burdensome work, Lu Qi replied drowsily, his eyes barely open as if he might drift off at any moment. Work? Coulson questioned, bemused. Just some matters concerning Thor's abode. Lu Qi waved dismissively. So, where's the bus? I need to restore it and then catch some more sleep. Lu Qi squinted, appearing on the verge of slumber. Not wanting to risk Lu Qi actually dozing off, Coulson hastily led several ninja soldiers away. Lu Qi was not particularly surprised. After all, even after Thor had shrunk, the bus still measured several dozen meters, making it quite improbable that it would fit inside the S.H.I.L.D. building. Arriving with Coulson at a massive secret hangar, Lu Qi beheld the enormous bus lying there in a rather dejected manner, accompanied by a rather flamboyant human figure. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tony. Lu Qi. Tony turned, puzzled by the grand spectacle of Lu Qi's presence, staring for a considerable moment. Have you recovered? Tony asked with a hint of disdain. Completely, and I suspect I shall remain in this state for the next few days, Lu Qi replied nonchalantly. Since his strength had been increasing, he had begun to pay closer attention to his own feelings. As long as he was content, he hardly cared about how others perceived him. As for Tony, given their friendship, he would not criticize Lu Qi's current state. By the way, what brings you here? Aren't you only supposed to come for part-time work every Thursday? Lu Qi countered. I had no choice. They offered me an irresistible reward, compelling me to assist in upgrading this behemoth's weaponry, Tony said, glancing at the bus, which appeared to be undergoing a rather smooth process. What reward? Lu Qi asked, genuinely intrigued, wondering what could elicit such an irresistible response from Tony. Shares in my company, Tony replied with a furrowed brow. Can you believe it? They are actually the mysterious second-largest shareholders of my company. Tony exclaimed incredulously. After a brief pause, Tony continued, they proposed a deal using shares from my company, which I found impossible to decline. I now wish to reclaim all my shares, lest any unforeseen issues arise, and I am left explaining myself to the board for an eternity. Those fools couldn't even grasp the first point of the plan I laid out. Lu Qi rolled his eyes, recalling the intricate flowcharts Tony had presented during that meeting. I sense you harbor a negative impression of me, Tony remarked, intuiting Lu Qi's thoughts from his expression. Not at all, Tony, rest assured. I just secured you a project yesterday. Lu Qi attempted to divert Tony's attention, and it seemed to work as Tony looked at him, puzzled. What project? Please don't tell me it's another endorsement for some product. Last time, you actually wanted me to endorse that ridiculous treasure. Lu Qi offered an awkward smile. This time, it's nothing strange. The Asgardians are looking to refurbish their defense facilities, and I've managed to secure this opportunity for you. They will assist you in extracting shrapnel and such. After providing an overview of the compensation from the Asgardians, Lu Qi finally saw Tony, who had been acting like a spoiled child, quiet down. Extracting shrapnel? I quite like that compensation, Tony nodded. But are you certain I will comprehend their alien technology? Lu Qi shook his head. Even if you don't enhance their defense system, that's all right. Simply refurbishing the facilities is sufficient. Their technology isn't overly advanced, as their race is not particularly known for it. You can attempt to familiarize yourself with it. By the way, how is your understanding of the core of ignition progressing? If one could control the core without allowing those artifacts to transform into mechanical beings, repairing them should be relatively straightforward, right? Lu Qi suddenly recalled the core of ignition he had at his place. However, even a genius like Tony would require considerable time to grasp its complexities. Seeing Tony inexplicably swell with pride, Lu Qi widened his eyes in disbelief. You've thoroughly researched the core of ignition? No, Tony asserted confidently. Do you think scientific results can be achieved overnight? He rolled his eyes, mimicking Lu Qi's earlier gesture almost perfectly. Coincidentally, I am Tony Stark, and indeed, I did manage to uncover something overnight. Tony produced the core of ignition and stated, in fact, I have been pondering whether the core activates life in machines first or grants them the ability to morph. Last night, I meticulously studied the workflow of the core. So, what did you discover? Lu Qi inquired curiously. Tony grinned. Last night, I discovered that the core first repairs the machinery, then grants it complex morphing capabilities, and finally activates the life within the machine. As long as the energy output is interrupted after the core has repaired and granted morphing abilities, one can obtain a mechanical being with transformation capacity yet devoid of life. An intriguing designation. It seems your work in the coming days will be quite straightforward. Lu Qi chuckled. Certainly, nothing can perplex this genius. Once I make further scientific breakthroughs, I shall seek out that diminutive figure with my spark of innovation. Causing his eyes to fall from their sockets, Tony arched an eyebrow. Indeed, Megatron would be quite startled by your audacity. Lucci chuckled, suggesting that Tony should prepare a formal attire for a grand banquet we are to attend together tomorrow. You may also take Pepper along for a delightful excursion. What banquet? Tony inquired with curiosity. Lucci stretched lazily, deliberately teasing the revelation, allowing the ninja to gently lower him. Odin, in a moment of inspiration yesterday, declared that there were too many occasions from the past year worthy of celebration, thus opting for a splendid feast. At that time, I shall officially be recognized as a prince of the Asgardian lineage, Lucci proclaimed as he straightened his back. Oh, Tony's interest was piqued. An extraterrestrial celebration, you say? I am indeed eager to witness it. However, you may find it somewhat underwhelming, as Lucci perceived it to be quite akin to the festivities here, lacking in high technology. Nonetheless, it serves as an excellent venue for dating and vacationing, with rather picturesque scenery. Therefore, you must present yourself well. After all, you are my personally invited guest, and I would hate to lose face. Lucci jested, approaching Tony and glancing at the bus, which bore an expression of grievance. It seemed this large fellow had received quite the reprimand from Tony. Transform back, my friend. I shall restore you shortly. Lucci regarded the bus, contemplating that if it maintained its humanoid form, transforming into a robot would surely reach towering heights, likely threatening to collapse the hangar. Agent Coulson, you may clear the area. Lucci addressed Coulson, who was lost in thought, then watched as the bus morphed into a miniature spacecraft. This vessel appeared even more futuristic than before, equipped with neatly arranged cannons. Lucci surmised that this craft would no longer serve as a logistical support vessel, but would instead transform into a formidable space battleship. Clearly, the latter option was far more thrilling, and Lucci observed Coulson methodically clearing the area, ultimately leaving behind an expansive, empty hangar. Prepare for restoration. Chapter 88. Tony's reality shattered and the potential third war. Tony, step back a bit. Lucci gestured, leading Tony several hundred meters away. Observing the bus, now diminished in size from a distance of 100 meters, Lucci spread his arms wide as a surge of dark energy swiftly erupted from a shadow. Maintain flight mode, bus. Lucci extended his hand forward, and the dark energy enveloped the bus. As the bus gently hovered in midair, Lucci clapped his hands together, causing the dark energy to coalesce before the bus into a circular magic array. Under Lucci's command, the array split into two, one passing through the bus and emerging behind it. Thus, the two arrays enclosed the bus from both sides. Ready, Lucci called out, then gently twisted his hand, causing the arrays to rotate and expand, while the bus's form progressively enlarged. Wow! Tony watched in awe as the bus gradually grew larger, surpassing even the volume of Stark Tower, nearly bursting through the hangar. The slow distortion of the expanding object made it difficult for him to breathe in the enormous hull. Less than 10 meters away from him, and Lucci left him wide-eyed. Unbeknownst to Lucci, who was admiring the now giant bus, Tony remained unresponsive. Hey, what's wrong? Lucci inquired, giving Tony a gentle pat on the shoulder. Tony snapped back to reality, rubbing his eyes, which had become strained from his unblinking gaze. I was taken aback by the way it's slowly expanding. He recalled the first time he saw the bus transform into a humanoid form towering around a kilometer high, when he was merely filled with wonder. But witnessing an object slowly twist and enlarge created an eerie sensation that felt as though something was pressing down on his chest. It was akin to observing an ant that, while writhing before your eyes, gradually grew to the size of a truck, ultimately becoming a creature you had to look up at in awe. This magic certainly defies the law of conservation of mass, Tony remarked, taking a few deep breaths to suppress his unease. Well, it's magic after all. Conservation of mass is the least of our concerns, Lucci retorted, rolling his eyes. He then called out to Coulson, who was not far behind. Coulson, you take over from here. He intended to lead Tony outside. Lucci, the director may need you to handle some matters, Coulson interjected, instructing nearby agents to follow the initial plan for the bus's stealth takeoff. Looks like I have some work to do. Do you want to wait for me or head back first? Lucci asked Tony with a hint of resignation. At that moment, Tony felt inexplicably irritable. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll head back first. He pressed a button on his wristwatch, and, soon, Saturday arrived. All right, just remember to see a doctor when you return. If anything comes up, let me know, and we can sort it out together in Asgard in a couple of days, Lucci advised. Sure. I'll also prepare an evening gown and ask Pepper to take a day off. See you in a couple of days, Tony replied, ascending steadily into the air. As Lucci watched Tony soar upwards and quickly vanish from sight, he furrowed his brow slightly, sensing Tony's anxiety but unsure of the cause. Meanwhile, in midair, Tony felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Ignoring the altitude, he lifted his mask and began to vomit. Boss, what is going on with you?" Saturday asked with concern, activating the suit's internal functions to massage acupressure points that could alleviate his nausea, techniques he had recently learned online. "I don't know, but I feel like my heart is racing. Please check my hormone levels," Tony replied, after a bout of vomiting, finally feeling a bit of relief. "Understood, boss," Saturday responded promptly, and Tony felt a prick in his fingertip as a needle administered a quick test. Suspended in the heights. One takes a moment to breathe in the fresh air, while Saturday tirelessly manifests an array of minute mechanical devices to analyze the blood drawn moments ago. "Well, boss, the results indicate a significant hormonal imbalance affecting your emotional regulation. Your adrenaline levels are alarmingly elevated, and your heart rate has surged to approximately 140 beats per minute," Tony remarked weakly. "That certainly does not sound normal. A typical heart rate should range from 60 to 100 beats per minute. Your current rate poses a risk of sudden cardiac arrest," he continued. "Do you know what might be causing this?" Saturday inquired with a sense of curiosity. "It's likely a consequence of excessive stress and emotional tension. Did you encounter something unsettling just now? Perhaps it's a combination of fear of the colossal and cognitive dissonance. Damn it, I need to visit the Kamar-Taj that Lucci mentioned to gain some insights," Tony replied, feeling Saturday gently press on his temples, his eyes fluttering shut. He had begun to comprehend the root of his distress. As anticipated, his perception had been shattered by magic, inducing anxiety that could be remedied by understanding the source of his symptoms. Fear arises solely from that which one cannot control. "I've added this to the to-do list. You should rest for a while, boss. I'll take you back to Stark Tower," Saturday stated, observing Tony's eyelids droop before sealing his visor. As he massaged Tony's temples and played soothing music, he deftly piloted towards the bustling city of New York. Meanwhile, Lucci remained unaware of the turmoil plaguing Tony, assuming that his friend had merely been startled by the immense bus. Following Coulson, Lucci soon arrived at the door of Fury's office. "The director is inside. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Coulson informed Lucci before hastily exiting. Glancing at Coulson's busy silhouette, Lucci smirked, recognizing the diligent worker he was. Pushing the door open directly, Lucci beheld the solitary figure of a boiled egg standing before the glass. "Truth be told, if you don a tight black suit, you could easily take on the role of a character from Death Note," Lucci quipped as he approached, catching sight of the bus just as it took off. "Don't you think Tony is a genius?" Lucci laughed, acknowledging that while this battleship could transform into a bus through mechanical ingenuity, Tony had contributed significantly to its development. "Indeed, Tony is a prodigy, much like his father," Fury nodded, observing the bus ascend into invisibility. "We plan to send a few monkeys up with the bus. If all goes according to plan, this could become humanity's first space battleship." An inexplicable gleam shone in Fury's solitary eye. However, to Lucci, it was Fury's bald head that shone even brighter. "All right, enough praise for Tony. He isn't even here," Lucci jested, leaping back to recline in Fury's executive chair. "What brings me here?" he inquired, relishing the chair's comfort, suspecting that Fury had allocated a considerable budget for such luxury. Fury turned around, casting a disdainful glance at Lucci, unconcerned by his indiscriminate rummaging through the documents on the table, for anything readily accessible could hardly be deemed confidential. "Firstly, I must clarify that S.H.I.L.D. does not harbor any intentions against you." Fury approached the desk, observing Lucci reclining on the chair. "Will someone be targeting me shortly?" Lucci nodded, recalling what Ancient One had previously mentioned about someone seeking him for a discussion. Fury refrained from continuing the conversation, stating that during the last battle against the Chitauri, not a single Earthling had perished, a fact that pleased the World Security Council greatly. After a brief pause, seemingly to prepare Lucci for the ensuing conversation, Fury continued. "However, they're quite dissatisfied with the handling of the Tesseract and the equipment from those extraterrestrial beings. Moreover, the recent assault led by Loki and his accomplices resulted in the destruction of one of our bases, claiming the lives of thousands of agents. and subsequently wreaked havoc upon numerous prominent figures in society, leading to a dire public discourse. These matters require accountability. Lucci nodded, grasping the unfolding situation but shaking his head in resignation. These politicians truly were repulsive. During the pursuit of Loki and the battle against the Chitauri, they had not uttered a word of complaint when casualties were inflicted. Now, they aimed their guns at him. Were it not for the lack of resources, Lucci would have gladly thrust the Avengers into the faces of these politicians, demonstrating the original narrative before discussing this incident further. They were insatiable. Even the Chitauri equipment, which Tony had left untouched, was insufficient for their appetites. Lucci did not shy away from informing Fury. As for the other equipment, they remain oblivious to its origins. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to seize it. "Oh, these items possess a peculiar lineage?" Fury inquired directly. "The two individuals who attacked the helicarrier are under the command of a merciless madman," Lucci replied nonchalantly. "A merciless madman? Such characters are not uncommon," Fury remarked, crossing his arms, seemingly unconcerned. Lucci chuckled softly. "This is no ordinary lunatic." Noticing Fury's eagerness to learn more, Lucci straightened his posture. "That madman is named Thanos. He harbors a bizarre ideology that the universe is overpopulated. Only by having the population can the universe thrive. Thus, he leads his fleet, slaughtering countless beings across myriad planets. Rather than exterminating all, he divides everyone into two groups. Don't ask me what happens when the number is odd. He simply eliminates one group and spares the other. The most alarming part is that he believes himself to be justified in this." Fury's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of unease. If he merely sought to annihilate an entire planet, that would be one thing, but to employ a coin toss to determine who lives and who dies is truly ruthless. Not to mention that he is convinced of his righteousness. "Wait," Fury suddenly inquired, "if he is so intent on reducing the population, why resort to such a tactic? Shouldn't he be utilizing artillery and robotic forces to align with his philosophy? Who can say? Perhaps he remains unaware. Would you like me to escort you to speak with him?" Lucci reclined back, leisurely remarking, "On second thought, I would rather not leave my fate to the toss of coin. The last person who referred to me as an ant has already vexed me enough." Fury shook his head in resignation. Lucci burst into laughter, wiping away the tears of mirth that had escaped him. He continued, "And what about that cosmic cube? Please. That artifact originally belonged to Odin, the king of the Asgardian pantheon. It merely resides on Earth. After all, in name, all 9 realms are his. So treating Earth as a vault is not entirely surprising. The cosmic cube was merely unearthed by Hydra, and strictly speaking, it is not even called a cosmic cube." Lucci glanced at Fury, who assumed a listening posture, but he chose to hold back some information. "That artifact is far more precious than you might imagine. I can assure you that if you possess it without the protection of Odin and a certain influential figure lurking in the shadows, you might find yourself welcoming several interstellar fleets to Earth in mere moments." "That sounds quite serious," Fury remarked. "In fact, it is even more grave," Lucci replied, his eyes half closed. "The Infinity Stones possess immense power. Each one is formidable, and gathering all 6 can grant wishes, functioning almost as an infinite wish machine capable of fundamentally altering the rules of the universe. Unfortunately, he is unable to utilize them. Otherwise, he would simply return home to indulge in gaming." Fury nodded. "So, is this everything you wish to convey to the council?" Lucci shook his head. "I have no intention of dealing with those old coins. I fear I might end up flipping the table, causing everyone distress. Are you suggesting that I convey all this to them?" Fury asked, shaking his head in exasperation. Engaging with those individuals would be a torment in itself. He might lose a few strands of hair. Oh wait, he already lost them all. Or do you envision me traversing the network to confront them and instigate a third world war? Lucci smiled at him. Fury did not doubt Lucci's capability. Even before understanding his powers, his status as a prince of Asgard was sufficient. "I shall take my leave now. I have a multitude of games to log into and stamina to replenish," Lucci declared, rising to his feet. "It seems I must present more arguments to the council, urging them to abolish these rules, lest some individual becomes disgruntled with their gaming experience and decides to flip the table." He mused. Lucci shook his head. "There is no need for that. I merely require those gacha game companies to enhance the drop rates on my account. The first floor gaming department has plenty of ninjas at their disposal. They can grind away, as it is not me who will be doing the labor. With that, Lu Qi vanished from the office. Fury shook his head and exited his own office, swiftly making his way to Pierce's office. Pierce was unusually devoid of his usual quarrels with the council, sitting there reviewing reports. "It seems he did not accompany you," Fury observed. Pierce glanced up, not surprised to find Lu Qi absent, and continued to peruse the report in his hand. Fury cast an envious glance at Pierce's abundant hair, a testament to his status as the former director of S.H.L.D., a man who engaged with the Security Council daily, yet still retained such a mane. Although he did not approach, he had shared a wealth of insider information with me, which I believed would suffice to navigate the intricacies of the council. Surely, they were all online now, waiting for us. Pierce gestured for him to proceed directly into the video conference with those individuals while he remained seated, undisturbed. Fury entered without hesitation, launching into a debate. While Pierce observed him from outside, Lu Qi, ever averse to complications, presented an opportunity for persuasion. Given Lu Qi's formidable strength and stature, Pierce held him in high regard. If necessary, he would not hesitate to rule the earth alongside him. Chapter 89. The Werewolf without a werewolf having offloaded a heap of tasks on a Fury. Lu Qi made his swift retreat home. Ecstatic, he descended to the first floor where the gaming department was situated. He promptly instructed a substitute player to vacate his space. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Qi opened the lottery page. Having hinted so overtly to Nick Fury earlier, surely his luck had improved. He boldly wagered all, envisioning a bounty of clear skies and white clouds. Yet, to his dismay, he slammed the mouse in frustration. "What are you doing, you fool? I trusted you. And this is how you repay me." Furiously, he ascended to the top floor and plopped down on the sofa, watching the obstacle on the balcony watering his little flowers. Lu Qi stared intently at him. Feeling the intense gaze from behind, the obstacle trembled, spilling more water in its hand. "If you drown my flowers, I will plant you in a pot," Lu Qi warned in a low voice, dark energy emanating from his feet and enveloping the obstacle. The creature hastily retracted the watering can, paralyzed by the ominous energy surrounding it, its single eye darting nervously. "Oof." Lu Qi retracted the shadow energy, pulling out his phone to compose a text message to Fury, intending to chastise him for playing the fool. After crafting a lengthy missive, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for further witty remarks, ready to send it when an incoming call interrupted him. Seeing the unknown number, Lu Qi felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this scenario before. His phone was protected by JARS, typically free from spam, so this call was likely not a scam. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer. "Hello, is this the Lord of Shadows, Lu Qi?" An electronic voice inquired from the other end. "Really? You call me and still ask who I am?" Lu Qi rolled his eyes, accepting an apple from a nearby ninja and munching on it as he spoke. The crisp sound of him biting into the apple rendered the other party silent for a moment. "Ah, how I miss the taste of apples." After a while, the voice from across the line spoke. Though it was distinctly electronic, Lu Qi discerned an air of profound weariness. Glancing at the meticulously selected, delightfully sweet apple in his hand, he devoured it in 2 bites and licked his fingers. Is Hydra truly so impoverished that they cannot afford apples? This revelation surprised a voice on the other end. "You know it was us who made the call?" "Of course. I also recognize that enchanting voice from the last call belonged to one of your associates. By the way, why haven't you sent her to contact me?" "Dr. Zola." One might consider Dr. Zola as an embodiment of Ultron without immense power, a mechanical being. At this point, the composure of the voice faltered. Dr. Zola, now speaking with a tense electronic tone, inquired, "How do you know me?" While it was common knowledge among organizations of repute on Earth that Hydra once existed, Dr. Zola's identity was a closely guarded secret. An idea suddenly struck Lu Qi, and he replied in a low voice, "What do you think, Dr. Zola? With Hydra's extensive recruitment, there must be infiltrators among them." "You are deceiving me," Dr. Zola asserted, regaining his composure and speaking with newfound confidence. He had just employed dozens of supercomputers to analyze every word Lu Qi had uttered since the call began, concluding that Lu Qi was indeed lying. Dr. Zola was quite confident in his computations. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qi recognized the depth of this opponent's intellect. Contemplating further, he devised a plan. A surge of dark energy erupted from Lu Qi's body, infusing the core of his phone with streams of information, which he then transmitted through the call. All right, I admit, I was indeed misleading you just now. For the infiltrators were not those Hydra absorbed during its expansion, but rather individuals placed within the organization from its inception. The dark energy transformed within the phone's core into electronic data, leaving Dr. Zola perplexed. No matter how he calculated, he could not ascertain the sentiment behind Lu Qi's statement, causing his core to overheat. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qi had employed dark energy for initial encryption, subsequently converting it into an audio signal, a method of double encryption previously unseen, which would take him considerable time to comprehend. When we were established, we did not recruit untrustworthy individuals in a Hydra doctor. Zola feigned confidence. Yet we possessed numerous methods to replace such individuals. Lu Qi continued, employing the dark energy, nanotechnology, soul replacement, gene replication, even time travel to brainwash your associates from the past. Our capabilities surpass your wildest imagination. Dr. Zola fell silent, suddenly recalling an incident in New Jersey in 1970, when he discovered an individual stealthily infiltrating the base to steal the Tesseract, only for it to later be returned by Captain America. He was initially puzzled as to why there had been no news regarding the return of Captain Popsicle, believing it was merely someone resembling the captain. However, it was only years later, upon first encountering intelligence about Tony Stark, that he realized the individual who had stolen the Tesseract was none other than this man. Following further investigation, he discovered that the thief had exhibited remarkably advanced technology, akin to the recently conceptualized notion of nanotechnology. This indicated that the perpetrator was, in fact, Tony from several decades hence, who had traversed time utilizing temporal displacement technology to pilfer the Tesseract with the aid of nanotechnology. Dr. Zola was astounded by his deductions, as multiple large-scale computers tirelessly analyzed the inconsistencies within this hypothesis. Yet, even as they worked to the point of overheating, no flaws in the assertion were unearthed. This individual had not spoken falsehoods. Dr. Zola continued to ponder, realizing that the methods described by Lu Qi were indeed impervious to Hydra's defenses, causing a surge of anxiety within him. If what he claimed was true, then the organization behind this individual must be terrifying beyond measure. Dr. Zola recalled his algorithm's analysis of Lu Qi, a chill running down his spine. Should there be someone within Hydra who had leaked his algorithm, enabling this organization to prepare corresponding data, they could effortlessly mislead his computations. Consequently, with such calculations, Hydra would appear devoid of threats, and they could even manipulate others' profiles to orchestrate betrayals. What a treacherous organization. In recent decades, Hydra had experienced rapid growth. Those who initially formed the organization had established their own branches. Nevertheless, everyone maintained a considerable understanding of their associates. The thought of an infiltrator within their ranks, continuously relaying information to the organization lurking in the shadows, sent a shiver through Dr. Zola's core, making him feel as though he were under constant surveillance. He scanned his office, finding no suspicious individuals, which only heightened his unease. If the enemy possessed the aforementioned technology, the likelihood of them having access to highly advanced cloaking technology was also significant. He even suspected that there were two invisible figures nearby, guns drawn, aimed at his head. Dr. Zola glanced nervously around, yet the voice of Lu Qi, tinged with mockery, echoed through the phone. "Stop looking, you cannot see them." Lu Qi observed Zola through the dark energy he had recently discovered how to manipulate. Why the sudden fear? Lu Qi chuckled, watching Zola's tension unfold, as he controlled the dark energy to disperse subtly, appearing less conspicuous. With a sinister smile, Lu Qi stealthily maneuvered the cup filled with oil to the edge of the table. Suddenly, the cup toppled, crashing to the floor, startling Zola into an immediate leap. At that moment, the room's lights began to flicker, and Zola, in terror, glanced at the switch, only to realize that it seemed to be manipulated by an unseen hand. "Do not be afraid. If necessary, I shall prevent the atmosphere group from causing any disturbances. Sit down. Let us continue our conversation," Lu Qi remarked, stifling a laugh as he pushed the chair in front of Zola, ceasing his manipulation of the switch. Zola hesitated, taken aback that someone from Lu Qi's circle was so close by. "In truth, I require you to undertake a task," Lu Qi continued to persuade him. "What task?" Zola exhaled with relief, realizing that as long as there was a task at hand, his life was not in immediate jeopardy. I want you to identify and eliminate the undercover agent we have placed within Hydra, Lucci stated. Why? Dr. Zola inquired, perplexed. Even within our organization, there exist various factions, much like your own. Pierce represents one faction, Madame Viper another, along with several other Serpentine leaders. The infiltrator within Hydra is allied with my rival. Creating a bit of chaos in his operations would delight me immensely. Who is that individual? I assure you, I will eradicate him. Dr. Zola vowed. Lucci chuckled, anticipating the ensuing drama. I do not know his identity. My opponent has taken great care to conceal him. Thus, you must seek him out yourself. I would not mind you disclosing our organization within Hydra. It would certainly vex my rival further. Lucci envisioned the spectacle of Hydra's leaders turning upon one another, which promised to be quite entertaining. Remember, I am always watching you, Lucci commanded, coalescing dark energy before Zola into a vague silhouette wielding a knife, which then dissipated. I will find that person, Dr. Zola exclaimed, genuinely startled. I await your good news, Lucci concluded before abruptly ending the call. Ha ha! Lucci clutched his abdomen, rolling with laughter upon the sofa. He had not anticipated how easily Hydra could be deceived. Soon, he would witness their Serpentine leaders turning against one another. By concentrating the dark energy at Zola's core into a small magical formation, Lucci could perceive all of Zola's actions, eagerly preparing for the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zola gazed at the disconnected phone, yet felt no semblance of relief. Exiting the building, he promptly shut the door behind him, as if that simple act could confine those who might be tracking him within. Yet, Lucci would not allow him such ease. Observing the hallway's arrangement, Lucci mischievously flickered the lights above Dr. Zola. Despite Zola's mechanical form, it was evident he was unnerved, hastily moving aside. Doctor? A Hydra guard looked at Zola with a puzzled expression, noting his unusual demeanor. Immediately send a message to convene all the leaders for a meeting. Dr. Zola bellowed. Yes. The startled guard promptly replied, rushing away. Dr. Zola intended to vacate the premises immediately, yet uncertain of a safe location. He resolved to head towards a secure chamber within Hydra. Approaching a wall, it automatically opened, revealing the hidden chamber within, and Zola hurried inside. Initially, there existed a concealed passageway. As Zola navigated through it, he meticulously controlled the apparatus within the hidden chamber to scan the corridor. However, neither infrared detection nor any other means yielded any discoveries. Upon entering the chamber, Zola remained vigilant for his own protection. He activated the vacuum system surrounding the room, which swiftly created a vacuum. Yet, after half an hour, there was still no sign of activity. At this point, Dr. Zola dared not act recklessly, for his adversaries were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Doctor, the high-level meeting is prepared. A communication came through. Zola ceased his futile endeavors within the chamber and exited, soon arriving at a conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the interruption, but I have received highly credible intelligence indicating that we must conduct an urgent self-assessment. There are infiltrators within Hydra. Doctor, Zola announced as he surveyed the array of projections around him. This declaration immediately incited fervent discussions among the assembled Hydra leaders. Can you guarantee this? Pierce inquired, his brow furrowed. I can assure you, Zola replied, subsequently presenting the conversation he had with Lucci and footage from the 1970s at the New Jersey base, unveiling a plethora of evidence in a bid to convince the leaders of the presence of a traitor among them. Dr. Zola had always held a significant position within Hydra, nearly equal in stature to Red Skull, and it did not take long for him to sway a considerable faction of the assembly. Pierce wished to voice further objections, yet with most now convinced of the presence of a spy, any vehement dissent could result in his own downfall. Observing the conference room rapidly dividing into factions, Pierce exchanged information with a few nearby subordinates while scanning the room. It resembled a game of werewolf, with the only mystery being the number of wolves among them. And the judge announcing this unsettling news was none other than Zola. Meanwhile, Lucci reclined on his small sofa, sipping soda as he watched the escalating tensions unfold, instructing his subordinates to capture close-ups of the individuals involved. Leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees and chin nestled in his interlaced hands, Lucci felt as though he were the hidden puppet master, orchestrating the fates of many. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message, and the sensation of control dissipated. Picking up the device, he saw it was Thor. What brings you to Earth? Has the Bifrost been repaired? Chapter 90. The Invitation from Asgard. The Spear Bureau emerges receiving Thor's call propelled Lu Chi to a nearby hospital. This was not due to Thor's unfortunate mishap of being knocked unconscious upon arriving on Earth, but rather concerning Dr. Eric. A few days prior, he had fallen under the influence of the Mind Stone, prompting his old friend Fury to insist he remain hospitalized for a few days as a test subject, attempting to unravel the mechanisms behind the stone's power. Truly, one could not underestimate S.H.I.L.D. As their penchant for reckless experimentation never waned, Lu Chi mused as he located Eric's hospital room. After exchanging pleasantries with the agent stationed at the door, he peered inside. Thor and Jane were happily engaged in conversation, while Loki, with a humble demeanor, skillfully peeled an apple for Eric. Lu Chi shook his head in resignation, observing that it seemed unlikely Thor and Jane would part ways anytime soon. As he entered the room, Loki's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Chi. He promptly stuffed the apple into Eric's mouth and approached Lu Chi. "Uncle," he greeted casually, then turned his gaze toward Thor, who was engrossed in his chat with Jane. "Uncle has arrived. Shouldn't you greet him?" Loki extended his hand, conjuring a green light to separate the two. Thor, unfazed, stood up and called out, "Uncle." Jane, initially puzzled, looked at Loki and then at Lu Chi. After exchanging pleasantries with Eric and Jane, Lu Chi surveyed his surroundings. "Where is Sylvie?" "She went to find her teacher." "That is one of our objectives for coming to Midgard," Loki answered, pulling Thor closer to him. "We intended to visit you first, but Thor insisted on coming here first." He lamented, "Now that you have seen me, it doesn't matter much. So what brings you to Earth?" Lu Chi inquired, glancing at the individual who had resumed his conversation with Jane, seemingly oblivious to his brother and uncle. After learning about Asgard's existence, Father decided to invite people from Earth to attend Asgard's banquet and discuss certain matters. Loki replied naturally, finally willing to bring Earth into the fold. Lu Chi remarked with a smile, "So, are you heading there now?" Loki shook his head. "Earth is not yet unified. There are too many factions. Although Father will only invite select factions, there are still numerous places to visit. Therefore, we have requested S.H.I.E.L.D. to help us connect with the relevant factions, and tomorrow we will travel to Asgard via the Bifrost with a group." Lu Chi nodded, understanding their plans. "So, are you planning to wait in this small infirmary until tomorrow?" Loki sighed in exasperation. "I initially wanted S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrange accommodations for us. But Thor..." "Look," Loki had intended to point at Thor, only to discover that Thor had slipped back to Jane's side. "Fortunately, your father did not pass on the throne to him," Lu Chi remarked, shaking his head, sensing that Thor felt no need to bear the responsibilities of kingship and was now indulging himself. "Shall we head to my place first?" Lu Chi suggested, no longer wanting to pay attention to Thor, who was entirely focused on Jane, as if they were in a long-distance relationship finally reunited. Loki nodded. "In fact, I am not fond of the accommodations S.H.I.L.D. provides. The last time I was here, they incurred significant losses." Lu Chi did not need to imagine how many snipers and agents would be outside Loki's residence. It was audacious of Fury to not have provided Loki with a designated suite. Waving at the agent stationed outside, Lu Chi conjured a door leading to Kamar-Taj. "A rather convenient spell," Loki remarked cautiously as he approached, watching the portal close behind him. "Not as convenient as it seems. It requires this." Lu Chi displayed the ring on his hand to Loki. To depict this portal, one must possess the suspended ring. Even the Ancient One requires it to create the gateway. Currently, Lu Chi finds himself unable to resolve this predicament. At the beginning of Doctor Strange, the Ancient One inadvertently releases Caecilius, and upon removing her hood, she is seen adorned with the suspended ring. "I shall devise a way to remove this ring later," handing the suspended ring to a lurking, shadowy figure. Lu Chi and Loki strolled through the alley filled with snacks, emerging with an array of delectable treats in hand. "How does the cuisine prepared by the Shadow Legion fare?" Lu Chi inquired, taking a bite of his skewer and glancing back at Loki, who was cradling a bounty of food. Not too shabby. They learn quickly. The chefs from the Celestial Palace say they are ready to graduate," Loki replied, just as an unexpected ninja emerged and stuffed a bag of snacks into his embrace. "Why not let them assist?" Loki observed as a ninja, clutching a note, darted away after purchasing an assortment of items. "Is this a delivery service?" "Though, Loki dared not to solicit a ninja's help or to request Lu Chi to draw the portal. During this time, Odin had imparted not only regal qualities but also lessons on filial piety, especially since he held leverage over Lu Chi. Meanwhile, Lu Chi, with his back turned to Loki, felt a twinge of regret. The last time he had kicked Loki's foot had been rather satisfying, and he had contemplated delivering another kick for nostalgia's sake. Upon bringing his assistant to the Ancient One's loft, Lu Chi discovered Sylvie engaged in a lively conversation with her. Freed from the clutches of the Time Management Bureau, Sylvie appeared noticeably more vivacious, even eliciting laughter from the Ancient One. The Ancient One spotted Lu Chi first, followed by Sylvie, who naturally approached to assist Loki with his snacks. Lu Chi settled himself before the Ancient One. In a couple of days, are you also heading to Asgard? Noticing the Asgardian-styled letter in front of the Ancient One, Lu Chi casually wiped his hands on the reluctantly compliant Loki, eager to examine the letter. The Ancient One, holding her fan, discreetly shielded Lu Chi's greasy hands. After all, I am considered a rather formidable leader here on Earth, she remarked, tucking the invitation away and beginning to sample some snacks. Lu Chi nodded, pondering, why was I not given an invitation? Because you are considered part of our Asgardian family. The host, Sylvie, replied with a smile. Lu Chi nodded in acknowledgement, shifting the conversation towards Sylvie. How does Odin and the others treat you? Sylvie responded joyfully. Father and Mother are very kind to me. Mother shared many magical techniques with me just yesterday. Is this a competition for apprentices? Lu Chi turned to the Ancient One, who remained unfazed. Most of the spells from Kamar-Taj now require a certain individual to channel their energy, to prevent any unforeseen disturbances from that individual. Learning a few alternative spells for backup could prove beneficial. This was a moment when he almost felt as if he were being pointed at, and Lu Chi offered an awkward smile before producing several dark crystal stones, which he handed to Gu Yi. Take a few with you, just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Gu Yi accepted the crystals, and soon the four began to engage in light conversation. The atmosphere here was pleasant, yet elsewhere, the situation was far from stable. The purpose of Thor and his companions had been communicated through S-H-I-E-L-D to the nations and factions that received the invitation. As they gazed upon the invitation letters, the leaders of these nations and factions wore grave expressions. The moment they learned of the existence of a legendary Asgard, they had anticipated this day. After all, Asgard was ostensibly the sovereign of the 9 realms, with Earth being one among them. Although Asgard had never made its presence known before, its emergence into their awareness now necessitated interaction. How prepared are we? Within the confines of the White House, the president wore a solemn expression as he regarded the foreign minister beside him. We have urgently contacted all diplomats and selected several outstanding candidates for the visit to Asgard. The president nodded, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he expressed his hope for a smooth journey. However, he harbored doubts. The last information Lu Chi and Fury had relayed regarding Asgard's military might had reached him. As a leader of a nation forged by war, he could not guarantee that the immensely powerful Asgard would allow them to maintain their autonomy. Meanwhile, across the ocean in another nation, Director Zheng Xian of the Spear Bureau was communicating information with higher authorities. Glancing at the invitation letter handed to him, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Why are we initiating communication with Asgard now, especially when the god-making project is so close to fruition? Zheng Xian had long been aware of Asgard's existence. Centuries ago, the Spear Bureau had engaged with extraterrestrial beings, not only repelling an alien fleet, but also persuading a member of the Pantheon to leave Earth, thereby learning of the existence of indigenous deities like those from Asgard. Consequently, they had long been prepared to establish communication with Asgard, and as their capabilities evolved, their plans were continuously refined. A few years prior, they had initiated a new project entitled God-Making. This initiative stemmed from the collective insights of countless superpowered individuals within the Spear Bureau. Thanks to the stark cultural differences, these superpowered beings, upon acquiring their abilities, did not act recklessly, but instead pursued self-improvement and mastered their powers. Within teams such as the Immortals, 8 Immortals, and Dynasties in the Spear Bureau, nearly all were such individuals, numbering in the thousands. With such a vast pool of talent, the Spear Bureau sought to compile the experiences of numerous superpowered individuals into a manual designed to awaken superpowers in ordinary people. Through systematic learning, the The strength of ordinary individuals would be significantly enhanced, with those of average talent expected to reach levels comparable to typical Asgardians, while the exceptionally gifted could potentially attain even greater abilities. The cultivation manual, nearing completion, has the potential to significantly enhance the nation's strength. With the substantial elevation of the capabilities of over 1 billion citizens, we can subsequently devise strategies, informed by the myriad experiences gathered, to further empower those teams of immortals. At that juncture, their confidence in confronting Asgard will be markedly bolstered. With such assurance, Zhang Xian naturally felt less anxious. After all, they were not reliant on a hastily assembled team in times of crisis like that other organization. Upon glancing at the invitation, Zhang Xian found no extraordinary content and instructed his subordinates to proceed according to the prearranged plan. Receiving their feedback brought him a sense of relief. He sipped his tea, turning his gaze towards the window. Presently, he resided within a colossal circular aerial fortress, soaring 1,000 meters above ground, safeguarded by numerous airborne warships. If Fury were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly be left awestruck. Reactions from various nations varied, yet ultimately, they all formed a diplomatic team, agreeing to accept Asgard's invitation. Meanwhile, Lu Qi was enjoying a delightful conversation. His lively niece, Sylvie, infused the gathering with an increasingly joyous atmosphere. Amidst laughter, Lu Qi kept a watchful eye on Loki, pondering whether this fellow harbored any narcissistic tendencies. If so, he would regret to inform him that there was no place for him in this household. The following morning, Lu Qi rose early, opting not to return to his small apartment, but to stay overnight at Kamar-Taj. After all, as the one responsible for its reconstruction, was it not entirely reasonable to reside in a house he had built? He sent the shadow ninjas downstairs to awaken Sylvie and Loki, then led them to find the Ancient One. Once gathered, Lu Qi called Thor, learning they were still at the hospital, and instructed them to come directly over. As he observed Jane and Eric curiously following Thor, Lu Qi raised an eyebrow. "You intend to take them to Asgard?" Thor nodded with a smile, explaining, "I had hoped to bring Jane back earlier, but the situation was urgent then." Lu Qi acknowledged this, glancing at Eric. "Jane is one thing, but why are you tagging along? Aren't you supposed to be in the hospital?" Eric rolled his eyes. "It's not like I wanted to be hospitalized. Besides, old folks need to move around more to feel better." Seeing Eric, his hair now streaked with gray, yet still energetic, Lu Qi found this reasoning quite sensible and silently regarded the Ancient One, who merely rolled her eyes in response, uninterested in engaging further. With a chuckle at the Ancient One's reaction, Lu Qi opened a portal, and the group arrived at a heavily fortified island. This island, situated in international waters, served as a neutral ground to prevent certain nations from complicating diplomatic personnel's travels through visa issues. Surrounding the island were warships and aircraft from various countries, while groups of diplomats awaited their appointed time in makeshift camps on the island. Lu Qi surveyed the surroundings, recalling Loki's earlier mention that for this banquet, Odin had extended invitations to 5 nations and S-H-I-L-D, while other factions had failed to capture the attention of this formidable figure. As Lu Qi surveyed his surroundings, the people nearby also took notice of their arrival, and immediately a group of impeccably dressed diplomats approached to rendezvous with them. Lu Qi, disinclined to engage with them, pushed Loki forward while he himself sought refuge in the background to enjoy a moment of leisure. Most individuals paid him no mind and proceeded to seek out Loki, yet there were some who specifically came to find him. "Mr. Lu Qi, shall we have a conversation?" A familiar voice called out from beside him, as 2 figures stood directly at his side. "Hello, I am Lu Qi." He greeted them with a smile, noting their amiable complexion and accent. "I am from the Spear Bureau, known as the All-Seeing Eye." "I am from the Spear Bureau, known as the Listening Ear." The 2 responded with smiles, pleased by Lu Qi's amiable demeanor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team Zhao observed with relief as the All-Seeing Eye and Listening Ear successfully engaged Lu Qi in conversation. This mission to Asgard comprised only 4 individuals, the 2 from the Bureau, himself, and the nearby Team Yang. According to previous discussions with the head of the Spear Bureau, these 3 possessed formidable reconnaissance abilities, with Team Yang also showcasing remarkable combat skills. One of the objectives for their journey to Asgard was to assess its strength, while another aim was to establish rapport with the exiled prince, Lu Qi. Although Lu Qi did not return to his homeland in a conventional manner, They were still able to track his and his ninjas' whereabouts through the nationwide surveillance system, including but not limited to food streets and various specialized academies. Consequently, they deduced that Lu Qi was likely from Huaxia, though the absence of any recorded information regarding him on their end was puzzling. Initially, they had assumed Lu Qi to be born abroad, only to find that even their allied agents were unaware of his origins. The Spear Bureau harbored multiple speculations regarding Lu Qi's identity, after dismissing a plethora of less credible theories. They ultimately concluded that he might be a returnee from another world or perhaps an extraterrestrial. For the time being, such conjectures about Lu Qi's identity were set aside, as the paramount objective was to establish initial contact with him. The eccentricities of Lu Qi's character were of lesser concern compared to the fear of him refusing to engage in communication. After the all-seeing eye and listening ear successfully conversed with Lu Qi, Team Zhao exhaled in relief and exchanged a knowing glance with Team Yang. Team Yang nodded subtly, protecting Team Zhao as they took a step forward. The crowd surrounding Loki seemed to part as if pushed by an invisible force, creating a pathway for them. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation observed in confusion as Team Zhao squeezed beside them, exchanging glances with those around. What is happening? Were you not instructed to push them all out? Those nearby could only express their frustration silently. The Kingdom of Ing and the Kingdom of Fa were merely vassals of the Lighthouse Nation and had received directive from their superiors to assist the Lighthouse Nation wholeheartedly. The primary objective set forth by the Lighthouse Nation was to encircle Loki, ensuring that representatives from the other two nations could neither approach nor converse with him. However, they had not anticipated the presence of a superpowered individual within the Huaxia team, or rather, the existence of an ordinary person. After all, in their nation, such individuals were deemed unworthy and scorned, making it improbable for them to be included in a diplomatic team engaging with significant forces. At that moment, Zhao had approached Loki, while on the opposite side, a peculiar giant clad in a fur coat, even in this tropical isle, mingled within the Russian team. The giant took a swig of liquor and pressed into the crowd. As he drew closer, those attempting to encircle them felt a chilling aura, with frost visibly forming on his coat, causing their expressions to shift in alarm as they hastily stepped aside. The other members of the Russian team watched this spectacle with amusement, some donning fur coats to follow suit, while others sought out Thor, who was becoming increasingly exasperated by the persistent attention from the trio's other members. In the intelligence reports from these nations, Lu Qi, Loki, and Thor were recognized as the official representatives of Asgard, while Jane and Eric were considered their friends. Sylvie and Gu remained enigmatic figures, likely belonging to some inconsequential faction hidden in a corner of the earth. Thus, their primary objective for this outing was to engage in conversation with Lu Qi, Thor, and Loki. Unfortunately, the recent attempts by Lighthouse Nation, Yinger Nation, and Fa Nation to exert pressure on Lu Qi in the Security Council with a 32-vote margin had strained relations, forcing them to redirect their focus to the other two. Lu Qi, at ease, conversed with Qianlian and Xuanfeng, unbothered by the potential leakage of information in his dialogue. Conversely, Thor was initially enjoying a pleasant chat with Jane when he was besieged by a throng of individuals, their incessant chatter quickly wearing on his patience. At that moment, the Russians, clutching bottles of vodka, pushed into the throng. "Hey friend, vodka!" the leading Russian exclaimed, downing a mouthful of liquor before hurling the bottle to the ground, shattering it with a crash. How rude! The representatives from the three nations frowned and dodged the shards of glass and splattered liquor, questioning the professionalism of this diplomatic team. Yet, Thor found this display rather appealing. His earlier annoyance evaporated upon spotting a particularly engaging group. "Let me give it a try," he chuckled, seizing a bottle of vodka, grimacing slightly before taking a sip, which he found quite agreeable. Good drink, though it pales in comparison to the divine brews of the halls, is certainly potent. Thor's expression relaxed as he tossed the bottle to the ground, shards flying, yet the Russians showed no sign of retreat, which only endeared them further to him. Qianlian exchanged glances with the scene, seemingly noting that the Asgardians had a penchant for alcohol. Lu Qi pondered this. Indeed, Asgardians were known for their love of drink, and even revered those who could outdrink them. "If only we had brought Dukong along," Xuanfeng chimed in. "It might have pleased these Asgardians immensely." "The god of wine?" Lu Qi inquired curiously. "Is his brew truly capable of inducing a 3-year stupor?" as the legends suggest. The wind listener remarked, though it diverges from the myths, the effects are remarkably similar. I have only slept for a little over 2 years. Yet recently that young lad seems to have refined the wine's formula. In the past 2 years, some who consumed it have yet to awaken. Goodness, so you've partaken as well. By the way, who is this fellow still in slumber? With such cautionary tales, who would dare to drink? Surely, they do not fear awakening after a century has passed. Lu Qi, perplexed, shook his head, while the all-seeing I chuckled beside him. Do not underestimate that lad's concoction. Though it may possess formidable side effects, its benefits are equally potent. It can expedite our cultivation and heal the body as well as the soul. That sounds rather promising. Lu Qi nodded. He believed in the restorative properties of alcohol, as folk remedies often include medicinal wines, but the notion of healing the soul was quite extraordinary. It is known that in Kamar-Taj, few remedies exist to mend the soul. Truly, our homeland is abundant with treasures. Shall we consider a visit to Huaxia soon? To reconnect with our comrades? The all-seeing eye observed Lu Qi's changing expression and pressed on. It would be nice to return and show Tony what true culinary delights are, especially after he was so tantalized by just 2 skewers. At that moment, 3 fiery streaks approached from the horizon. Lu Qi lifted his gaze and exclaimed, just as we mentioned Tony, he arrives. Suddenly, Lu Qi noticed the surrounding warships silently aiming their anti-aircraft guns at Tony, and he furrowed his brow, gathering energy in his hands. Calm down, my friend. Tony's voice resonated through the loudspeaker, prompting the warships to gradually lower their defenses. You really know how to court danger. Lu Qi patted Tony's shoulder as he reluctantly dissipated the energy in his palms. I didn't anticipate their reaction would be so intense, Tony replied, shedding his armor to reveal an exquisite suit, while the more rotund Thursday also removed his armor, allowing Pepper Potts to emerge. How was your first flight? Tony asked, supporting Pepper with one hand, a smile gracing his face. It felt quite pleasant, though I was rather frightened when the anti-aircraft guns were aimed at me. Could you refrain from such antics next time? Pepper took several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. I think you might ignore Tony today. Lu Qi slyly suggested from side. Excellent idea. Pepper shrugged off Tony's hand and cautiously approached Sylvie and Wong. Now, that is not a wise move, Tony lamented, retracting his rejected hand and addressing Lu Qi. You must allow her to vent. She was genuinely startled, her heart racing. The wind listener remarked. Who are you? Tony inquired, glancing at the duo. Wind listener from the Huaxia Divine Spear Bureau, came the introduction. Tony furrowed his brow upon hearing it and pressed the earpiece on his ear. Saturday, while the internet is still available, quickly download all the myths and history of Huaxia. Boss, my storage might not suffice, came the response. Then include Thursday and Sunday as well. Boss, it's still not enough. Tony sighed in exasperation. It seems that the upgrades you require extend beyond mere performance. We must first download the characters and abilities from mythology. That will suffice, came the cheerful voice of Saturday. Your little sidekick is quite optimistic, Schuenfinger remarked with a smile. Indeed, Tony nodded. In truth, I had specially enhanced the defensive capabilities of Thursday, assigned to Bozy, to such an extent that even missiles couldn't breach it, yet she remains concerned. There's nothing we can do. They have yet to enter our circle. Perhaps once they acclimate, they will come to understand us, Qianlian chuckled. You are absolutely right, Tony replied, observing the 3 individuals over there engaging in conversation. Is Master Gu also heading to Asgard? Just in time, as I wish to pay a visit to Kamar-Taj shortly. Lu Qi nodded, pondering what scheme Tony had devised this time. But this fellow always manages to surprise, or perhaps shock, you. Master Gui? Is she the lady over there in the yellow Hanfu? Shanfeng'e in Kvilat Kuliusli. Indeed, she is the Sorcerer Supreme, Gu Yi, the leader of Kamar-Taj, tasked with protecting Earth from being devoured by the malevolent entities of the multiverse. Recently, she seems to have contemplated making their organization public. You might try conversing with her, as it could prove quite beneficial. The other individual is my niece, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. Lu Qi reflected for a moment before sharing some not-so-significant information with them. Schuenfinger nodded. It sounded like a mysterious and powerful organization, and we will indeed attempt to communicate with her. As for the other, your niece. Schuenfinger exchanged a knowing glance with Qianlian, who instantly understood and moved aside to speak into her earpiece. Lu Qi said nothing further and turned to Tony, asking, Did you bring the energy source? We wouldn't want to have to come back for it. Of course, I have it. The energy source is with Sunday. Tony swiped through his smart bracelet, glancing at the descriptions of mythical figures. It seems your abilities are quite formidable, and you possess a comprehensive system to fully control your powers. Tony looked at Xuanfeng with puzzlement. Yes, Shanfeng nodded. After all, several thousand years provide ample time for us to explore considerable knowledge. Indeed, time is an incredible reservoir of experience. By the way, are you the entity recorded in mythology? Have you lived for thousands of years? Tony inquired with curiosity. Certainly not. Or rather, I am merely an ordinary person who has inherited the legacy of Xuanfeng. There are many like me within the Divine Spear Bureau. I am merely the most capable among them. Xuanfeng chuckled. Oh, what does many like me mean? Tony asked, looking at Lu Qi with interest. It simply means they are quite formidable. Lu Qi answered with a grin. Are we speaking in riddles again? It seems I too must pay a visit there soon. Tony mused, continuously plotting his schedule. Plans are always subject to change. I suggest you come at your leisure. We have plenty of time, Lu Qi said, draping an arm over Tony's shoulder. Why do you seem so anxious? Tony paused momentarily. Do I appear to be in a state of distress? Certainly, Lu Qi remarked while gesturing at his wristband. Look at how many days you've scheduled. Good heavens, do you not have a single day of respite for the entire month ahead? Tony glanced at his calendar. Taken aback. Well, I suppose I have indeed pushed myself too hard. I should have at least arranged for a couple of parties. Closing the calendar, he rubbed his temples. What is the matter with you? Lu Qi inquired, puzzled. Tony sighed. It's that feeling when you believe you know everything, only to realize there is still so much you do not. Ah, the plight of the overachiever. Lu Qi shook his head in resignation, stating, in my opinion, happiness is paramount. At that moment, Loki exchanged a few words with Captain Zhao and Mousie before calling out, All right, it's time. We must depart for Asgard. Just as the group assembled, another contingent stealthily infiltrated the crowd. Hey, you egghead! Lu Qi suddenly appeared and playfully tapped the head that perfectly absorbed the sunlight. How is it going? I thought you weren't coming. This time, SHIELD has no missions. It's merely a trip to watch a performance. As the council has prohibited any actions. Fury sighed, recalling the council's decision that passed with 5 votes. It seems you have quite the entourage this time. Are you really not planning anything? Lu Qi observed the familiar faces of Coulson, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain America, and Pierce trailing behind. Such a lineup? Intriguing. Lu Qi nodded in affirmation, convinced that Fury was indeed up to something. At the back, Pierce, who was attempting to remain inconspicuous, fervently hoped Lu Qi would not notice him, as he had no desire to visit Asgard, knowing it would inevitably lead to an encounter with Lu Qi. During the last meeting, he had learned that this individual was backed by a discreet organization aware of his true identity. However, Fury was adamant about extracting intelligence at this gathering and insisted on bringing him along. Hello, Pierce. Lu Qi greeted him with a smile. Are you two acquainted? Fury asked, puzzled. It's nothing serious. Was it either a recent inquiry from the Oversight Committee regarding internal SHIELD matters? I merely inquired whether Coulson and Pierce were part of that committee. Lu Qi subtly signaled to Pierce. Could you refrain from making gestures in front of them? Pierce internally panicked, discreetly glancing at Fury, who remained silent. Coulson had reported this matter to him previously, and it hadn't raised any concerns. Pierce chose not to hasten an explanation to Fury. As long as he remained unasked, silence would avoid drawing suspicion. Observing Pierce's tension, Lu Qi decided not to tease him further and turned to leave. As for exposing Pierce, with SHIELD, S3 aerospace carriers yet to be completed, revealing the truth now would likely lead to the immediate downfall of the Snake Shield. It would be wiser to peel away another layer of deceit before ushering them on their way. When the time comes, we will consider bringing the bus over. At that point, we will have 4 mechanical giants ready. Perhaps we should showcase them over there. It is likely to instill considerable fear in Optimus Prime and his companions. Returning to Tony and the others, Lu Qi observed the gathering crowd around him. Suddenly, at Loki's command, a beam of light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of Heimdall. Chapter 92, A Stone for Several Birds? As the radiant beam of light fell, the group on the island vanished, leaving behind any intriguing tales that might unfold among the warships encircling the island. Lu Qi and his companions swiftly traversed the cosmos along the luminous pathway. What do you think? Lu Qi inquired of Tony, who replied, "It feels akin to being inside a rapidly moving elevator." Tony instructed his AI assistant Saturday to document the surrounding scenery. An apt metaphor indeed, though I perceive it more like a torrent rushing through a pipeline, Lucci added. That is indeed a vivid comparison. By the way, how long do you think this journey will take? Shun Feng Air asked. Approximately a minute or so, Lucci mused, stroking his chin. Moments later, they were propelled forward by an unseen force, entering a grand hall that shimmered as if forged from gold. Asgard welcomes you, Heimdall proclaimed. Clad in golden armor and wielding a divine sword, his orange eyes surveying the assembly. Our attendants will escort you to your accommodations for the next few days, Loki announced. Stepping forward, although each diplomatic envoy harbored different motives, they followed their respective attendants to their lodgings. Unlike the nearby group snapping photographs with cameras, Captain Zhao produced a spherical device. A propeller emerged from the top, allowing it to ascend autonomously as several cameras deployed to capture the surrounding sites. The Asgardian guards showed no signs of obstruction. Rather, they stood with an even more upright posture, their steps resonating with strength. It appeared that Asgard had no fear of them gathering intelligence. Captain Zhao nodded to team leader Yang, who signaled the two members behind him to commence their actions. Shun Feng Air listened intently, noting that his heartbeat was slow yet powerful, with blood circulation markedly faster than that of an average person. Qianli Yin observed the guard's equipment, crafted from a peculiar metal not found on Earth, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to pulsate with energy. Team leader Yang made a brief record of the ordinary Asgardian guard's gear. Concentrating, he gathered energy, and a divine eye slowly opened. Indeed, traces of energy flow were evident on their equipment. However, it was the bridge beneath them that astonished him. The energy contained within was formidable. Team leader Yang scrutinized the bridge beneath his feet, pondering why Asgard would allow them to roam freely upon such a marvel, seemingly unafraid of its destruction. If Lu Qi were present, he might have burst into laughter. The bridge appears far more resilient than it seems. Even Thor-wielding MJ Mjolnir, with unparalleled might, would require a series of relentless strikes to breach its structure. Were they to attempt passage, one could speculate that the bridge might remain unscathed, only to be pierced by a divine projectile emerging from the void. Much like Wang Laofi, who, bereft of the frost box, lacked the capability to confront the shadowy forces beneath the Rainbow Bridge. Otherwise, Loki might have refrained from seeking him out, to avoid compromising Asgard's strategic weaponry. Continuing their reconnaissance, having grasped Asgard's intentions, team leader Yang diverted his gaze from the bridge below to the distant Asgardian palace. The palace guards ahead exhaled in relief. Why did he sense that the other teams were less formidable than the one trailing him? Fury cast a glance at the star-destroying Rainbow Bridge beneath his feet, paying little heed to it, as his solitary eye turned towards the Asgardian palace in the distance. A faint glimmer shimmering upon his eye patch. Behind him, Natasha and Barton adjusted their stances, subtly admiring the surrounding scenery. "This is quite unsettling for me," Steve remarked, observing his companions entering a state of readiness, turning to Pierce with a sense of resignation. Pierce, suppressing the urge to bolt, forced a smile and replied, "You are accustomed to the front lines, so this intelligence work must feel foreign to you. Perhaps you should consider switching roles. How about joining the Special Operations team? That might ease your transition." A spark of inspiration ignited in Pierce's mind. Steve nodded, contemplating, "Perhaps I shall give it a try." With that, he glanced at Lu Qi and the others who had not accompanied the guards, realizing he could not return to them, and thus turned his attention to the beautiful scenery of the bridge. "The banquet is not until tomorrow. What shall we do next?" Lu Qi inquired of Loki, observing the diplomatic entourage striding confidently away. Loki surveyed the group and stated, "First, this fellow who enjoys donning metal and flying about needs to accompany me to the palace infirmary for a checkup to extract whatever is within him. As for my uncle and the esteemed Sorcerer Supreme, your father and mother await you over there. Oh, may I request an advance on my salary? Indeed, I am quite eager to have this removed. By the way, could you assist me in patching this hole? Consider it a tip for your efforts," Tony remarked, nodding and snapping his fingers to summon Friday and the others. Since Lu Qi had revealed his inability to snap his fingers in front of him, Tony had taken to showcasing his own snapping abilities. Lu Qi shook his head in exasperation, glancing at Potts, who seemed hesitant to speak. "Of course, you may also join them. Their surgical pace should be swift, and as long as Tony comprehends the process, he possesses a myriad of methods to expedite the work. Should the speed suffice, you might even catch a glimpse of Asgard's twilight from the cliffs, a sight of unparalleled beauty, Lucci added, subtly gesturing to Tony while turning his back to Pepper. Ah, indeed, Tony nodded, acknowledging that this task was not particularly challenging. Once the principles were understood, Sunday could manage it independently, correct? On Sunday, a spark erupted as my right hand struck my chest, determined not to disappoint my master's expectations. Indeed, it was true. Tony offered an awkward smile, his gaze shifting to Potts. So, my little Pepper, would you care to join me in witnessing the twilight of Asgard? As Thor gallantly embraced Jane and soared away, leaving Eric to shake his head and depart quietly with the guards, Lucci turned his gaze toward Gu-E. I mean no offense. I merely believe we ought not to keep our host waiting. Let us depart. With that, Lucci ascended into the air, while Gu-E shook his head and stepped forward, compressing the surrounding space until he arrived at the other end of the bridge. Well, it seems I shall not wait too long. Lucci shrugged as he arrived a bit later, observing Gu-E's form flickering before swiftly entering the Celestial Palace complex. As he soared through the skies, Lucci finally caught sight of Gu-E, who was perched on a balcony with an unfamiliar porcelain teacup, clinking it against Odin's grand goblet. You have finally arrived. Odin greeted Lucci with a grin, his eyes glinting with amusement. Ah, the scenery over there was rather lovely. I took a brief look and ended up delayed. Lucci settled beside them, eyeing the distinct beverages in their hands, while he himself held a glass of cola in a red wine goblet. Cheers. Lucci raised his cup, almost colliding with Odin's goblet. You must be gentler. With a resigned sip of cola, he observed Odin's remarkably natural smile. So, how the past few days with Sylvie been? Indeed, she is a wonderful daughter. Thoughtful and gentle, much like my little cotton-padded jacket. Odin nodded. Oh, Lucci exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at him, a look mirrored by Gu-E. You are now capable of uttering such sweet words with a smile. In disbelief, Lucci downed his cola in one go. He had not ceased laughing for the past 2 days. Frigga emerged from within, bearing a platter of pastries, placing them before Lucci and Gu-E. Do give these a try. They were made by your subordinates. The palace chefs seemed to have taught them nothing but how to bake pastries. Lucci picked up a piece to taste. Oh, has something been added to this? It brings a refreshing sensation without any chill. It is a type of ice grass harvested from Jotunheim. Typically, we add it to wine to enhance its flavor, but those little fellows decided to use it in pastries. And it does indeed taste delightful, Frigga explained. Lucci nodded. Indeed, it would be a pity not to turn such things into delicacies where we come from. By the way, have any visitors arrived from Jotunheim this time? Odin nodded. Those cunning creatures, once they feel the sting of defeat, know only to surrender. This time, they have sent a new leader, bringing a plethora of Jotunheim specialties to Asgard, seeking to establish trade relations. Sounds promising, provided the prices are not exorbitant. Lucci, lacking any understanding of trade, casually remarked, if you desire, you may exchange Earth's specialties with them. Odin took a sip of fruit wine and replied, Earth specialties? Perhaps the space gems? Lucci chuckled, oblivious to what the giants in Jotunheim might require. Would he really drag ice blocks from Antarctica for them? Ridiculous. He barely had enough for himself. Of course, Odin declared, producing a space gem, a torrent of ferocious energy swirling in his palm. Yet, Odin remained unscathed. A single gem was nothing he could not easily subdue. I had originally placed the space gem on Earth, intending to use it to repair the Rainbow Bridge. Now that the repairs are completed, it must be returned. Henceforth, Earth shall belong to you, and naturally, it will be entrusted to you. Gazing at the gem, Odin reminisced about his initial grand aspirations, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he recalled his former, less mature self. His quest to gather the gems was born from a desire to protect his dearest loved ones, though the challenge of collecting them was formidable. He would have to confront innumerable powerful beings within this vast universe, a journey that could cost him many precious lives. Not to mention, acquiring a gem often required the sacrifice of someone closest to him, which had long since dulled his regard for these gems. Lucci numbly accepted the gem, and the once tempestuous space gem immediately subdued, resembling an ordinary stone. It retained its air of superiority, and he felt a pang of sorrow. Silently, he tucked it into his pocket, the sweetness of cola turning bitter in his throat. Wait, something seemed amiss. He attempted to speak, but the cola lingered in his mouth, prompting a series of coughs. An eerie silence enveloped the scene for a moment, allowing Lu Qi to regain his composure. "Do you no longer want Earth?" Lu Qi asked, astonished as he looked at Odin. Although Earth held little significance in Odin's eyes, it was still surprising that he would so readily bestow it upon another. Odin averted his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. Despite treating Earth as a mere vault or a dumping ground for unwanted gems and his disobedient son, he did hold a certain regard for it, as it was the center of the world tree connecting the 9 realms. Alas, he had been ousted by a pantheon of gods millennia ago, and for centuries had been forced to view Earth from a distance, keeping his frustrations at bay. Recently, the emergence of the formidable Ancient One had left him uncertain about his claim to the title of sovereign of the 9 realms. Now, with Lu Qi's appearance, it seemed simpler to relinquish Earth to him. After all, nominally, he was a prince of Asgard, effectively maintaining Asgard's status as the ruler of the 9 realms. In the eyes of the pantheon, Lu Qi was simply an earthling, thus not violating their original stipulations or hindering the free development of Earth's inhabitants. As for Ancient One, there was no issue, as everyone relied on Lu Qi for their livelihoods. Was this not a case of killing 3 birds with 1 stone? For a moment, Odin considered that Loki was indeed his true son, while Thor was merely adopted. Observing Odin's guilty demeanor, Lu Qi inquired, "Do you require me to undertake a task? Why else would this fellow be giving me Earth? Could it possibly be a case of killing 4 birds with 1 stone?" Odin's eyes widened. Was this a means to help him achieve some sort of accomplishment? Frigga observed Odin and instantly discerned his thoughts. With a gentle nudge of her elbow, she thwarted his intentions. Odin, resigned, relinquished his desires. Meanwhile, Lu Qi watched the interplay between Odin, who seemed to be at a loss for words, and Frigga, and his mind swirled with speculations as to why Odin would bestow gifts upon him, leading him inexplicably to think of his eldest daughter, Hela. Casting a glance at the composed Ancient One, who was quietly sipping her tea, Lu Qi tentatively inquired, "Do you wish for my assistance in persuading your daughter Hela to return?" Odin was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Lu Qi, astonished that this individual would proactively offer to assist him in achieving his goals. Observing Odin's astonishment, Lu Qi felt he had grasped Odin's underlying sentiments. Meanwhile, the ever-composed Ancient One raised an eyebrow, reflecting on the limited future she could foresee, where Hela was relentlessly pursuing an unseen figure, striving to drag that individual into the conquest of the stars and seas, yet failing to budge the one languishing on the couch, engrossed in a video game. It seemed indeed to be that fellow. The future appeared increasingly enigmatic and intriguing. The Ancient One calmly sipped her tea, no longer paying attention to Lu Qi's fervent attempts to provide Odin with accolades, instead gazing at the twilight of Asgard. Given the considerable shifts in the future, perhaps it would be prudent to summon Stephen in a few days for a glorious farewell. At that moment, the Ancient One firmly resolved to act. Chapter 93. The ball is not the chief. Kamar-Taj armory within the Celestial Palace's infirmary. Tony awoke in astonishment, sitting upright in bed and feeling his chest muscles. He had not anticipated that those small projectiles would be extracted so effortlessly. He glanced at the medical bed beside him, recalling how the celestial physician had easily stabilized the projectiles within him and then removed them, simultaneously regenerating the muscle in his chest. Despite his brother's apparent foolishness, Asgard's millennia of advancement had rendered its technology beyond imagination. Loki, seated nearby, was boredly polishing his twin blades, rolling his eyes. "Tony, are you truly well?" Pepper approached, her excitement evident as she touched Tony's chest. "Hey, darling, do restrain your enthusiasm. We have company, and we can discuss our matters later," Tony replied, glancing at Loki while gently grasping Pepper's hands. Loki elegantly twirled his blades before concealing them in an obscure corner of his attire. "Now, we must first attend to the repairs needed for the Celestial Palace. Our task is undeniably formidable." Loki recalled the multitude of malfunctioning devices both inside and outside the palace and felt a twinge of frustration. "Fortunately, your uncle has bestowed upon me a remarkable treasure. I'll show it to you shortly," Tony remarked to Loki, then turned to Pepper. "It seems I have a new assignment, so you'll need to wait just a moment." Pepper nodded, confessing, "Honestly, I feel inexplicably as though I've returned to 2 years ago. But there are certain matters you must not reconsider." Tony placed a gentle kiss on Pepper's forehead before activating his suit's communication system. Tony felt a slight sense of relief once he entrusted Little Pepper to Thursday and donned his attire to depart with Loki on Saturday. To be candid, the interior of the Celestial Palace is remarkably secure. There is truly no reason for such concern, Loki remarked casually. Perhaps, but I prefer to safeguard my loved ones in my own manner, Tony replied nonchalantly. Loki ambled a few paces with Tony before coming to a halt at a particular spot. With a slight press of his foot upon the ground, a section of the earth ascended, transforming into a striking artillery platform. Are you certain this requires repairs? Tony observed the seamless metamorphosis of the contraption. Loki glanced at the artillery, raised his hand, and gently tapped it, causing the structure to disassemble, with a massive cannon barrel crashing to the ground. Well, it appears a significant overhaul is indeed necessary. Do you possess the design schematics? Tony inquired of Loki. Loki nodded, clapped his hands, and a retinue of guard approached, clutching the blueprints. Well, I hope I can still make it to my appointment later, Tony remarked, preparing to commence his work while gazing at the designs. At that moment, a figure descended beside them. Tony, I have unexpectedly become the king of balls, Lu Chi lamented to Tony. King of balls? Are you venturing into the realm of football? No, I mean the Earth sphere, Lu Chi sighed. Oh, you mean the Earth has become yours? Precisely. Lu Chi replied with resignation. Although he was reluctant to meddle in the trivial affairs of Earth, Odin had ultimately lured him with the Reality Stone, as different gems promised him new abilities. While he could ascertain the location of the Reality Stone upon his return, there was no need to await the unfolding of events. He yearned to swiftly resolve Dormammu and then relax. As for Earth, at worst, he would permit them autonomy, provided they adhered to principles of carbon neutrality and refrained from discharging nuclear waste. Otherwise, their membership would be revoked. Meanwhile, Odin was busily unsealing the Reality Stone, leaving him and Ancient One to amuse themselves in Asgard. However, the banquet had yet to commence, with most arrangements still underway, offering little in the way of entertainment, prompting Lu Chi to saunter over and engage Tony in casual conversation. Oh, it appears you have upgraded from tenant to landlord. Are you planning to establish your own nation on Earth? Tony inquired with curiosity. Certainly not. I am far too apathetic to concern myself with such matters. It is preferable to allow them to govern themselves, as I will hardly influence the geopolitical landscape of Earth, Lu Chi remarked nonchalantly. That is quite characteristic of you. Lu Chi, Tony nodded, returning his focus to his tasks. Observing the disassembled artillery before him, Lu Chi stroked his chin, pondering. Why do I get the impression that this contraption lacks sophistication? Noticing Loki's inquisitive gaze, Lu Chi continued. Even Earth has progressed to utilizing missiles. Why persist with such cannons? Loki shook his head, explaining, the ammunition reserves for your types of weapons require vast storage spaces, whereas energy weapons differ, though they may lack your weaponry's precision. As long as there is a sufficient energy supply, they can sustain fire indefinitely. Sometimes, precision can prove to be futile, rather than fixating on the minutiae of a millimeter. One ought to contemplate ways to augment the damage radius by a meter. The prerequisite is to ensure that nothing is damaged in the process. Tony interjected, rising to his feet, having grasped the fundamental structure of the device. After all, it merely functions as an energy projector. The true complexity lies within the concealed energy conduits and the elusive energy source hidden somewhere. This arrangement sparked some inspiration in him. It appeared that in the future, his armor could evolve in this direction. When upgrading his combat gear for Saturday, he had realized that the limited size of the armor severely restricted its ammunition storage capacity. In the absence of Lu Chi, facing the Chitauri fleet could lead to his ammunition being depleted before he even had the chance to be struck down. Detaching several components from the turret, Tony donned Saturday's suit, transforming one hand into a laser projector, meticulously slicing open the components to examine their internal structure. Observing Tony's diligent study, Lu Chi refrained from further interruption, casting a glance at Loki, who was idly playing with a knife, before turning to leave. Upon returning to the room he had visited during his last trip to Asgard, Lu Chi reclined on the opulent bed and activated the system. After 2 days, the detection module unveiled numerous dimensions. Gazing at the densely clustered points of light, Lu Chi sighed. Despite the overwhelming number of points, most represented miniature dimensions, with few small dimensions and, as of yet, no medium-sized dimensions encountered. He pondered how long it would take to accumulate a substantial wave of resources, perusing the energy and combat power of these dark dimensions out of boredom. Lucci casually plundered one dark dimension after another, uncovering an increasing amount of energy. Noting that the combat power of these dimensions generally ranged from 200,000 to 300,000, he felt a tinge of frustration. His shadow army boasted a combat power exceeding 2 million, sufficient to rival medium-sized dimensions. Yet alas, he had yet to locate any medium-sized dark dimensions. What a pity. However, fortuitously, just as Lucci lamented his inability to fully exploit the labor of his shadow army, a dimension with a combat power exceeding 1 million appeared before him. He promptly accessed the detailed information of this dimension, discovering it contained nearly 3 million units of exploitable energy with a combat power of 178,000. Noting that his own combat power was nearly half that, Lucci made an immediate decision. He would conquer this dimension. Not even Jesus could halt him. Dispatching 2 ninja soldiers to recruit allies in Kamar-Taj, Lucci delved into the Shadow Realm. Before long, a multitude of mages wielding an array of peculiar equipment approached. Mordo, what exactly are you holding? Is that a staff or something else? Lucci inquired, eyeing the staff-like object in Mordo's grasp, which he wielded as if intending to use it as a bludgeon. This, Mordo enthusiastically introduced. I call it the Staff of Baguette, as it enables us to cast spells while also facilitating close combat with foes. It allows us to quickly focus our energy, unleashing spells more fluidly, and is remarkably sturdy, eliminating the need for frequent replacements. Certainly, the primary advantage lies in its mass production capabilities, making it accessible to nearly all mages. It sounds rather promising. Lucci observed the equipment, noting how this group of mages had transformed melee staffs into wands and had magically enhanced various weapons. For instance, the sword wielded by one mage was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly enchanted, though the nature of the enchantment remained a mystery. Wait, can my ninjas utilize these weapons? Lucci inquired, his excitement ignited by the swirling black energy emanating from the long blade. This dark energy, ideal for enchantment, would not succumb to decay even in the shadow dimension, surpassing the ordinary dark blades held by his ninjas. It was a perfect opportunity to equip them. Seeing Moda nod without hesitation, Lucci smiled with satisfaction. He had inadvertently provided these Kamar-Taj mages with new employment opportunities. He envisioned designating a specific area in Kamar-Taj as a production line, allowing these mages to manufacture weapons for the Shadow Legion, thus generating revenue and preserving the precious artifacts of the Ancient One. To ensure their earnings were substantial, he might as well implement a rigorous work schedule. What a benevolent soul he was. However, Modu felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy as he glanced at the wand in his hand, realizing it lacked any frost enchantment. With new positions established for the mages, Lucci was now ready to engage in a battle against the adversary from the medium dimension. Pairs of crimson eyes illuminated the pitch-black world, followed by figures emerging behind Lucci. Seeing that Modu and the others were prepared, Lucci connected to the opposing dimension. Upon establishing the connection, a fierce roar echoed from the other side. Subsequently, a tide of figures surged from the enemy dimension into his own. Charge! Lucci commanded with a wave of his hand, and the Shadow Legion surged forward, colliding with the incoming figures, resulting in an immediate standoff. Seizing the moment, Lucci took a brief assessment of the enemy and discovered that their numbers were substantial, at least in the millions, comprising various bizarre creatures. Each creature bore an array of peculiar organs, the purpose of which was unclear. Sensing the dark energy radiating from these beings, Lucci deduced that the ruler of the opposing dimension had conducted experiments on biological entities in the material realm, resulting in these creatures that were more accurately described as tainted rather than truly dark beings. These beings had not successfully evolved, thus their lifespans were likely limited. Yet their strength had significantly increased, Lucci pondered. Even so, despite their enhancements, their individual combat capabilities paled in comparison to those of Lucci's ninjas. Each ninja could effortlessly slice through the bodies of the enemies, bringing them down with ease. Given the limited size of the dimensional rift, the number of foes crossing over was restricted, preventing any significant upheaval. Just as the Shadow Legion was on the verge of halting the tide of beasts, a roar resounded from the rear of the enemy ranks, prompting these expendable creatures to retreat swiftly, leaving behind a carpet of corpses. Why did they flee? Modu paused momentarily, grasping the baguette in his hand. He had intended to test the stick, but was deterred by Lu Qi's unyielding expression. Despite the dire circumstances and heavy casualties, these creatures remained obedient to the orders of the figure behind them, indicating that the enemy was far more formidable than anticipated. Indeed, even within the ranks of mid-tier dimensions, this entity stood out among thousands, suggesting there was more to their capabilities than met the eye. As the rhythmic drumming echoed through the air, Lu Qi's demeanor shifted. From the depths of darkness emerged figures bearing peculiar organs. These beings were evidently successful evolutions of dark species, their internal dark energy stable and potent. Though fewer in number than the failed experiments on either side, they still amassed nearly 100,000, forming strategic battle formations before Lu Qi's eyes. They possessed tactical acumen, Lu Qi mused, a sense of foreboding settling within him. As the scale of battle expanded, the likelihood of true military confrontations grew, potentially escalating to conflicts involving millions. The emergence of such formations was essential to maximize the capabilities of each soldier. Observing the enemy's well-structured ranks, Lu Qi sighed at the sight of his own Shadow Legion, which relied on combat instinct to form small teams. Clearly, it was imperative to find leaders of a legion caliber for the Shadow troops. Who among them had led a legion into battle? Chapter 94. A chaotic battlefield. While Lu Qi yearned to appoint a deputy for the Shadow Legion, the enemy was already upon them, leaving him no opportunity to conjure one on the spot. Although the enemy's formations appeared formidable, he possessed a combat strength that exceeded theirs by a significant margin. Defeat was simply not an option. With multiple contingencies in place, Lu Qi felt no trepidation. As for the immediate strategy, it was straightforward: launch an all-out assault, for he had no reason to fear losses. To expedite the annihilation of the enemy, Lu Qi commanded all ninjas from the Kamar-Taj to self-destruct and charge into the fray. Regarding the dimensional rift, the current assembly of mages numbered in the hundreds, armed to the teeth with various weapons. They should be more than capable of repelling the scattered enemies. Should they falter, they would have no choice but to confront Lu Qi himself. Of course, failing to eliminate him swiftly could lead to his enraged state, potentially activating hidden skills like Ancient One's Flight, which might trigger a chain technique, summoning the God King. The enemy likely did not anticipate such an unorthodox strategy from Lu Qi. Momentarily taken aback, they quickly regained their composure. The surrounding cannon fodder encircled the advancing shadow ninjas, while the orderly ranks formed several teams, attempting to circumvent the front lines and breach the enemy's rear camp. Bypassing the formidable Maginot Line, Lu Qi remained unfazed, knowing that the shadow ninjas would eventually return to him, allowing an encirclement of the assailants attacking from the flanks. However, the unexpected response of Modu and his comrades guarding the rift caught Lu Qi by surprise. The Mage Guild, led by Modu, surprisingly did not charge forward. Instead, they raised an array of weapons, and radiant bursts of magic illuminated the scene. Countless spells erupted from their hands, obliterating the frontline fodder in vast swathes. How exhilarating! Modu exclaimed, reveling in the luxury of casting spells with such abandon, preparing the next incantation without a second thought. The mages behind him shared his excitement, their bloodlust evident in their smiles, for they stood amidst the azure pool, unbothered by any depletion of mana. Let the magic flow freely. Lu Qi, observing the peculiar expressions of the mages, felt a tremor in his heart. Would his dark energy truly drive them to madness? Doubts began to creep into his mind. With the formidable support of the Mage Guild, the opposing fodder was swiftly eradicated, yet this only stirred the enemy's fervor. A formation of avian creatures ascended in unison, attempting to soar over the front lines and directly assault the mages. However, hundreds of shadowy bat soldiers among the ranks took to the skies, unleashing powerful shockwaves that shattered numerous foes. Yet, the enemy was not to be underestimated. A squad of smaller flying monstrosities erupted in the air, their wings emitting sharp sounds as they expelled dark energy from their vents, significantly increasing their speed. Their diminutive size allowed them to carve a path through the dense barrage, striking swiftly at the bat soldiers. Without losing momentum, they tucked their wings just before colliding with the bat soldiers, crashing through them like bullets, sending them tumbling or scattering in disarray. Some bat soldiers, relying on their quick reflexes and robust physiques, managed to snatch the incoming hummingbird-like creatures mid-flight, crushing them in their grasp. However, the larger flying monstrosities utilized their various appendages to launch an array of ranged attacks at the bat soldiers. Consequently, hundreds of bat soldiers were dispersed, awaiting their fate. This outcome was, in fact, quite favorable. After all, the enemy's aerial forces numbered in the thousands. Yet their concentrated assault failed to obliterate the entire battalion of 200 bat soldiers. The bat soldiers had achieved an impressive casualty ratio of nearly 30-0, showcasing their strength, although their numbers remained insufficient. Despite the loss of over 100, their overall combat power had diminished considerably. What a predicament! Lu Qi sighed as he surveyed the scene. The bat soldiers were too few to contend with the enemy's formidable formation of thousands. Moreover, the current cap on dark energy limited his ability to procure special troops. He hoped that the forthcoming gems would alleviate the shadowy battalion's severe imbalance. Noticing the enemy's relatively low altitude, Lu Qi directed the ground-based ninja troops to periodically hurl shurikens to assist in the aerial battle while attempting to employ a grand silencing spell to incapacitate the enemy. However, they seemed unaffected. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qi observed for a moment longer before realizing that these foes were not utilizing dark energy effectively. They were merely operating as if wielding air guns. An example would be that Lu Qi can obstruct their experiments with various combinations of chemical agents. Yet unfortunately, the adversary directly unleashes sulfuric acid. At this moment, a disturbance emanates from the Mage Guild. "Bring down those monstrous birds," roared the utterly frenzied Modu. As he gazed at the aerial battleground, the tip of his staff emanating a complex magical array. "Prepare for a rain of meteoric fire." Modu raised his staff, aiming at the combat zone above. The mages behind him displayed expressions of exhilaration, gathering their own magical formations in unison. Subsequently, a deluge of fireballs erupted from this contingent of merely 100 mages, their concentrated assault rendering the flying magical creatures, akin to hummingbirds, unable to evade. As a tempest of fireballs swept through, nothing remained aloft capable of movement, including the night bat soldiers. "Ugh, I must have keep an eye on them," Lu Qi reflected, shaking his head at the group that had inflicted a devastating blow upon their allies. Fortunately, the night bat soldiers were merely returned to the fold, not completely lost. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider the future utilization of these mages. Modu, completely oblivious to the havoc he had wreaked upon his own side, was now searching the battlefield for his next target, intent on delivering another formidable strike. It was then that he noticed several battle formations stealthily advancing nearby. The thunder of Bozat, unleash without restraint. Witnessing the barrage of formidable spells unleashed from the Mage Guild, Lu Qi felt a tinge of pity for the enemies. After this onslaught, there would hardly be any remnants left to find. On the front lines, chaos reigned supreme, and the dispersal of personnel led Modu to abandon this target. Each ninja soldier wielded their long blades with a glistening coldness, showcasing remarkable skill as the sharp edges accurately sliced through one adversary after another, causing foes to fall around them. Yet, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Occasionally, groups of foes would combine their strength to bring down isolated ninja soldiers, allowing the fully evolved dark creatures hidden among these cannon fodder to emerge, utilizing their unique attacks to send the ninja soldiers back to the fray. Then, a colossal figure materialized beside him, a massive iron fist reducing an enemy to mere pulp, followed by a savage charge that trampled the wave of cannon fodder into mere scraps. Enemies redirected their focus toward this behemoth, launching themselves at the troll soldier. The troll soldier grasped a creature resembling a wolf and effortlessly tore it asunder, yet adversaries continued to swarm. At that moment, figures darted through the fray, leaving trails of residual light, their sharp feet piercing the bodies of the magical creatures. With a deft sweep of their razor-sharp claws, the enemies clinging to the troll soldier were reduced to jagged fragments. In the distance, creatures riddled with dense holes subtly shifted their forms, and in the next instant, dark energy coalesced into sharp arrows, launching towards the troll soldier and his allies. Just then, ninja soldiers appeared around them, their long blades deftly parrying these arrows as they sliced through the vital points of surrounding adversaries. Above them, battalions of night bats soared through the air, unleashing shockwaves that shattered the distant enemies capable of ranged attacks. However, a massive creature erupted from below, seizing one of the night bats and dragging it down. The brutal battlefield resembled a meat grinder, consuming and digesting the creatures that plunged into its maw. Currently, both sides suffered losses on the front lines. Yet in truth, the scales of victory steadily tipped in favor of Lu Qi. The dimensional lord behind the enemy seemed to sense something amiss, and soon, a colossal figure materialized from shadows. A pair of glowing green eyes flickered to life, and to Lu Qi's astonishment, a western dragon, clad in ebony scales and adorned with a prominent horn upon its snout, emerged from the enemy's rear. With a thunderous roar, the dragon unfurled its vast wings, its immense form soaring aloft and casting a shadow over a significant portion of the battlefield. It opened its gaping maw, releasing a torrent of darkness that obliterated several clustered squads below. Accelerating through the air, its massive body shattered the airborne night bats into fragments. Then, it ascended before diving down once more, crashing into another squad's position, sending them scattering. Another roar echoed, and the surrounding foes, as if receiving a command, abandoned their fixation on immediate adversaries and surged toward the dimensional rift behind them. The remaining formations revealed themselves, 3 aerial battalions launching into the sky, with thousands of flying creatures diving toward the mage assembly in the rear. Furrowing his brow, Lu Qi regarded the dragon, witnessing it prepare to unleash its breath weapon in his direction. He swiftly cast a silent spell, effectively sealing its maw. The dimensional lord, perhaps? Lu Qi recalled the ninjas stationed on the front line to regroup at the dimensional rift. Meanwhile, the mages, observing the incoming aerial assault, activated defensive formations to intercept the enemy's onslaught. Modu orchestrated several meteor showers, inflicting significant casualties upon these foes. Yet, driven to a frenzy under the watchful eye of the dragon, the creatures pressed forward relentlessly. In an instant, the defensive arrays began to flicker ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Modu commanded several mages to advance and clear the battlefield. As their weapons struck the enemies, arcs of dark energy, manifesting as lightning and flames, erupted forth, toppling large swathes of adversaries, a display that caught Lu Qi's attention. It was noteworthy that these foes were dark beings possessing resistance to dark energy. Achieving such an effect was commendable. Had it been directed at creatures of the material realm, the enemies might have been reduced to mere ash. Return, Lu Qi called out, then stepped forward. The commander was preparing for action. As he observed the mages retreat, he approached them. "My apologies. Our capabilities still leave much to be desired." Modu spoke, regaining his composure, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "Not at all. Your performance has been commendable and has truly exceeded my expectations," Lu Qi reassured him. Lu Qi was not speaking untruths. He was taken aback by the ferocity with which this group wielded their seemingly ordinary spells. And the potency of their enchanted weapons only solidified his resolve to initiate the assault on the Kamar-Taj factory. In a battle of arms, with generals opposing one another, now that the enemy's king had emerged, it was time for him to take the field. Lu Qi performed a stretching exercise, and then a vast expanse of dark energy enveloped him, transforming him into the form of a dimensional demon. "Well, good luck to you," Modu said, looking up at the towering figure of Lu Qi, giving him a thumbs up. Lu Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he surged forth, leading his assembled shadow army through the dimensional rift. As for the mages of Kamar-Taj, they would serve as valuable labor in the future. They could not be allowed to escape unscathed. Lu Qi's gaze shifted to the distant, towering dragon, and as the dark energy rapidly depleted, he erupted into unparalleled speed, vanishing from midair. In the next moment, Chapter 95. I have a friend with the swift consumption of dark energy. Lu Qi's form vanished from the air, only to reappear directly before the colossal dragon. Fixating on this massive target, Lu Qi struck the beast's singular horn with a fist imbued with dark energy, delivering a thunderous blow. With a resounding crash, the dragon, dwarfed by Lu Qi's comparatively diminutive stature, was sent flying by a single punch. "Curse you! Dare to defy the Dark Dragon King!" The dragon roared, regaining its composure mid-air and perceiving the dark energy inexplicably losing its potency. It enveloped itself in a spectrum of radiant colors. The dragon was no slouch when it came to magic. In an instant, a series of magical formations materialized around the dragon, morphing into various attacks aimed at Lu Qi. Unfazed by the barrage of spells, Lu Qi retorted in his heart. "Do you think you are the only one versed in magic?" He cast several crystal stones, conjuring an array of dark energy that coalesced into multiple magical formations. A series of shields successfully intercepted the incoming spells, and thereafter, a wave of countermagic surged back towards the Black Dragon. Seeing this, the Black Dragon hastily retracted its powerful spell, realizing that its massive frame left it unable to evade the onslaught. Instead, it fortified itself with several defensive spells, preparing to withstand the assault with sheer physicality. As the attack struck the dragon's obsidian scales, it emitted anguished howls, shedding numerous scales, with droplets of crimson blood cascading down, inciting a frenzy among the beastly horde below. Damn it! How can this creature's hastily prepared magic be so formidable? The Black Dragon recalled its earlier offensive spells, staring in astonishment at Lu Qi. It was worth noting that while its earlier spells aimed primarily to restrain Lu Qi's movements, it had intended to unleash a grander spell against him. Yet, the adversary had effortlessly countered all its magic and retaliated with spells capable of shattering its scales. Such magical prowess, if not for its unique constitution, could only be attributed to Lu Qi being a prodigy of the arcane. The Black Dragon regarded Lu Qi warily. Its wounds were healing rapidly, yet its expression remained grave as it suddenly felt that it stirred up a considerable trouble. Lu Qi gazed at the Black Dragon in astonishment, taken aback by its formidable defense. The magical array he had casually cast earlier, while seemingly effortless, possessed considerable power. Even interstellar warships would have been brought down by it. Yet it failed to inflict any significant harm on this creature. Although the Dragonkin are renowned for their high magical resistance, this level seemed extraordinary. It was likely that the Black Dragon, having ascended to the role of a dimensional sovereign, had continuously honed its scales with dark energy, thus enhancing its resilience against such forces. Otherwise, it would not have been impervious to the dark energy-infused spells aimed at subduing it. Observing the surrounding beasts, their bodies also tainted by dark energy, Lu Qi recognized this as yet another testament to the Black Dragon's machinations. He began to prepare a spell of great potency, akin to the thunder of Bozat, believing such an assault could inflict more grievous injuries upon the Black Dragon. Contemplating that his own dark energy might be purer than that of his adversary, Lu Qi considered whether to channel his dark energy into the dragon, hoping to strike from within. With a resolve to experiment, Lu Qi readied himself as he watched the massive form of the Black Dragon soaring through the air. It too was preparing powerful spells. However, leveraging his mastery over dark energy, Lu Qi completed his preparations first, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward the airborne dragon. The Black Dragon's pupils constricted as it perceived the incoming spells, sensing their formidable might, and hastily attempted to evade. Yet, it was still struck by the devastating thunder of Bozat, resulting in a shower of flesh and blood. Upon witnessing the dragon being hit, Lu Qi immediately expended a considerable amount of dark energy, swiftly traversing the distance to stand beside the Black Dragon. Amidst its anguished cries, Lu Qi transformed the dark energy in his grasp into a spear, driving it deep into the dragon's wound. The creature let out a pained roar, attempting to shake Lu Qi off its back, but he clung tightly. The spear relentlessly tore at the wound, as several black crystals manifested in his hand, embedding themselves within the dragon's flesh. "What are you doing?" The Black Dragon bellowed, sensing an unfamiliar presence within its injury. "A grand gift for you," Lu Qi exclaimed, withdrawing from the dragon's body and commanding the crystals to unleash their energy. With a thunderous roar, the Black Dragon writhed in agony, its form contorting unnaturally as waves of energy surged within it. Subsequently, the flesh around the wound convulsed violently, and a massive gash tore open, nearly bisecting the dragon. Blood and entrails erupted forth, sending the previously orderly beast herd into disarray as they began to fight among themselves. Yet, the Black Dragon's vitality proved extraordinarily resilient. Even in such a dire state, it managed to glide through the air while spatial distortions manifested around its body. Observing the dragon's tenacity, Lu Qi deftly cast a spatial confinement spell, ensnaring the creature within a dimensional prison to prevent its escape. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qi advanced to the dragon's wound, unleashing a relentless series of spells that shattered much of its internal organs. The immense black dragon had fallen silent, its massive form tumbling downward. Lu Qi hurled several dark energy orbs to lift the dragon, gazing at its colossal body. It is often said that dragons possess treasures beyond measure. I wonder how its flesh would taste when roasted, Lu Qi pondered, observing the chaotic beast toward below. He commanded the Shadow Legion to capitalize on the moment, and then return to Mordo and the others with the dragon's enormous carcass. "You have succeeded," Mordo exclaimed, astonished at Lu Qi. "What were you thinking?" Lu Qi replied with a hint of exasperation. "Did you truly believe I could not defeat it?" He acknowledged that the creature's defenses were formidable, yet he was confident that with an unrestrained expenditure of several 100 billion energy crystals, he could easily vanquish the black dragon. This time, Lu Qi had discerned the creature's internal vulnerability, swiftly overcoming it, and with the binding techniques he had learned from Kamar-Taj, he ensured it could not escape. As he observed the Shadow Legion mercilessly slaughtering the now disoriented monstrous army, Lu Qi chose to refrain from intervening, intent on bringing the black dragon back. A massive magic array unfolded, compressing the dragon's size. Despite still measuring several dozen meters, Lu Qi summoned a few ogre soldiers to lift it. He watched as the Shadow Legion relentlessly pursued the remnants of the monstrous horde. Although the monsters lacked combat strength, their numbers were substantial, suggesting a prolonged engagement. Satisfied that there were no threats, he turned away, leading Mordo and the others back to his shadow realm. As he observed the mages reveling in their victories, eager to return to Kamar-Taj, Lu Qi found their reclusive nature rather amusing. Even he could not resist the urge to venture outside after a few days at home, while these mages seemed content to remain indoors. Unable to hold back, Lu Qi inquired, "Are you all returning to Kamar-Taj already? Where else would we go?" Mordo replied with a hint of melancholy. He had hoped that, as the right hand of the Ancient One, in his own estimation, he would be taken to Asgard for some leisure, but the Ancient One had gone alone. Lu Qi contemplated the possibility of visiting Asgard. Now that the Ancient One was there, Mordo hesitated. Although a banquet was soon to be held in Asgard, he wondered if it would be impolite to arrive unannounced. Mordo did enjoy venturing outside, yet the Ancient One had instructed the mages to remain patient and endure hardships, resulting in their staying confined to Kamar-Taj for a day. Nevertheless, he occasionally succumbed to the temptation of strolling through the streets, reminiscent of the time he encountered Stephen while idly wandering around Kathmandu. It remained uncertain whether the Ancient One had orchestrated that encounter. "I will go ahead to inquire. If Odin consents, I shall allow you to visit," Lu Qi said casually, departing with the black dragon's carcass. Upon returning to his chamber, he refrained from unveiling the dragon's body immediately. After all, how to carry this colossal creature, measuring over 10 meters, through that small door is indeed a dilemma. Thus, we first made our way to the exterior of the kitchen building, where we unveiled the corpse of the black dragon. "My heavens, it is a dragon, a black dragon!" exclaimed a bewildered Asgardian chef. The other chefs nearby were equally astonished. Even they rarely encountered such majestic beings. Ever since the divine assembly ventured to Earth, they had effectively driven out various powerful races to prevent any interference with their experiments on humanity, including the Western dragons, who had been cast away to some distant corner of the cosmos. "Do you know how to cook this delicacy?" Lu Qi inquired of the head chef. "Well, we might need to consult our tomes. After all, I have never prepared such a creature before, but I believe there are records in the texts." The head chef replied enthusiastically, considering this black dragon to be a legendary high-end ingredient. "Then do your best. There's plenty of meat here, so you can start experimenting," Lu Qi said as he found a suitable spot to place the dragon's corpse, restoring it to its original size. "It seems you have brought back an extraordinary ingredient," came a voice of Frigga from behind. Lu Qi turned to see her smiling at him, indicating that news traveled swiftly within the celestial realm. "I am looking forward to the culinary creations," he replied with a smile. Frigga approached, examining the dragon's remains. The Western dragon lineage indeed offers a plethora of culinary possibilities, and with the skills of the celestial chefs, delectable dishes would soon emerge. "You have truly made a remarkable acquisition," Odin remarked as he approached, observing the giant dragon's body with delight. He tossed over a tube. "You must handle this with care." Upon inspecting the contents of the tube, Lu Qi hastily caught it with caution. Inside was a liquid-like substance, red and flowing. It was the reality stone. However, the reality stone had been transformed into this form by Malekith, the dark elf leader, and Lu Chi was uncertain how to revert it. Is this really for me? Lu Chi asked, gazing at the undulating reality stone and smiling at Odin. In Lu Chi's eyes, the reality stone was the most precious gem. Possessing the ability to alter reality directly, it could not only turn stone into gold, but could create something from nothing. Odin, however, was quite generous to hand it over so readily. Shaking his head, Odin remarked that although the reality stone was indeed valuable, its power was insufficient to address his bodily issues, thus holding no allure for him. After all, for Odin, possessing enough strength would suffice to attain everything he desired. Lu Chi observed Odin's headshake and then stored the reality stone away. Now he possessed 3 of the 6 infinity stones, with the remaining 3 scattered, 1 with the Ancient One and 2 lost in the vastness of the universe. However, aside from recalling the location of the Soul Stone, he had completely forgotten where the Power Stone resided. After all, the film only provided 2 fleeting glimpses, leaving little for memory to grasp. As he gazed at the stones, Lu Chi felt a flicker of anxiety that one might slip away. This particular gem was the sole one among the 6 that possessed autonomous movement. He resolved to retreat to a quiet, secluded place, lest someone else catch its fancy and attempt a forceful claim. As for himself, well, other stones had shown him little regard, so he had no delusions about this one. He might end up being the one on the receiving end of an unwelcome pursuit. The immense dragon carcass had attracted quite a crowd, prompting Tony to pause his work and curiously venture over. A dragon? Where did you acquire that? Tony inquired. His curiosity piqued. From another realm, just hunted it. This fellow was rather formidable. Lu Chi nodded in response. That's quite novel. By the way, is that thing still around? Tony leaned in closer. What thing? Lu Chi momentarily failed to comprehend. I mean the one beneath it, Tony replied, his expression serious yet playful. Do you still require that? Lu Chi asked, exasperation evident in his voice. Of course not, but I wouldn't mind if it were a tad more potent in certain aspects, Tony remarked, glancing toward the suddenly appeared Pepper, who was adorned in exquisite Asgardian attire, showcasing her beauty. Come on, you're just being ridiculous. Lu Chi shook his head, noticing Tony's dazed admiration for Pepper. He then turned to the head chef and exclaimed, Tony needs the black dragons. Tony swiftly covered Lu Chi's mouth, exclaiming, What on earth are you doing? Didn't you want that thing? Lu Chi casually pulled Tony's hand away, chuckling. Could you refrain from shouting out loud? Tony was blushing under the curious gazes of those around him. Why are you turning red? Lu Chi directed a ninja to secretly snap a picture of Tony, laughing. Get lost. Tony made a gesture of exasperation, unable to withstand the odd stares, and quickly took flight in his suit. Lu Chi shook his head in amusement and turned back to glance at the black dragon before seeking out the head chef once more. Hey, my friend needs that black dragon thing. Please save it for me. I understand. The chef grinned mischievously. Not that. I'm referring to my friend Tony. I comprehend. No, you do not. Lu Chi departed in resignation and found himself beside Odin and his wife. At some point, Ancient One had also appeared nearby. Just in time. I wanted to help Mordo and the others request a day off. Lu Chi cheerfully strolled over. You wish to assist them in requesting a day off? Where to? Ancient One regarded Lu Chi with a puzzled expression. Just to hang out here for a while. I can't bear to stay in Kamar-Taj all day. Lu Chi recalled his previous days spent reading in Kamar-Taj. If it hadn't been for establishing a few internet cafes there, he would surely have found it unbearable. Ancient One nodded, acquiescing to Lu Chi's proposal, prompting Lu Chi to approach Odin, who readily granted his approval. After all, Lu Chi is considered a notable figure in Asgard, and Odin would not allow him to lose face in public. Meanwhile, the Ancient One observed Lu Chi, realizing that Stephen would soon arrive at Kamar-Taj. Chapter 96. Has the hammer flown away? The Ancient One cast a peculiar glance at Lu Chi and the Odin couple, who were deliberating on how many mages could be invited for a visit. It was impractical to bring everyone, given the numerous guests at the Asgardian banquet. An excessive number from Kamar-Taj would disrupt their arrangements. After discussions with Odin and his wife, it seemed that approximately 300 individuals could come from Kamar-Taj. Lu Chi instructed the ninja to notify Mordo, asking him to bring along all the senior mages who had signed the contract, along with a friend each. There were around 140 senior mages, which would amount to nearly 300 people when including their friends. Of course, if someone had no friend, that was not a concern. They were to enter the Shadow Realm together, and Lu Chi would open a portal to receive them. After all, Transporting from Earth required significant energy. Making over 100 trips would deplete his energy reserves significantly. As for the other mages, Lu Qi chose not to concern himself with the thousands of lower and mid-tier mages. He prioritized taking care of his future exceptional workers first. The Ancient One, observing Lu Qi's meticulous arrangements, displayed a relaxed smile. Isn't it delightful to organize a company-sponsored trip without spending a dime? Lu Qi rolled his eyes at the Ancient One beside him. Indeed, it brought him joy, though he suspected she might find it tiring. The Ancient One chuckled. What is tiring about it? Just let the ninjas handle the busy work. Lu Qi casually replied, It's no trouble at all. The Ancient One shook her head. Let us see if you'll still be smiling afterward. Meanwhile, at Kamar-Taj, the senior mages, having overheard the earlier exchange between Mordo and Lu Qi, waited with eager anticipation. When a ninja arrived to inform them that they could start preparing for departure, the mages erupted in incredulous cheers. Tears welled up in Mordo's eyes. After so many years, Kamar-Taj was finally hosting a company-sponsored outing. Before Lu Qi's arrival, although Kamar-Taj had restricted mages from visiting the mundane world, they were often impoverished and unable to afford anything, merely drooling over the delicious offerings outside, only to return and indulge in bowls of plain rice. Only a few, like Wang, who had managed to earn some money through underground fighting, could afford a decent meal after each match, yet it was seldom enough. Now, although Lu Qi had established numerous snack shops in Kamar-Taj, the mage's only source of income came from the rewards for repelling otherworldly demons, as assigned by the Ancient One. Mid-tier mages could earn some money to buy small treats with their abilities, but the lower-tier mages still found themselves relying on the cafeteria for meager meals of steamed buns and watery porridge. At this moment, an enticing opportunity for indulgence lay before this group of individuals, igniting a wave of excitement among them. Chaos ensued in Kamar-Taj as high-ranking sorcerers called out to their friends, while some unattached individuals generously offered their slots to those with an abundance of companions. This surge of enthusiasm also inspired the mid-tier sorcerers, who began to diligently hone their skills, indicating a significant increase in the number of sorcerers qualifying in the forthcoming years. Should Lu Qi become aware of this, he might very well organize a funded excursion in due time, invigorating the stagnant sorcerers and expanding his labor market. Once the labor market reached saturation, he could introduce a culture of competitiveness, ensuring that only the most industrious sorcerers would be granted the privilege of travel, thereby transforming Kamar-Taj into the most fiercely competitive sanctuary of magic. Meanwhile, amidst the clamor of the senior sorcerers, the entire Kamar-Taj became aware of their impending adventure, drawing numerous sorcerers to witness the spectacle. Under the watchful gaze of countless sorcerers, one by one, they entered the Shadow Realm with their friends, waiting for Lu Qi to open the portal. Thank you, Master Ren. A couple of sorcerers expressed their gratitude, appreciating his generosity in relinquishing a travel slot to them. Ren suppressed his simmering frustration, replying, It's nothing. I must guard the library. It cannot be left unattended. He was likely the only sorcerer among them to forego the opportunity for travel. After all, the library housed numerous perilous spells that should not be perused by the less experienced sorcerers. Reluctantly, Ren abandoned the chance for adventure, opting to remain at Kamar-Taj. However, he cautioned, the Shadow Ninjas have returned to the Shadow Realm and have yet to come back. You will need to prepare your own meals. One male sorcerer affectionately embraced his girlfriend and, glancing at the frozen run, suggested, if you don't wish to eat that, you can have instant noodles. There is free hot water in the rest area. Ren sighed, suddenly finding his steady librarian position less appealing, yet ultimately humbly made his way to the library. In a corner, Caecilius observed the throng of high-ranking sorcerers departing Kamar-Taj, with only Master Run remaining behind, excitedly rubbing his hands together. He nodded at those behind him whom he had persuaded. Tonight, we will seize the books from the library and immediately summon Dormammu. This way, we can acquire dark energy and achieve immortality. Caecilius spoke with a tone laced with temptation. A mid-level sorcerer hesitated, questioning, but do we truly have to do this? The Supreme Sorcerer will surely not spare us. Caecilius shot him a fierce glare. Are you content to watch them attain immortality through dark energy, while they concoct various excuses to keep you at bay? The sorcerer paused before responding. But I heard from a senior sorcerer friend that once one reaches the rank of High Sorcerer, a contract will be signed with us. As Caecilius approached, the mid-level sorcerer, fearing an altercation, instinctively stepped back. However, Caecilius did not resort to violence. Instead, he placed both hands firmly on his shoulders. "But did your friend take you to Asgard?" Caecilius gazed intently into the eyes of the other, stating earnestly, "No one understands better than I the nature of their deceit." Releasing him, Caecilius surveyed the assembly of individuals surrounding him and declared, "I, too, am a master sorcerer. Yet, observe, did I forge a pact with that charlatan?" Noticing the skepticism etched on the faces around him, Caecilius continued, "Do not speak of that Lu Chi. Even the supreme sorcerer deceives us." As he witnessed the astonished expressions of the sorcerers, Caecilius recounted the reason for his arrival in Kamar-Taj. "I came here because I was told that in Kamar-Taj, one could learn a plethora of spells to safeguard their loved ones. I sought to rely on my own power to save my family." "But," Caecilius exclaimed suddenly, "even as a master sorcerer, I have yet to encounter a spell capable of rescuing my kin. What are you all doing here? Do you even remember?" Observing the silence among the sorcerers, Caecilius let out a mocking laugh. "None of us has fulfilled the aspirations we harbored when we began our studies in magic. Have we? We are merely regarded as cheap labor by the Ancient One, akin to wild dogs that can be appeased with mere bowls of rice. Thus, tonight we must take action. The Dark Ones have departed, and the Ancient One and her hounds are absent. With our numbers, we can surely depart with a ritual to summon Dormammu, at which point we shall offer the earth to him. Dormammu will grant our wishes. Under Dormammu's radiance, there shall be no more disease or death on earth. Only eternal life." Caecilius cast a sweeping glance over the sorcerers before turning to leave, and one by one, the sorcerers began to follow him. Even the intermediate sorcerer who had once questioned Caecilius joined the exodus. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of Asgard, the Ancient One seemed to sense a disturbance. She shook her head. Initially, she had intended to thwart Caecilius's allegiance to Dormammu, but suddenly she glimpsed a vision of the distant future. Dormammu would descend upon Earth, seeking to ensnare it within his dark dimension, leading to a confrontation involving Lu Chi, herself, Odin, and a multitude of others. However, Dormammu's power would prove overwhelming, vanquishing them all and ultimately plunging Earth into an abyss of eternal darkness. In her quest to avert such a fate, she traversed countless timelines, ultimately discovering a branch on the flourishing tree of time that held the potential to defeat Dormammu. Upon examining the pivotal moments, she realized that Caecilius must report Lu Chi's whereabouts to Dormammu to allow the current timeline to align with that branch. Thus, she refrained from obstructing Caecilius and instead subtly provoked him further. With this, she hoped the future could be navigated safely. The Ancient One exhaled in relief as she observed Lu Chi sketching a portal, through which a throng of sorcerers emerged, their eyes alight with wonder at the unique vistas of Asgard. A group of celestial palace guards escorted the mages to their quarters, while Lu Chi approached Odin. "Are these the mages of Kamar-Taj?" "Indeed, they are remarkable," Odin jested, having discerned that many among the mages had forged contracts with Lu Chi. This alone was sufficient to elevate Kamar-Taj's status even further in his eyes. Initially, he believed the only figure of significance for Kamar-Taj was the Ancient One. But with Lu Chi's contracts, even the ordinary mages should not be underestimated. As they assembled a mage collective exceeding 1,000, the power unleashed through the dark energy Lu Chi provided was potent enough to obliterate an army in an instant. Recalling that his newly acknowledged daughter, Sylvie, had taken the Ancient One as her mentor, Odin contemplated having Sylvie also enter into a contract with Lu Chi, thereby transmitting the dark magic amassed in Asgard to her. The potency of such dark magic was formidable, with the most powerful spells capable of annihilating planets. Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to confer with Frigga first, given her considerable expertise in the arcane arts. After engaging in casual conversation with Odin, Lu Chi observed the sun, which nourished Asgard, nearing its descent. He recalled Tony's desire to witness the sunset with Pepper, and as a good friend, Lu Chi felt compelled to check on them. He soared to a cliff near the Rainbow Bridge, the prime vantage point for viewing the sunset in Asgard, where Tony and Pepper were likely to be. Casting his gaze about, Lu Chi soon spotted two figures, Tony and Pepper, snuggled together, clad not in their battle armor, but in Asgardian attire, admiring the sunset. Lu Chi captured their affectionate moment for posterity, intending to print it out for them later. Yet, as he observed their intimacy, he felt out of place and chose to find a solitary spot to watch the sunset alone. However, glancing at the couple nearby, he sensed something was amiss. As if the sunset had lost some of its luster. Eyes spring upon us? Lu Qi mused, shaking his head in resignation. Luki, do you know where Thor is? A voice unexpectedly interrupted his reverie. Jane, what are you doing here? He was puzzled to find Jane standing alone in her gown, with Thor nowhere in sight. How could he leave you here all by yourself? I don't know. Thor's hammer suddenly flew away, and he chased after it. I have no idea where he went, she replied. The hammer flew away? What could that mean? Could it be that Thor's sister has returned? After all, the mighty Mjolnir had once been Hela's weapon, and her ability to summon it would not be surprising. Chapter 97. Portly Thor and the fiery rocket half an hour earlier. Frigga busily traversed the celestial palace, ensuring that all tasks were being completed. As she walked, she conversed with the attending maidens, imparting various instructions and reminders. By the way, where is Sylvie? Frigga suddenly inquired. Have an attendant fetch her with some documents to seek Loki's assistance in organizing matters. Her eldest son was off courting a mortal, while her second son diligently managed affairs from the throne. Yet, her youngest daughter had just arrived in Asgard and currently held no specific role, her whereabouts unknown. The attendant raised her hand, sending forth a communication. Before long, a response returned. Princess Sylvie is presently engaged in casual conversation with a formidable sorcerer in the lounge. She reported with a smile. Oh, the Ancient One, Frigga mused, nodding. Regarding Sylvie, she found herself at a loss as to what future role to assign her. Was it feasible to form a council of sorcerers for her amusement? Alas, Asgard had but a scarce number of mages. Contemplating the imminent arrival of dignitaries from other realms, Frigga furrowed her brow, pondering the possibility of requesting some sorcerers to be sent over. At that moment, Frigga sensed a familiar yet strange aura manifesting nearby. Curiously, the presence accompanying it felt utterly foreign, distinctly not belonging to Jane or anyone she recognized. Where's Thor? She asked, her brow knitting in concern. He was recently spotted soaring through the skies, cradling Lady Jane, seemingly en route to the Rainbow Bridge to witness the sunset, the attendant swiftly replied. Frigga nodded, carefully attuning her senses to that aura, which indeed felt dissimilar to Thor's. You may leave now. Frigga initially intended to have the attendant accompany her in confronting the lurking presence, but considering the aura's resemblance to Thor's, she ultimately resolved to pursue it alone. The Queen of the Nine Realms was no mere ornament. In the past, while Odin led Asgard's forces into battle, she had steadfastly held the fort at the palace. You may depart. I have something I need to retrieve, she stated in an utterly calm tone, though her eyes conveyed an unmistakable authority. The attendants, sensing her demeanor, complied without question, despite recognizing the flimsy nature of her excuse. As Frigga turned, she noticed one of the auras had vanished. Off to wreak havoc, are we? She mused with an unwavering smile, gathering potent magical energy in her hands as she approached the column where the peculiar presence concealed itself. Concealing her own aura, she silently cast a sound-muffling spell and rounded the column to glimpse the figure behind it. Thor? She recognized him instantly, dissipating her magic to avoid inadvertently harming her son. Oh, Thor, who had been cautiously peeking out to observe something, was startled by the sudden voice behind him. Mother, he exhaled in relief upon seeing her, only to quickly turn, stuffing his long beard into his clothing. Lowering his gaze, he was confronted by the sight of his ample belly. With a firm grip on his coat, Thor struggled to conceal his belly, yet it was evident that he had not discovered the trick, nearly tearing the garment apart. How is it that your brother has managed to shed this bad habit, while you have succumbed to such furtive behavior? Frigga gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar Thor, the bond of blood revealing him as her son, though her brow furrowed in concern. Why are you dressed like this? Frigga had just noticed that Thor's physique and appearance seemed to have undergone considerable transformation, prompting her to inquire tentatively. Haven't I always dressed this way? I enjoy wearing this. Thor replied with a smile, though tears inexplicably welled in his eyes. Frigga stepped forward, taking hold of Thor, observing the scraggly beard that hung to his chest and his soft, protruding belly. What has happened to your eyes? Frigga gently caressed Thor's face. Yet even this slight touch caused tears to cascade down his cheeks. It was during the Battle of Hurricane. I was struck in the face by a sword, remember? Thor attempted to deflect her concern. However, Frigga was not easily deceived. Her hand comforted Thor, and she caught fleeting glimpses of his memories. It seems we were rather reckless in that world. I'm sorry, Thor. Frigga enveloped him in a warm embrace, and Thor instinctively returned the gesture. You're all gone. Father, Asgard has been destroyed, Thanos pursued us, killed Loki, Heimdall is also dead, and the people of Asgard. Thor could no longer contain himself and clung to Frigga, his voice choked with emotion. His longing for his mother and his reliance on her fueled his lament about the injustices of the world. Frigga did not resist. She gently patted Thor's back, feeling the tremors of her 300-pound child as he poured out his heart. Thor, take your time. I am here, Frigga soothed him, using her magic to help him calm down. However, this is not the best place for such confessions. Let me prepare a little snack for you, as I believe you might be somewhat hungry now. A more tender smile graced Frigga's face than usual as she led Thor to a nearby lounge. Meanwhile, Rocket stealthily slipped into the lounge that Thor had provided. Observing the two women within, Rocket furrowed his brow, fiddling with the bracelet on his wrist. How curious. If Thor did not provide the wrong photographs, then these individuals have undergone some alterations. Rocket muttered to himself, watching the two women engaged in cheerful conversation outside. One bald and one with hair. The key question is, where is the gem? Rocket pondered seriously, ultimately scratching his head in confusion. Forget it. A single hit will suffice. He glanced around, raising a hefty metal candlestick that looked cumbersome, preparing to use it to knock them out. Oh, they must be wealthy. It takes this much metal just to make a candlestick. If I get the chance, I must take something. Rocket nodded at the weight of the candlestick in his grasp, and then dashed out. Oh, a little panda. Sylvie had long sensed the presence of other beings nearby. But instead of approaching, she exchanged a few words with Gu-E. Smiling, Gu-E took a sip of tea, watching as his disciple stealthily made her way to the side of the chaise lounge. Just then, Rocket burst onto the scene. One must not allow the little creature to cause a ruckus. A chain flew from Sylvie's hand, ensnaring Rocket and snatching the candlestick from his grasp. I'm not a pet, nor am I some diminutive panda. Call me Rocket. Even when bound, Rocket refused to passively accept the indignity. You are far more endearing when silent, Sylvie remarked with a frown, then procured a silk scarf to gag him. Guards, kindly escort this little panda away. Sylvie called toward the door, and two armored guards promptly entered, binding Rocket and lifting him. Gu-E suddenly interjected. Perhaps you should consult Queen Frigga on how to handle him. The Asgardian guards hesitated, but Sylvie gestured for them to heed Gu-E's advice. After a moment's pause, they turned and departed. Do you know that little panda from earlier? Sylvie inquired curiously. I know him, yet I do not, Gu-E replied, sensing the otherworldly temporal essence emanating from the panda, akin to that of Tony and the others. Sylvie shook her head in exasperation at Gu-E's enigmatic riddles. The two guards, still struggling with the tightly bound Rocket, arrived at Frigga's resting chamber. Your Majesty, we bring forth this intruder as commanded by Princess Sylvie for judgment. The guards announced respectfully. Oh, he is no criminal, Frigga replied, having calmed her emotions after Thor had shared much with her. She quickly took Rocket from the guard's grasp. Why does your highness seem particularly formidable today? One guard remarked, noticing Thor's impressive physique. You may leave now, Frigga signaled, and without hesitation, the guards exited, albeit a bit puzzled by Thor's demeanor. Thor then helped Rocket free himself from his restraints. If the location you provided is accurate, you certainly did not inform me that woman was skilled in binding. Rocket shouted at Thor. Now look, the reality stone is missing. He's your companion? Frigga inquired with a smile directed at Rocket, then added, the reality stone is likely with your uncle. Uncle? Thor replied, perplexed. I knew it. Your information is flawed. How foolish can you be to confuse your uncle with your beloved? Have you had too much beer? Rocket incessantly berated Thor. Enough, Thor said, glancing at Frigga like a child caught in wrongdoing as Rocket continued to expose his secrets. My uncle? I do not recall having an uncle, Thor stated, swiftly covering Rocket's mouth. Poor Rocket bit down hard, yet could not inflict a single mark upon the skin capable of withstanding stellar energy. Frigga observed Rocket's perplexed expression and remarked, in truth, you have not arrived in the timeline of your original world, but rather in an alternate realm where you possess a rather extraordinary uncle. Is that why the reality stone is in his possession? Thor inquired, puzzled by the sudden revelation of this newfound relative. Frigga nodded. Would you like me to facilitate contact with him? Thor hesitated momentarily before acquiescing with a nod. Frigga promptly turned to reach out to Lu Chi. Thor released Rocket, who, in a fit of annoyance, delivered a light punch to Thor, though it barely registered with him. Let us hope your information proves accurate this time. Rocket grumbled as he turned away in frustration. Did you not hear? It is not that my information was erroneous. Rather, this is an entirely different parallel universe, Thor clarified. Oh, seeing you engage so amiably with your mother, I presumed there would be more significant differences, Rocket retorted, but Thor, in a buoyant mood, paid him little mind. In fact, some things should indeed remain the same, Thor suddenly exclaimed, his eyes alight with inspiration as he gestured toward the window. What are you doing? Rocket inquired, bewildered. Sometimes, one must exercise a bit of patience. Frigga replied with a smile as she utilized the communication array to connect with Lu Chi. Chapter 98. Father and Son During the Aforementioned Events. Thor was descending alongside Jane at the most scenic viewpoint by the Bifrost. It appears someone has arrived ahead of us. However, we must honor our elders and yield that spot to them, Thor said with a playful demeanor in front of his girlfriend. You are the elder here. Jane chuckled as she playfully shoved him. Thor wrapped his arms around Jane's waist, their foreheads touching. Jane encircled Thor's neck with her arms, turning to gaze at the sunset, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. As she looked at Thor, she was about to speak when her eyes fell upon the hammer he never seemed to part with. Why on earth are you still carrying that weapon? It ruins the moment, Jane thought with exasperation, suddenly recalling their first encounter when he was solely fixated on retrieving his hammer, an unshakable sense of unease creeping into her heart. Thor, could you possibly set your hammer down for a moment? Jane whispered softly in his ear. Thor paused, glancing at the hammer in his hand, and then at Jane's hopeful expression. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I believe it is wiser to keep it with me. For Asgard is not entirely safe. There are many beasts lurking in the uninhabited areas. Noticing Jane's growing disappointment, Thor did not relinquish the hammer. Instead, he scratched his head in resignation. Jane felt exasperated. Why are you being so dense right now? At that moment, Jane watched in astonishment as Thor suddenly hurled his hammer away. So, you were playing hard to get, you rascal, Jane thought gleefully, only to realize that Thor had instantly transformed, lightning crackling around him as he soared into the air. Who dares to seize my hammer? Thor thundered, exuding an aura of authority as he ascended, leaving Jane momentarily speechless. In a moment of confusion, Jin covered her face, feeling defeated by a mere hammer. An inexplicable sense of frustration washed over her. As spring arrived, a voice unexpectedly echoed nearby. Jin initially thought it was Thor making a sudden return, but upon looking up, she discovered it was Lu Chi. Qian took the initiative to greet Lu Chi and share her grievances about the situation. Lu Chi, stroking his chin, sensed that the matter was far from simple. Just then, a communication from Freya broke through. Lu Chi, could you come over here? Her voice called from a distance. I have a bit of situation here. Thor's hammer inexplicably flew away, and I believe I should investigate, Lu Chi replied, observing the furious lightning storms in the sky caused by Thor, who was heading towards the celestial palace. In fact, I seem to have another Thor on my hands. Lu Chi furrowed his brow. 2 Thors? From another realm? Yet their timeline should coincide with the period before the convergence of the 9 realms. Specifically around the events of Thor, the Dark World. Is this truly that moment in time? After pondering, Lu Chi resolved to take a closer look and ascended towards the celestial palace. Freya informed Lu Chi and then turned to smile at the hefty Thor. Your uncle will be arriving shortly. The hefty Thor nodded, just as the hammer fortuitously flew into his hands. Seeing the long-lost hammer, he broke into a joyous laugh. He was still acknowledged by Mjolnir, the hammer of the god of thunder from Asgard. Could you kindly inform my counterpart in this world that I am borrowing the hammer for a while? I shall return it shortly, though perhaps by the time I do, he won't even notice it's gone. The hefty Thor chuckled, only to suddenly pause, pondering whether his hammer had been borrowed before. You should tell him yourself, Freya remarked with a peculiar glance, perhaps unaware that this world's counterpart had already awakened his divine powers. Thor cast a puzzled look at Freya when a thunderous roar erupted from outside. Who dares to steal my hammer? A figure crackling with electricity stormed into the room, glaring fiercely at the occupants. Who are you to dare impersonate me? Thor exclaimed upon seeing the hefty Thor, his eyes flashing with lightning. Not only did this impostor dare to deceive him regarding his treasured possession, but he also bore a rather unflattering resemblance. Could there be some professional decorum? Yet, upon noticing the hammer in the hefty Thor's grasp, Thor's anger surged, and without further words, he unleashed a punch imbued with electric energy towards him. The hefty Thor was momentarily taken aback. How had he awakened his divine powers at this moment? Wasn't he essentially powerless without the hammer? Imagining the scene from Avengers Endgame where Thor's hammer had been summoned away by the hefty Thor, he envisioned himself chasing after it with little steps. With little time to contemplate further, the hefty Thor also erupted with divine energy, his body shimmering with lightning as he intercepted Thor's punch. You mimic rather convincingly. Upon witnessing the dazzling flash of the grenade, Thor's fury intensified. Are you attempting to impersonate me in order to usurp my throne? Fat Thor forcibly shoved Thor aside. I merely wish to borrow your hammer for a moment. I shall return it shortly. Thor, seething with rage, retorted, Is this how one casually requests to borrow something? Would you be willing if someone sought to take your girlfriend with the promise of returning her later? This is not merely a trifle. Thor, why are you so agitated? Fat Thor observed Thor with a sense of helplessness. Had he truly regarded the hammer as a cherished treasure in the past? Now he too held it dear. So perhaps all was well. Fat Thor gazed at the hammer in his grasp, reluctant to relinquish it, while simultaneously unwilling to engage in combat with Thor. He looked over at Freya, who was observing the spectacle with mild amusement. Thor followed his gaze and spotted Freya. Mother, look at him. Freya was savoring the delightful pastries that Fat Thor had prepared, content to watch her two sons bicker, until she suddenly became the target of their joint outcry. You are still vying for my mother? Thor exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld Fat Thor. In a fit of rage, Thor's body crackled with electric energy as he lunged at Fat Thor. Fat Thor shook his head, electric sparks dancing around him as he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Thor. Enough! Lu Chi burst into the room, stomping his foot on the ground. Dark tendrils erupted from the floor, ensnaring both Thors and pinning them down. Uncle! Thor exclaimed, his joy undiminished despite his bindings. This person appeared from nowhere and is trying to take my hammer. Thor complained, seeking parental intervention. Lu Chi nodded, turning his attention to Fat Thor. Having overlooked him moments ago, he now scrutinized this astonishingly corpulent individual. Are you impersonating Thor, the god of thunder, as portrayed by Volstagg? The one who consumed the most among the three fools of the heavenly palace? My word, how did you become so rotund? I recall you being quite robust in Avengers, Infinity War. Could it be that your heartbreak transformed into an insatiable appetite, leading to this state? How much profit must that fast food establishment be raking in? I see now. Opening a fast food joint post-Infinity War must be immensely lucrative. Lu Chi released Thor and casually seized the hammer from Fat Thor's grasp, twirling it nonchalantly before tossing it to the eagerly awaiting Thor. You are indeed my uncle? Fat Thor asked uncertainly. If someone could effortlessly wield the hammer in his original world, he would surely remember such a remarkable uncle. So you are the nephew from a parallel universe? Lu Chi approached and patted Fat Thor's shoulder, causing the flesh to jiggle. You are aware that I hail from a parallel realm? Fat Thor inquired, furrowing his brow at the sensation of strength he felt. Of course. I encountered your Tony while battling the Chitauri, and he informed me of your objectives. I simply did not expect your arrival to coincide with the present time. Have they returned with the stones? The raccoon, Rocket, stealthily emerged behind Frigga, cautiously peering forth to inquire. Frigga, unfazed, offered him a piece of pastry. No, I have the space and mind stones with me. The time stone remains with the Ancient One, Lu Chi remarked as he observed Rocket decisively accepting the treat. This fellow was indeed a genius, capable of inexplicably crafting weapons within a prison using various materials, a true prodigy of armaments. Are they merely returning like this? Rocket exclaimed in disbelief. I assured them that once I gather all the stones, I shall assist in bringing back those who have vanished, Lu Chi replied. Watching Rocket gnawing on the pastry, feeling an inexplicable urge to ruffle his fur. Will you genuinely help us? Rocket asked, cheeks bulging as he gazed at Lu Chi. What alternative do you have? You cannot overpower me, Lu Chi retorted, producing 2 infinity stones and casually rolling them in his hands like walnuts. Upon the appearance of the 2 stones, both Rocket and Fat Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing their reactions, Lu Chi then revealed the reality stone. So, would you care to witness the true extent of future Thor's might? He jested, tossing the stones nonchalantly. Thor, go! Rocket cheered, relishing the unfolding spectacle. Fat Thor shot a glance at Rocket, rolling his eyes. Do you not see that I'm still bound? How could I possibly engage Lu Chi in combat? Do you think I am inebriated? Observing Fat Thor's demeanor, Lu Chi turned to glance at Thor. It appears you shall become considerably wiser in the future. What? Thor, blissfully stroking his hammer, failed to grasp the implication. Clearly, he was not as astute at present. Lu Chi sighed. Jane is still waiting for you on the Bifrost. If you wish to avoid her silence in the coming days, you ought to seek her out now. All right. Thor finally recalled his beloved, casting a disgruntled glance at Fat Thor before soaring into the sky. Lu Chi, with an exasperated glance at Frigga, remarked, You might need to ensure he learns a bit more. I am indeed making an effort, Frigga replied, kindly offering Rocket another piece of pastry. Perhaps you should have him suspended with Mjolnir and pierced by the eternal spear, ensuring he absorbs some valuable lessons, Lu Chi suggested with a mischievous grin. Frigga nodded. What a curious ritual. I shall endeavor to try it later. Lu Chi turned to Fat Thor, extending his hand to release him from his bonds. Observing the way his eyes fixated on the departing Thor, and the hammer in his grasp. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Chi inquired, Since you are so fond of hammers, why not have the Dwarf King forge you another? He is not dead, is he? All of Eitree's kin were slain by Thanos. And his hands were. Fat Thor began, but then shook his head, recalling something. Well, the Eitree of this world remains unscathed. Lu Chi nodded. Very well then. If you can best my subordinate in combat, I shall have him assist you in crafting another hammer and aid you in bringing everyone back. What say you? Lu Chi picked up a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. Your subordinate? Fat Thor inquired, gazing at Lu Chi. Who are they? Such a thing. Lu Chi casually summoned a ninja warrior. Is this it? Thor stared incredulously at Lu Chi, regarding the scrawny figure. I agreed. Fat Thor exclaimed, leaping up with haste, fearing Lu Chi might refuse. That's splendid. I am quite eager to witness your prowess, Lu Chi replied with a smile. I too wish to gauge the strength of my future son. Odin's voice suddenly resonated. The group turned to the doorway, where Odin stood, accompanied by Loki. Father Loki? Fat Thor joyfully rushed forward. In your world, have you always been this portly? Loki remarked disdainfully as he observed the approaching Fat Thor. Thor reached out to embrace him, but grasped only a projection. That's the spirit. Tony turned to Loki, who had appeared beside Frigga. Now that's Loki. Lu Chi clapped his hands, redirecting the overly attached brother's attention. All right, back to our original topic. Shall we engage in battle? Thor instinctively glanced at Odin. Odin met his gaze, paused in silence, and then, to Thor's astonishment, smiled. I too wish to witness your strength. I have always believed you would be the mightiest of Asgardians. Oui, intelligiste. I am familiar with this sentiment. Chapter 99. The Bodhisattva weight loss method with his own father speaking up. How could Fat Thor refuse? I shall heed your command. O King of the Gods. Fat Thor declared with utmost seriousness, standing tall. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside, and a bolt of lightning struck through the window, enveloping him. An outfit of armor, bloated to fit his size, materialized around him, and a spark of lightning shot from his eyes. Where shall we fight? Seeing Fat Thor's serious demeanor, Lu Chi chuckled. It won't do to battle here. Let us retreat to the mirror dimension. With a wave of his hand, black fissures appeared in the void, transporting the group into the mirrored realm. A sudden thought struck. Why didn't Doctor Strange and his allies enter the mirror dimension when ambushing Thanos? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to engage him there? Or is the space stone so powerful that it can pierce through alternate dimensions? Sensing the shift in space, Odin nodded. The sorcery of Kamar-Taj is indeed remarkable. All right, Thor, you go over there and prepare your subordinates, Lu Chi instructed, pointing to a distance. Is it really necessary for just one little fellow? Thor pouted, yet he still flew a considerable distance away. Is this far enough? He called out from a short distance. A bit further, Lu Chi urged, casting a sly grin at Frigga. Frigga glanced at Lu Chi with exasperation and shook her head. Just don't knock him senseless. Fear not. This fellow is already foolish enough. He cannot become any more so. Rocket chuckled, adding, but truly, that guy isn't a match for him. He has already defeated Thanos before. Indeed, one might become less agile with added weight, Lu Chi remarked with a smile, observing Thor diminish into a mere speck within his line of sight before gesturing for him to halt. I never claimed that I have only one subordinate. He addressed the shadowy figure, and in an instant, a multitude of dark silhouettes emerged from beneath his feet, enveloping the surroundings in an abyss of shadows. Oh dear. Rocket cautiously climbed onto Frigga to avoid stepping on the shadows, only to be unceremoniously grabbed by Loki, who lifted him by the scruff of his neck. Rocket's short legs couldn't reach Loki, rendering him powerless to resist. From a distance, Thor initially believed he had been outwitted by Lu Chi, but as the vast shadows materialized, his expression shifted dramatically. He recalled that the ninja had emerged from a similar darkness, and now, rest assured, my subordinates will not perish. Feel free to strike. Lu Chi called out, clapping his hands as countless ninjas emerged from the shadows, thousands suddenly confronting Thor. Wong Defa. Thor gazed at the sea of figures before him, regretting not bringing his battle axe. This doesn't seem very promising. Perhaps I should have brought the Avengers with me? Charge! With a wave of his hand, Lu Chi commanded the Shadow Army to advance swiftly toward Thor. This was merely a fraction of Lu Chi's true power. Otherwise, Thor would have experienced an entirely different sensation. All right, Thor took a deep breath, rallying himself. I just need to smash through them. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of electricity, leaping into the air and hurling countless bolts of lightning into the dark sea below. Crash! Arcs of electricity roiled in the mirrored space, the immense force scattering the legion of shadow ninjas. Come on, Thor bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated a ninja charging at him, before crashing into the throng, annihilating surrounding shadow ninjas with bolts of lightning. Well done, Rocket shouted, disregarding his less than dignified position held by Loki. How do you feel? This fellow's combat prowess is quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Chi leaned closer to Odin, smiling. Odin's face radiated joy as he watched Thor wreak havoc among the Shadow Army. I have always known he would be the mightiest of Asgardians. He turned to Frigga, adding, at my age, I was nowhere near as formidable as he is. Frigga, equally proud, gazed at Thor. Asgard will shine brightly under Thor's electrifying presence. Yet, her gaze shifted to the astonished Loki, of course. This is contingent upon whether he doesn't bring ruin to Asgard. That depends on you, Loki, to keep your brother in check. Certainly, I shall. Loki replied with a grin. In the past, when he charged through crowds, I ensured the Asgardians left a path for his retreat. That seems sufficient. I shall retract the shadow ninjas now. After observing that nearly half of the ninjas had been dispatched, and Thor was beginning to breathe heavily, Lu Chi spoke to Odin. Do not. Odin interjected. I can sense that he hasn't engaged in battle for quite some time. Perhaps now is the moment for him to reacquaint himself with it. By the way, why hasn't this fellow returned to his favorite front lines? He turned to Rocket. Little one, could you enlighten me about the future of Asgard? Don't call me Little One. Address me as Rocket. Rocket retorted instinctively, only to suddenly remember that this seemingly affable elder was none other than Thor's father, an entity far older than he. It is widely known throughout the cosmos that Asgardians grow stronger with age, Odin's words. Rocket immediately adopted a more respectful demeanor. Well, the future of Asgard has encountered quite a few challenges. I suspect it will take some time to elaborate. Odin nodded. No matter. We can discuss it at length this evening. If your tales prove engaging, I grant you permission to select a treasure from the Asgardian vault to take with you. Rocket's excitement surged. After all, Asgardians are a renowned race throughout the universe. Their might and wealth are legendary, and who knows what treasures lie within their vault. Loki, it appears I shall be occupied this evening. Please entertain our guests from the Nine Realms, Odin instructed, handing Loki the eternal spear. The Nine Realms have been rather tumultuous of late. Wielding this will help instill fear in those rascals. Loki stared blankly as he accepted the spear. Although he had previously possessed one, it had not been bestowed upon him by Odin himself, and the significance of this gesture was entirely different. Recently feeling somewhat inferior due to Thor's immense strength, Loki was instantly rejuvenated, smiling as he caressed the intricate designs on the spear. Lu Chi observed their interaction and sensed it was time for him to depart. Casually, he released the shadow ninjas that Thor had just vanquished, watching as Thor was once again engulfed by a sea of adversaries. Are you leaving already? Lu Chi inquired. Of course. I am eager to hear a tale, Odin replied with a smile. I hope you do not suffer from heart ailments. Lu Chi thought of Asgard's future, wishing for Odin to remain calm. A portal was conjured for their exit, but Frigga chose to remain. Is something amiss? Lu Chi asked, turning to Frigga as he observed Thor struggling under the weight of the hammer due to his waning divine power. I have a request, Frigga said after a moment of silence. There's no need for such formality. If it is within my power, I shall certainly assist you. Lu Chi responded somewhat awkwardly. Noting Frigga's typically cheerful demeanor had turned grave, which unnerved him. Frigga had always worn a smile, but her sudden seriousness alarmed him. I hope that once you collect the 6 stones, you can aid Thor in bringing back the people from his world. Frigga recalled all that her beloved Thor had endured, her heart aching. The individuals from that world, or rather those destined by fate, had indeed been too reckless, leaving Thor to face so much alone. This was the heartfelt wish of a mother who could not bear to see her child suffer any longer. Frigga stepped forward, grasping Lu Chi's hand, earnestly imploring him. Lu Chi silently regarded Frigga, realizing that in addition to being the queen of Asgard, she was a true mother. I promised, and this was indeed my original thought. As I have expressed before, I cherish the notion of everyone joyfully coming together for a fulfilling conclusion, rather than achieving victory at the cost of many sacrifices. Lu Chi stated earnestly. Thank you, Freya nodded, taking a deep breath. Regaining her usual cheerful demeanor, she remarked, remember to come out early. The chef is about to finish preparing the dragon meat. As the dragon-slaying warrior, you must be the first to taste it. Of course, take care. Lu Chi waved his hand, watching Freya turn away before glancing back at Thor. Well, you are quite fortunate. Observing Thor, drained of his divine strength and unable to strike the nimble ninja warriors with his cumbersome frame, he could only endure the blows. Fortunately, his armor was not easily breached, and the ninjas did not seem intent on taking his life, allowing him to withstand the punishment for quite some time. Ultimately, Thor, gasping for breath, was pressed down by a swarm of ninja warriors, shielding his face with his hands while black hands and feet pummeled him. Don't kick there. Don't hit my face. Don't touch below. Thor cried out, laboriously rolling over to allow for a more even distribution of the hits, believing this might enhance the flavor of his flesh. Seeing Thor lying motionless, Lu Chi resolved to help him exercise and suddenly recalled a vibration weight loss machine he had seen online, inspiring an idea. With a wave of his hand, the previously uninvolved assassins, night bats, and troll warriors charged forth, rushing towards the side of Thor, who had become a target for the ninjas. In truth, lying down felt akin to receiving a massage, which was rather pleasant. Oblivious to the group of distinct special forces surrounding him, Thor pondered why the attacks had ceased. Just as he lifted his head, he was confronted by a colossal figure, evoking unsettling memories. Suddenly, several gleaming blades struck him, peeling away the armor that had only managed to leave faint white marks from the ninja's relentless assaults, and he felt his flesh being sliced open. Wow, you're serious, Thor exclaimed, leaping to his feet, only to be seized by a troll warrior. As the perspective shifted, Thor found himself dangling by his legs in the grip of the troll, pleading, please no. Before he could finish his sentence, the troll tilted its head, seemingly receiving a command, and then bang, bang, bang. Thor was violently tossed about by the troll warrior, crashing against the ground until, after several impacts, the troll paused, gazing at Thor, who appeared unscathed before delivering a few more heavy slams and then flinging him away. What a thrill! Lu Chi provided a voiceover. This is the sensation. What did you say? Thor, having been thrown aside, faintly heard Lu Chi's words, but before he could respond, another massive figure caught him. Oh no, not again. Thus, Lu Chi observed as several troll soldiers tossed Thor about like a mere plaything. Should he attempt to struggle, the Nightbat soldiers would promptly employ shockwaves to return him to the correct path. This was my unique method of vibrational fat reduction, and I believe you shall emerge rejuvenated shortly. I shall return to check on you in 2 hours. Lu Chi called out with a smile, listening to Thor's incoherent remarks as he flew about, entirely unable to comprehend them. Surely, he was expressing his gratitude. Lu Chi clasped his hands together, feeling as though he were on the verge of enlightenment. Yet upon recalling the delectable dishes awaiting him outside, he rubbed his hands together and dashed out. You, scoundrel! Thor's voice echoed within the mirrored space, yet the Shadow Army paid no heed to his words. Chapter 100. Visitors from the 9 realms leaving behind the feisty Thor in the mirrored space. Lu Chi returned to the material realm. He gazed out the window, surprised to find that so much time had elapsed. He had intended to catch a glimpse of the sunset. Shaking his head, he exited the lounge, only to find an Asgardian guard waiting patiently outside. Upon seeing Lu Chi emerge, the guard hastened forward and knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, Prince Loki has sent me to inform you that the other rulers of the Nine Realms are soon to arrive. Please join us in welcoming them." "The rulers of the other 9 realms?" Lu Chi stroked his chin, uncertain of Loki's motives for summoning him. However, witnessing the guard kneeling before him felt rather peculiar. "Please rise," Lu Chi gestured. "Do you know why I am to go?" Although the guard stood, he maintained a respectful bow. At every grand banquet, Asgard invites its friendly neighbors throughout the cosmos. As the 9 realms fall under Asgard's domain, their leaders arrive a day in advance. Additionally, prior to each banquet, the rulers of the 9 realms convene to discuss important matters. Lu Chi nodded and dismissed the guard. He had not anticipated that even a nonchalant ruler of Earth would be required to attend a meeting. Nevertheless, since his nephew Loki had extended the invitation, he decided to attend. Should the leaders of the 9 realms look down upon Loki, he would stand by his side in support. Lu Chi stretched lazily and made his way towards the Rainbow Bridge. At that moment, Loki stood in the hall of the Rainbow Bridge, wielding the Eternal Spear, while Heimdall stood nearby, brandishing his divine sword as he gazed at the vast expanse of stars. Loki's face was adorned with an irrepressible smile, alternating the spear between his hands as though searching for the most comfortable grip. "Do not be overly exuberant. Such excitement as the king of Asgard may tarnish the dignity of our realm," Heimdall remarked calmly. Loki paused, tempering his smile and once again grasping the scepter with his right hand. He turned to Heimdall. "Do you now regard me as your king?" "Indeed. When Odin entrusted you with the scepter, you became the king of Asgard. However, I believe you are not entirely composed at present, which is why I felt compelled to remind you." Heimdall gazed at Loki and spoke. "That is good. After all, I would not wish for Asgard to lose its dignity before other realms, especially at a time when turmoil is sweeping through the 9 realms." Loki, adopting a serious demeanor, adjusted his posture to stand with the same gravitas as Odin. "Once your outward appearance is satisfactory, it remains to be seen if you possess the mindset of a ruler." Heimdall acknowledged with a nod. "Ah, to hear praise from your lips is indeed a rare delight," Loki exhaled. "By the way, will you now unconditionally obey my commands?" "Of course, my king," Heimdall replied, fixing his gaze ahead, standing tall and poised like a soldier awaiting orders. Then, Loki contemplated for a moment. "Activate the Bifrost to Jotunheim. I shall annihilate the realm that dares to invade Asgard." "Understood, my king." Heimdall promptly inserted the divine sword into the mechanism, and a magnificent beam of light surged from its core, flooding into the cosmic sea. Loki observed Heimdall, who showed no sign of halting the Bifrost activation. As time passed, the energy of the Bifrost intensified, beginning to inflict damage upon Jotunheim. Yet, Loki displayed no intention of stopping Heimdall. Eventually, a thought struck Loki. His father had a fondness for wine mixed with crushed ice grass. Perhaps it is best not to destroy Jotunheim after all. "Understood," Heimdall replied, his expression unwavering as he ceased the Bifrost operation. The orange hues of his eyes reflected the state of Jotunheim, though the Bifrost had stopped. The prolonged energy output had already caused significant harm. "It seems the quality of ice grass will diminish this year," Heimdall remarked to Loki. "Not to worry," Loki replied nonchalantly. "I trust the frost giants will still procure the finest ice grass. It may just require a bit more effort." Heimdall smiled faintly, hoping they would harbor no ill intentions towards Asgard. "Why fear?" Loki chuckled, addressing Heimdall. "Had it not been for the wine, Jotunheim would have already vanished, would it not? The frost giants without their ice boxes are hardly a threat. The Bifrost alone could reduce them to cosmic dust without needing Odin's intervention." "Indeed, for the sake of the wine, we shall spare them," Heimdall conceded, a subtle smile gracing his lips, for he too relished that particular wine. Meanwhile, far away in the celestial palace, Odin listened intently as Rocket spoke of future events, his fingers digging into the arms of his chair. He observed the Bifrost opening and closing in the distance without uttering a word. Loki approached the Bifrost with a leisurely flight, noticing its activation from afar and feeling a hint of confusion. Upon entering the hall and overhearing the conversation between the two, he rolled his eyes. "You both seem rather idle. Isn't this a waste of energy to keep the Bifrost open? Currently, apart from Asgard and Earth, chaos reigns in the other realms. To prevent the frost giants from causing a scene at the banquet, we must issue a warning." Loki casually fabricated a reason to speak. then began to imitate Odin's customary gestures and demeanor. After all, as Heimdall had just mentioned, he was keen on preserving Asgard's dignity and needed to exercise caution. Loki nodded in agreement, choosing not to comment further. It mattered little to him, as long as they refrained from unleashing weaponry upon Earth. He was indifferent to Loki's utilization of the Bifrost. Moreover, given that the Frost Giants had previously dared to cause disturbances on Earth, Loki, now the nominal master of the realm, found himself rather inclined to stir trouble for them. When we receive the other rulers from the Nine Realms? Loki inquired, glancing at the sky. We shall commence the reception shortly, Loki replied, halting his movements to turn towards Heimdall. There's still a bit of time until our appointed meeting with Vanaheim. I shall ensure their timely arrival, Heimdall affirmed with a nod. We can wait over there, Loki suggested, gesturing grandly as he strode forth with an air of mock authority. Loki followed him to the side, observing as Loki continuously adjusted his posture. Are you feeling anxious? Loki shot him a glance. A bit, to be honest. Previously, I merely acted as a proxy for royal matters, rarely leaving the palace. Now, I must present myself as the king of Asgard to welcome other sovereigns, which is undeniably nerve-wracking. Watching Loki twist and turn, one might think he was afflicted by a sudden ailment. Loki attempted to disregard him, yet Loki began practicing his walking stance, flitting about in front of him. Finally, in exasperation, Loki remarked, "Could you refrain from fidgeting so much?" Seeing Loki awkwardly cease his movements, Loki sighed and said, "You don't need to feign gravitas. Odin himself isn't as stiff as you are. But I lack the formidable power of father," Loki replied, somewhat resigned. Loki rolled his eyes, responding as if Odin were already deceased. He stepped closer, placing an arm around Loki's shoulders, and pointed towards the palace. Odin is right inside, quietly listening to stories. Should you find yourself in peril, he will undoubtedly come to your rescue. He is your source of confidence. Observing the dawning realization on Loki's face, Loki casually gestured to the starry sky. Do you understand why the various empires in the universe hold Asgard in such high regard? It is precisely because of Asgard's immense power. Under the shadow of such might, not even you, nor the doorkeeper over there, would be underestimated. Heimdall interjected. Are you being polite? Ignoring Heimdall's eye roll, Loki released Loki. Thus, regardless of your demeanor, they will not belittle you because of your actions. Unless, of course, you insist on behaving in a disgraceful manner. Loki nodded, somewhat understanding, casting a glance at Loki and then at the magnificent Asgard behind him. Indeed, it was not he who needed to be cautious, but those others. As Loki resumed his previously audacious demeanor, Loki nodded in approval, though the mischief in Loki's expression stirred his own impulse to. With a couple of coughs, Loki restrained his restless foot, just as the Bifrost reignited, sending forth a radiant beam of light. Before long, a solemnly attired guard approached Loki, bearing boxes of gifts. A man adorned in even more splendid attire, upon noticing the eternal spear in Loki's grasp, showed utmost deference and respectfully greeted him. Loki cast a glance at Loki, then at the staff in his hand, casually welcoming the envoy from Vanaheim, which greatly honored the leader of Vanaheim. It was rather straightforward, wasn't it? Loki nudged Loki with his elbow, and the leader before them refrained from commenting on this indiscreet gesture. Loki, with a resigned look, turned back to the leader of Vanaheim, who was the new sovereign of the Nine Realms and the ruler of Midgard, known as Earth. Additionally, he was a brother to Odin, the king of the gods, and a prince from beyond Asgard. Loki briefly introduced Loki to the leader of Vanaheim, and, as the Bifrost ignited once more, he nodded to Loki and gestured for the guards to escort them away. With each activation of the Bifrost, all sovereigns of the Nine Realms arrived sequentially at Asgard. It is worth noting that although there are 9 realms, only 4 delegations reached Asgard, including Asgard and Earth, totaling merely 6 worlds. The other realms, namely Svartalfheim, the realm of dark elves, Helheim, the realm of the dead, and Muspelheim, the realm of flames, posed potential threats. Their representatives could spark conflict in Asgard once again. Svartalfheim, originally the abode of dark elves, fell victim to war with Asgard during the reign of Odin's father, Bor, who ultimately vanquished the dark elves, leading to their apparent extinction. Helheim, governed by Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard, is the realm of the deceased. However, following Hela's imprisonment by Odin, Helheim has largely evaded Asgard's dominion. Muspelheim, prophesied to bring about Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, is the homeland of Surtr. To thwart this prophecy, Odin defeated Surtr millennia ago, seizing his treasure, the eternal flame. Thus, it stands that should representatives from these three realms arrive, Asgard would invariably have to prepare for war. Nevertheless, it is not unusual, just as it would be expected for the four heavenly kings to number 5. Having only 6 sovereigns of the 9 realms is quite reasonable. After welcoming the sovereigns, Loki instructed them to set down their luggage and tributes before convening for a meeting. Loki also took a moment to familiarize himself with these figures, ensuring he would not mistake anyone, and he spotted the renowned dwarf king, Eitri, who stood at an impressive height of 316 meters. This remarkable individual had a hand in forging Thor's hammer, the Infinity Gauntlet of Thanos, and later, Thor's Stormbreaker, earning him the title of the mightiest blacksmith. In hopes of ensuring that the jolly Thor could wield his hammer with joy upon his return, Loki engaged in further conversation with Eitri, intending to request his assistance in crafting a hammer later on. Chapter 101. The Frost Giant seeking trouble after welcoming all the lords of the 9 realms. Loki instructed them to settle their belongings before leading Loki to the venue for their conference. What do you think of these individuals? Loki inquired as they walked. Each has its unique characteristics. Loki reflected upon the diverse representatives he had just encountered. The Vanir, considered the brethren of the Aesir, had long been led by Asgard for centuries. However, following the recent damage to the Bifrost, significant unrest had erupted among them. The younger faction of the Vanir believed they could confront the multitude of races in the cosmos, while the elders, acutely aware of the vastness and terror of the universe, ended up in conflict. The representatives from the Vanir who had come to Asgard belonged to the elder faction, seeking both to respond to Asgard's call and to request assistance in quelling the upheaval. Conversely, the dwarves of Nidavellir faced no such dilemmas. Their request for Asgard's protection stemmed from their desire to forge in peace. Otherwise, their exceptional craftsmanship would attract incessant requests and disturbances from countless races throughout the universe. Under Asgard's guardianship, the dwarves had enjoyed centuries of tranquility, indulging in fine wine, singing, and nurturing their families, living a most contented existence. Thus, even with the Bifrost's destruction, the dwarves remained undisturbed, blissfully unaware of the events transpiring in Asgard. Alfheim, the fabled realm of the Light Elves, was said to house beings of diminutive stature, yet Loki observed them to be roughly human-sized. It seemed the mythical measures of such races were indeed exaggerated by the Titans. Fortunately, these Light Elves abhorred war and preferred tending to their gardens, with no discord within their ranks. However, recent sightings of fleets along their borders hinted at potential unrest. After all, the Light Elves were born as powerful mages, and their exquisite appearance held considerable value in the universe. Yet, to Loki, they were merely aesthetically pleasing, especially considering his condition of facial blindness. As for the Frost Giants of Jotunheim, their demeanor was rather somber. Loki had previously instructed the gatekeeper Heimdall to deliver a formidable blow to Jotunheim, likely leaving an indelible impact on them. This group carried the most belongings, but after Heimdall's thorough inspection revealed no peculiar items, they were allowed to pass through. Nodding, Loki guided Loki toward Asgard's Grand Council Hall. Upon entering the hall, Loki took his rightful place at the head of the table, wielding the Eternal Spear. Observing Loki's inclination to sit anywhere, Loki advised, "The lords of the 9 realms seat themselves according to their realm strength. You should occupy the second position." Raising an eyebrow, Loki regarded him skeptically. "Are you certain I should sit in the second position? Let us save some face for Asgard." Loki shrugged. "Or would you prefer to convene this meeting yourself? If so, then it is settled." Loki swiftly took his seat in the second position, where a ninja attendant presented an assortment of fruits, while 2 others approached to provide him with a massage, appearing far more comfortable than Loki, who occupied the foremost position. Loki shook his head helplessly, and after a brief wait, the leaders from the other realms gradually assembled. The first to arrive was the dwarf chieftain, Eitri, who entered holding a cube. Upon spotting Loki in the second seat, he paused momentarily, glancing at Loki. Loki nodded in acknowledgement, prompting Eitri to say nothing further as he approached the third seat. He pushed aside the chair and tossed the cube, which transformed into a colossal chair, suitable for his stature. How troublesome was that Asgard could not provide a chair specifically for him. He had to bring his own every time. Atreus shook his head, then noticed Lu Chi indulging in fruits while playing with his phone. Would you like some? Lu Chi inquired, glancing at him. Two ninja attendants promptly presented a platter of unpeeled watermelon before Atreus. Just peel it, and it's ready to eat. Please enjoy, Lu Chi said with a smile. Atreus was momentarily taken aback by the casual demeanor of the ruler of Midgard. Nevertheless, he said nothing, and with his massive hand, he effortlessly grasped a watermelon larger than Lu Chi's head. He struck it against the table, cracking it open as easily as one would an egg, and gulped down the contents. Not bad. Atreus nodded at Lu Chi. That's good to hear. I was worried you might not enjoy it, considering that most fruits on Earth are roughly the size of these, Lu Chi remarked, waving an apple in front of Atreus before taking a hearty bite. Atreus nodded appreciatively, finding Lu Chi rather amusing. Typically, such meetings revolved around discussions of trade activities and the distribution of benefits among the 9 realms, which tended to be rather formal. However, the unexpected appearance of a more jovial character was quite refreshing. Perhaps you could entrust the seeds to the light elves of Alfheim. They excel in nurturing and cultivating plants, which may enhance the taste and size of these fruits, Atreus suggested. That sounds feasible. I shall arrange for some seeds to be prepared on Earth and send a few individuals to learn from them, Lu Chi replied, envisioning the prospect of grapes the size of apples. As their casual conversation continued, the other rulers of the 9 realms gradually arrived at the venue. Upon witnessing the current seating arrangement, they were all taken aback. The light elves settled into the 5th position, while the brother clan of Asgard, the Vanir, took the 6th. The frost giant was the last to arrive, entering the hall with a grim expression. He too paused at the sight of the seating before taking his place in the 4th position. Once all were seated, Loki raised his eternal spear and struck it against the floor to capture everyone's attention. As he began to rise and speak, the unmistakable sound of someone crunching an apple interrupted him. Casting an exasperated glance at Lu Chi, who appeared entirely innocent, the latter held up the apple and declared, "It's the apple's fault. It's just too crisp." He took another bite, producing a satisfying crunch. Loki sighed, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to look back for Odin. He spoke, "The banquet in Asgard is being held in light of recent events. Fortunately, these matters have either been resolved or are now taking a turn for the better." He gazed at the assembly, his eyes lingering momentarily on the frost giant. Asgard too has undergone some transformations, and I must announce certain developments to you all. Raising the eternal spear in his hand, he declared, "As you can see, I, Loki, have been entrusted by Odin himself with the eternal spear. From this day forth, I shall oversee the affairs of Asgard. My brother Thor will serve as the supreme commander of the Asgardian army, leading our forces to maintain peace across the 9 realms." Moreover, Loki glanced towards Lu Chi. Representing Midgard, Earth, Odin has personally appointed this formidable individual named Lu Chi as the new sovereign of the 9 realms, and he will join our council. Loki gestured for Lu Chi to stand and express his sentiments. Lu Chi rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the attention, yet he rose and waved to the others. Just as he intended to sit back down, a voice interrupted, "I wholeheartedly welcome another leader to our council. However, we have traditionally ranked by strength. What capabilities does he possess to claim the 2nd position? Or for that matter, what merit does Midgard hold for such a rank?" Lu Chi turned with annoyance towards the source of the voice, recognizing the newly appointed Frost Giant King. A smile crossed his face. "Ah, it's you." The Frost Giant ranked 3rd. Lu Chi approached him. "Do you doubt my strength or that of Earth?" The new Frost Giant King also stood, towering over Lu Chi at 3 meters tall. "What is Earth? I'm only familiar with Midgard. Weren't you battling beasts with stones thousands of years ago? You seem rather different now." Lu Chi chuckled lightly, levitating slightly, just enough for his heels to align with the Frost Giant's head. "We develop rapidly, unlike some of your kind, who, after millennia, have shown no progress at all. Frankly, you should consider taking a seat at the 6th position instead of the 3rd. He then turned his gaze toward the Vanir, acknowledging their continuous advancement, even if they were not as formidable at present. The new Frost Giant King, still nursing his grievances from a recent confrontation with Asgard, felt provoked by Lu Chi's taunts and swung a fist towards him. Aether, initially poised to intervene, was gently restrained by Loki, who offered him a reassuring smile. Aether, puzzled, decided to hold back. Meanwhile, Lu Chi remained unfazed by the incoming strike. An eruption of energy surged from within him. and a torrent of dark energy forcefully slammed the frost giant against the wall, scattering shards of ice across the floor. It is said that during your last incursion on Earth, I refrained from seeking retribution, yet now you dare to trouble me again? With a twist of his hand, Lu Qi summoned tendrils of dark energy that coiled around him in a cruciform bind. As he slowly twisted his wrist, the tendrils ensnared the limbs of the frost giant's new king, wrenching them violently. The frost giant emitted a mournful howl as his arm was twisted, ice shards cascading from his form. In the wake of his anguished cries, the hall's doors were thrust open, and a horde of frost giants charged in, their roars echoing. However, towering figures even grander than they emerged before them. Faced with these diminutive foes, the troll soldiers clenched their fists and unleashed a mighty blow that sent the leading frost giant hurtling into the wall, silencing him forever. The troll soldiers on either side, eager for action in the presence of the Lord of the Nine Realms, engaged in a display of bare-handed stone shattering. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of incoming frost giants were reduced to scattered ice debris, leaving only a few stragglers who had yet to advance. Yet, upon witnessing the remnants of their kin scattered across the ground, these remaining frost giants were struck with fear, hesitating to charge forward. Lu Qi paid no heed to the unfolding battle. The two sides were not of comparable might. Observing the wailing frost giant, a smile graced Lu Qi's lips as he lifted his other hand. A surge of dark energy glided along the frost giant king's body, gradually coiling around his neck. With a gentle twist of his hand, the energy constricted, producing a sound akin to ice fracturing around the frost giant's throat. Enough, Loki interjected, stepping forth. For the sake of Odin's reputation, he, the formidable dragon slayer and brother of the All-Father, a prince beyond the borders of Asgard, sought to preserve harmony among them. Loki regarded the thoroughly battered frost giant clan without a trace of anger, instead smiling as he relayed Lu Qi's title to the other races. Lu Qi chuckled casually, releasing the dark energy and allowing the frost giant king to plummet to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. He then glided back to his seat as the troll soldiers melted into the shadows. A few surviving frost giant sentinels exchanged glances, gathering the remains of their fallen comrades and placing them beside their king. After a moment, the shards began to intertwine, merging with the frost giant king, who gradually healed and stood again. Yet, the expression on his face revealed that the recent encounter had left him deeply unsettled. Cautiously glancing at Lu Qi, the new king quietly took a seat at the far end. Lu Qi met his gaze briefly, the smile evaporating from his face as he spoke with solemnity. I now announce several matters. From this day forth, Midgard shall be renamed Earth, and Earth is eager to establish trade and diplomatic relations with all of you. Moreover, I shall merely serve as the nominal ruler of Earth, without engaging in the management of its affairs. If you're interested in trading with the inhabitants of Earth, you may seek out the denizens of that realm. After a brief pause, Lu Qi suddenly displayed a terrifying grin. However, while I do not concern myself with such matters, I shall ensure that Earth remains free from invasion and oppression. I trust that no one would dare to undertake such actions, would they? As the final word echoed, the Grand Hall was abruptly enveloped in an abyss of darkness, and pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life, exuding a chilling intent as they surveyed everyone present. Loki, too, felt a sense of unease, as these shadowy ninjas had not overlooked him either. After a tense standstill of several seconds, observing the increasingly grave expressions around him, Lu Qi's demeanor transformed into one of warmth. As long as we refrain from such actions, I can assure you that I am quite amiable, and I welcome dialogue. After all, I am merely a novice, newly integrated into this family, and uncertain of the customary practices. Chapter 102. The humble Cassius, with a polite smile directed at those around him, Lu Qi returned to his seat. Loki cast a cheerful glance at the frost giant before also resuming his position at the head of the table. Is there anyone else who wishes to announce something? Loki indicated that he had no further comments, prompting others to speak. The dwarf king, Eitri, naturally had nothing to contribute, were it not for the meeting in Asgard. He would much prefer to remain by his forge. The elven king, Eleanor Addison, a name of my own creation, if anyone knows the true name of the elven king. Please share. My conception is of a female light elven monarch, raised her hand demurely. Recently, an external cosmic fleet has appeared at the borders of Alfheim, necessitating assistance from Asgard. Loki nodded in acknowledgement, stating that he would dispatch the guards to issue a warning should they dare to encroach upon your borders again. Inform me promptly, and I shall send someone to eliminate them. Lu Qi abruptly stood, startling Eleanor, who was left with a rather brutal impression of him. I shall assist you in dispelling that fleet, in exchange for your aid in enhancing these fruits. With a clap of his hands, 2 ninja soldiers emerged from beside Eleanor, presenting an assortment of fruits before her. Eleanor examined the offerings and noted that they could indeed be improved. If you could help in driving away that fleet, it'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, how benevolent these elves are. Lu Qi nodded, saying, very well. I shall take it upon myself to drive them away. Eleanor acknowledged his proposal with a nod, effectively sealing the agreement. Lu Qi settled back down, eagerly awaiting the next aspirant. The spokesperson for the Vanir tribe was a small, elderly man, devoid of a proper name, clearly a mere background character. As his turn to speak arrived, he stood up awkwardly, stating that a rebellion had recently erupted in Vanaheim, necessitating assistance to quell it. Observing this elderly figure, Lu Qi's enthusiasm waned. Although the Vanir were indeed a divine lineage, they paled in comparison to the Aesir, lacking notable distinctions aside from possessing slightly superior physical attributes compared to humans. Had it not been for Asgard's involvement, they might still be leading a medieval existence within their city-states. However, he had no interest in such matters. They could easily be delegated to those idlers on Earth, who, with their abundant leisure time, would be more than capable of addressing these issues. It was absurd to remain fixated on the trivialities of Earth when the universe was so vast. Contemplating this, Lu Qi interjected, suggesting, should assistance be required, you might consider reaching out to the inhabitants of Earth. They would likely find such endeavors intriguing. The elderly gentleman from Vanaheim nodded appreciatively and took his seat, leaving the floor to the newly appointed king of the Frost Giants. The new king cautiously glanced at Lu Qi and remarked, though Jotunheim has been relatively quiet of late, we aspire to establish trade routes with other realms to procure necessary resources. After his succinct statement, he returned to his seat. Loki acknowledged the new king's words, concluding that the meeting was drawing to a close. Nations in need of Jotunheim's resources were encouraged to make contact. With Loki's declaration, the assembly came to an end. The elder from Vanaheim exhaled in relief and hurried outside, while the others gravitated towards Jotunheim. In truth, although Jotunheim lacked vegetation and food supplies, it was rich in minerals and peculiar flora. While the latter might not satiate hunger, they held other values. Etri, Eleanor, and Loki gathered around, prompting Lu Qi to join them after a moment's reflection. Approaching the new king, Lu Qi observed a slight tremor in him, indicating that the psychological impact he had left was quite significant. Rubbing his chin, Lu Qi inquired, might you provide me with a list of your exportable resources for my perusal? The new king, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded, assuring, I shall have my subordinates deliver a list to you. Lu Qi nodded in acknowledgement and exited. The following 3 days would be dedicated to the celebrations hosted by Asgard, affording him no immediate obligation to assist Eleanor. As for cultivating Etri's goodwill, he had already made considerable progress today. Further attempts might border on excess. Gazing at the starry sky over Asgard, Lu Qi lamented the dearth of stars visible from Earth and resolved to address pollution upon his return, as well as to regulate the number of satellites obstructing his view of the cosmos. After contemplating the celestial display for a while, Frigga relayed a message that the dragon meat was ready, prompting Lu Qi to head in her direction. Meanwhile, within the quarters of the Huaxia team at the earthly faction's base, 4 individuals remained seated by the window, refraining from venturing out for intelligence gathering. The one with keen hearing listened intently, recounting their dialogue, while team leader Zhao took notes. After finishing, he turned to his colleague, possessing extraordinary vision, and remarked, the doors to that hall should be open now. Take a look. The seer nodded and approached the window, skillfully channeling energy, causing the color of his pupils to shift. An elderly gentleman emerged, presumably the leader of the Warner clan, while others engaged in conversation with the Frost Giants. Team leader Yang, standing by, merely nodded. He refrained from activating his celestial gaze, as it was intended for scrutinizing details rather than distant observation. I believe we could establish contact with that individual from the Warner clan to assist in quelling the unrest. This would not only hone the combat skills of the newcomers, but also foster goodwill with other nations. Team leader Zhao nodded in agreement, stating he would seek an opportunity to communicate with them. While he might not possess superpowers comparable to the three present, his diplomatic skills were indeed unparalleled. Zhao noted the forthcoming tasks and, contemplating the dialogue above, suggested that we could also engage with other nations to request a list of specialties from the frost giants. Furthermore, liaising with the light elves could allow our agricultural scholars to gain valuable insights. As for the dwarves, their craftsmanship appeared impressive from the conversation. Perhaps we should procure some equipment to analyze upon our return. Team leader Yang agreed to initiate communication first, then strategize about establishing trade. He sighed, pondering how they would travel to other nations. Let us wait for Lu Qi's arrangements, Zhao remarked, glancing at his notes. For now, we can only observe. Yang nodded and turned his attention to the seer, who was quickly sketching the appearances of the various leaders. The seer effortlessly distinguished the leaders of the different nations, each exhibiting unique characteristics. As he sketched, he muttered, I had thought dwarves were truly short, yet some measure over 3 meters tall. The frost giants are as expected, a mere collection of ice. But this light elf, I can work with that. Yang smacked the back of the seer's head, urging him to focus on his task. The seer pouted, but continued his drawings. In a nearby room, a burly man surveyed the intelligence he had gathered. The Asgardians had a penchant for drinking. Perhaps we should see if they enjoy vodka. As for the frost giants, surely they would not want our fur coats? Might the dwarves also have a taste for alcohol? Glancing at the scant information in his hands, the burly man sighed in resignation, pondering its limited utility. Yet he persisted in seeking solutions. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 3 nations convened, though judging by the expressions of the leaders from the Sunfall and War nations, they seemed inclined to indulge in idleness. In contrast, the leader of the Lighthouse Nation confidently made arrangements. The Warner clan, a brother tribe to the Aesir, surely boasts formidable strength, as suggested by their name, Divine. We ought to reach out to them and ascertain whether they harbor ambitions to rival Asgard, thus exploring avenues for mutual benefit. Within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. chamber, Nick Fury pondered over the gathered intelligence, reflecting on the fact that compared to various national teams, S.H.I.E.L.D. had encountered Thor and Loki long before, thus possessing a wealth of information. As he scanned the list of major nations, Fury slowly solidified his decision, yet refrained from disclosing any details to others, adhering to the fundamental tenets of a masterful agent. Meanwhile, Lu Qi made his way to the location of Frigga, pushing the door open only to find a multitude of individuals within. The entire Odin family, Thor, Pepperpots, and even the Ancient One were present. Observing the lively atmosphere, Lu Qi entered, wondering if he had missed the initial serving. With a smile, Frigga offered him a platter of meat, lifting the temperature-controlling enchantment to reveal the first dish prepared by the chefs. Give it a try, she encouraged. All right, I hope it's satisfactory, Lu Qi replied as he took the meat, savoring a few bites. It was delightful, far surpassing any beef he had tasted, with a pleasing texture. Nodding in appreciation, he mused about the prospect of exploring a dragon-infested realm in the future, perhaps to hunt a dragon for a feast. The Ancient One, observing Lu Qi's contentment as she accepted a piece of meat from Sylvie, smiled quietly, foreseeing that in a few days he would find himself in a flurry of activity. At that moment, in Kamar-Taj, several figures stealthily infiltrated the library. Wen, engrossed in a television series while wearing headphones, slurped the last remnants of noodles from his cup, savoring the broth before pushing it aside to continue watching. Unbeknownst to him, several figures quietly crept up behind him, emitting a faint glow, oblivious to their presence. Wen remained focused on the screen until, suddenly, chains shot forth, binding his hands and feet, lifting him into the air. Minutes later, a series of pained cries echoed from the library as figures emerged, with Caecilius clutching a piece of paper, fear etched across his face as he fled. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the library, landing before him. You dare to attack me? One exclaimed, still reeling from his abrupt capture as he sought solace in his show after missing out on a delectable meal. Caecilius, initially smug at Wen's predicament, taunted, What can you do after signing that contract? Come at me, fool. In an instant, Wen unleashed a torrent of energy, breaking free from his restraints and brandishing his weapon, sending a barrage of fireballs flying, scattering his assailants. He paid no mind to the library's books, aware that duplicates existed among the Decepticons. and that the tomes there were merely replicas, allowing him the freedom to engage in battle. Caecilius, aghast as Lwyn unleashed a force of power he could never hope to attain in a lifetime, witnessed his followers being hurled away. Seizing the chaos, he tore the page, summoning Dormammu, and made a hasty retreat. "Where do you think you're taking that paper, Caecilius?" With a casual swing of his stick, Lunan incapacitated the follower beside him, a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corners of his mouth as he regarded the fallen figure. Caecilius, sensing the ominous nature of that stick, quickly activated his floating ring to open a portal in a desperate attempt to escape. However, Lunan, aided by the swiftness granted by his enchanted shoes, swiftly caught up to him, seizing his left hand. "Where do you think you're going?" Lunan taunted, reactivating the immense force enchantment on his attire and forcefully dragging Caecilius back. In a moment of panic, disregarding the fact that his hand remained within the portal's reach, Caecilius abruptly closed the gateway, leaving behind his arm, yet successfully escaping. Chapter 103. The module activated by the reality gem Asgard, Ancient One perceived the fluctuations in the timeline, nodding slightly as she turned her gaze to Lu Qi, allowing him a few more days of play. Lu Qi was in the midst of devouring skewers of meat before a stuffed Tony when an unexpected chill sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to turn around in confusion. This little gathering came to an abrupt end as Lu Qi and Pepper helped the obstinate, overindulged Tony back to his room before returning to their own. Seated in a chair, Lu Qi retrieved the reality gem bestowed upon him by Odin. Observing the gem's liquid form, he wondered if his mere contact would trigger a new module. After contemplating, he decided to proceed, removing the bottle's cork. Lu Qi attempted to pour out the reality gem, but the little creature stubbornly remained inside. Resolutely, he crushed the bottle, grasping the floating reality gem in his hand. The initially liquid gem swiftly coalesced into a solid mass, transforming into a crimson jewel within Lu Qi's grasp. As he held it, dark energy attempted to permeate the gem, only to be forcefully repelled by its formidable power. Lu Qi refrained from persistently trying to corrupt it, uncertain of the ultimate consequences of such actions. The expelled dark energy, tinged with the gem's red essence, retreated into the shadow behind Lu Qi, followed by a notification from the system. Successfully activated the transformation module. Please review it at your convenience. Lu Qi accessed the system, discovering that indeed a transformation module had appeared. Upon opening the module, he was astonished to find that it could directly convert dark energy into all types of units. Indeed, all types of units. Based on the various units Lu Qi had currently unlocked, he could synthesize a ninja unit for 10 million energy in half an hour, convert it into a blade soldier for 50 million energy in 1 hour, while a troll soldier required 500 million energy in 2 hours, and a night bat soldier necessitated 1 billion energy in 4 hours. Fortunately, the transformations could occur simultaneously, meaning he could synthesize a blade soldier alongside a troll soldier and a night bat soldier, calculating the total, consuming 124.8 billion dark energy in a day would yield 48 ninja soldiers, 24 blade soldiers, 12 troll soldiers, and 6 night bat soldiers. Given Lu Qi's current energy recovery rate, which exceeds 20 billion per day, he typically utilizes this energy to crystallize and store it. However, it appears there may be a more effective method for managing this energy. He begins by placing several crystals into a portal manifested by conversion module, observing as the device commences its operation. Lu Qi then shifts his attention to the conversion of other troop types. This conversion apparatus reveals the transformation methods for all troop categories, each requiring a uniform energy expenditure of 10 billion, necessitating 12 hours for one conversion, alongside certain already unlocked troop types and additional materials. For instance, the warrior troop requires a ninja troop plus 10 billion energy and advanced metals, while the side shadow troop needs a blade troop in conjunction with 10 billion energy and the powdered bones of formidable creatures. The giant claw troop demand a troll troop, 10 billion energy, and the scales of a powerful beast, whereas the alien troop calls for a night bat troop, 10 billion energy, and the flesh and blood of mighty creatures. Most anticipated of all, the Shadow Devourer troop requires one of each of 8 different troop types alongside an item known as the Devouring Essence. The initial 4 troop categories are relatively straightforward, but advanced metals? He could simply excavate them from Wakanda. The flesh, bone powder, and scales from the recently slain black dragon should still be warm. However, he is perplexed by the nature of the devouring essence, contemplating various treasures and beings from the Marvel Universe. Surely it cannot refer to the Dark Elves' black hole grenade? Unthinkable. If that could be considered the devouring essence, then where would the Devourer Star be? Wait a moment, could it possibly be the Devourer Star? Yet, Lucci recalls a certain super orange cat. Could the devouring essence refer to that creature? Surely it does not necessitate slaying it to obtain this so-called essence, no. He cannot do that to the cat. Temporarily setting aside thoughts of feline sacrifice, Lucci instructs the ninja troops to retrieve some remains of the Black Dragon. He meticulously dissects the dragon's body into components, scales, flesh, and bones, feeding them into the conversion module one by one, and soon, he watches in exhilaration as several troop types begin their transformation. With the conversion module in operation, Lucci triumphantly raises his fist. The plan to complete the Shadow Troop is advancing. After reviewing the material requirements for the operational module, he directs the ninja troops to leave a portion of the Black Dragoness remains, ensuring they have enough for the next 3 months. Thanks to the immense size of the Black Dragon, even after extracting a significant portion of its body, they still have sufficient materials. As for future supplies, that remains to be explored in other realms. Continuing his investigation of the module, Lucci discovers an upgrade feature. Consuming Dark Essence will enhance the module, accelerating the conversion speed. Yet, he is still unaware of what Dark Essence entails and resolves to explore that further. At present, it seems the conversion module may potentially become the primary means of summoning the Shadow Troop in the future, and the limits of acquisition could continuously expand the dimensions of the Shadow World, ultimately transforming it into a complete realm akin to Dormammu's dimension. Having grasped the intricacies of the module, Lucci lay contentedly on the soft bed in Asgard, observing the gradual operation of the transformation module. Suddenly, a notification from his system chimed, prompting Lucci to open it. To his delight, he discovered that the dark dimension of the Black Dragon had been subdued by the ninja soldiers, and over 70 million exploitable energy units had now been added to his reserves. Lucci, astonished, noted the rapid increase to 70 million and, after watching 3 advertisements, managed to extract more than half of that energy. His previous limit of over 30 million energy units had reversed to a staggering 70 million. Satisfied with the energy available for upgrades, Lucci assumed a posture and opted to enhance his own attributes. In the blink of an eye, the limit of 50 million vanished, and a surge of potent energy cascaded through Lucci's body, elevating his physical prowess to 64 times that of an ordinary person, significantly strengthening the Shadow Army as well. Ah, what bliss! Lucci stretched, the sounds of cracking joints resonating throughout his body, filling him with an unprecedented sense of euphoria. The energy expended on the newly unlocked module was swiftly replenished. Today was indeed fulfilling. As Lucci observed the progress bar of the transformation module gradually advancing, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, a pale figure emerged from a device, ethereal particles beckoning, urging action. The following day, a series of knocks jolted Lucci awake. "Who is it?" he mumbled, ensconced in the plush embrace of the bed, feeling as though he were ensnared in a cloud of cotton. "Your Highness, the Asgardian celebration is about to commence. Please prepare for the ceremony," a guard respectfully announced from outside the door. Recalling the significance of the day, Lucci exerted himself to rise from the bed, enlisting the aid of the ninja soldiers for his morning routine, and donned the regal attire prepared for him by Asgard. After twirling before the mirror and admiring the well-fitted garment, he proceeded toward the grand door of his chamber. 2 ninja soldiers appeared at his side, gently pushing the door open, allowing a melodious symphony to waft into Lucci's ears. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld the lively scene outside, instantly invigorated. The decorations prepared over the past few days had transformed Asgard into a splendid spectacle, with the orderly houses reflecting a beautiful radiance under the rising sun. Dressed in formal attire, the Asgardians wore expressions of joy, chatting amiably as they made their way toward the resplendent palace in the distance. Further afield, enormous starships spanned the cosmos, maintaining their distance, while elegant small airships ferried individuals to Asgard's designated airfield. It seems at this time, visitors from beyond the 9 realms have arrived, Lucci remarked to the guard beside him. Indeed, Asgard has extended special invitations to various great empires across the universe to witness the ceremony. The guard replied, standing at attention with his spear, his right hand covering his heart as he bowed slightly. 3 hours remained until the ceremony commenced. It was necessary for you to arrive at the venue in advance for preparations. Lucci nodded in acknowledgement, urging the attendant to lead the way. The guard proceeded ahead, while Lucci followed slowly behind, observing the increasing throngs of people around him, the atmosphere growing ever more crowded. However, upon noticing Lucci's attire, the Asgardians respectfully bowed and parted to create a clear path, allowing him to advance without obstruction. With a smile at the respectful Asgardians surrounding him, Lucci continued to follow the guard. As they walked, a sudden recollection struck him of a module he had unlocked the previous night. He accessed the system and discovered that 20 ninja soldiers, 10 blade soldiers, 5 troll soldiers, and 2 nightbat soldiers had been produced, while the new troop types had yet to yield even a single unit. Given the current production rate, it appeared these new units would serve merely as elite forces. Regaining his focus, Lucci found himself within the venue, which had yet to be opened to the general Asgardian populace. The vast hall was sparsely populated, mostly filled with diplomats from the 9 realms and beyond. Clad in specialized attire, Lucci advanced slowly amidst the curious gazes of those present, keenly observing the cosmic visitors. Many of the imperial diplomats were familiar figures from cinematic portrayals, including the blue-skinned Kree and the golden-skinned Sovereign, alongside representatives of the Nova Corps. As they exchanged glances, Lucci and the guard arrived at the foot of the central stage. At that moment, Odin and his queen awaited Lucci's arrival. I had anticipated that Thor and the others would arrive here first to prepare, Lucci remarked with a smile as he approached. Given Thor's status, he must wait outside before entering to receive his commendation. But as an extraterritorial prince of Asgard, you are not required to await summons, Frigga explained succinctly. Lucci nodded, casting a glance at the imperial diplomats outside. I truly did not expect these individuals to arrive so early. Judging by their demeanor, they likely reached the Asgardian vicinity yesterday and came this morning. This, however, reflects Asgard's esteemed status and formidable power. By the way, which factions do those individuals represent? Lucci inquired, pointing to a few diplomats he could not identify. Frigga stepped forward to provide introductions. Through her explanations, Lucci learned that these figures hailed from the Void, Sakaar, and other uncharted territories. Nodding thoughtfully, he pondered when he might venture into the cosmos to procure the power and soul stones. After conversing with Odin and the others for a while, noon arrived, and under the gentle embrace of sunlight, Odin led the two into the hall, taking their respective seats. Holding the eternal spear, which he had temporarily reclaimed from Loki, Odin directed it skyward, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that erupted into a cascade of dazzling brilliance across the heavens. As if commanded, a brilliant array of fireworks erupted from various corners of the celestial palace, illuminating the night sky with their resplendent colors. The grand entrance of the venue was swung open by the guards, allowing a procession of elegantly attired Asgardians to enter. Many others remained outside in the plaza, gazing at the projections within the hall. Lucci observed Tony and his companions sharing humorous smiles with him, before taking his seat upon the golden throne in the front row, flanked by diplomats from the few formidable powers in the cosmos. My friend looks rather dashing today, doesn't he? Tony remarked, linking arms with Pepper Potts as he addressed a diplomat from the Nova Corps beside him. The Nova representative glanced at Lucci, who was rolling his eyes at Tony, and then turned to inquire about Lucci's identity. With a smile, Tony cleverly utilized Lucci's name along with his princely title from Asgard to extract a wealth of information, knowing that Odin would soon unveil Lucci's identity. Chapter 104. The enshrinement ceremony. As the court musicians began to play enchanting melodies, the invited Asgardians entered the hall, adeptly taking their places, gradually filling the venue with a lively buzz. Once the last spectator settled in, Odin gently raised Gungnir, tapping it lightly on the ground, which brought the assembly to a hush. He surveyed the crowd, and the Asgardians felt a swell of pride, while representatives from other empires instinctively averted their gazes from his penetrating stare. Lucci noted this subtle detail, comprehending the intimidation Odin instilled in these empires and factions. With such an aura of authority, it was no wonder that Thanos dared not approach while Odin still drew breath. He only sought the Infinity Stones after Asgard's destruction. After scanning the hall, Odin nodded and commenced his address. Listening to his lengthy oration, reminiscent of a school principal's lecture, Lucci leaned back in his chair, yearning to pull out a gaming device, but ultimately conceding to show respect for Odin. Resigned, he began contemplating what to eat that evening, nearly losing himself in reverie. Finally, after reminiscing about Asgard's past glories, Odin looked upon the excited faces of the Asgardians, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, they were the fruits of his nurturing over millennia, and today, Asgard shall grow even stronger, for we have gained an extraterrestrial prince, whose power is sufficient to vanquish the malevolent black dragon, eclipsing the brilliance of stars. Odin declared, raising Gungnir high, proclaiming, he is Lucci. As Lucci's moment arrived, he swallowed the spirit that nearly escaped his lips and rose to his feet. With a slight sigh, Odin regarded the unfocused Lucci, questioning whether his decision aligned with ancestral intentions. Yet, with the arrow drawn, it must be released. He reluctantly lifted Gungnir once more, declaring, Lucci shall be another formidable leader of Asgard, guiding us to greater heights. Midgard shall also become Lucci's domain, a steadfast ally of Asgard. In an instant, the Asgardians within the venue erupted in jubilant cheers, while the crowd outside listened with fervent excitement as Odin recounted the heroic deeds of Lucci, vanquishing the elite guard of the Frost Giants, effortlessly obliterating the warships that threatened Asgard, and slaying the formidable Black Dragon, each feat eliciting resounding applause for Lucci's unparalleled strength, even leaving the lords of the Nine Realms in awe. However, the national teams in the Midgard guest area found themselves in a state of bewilderment upon hearing Odin's declarations. Except for the Huaxia team, which had received ample intelligence the previous night and remained composed, the other teams were engulfed in confusion and chaos. They engaged in intense discussions, grappling with the unsettling notion that, amidst their relentless struggle for territory and resources on Earth, it suddenly belonged to another. The fervent debates stood out starkly against the unified cheers in the hall. Odin cast a disapproving glance in their direction, and the pressure of the Allfather's presence swept towards them, sparing the tranquil Huaxia team, but leaving the others gasping for breath. This tension persisted for several minutes until the team from the Kingdom of Vanaheim raised a white flag, while the others gritted their teeth, barely holding on. Zhao observed the plight of the other teams, leisurely sipping the juice prepared for them by the Celestial Palace, bemused by their lack of composure. How could they possibly compete in strategy? After a brief pause, Odin retracted his imposing aura, prompting the various teams to settle into a respectful silence. The SHIELD contingent also found themselves caught in this unexpected turmoil, yet their performance outshone that of the other national teams. Steve cast a concerned glance at Pierce. The previous day, while gathering intelligence with Fury, he and Pierce had strolled through Asgard, strengthening their camaraderie. Pierce managed a wan smile, dabbing the perspiration from his brow with a tissue. Though he was inwardly taken aback by Odin's announcements, it seemed that the Hydra's long-cherished ambition to dominate Earth had been effortlessly realized by Lucci. Disregarding the commotion in the Midgard guest area, Lucci and Odin returned to their seats. After a brief interlude, Odin commenced the ceremonial bestowal of titles upon his children. The future of Asgard necessitated new blood, and so, he proclaimed, "My valiant son, Thor Odinson, you shall lead the armies of Asgard and eradicate all its foes." Amidst the fervent cheers of countless Asgardians, Thor entered the hall with a beaming smile. Unlike the last occasion, he refrained from wild celebration, instead approaching Odin with measured steps. "My child, you possess a potential greater than my own. Asgard is destined to grow even stronger through you." Odin reflected sincerely on Thor's formidable prowess. Yet he resolved to closely monitor Thor's diet to prevent him from becoming as corpulent as the last time they met. Thor knelt on one knee, and Odin, wielding the eternal spear, touched it to his shoulder while reciting the ceremonial words. As the final syllable fell from his lips, Odin nodded at Thor, who rose and turned to face the citizens of Asgard, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I swear by the name of Odinson, I shall wield my divine power to shatter all foes who dare to affront Asgard." A surge of electric energy erupted from my being, illuminating the surroundings with vibrant arcs of lightning. Yet, rather than instilling fear among the crowd, this display ignited their fervor, sending forth rapturous cheers. The spirited Asgardians relished the presence of a robust figure like Thor. After a brief exhibition of his might, Thor took a seat to the side. Odin, observing the now more composed Thor with satisfaction, noticed him casting furtive glances ahead. Following his gaze, he discovered that Thor was exchanging flirtatious looks with a woman from Earth. Shaking his head, Odin chose to disregard this folly and continued. On the path to greatness, both strength and wisdom are indispensable, my child Loki Odinson. Possessing the insight to fathom the world, he shall succeed me as the next ruler of Asgard. Loki appeared at the entrance of the hall, where the Asgardians continued to cheer, albeit with a noticeably cooler enthusiasm compared to the welcoming of Thor. Steadying his demeanor, Loki approached Odin with resolute steps. Odin regarded him with admiration. A king must possess a profound heart and an unyielding spirit, unperturbed by the whispers of rumor. Sensing the atmosphere dip, Odin pressed on. My child, with unparalleled wisdom, you vanquished the tyrannical frost giant King Laufey without the loss of a single soldier, decisively concluding the protracted war with Jotunheim. This is the power of wisdom. This is Loki's strength. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd for a moment. Laufey, he was a formidable presence, having battled against Asgard for millennia alongside the frost giants. Countless Asgardian soldiers had perished in this long-standing conflict, yet their second prince, Loki, had effortlessly triumphed over him. Suddenly, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted, and sitting at the center, I felt the resonance wash over me. Loki paused, savoring the unfamiliar accolades and reverence, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Come forth, my child. Your father awaits to bestow upon you your rightful title. Frigga's gentle voice, carried by magic, reached Loki's ears, rousing him from his reverie. He then donned a warm smile and approached Odin. Odin looked upon him with a smile as well. While Thor possessed the might to intimidate rival nations, he lacked the wisdom to govern a realm. You, on the other hand, shall be the one to ensure Asgard's continued prosperity. This shall be your sacred mission. Loki knelt on one knee, submitting to your will, O King of the gods. Odin nodded, presenting the eternal spear from his grasp to Loki. Loki raised his hands to receive the spear, assisted by Odin, and with encouragement, turned to showcase the divine weapon, a symbol of kingship to the multitude of Asgardians. In that moment, the cheers crescendoed, nearly lifting the roof off the hall. After concluding his display, Loki took a seat beside Thor, clutching the spear. Observing Loki's demeanor, Thor retrieved his hammer and placed it beside his divine spear, offering a smile to Loki. In response, Loki also smiled, drawing forth his dagger from his waist and laying it alongside. Odin, witnessing the amicable bond between his two sons, felt a sense of satisfaction and settled back onto his throne, while Frigga rose to her feet. As the esteemed queen, Frigga commanded the attention of all Asgardians, who fell into a respectful silence, awaiting her words. With a gentle smile, Frigga announced that the Aesir royal family would welcome a new member today, Sylvie Odinson. Amidst the curious gazes of countless Asgardians, Sylvie, adorned in a splendid gown and wearing a bashful smile, entered the hall. Before the attendees could fully comprehend their reactions, Sylvie quickly approached Frigga. Embracing Sylvie, Frigga declared for all to hear that Sylvie was her and Odin's adopted daughter, asserting that this did not render Sylvie inferior to Thor and Loki. Frigga proclaimed with conviction that Asgard's magical prowess was rather feeble, and from this day forth, Asgard would seek individuals from the Nine Realms to establish a formidable order of mages. Sylvie would serve as the chief sorceress of this assembly. Unabashed in her affection for Sylvie, Frigga guided her to sit upon her own seat. The Asgardians exchanged glances before collectively placing their right hands upon their chests and bowing respectfully. Once the ceremony concluded, Lucci sauntered leisurely out of the hall, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals. Your Excellency Lucci, will you intervene in the internal affairs of various nations? Will you establish a united government for all of Earth? Are you married, and what kind of person do you prefer? A barrage of inquiries bombarded Lucci, overwhelming him. Suddenly, a group of ninja warriors emerged to disperse the crowd, allowing Lucci to clear his ears. Though I have become the nominal ruler of Earth, I am disinclined to manage your daily affairs, for if not for Odin's insistence, I would prefer to avoid this role altogether. Nonetheless, while I may not intervene, do refrain from pestering me, It would be prudent to be more considerate, minimize environmental pollution, and reduce space debris. Lu Qi spoke to the representatives of these nations without reservation. Yet the glances exchanged among them suggested that as long as Lu Qi refrained from direct interference, they would not retaliate, nor would they dare to challenge him. Rolling his eyes at their demeanor, Lu Qi remarked that this gathering in Asgard involved 6 nations convening, and they could establish their own communications and trade amongst themselves. It would be wise to venture beyond Earth sooner rather than later, as the universe is vast, and there is no need to stir troubles here. Departing promptly would be preferable. Understand? A few ninja warriors pushed through the obstacles, escorting Lu Qi away, when suddenly, Zhao from the Huaxia contingent interjected. How can we facilitate trade and interactions with other nations across the 9 realms? Lu Qi cast a glance at Captain Zhao, acknowledging that we are indeed progressing, as we have begun to ponder these issues. Although this predicament may be somewhat troublesome, it is a challenge that must be addressed by him. Disregarding his initial thought of the space gem, Lu Qi's mind wandered to Loki. To traverse the 9 realms discreetly, Loki had discovered numerous fissures connecting the realms. Through these rifts, one could swiftly and conveniently travel between the realms. If he could procure a few fissures linking Earth to the other 9 realms, this dilemma would be resolved. Having devised a plan, Lu Qi nodded to them, assuring, I shall take care of this matter and will inform you when the time comes. With that, he made his way towards Tony, who awaited him not far off. Chapter 105. The harmonious trio dressed in formal attire, Lu Qi found himself treated with utmost respect by the Asgardians wherever he went. Even when purchasing a simple snack, he was meticulously attended to, rendering him unable to fully enjoy the festivities of Asgard. In exasperation, Lu Qi retreated to his room to change out of the formal wear and into his original outfit. At Tony's enthusiastic suggestion, Lu Qi donned a pair of flat glasses. Is this truly sufficient to disguise me? Lu Qi inquired, adjusting the glasses awkwardly as he turned to Tony. It should be, especially with this added touch. Tony stifled a chuckle and produced a peculiar thin film, extending it towards Lu Qi. What is this? Lu Qi questioned, examining the transparent object in his hand, skeptical of its ability to conceal his face. Please, don't act like a fool. Rhodey possesses more insight than you. Tony, exasperated, took the film back and attempted to place it over Lu Qi's face. Could you at least leave me some room to breathe? Lu Qi swatted Tony's hand away, removing the item to inspect it closely, noticing several holes in the film. A mask, Lu Qi realized, recognizing it from its appearance in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. He held it up to his face, gazing into a nearby mirror for a moment. How do I alter my appearance? He asked Tony. This is why you novices who skip the tutorial are the most infuriating, Tony replied, retrieving a small device from his pocket and tossing it to Lu Qi. I suppose you didn't provide me with an instruction manual, Lu Qi remarked, holding the gadget and observing the myriad of faces displayed on its small screen, randomly selecting one that pleased him. With a click, the film on his face morphed into the corresponding visage, finally adjusting to his facial structure. Turning his head, Lu Qi failed to detect any flaws in the mask. A remarkable invention, he commended, giving Tony a thumbs up. Of course, I am Tony Stark, Tony declared, slightly lifting his chin and displaying a confident smile. Lu Qi touched his face and said, Let us proceed. We mustn't keep Pepper waiting. As he moved towards the door, he suddenly turned back. By the way, should we play a trick on Pepper? On the balcony outside, Pepper admired the breathtaking vista of Asgard, where the starships above contrasted starkly with the ancient architecture of the realm. This striking disparity captivated her, ensnaring her in its beauty. If you like it, why not let Lu Qi take some photographs to bring back? Tony's voice resonated from behind, startling Pepper from her reverie. That's a splendid suggestion, she smiled as she turned, only to find Tony alone. Where's Lu Qi? She inquired. Oh, him, Tony shrugged helplessly. He forgot something and dashed back to Earth in a hurry. You know how he is with his flashy gadgets. He mimicked a swirling motion, eliciting a laugh from Pepper. Shall we explore a bit first? Pepper noted a peculiar demeanor in Tony today, but attributed it to the enchanting atmosphere of Asgard, brushing off her concern. Of course, I certainly don't wish to waste our precious time because of him. Besides, isn't it better that he is not here? Tony gestured for Pepper to link arms with him. She approached with a smile, but the moment she touched him, she recoiled as if she had encountered a searing iron. You aren't Tony. We're Lu Qi and Tony, Pepper exclaimed loudly, attempting to draw the attention of the nearby palace guards. Instantly, a throng of guards surrounded them, their sharp spears glimmering with magical energy pointed at Tony. All right, perhaps that was a bit excessive, Tony remarked with resignation. I should have forewarned you. He activated a small device on his wrist, and his face reverted to its original form. I was merely playing a prank on my friend. You may stand down. Lucci addressed the surrounding guards. They hesitated upon recognizing his face beneath the mask, but exchanged glances before directing their attention back to him. With a sigh of exasperation, Lucci summoned a ninja. Will this suffice as proof of my identity? The guards, seeing the ninja materialize, finally relaxed, sheathing their weapons and bowing to Lucci before returning to their posts. Lucci, well, I should have suspected it was you. Pepper calmed down, recalling how Tony had demonstrated the disguise film before their departure, and sighed. I should have guessed it was you. I apologize, but I wanted to gauge how well you know Tony. It's fine, but promise me, no more pranks like this next time, Pepper replied with a hint of exasperation. I truly apologize, Lucci reiterated. Could you please lend me some clothing? I'm currently draped in a mere bedsheet, and I fear someone might approach, forcing me to return to Earth to develop extraterrestrial colonization technology. Tony cautiously opened the door, peeking out. I'll fetch it, Lucci responded, turning back with a smile for Pepper before re-entering. So, I suppose I must wait for you both again? Pepper rolled her eyes at the scene. Typically, it is I who awaits your change of attire. How about you wait for me this time? Tony remarked with a smile directed at Pepper. You all must hasten your pace then, Pepper replied, turning back to admire the peculiar scenery. After a while, Lucci and Tony emerged in their outfits. So why didn't you don my clothes earlier and join me? You could have easily deceived Pepper, Lucci said, somewhat begrudgingly to Tony. Your garments are far too snug for me. I simply cannot fit into them, Tony responded with exasperation. Very well, it appears you might need to shed a few pounds, Lucci mused, recalling that Tony's clothing was indeed a tad large. I have developed my abdominal muscles. I am merely not as slender as you, Tony retorted defiantly. Seeing the two who had conspired to trick her now bickering like children, Pepper couldn't help but chuckle. However, you are indeed a bit heavier. Your arms are somewhat thicker than his, she gestured, indicating a slight difference. So, did you only realize I wasn't him after you had embraced him? Tony raised an eyebrow. No, Pepper exclaimed animatedly. You certainly lack Lucci's charm. Tony glanced at Lucci, who merely rolled his eyes in resignation. All right, in truth, Lucci does not feign innocence as you do. You would never dismiss a friend's call as a waste of time, Pepper continued, adding that Lucci typically sends a shadow army to retrieve items, rather than being industrious himself. Very well, I have regained a point. It seems you still do not know me well enough, which saddens me, Tony said, pouting at Lucci. Lucci raised an eyebrow. But my initial flaw was being more charming than you. In that regard, you have lost, and we are now equal at one apiece. Yet you are lazier. Thus I prevail, Tony declared, raising his hand in a gesture of celebration. Well, I believe we should go shopping instead of continuing this verbal sparring, Pepper interjected, stepping forward to touch Tony's arm and gently nudging him towards the exit. If these two continue their banter here, they could go on for the entire afternoon. Lucci chuckled as he followed the sweet pair, wandering with them throughout Asgard. Along the way, Lucci summoned his ninja troops to capture candid moments from a stealthy perspective, as the ninjas had become synonymous with him. Upon seeing them, most could easily deduce his involvement. As evening fell, the trio settled at the optimal viewpoint, basking in the last rays of sunlight while reviewing the day as photographs. It must be said, the candid shots possess a unique charm. Tony gazed at the sweet image of himself and Pepper, the corner of the photo revealing Lucci's solitary and weary silhouette. Shall I arrange for a ninja to accompany you regularly, documenting your glorious daily exploits? Well, perhaps not. Yet I must state, your little minions possess superior photographic skills than you do, Tony gestured towards Lucci. Lucci rolled his eyes and chose to lie down on the grass, gazing up at the starry sky of Asgard. Many of the warships from various factions have now returned, as their primary mission was to gather intelligence and engage in some trade. With their tasks completed, it is time for them to depart. Currently, Asgard is predominantly inhabited by the denizens of the Nine Realms. After a brief exchange with Pepper, Tony observed Lucci reclining and decided to join him on the grass, gazing up at the enchanting night sky. I hope the next couple of days will be as lively as today, Pepper remarked suddenly. Rest assured, Lucci replied with a smile. The festivities in Asgard will span 3 days. However, The first day is dedicated to entertaining the visiting factions. Only after their departure will the true celebration of Asgard commence. At that point, there will be no melodious and refined music, only traditional Asgardian activities, which truly embody the essence of a feast. That sounds delightful, Pepper responded. Would you like to bring someone along to join us? Tony interjected. Otherwise, having a single fellow nearby might hinder our enjoyment. You've certainly grasped the nuances of internet culture quite swiftly. Do you harbor some disdain for single individuals? Lucci retorted, playfully pinning Tony down and wrapping his arm around his neck. Yet, I must say, you do seem rather solitary, Tony continued, feeling the gentle pressure of Lucci's arm. It appears you have little attachment in this world. Aside from your interactions with Pepper and me, you mostly remain at home playing video games. You were on the verge of befriending Captain and the others, but then that incident occurred, leaving you alone once more. With a resigned sigh, Lucci released his hold on Tony. The issue is, I'm not quite sure whom to approach. You know I have a bit of face blindness. That is hardly an excuse. How do you expect to meet others while you're cooped up at home, playing games every day? Tony quipped. Indeed. What if we ask Tony to throw a party and invite some well-suited girls? Pepper suggested, sitting up and addressing Lucci. Of course. We must exclude any celebrities or models. Tony chuckled awkwardly, recalling his past escapades with such individuals during his more reckless days. Lucci smiled, all right. I'll defer to your planning. I've already made the connections for you, so you must ensure that I receive a worthwhile introduction in return. What does making connections mean? Pepper asked, puzzled. I can explain that, Tony exclaimed excitedly, sitting up to elaborate, leaving Lucci, who had been prepared to clarify, feeling slightly exasperated. Can you truly explain it better than I can? Amidst the chaotic exchanges between Tony and Lucci, the warm evening slipped away. But the adventures of the trio in Asgard were just beginning. Chapter 106. The golden-skinned ones seeking dark protection upon returning to his chamber. Lucci lay upon his bed and activated the system that had been idling for a day. This time, he produced two of each, the alien soldier, the giant claw soldier, and the scythe shadow soldier. Summoning these units, Lucci scrutinized their forms. The alien soldier resembles a serpentine creature, endowed with two agile tendrils that grant it remarkable flexibility. Its entire form can undergo significant expansion and contraction, allowing it to navigate through extremely confined spaces. The scythe soldier represents an advanced iteration of the stinger soldier, boasting 4 razor-sharp legs, while its arms transform into 2 colossal, lethal scythes, each possessing a sharpness that cannot be underestimated. The 4 legs enable it to traverse various inclines with ease, maintaining formidable combat prowess. The claw soldier leaves a lasting impression on Lucci. Even with only half of its body intact, it can move swiftly, albeit with less agility. This is unsurprising, considering its origins as a troll soldier. This type possesses a robust exoskeleton, exuding a sense of formidable security, while its sturdy arms morph into pincers reminiscent of a crab, capable of effortlessly tearing through enemy armor. One could surmise that it could dismantle a tank with ease. These soldiers are all notably large, standing over 2 meters tall. While they may not rival the size of the troll soldier, it is believed they do not lack in strength. Lucci surveys these advanced soldiers with satisfaction, contemplating a venture into the outer forests of Asgard the following day to test their capabilities against foes. He gestures for them to enter the shadows, while he observes 2 additional soldier types within the system, the samurai soldier and the shadow eater. As for the shadow eater, it remains unexamined, and Lucci turns his attention to the samurai soldier. The module indicates that the samurai soldier requires high-grade metals for production. However, after wandering through Asgard today, Lucci has yet to discover any materials that meet the criteria for high-grade metals, leading him to temporarily abandon the pursuit. He estimates that only metals such as vibranium, URU, and Ethereum would suffice. Among these, vibranium is the most abundant. Lucci has also learned that URU requires a master blacksmith from the dwarven race to forge, presenting a high degree of difficulty. As for Ethereum, it has only appeared in the Marvel films as Yondu's arrow, with little mention of its availability elsewhere, suggesting its scarcity. Lucci ponders when he might travel to Wakanda to acquire some vibranium as lodging fees for their time on Earth, intended for the production of samurai soldiers. Although the samurai soldiers may not play a significant role in the narrative, circumstances must be considered. In the films, The mask used to summon the samurai soldiers is the only one not worn on the face, but rather positioned beneath the sitter. The individual, often, appears to be rather lackadaisical, exerting minimal effort, resulting in the samurai soldiers remaining idle, merely observing the dragon team as the mask is removed. Moreover, within the storyline, it has been revealed by True that prior to locating the true body in Terra, all Shadow Soldier legions were entrusted to Commander Ike, with no objections from the other Shadow generals. If it were not for Ike's strength, then it must be the Samurai Legion that possesses some extraordinary quality. Ike, the youngest among the generals and the only one adorned with a helmet, appears less formidable at first glance, leading one to suspect that the Samurai Legion harbors some hidden prowess. Lucci looked forward to this with great anticipation, hoping it would not disappoint him. With a heart full of excitement, he finally drifted into slumber. Not far from Asgard, amidst the celestial expanse, a colossal spaceship lingered. Malekith gazed at Asgard, which floated gracefully in the cosmos, maintaining its gravity, yet he found himself at a loss on how to proceed. Previously awakened by the call of the ether particles, he had believed that Odin, over the millennia, lay helplessly in bed, only to discover that Odin now appeared vigorous and well-fed, leaving Malekith uncertain whether to attack. Nevertheless, the call of the ether particles was genuine. Although it had ceased, Malekith was convinced that the particles were hidden somewhere within Asgard, awaiting his discovery. After contemplating for an extended period, Malekith observed a warship departing from the Asgardian star domain. Follow it, select the weakest among them, and ascertain what recent events have transpired in Asgard. He instructed his subordinate, ultimately choosing a remarkably ornate golden-hulled warship. As he beheld the intricately designed and transformable structures adorning the vessel, a smile crept across Malekith's lips. Is there truly an imbecile aboard this ship, adorning it with such frivolous embellishments? Do they not realize this significantly compromises the ship's defenses? Who could be so foolish? Of course, it was the gold skin from the Supreme Star. They reveled in opulence, believing gold to be the epitome of superiority, lavishly employing golden adornments to signify their status. Within the warship, a gold-skinned envoy, tasked with representing Asgard, activated communication with their home planet. A resplendent gold-skinned figure materialized on the screen. So, what news have the Asgardians conveyed to us? The envoy humbly knelt, reporting that they had acquired a new prince and princess, while Odin had delegated his authority to his offspring. How foolish of these lesser beings to so casually relinquish power to others, unaware of the myriad consequences that may ensue. The high priestess scoffed, incessantly lamenting Odin's folly. Before Odin, she would wisely lower her noble head, yet in his absence, she freely expressed her opinions, branding Odin as the most foolish being in existence. I concur with that sentiment. A foreign voice suddenly interrupted their channel. Who? A race yearning for eternal darkness. The High Priestess. The envoy gazed in horror at the massive black cross-shaped battleship looming outside their vessel, its countless cannons swiveling to target the gold-skinned ship. How dare they provoke the mighty gold-skinned, the glorious Supreme Star? The High Priestess raged, furiously denouncing the unknown voice. An image materialized on the screen, revealing a pallid visage. The mighty gold-skinned? A group of foolish beings who delight in adorning themselves with excrement to signify their status shall soon learn from me, upon acquiring the ether particles, what truly embodies the noblest hue, an all-encompassing black. Maleki scoffed. Now, surrender, or I shall obliterate your warships. The sovereigns shall never capitulate. The high priest bellowed, activating the battle systems of the envoy's warship remotely. Small vessels surged forth from the warship like a swarm of locusts, charging towards the black flagship. Utterly ineffective, Maleki's mocked, observing the diminutive laser weaponry aboard these ships, puzzled as to what threat they posed to his formidable vessel. With a mere gesture, several dagger-shaped ships launched from the side of the warship, darting towards the enemy's fleet. Malekis regarded his scant few ships as they approached the opposing swarm without a hint of trepidation. Thousands of years prior, he had wielded ether particles with such prowess that he could nearly conjure all things, and this warship, the last bastion of the Dark Elves, was the strongest fortress he could forge from ether particles. The hulls of these ships were constructed from resilient materials, requiring no additional weaponry. Their very mass was sufficient to breach the warships, with only the narrow energy exhaust ports at the rear posing a true danger. As anticipated, the two fleets collided, resulting in a dazzling display of sparks. The sovereign ships unleashed a frenzied barrage of lasers, but to the sturdy vessels, it was akin to a mere tickle, leaving only faint scorch marks, while the Dark Elf's Black Blade ships charged unwaveringly into the dense formation of enemy vessels. The High Priest, witnessing the advance of these ships, issued a mocking command for her subordinates to collide head-on, their vessels unmanned. Was this a game of suicide attacks against worthy adversaries? However, she was astounded to find that, under the assault of the sovereign ships, the Black Blade vessels emerged unscathed. Countless sovereign drones, akin to fragile eggs, shattered upon impact with the robust stone-like ships, leaving their proud, golden exteriors like metals, clinging to the Black Blade vessels. The Black Blade ships paid no heed to the beautiful explosions surrounding them, casually spinning twice in the air to dislodge the debris of drones from their hulls, maintaining their speed as they continued towards the enemy's warship. They are remarkably sturdy, having penetrated our formation and are now bearing down on the warship. The envoy cried in horror, yet the High Priest was already acutely aware of the unfolding situation, her golden visage darkening with grim resolve. I command you to self-destruct immediately to prevent our secrets from spilling forth. Witnessing the destruction of their most formidable drone fleet, the High Priest swiftly turned to the envoy. What? The envoy gasped in terror, astonished that in the face of such a formidable enemy, the High Priest would first demand his demise. The noble sovereigns shall not allow their enemies to seize them, nor will they endure humiliation. Self-terminate at once. Realizing he had spoken words he ought not to have, the High Priest hastily retracted his statement. However, it was too late. The black-bladed ships indiscriminately tore through the warships, while the surrounding incompetent drones seemed to cheer for their malevolent deeds, contributing nothing of value. As the core was severed from the warship, it lost its power source, and the multitude of nearby drones, deprived of a relay, helplessly disconnected from their home planet, gradually succumbing to silence in the void. Inside the warship, communication was abruptly severed, and the lights extinguished, transforming the once resplendent chamber into an abyss of darkness. Outside the tightly shut hatch, alarm signals could be heard, but after a barrage of energy weapon discharges, silence reigned. The envoy, in a state of terror, crouched behind the communicator, while the sealed door was soon breached, and figures clad in black armor entered. The envoy had never anticipated that the color black, which he held in disdain, would invoke such fear in him at this moment, forcing him to hide behind the communicator in hopes that this darkness would shield him. Yet these terrifying foes seemed oblivious to the shadows, swiftly locating the envoy concealed behind the communicator. Before long, the envoy, genetically unfit for combat, was brought before Malekith. In the dim light, he beheld a pallid figure approach, grasping his chin with one hand. Now, can you tell me if there have been any significant developments in Asgard lately? Chapter 107. Dark Elves. I am extremely brave. Early the next morning, Lu Chi was awakened by the ninja-themed alarm he had set, banishing the ninja soldier back to the Shadow Realm. He soared to the forested outskirts of Asgard. Asgard is a colossal landmass floating in the cosmos, and its population is relatively sparse, resulting in only a portion of this immense territory being inhabited by Asgardians, while the rest remains a pristine wilderness. Within these forests, a variety of exotic creatures exist, though their strength is not formidable. Otherwise, Odin would have eradicated them long ago. After driving away a few gigantic conebirds, Lu Chi discovered a relatively open area in the forest and summoned his new troops. Several figures lined up before him, and Lu Chi smiled at their robust forms, having come to test the capabilities of these fledgling subordinates. And the only method he employed for this test was straightforward: combat. Shadows emerged from various parts of the forest, with pairs of black eyes coldly observing the hefty figures in the center of the clearing. Subsequently, a massive tree was uprooted by a troll soldier, hurled forcefully towards the gathered troops. The scythe shadow soldier swiftly swung its sharp claws, creating an afterimage as it dashed before the incoming tree, its arms flailing to slice the tree into splinters. The smooth surface of the severed trunk attested to the razor-sharpness of its dual scythes. As the trolls launched their initial assault, a flurry of ninjas and blade soldiers swiftly leaped upon the branches of the towering trees, hastening towards the elite warriors. The alien soldiers darted forth with the swiftness of serpents, rapidly navigating through the forest. Their unique lower limbs granting them unparalleled agility as they evaded the shurikens thrown by the ninjas. Several blade soldiers surged towards him, their cold blades gleaming as they slashed at the alien soldier's form. Yet, with a series of uncanny contortions, the alien adeptly dodged their strikes. In a sudden movement, its tendrils lashed out, ensnaring a few of the blade soldiers and constricting them with ferocity. Soon, these unfortunate warriors were drawn back into the Shadow Realm. Upon witnessing the alien's formidable prowess, the ninjas dared not approach recklessly. Instead, they resorted to launching ropes and shurikens at the alien, but its extraordinary agility rendered them ineffective. A group of trolls charged towards the alien, delivering powerful punches, yet the alien nimbly evaded their attacks. Observing the towering trolls, the alien contracted its body before launching itself forward, its elongated tendrils ensnaring the head of one troll while its tail wrapped around a sturdy tree, tightening its grip and bringing the troll crashing down. Without hesitation, the alien pounced upon the fallen troll, coiling its form tightly around its head and contracting with force, producing a sound that was both unsettling and final as the troll dissipated into shadows. Lu Chi nodded. While the alien's strength was somewhat lesser than that of the trolls, its incredible flexibility and unique body structure allowed it to harness its full power when constricting foes. Turning his gaze towards the scythe soldiers and the claw soldiers, he noted that these two types of warriors were equally formidable. The claw soldiers charged through the forest like heavily armored tanks, their massive frames effortlessly snapping stout trees like twigs, while their powerful stingers pierced through the bodies of trolls. Seizing the opportunity, several ropes ensnared one troll. But with a mighty effort, the claw soldier shattered the bindings. A few blade soldiers attempted to scale the claw soldier to attack, but their frantic strikes failed to inflict any harm. The claw clamped down on one blade soldier, tossing him to the ground, followed by a crushing stomp that sent him back to the shadows. A group of trolls, combining their strength, charged forward, yet the claw soldier stood resolute, crashing into them with unyielding force, halting their advance with a series of thunderous impacts. With its colossal feet sinking into the earth, the claw soldier lifted its head, using its right claw to grasp a troll's foot, dragging it down before pinning it, while its left stinger delivered a brutal strike to the troll's head. In contrast, the scythe soldiers exhibited a graceful demeanor. With fluid movements, their dual scythes sliced through the air, precisely severing the attacking blade soldiers. As shurikens and other weapons were hurled by the ninjas, the scythes danced, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles. The commotion surrounding the scythe soldiers was less pronounced than that of the alien and the trolls, yet therein lay their terror. Their scythes, akin to the tools of the Grim Reaper, always struck with silent precision, cleaving their targets with deadly accuracy. Lu Chi observed the battle for a while, nodding in understanding of the specialties of these troops. The alien soldiers were nimble, incredibly swift, and utterly silent, with a remarkable flexibility that made them exceptionally suited for operations in confined and intricate spaces. Although the shadow troops could also maneuver through the shadows, their physical forms could not fully materialize in excessively tight quarters, resulting in a diminishment of their capabilities. In contrast, the alien soldiers would surely become nightmares for their adversaries in such cramped environments. The giant claw soldiers, on the other hand, were akin to formidable heavy tanks, boasting immense strength and unparalleled defense, enabling them to withstand all enemy firepower. Their colossal pincers and stingers could effortlessly tear open the skulls of foes as if unsealing a can, and their substantial weight allowed them to remain steadfast even amidst chaos. Resembling a hulking brute on the battlefield, an armored behemoth that commanded attention, the scythe shadow soldiers appeared to be relatively subdued but possessed the highest damage efficiency. During their mobile assaults, countless shadow ninjas fell victim to their lethal strikes, resulting in casualties surpassing the combined toll inflicted by the giant claw soldiers and alien troops. Overall, Lu Chi was quite pleased with these elite units. However, the shadow troops had yet to unleash their full potential. Were they to deploy thousands of shadow ninjas in unison, it would be an insurmountable challenge for even these elite soldiers to withstand. The adage, "many ants can kill an elephant," aptly applied to the situation. After nearly half an hour of combat, Lu Qi commanded these seemingly tireless beings to cease their actions. As he surveyed the surroundings, where countless trees had been reduced to rubble by the conflict, dark energy surged from beneath his feet, obliterating the chaotic scene before him. Upon returning, he tidied up all matters within a radius of several thousand square meters, leading to an increase of nearly 1,000 points in his energy capacity. Although this enhancement did not significantly elevate Lu Qi's overall abilities, it was still better than nothing. In the earlier days of the Shadow World, he was unable to consume larger entities, but as the Shadow Realm expanded to unprecedented dimensions in the future, he would eventually gain the capability to devour meteors and even uninhabited planets, directly incorporating them into the Shadow Dimension, likely yielding considerable benefits. No wonder dormammu tirelessly consumed planets. The rewards were evidently substantial. However, Lu Qi currently lacked the capital to match such endeavors. Presently, he possessed a limit of nearly 50 million, which translated to just over 50 million cubic meters within the Shadow World. While the space was not insignificant, it was still far from sufficient for swallowing an entire planet. He contemplated the possibility of venturing into space to consume some meteors, while also establishing fixed portals on Earth to dispose of unrecyclable waste. Even if energy income were minimal on a daily basis, a steady, gradual accumulation could still be fruitful. Yet, this approach would inevitably lead to a diminishing total mass of materials on Earth, raising concerns that these beings might recklessly dispose of everything into the Shadow World. In such a scenario, he would bear the blame, and Ancient One would come seeking retribution. Perhaps it would be wiser to delegate earthly affairs to her. After all, she would soon be resigning from her duties. He might as well find her a new role. Contemplating his contribution to the reemployment of centenarian solitary elders, Lu Qi felt a profound sense of fulfillment, having accomplished yet another noble deed today. The daily act of kindness allowed the shadow ninjas to return to their realm. And as Lu Qi stretched leisurely, he contemplated a direct return to Asgard. However, from a distance, a colossal wild boar abruptly emerged. Since he was already there, why not? Perhaps he could procure some meat for his return, especially with the recent rise in meat prices. The wild boar, sensing an ominous gaze upon it, slowly turned its head towards Lu Qi. "Greetings," Lu Qi said, as several blade soldiers, their eyes aglow with crimson intensity, swiftly darted forth. Moments later, Lu Qi beheld the sight of several blade soldiers apprehending the towering wild boar, tears of gratitude welling at the corners of his eyes. Was this not the miracle of life? Such an abundance of meat. Summoning the ninja soldiers, he instructed them to bind the creature with rope darts and sent forth a few night bat soldiers to scour the forest for more of these roaming delicacies, urging the other shadow ninjas to assist in gathering provisions. After a leisurely wait, the dispatched shadow battalion returned, laden with a variety of meats. Lu Qi smiled, preparing to open the door to return, when suddenly a warning from the night bat soldiers interrupted him, indicating the presence of an invisible entity approaching from the skies. An invisible entity? Was it the previous empire attempting to stir trouble during Asgard's banquet? Furrowing his brow, Lu Qi conjured a portal for the ninja soldiers to send the provisions back, subsequently notifying Odin and his companions. According to the reports from the night bat soldiers, the invisible object was heading directly towards him. Lu Qi frowned, realizing it was targeting him. What should he do? Dark energy surged within him as he propelled himself towards the indicated location. In the cosmos, Malekith remained unflinching, observing the lone invisible reconnaissance craft searching the outskirts of Asgard's forest. After capturing the envoy yesterday, he had extracted information about Asgard hosting a banquet and the addition of a new prince and princess. Malekith's instincts alerted him that the recent disappearance of the ether particles was undoubtedly linked to the newly surfaced Asgardian prince. Even the former Asgardian god King Bor, upon acquiring the ether particles, could not entirely obscure their fluctuations. He could only seal them in a different dimension to sever their connection with the ether. Now that the ether particles had once again gone silent, it was implausible that Odin had merely been playing with them and subsequently returned them. They must have been entrusted to another. That individual was undoubtedly Lu Qi, as his emergence was far too coincidental. Upon receiving this information last night, Malekith had promptly dispatched a reconnaissance vessel to search the outskirts of Asgard. Despite the craft's advanced cloaking technology, Malekith could not guarantee its stealth against the vigilant guardian, thus opting to linger at a distance. Fortuitously, that morning, the prince had departed from Asgard, prompting him to instruct the reconnaissance craft to follow closely, while gradually maneuvering the warship nearer to the scene. In this moment, Lucci hovered in the air, while the Nightbat soldiers reacted to the invisible object ahead. Lucci stood still, as the stealth reconnaissance aircraft remained unaware of its exposure. Observing Lucci's position, it transmitted a message back to the mothership and attempted to maneuver around him. Lucci, disinterested in playing along, awaited Odin and the others, deciding it was best to strike directly. A bolt of black lightning surged forth from his hand, dancing through the void before crashing into the invisible vessel, splitting it violently in two and sending debris plummeting downwards. Unfazed, Lucci gazed at the wreckage as several figures clad in black armor emerged. Who could they be? Lucci furrowed his brow. Dark elves? How fortuitous that they would show up now. Just 2 days prior, Tony had repaired Asgard's air defense weapons, and Odin could unleash his powers at will. With Thor, the future embodiment of overwhelming combat strength, also present, and with both himself and the Ancient One visiting Asgard, it was clear that even 100 Thanos, emboldened by courage, would hesitate to approach. Wait, Thor? Had he forgotten something? Originally intending to inquire about the Dark Elves, Lucci suddenly recalled Thor, whom he had confined in the mirror dimension for several days. Hastily, he conjured a portal, and a disoriented Thor stumbled through, oblivious to the void beneath him. He began, but before he could finish, he fell straight down without a hint of electricity sparking. My apologies. Lucci offered, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Regardless of whether Thor heard him, he quickly commanded several Nightbat soldiers to descend and catch him. Chapter 108. The God of Thunder's outburst. My sincerest apologies for unintentionally forgetting you. You know how irresistible Asgardian delicacies can be, Lucci remarked, instructing his ninja soldiers to bind the surviving Dark Elves while he toyed with their black hole grenades. The Dark Elves, desperate to detonate the grenades and perish alongside him, elicited a laugh from Lucci. Before they could even pull the pins, darts had already pierced their hands. Strangely enough, Thor exhibited no reaction upon seeing the Dark Elves. Lucci had expected him to erupt in fury. Glancing at Thor, who was preoccupied with his meal, Lucci noted that he had not even raised his head. Surely he hasn't been starved to the point of weakness, he mused. Observing Thor's slight decrease in size, it seemed his healing methods had proven effective. Perhaps he should administer a couple more treatments? Yet, considering Thor's current state, it might be best to refrain. After all, one must be cautious of potential mishaps. Casually, Lucci offered Thor a leg of lamb pilfered from the celestial kitchen. He watched as Thor took a hearty bite, an inexplicable pain flickering in Lucci's leg. Seeing Thor consume the meal so eagerly, Lucci took a barrel of exquisite wine from the celestial cellar and placed it beside him. Thor's face was smeared with grease as he indulged in the exquisite wines nearby. Discarding the remnants of a roasted leg of lamb, he eagerly poured the contents of a barrel into his mouth. What bliss! After casting the barrel aside and letting out a hearty belch, he finally regained his composure. Observing Thor's return to his usual self, Lucci cautiously approached him, inquiring about his well-being. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. It appears to be effective, doesn't it? Lucci chuckled, but Thor remained expressionless, staring at him. Lucci offered an awkward smile. Well, being confined for 2 days without food or drink while being beaten can take its toll. Understanding the capabilities of his shadow ninjas, Lucci knew that with their boundless endurance and resurrection abilities, Thor had undoubtedly enjoyed a continuous massage over the past 2 days. Thor, glaring at the still smiling Lucci, clenched his fists tightly but ultimately relaxed them. It was not that he had succumbed. Rather, this uncle was truly formidable. His subordinates had already proven to be a headache for the God of Thunder. Realizing that this uncle seemed to have forgotten about him, Thor unleashed his regained divine powers, successfully dispatching the shadow ninjas that had besieged him. However, these ninjas transformed into shadows, roaming the mirrored space, only to reassemble over half an hour later and resume their relentless assault. No matter how fiercely Thor fought, he could not completely eradicate them. They would invariably reappear after a fixed period, continuing their unwavering attacks. Regardless of his pleas, their movements did not falter in the slightest. It appeared that in their eyes, Lu-Chi was their sole deity. With such a powerful and loyal cadre, Thor felt the flames of ambition ignite within him, envisioning a transformative future for Asgard. However, Lu-Chi felt somewhat uncomfortable under the intensity of Thor's gaze. Sensing Thor's fervent stare, Lu-Chi decided to redirect his focus. He glanced at a tightly bound dark elf soldier nearby, an idea sparking in his mind. "Hey, Thor, I have a splendid opportunity for you to test your combat prowess," Lu-Chi exclaimed. "What?" Thor looked at this uncle, puzzled about his ulterior motives. What ill intentions could Lu-Chi possibly harbor? Pointing to the dark elf soldier, Lu-Chi continued, "Look at these fellows. I believe they would serve as an excellent measure of your fighting capabilities." Thor, initially dismissive, turned to see the dark elf soldier desperately trying to blend into the background, and his pupils dilated in sudden realization. "Is it time for this?" Thor's breath quickened. "Hurry! Save my mother!" He urgently shouted at Lu-Chi. Lu-Chi was momentarily taken aback when a voice echoed from above. "Why should I be saved?" Both men looked up to see Odin and his queen, accompanied by a contingent of guards, arriving in a flying vessel. As the spacecraft gently touched down, Freya had yet to steady herself when Thor rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. In that fleeting moment of contact, Freya sensed the deep-seated terror within Thor's heart. Taken aback for an instant, she tenderly caressed his head, reassuring him, "Do not fret. We are not so fragile." "I know, but—" Thor's voice betrayed a tremor. "I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you all again." Loki stood silently nearby, fully aware of the harrowing experiences Thor would face in the future. During Thor, the Dark World, he witnessed the brutal murder of his mother by the Dark Elves. In Thor, Ragnarok, he watched Odin depart before his very eyes, while his hammer was destroyed by his sister and he lost one of his eyes. To defeat his sister Hela, he compelled Loki to obliterate Asgard, leading the remaining Asgardians into exile. On the ship, he again witnessed his sister's death at the hands of the fire giants. Throughout their flight, they were relentlessly pursued by Thanos, who mercilessly crushed his brother before his eyes, leaving the remnants of his people to perish in the cold, desolate cosmos. In the depths of despair, he finally learned that the 6 Infinity Stones could grant him his wish to bring back those he had lost, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Yet behind this slender hope lay an even more profound despair. Thanos had destroyed all the gems. After beheading Thanos with a single stroke, Thor was engulfed in a sea of self-doubt. Indeed, he had grown stronger along the way, but the cost had been exorbitant. He had lost everything. What was even more harrowing was that all these tragedies unfolded before him, many of which he had unwittingly caused himself. The atmosphere became tense as Odin cast a glance at the bound dark elf soldiers before approaching Loki. "Following this banquet, I shall command Heimdall to obliterate Muspelheim with the Bifrost and then pursue Thanos across the cosmos to ensure his complete annihilation," Odin declared earnestly to Loki. Having learned from Rocket about the trials Thor would face in the future, Odin's eyes filled with compassion and affection for Thor, solidifying his resolve to eliminate Thanos and remove future obstacles for Asgard. As for the prophecy, a future devoid of hope was not a future he desired. If a favorable future did not exist, he would forge one of his own liking. Loki, meeting Odin's gaze, nodded in agreement. "Once I attend to matters on Earth, I shall assist you in dealing with Hela. If I cannot persuade her, I will cast her into another realm. What say you?" After a moment of silence, Odin finally replied, "Thank you. Think nothing of it. We are brothers," Loki said, patting Odin on the shoulder. Odin turned to regard him, feeling a sense of pleasant surprise. No one had dared to treat him so casually in thousands of years. Meanwhile, Thor steadied his emotions, took a deep breath, and turned his gaze towards the Dark Elves. "Father, Mother, Uncle, I implore you allow me to handle the Dark Elves." Thor gazed at these Dark Elves, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intent. "If this will alleviate your inner turmoil, then I shall entrust them to you," Frigga softly replied. "But remember, you bear no guilt. What you have done is merely act in accordance with your convictions at the right moment." Lu-Chi also nodded. "They are yours to command, if necessary. I can confine this world's Thor within the mirror realm and lend you his hammer. Let us simply have Eitri forge another one. I shall speak to him," Odin interjected. "Thank you." Thor turned to glance at those who supported him, then stepped forward, a more radiant brilliance erupting from him than before, as fierce arcs of electricity danced around him like colossal serpents. "I am Thor, the god of thunder," he bellowed, as thick storm clouds gathered above, and an unprecedentedly powerful lightning bolt struck down from the heavens. With a single hand, Thor summoned the lightning, which settled in his grasp like a docile feline, transforming into a dazzling spear. With a mighty throw, he hurled the spear, and a thunderous roar echoed as the unmatched lightning consumed all enemies before him, reducing the dark elves to mere ash. Lucci raised an eyebrow and snapped a couple of photographs. Quite impressive, but is it necessary to unleash such might on mere foot soldiers? Initially, Thor, feeling liberated from some form of restraint, found himself vexed by this remark, a few dark lines forming on his forehead. Yet he ultimately sighed. This uncle, he accepted. He could neither strike nor surpass him. With an exasperated sigh, Thor turned back, only to meet Odin's profound gaze. It seems you intend to clear the obstacles for this world's Asgard? Odin nodded, affirming, indeed. Observing Thor's worried expression, Odin smiled, a magnificent divine aura emanating from him. Do not fret. My old bones are more than capable of dealing with a Thanos. Thor was astonished by Odin's power, but soon regained his composure. Only such immense strength could suppress his formidable sister. Odin, noticing the astonishment in Thor's eyes, remarked, "Did you think I never utilized this power in your presence?" Ultimately, Rocket had not witnessed the entire event firsthand, recounting merely a broad narrative devoid of intricate details. Nonetheless, Odin resolved to provide him with a weapon. Thor shook his head, explaining that while his father could unleash his power at the last moment, he was on Earth then, with no adversaries to confront. As for why Odin was on Earth, reflecting on Loki sending Odin to Earth on a scavenging quest, Thor decided against mentioning it, to spare this world's Loki from being oblivious to Odin's potential wrath. Odin nodded, refraining from inquiring further about his presence on Earth, having discerned Thor's reticence. Lucci observed the father and son engaging in a financial reconciliation, ensuring that when it came time to settle accounts with Thanos and others, nothing would be overlooked. Meanwhile, he engaged in idle conversation with Frigga. Above Asgard, Malekith slammed his hand on the table in frustration, realizing that he had completely lost contact with his reconnaissance ship, thus severing his intelligence on Asgard. Gazing at the nearby realm, a wild idea struck him. Since he was unaware of Lucci's next move, he decided to create a significant disturbance to draw that individual closer. He feared no sacrifice. For as long as he could obtain the ether particles, he would be invincible. He summoned all his elite forces to announce a battle plan. Chapter 109. The Vanishing Malekith. Thor, what is that? Jane gazed at the distant thunderclouds, instinctively turning to Thor beside her. Being the god of thunder, she felt he should possess knowledge of that phenomenon. Stealing a glance at Thor's hammer concealed behind him, she pouted. Though he had reclaimed his weapon, she chose not to dwell on it given his presence. Thor furrowed his brow, observing the distant storm clouds. Sensing an inexplicable connection to that entity, a feeling that he could control it. Just as everyone was captivated by the ominous clouds, a massive warship emerged from the skies, unleashing a powerful barrage aimed directly at the palace of Asgard. Fortunately, Heimdall reacted swiftly, activating the shield just in time to intercept the attack. After Tony had repaired all the facilities in the palace, the enormous shield capable of enveloping the entire realm could be deployed in an instant. What the hell? Thor seethed, glaring at the warship above, daring to attack Asgard. Shielding Jane with his hammer, he shouted to the palace guards, "Immediately escort everyone into the palace for safety. Launch the ships at once. By the way, Heimdall, can you bring it down with the Bifrost?" "I'm trying." Heimdall swiftly maneuvered the Bifrost from the hall. But at that moment, numerous dark elf ships emerged from the warship, hurtling toward the control hall. "I need assistance," Heimdall exclaimed, astonished to see the dark elves daring to attack Asgard even after their defeat. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Thor entrusted Jane to the guards and flew out. Hammer in hand. "Get away from me." Thor had been admiring the view from a nearby cliff when he reached the control hall faster than the dark elf ships. As the enemy vessels approached, Thor struck fiercely at one with his hammer. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the dark elf ship disintegrated into flames beneath the might of the god of thunder's hammer. Yet, Thor's expression remained grave. He stared at his trembling right hand, disbelief etched across his face. How could these ships be so resilient? The recoil alone had numbed his arm. As more ships surged towards him, Thor shook his hand vigorously, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. "Get away from me." With great effort, Thor smashed a spaceship. using the recoil to hurl Mjolnir, which obliterated another vessel. However, the subsequent ships deftly circumvented him, heading straight for the control hall. Thor, summoning thunder, hastened after them, though his speed paled in comparison to that of the enemy ships. Reaching out for Mjolnir, he anxiously watched as the ships approached the hall. Soon enough, Mjolnir soared towards him, but just as he was about to grasp it, the hammer traced an elegant arc and flew in another direction. Thor's expression turned bewildered as he witnessed Mjolnir land in the hands of another figure, glowing with electricity. "Not you again," Thor exclaimed in despair, his gaze fixated on the portly Thor, who held Mjolnir with an air of triumph. "Do you no longer love me?" Mjolnir seemed to respond, "You are admirable, yet my affections lie with him." Thor's heart sank at the silent rejection. "Just lend me the hammer. I promise to return it shortly," the portly Thor declared, electricity crackling around him as he darted towards the ships like a flash of lightning. "Let me smash it." He hurled Mjolnir, arcs of electricity erupting from the hammer, which obliterated the foremost ship. With a firm tug, Mjolnir did not return in a straight line, but traced a side arc, demolishing another vessel, while Thor himself pursued a ship, engulfed in boundless lightning, sinking it into the depths. "All right, yes, certainly impressive," Thor remarked, raising an eyebrow at the portly Thor's valor. Just as he thwarted another wave of the Dark Elves' assault, the Dark Elves were not idle. The colossal cannon pivoted, aiming at the control hall of the Rainbow Bridge. "Fire!" commanded the Dark Elf captain, left to orchestrate from the warship, anxiety evident in his voice as Malekith and his forces infiltrated Asgard, leaving them to draw the Asgardians' fire. A blinding beam erupted from the cannon's maw, targeting the control hall. No! The portly Thor, having effortlessly dispatched several Darkblade ships, realized too late to intercept the shot and could only shout in desperation. "Allow me," a calm voice interjected, as innumerable tendrils of dark energy coalesced in midair, forming a grand magical array that securely intercepted the blast. The array then disintegrated, reverting to pure energy. An overwhelming darkness swiftly engulfed the warship, shrouding it in its depths. "Activate the shields," the Dark Elf leader urged, watching the dark energy envelop the ship, sensing not warmth but a profound void. This was not the darkness they had yearned for. "It's too late." Lucci appeared from nowhere, his hand gently clenching, causing the dark energy to explode, shattering the shields and resonating with the fabric of space. Crystalline fractures spread through the void, ensnaring the warship, which then vanished without a trace. "I've confined that entity within the mirror realm. Do you wish to enter?" Lucci gestured, and a portal materialized beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Fader gripped the Mjolnir tightly and stepped inside. "I shall accompany him," Frigga declared, following suit. Lucci activated the portal, casting a glance at Thor in the distance before descending. "My hammer!" Thor exclaimed anxiously, though a hand restrained him. "Father?" Thor turned to find Odin had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. He sought a chance for forgiveness, to liberate himself from what he perceived as his sins. For the time being, let the hammer be lent to him. "Sins?" Thor inquired, furrowing his brow. He had lost much, and believed it was all due to his own transgressions. Odin began to descend slowly. Thor hastened to catch up, questioning what he had lost. Odin paused momentarily, and Thor stopped beside him. "Behold this magnificent vista," Odin remarked, gesturing towards Asgard, which shimmered under the sunlight. He had lost everything, including those he cherished within it. Thor gazed silently at the distant Asgard, never having imagined he would lose his homeland and family. "Is that my future?" The mere thought of such a scenario made Thor feel faint, his breath growing labored as he cautiously asked Odin. "That was your original future, but your uncle altered it. And I too have resolved to change that future." Odin's voice grew resolute as he turned to Thor. "Do not take pride in your current achievements. You must understand that there are always things beyond our reach." Odin observed Thor lost in thought, choosing not to disturb him as he flew away. Lucci stood on the Bifrost, deep in contemplation. Odin landed beside him. "What troubles you?" Lucci glanced at him and inquired, "What is your father's assessment of Malekith?" "The Dark Elf King?" After a moment's reflection, Odin replied, "Cunning and ambitious, willing to go to any lengths for victory." "Is that so?" Lucci nodded, recalling the narrative in which Malekith wreaked havoc in Asgard, searching for Jane, who harbored the ether within her, yet ultimately found nothing. After slaying Frigga, he promptly fled. likely fearing Odin would pursue him to the death. Overall, his intelligence remained intact, yet Malekith's current aggression seemed rather thoughtless. Recently, Odin had been rampaging throughout the cosmos. Surely anyone could attest to his unyielding might. Had it not been for Fader's opportunity for self-redemption, Odin could have easily obliterated such a vessel with a mere touch. Why then did he dare to confront him so brazenly? I sense something amiss. Malekith appears excessively reckless. Inconsistent with his character, Lucci mused, stroking his chin. Odin furrowed his brow, contemplating carefully. Indeed, it was plausible that Malekith was not aboard that ship, but rather hiding elsewhere. Let us have Thor and Frigga confirm whether Malekith is inside. For precaution, I shall return to the palace to arrange matters, lest he wreak havoc within. After Odin concluded his words, he cast a glance at Thor, who was still lost in thought in the sky, and then returned directly to preside over the celestial palace. Lucci watched Odin soar into the distance. Behind him, fissures began to appear, revealing a multitude of crimson eyes opening. Investigate the surroundings for any peculiarities, Lucci commanded. One by one, the nocturnal bat soldiers darted out from behind him, dispersing into the vicinity. Lucci let out a slight sigh of relief. Regardless of whether Malekith was aboard the warship or what he was engaged in, at least he had taken precautionary measures on his end. Within the mirrored realm, Fat Thor wielded MJ Ulnir and struck the warship. With the shield having been compromised by Lucci, the blow landed squarely upon the vessel. The colossal warship plummeted to the ground due to the impact, yet it sustained minimal damage. Fat Thor remained unfazed, fully aware of its resilience. As he approached the warship, MJ Ulnir spun in his grasp before he forcefully brought it down, creating a breach in the hull. Now we're getting somewhere, Thor exclaimed, electricity coursing through MJ Ulnir as he hurled himself directly into the warship. Subsequently, a cascade of sparks erupted from within as Thor unleashed a furious onslaught, no longer seeking to prove himself, but rather to release pent-up frustration. He battered his way to the core of the warship, eyeing the device before him while glancing at MJ Ulnir in his hand. You won't escape this time, Fat Thor declared, electricity crackling around him as he let out a fierce roar and obliterated the core. A violent explosion engulfed the entire warship. The energy erupting from within tore the vessel asunder, scattering it into countless fragments. Unscathed, Fat Thor emerged from the wreckage and gazed at the ruined warship with a smile. Thor? A voice called from below, prompting Fat Thor to look down. Mother, he replied, swiftly descending to Frigga's side. How do you feel? Frigga inquired with a smile. Quite well indeed. The design of MJ Ulnir is truly unparalleled, Fat Thor said, wielding the hammer. The length and shape of the handle were perfectly suited for his grip, making it exceptionally user-friendly, unlike the future Stormbreaker axe, which proved less accommodating. Though the blade was crafted by Eitri, the handle was made by another little fellow. To be frank, it does not feel quite right in hand, Fat Thor remarked with a chuckle. That's good to hear, Frigga nodded, observing Thor and realizing he had begun to emerge from the shadows of his past. Your father inquired whether Malekith, the Dark Elf leader, was aboard the warship, Frigga continued. Thor furrowed his brow in recollection. He had passed through the command room of the warship, where only a minor soldier was giving orders, and had not seen Malekith. I believe he is not. Thor's expression darkened gradually. Do not fret. I am confident your father and uncle will locate him and thwart his nefarious plans, Frigga reassured him, gently stroking his hair. Indeed. Thor glanced at MJ Ulnir in his grasp and nodded. So how do we proceed to exit? I have no wish to endure hunger for several more days. Quite simple. Just contact your uncle, Frigga replied. Chapter 110. Malekith's final gamble that evening. Lucci lay in his chamber, pondering the whereabouts of Malekith. Today he had dispatched all his night bats to scour the outer perimeter of Asgard, yet they uncovered no trace of him. Now he had arranged for those night bats to infiltrate the city, closely monitoring every movement within. After a thorough search of Asgard during the day, Odin had released the citizens who had been sheltered in the Celestial Palace. Ensuring their return did not disrupt the normal functioning of Asgard. After all, they could not determine if Malekith had fled or if an adversary intended to launch a fierce assault on Asgard. In light of this lurking menace, Odin convened a meeting with the rulers of the 9 realms in the evening, instructing them to return to their realms and to reconvene after the feast. Meanwhile, the 6 teams from various countries, along with Doctor Strange, had departed Asgard, returning to their respective domains. Liu Qi, however, remained in Asgard, as he was, in essence, part of the household and needed to assist. Tony Stark also decided to stay, as Odin sought to enhance Asgard's defense systems and had requested Tony's expertise. Pepper Potts and Friday, on the other hand, returned to Earth, though Tony was not overly concerned about her safety. After all, Liu Qi had previously dispatched 10 ninjas to protect her. As Liu Qi reclined on his bed, he mused if Malekith had indeed seen Odin thriving once more and, in a fit of fear, had chosen to flee. Though unlikely, anything was possible. The breadth of human imagination often proved too narrow when one had witnessed enough. Shaking his head, he resolved to sleep, only to be abruptly stirred by violent tremors coursing through the celestial palace. To his astonishment, he thought, could Asgard truly experience an earthquake? Sitting upright, he observed the water in his cup quivering incessantly, compelling him to venture outside. Meanwhile, half an hour prior, in the dungeons of the celestial palace, Malekith and his cohort emerged from the shadows. Having drawn the attention of the Asgardians with their worship during the day, he had stealthily infiltrated Asgard amidst the chaos of the crowds seeking refuge in the celestial palace. Seizing the opportunity, they had escaped into the dungeons of Asgard, a place designated for the incarceration of captured criminals, yet also the most secure location within Asgard. Once inside, Malekith swiftly dispatched the Asgardian guards and concealed themselves. Neither Liu Qi nor Odin had anticipated that Malekith would willingly walk into a cell, diverting all attention to the outer regions of Asgard, leaving them oblivious to the intruders. As night fell, although Asgard's defenses were heightened, they were primarily focused outward, resulting in a lack of internal vigilance that provided Malekith and his allies with a chance to strike. With precision, they affixed black hole grenades to the supporting pillars of the celestial palace and ignited all the explosives. Although their inventory is limited and they cannot destroy all the pillars, it is sufficient to cause a portion of the celestial palace to collapse, plunging it into chaos. Next, we must locate Liu Qi's chamber and retrieve the ether particles, Malekith declared. The envoy from Sovereign was unaware of Liu Qi's true prowess, only cognizant of his considerable strength. However, Malekith could no longer afford to hesitate. There was no justification for restraint. Thousands of years ago, he had envisioned using the Dark Elves' millennia-long advantage over the Asgardians to outlast Bor and reclaim the ether particles from the next generation. Yet now, having learned from the sovereign populace of Odin's feats, he discovered that Odin surpassed Bor. As for outlasting Odin until his son, even if the Dark Elves enjoyed extended lifespans, could they truly outlast 3 generations of Asgardians? Furthermore, what if Thor's strength eclipsed Odin's? The notion of retreating to a secluded place to spend his remaining years was unacceptable. Though the Dark Elves' lives are lengthy, they are not eternal. Malekith had already invested too much time in Asgard. Leaving in such a manner was intolerable. Thus, he resolved that this time, failure was not an option. He meticulously devised a comprehensive plan with his subordinates, which was progressing remarkably well. Now, the pivotal moment had arrived, finding Liu Qi and reclaiming the ether particles. The success of this battle hinged upon you. Malekith entrusted a stone to one of his loyal guards, instructing him, for the glory of the Dark Elves. The guard affirmed resolutely, then stepped away, crushing the stone in his hand. Waves of power emanated from the shattered stone, enveloping him. A cacophony of agonized cries erupted as the Dark Elf underwent a profound transformation, ultimately becoming a cursed warrior. This formidable being directly consumed thousands of years of the Dark Elf's lifespan, converting it into a temporary surge of power. Moreover, the cursed warrior possessed the ability to absorb the life force of others, growing even stronger. Malekith gazed upon the cursed warrior with satisfaction. This was his magnum opus. It was through a legion of cursed warriors that he had been able to withstand the Asgardian army, nearly turning the tide to invade Asgard. Go forth and convert those individuals into your strength, Malekith commanded, gesturing toward the prisoners within the cells. The newly formed cursed warrior was initially weak, but should he absorb the life force of the inmates, he would ascend to a new level. The cursed warrior nodded, sensing the abundant power. He approached the cell and, with a single punch, obliterated the energy barrier, drawing in the life force of those within. As the cursed warrior grew stronger, the destruction of the cell walls alerted the Asgardian guards. Malekith sensed the mounting chaos outside and nodded in approval. We must move swiftly as this commotion unfolds. We shall reclaim the ether particles. Malekith urged his elite soldiers before casting a glance at the cursed warrior. As the water in the cup on the table trembled violently, Lucci rose and made his way toward the door. Just as he reached the entrance, the door was abruptly thrust open, and several objects were thrown inside. Sensing impending danger, Lucci recalled the distinctive black hole grenades favored by the Dark Elves and swiftly retreated into the Shadow Realm, vanishing from sight. The next moment, multiple miniature gravitational fields erupted within the room, wreaking havoc throughout the space. Once the force of the black hole grenade dissipated, a colossal figure charged in. Surveying the room that had been thoroughly ravaged, not a single intact item remained, yet there was no sign of Lucci. Where is he? Malekith stormed into the room, casting an angry glance around. He must be here. Search for hidden passages. Malekith was taken aback by the failure at such a crucial juncture, his fury compelling his subordinates to scour the area. What do you want with me? A voice suddenly emanated from behind. Malekith turned to see Lucci emerging from the shadows, standing at the doorway with a curious expression. Outside, the sound of a body collapsing could be heard, indicating that the Dark Elves left outside had been dealt with. Malekith, now consumed by a singular focus, glared at Lucci and bellowed, "Where are the ether particles?" The ether particles? Lucci pretended to clean his ears and then produced a red gemstone. Are you referring to this? How did you know it was with me? Malekith's excitement was palpable as he gazed at the gemstone in Lucci's hand, disregarding Lucci's words, and reached out, attempting to summon it to himself. However, the gemstone remained firmly in Lucci's grasp. "Hand it over immediately, or I will kill you," Malekith threatened, not pondering why the ether particles were unresponsive to him. With a wave of his hand, the Dark Elves behind him raised their weapons, aiming them at Lucci. "All right, it's clear that you want this badly, but I must say, I detest having guns pointed at me," Lucci replied with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than shadows materialized behind Malekith, swiftly slaying the soldiers at his back. A ninja appeared behind Malekith, aiming to knock him unconscious, but a nearby cursed warrior effortlessly dispatched the ninja with a single punch. The surrounding ninjas and blade soldiers surged forward, yet their weapons barely grazed the cursed warrior's skin. Truly, he was a formidable opponent, capable of facing the might of Thor's hammer head-on. His defense was robust, and his strength was likely equally impressive. Lucci summoned a troll warrior to engage this foe, but even though he was dispersed with a single blow from the cursed warrior. Is he really that strong? Lucci raised an eyebrow, assessing the cursed warrior who had slain Frigga in the original narrative. In the film, his oppressive presence was formidable. During combat, he exuded an aura reminiscent of Superman. Thor's hammer struck him without eliciting a flinch, and he was able to return the favor by sending the hammer flying with a punch, knocking Thor to the ground. Ultimately, he was only subdued by Thor and his allies employing the Dark Elves' advanced black technology, the black hole grenades. It appeared that this warrior was not merely a facade. He possessed genuine strength, after all. Seize the gem. Malekith observed as the cursed warrior effortlessly dispatched the shadow ninjas, his anxiety dissipating. He addressed the cursed warrior, who immediately charged at Lucci, delivering a powerful punch. Sensing the oncoming force, Lucci smiled as a giant claw soldier surged forth from the side, diverting the cursed warrior's attack. Regaining his balance, the cursed warrior retaliated with a punch aimed at the giant claw soldier, sending it flying. The armor that the ninja and assassin soldiers could not penetrate cracked under the force, causing Lucci's smile to fade and a frown to form. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of this foe. A single giant claw soldier was insufficient to contend with it. However, the confined space of the room could not accommodate a brawl among a horde of green giants. So Lucci refrained from deploying more giant claw soldiers and instructed one to pursue Malekith, ensuring he did not escape. The cursed warrior, undeterred by the fate of the giant claw soldier, turned his attention to Lucci. As Lucci stowed the gem, the imposing figure approached him. The cursed warrior launched a punch imbued with a tremendous gust of wind. In response, a fissure appeared behind Lucci, from which millions of dark energies surged forth, propelling the cursed warrior through the wall and crashing him onto the solid ground outside, the violent impact embedding him into the earth. Malekith, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated Lucci's immense power. Seizing the opportunity, While Lu Qi's focus was elsewhere, Malekith glanced at the nearby equipment, preparing to grasp the black whole grenade to confront Lu Qi. However, the giant claw soldier, previously sent flying, now stood before him and kicked him away. Advancing a few steps, the soldier clamped its pincers around Malekith's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Malekith grimaced in vain as he struggled against the soldier's grip, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Lu Qi observed the cursed warrior, who, despite the earlier assault, had not lost his ability to move. Instead, he arose, disregarding the wounds inflicted by the corrosive dark energy, and charged at Lu Qi once more. Lu Qi nodded, understanding why Asgard had nearly faltered against the Dark Elves. With the ether particles at his disposal, Malekith commanded hundreds of cursed warriors, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary soldiers. Only Thor and the War Machines might stand a chance against these foes. As the cursed warrior approached, Lu Qi conjured a defensive magic array before him, intercepting the attack, and subsequently summoned another array behind the warrior, trapping him between the two. "Farewell," Lu Qi declared, gazing at the immobilized cursed warrior. A complex magic array materialized in his hand, followed by a surge of black lightning that obliterated the warrior's head into fragments. Lu Qi watched as the magic array slowly dissipated. This spell was one of the formidable powers Doctor Strange had wielded against Thanos. A force so potent that even the Mad Titan, wielding the combined might of the power, space, soul, and reality stones, dared not confront it directly. Its sole drawback was its low accuracy, making it challenging to strike an enemy. At present, there seems to be no adversary that this technique cannot overcome, though the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. As of now, only the Ancient One and he possessed this spell. Moreover, despite its formidable power, it requires nearly 1,000,000 units of energy to cast. It is unfathomable for an ordinary mage to ascertain how much collateral they would need to pledge to unleash such a spell. Those dimensional deities would never engage in a losing venture. Lu Qi gazed at the fallen, cursed warrior and then turned to the astonished Malekith. "Do you possess any means left?" Malekith, looking at Lu Qi, weakly released his grip on the clawed soldier, revealing a pale smile. "At this moment, I wish to retire to a tranquil place and spend the rest of my life in peace. Is that still possible?" Lu Qi shook his head and turned to contact Odin. "I have captured the destructive Malekith. Would you care to come and take a look? I am still bearing the burden of the Celestial Palace here. Once you have concluded your affairs, you may join me in this endeavor."